H-City, Dragon Kingdom. A career transition ceremony that would determine the student's future officially began. Hundreds of students stood below the stage. Following the guidance of their awakening mentors, the students stepped onto the stone tablet one by one to begin their class change. Long, class change successful, berserker. Zhang Yingwu, job change successful, pharmacist. Su Wenbin, job change successful, thief. Each sound signified the successful awakening of one person. Cheers soon erupted across the playground. Haha, I'm a mage. Bro, let's level up together from now on. Bai stood in the crowd. He had been in this world for 3 months. After the fantasy descended, everyone could change jobs and obtain their own profession upon reaching adulthood. Dungeons, secret realms, monsters, experience, and leveling up, these are all real. As long as you kill monsters and participate in battles, you will gain experience, level up, and unlock skills. Job change is guaranteed to be successful. What truly determines your fate is the strength of your chosen class. There are various classes available, including combat, support, logistics, and life skills classes. Bai followed the group forward, wondering what profession he would awaken into. Just then, the instructor called out his name, Bai. Bai stepped towards the stone tablet. Several teachers looked over, and one of the female teachers asked in a low voice, "Teacher Zhang, what do you think of this child?" Old Zhang glanced at it. They're still holding firm even at the point of changing jobs. Good mentality. As for their career, that's up to fate. Someone nearby remarked, "This kid's academic performance is quite good. But a career doesn't change based on grades. It'll depend on what he can awaken." The next second, the job change stone tablet lit up with a white light. But the light stopped immediately after it appeared. The once brightly lit campus instantly went dark. Everyone looked up and saw dark clouds rolling across the sky, as if the entire world was being obscured. Even more strangely, the shadows beneath everyone's feet began to wriggle. Is it going to rain? No, the weather forecast said it would be sunny for the next few days. Why do I feel something moving near my feet? At this moment, a solemn voice rang out. This is a job change anomaly. Upon hearing these 4 words, all the instructors' expressions changed drastically. Job-changing phenomena are extremely rare, perhaps only occurring once every few decades. Yet the phenomenon before us is terrifying in its scale. Suddenly, a student shouted, "Look at the shadows." Everyone looked down and saw that all the shadows were moving wildly, converging towards the center of the job change ceremony. The dense, dark shadows stretched out as if bowing to someone. These shadows were submitting. Countless shadows eventually coalesced into a black crown, which lingered briefly before merging back into the darkness and disappearing into the shadow beneath Bai Yi's feet. The next second, all the strange phenomena vanished, as if they had never existed. Those were just strange phenomena. Has someone actually awakened a strange phenomenon? An uproar erupted around them. Bai Yi's consciousness, however, was completely drawn to a pale blue light screen before him. Congratulations on awakening an SSS rank class. Profession, Shadow King, unique. The word unique already indicates that it is a profession that will only appear once in the entire human world. Bai Yi quickly realized that the profession he had awakened was probably far more terrifying than he had imagined. The crowd below the stage erupted in chaos. Holy crap, this guy is amazing. What class did he awaken? A hidden class. Definitely a hidden class. As Bai Yi stood on the awakening platform, preparing to step down, the dense crowd below spontaneously parted to the sides. Just then, an older tutor suddenly called out to him. "Hey student, wait a minute." Bai Yi turned around and saw it was old Zhang. Old Zhang looked at him. "I've never seen such a profession before. Young friend, if it's convenient, could you demonstrate a skill?" Bai Yi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. One can hide their cards, but there's no need to hide themselves like a useless piece of trash. He then opened the system panel. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King, unique. Level 1. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 5. Shadow Minion. My own shadow, unique. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Kingdom. Most normal adults have 5 points in their attributes, but Bai Yi's mental strength reached 10 points. Immediately afterwards, the description of his natal shadow appeared. Born Shadow. Accompanying the Shadow King throughout his life, he can instantly resurrect upon death. He can use some of the king's skills, and upon upgrading his rank, he can possess several times the attributes of a king. Currently, his attributes are 1 times those of a king. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but be shaken. To be reborn instantly after death was practically equivalent to immortality. Furthermore, his future skills will also be usable by his natal shadow. If an extraordinary skill appears in the future, the shadow can replicate it once more. Even more outrageous is that his natal shadow will possess several times his physical attributes in the future. With a thought, Bai Yi's shadow immediately changed. The originally flat black shadow quickly became denser, with wisps of black rising from the ground and converging in the blink of an eye into a figure that was exactly the same as Bai Yi's. The figure was entirely black, its features obscured. It was his natal shadow. Old Zhang was examining it closely when the shadow looked directly at him. The moment their eyes met, Old Zhang's expression changed, and the other mentors on stage also showed surprise. This shadow actually possessed its own reactions and consciousness. Old Zhang coughed lightly. Your attributes are still too low. What you should do now is level up as soon as possible. At this point, he looked at Bai Yi earnestly and said, I believe that your future is limitless. Bai Yi nodded, and with another thought, his natal shadow sank back to his feet, returning to the appearance of an ordinary shadow. He stepped off the awakening platform. The students on both sides involuntarily took a few steps back. At the same time, Bai Yi also saw the abilities of the Shadow Kingdom. Alternate dimension existing in the shadows, currently capable of holding 10 shadow minions. However, this is only the number they can carry, not the maximum they can control. In other words, given the right conditions, he could recruit an unlimited number of his shadow minions. Bai Yi quickly realized that ordinary shadow subordinates could be sent out to operate, but the truly elite shadows had to be brought into the Shadow Kingdom. Furthermore, both his innate shadow and Shadow Kingdom are skills. Since they are skills, they can definitely be upgraded. In this world where everyone can change jobs, level represents strength. The higher the level, the stronger the combat power. This time, Bai Yi was the only person in the entire H city to awaken the hidden profession, and he was the only one to do so, Shadow Monarch. Among the remaining students, those specializing in daily life skills were the most numerous, followed by those specializing in combat, and those specializing in support skills were the fewest. During his final address, the vice principal stated directly, from today onwards, you are professionals. Even if you awaken a life skill, don't be discouraged. As long as you level up, you will still have the opportunity to acquire excellent skills. The school has applied to open the level 1 to level 12 dungeon, Steel Jungle, to give everyone a chance to improve. I hope that by then, you will all be recruited by your desired alliance guild. Steel Jungle is the beginner dungeon in H City. Most of the monsters inside are below level 7, making it a great place for new players who have just changed jobs to level up. After the job transfer ceremony, Bai Yi returned home. No one greeted him, and no one congratulated him. He had no relatives or friends in this world, which made him feel peaceful. Next, try to join the Hanxiao Alliance. The Hanxiao Alliance is the top official alliance in the Dragon Kingdom, with abundant resources, but its recruitment standards are extremely high, and only a few people from H City can get in each year. Bai Yi was too lazy to cook, so she ordered takeout. She hadn't been eating long when there was a knock on the door. Bai Yi opened the door and fell silent for a moment. More than a dozen teachers were crowded outside, and even the principal, who rarely appeared, had come in person. The principal smiled and handed over his business card. Bye. Sorry to bother you. Call me directly tomorrow if you're going to the instance, and I'll take you there. Bai Yi politely replied, Is it inconvenient? Of course it's convenient. Just call me. You won't have to take a taxi. After saying that, the principal turned around and glared at everyone. Disperse, disperse. Don't disturb Bai's rest. Watching the teachers leave, Bai Yi understood why they had been so enthusiastic. Now that the school had produced someone with such a hidden profession, everyone knew his future was limitless. That evening, Bai Yi continued to study his skills. He discovered that the improvements his natal shadow received were also reflected back to him. In the living room, Shadow was doing push-ups non-stop, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Bai Yi simply watched, but could clearly feel his strength gradually increasing. It was like a dark pile driver, relentlessly training with push-ups, burpees, and squats, without a moment's rest. No sleep, no respite. After a night, Bai Yi woke up and clearly felt much lighter. Even the speed at which he could raise his arm was much faster. With a thought, a professional-grade light screen appeared. Base attack power, 21, spirit, 16. In just one night, his physical fitness improved several times over, but his mental attributes did not improve much. It seems that relying solely on physical training has limited effect. Early in the morning, the principal was already waiting downstairs in his car before Bai Yi could even call. Bai got in and headed straight to the beginner dungeon the school had applied for, the Steel Jungle. The dungeon entrance was now packed with new players. Also present were all the newcomers from the entire city of H who had just completed their class change. The 9 professional universities in H City have awakened more than 30,000 people this time. About a quarter of them have been assigned to enter the Steel Jungle. Most new players, after awakening, choose logistics or life skills roles, and many choose not to venture into dungeons. Even in the lowest danger Steel Jungle, the casualty rate is not low. Under the arrangement of the Dragon Kingdom government and the 9 schools in H City, the new professionals went through the procedures to enter the instance in turn. The principal led by E to a separate passageway. Several elderly people, exuding an air of authority, were already standing there. As soon as the principal got out of the car, several people surrounded him. Principal Dong, you've really struck gold this time. Is this the only hidden professional this year? Not bad, not bad. Kid, are you interested in joining a guild? I think even the major leagues are scrambling to recruit you. The principal grinned from ear to ear. After exchanging pleasantries, the group got straight to the point. Want to team up? I'll arrange a paladin and a priest for you. Teaming up is less important than gear. This setup will last me until the mid-game. The principal turned to Bai Yi and asked, Bai, which guild would you like to join? Bai Yi replied, Hanxiao Alliance. The principal was taken aback. That's the #1 alliance in the Dragon Kingdom. You're confident? Let nature take its course. The principal laughed. A fine let nature take its course indeed. He cautioned, reaching level 15 solo in 7 days is no easy feat. Several older men nodded in agreement. Quite ambitious. Then don't team up. You should just get some equipment. The principal also advised, just get one piece. They're just looking at it for the first time. An old man stepped forward, his ring lighting up, revealing several pieces of equipment. Bai glanced at them and locked onto 3 weapons. Overlord's halberd, Red Fong Bao, Wanderer's dagger. He ultimately chose the Wanderer's dagger. I want this one, thank you. The old man smiled broadly. The principal patted him on the shoulder. Be careful when entering the dungeon. Hidden classes are the nation's treasures. This place is suitable for newcomers, but that doesn't mean it's safe. Go ahead. Bai nodded and stepped into the passage. Space distorted, and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he found himself in a dense jungle. The air was damp, and the trees were tall. As soon as he landed, he sensed danger. Shadow. A dark figure materialized beneath his feet, standing beside him. Shadow Minion. Natal Shadow. HP. 140, 140. Equipment. Walker's Dagger. Skill. Erosion. Overall attack power. 44. Bai nodded. Attributes synchronized. He looked around. The trial had begun. Numerous monsters lurked in the Steel Jungle, the weakest of which were capable of killing ordinary people. Just then, a scream came from the bushes. Squeak. Several silver figures suddenly darted out. Information appeared before Bai's eyes. Creature. Iron-eating rat. HP. 73. Skill. Metal devouring. Overall attack power. 4. Overall combat strength is the average of physical attributes other than mental strength, and it directly reflects the intensity of combat. Bai looked at the panel and whispered, an average of 4 points? That's almost the same as an average teenager. No wonder newbies always team up. Otherwise, any monster could be deadly. He glanced at the shadow beside him, which was already poised to strike, and gave the order, go, kill these monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow gripped the walker's dagger and dashed out, heading straight for the iron-eating rats. He was incredibly fast. As soon as Bai finished speaking, the shadow arrived. With its superior strength, it killed several iron-eating rats as easily as cutting vegetables. Even so, Shadow continued to attack with all her might, without the slightest slackening. Killed 2 iron-eating rats, gained 10 experience points. 3 iron-eating rat corpses lay in the jungle, and the experience points were transferred into Bai's body. Player, Bai, level 1, 1540. Bai glanced at the corpses and thought, not bad, I can level up after killing a few more. Then, he walked over to the corpses, ready to test his special skill. Bai stared at the corpse of the iron-eating rat on the ground, then stood up. Specialized skill, Shadow Extraction, activated. The next moment, the shadows beside the corpses began to wriggle, turning into strands of black lines that then reformed in midair. Soon, 3 iron-devouring rats formed of shadow appeared before him. Excellent. My legion shall begin its expansion from this moment on. At Bai's command, the 3 shadow iron-eating rats immediately scattered and began searching for new prey. The shadows were responsible for hunting down the monsters and bringing the corpses back. Bai continued to use shadow extraction to transform the monsters into shadow minions. Not long after, he received his first level up. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 2, 0, 280. HP, 590. Base attack power, 50. Spirit, 25. Equipment, Walker's Dagger, Shadow Minions. Favorite Shadow, Iron-Eating Rat 8. After leveling up, Bai's physical attributes increased dramatically. Although his mental attribute didn't improve much, his base attack power reached 50 points. Now, besides his natal shadow, he also has 8 shadow iron-eating rats. These shadow minions know no hunger, no fatigue, and will only absolutely obey orders. Bai divided them into pairs and sent them off to hunt separately. Killing the iron-eating rat monster grants 5 experience points. As the hunt continued, the number of shadow iron-eating rats had reached 32. Just then, a wolf howl, like the grinding of machinery, suddenly came from the depths of the jungle ahead. Bai looked up and saw a wolf-shaped monster, half mechanical and half biological, staring intently at him from the darkness. Monster, Limb Armor Modification, Wolf, Level, 4, HP, 270. Overall attack power, 110, Skills, Bite, Scout. Bai raised an eyebrow. This monster's stats are even stronger than his own. But real battles are never just about stats. Shadow, Bai shouted, and the shadow immediately charged out. Iron-devouring rats around them also received the order and rushed over quickly. The shadowy figure gripped the walker's dagger and thrust it straight at the limbed wolf's remaining eye. The wolf's mechanical eyes flashed red, and it moved faster than its shadow, dodging the attack by tilting its head. The dagger sliced through the flesh on the side of the wolf's head. Erosion has begun, currently stacked 1 layer. The wound is rapidly festering, and a burning sensation continues to spread. Enraged, the wolf in the limbs bit the shadow's shoulder, tearing off a large piece of it. But Shadow retaliated and stabbed the limbed wolf again. The next second, the limbed wolf leaped up with its hind paws, biting Shadow's neck and dragging it to the ground. With a snap, a large swath of Shadow was torn apart. The Shadow's health instantly dropped to 0. The wolf in its limbs raised its head, greedily eyeing Bai not far away. But just then, the shadows scattered on the ground suddenly began to wriggle, turning into strands of black lines that floated back into the air. In an instant, the shadow's body reformed. One of the limbed wolf's mechanical eyes scanned frantically, while its other fleshy eye seemed to be filled with shock. The shadow gave it no chance to hesitate. The black shadow returned to its hand, the dagger wrapped around the traveler's blade, and the next second, the dagger plunged directly into the wolf's eye socket. The corrosive effects continued to build up, and the wolf in its limbs immediately sensed danger, turning to flee into the jungle. Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. A subordinate delivered right to his doorstep. He wouldn't let him get away, would he? He raised his hand and waved it. The 32 iron-devouring rats that had been lying in ambush all around instantly pounced out, directly blocking the limbed wolf's escape route. With shadowy figures looming in front and a swarm of rats blocking its path from behind, the wolf in its limbs steadily lost health until it finally collapsed. Monster defeated. Wolf with modified limb armor, plus 200 experience. Congratulations on reaching level 3. Bai looked at the prompt. Killing an iron-eating rat only grants 5 experience points, but this leg wolf gives 200 points directly. It seems that hunting limbed wolves is still more cost-effective. He stepped forward and activated shadow extraction. The next moment, a pitch-black shadow wolf slowly took shape beside the corpse of the limbed wolf. Its stats are not much different from the original, but due to its shadow characteristics, its combat power will only be stronger. With the shadow limb wolf equipped, Bai's movement speed significantly increased. He instantly killed any iron-eating rats he encountered. When encountering a wolf in human form, the opponent will be surrounded and attacked by the shadow wolf, and rat pack, giving them no chance to fight back. As the slaughter continued, his shadow army expanded relentlessly. Killed 110 iron-eating rats, gained 550 experience. Kill Wolf 7 with modified limb armor, gained 1400 experience. Soon, Bai began to form a real sweeping force. Once a shadow iron-eating rat spots a target, it means that the monsters in that area are doomed. The dense swarm of shadow rats pressed in like a black tide, covering everything in their path, grass, rocks, and veins, in darkness. The limbed wolves can't withstand such numbers. If they're even a fraction of a second slower, the shadow-limbed wolves will swarm and kill them. But the most deadly thing was that humanoid shadow. It always managed to seize an opening and deliver the final blow at the crucial moment. Within just a few hours, Baiyi's experience prompts kept popping up. Upgrade. Upgrade again. It was only then that he realized that having the shadow train all night was not as efficient as clearing dungeons. Soon after, Baiyi arrived at a region surrounded by mineral-rich mountains. Trees were sparse here, and in the middle of a clearing, a huge silver-gray bear monster lay sprawled. Even when it's lying down, it's over 3 meters tall and probably weighs several thousand kilograms. Baiyi glanced at it from afar, and the data came to mind. Monster, armored slender-toothed bear, elite, level 9, HP, 14780, 14,780, skills, slam, roar, charge. Baiyi smiled. Good luck, I've encountered an elite monster. If an ordinary newbie encountered it, they'd probably turn and run. The armored bear slowly opened its eyes, saw the tiny humans in the distance, and its eyes were full of disdain. It stood up, its massive figure almost blocking out the view. The next second, swarms of shadow rats surged out from all directions. A black tide covered the ground, spreading wildly towards the armored bear. One iron-eating rat is nothing, but when hundreds or thousands appear together, the armored bear finally panics. The armored bear raised its paw, which was covered in metallic horn, and slammed it down, sending dozens of shadow iron-eating rats flying on the spot. Your shadow minion, shadow iron-eating rat, is dead. Despite the continuous death warnings, Baiyi remained calm and composed. These metal-eating rats lies in their skill. Skill, gnawing on metal. In the steel jungle, the iron-eating rat survives by relying on its special teeth and digestive tract, enabling it to gnaw on metal. The most troublesome thing about this armored bear is its metal shell. Baiyi watched as the armored bear in the distance continuously swatted at the swarm of rats. The rats were attacking his legs. The next second, swarms of shadow iron-eating rats bypassed the iron bear's frontal attack and pounced on its hind legs. The armored bear is enormous and can kill dozens with a single swipe of its paw, but the rat swarm is too numerous and incredibly agile to be completely eradicated. The armored bear roared angrily, slapping, spinning, and running, but the sensation in its hind legs was getting weaker and weaker. Before long, its 2 hind legs were torn to shreds by the shadow rats. Baiyi's eyes darkened. A wolf pack, harassing from all sides. 12 shadow, armored wolves circled the armored bear, attacking only its blind spots. Just then, Baiyi's mind raced, and his natal shadow rushed out. The shadow, wielding the walker's dagger, moved with incredible speed, heading straight for the armored bear. After killing a large number of monsters, Baiyi's level has reached level 6, and his physical attributes are now vastly different from before, and his shadow has also become stronger. A shadow wolf attacked from the left rear. The armored bear instinctively turned around, completely unaware of the shadow leaping towards it from the front. The next instant, the shadow leaped high into the air, and the walker's dagger plunged fiercely into the right side of the iron bear's head. But it didn't stop. Instead, it used the dagger to steady itself, pressed down on the bear's head with one hand, pulled it out, and then stabbed it again. The movements were as fast as a jackhammer, one stab after another. Although the walker's dagger is not long, its inherent corrosive effect is enough to damage the iron bear's vital parts. Erosion attack on critical parts triggers critical hit. Iron bear's HP minus 486. The attack eroded vital areas, triggering an excessive critical hit. Iron bear's HP decreased by 1170. The armored bear frantically shook its head, trying to shake off its shadow, but it was too late. When the ironclad bear's HP drops below 30%, it enters a weakened state. When the ironclad bear's HP drops below 5%, it enters a near-death state. Iron-eating rats that hadn't had time to retreat. Defeat the armored slender-toothed bear, elite. Monster, gain 12,000 experience. Congratulations on reaching level 7. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Congratulations on reaching level 9. The notification sounded that he had been promoted 3 levels in a row, and a smile finally appeared on Baiyi's face. Player, Baiyi. Class, Shadow King, unique. Level, 9, HP, 9850, 9850. Base attack power, 345. Spirit, 90. Shadow minions. Fatal Shadow, Iron-eating rat, 473. Limb wolf 8. After reviewing the panel, Baiyi walked to the iron bear's corpse and whispered, "Stand up." The next moment, a large number of dark shadows surged out from beside the Iron Bear's corpse, coalescing into a shape that blotted out the sky. The enormous shadow-armored bear slowly stood up, then lowered its head, showing its submission to Bai. At this snowballing rate of leveling up, Bai will soon reach his goal. Reaching level 9 or 10 in a short time is already very difficult to join a high-level guild. If one wants to join the Hanxiao Alliance, the strongest alliance in the Dragon Kingdom, this level is far from sufficient. But for Bai, he only needs to reach the required level within the specified time. Meanwhile, inside the official building outside the instance, several elderly people were chatting over tea and coffee. What level do you think we can reach today? What's the highest we've ever reached in a single day? I think it was level 4. A rare profession, reaching level 4 solo in a day is already quite impressive. The fastest level in the entire country is only level 6. It's not that easy to break through. Everyone knows that while leveling up in the early stages of a profession may seem simple, the experience required doubles with each level up. In the VIP room, several important figures from the guilds and alliances were sitting together, including the principal of Bai School. After exchanging pleasantries, someone asked, "I heard your school has a hidden profession?" The principal smiled and nodded. "That's true. The profession is called Shadow King. It can turn shadows into subordinates. It has great potential." Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. Shadows turning into subordinates? This ability sounds extraordinary. If they can be trained, guilds will definitely be scrambling to get them. Not only guilds, but some alliances will also be interested. The principal looked somewhat embarrassed. He slowly said, "This child wants to go to Hanxiao Alliance." The VIP room fell silent instantly. A moment later, everyone gasped in unison. What? He wants to go to the Hanxiao Alliance. If he really has this level of skill, then China is probably about to produce another extraordinary figure. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Bai was controlling a shadow wolf, swiftly traversing the steel jungle. He wanted to test how far away his shadow subordinates would be before the connection weakened. But so far, it seemed he still hadn't reached the limit. He left only a few shadowy figures to protect him, while the rest of his shadowy subordinates were sent out to search for monsters. Any monsters that blocked their path were torn to shreds by the shadow torrent. Any stronger corpses encountered were brought back by the shadow minions for Bai to extract. In just a few hours, while others were still hesitant to venture into the dungeon, he had already leveled up again. Kill the iron-eating rat, gain 5 experience points. Kill the wolf with modified limb armor, gain 200 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Bai stopped in his tracks. Check personal data. A pale blue screen appeared. Player, Bai, class, Shadow Monarch. Level, 10 HP, 10,300. Base attack, 490. Spirit, 100. Shadow's henchman, Shadow, armored fine-toothed bear, iron-eating rat, 398. Limb-wearing wolf, 81. Immediately afterwards, a new notification appeared. Level reached 10, gained 1 opportunity to upgrade a profession skill. Use it. Bai didn't hesitate. Use. The next moment, 3 options appeared. Shadow Extraction Tier 2. Extracts the shadow of a corpse within 24 hours of death. Shadow Kingdom Tier 2. Shadow minions can gradually recover to their peak condition after entering another dimension. Second tier of Natal Shadow. Natal Shadow gains twice the stats of Shadow King. Look at these 3 specialized skills. Without hesitation, Bai said directly, "I choose the Shadow Kingdom and will upgrade to the second tier." Shadow Kingdom. Tier 2 shadow minions can conceal themselves within any shadowy dimension and regenerate to their peak condition over time. Bai casually pointed to several wounded shadow wolves, about to let them go into the nearby shadows, when he suddenly looked at his natal shadow beside him. Since any shadow can lead to the Shadow Kingdom, then one's destined shadow should be able to as well. With a thought, several shadow wolves instantly merged into the body of the natal shadow, like drops of ink falling into water. It really works. Having confirmed this, Bai did not linger and continued the hunt with the Shadow Legion. Kill monster limb armor modified. Wolf, plus 200 experience. The most frequent creatures encountered along the way were still wolves and limbs. But for Bai now, these monsters posed no threat whatsoever. The limbed wolves, with only 200 plus health points, were almost all instantly killed with a single strike. Even the dagger's inherent corrosive effect didn't have time to activate. Bai continued to extract new shadow wolves, and the Shadow Legion's numbers expanded at a terrifying rate. With this experience gain, I should be close to leveling up next time. The guide says the dungeon will automatically exit after 8 hours. I wonder if I'll be able to reach my desired level by then. Not long after, Bai encountered a second elite monster, an armored bear. In no time, the armored bear was easily killed. Slaying the ironclad slender-toothed bear, elite, plus 12,000 EXP. Level 10, 14,680, 20920. Progress, 70%. Bai looked at the experience bar. He was close to leveling up again. Now he had another Shadow Iron Bear, further boosting the strength of the entire Shadow Legion. A series of experience notifications sounded. Finally, a new system notification appeared before Bai's eyes. Congratulations on reaching level 11. This is too difficult, and I'm only level 11. Above the Shadow Armored Bear's head, Bai sat cross-legged, his tone tinged with helplessness. During this period, he didn't encounter a single elite monster, and his experience was gained entirely by killing limbed wolves. With limbs or lone wolves, making them difficult to find. He just killed 32 of them to barely accumulate enough experience to level up. If it were an ordinary newbie, it would be quite an achievement to have made it this far, let alone kill so many monsters in such a short time. The Hanxiao Alliance is to reach level 15 solo within 7 days. For ordinary rare professionals, this seems like an endless road to heaven. Bai is currently level 11. Level 11. Progress, 0%. He looked at the panel and muttered, if I don't get the ironclad bears, leveling up will be slow. His shadow army, if deployed now, could practically cover the entire landscape. After advancing for quite some time, the surrounding terrain finally began to change. The jungle gradually thinned out, and the ground became much thinner. With a stomp of its paw, the Shadow Iron Bear revealed not a deeper layer of earth beneath the soil, but a layer of bright silver metal. Bai stood atop the bear's head, gazing into the distance. The scene before him was slightly distorted, like the heat waves emanating from a furnace. Isn't this dungeon just a jungle? The guide doesn't mention this part. Am I the only one who's gotten this far? The iron-eating rats, the limbed wolves, and the 2 armored bears alone would be enough to stop all the newcomers. Capable of easily defeating the armored bear wouldn't bother with this kind of beginner dungeon. Bai looked at the unusual area before him, vaguely sensing that he had stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. However, my time in the dungeon is almost up. Even if I encounter some extraordinary events, it probably won't be my turn, right? After saying that, he immediately ordered the Shadow Army to scout ahead at full speed. The swarm of shadow rats and the pack of shadow wolves charged into the distance, but the further they went, the more desolate the dungeon seemed. The ground grew thinner, and the silver metallic underlayer became increasingly clear. Strangely, there were no monsters around, not even a single iron-eating rat. Bai frowned, but didn't stop. Since all we'll get back are limbed wolves anyway, we might as well keep exploring. Just then, a cylindrical block suddenly popped out from the otherwise intact silver metallic ground ahead. The object was about the size of a person's embrace, about 1 meter tall, with flowing golden patterns on its surface and a red prismatic crystal embedded in the center. The next second, the crystal locked onto Bai like an eye. A blinding beam of light shot towards him instantly. The Shadow Armored Bear whirled around, the beam grazing its left shoulder. Large swaths of black light scattered like ashes from burnt-out paper. HP 1145. Bai's eyes narrowed. This attack had directly taken away over 1,000 HP. Fortunately, it didn't hit him. The metal pillar emitted a faint light, seemingly recharging. Bai immediately investigated. Monster, planetary-level spacecraft, self-contained defense weapon type 2. Level 14. HP 5,000, 5,000. Overall attack power 1,100 to 1,300. Skills, Annihilation Beam, Self-Destruct. Description, in standby mode. It will automatically attack after detecting a target entering the range. Bai could tell at a glance that this thing had high attack, but low defense. Attack immediately. The order was given, and the Shadow Army pounced on them instantly. The shadow rats swarmed, layer upon layer, crawling all around the metal pillar, their sharp teeth gnawing furiously. HP 4, HP 4, HP 4. The Shadow Limb Wolf roamed around, ready to block the next beam of light at any moment. Immediately afterward, the natal shadow rushed forward, and the walker's daggers rained down. The erosion layers instantly reached their maximum. HP 510. HP 510. HP 510. The metal pillar has completed its energy charge once more, and the red crystal is about to fire a beam of light. At that very moment, The dagger in Shadow's hand fell once more. This strike appears to have precisely destroyed a crucial internal structure within the mechanical pillar. Erosion attack on critical area, triggering a critical hit, dealing minus 1,486 HP. Defeat the mechanical planetary-level spacecraft, self-contained defensive weapon type 2, gain 28,000 experience. Congratulations on reaching level 12. As his level increased again, Bai could clearly feel his body being rapidly strengthened by a force. The metal pillar in front of them began to crack inch by inch, dissipating like rapid decay, leaving only a large expanse of bright silver metal floor. How could something like this be in this place? Bai had a vague guess in his mind. The steel jungle instance might be the interior of a planetary spacecraft. These mechanical pillars possess extremely high attack power, even surpassing that of the armored bear. If that beam of light were to strike a person, it would likely be an instant kill. But Bai wasn't afraid. The mechanical pillars had high attack but low defense, while his shadow army was least afraid of casualties. He stood atop the shadow armored bear, looking down at the densely packed shadow minions below, and then gave the order. Order 300 iron-eating rats and 10-limbed wolves to search for and destroy the mechanical pillars. Once the order is given, the shadow army immediately disperses and moves out. The 8-hour mandatory teleportation from the dungeon is drawing ever closer. Now it's a race against time. Outside the dungeon, the sunset has already painted the sky. Many new professional players left the instance one after another, while representatives from various guilds and alliances remained in the VIP room. What they care about most are not ordinary newcomers, but students with rare professions and extremely high potential. What level was that team that came out of? Level 3. For 2 people to team up and reach level 3 is already pretty good. Who came out this time? Just then, the principal suddenly looked up, his expression somewhat excited. It was him, the only one with a hidden profession. What? The representatives who had been drinking tea suddenly became restless. The principal even strode towards the dungeon exit. The person who emerged from the exit was Bai. The principal smiled and asked, "Bai, how did it go? Did you meet your expectations?" Bai glanced at him and simply replied with 2 words, "Not bad." The principal assumed he was tired. Little did he know that the few steps Bai actually took were already the most exercise he had done that day. Soon, representatives from various guilds and alliances arrived. Everyone had only one question in mind. What level is he now? It's impolite to pry into someone's information directly, so the principal asked on their behalf, "Student Bai, what grade are you in now?" Bai raised his finger and tapped a few times in midair to open the professional panel. The next second, everyone present's pupils constricted sharply. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 14. 31,160, 56200. The scene fell silent instantly. What? Level 14? How is that possible? I must be seeing things. Even the most composed representative couldn't help but swear. First time in a dungeon, 8 hours, and level 14? In the history of professional players, the highest level a newcomer has ever reached when entering a dungeon for the first time is only level 6. And that was with the help of family resources and powerful figures. But Bai alone more than doubled his income. Everyone's minds went blank. Did this kid kill all the monsters in the entire dungeon? The principal's eyes were still filled with disbelief as he stammered, "Student Bai, you came out of the newbie dungeon and you're already level 14? All eyes turned to Bai again. Bai didn't seem to care. He was unaware of the so-called newcomer upgrade record and simply thought his performance was decent. He said calmly, "If I had another half hour, I might have reached level 15. What a pity." Upon hearing this, several committee members nearly lost their composure again. Another half hour, and we'll reach level 15? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. In just 8 hours, he rose from level 1 to level 14, which has completely broken the historical record for professionals. Keep in mind that the classes in the newbie dungeon have just awakened and have almost no other options besides their class-specific skills. A regular 5-person team could be wiped out if they encountered a wolf in human form. But Bai alone managed to reach level 14 in just 8 hours. The more everyone thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. At this moment, Bai suddenly spoke up. "I need to kill some more monsters." He didn't like beating around the bush and stated his needs directly. One committee member was the first to react and said with a smile, "I'll handle the arrangements. Principal Dong, why don't you take him back to rest?" He then looked at Bai. "I am Liu Huaqiang from the Cloud Decision Alliance. You can call me Committee Member Liu." Bai nodded, and then left with the principal. After he left, Committee member Lu received a message from a friend. Old Lu, do you know any promising talents? I've encountered a rare profession in City B, nomads. Committee member Lu glanced at it and replied directly. On our end, it's a hidden profession, solo, 8 hours, level 14. The other side fell silent instantly. Wow, hidden classes are truly terrifying. Going from level 1 to 14 in 8 hours requires over 170,000 experience points. This meant that Bai Yi had killed a large number of high-level monsters in the dungeon. The smile on committee member Lu's face gradually faded. He continued, the profession is indeed strong, but I'm more interested in how far this kid can go in the future. At this moment, Bai Yi had returned home. His natal shadow materialized beneath his feet, sat cross-legged on the ground, and attempted to enhance his spiritual power through meditation. The Shadow Kingdom can now accommodate 140 shadow subordinates, which corresponds exactly to Bai Yi's spirit value. The shadow limb-wearing wolves are the main force, the shadow iron-eating rats are the most numerous, and the strongest shadow iron-armored bears are only 2. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Bai Yi rode in Principal Dong's car to the outskirts of H City. Only after crossing the high wall built of special materials did he truly see another side of this world. Within the high walls, the lights shone brightly, and people thronged the streets. Beyond the walls, however, lay a desolate wasteland teeming with monsters. The area around the city is regularly cleared by the authorities, so high-level monsters won't appear there, but those that remain are mostly level 8 or higher. These monsters are more dangerous and more valuable than those in dungeons. They drop materials and equipment, which belong to whoever finds them. Materials can be sold for money or given to professionals such as blacksmiths, armorers, and foundries to craft equipment that suits your needs. There are many uncertainties in the outside world, so be careful. Especially in the dark areas, it's even more dangerous. If you want to come back, contact me or report to the city guard. The principal gave instructions along the way. Bai Yi nodded. Thank you, I will be careful. After getting out of the car, he stepped into the wilderness area, and a gust of wind carrying the smell of rust blew in his face. It was morning, but the place was gloomy and oppressive, while in the distance, H City was brightly lit, as if they were 2 different worlds. The sounds of fighting could be heard continuously in the distance. With a thought, Bai Yi unleashed his natal shadow, which contained 80 shadow-limbed wolves, 18 shadow iron-devouring rats, and 2 shadow-armored bears. Soon, he discovered a canine monster with bone spurs on its back. Take care of it. 30 shadow-armored wolves charged out instantly, surrounding the target. Monster, mutant wild dog. Level, 12. HP, 13110, 13,110. Attack, 459 to 510. Skills, Bite, Bone Spike Burst. The wolf pack pounced swiftly, unleashing several attacks. Alienated wild dog HP, 110. Alienated wild dog HP, 110. Blood volume drops rapidly. The mutated wild dog roared, and bone spikes shot out from its back, instantly killing 6 shadow wolves. Shadow limb wolf 6 dies. The remaining wolves seized the opportunity to press forward and completely surround and kill it. Although the mutated wild dogs were able to fight back, they could not withstand the overwhelming numbers and were quickly torn apart. Killing a mutated wild dog grants 2,850 experience points. Drop, 32 mutated bone spikes. Bai Yi stepped forward and activated his skill. Stand up. The shadows writhed, and the mutated wild dogs rose again as shadow units. Several shadow wolves brought the bone spikes. Item, mutant bone spurs. Description, common material, 3 times tougher than copper, can be used to craft throwable weapons. Bai Yi put it into her storage backpack. He is currently level 14, and his backpack has 42 slots. Each slot can hold 64 common materials, and he can store up to 2,000 bone spikes. After confirming the profits, he immediately released all the shadow limb wolf units. A dark mass, occupying a large area. 20 animals per team, hunt separately. The wolf pack quickly dispersed. Killing a mutated wild dog grants 2,850 experience points. Killing a mutated wild dog grants 2,850 experience points. Drop, 58 mutated bone spikes. The prompts kept popping up. Bai Yi nodded. The efficiency is good, no slower than dungeons. In the distance, some professionals noticed the dark figure. By the time they tried to get closer to investigate, the wolf pack had already disappeared into the depths of the wilderness. Chapter 14: Assassination of Ninjas in Foreign Lands. Bai continued to venture deeper into the wilderness area. With his shadow minions clearing the way ahead, his personal shadow by his side, and 2 shadow armored bears guarding the Shadow Kingdom, he wasn't worried about his safety. The further you walk, the darker it gets. Dark clouds blocked the sunlight, and tall vegetation further obstructed the view, making the entire area seem as if night had fallen early. However, this is actually advantageous to Bai. His shadowy henchmen are practically invisible in this environment. Even if ordinary creatures stare intently, they would have a hard time spotting them. Soon, a large number of shadow-limbed wolves began to roam around. A notification appeared 3 minutes later. Kill 7 mutated wild dogs. Gain 19,950 experience. Dropped item, 214 mutated bone spikes. Congratulations on reaching level 15. A shadow-armored wolf dragged the corpse of a mutated wild dog back. Bai raised his hand and activated shadow extraction, adding another member to the shadow army. In the entire history of professionals, there are probably few who have leveled up as easily as him. While others are leveling up by fighting monsters, they are always on edge. He felt like he was taking a walk in his own backyard, receiving experience, materials, and upgrade tips every now and then. Even if ordinary professionals don't fight, just searching for monsters can leave them exhausted by the end of the day. But the Shadow's minions never get tired. They need no rest, nor do they need any reward. They will only strictly carry out Bai's orders. Half an hour later, all the mutated wild dogs in the area were slaughtered. Bai also successfully leveled up to level 16, not far from level 17. While the Shadow Limb Wolf isn't particularly strong, the Shadow Mutant Hound it transforms into after exchanging kills is even stronger. If this snowball effect continues, it will be difficult to miss any monsters. Let's walk a little further out. Bai summoned a Shadow Wolf, mounted it, and continued onward. Although the Shadow Hound is faster, it has bone spurs on its back, making it unsuitable as a mount. Soon, the Shadow Wolf pack, along with 40 Shadow Mutant Hounds, swept across the wilderness. Wherever they went, monster corpses littered the ground, and the shadows of the corpses were constantly transformed into new shadow minions. Bai watched this scene and thought to himself, if there were group buff skills, I could learn a few. Professionals who want to acquire new skills mostly rely on skill scrolls. The price of skill scrolls is related to their rarity. The more powerful the scroll, the more expensive it is. Bai's specialized skills are already incredibly powerful, but it would be even better if the overall combat strength of the Shadow Army could be further improved. Just as I was thinking this, the notification sounded again. Congratulations on reaching level 17. Bai nodded. Not bad, the upgrade is pretty fast. System, display the data. A light blue panel appeared. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King. Level, 17. HP, 21,120. Base attack power, 740. Spirit, 170. Shadow Minions, Shadow Principal, Shadow Mutant Wild Dog 24, Shadow, Iron Bear 2. Looking at the data, Bai was also somewhat moved. Yesterday he was just an ordinary person, but today his mental strength has reached dozens of times its original level. And mental strength is related to the capacity of the Shadow Kingdom. 170 units is far from the limit, but it is already quite astonishing. Just then, a special feedback came back from Shadow's subordinate. A humanoid creature appeared ahead. Without a doubt, he was a professional and quite skilled at it. Bai did not rush to make a move, but instead ordered his nearby Shadow subordinates to hide in the woods and await orders. Soon, a figure in black rushed past. The other person's face was mostly hidden under a dark blue hood, and their aura was cold and ruthless. Even if you can't see their face clearly, they don't seem like a kind person. Bai stood on the tree trunk in advance and threw out a probe with his backhand. Player, Sato Sengo. Occupation, Assassin Ninja. Level, 28. HP, 39,700, 41,560. Base attack power, 1454. Equipment, critical damage kunai, poisoned throwing dagger. Foreign professionals? Still level 28. Bai frowned slightly. This person's sudden appearance here is clearly not right. Although there was a difference of more than 10 levels between them, Bai estimated that killing the other party would not be too difficult. After confirming that he was safe, he decided to follow them to check. Because of the way this assassin ninja looks, it seems he's chasing something. Chapter 15, Besieging the Professionals. The man ran wildly while cursing something. Kusu. Nanahaku. Bai couldn't understand Japanese, but he could tell it wasn't a compliment. This piqued his interest, as if he had stumbled upon some hidden event. The surrounding light was even dimmer at this time, and the vision of ordinary professionals would probably be affected here. The mutated wild dogs in the vicinity have been mostly cleared out, but we still need a lot of experience before the next upgrade. He simply sent his shadow subordinates to chase after the neon speaker. The shadow's men were numerous and fast. Although the man was very agile, as long as the search was carried out, clues could always be found. Before long, more than a dozen shadow minions spotted a new target. They were two young professionals, one strong and burly, the other thinner, wearing black and red short-sleeved shirts respectively. The skinny man said with a pained expression, "Brother Jia, I'm so hungry. Neither of us has anything to eat." The burly young man said in a deep voice, "Without food, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Please, I don't want to risk my life. That Japanese ninja is super fierce." No sooner had they finished speaking than a hooded figure appeared behind them. He crossed his arms and said in broken Long language, "That's right, there's an old saying in your Long country. Washing and covering up makes one a hero. A-level word master Huang Yaowei, B-level berserker Wu Jiajia, take you down, and this year's mission will be complete." Huang Yaowei took a half step back, and Wu Jiajia's face darkened, knowing that this battle was unavoidable. "Here we go. Special skill, Berserk." The next second, Wu Jiajia's size increased dramatically, tearing his black short-sleeved shirt, and he became fierce. Sato sneered, "There are too many stupid cats. I'm hunting you down, and you have no chance to fight back." After saying that, he pulled out a kunai from his storage backpack and rushed directly towards Huang Yaowei. Just as Wu Jiajia was about to intercept, a burst of white mist suddenly appeared in front of him. When he finally saw it clearly, all that remained of Sato's original spot was a section of wooden stake. Not good. Wu Jiajia turned around abruptly and saw Sato circle behind Huang Yaowei, his kunai aimed straight at Huang's eye socket. At the critical moment, Huang Yaowei shouted, "No!" Sato's movements actually faltered, and his speed noticeably slowed down. Huang Yaowei seized the opportunity to dodge and narrowly escaped disaster. "Away!" Wu Jiajia roared. Sato cracked his neck, his tone chilling. "Oh, Mozairo, so this is a word spirit master? However, you're all doomed." Just as he was about to make another move, he suddenly looked diagonally forward. There was clearly nothing there, yet he felt as if something was watching him. Rustle. Light footsteps came from all around. Sato's confidence instantly turned into panic, because the sound came from more than one place. Instead, it comes from all directions. Soon, the three realized that nearly 100 shadow creatures were lurking nearby. They were enveloped in black mist, their eyes were cold, and they had completely surrounded the three of them. Wu Jiajia was stunned. Huang Yaowei was also dumbfounded. Sato felt a chill run down his spine. Once discovered, these shadow creatures stopped hiding and revealed their most ferocious forms. The next moment, a command simultaneously echoed in their minds. "Kill." In the distance, Bai had a thought, and his shadowy subordinates who had been lying in wait nearby acted simultaneously. Their true target was the foreign assassin, Sato Sango. Chapter 16, The First Shadow Human. As the tangible shadow drew ever closer, the atmosphere on the field instantly became extremely tense. A dark aura emanated from the eyes of each of the shadowy subordinates, as if they could see right through a person's soul. Wu Jiajia and Huang Yaowei cautiously retreated, unknowingly ending up back to back. Huang Yaowei looked utterly remorseful. "It's all my fault. If he hadn't insisted on dragging his brothers out to explore the wilderness, things wouldn't have ended up like this." Wu Jiajia didn't say anything, but simply adjusted his glasses and activated his berserk skill again. His muscles were tense, and heat rose from his skin. But he knew in his heart that even if he entered a berserk state and joined forces with Huang Yaowei, they might not be able to stop any of the shadow creatures in front of them. On the other hand, Sato Sango also lacked confidence. Although he is a level 28 professional, he follows the single target assassination route and is good at instantly killing targets. Faced with such a large number of shadow creatures, he couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. The next second, the surrounding shadowy creatures moved simultaneously. Instead of rushing towards Wu Jiajia and Huang Yaowei, they all pounced on Sato Sango. A shadow-mutated dog was the first to bite his shoulder. Sato Tritesti HP, 490. Baka. Sato, in pain, gripped his kunai and frantically stabbed at the Shadow Mutant Hound on his body. Shadow Mutant Hound HP, 1454. Shadow Mutant Hound HP, 1454. But the Shadow Hound still held on tightly. Sato roared, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Before he could finish speaking, Even more shadow mutant hounds pounced on him. 3, 5, 10 bites followed one after another, engulfing his body. The immense impact knocked Sato to the ground. His movement skill had just been used and was still on cooldown, so he could only be held down by the shadow hounds. The attacks became increasingly frequent, and the scene was extremely brutal. On the other hand, Wu Jiajia and Huang Yao's side was completely quiet. They stared nervously at the shadowy creatures, but none of them attacked them. Occasionally, a shadow would flit by, but it would only glance at them before quickly moving on. Wu Jiajia remained silent for a moment, then finally realized that these shadows had never intended to pay any attention to them from the beginning. After a dozen or so breaths, Sato Sango collapsed completely. A pale white light flashed, and many items exploded beside his corpse. That's when a professional dies, their storage backpack automatically opens, which is what's known as losing gear. Then, several shadow creatures stepped forward in an orderly fashion. For carried the corpse, while the others picked up the equipment and dropped items, quickly returning to Bai Yi's side. Huang Yao's eyes widened. Dead. That was a level 28 assassin ninja, and he was bitten to death by a shadow creature just like that. The person behind all this remained seated on the back of the shadow wolf, his expression as calm as if he were watching an ordinary battle. At this point, a system prompt appears. Killed players Sato Sango gained 35,340 experience points. Those belonging to the human faction will have their experience points reduced to 15%. Experience bonus of 5,300. Bai Yi glanced at it, but wasn't too surprised. It's not surprising that players lose experience upon death. What really bothered him was that his own faction would have their experience reduced by more than 80%. So, if you're not in the human faction, experience won't be reduced? Bai Yi thought for a moment, then quickly shook his head, no longer dwelling on these things. Not long after, Sato's body and equipment were brought back. Bai Yi looked down at the corpse and said softly, "Stand up." Specialized skill, shadow extraction activated. Wisps of black shadow rose from beneath the corpse, quickly coalescing into a humanoid shadow. Bai Yi didn't care what Sato had done before his death. All he knew was that the shadow was useful to him. The investigation was launched, and the data emerged. Shadow minion, shadow human, can be named. Occupation, assassin ninja. Level, 28. HP, 41,560. Base attack power, 1454. Skills, substitution jutsu, kunai throwing, stealth, backstab, death strike. The shadowy silhouette is somewhat similar to Sato's, but it is entirely black, making it almost unrecognizable. Bai Yi felt a little awkward looking at the name Shadow Human. After thinking about it, he simply renamed it. From now on, we'll call you Ninja. The ninja stood quietly to the side, ready to go. Then, Bai Yi looked at the equipment. Critical damage kunai. Quality, green plus. Attack power, 120. Level restriction, 20. Poison flying dagger. Quality, yellow. Attack power, 340. Additional skill, violet poison. Level restriction, 15. Both pieces of equipment are still worthwhile. With a thought, Bai Yi noticed that the ninja had automatically picked up the explosive damage kunai and the poison flying dagger. In a sense, this can be considered returning the item to its rightful owner. Chapter 17 Dungeon, the Desolate Stone Ridge. After this little incident, Bai Yi returned to her original goal. Upgrade. Although his leveling speed would be enough to terrify many professionals in the eyes of others, Bai Yi had gradually gotten used to it. During this time, several shadow-limbed wolves spread outwards and scouted out the locations of many monsters. The farther you are from H City, the higher the level of the monsters become. Even level 17 and 18 monsters are starting to appear. However, no matter how strong a single monster is, it cannot withstand the siege of the Shadow Army. Even the high-level professional Sato Sango has died, let alone these wild monsters. However, the shadowy subordinates brought out from the Steel Jungle also suffered considerable losses. A number of them died while hunting the mutated wild dogs, and most of them were lost during the siege of Sato. Fortunately, the new recruits are all level 12 shadow hounds. Although their numbers are small, their overall strength is much greater. Suddenly, one of the shadowy limbed wolves that had run some distance away discovered signs of a human gathering. After a moment's thought, Bai Yi remembered that there seemed to be an officially managed instance in the distance, which was much more dangerous than the beginner instance, Steel Jungle. Continuing to farm mutated wild dogs yields too little profit. You might as well check out that other area. Soon after, Bai Yi arrived outside an official building. Through the specially made glass, you You can see a bright blue dungeon entrance, which is significantly larger than the steel jungle. Inside the hall, many casual players were forming temporary teams. We're one short for the game. Need a pastor. Find 3 support staff to act as human backpacks. They'll get 6% of the profits. Get control. 1 more person needed. Bai Yi's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Holy crap. He doesn't even have a single piece of plate armor on him. A newbie? Impossible. With so many monsters along the way, how did he get through? Could it be a hidden profession, disdaining to wear equipment? Hearing these comments, Bai Yi felt helpless. It's not that he disdains wearing gear, it's simply that he doesn't have any. Having only been a professional for a few dozen hours, he simply didn't have time to change his equipment. After this dungeon is over, let's go buy some equipment. Bai Yi said something in a low voice, then walked to the registration desk, paid the fee, and stood in front of the dungeon entrance. Level 12 to 30 dungeon, Ghostly Stone Ridge. He didn't stop and stepped inside. The hall behind them erupted in chaos. Holy crap, he went in alone. Solo? That's insane. Could he really be a high-level professional? Who just cast a detection spell? I was too nervous, I forgot. Bai Yi naturally couldn't hear these discussions. Upon entering the instance, desolate mountains came into view. Large and small stones were piled up to form mountain ranges, and the air was filled with a cold and ancient atmosphere. Before he could even turn around, he sensed the presence of a monster behind him. With a thought, Bai Yi's natal shadow instantly materialized. 40 shadow hounds appeared simultaneously, with 2 shadow-armored bears blocking their way, resembling a heavy city gate. Only then did Bai Yi slowly turn around. His gaze fell on a 2-meter-tall stone monster, and he began to investigate. Monster, Blue Core Stone Monster. Level, 16. HP, 26880, 26,880. Overall attack power, 860. Skill split. This stone monster is made of gray stones, with a pale blue light flashing on its chest. Its stats are indeed impressive. But Bai Yi was never fighting alone. He pointed with his hand. Attack. As soon as the command was given, dozens of shadow hounds pounced out instantly. On the front, the Shadow of Destiny, wielding the Walker's Dagger, launched a frenzied attack. Behind the Blue Core Stone Monster, a shadowy ninja figure quietly emerged. Chapter 18 upgrades again. Judging from Bai Yi's current level, the level 17 Blue Core Stone Monster is indeed not weak, and its average attributes are even higher than his. The problem is, Bai Yi was never alone. How can the Shadow King be called a king if he doesn't have an army of shadows? Bang! The Blue Core Stone Monster swung its 2 stone arms and slammed them hard into a shadow mutant hound. This attack looked fierce, but it failed to inflict a fatal wound. Shadow creatures do not have weaknesses such as hearts and brains. Even if a part of them is broken, they can still continue to fight. Before the Blue Core Stone Monster could make another move, its natal shadow rushed in front of it, its dagger thrusting straight into its chest. Erosion triggers a critical hit. Blue Core Stone Monster's HP minus 1,400. Erosion triggers an overkill critical hit. Blue Core Stone Monster's HP minus 2,100. A series of damage notifications flashed by. The ninjas behind also joined in, their kunai slicing horizontally, cutting the hard rocks into countless fragments. Blue Core Stone Monster HP, 1654. Blue Core Stone Monster HP, 1737. The Blue Core Stone Monster brought its arms together and slammed them down again. Shadow raised his dagger to block the attack. It possesses the property of immortality and is not afraid of exchanging injury for injury. Before long, the Blue Core Stone Monster's health bar was almost depleted. As the shadow plunged its final blade into its chest, it finally collapsed with a deafening roar. Clang! Huge rocks crashed to the ground. A system notification then sounded. Defeat the Blue Core Stone Monster. Gain 7,340 experience. Bai Yi's eyes flickered slightly. This is the highest amount of experience he has gained so far, excluding the Iron Bear and special mechanical beings. He was about to activate the shadow extraction when the scattered stones suddenly started moving. The stones seemed to be drawn together by a magnetic force, quickly converging. In the blink of an eye, the 4 smaller stone golems were formed. They looked more agile, and the light on their chests changed from blue to a pale white. Bai Yi directly investigated. Monster, White Core Stone Monster. Level, 10. HP, 10,110. Overall attack power, 210. Skills, none. Compared to the Blue Core Stone Golem, the White Core Stone Golem is much weaker. Bai Yi merely glanced at it and casually waved his hand. The Shadow Army immediately surrounded them, and in less than a minute, all 4 white core stone golems fell. Defeat 4 white core stone monsters. Gain 3,600 experience points. This time, Bai stepped forward and activated Shadow Extraction. Stand up. 4 shadows emerged from the ground, but instead of taking shape separately, they converged in midair to form a shadowy stone monster. It was entirely black and looked even more ferocious than ordinary stone monsters. Dropped item, 16 soulful stones. Bai put the materials into his storage backpack, then looked at the secluded stone ridge. The place is desolate and empty, almost devoid of any signs of life, with only scattered piles of stones in the distance. But this kind of terrain is perfect for him to grind monsters and level up. Soon, system notifications began to sound one after another. Defeat the blue core stone monster. Gain 7,340 experience. Defeat 4 white core stone monsters. Gain 3,600 experience points. Dropped item, 32 soulful stones. The notifications kept popping up one after another, like a screen being flooded with messages. Not long after, a new notification appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 18. Bai nodded in satisfaction. It's been upgraded again. At the same time, more than a dozen Shadow Stone Golems appeared in the Shadow Army. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King. Level, 18. HP, 23,230. Base attack power, 820. Spirit, 180. Shadow Minions, Shadow Primal, Shadow Stone Golem 11, Shadow Mutant Wild Dog 24, Shadow Armored Bear 2. The upgrade speed accelerated again, like a snowball rolling downhill. As long as there are 3 or more Shadow Stone Golems, you can form a team to hunt monsters independently. Although the Shadow Stone Golem's health will decrease significantly after each battle, this loss is negligible as long as new Shadow Stone Golems can be spawned. Next, Bai wandered around the stone ridge for a long time, killing many blue core stone monsters. Experience continues to increase, but it's still quite a distance from the next upgrade. During this time, Shadow subordinates also encountered 2 teams of professionals, but Bai told them to go around them and ignored them. Firstly, he didn't want to engage in pointless social interactions. Secondly, he had no need to kill them. To attack one's own kind is to cross a line. Moreover, killing fellow faction members doesn't yield much experience, so Bai naturally didn't bother with it. Chapter 19 Elite Purple Core Stone Monster. After searching the mountains for an hour, Bai finally discovered an unusual area. There are far fewer rubble here, but more and more exposed rock walls, and blue core stone monsters roam around. It seems that, like the steel jungle, each instance has its own boundaries, and the further you go, the higher the level of danger becomes. But what is a danger to ordinary people is a perfect opportunity for Bai. Soon, the Shadow Army advanced deeper into the dungeon and finally encountered its first elite monster. It was a giant stone monster that was 3 meters tall, with sharper lines on its body than the blue core stone monster, and its chest was flashing with purple light. Bai immediately launched a probe. Monster, Purple Core Stone Monster, Elite. Level, 20. HP, 50,600, 50,600. Overall attack power, 4360. Skills, Aggregation Split. Even a regular 5-person team would probably have to avoid this kind of monster. But Bai stood atop the Shadow Armored Bear, calmly surveying the battlefield. Below, 3 blue core stone monsters guard the vicinity of the purple core stone monster. Bai's side has 16 shadow blue stones, plus his natal shadow and ninja shadow. He said calmly, kill. As soon as the command was given, the 16 shadow blue stones immediately split into 4 groups and crushed the stone monsters. The 3 blue core stone monsters were quickly surrounded, and their health points continued to drop. Meanwhile, the purple core stone monster in the very center was constantly suppressed by the shadow blue stone, the natal shadow, and the ninja shadow. Damage indicators kept appearing on the field, with most of them landing on the stone golem. Finally, the purple core stone monster seemed to be completely enraged and slammed down its arms. Boom. Purple light spread out from its body, and the 3 blue core stone monsters around it, which were about to be shattered, also lit up with light on their chests as if they had been summoned. The next moment, the 3 blue core stone monsters disintegrated on their own. The scattered stones were drawn by the purple light, and quickly flew towards the purple core stone monster, merging with it. Buzz. The purple mist exploded, and all the shadowy subordinates around were knocked back. Looking at the purple core stone monster again, its size has increased dramatically, almost exceeding the size of a two-story building, and it can even rival the Shadow Iron Bear. But Bai didn't panic. Getting bigger doesn't mean you'll win. Even after a combined attack from Shadow, Ninja, and Shadow Blue Stone, they were still able to deal thousands of damage. Moreover, the Shadow's men are never afraid of death. Soon, a fierce onslaught descended upon the purple core stone monster once more. Especially the main Shadow, relying on its immortality, relentlessly attacks at close range, only to be shattered time and time again, and then reassembled on the spot. The purple core stone monster was clearly enraged. Its small, stone-like head seemed unable to understand why this thing could stand up even after being smashed. Boom. The purple core stone monster's attack sent the shadow blue stone flying dozens of meters. However, after the shadow blue stone landed, it split into 4 shadow white stones, which continued to pounce on it. The sounds of stones colliding, daggers cutting, and kunai clashing echoed continuously. Bai watched as the purple core stone monster's health gradually decreased and muttered, "What's the use of getting bigger? It'll still get beaten up." A large size brings greater strength, but it also slows down movement and increases the area from which one can be hit. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Just as the purple core stone monster's health was about to run out, it suddenly stood up straight, and its arms spun wildly like a windmill. Boom. All of the Shadow's henchmen around him were sent flying. Bai frowned. This is not good. The purple core stone monster is not entirely a living being. It does not have the effects of weakness or near death. Even when its health is almost depleted, it can still fight back desperately. But its next move surprised Bai. The purple core stone monster slowly lowered its body, supported by 4 stone pillars, and then turned and ran away. It can run away? Bai frowned slightly, then looked at the shadow subordinate who had stood up again. Chase. The shadow army instantly changed direction and chased after the fleeing purple core stone monster. But they hadn't gone far when the purple core stone monster's 4 stone pillars began to strike the ground repeatedly, producing a series of dull sounds. Bai quickly realized that things seemed to be starting to go wrong. Chapter 20 Random Skill Scroll. Whether it was a sixth sense or a combat instinct brought about by the upgrade, Bai did not send out all of his shadow subordinates to pursue them. He deliberately left his own shadow by his side. Other shadows will die, but the natal shadow won't. In the event of a sudden danger, it can at least shield Bai from the first wave. Bang! Bang! The sound of stones breaking could be heard continuously in the distance. Bai looked up and saw one after another huge stone monster slowly rising up on the empty mountain ridge. Unlike ordinary blue core stone monsters, they were surrounded by a faint purple aura. Bai directly investigated. Monster, blue core stone monster. Level, 16. HP, 40,320. Overall attack power, 1320. Skill split. Status, special enhancement. Bai frowned slightly. These stone monsters have clearly been enhanced. Is there a boss nearby? Or is it a terrain advantage? Soon, he discovered another piece of good news. Not only were the enemy stone golems amplified by the purple aura, but the shadow stone golems on their side were also strengthened. It seems this increase doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. At this moment, there were already more than 20 blue core stone monsters awakening around, and even more boulders were shaking in the distance. If an ordinary professional saw this scene, they would probably have turned and run away long ago. But Bai did not back down. Because if one of the other side dies, there's truly one less person to go. If he succeeds in killing the enemy, he will gain a new shadow warrior. The more they fight, the more people they get. How can they possibly lose? Bai quickly adjusted the position of the shadow army. The remaining shadow minions all emerged from the shadow kingdom, forming a semicircle, with 4 shadows in each group, to intercept the attacking blue core stone monsters. The number of stone monsters increased, and the battles became increasingly fierce. The sounds of rocks colliding and cracking echoed continuously from the mountain ridge. Initially, the blue core stone golems had the advantage in numbers, but as the fighting went on, they suddenly realized that they were the ones being restrained. Defeat blue core stone monster 2, gain 7,340 experience. Defeat white core stone monster 8, gain 3,600 experience. Dropped item, 64 soulful stones. Prompts kept popping up. Bai repeatedly activated shadow extraction, and the number of shadow stone monsters increased. The purple core stone monster in the distance seemed completely stunned by what it saw. It originally intended to take the opportunity to recover its health, and then look for a chance to counterattack. But Bai Yi's shadow army was too fierce, and it managed to push back its group of stone monsters from the front. Boom! Boom! One stone monster after another crumbled, and the smaller stone monsters that sprang from it were quickly crushed as well. The situation is beyond redemption. Finally, the purple core stone monster seemed to realize that it couldn't escape, so it stopped retreating and chose to confront the enemy head-on. Even at full health, it was no match for them, let alone now that it was low on health. Amidst the onslaught of numerous shadow stone golems, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The purple core stone monster completely collapsed. The system notification appeared instantly. Defeat the purple core stone monster, Elite, to gain 146,600 experience points. Drops, Skill Awakening Scroll, Purple Crystal Core, 128 Soul-Bearing Stones. Congratulations on reaching level 19. Congratulations on reaching level 20. Upgrade your level to 20 and gain one opportunity to upgrade your specialty skill. A series of prompts flashed by, and Bai Yi almost didn't see them clearly. The experience gained from that batch of blue core stone monsters had brought him close to the leveling up threshold. Now that the purple core stone monster is dead, he has leveled up 2 levels in a row. However, compared to the level, Bai Yi was more concerned about the skill awakening scroll that had dropped this time. You can save your opportunities to upgrade your professional skills for now. He wanted to see what this scroll actually was first. The shadow minions quickly brought back all the dropped items. Bai Yi put the scroll into his storage backpack and checked it first. Item, Skill Awakening Scroll. Quality, Purple. Level Restriction, 20. Description, randomly awakens a skill upon use. 68% chance of B rank, 20% chance of A rank, and 6% chance of S rank or a specialized skill each. After reading it, Bai Yi's eyes showed satisfaction. I killed an elite monster, and this item dropped. It wasn't a wasted effort to chase that purple core stone monster. Without hesitation, he spoke directly. Use the Skill Awakening Scroll. Skill Awakening Scroll used. Awakened skill is. Chapter 21. Doubled huge increase. Skill Awakening Scroll used. Awakened skill is. Specialized skill, King's Domain. Bai Yi was slightly taken aback when he saw the gold-plated note. A specialized skill? My first awakened skill is another specialized skill. He knew very well how outrageous the Shadow King's special abilities were. Shadow extraction allows for the continuous expansion of the Shadow Legion. My destined shadow is immortal and indestructible, with limitless potential. The Shadow Kingdom can recruit shadow minions, ready to strike enemies at any time. And now, he has gained another professional skill. Bai Yi immediately opened the introduction. Specialized skill, King's Domain. Description, you possess the aura of a monarch, which can enhance all your shadow minions. Those shadowy subordinates who obey your commands will gain 150% of the original body's attributes and possess a stronger killing intent and combat power. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi could barely suppress the urge to smile. A 1.5-fold increase. This is not a small improvement, but a leap forward for the entire Shadow Legion. He closed the panel and looked down at his shadow minions. The shadowy figures, already emanating black mist, now appeared even more ferocious. The shadows surged and churned, their killing intent almost impossible to conceal. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then he remembered that the purple core stone monster had not yet been extracted. The purple core stone monster was enormous, too large for ordinary shadow minions to move. Bai Yi then had the shadow ironclad bear walk to the corpse and spoke in a low voice. Stand up. Shadow extraction activated. The next moment, a large number of dark shadows surged from the ground and quickly condensed into a tall, dark purple core stone monster. Monster, Shadow Purple Core Stone Golem, Elite. Level, 20. HP, 75,900, 75,900. Status, increased in King's Domain. Overall attack power, 5,540 to 11,600. Skills, Convergence, Split, Core Resonance, Dash, Arm Circle. Bai Yi's eyes lit up after seeing the data. As expected of a level 20 elite monster, its maximum attack power exceeded 10,000 under the buff of the King's Domain. If played well, a professional like Sato Sango, who takes the assassination route and has low defense and health, could probably be killed in just a few punches. Killing this elite monster was a huge win. After a brief moment of excitement, Bai Yi quickly calmed down. After reaching level 20, he still had one more chance to upgrade his specialty skill. With a thought, the personal panel appeared. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 20. HP, 38120, 38,120. Base attack power, 1400. Spirit, 200. Shadow minions, Shadow Spirit, Shadow Purple Stone, Shadow Stone Monster 46, Shadow, Iron Bear 2. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Kingdom, Natal Shadow, Monarch's Domain. You have one chance to upgrade a profession skills rank. Do you want to use it? Bai silently recited, use. The upgrade option immediately pops up. Shadow Extraction Level 2 can extract corpses that died within the last 24 hours. The third tier of the Shadow Kingdom can further accelerate the recovery speed. If one's natal shadow reaches the second tier, they will possess twice the qualities of Bai. As for the Monarch realm, the system directly indicated that it could not be upgraded, as it had reached its limit. Bai thought about it, and could understand. This passive group growth is already outrageous enough, so it's normal that they can't continue to advance. He made his choice quickly. Upgrade your innate shadow. The next moment, his natal shadow officially stepped into the second stage. Shadow Subordinate, my one and only shadow. HP, 114360, 114,360. Equipment, Walker's Dagger. Skill, Erosion. Overall attack power, 4220. Of the 4,200 points of attack power, there is a double boost from the second tier innate shadow and the Monarch's Domain. As for the remaining pitiful 20 points, they are the attack power inherent in the Walker's Dagger. Bai looked at the data and couldn't help but mutter a complaint under his breath. Who said this equipment can be used in the early to mid-game? 20 points of attack power? Are you kidding me? Chapter 22, The Tremors of the Earth. However, attack power is not the main focus. What's truly outrageous is the main character's shadow's staggering 110,000 HP, making it practically a tank. But Bai didn't react much to this. For any other creature, this amount of health would indeed be terrifying. However, when placed on one's own shadow, the significance is not so great. Others have more blood, so if they die, they really die. But the Shadow of Destiny is different. Even if it only has a little health left, it can regenerate immediately after being killed. Therefore, this huge amount of health only makes it less likely to trigger the immortality trait. Bai rubbed his eyes, stopped dwelling on those things, and refocused his attention on leveling up. Level 20 is a threshold for professionals to leave the novice stage. Only after you overcome this hurdle can you truly enter the professional stage. Because after level 20, the experience required to level up will increase dramatically, and the experience gained from killing low-level monsters will decrease. At the same time, the attribute boosts from each level up will become more pronounced. Ordinary professionals can also change jobs at level 20. For example, a warrior can be promoted to a berserker or a holy warrior. However, Bai's Shadow Monarch is his only class, and there is no higher rank he can switch to. He was too lazy to think about other people's paths. He only cared about continuing to become stronger. Soon, system notifications began to sound one after another. Defeat the blue core stone monster to gain 3,860 experience points. Defeat 4 white core stone monsters, gain 180 experience points. Looking at these empirical figures, Bai felt a headache coming on. Too little. The blue core stone monster was only level 16, but he is now level 20, so his experience points are naturally pitifully low after the reduction. The only way to solve this problem is to hunt monsters of the same or even higher level. This is dangerous for ordinary professionals. But Bai was already used to it, because he is not fighting alone. Instead, an entire army of shadows was fighting for him. Shadow Purple Stone stepped out first, its 2-story high body making the earth rumble. The few blue core stone monsters that had just awakened had barely stood up when it slapped them away. Defeat the blue core stone monster, gain 3,860 experience points. Defeat 4 white core stone monsters, gain 180 experience points. The dead stone monster was then extracted by Bai using shadow extraction and quickly transformed into a new shadow minion. Each shadow stone golem is responsible for attracting more monsters, which are then harvested by Shadow, Ninja, and Shadow Purple Stone. The efficiency was astonishingly fast. Although the experience gained from a single monster is not much, there are enough of them to quickly fill up the experience bar. Before long, the surrounding rock formations were almost completely cleared away. If Bai wants to continue leveling up, he can only venture deeper into the dungeon. Along the way, the blue core stone monsters he encountered gradually became somewhat different. They were all shrouded in a layer of mist, which was even more pronounced than the amplification left by the previous purple core stone monster. Bai investigates the past. Monster, Blue Core Stone Monster. Level 16. HP 35,320. Overall attack power 886. Skill split. Status special enhancement. Another increase? But there are no purple core stone monsters around. Bai looked closely and realized that the mist wasn't purple, it was more like a deep blue. However, for the time being, there is not much difference. They were all instantly killed anyway. He pointed, and the order was given immediately. Shadow, Ninja, and Shadow Purple Stone attacked simultaneously, almost instantly annihilating the group of amplified stone monsters. Dropped item, 256 soulful stones. There has probably never been a professional like Bai who could easily traverse this area alone. If someone else saw it, their first reaction would definitely be disbelief. During this period, Bai has gained nearly 400,000 experience points and acquired nearly 100 shadow blue core stone monsters. Very good. Kill a few more, and we should be able to level up again. Although leveling up slows down significantly after level 20, Bai is still satisfied with this pace. But just as he was about to continue hunting the blue core stone monster, an unexpected incident occurred. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The earth began to tremble violently. The entire ground seemed to come alive, with pale blue mist constantly gushing out from underground. Bai looked down, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. The professional system actually indicated that this land was a target that could be explored. In other words, the earth beneath our feet is awakening. It turned into a living monster. Chapter 23 Siege of the Stone Ridge Giant. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed, and he activated his detection instantly. Monster, Stone Ridge Giant, Boss Level. Level 30. HP 249,000, 249,000. Overall attack power 7,400. Skill. Upon seeing this data, Bai Yi immediately realized what was happening. We can't stay here. The area beneath his feet was likely the very top of the Stone Ridge Giant's head. If he waited until it fully awakened, it would be difficult for him to return to the ground. The next second, the 100 or so shadowy subordinates around them instantly returned to their original shadow forms. The shadowy figure carried by E on its back, its speed suddenly exploding, almost creating a sonic boom. Before the Stone Ridge Giant could fully wake up, Bai Yi had already retreated 100 meters away. Boom. The earth shook violently, and the Stone Ridge Giant broke free from the ground completely. It is enormous, about 6 or 7 stories high, and its entire body is made up of steep rock walls. 2 beams of dark blue light shine from the gaps in its head, like 2 searchlights. Goodness. Bai Yi looked at the giant in the distance. This was the first time he had faced a boss. As expected of a boss, its health is ridiculously high. Everyone come out. As soon as he finished speaking, all of Shadow's minions poured out of the Shadow Kingdom. Although they appeared insignificant in front of the Stone Ridge Giant, Bai Yi did not intend to simply pile them up. The giant was so large that a single slap could probably shatter a patch of shadow. So he immediately devised a strategy. They dispersed, forming groups of 4, and launched a pincer attack to wear them down. Once the deployment was complete, the Stone Ridge Giant strode into the attack range of the Shadow Army. Boom. It raised its arms and crashed down, blotting out the sky. The earth shook violently, and even the space seemed to be emitting muffled sounds. A group of shadow blue core stone golems were smashed to pieces on the spot. However, they possessed the ability to split, and upon death, they immediately transform into 4 shadow white core stone golems, which rejoined the battle. The Stone Ridge Giant seemed to be enraged, and suddenly raised its leg and stomped down. Skill Stomp. The ground shook instantly, and many of Shadow's subordinates were shaken and lost their footing. But the Shadow Stone Golems quickly regained their balance and attacked again. HP 4420. HP 5529. HP 880. HP 4420. A series of damage numbers kept popping up, and the Stone Giant's health began to drop. But it is not a target to stand and take hits. The Stone Ridge Giant stood firm, arms outstretched, as if about to unleash some kind of wide-range attack. Bai Yi immediately recognized that this movement was very similar to the purple core stone monster's previous arm rotation. We can't let it be used. Bai Yi quickly made a judgment. On the ground, Shadow Purple Stone raised his Natal Shadow and Ninja Shadow, and after a brief moment of charging, he hurled the 2 shadows at the Stone Ridge Giant's eyes. Those 2 dark blue lights are most likely their weaknesses. Swish, swish. The Natal Shadow and the Ninja Shadow landed precisely in the giant's eye socket. The next second, a frenzied attack erupted instantly. Attack a critical area, triggering a critical hit, causing the stone giant's HP to decrease by 8820. Attack a critical area, triggering a critical hit, causing the stone giant's HP to decrease by 2800. Attacked critical areas, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing the stone giant's HP to decrease by 12,400. In excruciating pain, the stone giant was forced to interrupt its skill and frantically reached out to gouge out its own eye sockets. Chapter 24 Genius, a ghostly genius. In the chaos, the stone ridge giant no longer cared about the army of shadows at its feet. An attack from a single shadow might not seem exaggerated, but when there are many of them, it completely changes the nature of the attack. A dense swarm of shadows surrounded its feet, launching a frenzied attack in waves. HP 8820. HP 5529. HP 12400. Bai remained calm as he watched the damage notifications constantly popping up in front of him. This doesn't look like a boss battle at all. It's clearly an encirclement and slaughter. Before long, the stone ridge giant's health was almost depleted. It collapsed with a roar, fueled by its fury. The shadow army, empowered by the king's domain and possessing terrifying numbers, is enough to terrify any monster. Defeat the stone ridge giant, boss level. Gain 561,720 experience points. Drops: 2 deep blue earth cores, 3,264 soulbound stones. Congratulations on reaching level 21. Congratulations on reaching level 22. Seeing the notification that he had leveled up twice, Bai couldn't help but show a hint of joy. He immediately opened the panel. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King. Level, 22. HP, 43,460. Base attack power, 1620. Spirit, 220. Shadow minions, Shadow Spirit, Shadow Purple Stone, Shadow Stone Monster 46, Shadow Iron Bear 2. The experience gained this time is almost more than all the previous levels combined. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, that's a level 30 boss. Bai entered the dungeon at level 17 and leveled up all the way to level 22, even surpassing the level 20 threshold. The speed of the upgrade was so fast that even he found it somewhat terrifying. After calming down, he walked to the corpse of the stone ridge giant and collected the dropped materials. Then, he activated his most familiar specialty skill. Shadow extraction. Large swaths of black shadows transformed into tangible threads, converging wildly on the ground. A few blinks later, a huge circular black shadow appeared on the ground. The next second, a large hand made of black shadows reached out from it, grabbed the ground, and quickly climbed outwards. Soon, a colossal shadow giant stood up completely. The shadows on the ground merged into its body, becoming part of it. Shadow minion, Shadow giant, boss level. Level 30. HP 361,350. Overall attack power 7,400 to 27,880. Skills: merge with the earth, core resonance, smash, encircle with arms. Bai looked at it and couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of the boss, even his entrance has special effects. But from now on, you are my shadow subordinate. At this point, the time allotted for the instance was almost up. Bai decided not to continue the hunt. With a thought, the shadow giant instantly disappeared into the Shadow Kingdom. The natal shadow returned to its feet and transformed into an ordinary shadow. The next moment, the instance time ended. Blue Star City H. Inside the official building of the Wilderness Dungeon, Wandering Stone Ridge, Bai appeared at the exit. His appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, there aren't many people who can solo a dungeon and come out unscathed. He's out. The big boss is out. Wow, he actually soloed it. This isn't just talent. This is genius, an unbelievable genius. Bai ignored these comments. He was just thinking that he had already come out, but these people still hadn't formed a team. However, recruiting teammates is not fast to begin with, and most of those who stay are people who haven't found a suitable team. After leaving the dungeon, Bai lost interest in continuing to grind monsters in the wild. After reaching level 20, the experience gained from low-level monsters decreases significantly. The experience given by ordinary monsters is almost meaningless compared to the more than 600,000 experience points he needs to level up to level 23. To continue leveling up quickly, you need to enter higher-level dungeons. Now, he has met the requirements to join the Hanxiao Alliance. This trip back to H City wasn't just about buying equipment. More importantly, he was preparing to join the largest alliance in the Dragon Kingdom. Soon after, Bai arrived outside the walls of H City. After he briefly explained the situation to the city guards, they used special communication equipment to contact Principal Dong in the city. Chapter 25. A newcomer? Assets worth hundreds of millions. In this world, vehicles have not been completely replaced by professionals. Although powerful professionals can run very fast, under normal circumstances, no one would rush like that. Principal Dong drove by E for most of the journey, finally stopping in front of the H-City official stock exchange. Bai thanked him and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the hall, his original expectations were overturned. This place isn't noisy like a vegetable market, nor bustling like a hunter's stronghold. Instead, it's filled with a futuristic, high-tech feel. There weren't many people in the lobby, but there were quite a few virtual display devices. A female employee came over and briefly explained the operating procedures to Bai. After listening, Bai asked her to leave first. He walked up to a machine labeled self-service trading machine, created an account, and then took out a mutated bone spur and placed it in the scanning area. As the blue light particles swept across, the information immediately appeared. Item: mutant bone spurs. Quality: grade D. Applicable to forging, throwing weapons, and decorative items. Value: 1 gold coin. Bai clicked sell and placed the bone spur into the storage slot. Soon, an extra gold coin appeared in the account. He then tried to take out a physical gold coin. A moment later, a gold coin the size of a coin fell into his hand, heavy and weighing more than 20 grams. In ordinary life, this gold coin would have a purchasing power of about 10,000 yuan. Not far away, a woman dressed in a red dragon scale suit was watching him with great interest. Her companion came over and patted her on the shoulder. "What are you looking at? Let's go." The woman pointed at Bai. "That kid keeps depositing and withdrawing a gold coin. It's quite interesting." Her colleague rolled her eyes at her. "Didn't you start out as a newbie too? What's there to be proud of?" "I didn't look down on him. I just thought it was funny." As the two were talking, they suddenly saw a large number of mutated bone spurs appear out of thin air in Bai's hand. With a splash, he dumped a pile of bone spurs directly into the storage tank. This isn't over yet. Bundle after bundle of mutated bone spurs appeared, and he fed them all into the machine like pouring sand. The woman's eye twitched. This. His companion was also stunned. They must have been saving up for a long time, and this is their first time selling. It's quite impressive that a newcomer can produce so much material. Bai didn't notice their reactions. These mutated bone spurs sold for a total of 730 gold coins, which isn't a huge amount, but it's a good start. Next, he began selling the materials he obtained from Yudang Stone Ridge. A piece of stone is placed in the scanning area. Item: a stone with a soul. Quality: C+. Location: Ghostly Stone Ridge Dungeon. Applicable to forging puppet type items. Value: 10 gold coins. Bai's eyes brightened slightly. One piece costs 10 gold coins, which is much more valuable than the mutated bone spur. The next moment, he poured the stones from his storage backpack into the storage slot. Whoosh. Bang. Splash. A large number of stones kept falling and colliding, making a sound like a truck unloading cargo, which was particularly shocking in the hall. The two professionals were completely stunned and didn't even bother to read the message sent by their captain. Who would have thought that a newbie who had just learned how to use a self-service trading machine could output so much material? In the end, all the stones with souls were sold. Total sold, 32,160 gold coins. With the addition of the previously mutated bone spurs, Bai's account balance directly reached 32,890 gold coins. In ordinary currency, this is already a purchasing power of hundreds of millions. The two people behind were completely speechless. Even after fighting hard for a long time, they might not be able to accumulate this many gold coins. But Bai showed off this much wealth in his very first transaction. However, this is not the end. Bai then slowly took out 3 rare resources from his storage backpack. These were the purple crystal cores dropped by the purple core stone monster and the Stone Ridge giant, as well as the deep blue earth crystal core. Chapter 26: Commissioned Forging, Crystal Core. This time, the prompts given by the self-service trading machine were noticeably different. Assessment complete. Item: purple crystal core. Quality: B. Applicable to forging energy shield items. Value: 8,666 gold coins. Not recommended for sale. Forging into items is preferred. Bai was slightly taken aback when he saw this. Not recommended for sale. It seems this thing can be forged into a decent tool. He thought for a moment, then had the machine scan the crystal core of the deep blue earth. Item: deep blue earth crystal core. Quality: grade B. Applicable to forging energy shield items. Value: 18,450 gold coins. Not recommended for sale. Forging into items is preferred. Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. Since it's not recommended to sell either material, there's no need to exchange them for gold coins. He doesn't work in logistics, so he can't forge things himself and has to find a professional to commission him to do it. After leaving the self-service trading machine, Bai glanced at the two people still standing there, ignored them, and went straight to the equipment trading area on the second floor. The second floor is different from the first floor. It consists of individual rooms. After all, equipment trading and commissioned forging involve privacy to some extent and are not suitable for semi-public handling. After Bai entered an equipment trading room, a virtual screen quickly appeared. Purchase equipment. Contract forging. Reserve. Bai originally intended to commission the forging of crystal cores, but since he was already here, he might as well take the opportunity to see if there was any equipment suitable for him. Soon, he set his sights on two things. Item: Roplan's medicine bottle. Effect: after taking the orange pill, 1% of your health will be restored every 30 seconds for 5 minutes. Price: 320 gold coins. Equipment: Ancient King's short dagger. Attack power: 220. Additional skill: 200% critical hit damage. Level restriction: 20. Price: 880 gold coins. Both of these items offer good value for money. Bai bought 2 bottles of medicine for backup, and also directly bought 3 Ancient King short thorns. After all, not counting himself, he also has 2 humanoid shadows by his side, his destined shadow and a ninja. After confirming the purchase, only a dozen seconds later, a semicircular slot popped up on the wall in front of him, containing the item he had bought. Then, Bai clicked on the commission for forging. No reservations detected. Would you like to reserve forging personnel immediately? If you select no, you will be intelligently assigned a forging worker who currently has no tasks. Since it was Bai's first time forging, and he didn't have a familiar blacksmith, he directly chose no. Forging personnel are being assigned. Assignment complete. Target of the commission: Chi Yutong. Age: 23. Occupation: Props Master, rank B. Professional level: level 4. Message: almost zero error rate. Bulk discounts available. For all your forging needs, come to me. After reading it, Bai confirmed it immediately. He then filled the materials bar with 1 purple crystal core and 2 dark blue earth crystal cores. As for the desired category, he wasn't an expert, so he followed the system's suggestion and chose the energy shield type item. Materials required: purple crystal core, 2 dark blue earth crystal cores. Desired category: energy shield item. Confirm. After confirming the information, Bai put the materials into the storage compartment. Estimated completion time: 3 hours. Note: you may rest in your room or go out. Please stay in touch. Bai glanced at the room. There are sofas, massage chairs, tea tables, and mini fridges here, and the virtual screens can also play movies and TV shows on demand. He decided to rest there for a while. These past 2 days have been spent either hunting monsters or on the way to hunting bosses. It's time to take a break. However, on the other side, some people couldn't rest. Inside the forging workshop next to the official exchange, Chi Yutong had just received the customer's materials through the delivery pipeline when he instantly became fully awake. 1 second, he was lamenting that he had no work today and that life was so leisurely. The next second, the mission arrived. He looked down at the 3 crystals in his hand, 1 purple and 2 dark blue, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is a special crystal core? This is amazing. Chi Yutong's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 27: Chi Yutong's thoughts. Upon seeing these 3 materials, Chi Yutong's eyes widened, and he looked extremely surprised. Nothing more than that. These 2 materials are extremely difficult to obtain. This item can only be obtained in the wilderness dungeon, Yudang Stone Ridge, outside of H City. Purple crystal cores are relatively easy to obtain, with a 3.2% drop rate. This means that for every 100 purple crystal core monsters killed, 3 or 4 purple crystal cores will drop. However, these deep blue earth crystal cores are extremely difficult to obtain. The requirements for obtaining it are extremely stringent, according to statistics compiled by some high-level professionals. First of all, you must keep killing blue core stone monsters from the very beginning of entering this special instance. After killing at least 120 blue core stone golems, then bring another purple core stone monster to near death. That's right, the key point is that you can't kill it yet. Secondly, the purple core stone monster will run to a certain distance from the dungeon boss, the Stone Ridge Giant, and only then can it be killed. Next, the dungeon boss, Stone Ridge Giant, will be enraged and appear. And in the very end, defeating the dungeon boss, Stone Ridge Giant, will have approximately a 0.6% chance of dropping a material called Deep Blue Earth Crystal Core. The cost of producing these items can only be described as requiring both grinding and spending money. After all, without enough time and effort, the probability of getting good loot in one run of these dungeons is extremely low. Without good equipment and without spending money, it's very difficult to even kill 120 blue core stone monsters in these dungeons. Holding these 3 crystals, Chi Yutong's hands trembled slightly. Damn, which guild's big shot spent this? This rare resource is being forged through an exchange? Are you kidding me? As he spoke, Chi Yutong immediately dialed the contact number for this commission. After a ring, the call was connected. Hello? Is there a problem? After the call connected, the other party spoke in a somewhat relaxed manner. Upon hearing this, Chi Yutong stood up more solemnly. The only people who can get this kind of material are definitely the vice presidents, or even the president, of the entire guild. It can't be that he's a solo player who hasn't even joined a guild and just got incredibly lucky, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Good luck can be explained, but how do you explain killing hundreds of monsters on your own? Therefore, absolutely impossible. This idea was immediately put out of Chi Yutong's mind. Considering that the other party was at least a vice president of a guild, Chi Yutong's attitude became more respectful, and he said, "Hello, it's not a big problem. The main problem is that the material is too rare. Also, are you sure you want to make it into a shield item?" Hearing this question, Bai lay on the massage chair, slightly opened his eyes, and said to the virtual monitor beside him, "Is there anything wrong with that?" No. It's just that this thing is too rare, and it's not really suitable for forging into a shield item. However, I understand that you want to forge it into a shield item. You must have heard about that person, right? What is it? Tell me." Bai genuinely didn't know, but this piqued her curiosity. That's the same guy from before. He was from H-City when he was young. He leveled up slowly between levels 20 and 30, and spent most of his time leveling up in Udang Stone Ridge. I accidentally found a deep blue earth core with a few teammates. We immediately crafted it into equipment and added 3 purple cores as decoration. After forging, the finished product is a shield-type item that maintains a shield value of 10% of one's own health, which is somewhat useless. More health means more shields. Less health means less shields. But I didn't expect. What didn't you expect? Bai, who was almost asleep, urged. Unexpectedly, during a battle, a purple crystal core that was meant as decoration fell to the ground and was picked up by a monster. And the shield item's shield calculation target actually changed to that monster. The shield item on that person has increased its shield value to 10% of the monster's health. Only then were the additional equipment data recorded. It turns out that the items humans use can also be used on monsters. What nonsense. Bai was a little confused, but it didn't affect his understanding much. Simply put, this material is forged into a shield, and the 10% shield strength can be calculated from other targets. For example, if you have 20,000 HP, your shield value is 2,000. The monster has 40,000 HP. If you put the purple crystal core on the monster, your shield will have 4,000 shield points. Suddenly, Bai thought of something. His shadow, elemental shadow, which possessed the characteristic of immortality. If we were to use this on him? Suddenly, Bai perked up. Forging this kind of tool. When will it be ready at the earliest? Boss, you should think it over again. Let me tell you, that person who has this item always becomes the tank for the team when they team up to fight a boss. When fighting a boss, you throw purple crystal cores at it. Although this adds tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of shield points each time, the lower the boss's health, the lower the shield points become, and so on. No, I want this tool. Forge it. Bai interrupted directly, not wanting to hear any more nonsense. Okay. Fine, whatever you say. Chi Yutong raised an eyebrow. This guy wouldn't listen to reason. But I should mention this to you, boss, because each forging is different. Even if it's done by the same blacksmith, we can't guarantee that the attributes will be 100% the same. In other words, what I forge might be somewhat different. I understand. Let's start forging. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Bai rubbed his temples and immediately hung up the phone. Beep. The call on the virtual display was interrupted and a notification sounded. This way. Chi Yutong frowned deeply. In his understanding, this rare material, deep blue earth crystal core, might be able to be used to forge even greater artifacts by utilizing its properties. It's a real shame to use it only for forging shields. But who can blame him when the boss is the boss? The boss is the god. He had no choice but to do as the boss said. But it doesn't say you can't add your own ideas. Upon thinking of this, Chi Yutong's eyebrows immediately lit up, and his hands began to tremble with anticipation. Special skill, Blessing of the God of Forging, activated. Skill, Brain Activation, activated. Special skill, Fantasy Simulation, activated. Skill, Equipment Change, activated. In an instant, more than a dozen professional skills were activated, and they immediately entered a serious work state. The intelligence system completes its judgment within 3 hours. It's unclear whether the error margin will be faster or slower. Meanwhile, Bai, I've completely relaxed. I've been quite tired these past 2 days. Even playing video games for 8 hours can cause headaches and fatigue, let alone hunting monsters in the wild. Chapter 28 Invincible. Shadow Guardian. After a period of professional forging, the finished product finally took shape. This is an item that at first glance looks like a scarf, with 2 deep blue gemstones attached to the ends of the black silk, making it extremely eye-catching. But as long as any one of the gems is triggered, the black silk would immediately unfurl, becoming a long robe like a cape. Damn, I'm totally satisfied with this. It has the understated elegance and the sophisticated style, but unfortunately, I'm just a blacksmith. Chi Yutong rubbed his chin, appearing particularly satisfied with his work. All he cares about right now is his current appearance. He overlooked this most essential attribute and function, simply because he had already gradually come to understand it during the forging process. That's good. AI system, you're done. Chi Yutong tapped the virtual display in midair, and then sent the prop into the teleportation channel. On the other side, after resting for a while, Bai also received the newly forged equipment. Rubbing his sleepy eyes and trying to perk himself up, Bai got up to get his equipment. Upon receiving the item, before Bai could even initiate an investigation, he received a notification from the virtual display. Please pay the forging fee after settlement. Note: for each crafting commission, you will need to pay 10% of the cost of the finished item. Of this, 1% goes to the official company and 9% goes to the commissioning craftsman. Please check with the official company if you have any questions. Assessing forging costs. Finished product, grade A, valued at approximately 18,800 gold coins, requires payment of 1,880 gold coins. Pay now. Whether. Note: if you select no, you will be automatically redirected to the credit loan offset page. Bai looked at the lines of text, rubbed his eyes, and then selected yes. He could afford to pay that amount of gold coins. What he cares about most right now is this newly forged prop. Holding it in your hand, it feels soft and cool, like a piece of silk. Immediately, Bai used his detection ability. Props, unnamed. Quality, purple. Shield value, 0/0, unbound to a target. Durability, infinity/infinity. Effect: this item will generate a shield 4, bound person 1. The shield value is a fixed value based on 20% of bound person 1 to 2 SHP. The shield value cannot regenerate on its own. When it reaches 0, a fixed shield value will be generated again based on 20% of bound person 1 to 2 SHP. Note: the main body of this item is bound to 2 deep blue gems, and the secondary body is bound to 1 purple gem. Note: bound user 1. The creature that uses the original item. Note: bound user 2. A creature that uses secondary items. Level restriction, 20. Bai carefully read the effects and annotations, and immediately became somewhat unsettled. Sure, it feels even better than what Chi Yutong said before. You have a new message, please check it. Upon seeing a message in her account, Bai clicked on it. Boss, I won't bother you with a call. I added a little of my own idea to this prop. Because the Earth Crystal Core has resonant properties, I designed the detection wavelength of this finished prop to have an intermittent repeating effect, so it can lead to. This plan is. Finally, I can confidently say that this one is much stronger than the previous, Earth Guardian. By the way, Earth Guardian is an item forged using crystal cores. This message, which was nearly 500 or 600 words long, was read by Bai in a haphazard manner. All in all, the previous piece of equipment, Earth Guardian, forged from the core of the deep blue earth, generated a shield equal to 10% of the target's health, with the shield decreasing as the target's health decreased. When the shield reaches 0, the target is basically dead and no longer needs the shield value. This unnamed item provides a shield that is fixed at 20% of the target's health. When the shield is depleted, it generates a new shield with 20% of the target's health remaining. It can be said that it's a qualitative change. The former is a shield, while this item, if used properly, can provide several shields. Chiyutong, right? I'll remember that name. Bai smiled, a rare smile on his lips. He was very satisfied with this prop. Since the previous one was called Guardian of the Earth, then this one will be called Shadow Guardian. After naming this new item, everything seemed to come alive again, subtly changing. Shadow. Bai spoke, summoning his natal shadow. Then, the secondary form of Shadow Guardian was placed on the shadow. Shadow Guardian was immediately given real meaning, generating a large amount of shield value. Bai stretched out the Shadow Guardian and draped it over his shoulders, like an ordinary scarf in winter, which didn't stand out at first glance. Item, Shadow Guardian. Quality, purple. Shield value, 26,000. Durability, infinity/infinity. Currently, the main character's HP has reached over 130,000. After all, with the bonus from the Monarch domain and double talent, such a massive amount of HP is not an exaggeration. The Shadow Guardian, which serves as its benchmark, boasts a terrifying shield value of 26,000. Compared to a shadow, it's obviously nothing. But don't forget, this shield isn't a one-time use item. It's regenerable. When it takes damage equal to the shield value, it will generate a new shield based on 20% of its original shadow's health at that time. This is not even the most terrifying thing. What delighted Bai upon closer examination was that the shadow, as the secondary target of the Shadow Guardian, possessed the characteristic of immortality. In other words, this shield value can be refreshed every time it is reset to 0. Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but smile. But the smile quickly faded. Understanding the strongest aspects is simple, but figuring out the weaknesses within them is not difficult either. As long as you attack Bai first when your shadow's health is low, and reduce the shield value of this shadow protection to 0, the regenerated shield will be easily destroyed. At that time, Bai will be truly hurt. But then I thought about it again, and it would be very difficult for someone who doesn't know these data to understand them. Most of the monsters we usually encounter are mindless, so this weakness isn't much of a problem, and it's not easy for anyone to discover it. Thinking about it, Bai felt relieved again. Next, it's time to apply to join the Hanxiao Alliance. Bai slowly walked out of the official exchange, looked up at the not-so-blue sky, and sighed. Everything seems to be happening too fast. From being an ordinary college student at the beginning, to awakening the hidden class, Shadow King, and then to the rapid leveling up in the past 2 days, everything has been too fast. It was a goal that seemed unattainable. And now, this goal is about to be achieved. Chapter 29 Hanxia's Special Invitation. Dragon Kingdom. Hanxiao Alliance Dedicated Audit Room. As professionals level up, both their reaction speed and energy will be greatly enhanced. With the assistance of intelligent systems, some departments can only see 2 or 3 people, or even just 1 person on duty. At this time, in a private office, there was a person working. Her department was the Hanxiao Alliance, the largest and most powerful alliance in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xiaoyu, 31 years old, currently serving as a full-time auditor at Hanxia. Her job was to screen the list of people applying to join the alliance, but most of the time she was just slacking off. The list is enormous, yet she has so much free time that she can even slack off. This is because the intelligence system can remove unqualified personnel according to the requirements. There's no need to worry about the intelligence system unintentionally removing those hidden seeds that don't show up, since the accuracy of the intelligence system is very high, exceeding the judgment ability of ordinary people. However, some people who have passed the initial approval through the intelligence system still need to be screened by Xiaoyu. There aren't many that meet the requirements this year either. There are a few in the city, but you can count them on one hand. Xiaoyu yawned and thought that the job was good, but it was too leisurely. Like scrolling through short videos, Xiaoyu scrolled through the list of people one by one. Reaching level 15 in 6 days is pretty good. This, level 16, is already extremely rare. To be able to level up to level 16 with nearly 300,000 experience points right after awakening as a professional, they are all potential stars. However, they've all had some powerful mentors guiding them, which doesn't quite meet the requirements. Feeling a bit bored, Xiaoyu lazily lay on her office chair, hesitating about whether to take a paid trip to the toilet. But soon, she then saw a message that greatly surprised her. New application detected. By E, level 22, hidden SSS rank class, Shadow Monarch. Based on preliminary testing, the situation is as follows. Solo upgrade. Time taken, 42 hours and 38 minutes. Rating, top tier, excellent. Recommendation, recruit immediately and invite people by designated personnel. Xiaoyu blurted out a swear word. Holy crap. She's been doing this job for at least 4 or 5 years now, and she's seen all sorts of monsters. The key point is that this terrifying monster. This was truly the first time she had ever seen it. Not only did he awaken an SSS-level hidden class, but he also leveled up to level 22 in less than 2 days. And he did it all by himself. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the message for a long time, unable to recover from the shock. No, I have to report this immediately and apply for the mission invitation. Xiaoyu snapped out of her daze and immediately began to prepare and arrange the matters. But before she could do anything, a man coughed softly outside the door. No need, I already know. Just from his voice, one could sense a sense of maturity and composure. Committee member Yi, what are you doing outside? Xiaoyu recognized the voice from the person outside the door. Yi Yufan, 24 years old, is one of the 36 members of the Hanxiao Alliance, holding multiple positions and being an indispensable member of the Hanxiao Alliance. I will personally arrange this matter. You can handle the rest of the complicated matters. With that, the voice disappeared. A long time passed. Xiaoyu finally dared to catch her breath and said, this committee member, Yi can usually find out about potential talents immediately. What's the point of keeping my lousy department around? Or is he just too lazy to look at those with less potential? Xiaoyu was a little annoyed, and then started looking at today's application list again. H City, by Yi's home. Lying on the old sofa, Bai Yi looked out the window. The scenery outside remained unchanged, something Bai Yi had observed for countless years. But Bai Yi now is not the same person she used to be. It has been a little while since I submitted my application to join the Hanxiao Alliance on the official website of the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike a company interview where you might receive a go home, and we'll let you know when we hear back response, submitting an application to the official website guarantees a definite reply. Certainly. Normally, it either passes or fails. It didn't pass. There's not much to say. It simply didn't pass. If approved, different guilds and alliances will ultimately take different paths. Some guilds will test the strength of new members, or hold a collective welcome party, or something similar. As the official alliance of the Dragon Kingdom, its application process is extremely rigorous, and it must undergo another test before it can pass. The test is to see if these people are just all show and no substance, barely meeting the criteria for joining the Hanxiao Alliance only because of good luck. Meeting the standards does not guarantee membership in the Hanxiao Alliance. This test, which changes every year, is the biggest obstacle. Knock knock. A gentle knock on the door indicated that someone was outside. Who is it? Bai Yi stood up and opened the door as he asked. Outside the door, a black outfit came into view, making him look very mature and dignified. Let me introduce you, Yi Yufan, one of the 36 members of the Hanxiao Alliance. You can just call me Committee Member Yi. Committee Member Yi nodded slightly, observing the person in front of him while being sized up. Bai Yi looked at the newcomer and listened to the introduction, and couldn't help but show more respect. This is one of the most powerful celebrities in the country. He had even seen this committee member Yi on TV a few times. He never expected that he would be standing in front of him in person today. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Bai Yi. Bai Yi greeted him in return. I have reviewed the relevant information, and you have passed the initial review. Let me first share some personal thoughts. I have high expectations for you, and I'm here to take you to participate in this year's test. By passing this test, you can become a member of the Hanxiao Alliance. Yi Yufan spoke seriously as he explained the purpose of his trip to Bai Yi. Although his tone was serious, it did not reveal any arrogance of someone in a superior position. Instead, it was quite amiable. It was as if they were welcoming Bai Yi, the new member, in advance. I understand. Committee member Yi, please go first. Bai Yi waved his hand, and the two walked out of the house. As Bai Yi stepped into the stairwell and pushed open the door, he was momentarily stunned. In the area of the residential compound that should have been flat ground, there was a navigator too. A private aircraft, parked. Light gray color selection. Streamlined appearance. Everything seemed to be a technologically advanced product, something rarely seen even on television. Get in the car, I'll take you there, Yi Yufan said. Thank you for your trouble. Bai Yi made a polite remark and boarded the private aircraft with committee member Yi, heading to the Hanxiao Alliance's membership test this year. Chapter 30 Joining the Alliance Test, Arriving in Haste. Dragon Kingdom. On a piece of land that is rarely touched in normal times, more than a dozen teams have appeared one after another. simply because a new instance has appeared here. A large number of troops are stationed here, and many powerful guilds and alliances have also sent personnel to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, though, after the first group of people explored the area, they found that the monsters in this instance were only around level 15 to 32 on average. Ultimately, it was determined that this was just a small instance. After eliminating any potential dangers, the official Dragon Kingdom government decided to designate this newly appeared instance as this year's test for joining the alliance. The lowest level monster is level 15, which is just the level that a good candidate can easily handle. The higher levels, on the other hand, test the candidate's ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Although the level is much higher, the official never thought that the candidate would confront them head-on. As long as they observed the situation well, it would be easy to avoid serious injury. Performed well in this new instance, so you pass the test. Every candidate who participates in the UN membership test has been tested here. It can be said that this place gathers the world's most outstanding candidates. At this time, an officer walked up to the old man and said respectfully, "Report. Sir, this is this year's list of candidates." As he spoke, he handed the old man a paper document. In this technologically advanced world, paper reports are rarely used anymore, which is entirely to accommodate the old man's habits. No need to be so serious. I retired a long time ago. I'm here this time in a completely private capacity. The old man narrowed his eyes and took the report. As he looked, his eyes gradually became clearer. 5 days, level 14, S-rank job, Hoshino traveler, a promising talent. In just 4.5 days, I've reached level 15 and acquired the S-rank class, magic servant. The future looks very promising. The more the old man looked, the brighter his eyes became, as if he could skip over several years and see the future beyond the list. But after watching for a long time, the old man sighed again. It's a pity there isn't a single one above level 20. So, the birth of that kid 23 years ago exhausted the fortune of my Dragon Kingdom? The old man seemed to be recalling the past, and couldn't help but feel a little sad. Upon seeing this, the officer thought for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to comfort him, saying, "Well, Alliance leader Hanxia is indeed a once-in-a-century talent. Grandpa, if someone can really reach level 20 in 7 days all by themselves, wouldn't that make them another future war god? These kinds of things are purely a matter of chance, don't you think? You old man." As the officer spoke, he noticed the old man pause for a moment, leaving him somewhat at a loss. All I saw was, the old man's eyes became extremely resolute, as if he had returned to the era when the first instance of the dungeon appeared, and the whole world was fighting against monsters. And the focus of all this attention was on those few lines of text on the paper. Bai, solo level up, took nearly 2 days. Currently level 22, hidden SSS rank class, Shadow King. Out of curiosity, the officer looked at the words on the paper, and what he saw was like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Boom. Buzz. For a moment, the officer felt as if he were surrounded by ringing in his ears and was unable to speak. After a long while, the old man opened his somewhat dry lips and said seriously, "Where is this child?" The officer was momentarily at a loss for words and could only reply, It should be soon. During this period of time, if we were to ask who was the most anxious in this entire temporary camp, no one understood this better than the officer, who knew the significance behind the data. Although those elite new professionals across the country can also reach level 14 or 15 in a short period of time. But that was only level 14 or 15. Don't be fooled by the fact that there's only a 7-level difference between level 15 and level 22. But the experience required for each of these 7 levels is more than the total experience required to level up from level 1 to level 14. You could say that, under time and single-player restrictions, the difficulty doubles with each level up, and the difference between these 7 levels is comparable to the difference between the world's richest person and a beggar. Why aren't they here yet? Could something have happened? Or is there a traffic jam? Or perhaps they never intended to join the Hanxiao Alliance, and were lured away by an enemy country beforehand. The more I looked at the elderly man waiting quietly in the temporary building, slowly sipping his tea, listening to Peking opera, and watching the falling leaves outside the window, the more I felt. The officer became increasingly anxious. Why haven't they arrived yet? Could something have happened to them? The more the officer thought about it, the more anxious he became. During this period, many people passed the test. Some people's comprehensive awakening will be earlier, normally no more than 15 days. Therefore, some elites will also participate in the alliance test early. For example, This year, the city of H held a collective awakening ceremony 8 days in advance. Although it's said to be earlier, the awakening time will not be exactly the same in each city. So, here you can see elite seeds who have been awakened for several days, participating in the entrance test. At this moment, a professional wearing light armor walked out of the dungeon. The recorder standing nearby was stating the data. Ruan Shinho, level 15, a rank profession, law axeman, performed poorly in the dungeon, seriously injured, acted irrationally, and did not encounter any companions. Overall score, 49, failed. Healer, please. The recorder summoned a high-ranking priest to immediately treat the professional who had failed the test. There are far too many players like this already. So many that these recorders had long since become accustomed to it. Then, 2 more people came out, and the person recording the data said, Chao Kefin, level 15, S-rank class, widow, performed normally in the dungeon, sustained minor injuries, had no bad behavior, and was cooperative with his companions. Overall score, 62, passed. Yu Tao, level 14, S-rank class, paladin, performed excellently in dungeons, with no injuries, no misconduct, and good teamwork with his companions. Overall score, 68, passed. As they spoke, the 2 of them couldn't hide their smiles. Ha ha ha, it wasn't as difficult as I thought. I even held back some of my strength. Don't be too happy, it's only a few points above passing. Let's go home and have dinner first. The 2 walked together, their smiles barely concealed. At this time, a faint sound of air vibration was heard. Although the sound wasn't very noticeable, each professional's hearing became much more acute due to their increased level. Suddenly, the officer suddenly stood up, looked in a certain direction, and couldn't help but shout, They're here. They've finally arrived. The officer, who usually remained expressionless, suddenly became delighted, which aroused the curiosity of the station personnel. They all looked up and gazed in the same direction. Chapter 31 Hanxiao Alliance awaits you. Instantly. Then I saw that impressive, sleek, silver aircraft. Hiss. All the stationed personnel gasped in shock at the outstanding contribution made to global warming. Who is this? What a grand entrance. No. Look at the driver. Just a driver? Wait. That demeanor. That hairstyle. That attire. Could it be? Holy crap. The driver is actually one of the members of the Hanxiao Alliance, Member Yi. What kind of effect do celebrities bring? The mere mention of the name left most of the station personnel present speechless with shock. A faint humming sound continued in the air. Soon someone came to their senses and guided the night committee member to shut down the machine. On a wide open grassland, the private aircraft, named Navigator 2, landed steadily. Before the 2 people on the aircraft even disembarked, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Damn, committee member Yi couldn't have come alone. All the people who were supposed to come have arrived. So committee member Yi couldn't have come here by himself. Have you heard? There's a very important person on board the aircraft. No way, for committee member Yi to be a driver. It must be something like. I can't rule that out, but I think it's more likely to be someone who participated in this test. No way. That would require an incredible level of talent. The murmurs that had been rising in the air fell silent as the 2 slowly disembarked from the aircraft. As usual, committee member Yi was dressed in all black, giving off a cold and aloof vibe that made her seem unapproachable. And the other person beside him. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, except for the scarf around his neck that was somewhat unusual. Aside from that, he's just an average person whose looks are slightly above average, someone who might catch your eye in a crowd. But even if it looks like that on the surface, no one would say anything about it. After all, someone who can be personally invited by committee member Yi must be either a big shot or someone with extraordinary potential and talent. If it's the former, you can't afford to offend them. If it's the latter, then how terrifying must their talent be to warrant a personal invitation from committee member Yi? From any perspective, this person is quite remarkable. Far away. Upon seeing the newcomer, the officer first smiled and nodded to committee member Yi in the distance. Committee member Yi exchanged a glance with him, which was considered a greeting. Immediately afterwards, as if remembering some important mission, the officer hurriedly ran into the temporary building and called to the old man. Grandpa, he's here. Pushing open the door, I saw the old man sitting in a chair, drinking tea, looking unhurried and relaxed. Okay, I understand. You can go ahead and get back to work. The old man remained calm and composed, showing no trace of the absent-minded look he had just given while staring at the list. But, aren't you? The officer asked, somewhat puzzled. He had always thought the old man cared a great deal about this matter, but now it seemed that the old man was not nervous at all. All right, this matter deserves our attention. But I'm old and can't be of much help. Besides, what's meant to happen will happen. Take it easy, kid. The old man gently set down the teacup and spoke in a calm and unhurried tone. Hearing these words, the officer wanted to say something, but hesitated to speak for a long time before finally saying, "All right, you rest now. I'll take my leave." After saying this, the officer slowly closed the door without making a sound, but his expression was somewhat strange. He still didn't quite understand. This is something that should be of great concern, and the old man seemed quite shocked just now. How is he now so calm and composed? At the same time, upon receiving Bai Yi's message, the station personnel spread the word. Their expressions and reactions were nothing short of dramatic. It's all because of two concepts. Hidden SSS rank class. Leveled up to level 22 in 2 days by myself. If they knew any one of these things, they would be incredibly excited, let alone if both of them came at the same time. I'm about to lose it. Have you heard? A super talented player has emerged. If he doesn't fall from grace, he's definitely a rising star. You ask where? He was just in committee member Ye's car. Holy crap, is this for real? Doesn't that mean the title of God of War is just around the corner? What? The next God of War has been chosen. Holy crap. She's already a shoo-in for the future alliance leader Han Xia? Is this for real? The news got more and more outrageous as it spread, and after a few more repetitions, it almost turned into a myth. The claims of being a reincarnation of the constellation Jing, Suxing, or a chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom's destiny, are all increasingly outrageous. Fortunately, these messages didn't reach Bai Yi's ears. Otherwise, even with his rationality, he would have been so embarrassed he'd collapsed to the ground in embarrassment. In front of the dungeon entrance, Bai Yi glanced back and saw that many people were watching him leave. Seeing Bai Yi's gaze, committee member Yi asked curiously, "How's your confidence?" Those who had met committee member Yi a few times found it hard to believe. Committee member Yi, who was usually very unapproachable and rarely spoke, would actually say such things today. Is this still the same Yi committee member who usually only talks about the key points? We agreed not to talk about anything unimportant. To Bai Yi, these words sounded like nothing more than a simple expression of concern. Bai Yi casually replied, "I'm 100% sure." Committee member Yi nodded and said calmly, "Then I'll be waiting for you at the Hanxiao Alliance." Good. Bai Yi responded, and then coordinated with the relevant personnel to prepare to enter the instance. A staff member standing next to the recorder stepped forward, handed Bai Yi a pale yellow, palm-sized crystal, and said, "This is a dungeon rejection crystal. If you are in danger, crush it and you can leave the dungeon immediately. Of course, doing so would result in a failed test. Next, I will use a vision synchronization skill to ensure your performance in the dungeon." After Bai Yi nodded in agreement, the staff member then used his skills. Skill, Puppet Vision, activated. Beside Bai Yi, a faint clown doll appeared, floating in mid-air, seemingly untouchable. It was a special individual. Safety first, no matter what. Please remember that you are an elite in the Dragon Kingdom, and you must ensure your own safety. Finally, after saying these words, the staff member watched them leave without saying a word. Immediately, Bai Yi stepped into the vortex of the instance and entered the instance. Inside a room, virtual monitors display the effects of the staff skills. Looking at Bai Yi's perspective, a secondary screen displays relevant information. Bai Yi, level 22, hidden SSS rank, class, Shadow Monarch. In front of these examiners, you can get a general idea of the information. The examiners remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. It's been a very, very long time since I've encountered such a talented professional. Yes, this profession is probably one of those extremely rare, unique professions that only one person in history would ever appear, right? Chapter 32, Calling for Companions. If I remember correctly, the last unique profession was in. Last time. More or less. I can't remember exactly, maybe more than 10 years ago. What do you all think of the strength of this unique profession? They should be able to demonstrate considerable combat power. At the very least, they can't be bad. That's true. Otherwise it would have been impossible for someone to level up to level 22 in just 2 days. However, I'm still very curious about this class's attack methods. Ranged? Magic? Melee? In my opinion, no individual could possibly reach this level, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps it's an attack method that involves calling upon the strength of others to launch a coordinated attack. In just a few words, a few people determined a vague boundary for Bai Yi's profession, which had never been exposed to the public eye. At the same time, inside the instance, this newly created instance hasn't been officially named yet, and there's no detailed information available. This also meant that Bai Yi was completely unaware of anything when she first stepped into this place. The area is relatively open, somewhat like a forest path, surrounded by land and trees, with towering mountains in the distance. It's not like a steel jungle filled with trees, nor is it like a desolate and vast rocky ridge. It's more like a compromise between the two. Although I wasn't quite clear about the general situation inside the dungeon, I saw the first monster. Bai Yi was able to get a general idea of the situation inside the entire instance, since both the steel jungle and the dark stone ridge were so well documented. After seeing the iron-eating rat and the limbed wolf, most of the subsequent monsters are similar. After seeing the blue core stone golem, most of the subsequent monsters are also related to stone golems. Then, Bai Yi looked at the monster in the distance and immediately cast a probe. Monster Null. Level 20. HP 27880/27880. Overall attack power 975. Skills: Tear, Call to Allies. Upon seeing the subsequent skill summoning companions, Bai Yi did not kill it immediately. A level 20 Null is just enough for Bai Yi's current experience gain. If the opponent is level 19, Bai Yi will kill them without hesitation, leaving no chance of survival. Shadow. Bai Yi called out softly, and then the shadow beneath him instantly detached from the ground and became a physical entity, holding an ancient king's short dagger that he had bought earlier. Play around with him. As soon as the words were spoken, the shadow began to carry out the command. The next moment, the shadow moved at a speed beyond that level, arriving in front of the knoll almost instantly. Uft! Whoosh! The ancient king's short dagger pierced the jackal's shoulder, but did not penetrate the flesh between the bones. Instead, it deviated by a fraction and struck the bone. But the powerful force carried by the shadow pierced through the knoll's bones in one blow. Knoll. Good news. No weak points were attacked. Bad news. A strong bone has been pierced. Knoll HP minus 5,160. Before the knoll could react, Shadow immediately crouched down, brandishing the ancient king's short dagger, and stabbed it into the knoll's kneecap. Knoll HP minus 5,160. In less than the blink of an eye, the knolls were rendered almost immobile. If Bai Yi wanted to, he could have Shadow strike a couple more times, and that jackal would immediately meet his demise in the northwest. Inside the assessment room, the examiners couldn't help but show unusual expressions, some excited, some shocked, and some bewildered. Is this summoning a shadow? Although level 20 is a threshold, how could someone at level 22 possibly unleash such combat power? Perhaps it's the inherent strength of this profession? No. No matter how good a class's stats are, at most it can only have a few times more health like a tank, or an extra critical hit chance like an assassin. So, how could such attack power be unleashed? Even a level 30 or higher elite professional probably couldn't achieve that. You may have made a mistake. What? This damage wasn't dealt by him, but by a shadow, so it falls under the category of summoned creature damage. Hiss. That's right. I almost forgot. Many skills can amplify summoned creatures. But the damage numbers are still 2. Alright, let's continue watching. The severely wounded knoll immediately collapsed to the ground and, almost instinctively, began to activate its skills. Ooh, a howl, like that of a wolf or a dog, rang out. This was one of the skills, calling for companions. Although the performance was like a normal howl, the effect was undeniably real. Within a radius of several miles, all the jackals who heard the shout immediately rushed in that direction without stopping for a moment. Bai Yi just watched. The wounded knoll was temporarily unable to fight and could only howl incessantly like a loudspeaker. Not long after, upon seeing 2 or 3 jackal men running towards them from a distance, Bai Yi decisively had his shadow in the life of one of the jackal men. Specialized skills, shadow extraction, followed closely behind. Before the knolls in the distance could arrive, beneath the knoll corpse, the shadow began to twist and writhe, detaching from the ground and transforming into a physical entity. The knolls, formed from shadows, make their first appearance. Monster, Shadow Knoll. Level, 20. HP, 41820/41820. Overall attack power, 1462. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, Tear, Call to Allies. Go. Bai Yi pointed and gave the order. The next moment, the knoll charged forward at its usual, even faster speed, heading straight for the 2 knolls. The jackal people are not very intelligent. They assumed that their companion's fur had turned completely black for some reason. But what they didn't know was, what they thought were their allies were actually enemies who wanted to kill them. Whoosh! The two sides ran towards each other. The gnolls wanted to stop and ask about the situation. But I never expected it. The shadow gnolls did not slow down. They reached out their claws and grabbed at the head of one of the gnolls, dragging it up with tremendous force. Sizzle! Sizzle! After pinning the gnoll down, the shadow gnoll immediately began to unleash a fierce attack. Its two claws danced around, as if flashing a silver light. HP 1462. HP 1630. HP 1694. HP 1430. In almost an instant, the shadow gnoll had torn the gnoll beneath it to shreds. Just as the remaining two gnolls were beginning to realize what was happening, then I saw it. The shadow gnoll rose. In an instant, it pounced on another gnoll. Chapter 33: The Valiant Gnoll Wielding a Harpoon. Just as it was preparing to fight, the shadow gnoll pounced on it in an instant. Raising its claws, the shadow gnoll unleashes its ability, Tear. Whoosh! HP 3327. The gnoll's eyes were instantly ripped open, and its face was filled with wounds, blood, and pain, leaving it momentarily unable to cope. But the shadow gnolls are different. It cast aside all emotions, and its body reached its peak strength and combat power at any time. With this shadowy body, I can fight even if my eyes are injured or my head is blown off. Meanwhile, the other gnoll reacted and attacked the shadow gnoll with its claws. Whoosh! One claw was raised high, then brought down heavily. HP 940. The shadow gnolls didn't even show any signs of damage. It was as if they weren't injured at all. Seeing that the shadow gnoll did not react, the gnoll's ferocity was aroused, and it began to attack the shadow gnoll desperately. HP 940. HP 956. HP 960. But even with its frantic attacks, the shadow gnoll remained completely unmoved, as if the attacks hadn't hit it at all. They continued to attack the gnoll, who was momentarily distracted and unable to strike. Finally, the gnoll also fell down, and the shadow gnoll got up and directly blocked the continuous attacks. Gnoll! Exclamation point. The next moment, the tearing motion was activated, and the gnoll swung its claws fiercely, slicing a shallow wound into the gnoll's chest. HP 3327. HP 3327. He felt a tearing pain in his chest, and then saw his companion's corpse beside him. Fear filled the jackal's mind, and without thinking, almost instinctively, he immediately ran away. As they fled, they howled for help. But even in a head-on fight, it wouldn't be a match for the shadow gnoll, let alone when its back is turned to the shadow gnoll. Suddenly, the shadow gnolls caught up with it at an even faster speed, and then launched a vicious attack. The outcome was predictable, but in Bai Yi's eyes, it was like this: 12950. Slay the monster, gnoll. Gain 9,842 experience. Slay the monster, gnoll. Gain 9,842 experience. Slay the monster, gnoll. Gain 9,842 experience. Dropped item. To be picked up gnoll's claw tips 18. Bai Yi was quite satisfied with the nearly 10,000 experience points gained from each of them. Killing a level 20 gnoll should have yielded 13,000 experience points, but due to the experience reduction mechanism after level 20, the experience gained was reduced. But none of this was enough to make Bai Yi care. After all, killing one gnoll is killing 100 or 1,000 is still killing, and you still level up. Moreover, it wouldn't take him long to kill more gnolls, and he could even add some more shadow minions. Inside the assessment room, a figure quietly appeared in the room. A robust physique indicates the peak of middle age. Upon seeing this person, all the examiners began to show considerable respect. Lord Yin, what brings you here? Please forgive us for not greeting you properly. They glanced at the man they called Lord Yin and said, You, stop being so literary, I can't stand it. Xiaoya told me that there is an exceptionally talented child here, so I came to take a look. You all go ahead with your work. If anyone has a moment, please let me know. Yin Jing, 41 years old, SS-level professional, ancient martial artist, is also one of the 36 members of the Hanxiao Alliance. Hearing Yin Jing say this, the examiners in front continued to observe, and one of them, who was closest, told Yin Jing, This child has a limitless future. You don't know this, but he can actually control shadows. Hearing this piqued Yin Jing's curiosity, and he raised an eyebrow. Controlling shadows? That's right. Look, he just used his shadow to kill a gnoll. Then, He used the shadows of the dead gnolls to kill 3 more gnolls. Listen. Yin Jing's eyes brightened slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he turned and said, "The shadow is stronger than its main body? It can even take on 3 at once. Such a terrifying mechanism must have some limitations, right?" Thinking it over, the examiner also analyzed. "That's right. We estimate that his limit is being able to control 2 shadows at the same time. However, even if I can only control 2 shadows, his constant manipulation of shadows and his fierce, agile demeanor are enough to make him invincible." After saying this, Yinjing nodded and said, "Indeed, their future is truly limitless." After saying that, Yinjing found a seat and sat down to watch Bai Yi's performance with the examiners. At the same time, inside the instance, Bai Yi collected the materials dropped by the gnolls and then used the skill, shadow extraction. Immediately afterwards, 3 shadow gnolls appeared. Bai Yi had also considered unleashing the 200 shadow stone monsters to sweep through the dungeon. But after thinking about it, I didn't do it. Unlike the secluded stone ridge, this place has a wide open terrain where tall stone monsters can move freely. But here, although the trees are not very tall, there are quite a lot of them. Even setting aside the release of the 6 to 7 meter tall shadow giant, just getting those shadow stone golems out would be difficult to manage. Let's not even talk about the speed of action. The noise of kicking down several trees with one step, and then kicking down several more with another step, is enough to make one's mind anxious. That concludes the discussion. Bai Yi thought that relying solely on his natal shadow to gradually expand the size of the shadow army was not without its own kind of fun. It has a distinctly established, business-like feel to it. However, the price to pay is that the monsters within this instance will suffer. Far away, another group of about 10 gnolls charged in, each armed with a different weapon, such as a harpoon or a stone axe. It seems they were suddenly summoned during a hunt in the wild, when we can see things clearly from a distance. Bai Yi used his detection ability from a considerable distance. Monster, a harpoon-wielding gnoll. Level, 20. HP, 27880/27880. Overall attack power, 1010. Skills, throw tier, call to allies. Monster, the valiant gnoll. Level, 21. HP, 31220/31220. Overall attack power, 1130. Skills, attack, tier, call for allies. Monster, a gnoll wielding a stone axe. Level, 21. HP, 27880/27880. Overall attack power, 1040. Skills, attack, tier, call for allies. The data for this group is readily available, and some of the gnolls with prefixes are even 1 or 2 levels higher. This also meets Bai Yi's requirements. The experience points will be reduced less, and you will gain more experience points. Chapter 34. This kid is terrifying. It can be said that these different gnolls are simply unique. Unfortunately, they will eventually all turn into experience points. Kill. Bai Yi waved his hand and issued the command directly. It followed closely behind. It was his own shadow and the 4 shadow gnolls that launched a direct attack, charging towards the gnolls with an even more ferocious and terrifying speed. The outcome was predictable. They already had the super strong buff from King's Domain, plus a powerful teammate like their destined shadow. With just these dozen or so jackal men, they don't even have the right to give them a second glance. After a simple and easy battle, a notification appeared in front of Bai Yi's eyes. Slay the monster, harpoon-wielding gnoll, gain 9,842 experience. Slay the monster, heroic gnoll, gain 13,181 experience. Slay the monster, gnoll, gain 9,842 experience. Slay the monster, gnoll wielding a stone axe, gain 13,181 experience. Slay the monster, gnoll, gain 9,842 experience. Slay the monster. Dropped item, to be picked up Gnoll's Claw Tips 66. This battle was simple and straightforward, without any difficulty whatsoever. As usual, Bai Yi had the shadows bring over the spoils and extracted their shadows. If only a dozen or so gnolls come at a time, it probably won't be enough. After all, Bai Yi's profession is different from others. Others may become weaker the more they fight, but Bai Yi becomes stronger the more they fight. No way. Each monster you kill grants you a stronger shadow. It's difficult for them to weaken. Life is like being on easy mode. You can just breeze through it. Looking at these 11 newly appeared jackals, each with different attributes, but all sharing one skill, which was calling for companions. Thinking about it, Bai spoke up and gave the order. You guys, shout a couple of times, and let's hear you. Bai pointed to 3 shadow gnolls and ordered them to use the skill, Summon Companions. Immediately, without a second thought, the shadow gnolls obeyed Bai Yi's command instantly, raising their necks and roaring. Awo! 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 3 loud howls of jackals echoed through the air. At the same time, the gnolls running from a distance immediately pricked up their ears and slowly slowed their pace. He carefully discerned the meaning of those howls. It's calling for its companions. Then, the groups of gnolls in the distance, as if blindly guessing the seriousness of the situation, raised their necks and howled. Don't worry, bro, I'll be right there. Awo! Awo! The howls of gnolls echoed from afar, and the entire instance was filled with warnings of impending danger. In the forest, a new professional who had entered the instance and was undergoing the Alliance entrance test began to tremble with fear. He's only level 15, though he can take on a level 20 gnoll on his own. But the howling of so many gnolls reflected the presence of hordes of gnolls not far away. He was shocked. It's all over, it's all over. If it really doesn't work out, I should just give up. With so many gnolls, they'll tear me apart alive. Thinking it over, he immediately crushed the dungeon rejection crystal as a precaution, abandoned the test, and left the dungeon. Bai Yi was unaware that his casual action had scared away a fellow professional who was also participating in the test, but he knew that a large number of gnolls were about to arrive. After glancing at the 15 shadow gnolls around him, as well as his own shadow, Bai Yi quickly assigned roles within the team. 3 in a group, with a rather unusual gnoll mixed in among them. For example, the valiant shadow gnolls are stronger than ordinary shadow gnolls, or the shadow gnolls wielding harpoons are slightly stronger in attack. That's all. Including 5 shadow gnoll teams, the main shadow is prepared to fight alone. Recalling the number of howls that came from afar, Bai Yi decided to make more preparations. It wasn't that he was worried the gnolls could break his shield. He simply didn't want them to escape. What if, during the battle, the morale of these jackals collapses and they turn into countless stars and run away? Wouldn't Bai Yi have lost a huge amount of experience for nothing? I think so. Bai Yi summoned a large number of his former subordinates from the Shadow Kingdom. Although they were called his former subordinates, they had only been with him for a little over a day. They were basically recruited from the previous instance. With a thought, the shadows are linked to the Shadow Kingdom, from which large numbers of shadows emerge. Bang! Bang! The shadow stone golems began to crowd together, and for a moment the sounds of them colliding filled the air. The thing that bothered Bai Yi still happened. These shadow stone monsters were too big, making it really difficult for them to move around in this kind of forest. You guys, find a place to lie in ambush and disguise yourselves as stone walls, responsible for stopping the monsters from escaping. Among these shadows, there was a unique humanoid shadow that appeared. The first person to wear a hooded hat and a black mask that obscures their face, and who is holding an ancient king's short dagger, is the ninja they recently recruited. The ninja has low health, but specializes in assassination. If you find the right opportunity, you can easily unleash double critical hits. Coupled with the ancient king's short dagger, which has a passive effect of 200% critical damage, it can be said that you are invincible in terms of pursuit and assassination. You are responsible for hunting down the escapees. They can also participate in the kill. Bai Yi issued the order in advance to prevent a chaotic situation from arising when the large group of gnolls arrived. At this time, the large group of shadow stone monsters had scattered around, disguising themselves as stones. Even though they knocked down many trees, they still managed to achieve their goal. The disguised stone walls and huge rocks are so realistic that you can't tell they're alive unless they move around. Bai Yi didn't plan to release the shadow giants and shadow purple core stone golems. These were too big targets, and from a distance, they would probably scare away the gnolls. At the same time, inside the assessment room, the examiners looked at the scene before them with a slight excitement, just like when they watched Havoc in Heaven as children. Yinjing, Beijing, was starting to get restless. He exclaimed in surprise, "Who is that? It doesn't seem like what you described. How come I think this kid can control hundreds of shadows?" Listen, the examiner looked utterly horrified. "My lord, it seems that is indeed the case." For a moment, no one spoke. Everyone was focused on watching the screen, wondering what would happen next. Ultimately, it completely shattered the entire situation. Or perhaps a wrong move leads to total defeat. But, looking at the hundreds of shadowy figures being controlled, this group of people realized one thing. This kid is terrifying. Chapter 35, Do Not Answer. It was originally a survival game scenario, and that was the original intention of the assessment. Surviving amidst a powerful horde of monsters requires skill and agility to stay alive. But Bai Yi is alright. Now, they've actually adopted a posture of offense and defense. They're going to cut down as many as come. Although this was completely contrary to the original intention of the UN membership test, no examiner dared to declare the test a failure. After all, being able to turn a retreat into an attack is their skill. While most people can only make do, that doesn't mean every professional participating in the test has to. Now, all the examiners focus their attention on Bai Yi. We're all here to see what amazing performance Bai Yi can deliver. Inside the instance, the sand and gravel on the ground trembled slightly, a sign that a large group of jackal men were rushing in from afar. Bai Yi had prepared for all of this long ago. You could say that. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Looking into the distance, there were several dozen gnolls, not a large number, but each of them was armed and had a prefix on their name. It seems that this time they have summoned all the elite troops from the surrounding area. These jackal men, numbering in the dozens, did not come together, but rather in groups, running from all directions along the paths. Because of the urgency of being called upon, the situation was not assessed. Furthermore, the trees in the forest provided cover, so the gnolls couldn't see what was happening from a distance at all. All they knew was that many of their companions were in danger and were calling out to them. They then took up their weapons and rushed over immediately. Little did they know, what awaited them was not a companion waiting for rescue, but a trap that had been laid in their place. The 5 shadow gnoll squads did not attack first. Instead, following Bai Yi's previous orders, they waited for the large group of gnolls to enter the ambush area before taking action. Kill. Bai Yi casually pointed, and his shadowy men immediately sprang into action. The 5 groups of shadow gnolls immediately attacked the gnolls in all directions. Although the quantity is insufficient. However, the fact that they are shadows is enough to make up for many of their shortcomings. Ordinary creatures experience pain, bleed, and get injured. They also experience emotions such as fear and dread, and it is impossible for them to fully unleash their potential in every battle. But shadows are different. Shadows, devoid of emotion. Even if they suffer severe injuries, as long as their bodies don't dissipate and their health bars aren't depleted, they can still continue fighting. In an instant, the 2 camps clashed. Although the numbers were vastly different, with the assistance of shadows and ninjas, the tide of battle slowly began to turn in favor of the shadows. When the fighting reached the point where blood flowed freely, the jackalmen panicked. Their already small brains eventually made sense of something. What is their purpose in coming here? Save your comrade. How are they now? His companions kept being killed, and he saw no one calling for help. Looking at the gnolls formed from shadows, they were unsure whether these were their companions. But, even with their meager intelligence, gnolls can easily assess the current situation. That means, we can't fight anymore. Looking at the bloodstains flowing across the ground and gradually drying, the jackals felt a nameless fear rise in their hearts. Fear followed by battle. The instinct to escape death is a fundamental human instinct. One of the gnolls was wounded and fled first. It cautiously retreated a few steps before moving behind the rest of the gnolls. Then, it suddenly turned its back to the enemy and fled quickly. Sizzle. A short thorn, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, pierced straight through its back. The ninja swung the ancient king's short dagger, splattering the limited amount of jackal blood onto the ground. The first gnoll that escaped seemed to ignite the desire of these gnolls to flee, and one after another, more gnolls began to run away. But when they escape, something they never expected happened. Those unremarkable stone walls and huge boulders began to extend continuously, their heavy stone arms forming a barrier that blocked the path of all the gnolls. The legs of jackals are primarily used for running, and their Achilles tendons simply cannot support them to jump very high. Not to mention the stone wall that forms a natural shape around us. Before they could even react, those stone arms instantly rose high and then fell heavily. Boom. One after another, the sounds of blows rang out, catching the jackals off guard. But the enemies they turned away from, these shadowy figures, were already prepared to launch an attack. Attacking someone in the back when they are completely unprepared is undoubtedly the moment when a critical hit is most likely to occur. Attack critically to the vital areas, triggering a critical hit and dealing minus 4,820 HP to the strong gnoll. Attack critically to inflict a critical hit, dealing minus 3,100 HP to the heroic gnoll wielding a stone axe. Attack critical areas to trigger an overkill critical hit, dealing minus 11,400 HP to the cowardly gnoll. In an instant, red critical hit and orange over-critical hit notifications flashed repeatedly. In a direct confrontation, these gnolls were no match for them. Not to mention, they are now completely unprepared and gripped by fear. Effective immediately, one gnoll after another fell heavily, and this shadow army, like harvesters reaping wheat in autumn, swiftly plucked lives one after another. Slaying the monster, strong gnoll, grants 16,932 experience. Slay the monster, heroic gnoll, gain 13,181 experience. Slay the monster, cowardly gnoll, gain 9,842 experience. Slay the monster, gnoll wielding a stone axe, gain 13,181 experience. Slaying the monster, heroic gnoll wielding a stone axe, grants 16,932 experience. Slay the monster. Dropped item, to be picked up gnoll's claw tips. The notifications kept ringing out, almost making one's head spin. Not long after, the gnolls in this area were then completely wiped out. But what was unexpected was, the last brave and strong gnoll actually realized that it could not escape, so it raised its neck and let out a mournful howl. And this roughly means, do not answer, do not answer, do not answer. But, before it could finish its fourth howl, its back was torn apart by sharp claws, and the ancient king's short thorn pierced straight between its eyebrows, killing it instantly. And the shadow gnolls, who were also half gnolls, could naturally understand the meaning of its howl. Although most of the shadows cannot speak, their meaning is conveyed to Bai silently, as if they could communicate with each other. Chapter 36, Overwhelming Force. Here, Bai then learned of this matter. Will he warn the other gnolls as he's about to die? He raised an eyebrow. This matter was indeed not easy to resolve. Suspicion will always exist. Even if Bai were here and had the shadow gnolls call for their companions again, it probably wouldn't attract a large number of gnolls to this place. After careful consideration, Bai finally came up with a solution in his mind. But, before that, the crucial task is to use the specialized skill, shadow extraction, on the dozens of gnoll corpses around here. With a wave of his hand, all the shadows began to work in an orderly fashion, their level of teamwork surpassing that of workers who had done the same work for over a decade. Not long after, all the gnoll corpses and materials were moved together. Bai first collected the materials and placed them all in the professional systems storage backpack. He used his most frequently used specialized skill, shadow extraction, against this large group of gnolls. Stand up. The next moment, a chilling scene unfolded. The piled-up corpses began to wriggle. Upon closer inspection, you will then discover that it is not a corpse wriggling at all, but the dark shadow below that is slowly drifting away in midair. All the gnoll corpses were piled together, and their shadows were piled up as well. The shadow that had appeared as a pool began to distort, and dark shadows emerged from it, appearing before our eyes. In just a few blinks of an eye, the shadows on the ground continuously condensed into the air, and in an instant, they materialized. The dark shadows emerged from the muddy swamp and formed a rough shape resembling a jackal. Only, its eyes were even more ferocious than its true form, and wisps of black shadow drifted around it, giving it an extremely demonic aura. Almost at the same time, these 31 shadow gnolls appeared at the same time. Then, some began to line up, while others began to pick up the weapons that were arranged to the side. These 31 shadow gnolls were successfully incorporated into the shadow army. Looking at this group of shadow gnolls, Bai's combat strength undoubtedly increased even more. But what's needed now is to hunt down more gnolls in order to gain the maximum amount of experience. Bai still remembers. I am currently undergoing the entry test for the Hanxiao Alliance, the largest and strongest alliance in the entire Dragon Kingdom. I think so. This test is to see your performance in hunting monsters, right? After all, they are elites selected from across the country. If they can't kill monsters that are several, or even more than 10 levels higher, then what kind of elites are they? Send those elite professionals here to participate in the UN membership test. Surely they're not just expected to protect themselves and survive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With that thought in mind, Bai resolved to unleash his full power. Hiding things or concealing anything has never been his style. However, this place is no longer suitable for hunting those gnolls. After all, before this, the gnoll had clearly warned not to answer. Whether those jackals believe it or not, a seed of suspicion will be planted in their hearts. Even if we call our companions over, it will probably have little effect. For example, If your roommate jokingly says one day that he is gay, no matter how much you don't believe it, and no matter how straight your roommate acts, you will still feel to some extent that he really is gay. There's no other way. Let's find another place to fish. Bai shook his head, then ordered all the shadows to return to the Shadow Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, the shadow clung to Bai, leaving only a shadowy wolf as his mount. Having randomly chosen a direction, Bai spurred the shadow limb wolf to run forward. With the buff from the monarch's domain, its speed was quite fast. Inside the assessment room, upon seeing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Why? Why did we leave this place? Yes, wouldn't it be better to stay here and harvest the knolls wave after wave? No, if you look closely at that last knoll, you'll find that it was tipping you off. What? How did this kid know, being so far away? Perhaps its shadows still possess the characteristics of their original species and can understand the language of the knolls. This performance truly surprised the group of examiners. Yen Jing appeared calm on the surface, but was actually delighted inside. He thought to himself, this kid is like a treasure. He's constantly surprising me. I thought those two shadows at the beginning were his limit. But who would have thought that he could command hundreds of shadowy figures? I thought it was already outrageous to command hundreds of shadowy figures, but the shadows under his command can actually retain the characteristics of their original creatures. Looking at it this way, his sustained combat ability, explosive power, and overall combat strength are all incredibly powerful. Such talent is simply heaven-defying. Excellent. Absolutely outstanding. Despite his inner excitement, Yen Jing remained outwardly calm, quietly observing the scene before him. Together with all the examiners, they observed Bai Yi's specific performance. At this moment, Bai Yi sat diagonally on the back of the shadow wolf, rushing forward at lightning speed. Not long after, they crossed one small hill after another, and then crossed the area they had just been in. In the distance, a river flows slowly. The water wasn't very clear, but you could vaguely see many fish swimming around in it. Places with water sources are generally very suitable for the development of biological populations. The dominant creature in this instance, the knoll, is just like that. Looking into the distance, Bai Yi indeed saw quite a few jackal men, roughly a dozen or so. Beside the river, there were also many knolls wielding harpoons, fishing. See here, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of harmony and beauty between the jackal people and nature. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned an entire army of shadow knolls. Kill. Bai Yi gave the order casually, and immediately this group of 50-odd shadow ghouls began a frenzied attack on the knolls in the area. Faced with their fellow knolls who were buffed by the king's domain and were in shadow form, these knolls were no match at all. In the blink of an eye, the battle ended quietly, and the process of the battle can only be described as utterly devastating. Chapter 37, dominating the entire region. Bai Yi's current performance can be described as demonstrating the power of the group to the fullest extent. I spotted a small colony of knolls. There were a dozen or so shadow knolls, who immediately unleashed a shadow claw attack, maximizing the damage coverage. It has reached a point where the shadows take turns taking the lead. In most cases, the monsters are dealt with before any of the shadows even get a chance to touch them. And this is especially true as time goes on. The first shadow to set out instantly wiped out the knolls in that area, and the large group of shadows following behind barely even saw the monsters. Time flows slowly by. Bai Yi's hunt became increasingly brutal, and the notifications from the professional system kept ringing. Slay the monster, heroic and strong knoll, gain 17,449 experience. Slay the monster, heroic knoll, gain 13,181 experience. Slay the monster, a strong and valiant knoll wielding a stone axe, gain 21,339 experience. Slay the monster, harpoon wielding knoll, gain 9,842 experience. Slaying the monster, strong knoll wielding a stone axe, grants 17,449 experience. Slaying the monster, heroic knoll wielding a stone axe, grants 16,932 experience. Slay the monster. Dropped item, to be picked up knoll's claw tips. The further Bai Yi went, the longer the prefixes on these jackal men became. Other monsters become stronger through their own efforts. This knoll gets stronger by stacking prefixes, right? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, but didn't care about such things at all. After all, the longer the prefix of these knolls, the higher their level, and the more experience they drop. In short, it only benefits Bai Yi and has no drawbacks. Not long after, The welcome upgrade notification from the professional system rang out again. Congratulations on reaching level 23. Finally, another upgrade. Seeing this notification, Bai Yi's spirits lifted a bit. Otherwise, even though he wasn't doing much, he was getting mentally exhausted from constantly killing monsters. Thinking it over, Bai Yi first issued several orders to ensure that his shadow army would not stop. He then opened his own panel to check his current attributes. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 23, 0/73 W6680. HP, 46502/46502. Base attack power, 1735. Spirit, 230. Equipment, Walker's Dagger, Poison Throwing Dagger, Critical Damage Kunai, Ancient King's Short Dagger. Shadow Minions. Main Shadow, Unique. Shadow Knoll 65. Shadow Stone Golem 220. Shadow Giant. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 1, Shadow Kingdom. Tier 2, Natal Shadow. Tier 2, Monarch's Domain, Max Tier. The attributes have been improved as before. But the most crucial time is when you get a skill upgrade. Bai Yi thought for a moment, and then closed the panel. He had previously gained an opportunity to upgrade his skills at levels 10 and 20, respectively, and upgraded Shadow Kingdom and Fate Shadow to the second tier. This improvement is undeniably significant. The second tier of the Shadow Kingdom directly solves the biggest weakness of the Shadows, their inability to regenerate health. The second tier of the Shadow's natal form directly elevates the Shadow to become a top-tier combat force within the current Shadow army. Everyone says that level 20 is a hurdle, but I wonder if the opportunity to upgrade skills will also change as you reach level 20? Thinking about it, Bai Yi continued to command the Shadow army on their journey into the distance. I'm determined to level up to at least level 25 before being forced out of the instance, so that I can add a significant chapter to my experience in the Hanxiao Alliance. Inside the assessment room, the examiners were all speechless. Finally, one of the examiners couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. This kid, could he be using this membership test as a way to assess his combat strength? From a generally rational point of view, this does seem to be the case. That's outrageous. I think this test is unnecessary. Why not just let this young hero emerge? As they spoke, the examiners exchanged glances, and the same thought appeared in each of their minds. It's not anyone else's fault. It's just that Bai Yi is too overpowered. This perfectly good survival test was ruined. The purpose is to test whether elite professionals across the country can protect themselves and avoid risks when they exceed their limits. Bai Yi is doing well. Entering the instance of this alliance test was like starting a legendary game. The Taoist priest has 15 dogs. He can roam freely throughout the entire region. One strike deals 999 damage. Every strike is a raging fire. Every strike explodes. What was supposed to be a survival game turned into a massacre by him. And this kid seems to think that this is how the UN membership test was originally designed. No, we need to find someone to get him out. That's right. Once he's killed all the monsters in the dungeon, how will the national elites be tested? Will it be a competition of who can find the monsters? Let's just send someone to pick them up. Who else would agree to that? I agree. I second that. Okay then. Before the examiner could finish speaking, Yin Jing raised his eyebrows, his expression turning somewhat displeased. He hadn't had enough yet. This kind of exhilarating spectacle of a massive, coordinated attack and a complete massacre of the entire instance was even more interesting than his own team battles against a boss. How could it end like this? Yin Jing glanced at the screen and his eyes widened. Cough cough. As far as I know, this is already the standard distance for the last expedition team. Therefore, this test should continue. Upon hearing this, the examiners abandoned their idea of taking Bai Yi out of the instance, and their minds began to work more actively, following the lead of Yin Jing. Lord Yin, you mean to say? Once we get past this distance, we might encounter the boss. We can still test this kid's adaptability. Yes, that's right. Lord Yin is a man of profound wisdom and foresight, something I have rarely seen in my life. Excellent. Very good. After the examiners showered him with praise, Yin Jing felt embarrassed and admitted that he had only said it casually, instead continuing the story. That's right. Once this kid encounters the boss of this dungeon, he probably won't be able to easily defeat him. Upon hearing Yin Jing's explanation, all the examiners readily agreed. Yes, Lord Yin is truly farsighted. How could this kid be so nonchalant when facing the boss? It's time to test his adaptability. It seems there's still reason to continue this test. Chapter 38, What is Ahead? Just as these examiners said, beyond this distance, the chances of encountering the boss increase significantly. Regardless of the specific instance, there will generally be this kind of predictable pattern. That is, the farther the area, the greater the probability of encountering powerful enemies, elites, or bosses. Although no one knows who came up with this conclusion, and no one has verified whether this applies to all instances, people generally believe in this rule, to the point that it has become an ironclad law. Not long after, Bai Yi then saw the first elite in this instance. It was a gnoll man that was slightly larger and looked unusually strange. All I saw was, surrounded by a group of gnolls with numerous prefixes, the tall gnolls had an unusually peculiar appearance. Its head has some crustacean-like structures, and its eyes are composed of 8 purplish-black secondary eyes. It has 4 arms, and each arm holds a weapon. Stone axe, harpoon, fire poker. Although he wasn't the tallest Bai Yi had ever seen, he was still much taller and more imposing than these jackalmen, who were less than 1.6 meters tall. Overall, he is about 2 meters tall. Just looking at its appearance, it's still a little scary. From a distance, Bai Yi felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were looking at a crab covered in green hair. But soon, that feeling of nausea disappeared. Bai Yi looked at the strange gnoll in the distance and immediately cast a detection spell. Monster, a mutated, strong gnoll with a handheld weapon attached to its secondary limbs, elite. Level, 25. HP, 85600/85600. Overall attack power, 1375. Skills, multi-handed coordination, undying even in death, rank B, roar. Looking at the strange gnoll, Bai Yi glanced at its skills, but none of them caught his attention. Then, with a wave of his hand, Bai Yi gave the order. Kill. The next moment, the shadow army obeyed the command and charged forward instantly. Hearing the commotion, the jackals who were gathered in a group in the distance looked towards the distance. Goodness! The dense army of shadows was like a solar eclipse, dimming the earth. The wisps of black shadows floating in midair seemed to coalesce into a form, exuding an intimidating aura. Exclamation point. The jackals were shocked and immediately began packing their belongings to flee. However, the elite mutated gnoll at their center, with its pair of large, armored mandibles opening and closing, produced a language that the gnolls could understand. No escape, fight back, or die? A few simple words, yet not a single gnoll dared to take them as a joke. But looking at the shadow army that was moving out of the nest in the distance, even though there were about 20 gnolls here, plus the elite mutated gnolls that they regarded as their leader, they couldn't help but feel scared. Seeing their appearance, the elite mutated gnoll chose to be the first to go into battle. Its massive jaws opened and closed again, uttering a gnoll-like language. Look carefully, this is what ahead is. Immediately afterwards, the mutated gnoll strode with heavy steps, causing the ground within a few meters to tremble slightly, displaying its imposing presence. Its silhouette was reflected in the eyes of every jackal in this land. These jackalmen felt that their heads were as dazzling as the bright moon, and that their aura was enough to defeat any enemy. But soon, they were slapped hard by cruel reality. The mutated gnoll stretched out its 4 thick arms, ready to intercept the shadow army with one hand. But unexpectedly, the shadow, positioned first, stabbed directly at the mutated gnoll's abdomen. Elite mutant gnoll HP minus 5555. Immediately afterwards, the shadow circled behind him and stabbed through a shoulder blade. Elite mutant gnoll HP 6666. Immediately afterwards, the densely packed shadows were neatly arranged, instantly surrounding the elite mutated gnoll in the center. Taking the 7-star encirclement formation as an example, it directly maximized the damage. He could hit almost every shadow gnoll in the vicinity. Elite mutant gnoll HP minus 3327. HP 4089. HP 3327. HP 4089. HP 5923. A series of red numbers flashed by in an instant, before the elite mutated gnoll could even launch another attack. Abrupt. Shadow stabbed the ancient king's broken thorn in his hand directly at the gap in the carapace on the neck of the elite mutated gnoll. Immediately, with the double boost from the king's domain, it displayed unparalleled power. Whoosh! The elite mutated gnoll's head was instantly blown away by this tremendous force. Attack critical areas to trigger an overkill critical hit, dealing minus 21,451 HP to the mutated, strong gnoll, elite, wielding a weapon on its secondary limb. Call out. The carapace head of this elite mutated gnoll flew high into the air, tracing a graceful parabola. The light shone into the eyes of every gnoll. At this moment, the group of gnolls couldn't help but recall the last words spoken by this elite mutated gnoll before his death. Look carefully, this is what a head is. Their minds were a little dazed, but the bodies of these jackals obeyed their instincts. That is escape. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly fight this terrifying army of shadows head-on? That would be crazy. They are monsters, but not stupid. Moment. The gnolls broke up into smaller groups and scattered in all directions in an instant. But these tricks are simply no match for the shadow army. You run fast enough. But we have the king's domain amplification, so we can run even faster than you. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing gnolls were hunted down by the shadows in small squads and instantly surrounded and killed. Then, a series of notifications flashed by again. Slay the monster, strong and valiant gnoll. Gain 17,449 experience. Slay the monster, a strong and valiant gnoll wielding a stone axe. Gain 21,339 experience. Slaying the monster, strong gnoll wielding a stone axe, grants 17,449 experience. Slaying the monster, heroic gnoll wielding a stone axe, grants 16,932 experience. Slay the monster. Dropped item, to be picked up gnoll's claw tips. Chapter 39, whipped dozens of times, driven to another table. But when all the shadows dispersed to pursue the pack of gnolls, the elite mutated gnoll, whose head and body had already separated, began to twist and contort. Whoosh. Laugh. The sound of the carapace joints cracking was neither too loud nor too soft, and the surrounding shadow teams reacted quickly, rushing forward to finish off the attackers. This also caught Bai Yi's attention. Is this the B-level skill of this mutated gnoll, dead but not dead? That's quite interesting. After saying that, Bai Yi stared at the corpse of the elite mutated gnoll not far away, wondering what other tricks it could pull. Although the shadow army had already split into more than a dozen teams to pursue the enemy, they were unable to return immediately. But even just the shadows left behind numbered nearly 100, a terrifying number. These elite mutated gnolls, all dead, can't cause any trouble. Whoosh. Laugh. The elite mutated gnolls made sounds from their heads and bodies, and began to move independently. With that kind of talent, it would be a waste not to act in horror movies. What Bai Yi found reasonable was that although the body and head were dead, they were still able to launch attacks. Considering its inherent B-level skill, everything seems quite reasonable. But these are laughable, like children playing, compared to the army of shadows. Whoosh. 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 Almost instantly, after witnessing the elite mutated gnoll's post-mortem performance, the shadow army launched a massive attack, tearing the corpse to pieces without a single shadow strike. Slaying the monster, a mutated, strong gnoll with a handheld weapon and secondary limbs, elite, grants 147,370 experience. Final. With the battle decided, Bai Yi turned his attention to the strongest enemy in the match, this elite mutated jackal. This time, the elite mutated gnolls performed poorly against the monsters. But this doesn't mean that its strength will be much weaker after it becomes the shadow. As usual, the corpses, materials, and weapons were neatly arranged. These shadows were already quite adept at it. Bai Yi approached and first put away the materials. Then he glanced at the elite mutated gnoll that had been pieced together and couldn't help but gasp. It looked exactly like a jigsaw puzzle. Without giving it much thought, he directly used his specialized skill, shadow extraction. The next moment, the corpse beneath the elite mutated gnoll began to deform, writhing and twisting as it spread towards the ground. In the blink of an eye, the dark figures had already gathered in midair. However, the appearance of this mutated gnoll has been optimized quite a bit. The two large, shadowy jaws are particularly prominent, and the crustacean's head, constructed from these shadows, fits the body more closely, as do its forearms. But the most crucial thing is, between the parts of the body, there are huge, empty gaps, each independent and suspended in midair. Like magnetically levitated light bulbs, they repel each other. These enormous suspended spaces did not make the shadowy mutated gnoll look worse than its original form. On the contrary, they made it even more handsome. It's almost as if it went from being deformed to becoming a monster with a unique design aesthetic. Monster, Shadow Limb Gnoll Elite. Level, 25. HP, 12W8400 / 12W8400. Overall attack power, 2060. Status: Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills: Multi-handed Coordination, Coordination Split, B-level Upgrade, Original Dead but Not Stiff Mutation, Roar. If the original body's elite mutated Knoll was ugly, the Shadow Limb Knoll now does indeed seem to have a bit of a leader's feel to it. It was almost at the same time. Behind them, new Shadow Knolls, also formed from shadows, took up weapons and stood in formation. With a casual wave of his hand, Bai sent these dozens of shadow jackals into the Shadow Army. This battle is merely a microcosm of the entire dungeon's events. For the next period of time, Bai encountered about 6 of these elite mutated Knolls. They are respectively the Jackal Men, elite, with sharp, mutated, and strong limbs resembling those of an insect, resembling a mantis. There are also spider-like, compound-eyed, viscous, mutated Knolls, elite. Wild boar, bat, humanoid, and wolf types. After Bai had killed them all, he almost felt like he was playing Pokemon. These mutated Knolls were all ridiculously long, especially the humanoid Knoll, which had some hairless parts, making it look exceptionally strange, much stranger than the mutated Knolls that resembled bats or spiders. The number of elite monsters killed this time is the highest number Bai has ever killed in a single dungeon run. There are a total of 7. Of course, this experience poured in huge quantities, and even Bai couldn't help but be moved. Slaying the monster, elite Knoll with sharp, mutated, insect-like appendages, grants 154,120 experience. Slay the monster, strong and valiant Knoll, gains 17,449 experience. Slaying the monster, elite, slimy, mutated Knoll with compound eyes and prongs, grants 166,120 experience. Slay the monster. After gaining some experience, Bai actually leveled up again. Congratulations on reaching level 24. Player, Bai. Level, 24, 21W3154/83W6400. The distance has increased by 1 level. The experience needed to reach level 25 is only a few elite mutated Knolls with plenty of experience. Thinking of this, Bai cheered himself up again. The long period of fighting and warfare had already made him a little tired. This test was really, how incredibly boring. If the other professionals who participated in the test knew, they would probably vomit 300 cubic centimeters of blood and wish they could whip Bai dozens of times and drive him to the children's table. Chapter 40. This thing, can it really be called a Knoll? Inside the assessment room, this battle scene featuring Bai has lasted for several hours, long enough to watch the entire team being frozen and then fighting Thanos. Most of the time was repetitive, and even Yin Jing, which I had initially wanted to watch for a while longer, became somewhat numb to. I mean, isn't this a bit too unreasonable? Hearing Yin Jing say this, the somewhat subdued examiners instantly perked up and began to speak. Exactly. How are we supposed to play like this? He's going to wipe out all the elite monsters in the entire dungeon. Where's the promised adaptability? All we do is push and shove. What kind of test is this? I think so too. He played this test on easy mode, completely ruining the original purpose of the test. No, get this kid out. We have to get him out. That's right. If we let him spend the full 8 hours in the dungeon, there won't be any monsters left. The more they argued, the more chaotic the entire assessment room became. Gone was the usual solemnity of the high-ranking examiner. They were acting like elementary school students arguing over saving face. As the argument raged on, it seemed that all the examiners had made up their minds. But considering that there was an important person present, and whether it was for daily life or their duties, the test could be finalized after their unanimous decision. But with this important figure involved, whether or not they would agree depended on his attitude. Then, those gazes, filled with a variety of emotions, were all cast upon Yin Jing's face. At this moment, even Yin Jing felt that Bai had to be removed from the instance. Otherwise, just as these examiners said, if we stay any longer, there might not be any monsters left in this dungeon. Okay, I agree. Yin Jing stopped mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on the image on the virtual monitor. Seeing this scene, the examiners were stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something and immediately looked away from Yin Jing's face, turning their attention to the virtual monitor. If you don't look at it, it's not a big deal. Upon seeing this, all the examiners were utterly shocked. All I saw was, on the screen, in front of Bai, there was a huge natural cave. The entrance to this natural cave is over 10 meters high. That's not all. From the cave entrance emerged approximately 5 or 6 mutated, tall jackal men. And after they appeared, it was as if they were crowding around something, waiting for the appearance of a leader. Not long after, a strange monster crawled out of the cave, opened its fleshy maw and roared, the sound echoing throughout the entire instance. Its gaping maw was as big as several adult heads. The gaping maw split into 4 lobes, unfolding outwards like a flower, revealing one after another densely packed mane and accessory teeth, making it look exceptionally ferocious. Hiss! Roar! At this moment, Bai was riding on the back of a spider-like shadow mutated gnoll. Although it is a spider-like shadow mutant gnoll. However, the carapace was quite large and stable, and it had been transformed into a black shadow structure, without the dense hairs of a spider. Therefore, this has become Bai's most satisfying mount. Riding his mount, Bai surveyed the situation not far away. It's easy to guess without much thought that those strange monsters are the boss of this dungeon. Without saying a word, Bai immediately sent out a probe. Monster, a ferocious, mutated gnoll man of the leader-level vanguard that absorbs genes, boss level. Level, 35. HP, 42W9400 / 42W9400. Overall attack power, 11,000. Status, Rage, attack power increased by 5%. Skill? Upon seeing this piece of information, Bai almost couldn't hold back his excitement. This thing, can it be called a gnoll? Bai frowned and glanced at the boss-level monster again from a distance. Seemingly sensing the gaze, the tall, strange monster glared fiercely in Bai's direction. In these eyes, there are a total of 8 pairs. Now look at this strange monster. It has 2 goat horns, one large and one small, on its head. Its face looks like it was thrown into a frying pan and then forcibly healed, and its mouth is as terrifying as an alien. The torso has 2 hands on each side, one as large as a giant's hand, and the other is a carapace-like arthropod. Looking at the legs, the entire spider appears gigantic. No, it has 1 more pair of legs than a spider, a full 10 pairs of legs, with trembling fine hairs as thick as an arm. Hiss! Roar! Before Bai could even take a second look, the strange monster launched an attack as if it had exploded. With a roar, 6 different mutated gnolls beside him charged straight toward this direction. Only, because of the slope, they only noticed the dozens of shadowy figures exposed and didn't take them seriously. But soon, their momentum vanished instantly. Just one room. They headed downhill towards Bai's location, but halfway there, they discovered a dense army of shadows in the woods. Countless pairs of shadowy eyes were fixed on them. Just waiting for Bai's order, these 6 rare, mutated jackalmen would be torn to shreds alive. At this moment, Bai also stopped observing the strange boss. He was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would explode. With a wave of his hand, Bai gave the order. Kill. Leave no one alive. Almost instantly, the Shadow Army, having received the order, launched a counterattack. And the first thing to feel it. These were the mutated jackals who led from the front. When they attacked, they were so full of momentum. Now, they are in a sorry state, being chased by an immeasurable shadow ahead. Ouch! Giggle! These mutated gnolls each spoke their own language, yet miraculously, the other mutated gnolls could understand them. It's over. You're doomed. Run. Chapter 41 Instinctive Intuition. At times like these, the gnoll's intuition is incredibly accurate. But, even with the barren brains of the gnolls, if they were to think about it even slightly, they wouldn't choose to engage in a direct confrontation. The mutated gnolls, who are similar to them, outnumber them all, not to mention the dense swarms of other shadows. At this time, the dust on the ground churned up as the mutated jackalmen trampled through the sand as they fled. Seemingly having witnessed this cowardly act from afar, the strange monster's face was filled with rage. Although it completely lacked any human-like expression, but it still evokes a sense of anger. Hiss! Roar! The strange monster opened its petal-like mouth, stretched its neck, and roared angrily. Upon hearing this voice, 2 mutated gnolls, their fear of the strange monster outweighed their fear of facing the Shadow Army. The 2 mutated gnolls trembled and slowly stopped, turning around to face the Shadow Army. The remaining 4 are still running. But it was to no avail. Sizzle! A thick, white thread shot out from the navel of a spider-like, shadow-mutated gnoll. The silk thread spread out in midair and caught the 4 mutated jackalmen who were trying to escape. It took almost several breaths. The Shadow Army behind them had already arrived. Whoosh! Sizzle! Whether it was a normal attack or a small skill, they all unleashed it on this group of mutated jackals. A large-scale brawl was staged again at this location. From Bai Yi's perspective, almost all the damage notifications flashed by. HP 4089, HP 4089, HP 5923, HP 3327. Although each mutated gnoll could be considered a mini-boss, they ultimately couldn't withstand the onslaught of the Shadow Army. In just a few blinks of an eye after being attacked, their health bars were already low. In an instant, whether it's weakness or near death, all negative buffs are applied. Death is just another moment away. Despite having a few mutated gnolls with the troublesome B-rank skill dead, but not stiff. But that only applies to other people. For the current Shadow Army, it's just a matter of the surrounding shadows landing a few more blows. This confrontation came quickly and ended just as quickly. A series of notifications flashed before Bai Yi's eyes, all indicating kills. He counted the number, and not a single one was missing. Slaying the monster, elite, slimy, mutated gnoll with compound eyes and prongs, grants 166,120 experience. Slaying the monster, elite gnoll with sharp, mutated, insect-like appendages, grants 154,120 experience. Slay monster, mutated, strong gnoll with a handheld weapon and secondary limbs, elite. Experience. At this time, Bai Yi observed the strange monster in the distance. Seeing that it did not move, he urged his mount toward the location of the corpse. Stand up. With a casual gesture, Bai Yi skillfully displayed her specialized abilities. Shadows swayed, and the mutated gnolls that had just died began to move, their shadows beneath their corpses becoming restless. Time passed in an instant. New shadow minions appeared and stood on the land. These were the same mutated gnolls that had just been killed. Far away, the strange monster saw this scene from afar, and the entire monster began to make big movements. Roar! A piercing, guttural sound echoed throughout the dungeon world. Just looking at this monster, it seemed different from the one before. After much deliberation, Bai Yi sent out a probe. He had a feeling that the monster had activated some kind of skill. Monster, a ferocious, mutated gnoll man of the leader-level vanguard that absorbs genes, boss level. Level, 35. HP, 41W2333/42W, 9400. Overall attack power, 12,200. Status, enraged, attack power increased by 15%, agility increased by 5%. Skills, B-level mutation frenzy. Just as Bai Yi had predicted. Whether passively or actively, this strange monster unleashed a B-rank skill called mutation frenzy. Both attack and agility have been improved. But, in Bai Yi's view, these were nothing more than its struggles before its death. Keeping a close eye on the time spent in the instance, Bai Yi gave an order to Shadow, and then waved his hand, ordering the Shadow Army to launch a massive attack on the strange monster. Although I didn't bring a watch or anything like that, just by feeling it, it was almost time to force exit the instance. The reason for instructing the Shadow was, with some consideration, this action was precisely to cut off the monster's retreat. The Shadow moved silently. At this moment, the Shadow Army marched in unison toward the strange monster, which was also the boss of this instance. The strange monster seemed to sense the killing intent, and its fighting spirit soared. Roar! Before the Shadow Army could rush towards it, it bravely charged forward instead. Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Huh? Instead of running away, you're coming this way? I really don't know where they got the guts. Bai Yi had never taken this dungeon boss seriously. Even if your health is high, could it be as tall as the combined height of these hundreds of shadows? No matter how strong your attack is, could they wipe out these shadowy figures in one fell swoop? Based on this alone, Bai Yi knew that there was no reason for him to lose this battle. With a mere gesture, the dungeon boss, the strange monster, charged to the front of the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, the Shadow Army had also formed its battle formation. Whoosh! The shadows lined up one by one. First, 60 shadow gnolls surrounded the strange monster. Those present. It was those 13 mutated versions of shadow gnolls mixed in with the monsters. While the shadow gnolls absorbed a large amount of damage, they also dealt considerable damage to the strange monsters. Most importantly, wielding the ancient king's short dagger, the ninja occasionally attacks the strange monster's weak points, unleashing special attacks such as critical hits and supercritical hits. HP 4089, HP 4089, HP 5923, HP 3327. Attacks critical areas, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing leader-level vanguard, gene-absorbing, ferocious mutant gnoll, boss level, HP minus 19,198. These repeated attacks should have reignited the monster's fury. But as the saying goes, things will turn into their opposites when they reach their extremes. Driven by extreme rage, this strange monster made an remarkably rational judgment. That is, Chapter 42, as long as we can get there. That is, run away. Seeing this, Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly. As expected, the strange monster, suffering from a significant health deficit after being subjected to such a massive attack, unsurprisingly chose to flee. That's normal. If you know you can't win, but you still insist on fighting, the only outcome will be death. Not everyone can slide tackle a tiger in a fit of extreme anger. More often than not, it just makes the tiger an extra meal. Boom. The earth was trembling slightly, a violent sound caused by the strange monster's escape. Chase. Bai Yi appeared calm and unhurried, casually giving some instructions from a short distance away. The moment the command was given, these shadowy figures immediately gave chase. A rumbling sound. The ground trembled even more violently for a moment. The strange monster ran ahead, while the shadow army chased and attacked from behind, creating a somewhat comical scene. Not long after, the strange monster spotted the cave in the distance. If its innermost thoughts were revealed, they would surely be. As long as we can get to that place. This is my escape route. Such as. Indeed, if anyone is most familiar with the terrain inside the cave, it must be the strange monster that lives there. In the vast and complex underground caverns, no matter how many shadow armies Bai Yi had, he was unable to launch another siege against the strange monsters. Although the area where strange monsters can roam freely is not small. But the deeper you go, the narrower the terrain becomes on both sides, and the fewer shadows you can pass through at the same time. But after taking just 2 more steps, the strange monster was clearly stunned. The entire massive, strange monster froze in place. Just because. Ahead, directly below the cave, there was a human-shaped shadow that resembled Bai Yi. Still seething with rage, the strange monster instinctively wanted to kill it with a single swipe of its claw. But, just as its giant hand on the side of its abdomen rose, it was suddenly gripped tightly by an even larger hand. Upon closer inspection, I don't know when it started. 1. No. 2 enormous creatures were already lurking in the shadows of the cave. It was the shadow giant, and a smaller version of the shadow purple core stone golem. If a beam of light shines into it, it's not hard to see that the cave entrance and the area beneath it are teeming with countless shadowy stone monsters. Each one resembles a stone monster in shape and exudes a reassuring sense of power. Suddenly, the shadow giant tightened its grip, its dark eyes seeming to absorb all light. A sentence inexplicably appeared in the strange monster's mind. This place is already full. Boom. The shadow giant's enormous fist appeared and struck directly at the strange monster's face. Although they have similar heights, but the shadow giant is clearly a weight class above this strange monster. One was a slender figure with a body resembling an insect shell, while the other was a shadowy body mutated from the original rock form. Absolutely incomparable. With that punch, the strange monster's head wobbled precariously, the damage clearly substantial. At this time, Bai Yi, who was not far away, saw a notification appear. It's an orange notification indicating an overcritical hit. Your shadow minion, Shadow Giant, attacked a critical area, triggering an overkill critical hit, causing leader-level Vanguard, gene-absorbing, ferocious mutant null, boss level, HP minus 78,973. Nearly 70,000 damage. That's almost half of the strange monster's health. Buzz. At this moment, the strange monster felt dizzy and disoriented, as if its entire body was out of control. But even if anyone lets their guard down, the shadows will only maintain their peak condition. Make the most of this short time. The shadows, both outside and inside the cave, swarmed out, giving the strange monster another small shock. HP 4089. HP 3947. HP 12938. HP 5923. HP 3327. HP. Layer upon layer of damage bursts forth, and even a strange monster with hundreds of thousands of health points cannot withstand it for long. The most fatal thing is, the shadows work together seamlessly, stacking one on top of the other to form a ladder while attacking. Even worse, they attach themselves directly to the arms of the shadow giants and the skulls of the shadow stone golems, launching their attacks. This also makes the attack range of the strange monster several times larger. In an instant, the numbers surged wildly, like a geyser, completely out of control. It was also during his final moments that he passed away. This strange monster actually used all the abilities it could. Bang! With a sudden stomp, the surrounding shadows paused briefly for 3 seconds, while the strange monster's health slowly recovered. However, after 3 seconds, the amount of health restored is far less than the amount of health lost. Roar! The strange monster's carapace trembled violently, causing its entire body to change, shrinking continuously like freshly cooked tofu sheets. But before it could shrink much, the massive damage caused the strange monster to feel pain and stop its overly passive skill. With a sudden swing of his arms, he frantically fought off the shadows around him. After repeated attacks, some of the shadows finally couldn't withstand the onslaught, and dozens of them vanished without a trace. Your shadow minion, Shadow Blue Corestone Golem, has died. Your shadow minion, Shadow Knoll, is dead. Your shadow minion, Shadow Knoll, is dead. But this is all meaningless resistance. No matter how you attack, no matter how much health a single attack can deplete, or how many shadows it can make disappear, there will always be endless shadows, swarming up to fill the void once more. The monster's killing of these creatures was practically futile. Their resistance was minimal and merely delayed their demise. HP 29W2333/42W9400. HP 23W2333. HP 18W2333. HP 92,333. Monster leader level. Knoll, boss level, has entered a weakened state when its HP drops below 30%. Weak. Physical fitness can only be utilized at less than 50%. Monster leader level. Knoll, boss level, has entered a near-death state when its health drops below 5%. Near death. Physical abilities can only be utilized at less than 10%. Slaying the monster, leader level Vanguard, ferocious mutant Knoll that absorbs genes, boss level, grants 3,028,800 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 25. Congratulations on reaching level 26. Congratulations on reaching level 27. Chapter 43 Black Barton, Birth. Boom. The slightly shrunken, strange monster collapsed onto the ground. It even covered up a lot of shadows. Fortunately, it was just a heavy object falling and did not cause any other damage. The shadowy figures in the area were only crushed under the corpse and were otherwise unharmed. Bai stepped forward and a notification appeared. Dropped items, to be picked up 2 Knoll Chieftain Hearts, for mutated limbs. Bai was a little dazzled when he saw these items, but he still put them all away. These slightly more valuable items would probably take up a separate compartment in the storage backpack. However, none of these are things Bai needs to worry about. After all, he had almost emptied his storage backpack before entering the test, and now it was more than enough to hold some materials and items. Thinking about the upcoming dungeon session, Bai quickened his pace. Without hesitation, Bai decisively activated his specialized skill, Shadow Extraction. Stand up. The next moment. Whoosh. Just like when the Stone Ridge giant was extracted, the shadow beneath the strange monster's corpse instantly spread into a pool-like shape. Amidst the rippling waves, the dark shadow gradually drifted into the air. Abrupt. 4 enormous, wolf-like hands appeared. There forms a pitch-black mass of shadows, each shadow moving upside down. These 4 hands suddenly gripped the surrounding ground and struggled upwards. Boom. The first thing to emerge from the shadowy pool was a pair of black, curved horns. Next, below, is a smooth, mask-like face, without any facial features. Immediately, his entire body suddenly lifted up. It pulled the dark pool of water beneath it, together transforming into its final form. On either side of the torso are 2 pairs of enormous, wolf-like heads, while beneath them are more fitting carapace supports. 8 pairs of carapace-like limbs are firmly balanced on the ground, making the figure appear even more neat and sharp. This new group of shadow minions has clearly undergone a significant overhaul compared to that strange monster. It won't be negative. Instead, it truly became sharper, as if it had been streamlined and strengthened. Bai thought that perhaps after the elite and boss-level monsters were extracted by the shadow, these new shadow minions would change a bit. Perhaps it's due to the effect of the new professional skill, Monarch's Domain. Or perhaps, this is the will that arose from the very beginning of the new shadow minion's own existence. Regardless, Bai himself felt quite satisfied with these changes. He looked up and probed, his subconscious impulse taking hold. With just one glance, Bai almost got a neck ache from the long name, so he simply changed it. As for a new name, Bai is not easy to come up with. The names he chose before were all based on his first impression. But why is this shadow called a strange shadow monster? No, that's an awful name. After much thought, Bai recalled a novel he had read before his transmigration, in which one of the characters was also a Knoll leader. However, this name seemed much more normal, so Bai simply copied it. Upon further investigation, a new shadow appeared before them, and its data was revealed. Monster, Black Bolton. Level, 35. HP, 63W1000/63W1000. Overall attack power, 18300 for 6700. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, B-Level, Mutation Frenzy, A-Level, Last Stand. B-Level, Shrinking Change, Trample, Summon Allies, Smash. Bai took one look and realized that this Black Barton had quite a few skills. 1 A-Level skill. There are as many as 2 B-Level skills. As for minor skills like instincts, there are about 20 of them, which is quite dizzying. After reading it, Bai waved his hand. They're gone. The next moment, all of the Shadow's minions moved in perfect unison. All their actions were directed towards the location of their natal shadow, and around the natal shadow, one after another, dark shadows disappeared into it. From the sidelines, it looked as if those shadow minions had become one with their own shadows. In fact, however, these shadow minions, each using their own shadow as an anchor point, entered the Shadow Kingdom. After selecting a select few of the elite, all of Shadow's subordinates ceased their movements. No way. The Shadow Kingdom can only accommodate 270 shadow minions at present, and cannot accommodate any more. He waved. The natal shadow came to Bai Yi's side. It once again transformed into an ordinary shadow beneath Bai Yi, a shadow that anyone could have. As for the extra shadow stone golems and shadow gnolls in front of him, Bai Yi felt somewhat helpless. No way. We have no choice but to put this large force into this instance, since the Shadow Kingdom's capacity is still limited. They weren't afraid of new professionals treating them like monsters and killing them. Such a large number would be something even some high-level professionals would dare not provoke. We stayed there for a while longer. Just as Bai Yi was about to fall asleep, the timer for the forced exit from the instance finally arrived. His figure swayed. When Bai Yi opened his eyes again, he was already on Blue Star, next to the dungeon entrance. Just then, the recorder next to him moved the data, his face showing a strange expression, and his lips twitched unconsciously a few times. Seeing this, the staff couldn't help but remind them. What's wrong? Reading out the grades. What are you spacing out for? It's just. Upon closer inspection, the staff member also found himself in a strange situation. Out of professional ethics, and with the primary concern of keeping his job, the recorder quickly regained his composure and began reciting. Bai Yi, level 27. Hidden SSS-level class. Exceptionally outstanding performance in the dungeon. Unharmed. Excellent conduct. Unites his subordinates. Overall score MA. Passed. As he spoke, the recorder perked up a bit, looked at the person beside him, and muttered, This counts as passing, right? There's no score displayed. The staff member retorted, Isn't that obvious? How can it not be approved? Ignoring the conversation between the two, Bai Yi walked straight ahead. Simply because his senior, committee member Yi, was waiting for him there. This committee member has been waiting for him for at least 8 hours, or even longer. He truly has great perseverance and patience. Patting Bai Yi on the shoulder, committee member Yi praised. Excellent. Congratulations on becoming a new member of the Hanxia Alliance. I will take care of your formal joining process in the league. I think so. The entire city of H will be proud of you for years to come. In his congratulatory remarks, committee member Yi did not mention that your parents would be proud of you, because during his investigation, he discovered the unfortunate events that had befallen Bai Yi's family in previous years. Chapter 44, A distinguished guest arrives in H City. Hearing this, Bai Yi smiled slightly and said, Thanks. In conversation, Bai Yi and the committee member discussed the matter while boarding their private aircraft to complete the final procedures for joining the United Nations. At this moment, not far from the dungeon, one person was squatting in the corner. He was also one of the professionals taking the entrance test, but he failed. At this time, he appeared somewhat trembling, still shaken. That was terrifying. My future, my bright future. It's not my fault. Who told those jackals to howl like that? Who can fight them? We can't fight them. We simply can't fight them. At that moment, another professional player's forced exit time from the dungeon expired, and he emerged from the dungeon with a relaxed expression. The recorder slowly recited. Yi Liangchun, level 14, S-rank class, praise apostle, performed averagely in the dungeon, no injuries, no misconduct. Before the recorder could finish speaking, Yi Liangshan confidently tossed his hair and glanced at the shaken professional fighters not far away. He said with a hint of disdain, "Ugh, what kind of UN membership test is this? It's way too easy. I thought I was something special, Yi Liangshan, but this is all? This is it. Surely no one failed the test." It seemed they felt mocked. The previously eliminated professional, no longer sullen, stood up and turned to confront them. "Didn't you encounter gnolls from all sides? How dare you say such a thing?" Yi Liangshan said disdainfully, "What bullshit gnolls? I only encountered one in the entire dungeon, and I easily defeated it in a fierce battle. No, impossible. It's not fair. Why did I encounter so many of them? It's not fair. Recorder, I need an explanation." The frustrated professional turned his anger toward the recorder. Why did he encounter gnolls from all directions, while this guy who just came out of the dungeon encountered only one? Seeing this scene, although the recorder was puzzled, it didn't stop him from looking at the two of them with the eyes of someone looking at idiots. Without encountering a single monster, they timidly fled the test. They only managed to kill one, and without even listening to the results, they were already smug and complacent. The reporter had practically nothing to say about those two losers. Due to their profession, the recorder read Yi Liangshan's final score aloud. Yi Liangshan, level 14, S-rank class, praise apostle, performed averagely in the dungeon, no injuries, no misconduct. Due to an abnormal status of the copy. Score. Dispose of as invalid. Upon hearing this, Yi Liangshan's arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. No. Yi Liangshan knelt on the ground, grabbed his head with both hands, looked up at the sky and shouted with grief and indignation. Like the professional who had looked earlier, he fell into a state of frustration. So much so that when the staff later added, "We'll retest, and the location will be determined later," they didn't listen to a single word. At this time, following a decision by the reviewers and the unanimous approval of Yanjing, this achievement was included in the Dragon Kingdom records. It cannot be described as a textbook record. It can only be said that it is the best of the past, and the future may be unpredictable. It means that he is the first person in history, and it is still unpredictable whether there will be someone who surpasses him in the future. This is a news item. It was also through Yanjing that the news quickly reached the ears of the entire Dragon Kingdom's top leadership. Whether they had important work to do or not, everyone cheered for it. This is a news item. This even attracted the attention of top executives, triggering a series of somewhat outlandish plans within the company. Whether it's the entire Dragon Kingdom or the entire Blue Star. Bai Yi's performance this time undoubtedly demonstrated her prowess and an absolute dominance. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom has made a temporary decision to appoint Bai Yi as the national best new professional model for a period of 3 years. He may choose to decline within 12 hours. When Bai Yi received the message in Ye's private aircraft, he felt it was somewhat outrageous. It's just participating in a UN membership test, isn't it? Should we add the title of National Best New Professional Model to him? He has 12 hours to refuse, and this was issued by the top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom. How could he possibly refuse? Ugh, my head hurts. Rubbing his temples, Bai Yi sighed helplessly, feeling his ears burning from embarrassment. Don't be upset. In the past, he would have been considered someone like Sun Fujia, the top scholar of the Renwu Imperial Examination. Bai Yi, if this title were suddenly offered to you, would you like it? Although I really wanted to ask that question back, I ultimately didn't say it. By the way, you've been in the dungeon for so long. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Several high-ranking officials from various fields have prepared a banquet and would like to invite you to attend. Before committee member Yi could continue, Bai Yi waved her hands repeatedly in refusal. No, I thank them. Committee member Yi smiled for the first time in a long time and continued piloting his private aircraft. Then you should go home and rest first. I'll take you to sign the paperwork later, said committee member Yi. Good, Bai Yi said with a hint of helplessness, fearing that if he stayed here any longer, he would be given 2 more titles and several more high-ranking officials would invite him to dinner. Not long after, the private aircraft Navigator 2 streaked across the sunset, quickly passing over a vast expanse of land, and returned to H City. The airflow around them increased. The Navigator 2 landed as if without a sound, without disturbing the surroundings in the slightest. Bai Yi got out of the car and greeted committee member Yi. He then hurried home. The first thing I did when I got home was to go to my room, collapse on the bed, and fall asleep immediately. No matter how big the problem is, I'll deal with it after I wake up. Knock knock knock. Bai slowly opened her eyes, thinking that committee member Yi had come to pick her up, and opened the door directly. As soon as the door opened, a somewhat obese man with a face that looked like it was covered in grease came into view. Haha, young man, I'm the vice president of the H-City branch of the bank. I brought you 2 cases of fine tea. Inside here. Bang! Bai slammed the door shut, ignoring the person outside knocking again. He went back to his room and closed the door. The soundproofing was good. Since Bai was a bit sleepy, the sound was basically negligible. Knock knock knock. Bai opened the door. A young hero. Congratulations. My company, Blue Lake Group, is in charge of land development, operation and management. It's an honor to meet you today. Bang. Bai closed the door again and returned to her room. However, his face showed a hint of annoyance, making him appear slightly displeased. Knock knock knock. Bai opened the door. I am from the Express Delivery Logistics Company. Before the other party could finish speaking, Bai decisively repeated the process, closed the door, and went back to her room without any hesitation. This time, I finally got to sleep for a little while without being disturbed. Suddenly, while Bai was fast asleep, there was another gentle knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Chapter 45 Skills, A Sudden Change. While Bai was fast asleep. Knock knock knock. The door to the room was knocked on again, causing a commotion. Whoosh. Bai suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with resentment, like an old ghost on a grave. Of course, it shouldn't be as much as the resentment of working people. Who is it this time? I don't drink tea, I don't drink alcohol, and I don't smoke. I don't want to know anyone who's a bank manager, a real estate developer, or a delivery person. Although I really wanted to say it out loud in anger, I didn't. After all, when such a classic scene occurs, there must be someone important outside the door. For example, night committee member. So, Bai left the room and opened the door. Just as Bai had expected, this kind of thing still happened in the end, and standing outside the door was none other than committee member Yi. Hee, those old men in their 50s and 60s are getting really excited right now. Committee member Yi made a joke as soon as they met. The old man he mentioned was none other than a group of high-ranking officials and important figures in the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the sunset has long since faded, and the Milky Way will soon fill the night sky. When Bai went out and saw the scene at night, she couldn't help but realize that she had slept for quite a long time. Yawning, Bai slowly followed committee member Yi toward the private aircraft. During the trip, as if remembering something, committee member Yi said, "Oh right, that title comes with 100,000 gold coins, and also an awakening scroll with an upper limit of S-level skills." Piloting the aircraft, Yi Weiwei didn't even turn his head. He took out items from his storage backpack and tossed them directly to Bai in the back seat. Bai caught it steadily and subconsciously scanned it with his eyes. Item, Skill Awakening Scroll. Quality, Purple. Durability, Single Use. Level Restriction, 20. Description, this scroll randomly awakens a skill upon use. Due to its current quality being purple, the probability of awakening a B-rank skill is 68%, an A-rank skill is 20%, and an S-rank or job-specific skill is 6%. Bai didn't think too much about it, and decisively used the scroll. He won't hold back any opportunity that could improve his skills. When using, Bai still harbored some expectations. Last time, Bai awakened a specialized skill whose value far exceeded that of an S-level skill. The effect of the Monarch domain was exceptionally superior. This time, what will he awaken? A dedicated skill? No, that's highly unlikely. Awakening once is already a stroke of luck, let alone twice in a row. Will it awaken an S-rank skill? Bai was secretly looking forward to it. If he awakened an S-level skill, his strength might rise to another level. Item, Skill Awakening Scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is Rank a Skill, Summoning Replacement. Bai remained silent for a few seconds. As expected, good luck doesn't always come your way. After comforting himself, Bai clicked on the introduction of the new skill, Summoning Replacement. Rank a Skill, Summoning Replacement. Description, you can swap positions with your summon creature. This can be used once every 12 hours, and can be used up to 3 times. Can this really be considered an A-level skill? Bai was somewhat puzzled. It can only be used once every 12 hours. Although you can accumulate 3 uses, the drawbacks are still too obvious. But upon closer reflection, there's some truth to classifying this skill as grade A. Imagine a summoner class that prearranges a summon in a safe place, and when they are in danger, instantly swaps the summon with the summon, thus instantly placing themselves in a safe position. Thinking it over, Bai nodded. Just as he was about to close the panel, something unexpected happened. Abrupt. The probe panel began to flicker, and specks of garbled text appeared from it. A few seconds later, the prompt popped up again. Due to the influence of your class, Shadow King, your A-rank skill, Summoning Displacement, has been changed. Rank as skill, Summoning Replacement, Specialized skill, Shadow Swap. What? Bai blinked. This had happened somewhat suddenly. How could a perfectly good A-level skill suddenly become an extremely rare specialized skill? Although his specialization skills aren't particularly powerful, his hidden class, Shadow Monarch, has specialization skills. There's nothing that isn't defying the heavens. What's wrong? Did the awakened skill not meet your expectations? Committee member Yi asked. No, let me check again. Bai Yi's initial excitement returned, and he carefully read through the new skill descriptions line by line. Specialized skill, Shadow Swap. Introduction. Due to your authority as the Shadow King, you can freely exchange positions with all your shadow minions, ignoring spatial and temporal limitations, and with no cooldown time. Ignoring time and space limitations? It's not cooled down yet. Absolutely incredible. Bai Yi sighed again, feeling excited about this skill. Thinking about it, Bai Yi opened his panel to check the current data. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 27, 0/112W. HP, 56500/56500. Base attack power, 1820. Spirit, 270. Equipment, Walker's Dagger, Poison Throwing Dagger, Critical Damage Kunai, Ancient King's Short Dagger. Shadow's Minions, Main Shadow Unique, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant, Shadow Knoll 150, Shadow Stone Golem 98. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 1, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 3, Natal Shadow, Tier 2, Monarch's Domain, Max Tier, Shadow Swap, Max Tier. Congratulations on reaching level 25. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You can use this skill now. This last hint surprised Bai Yi somewhat. Surprisingly, the opportunity to advance to the next level appeared again at level 25. At the time, he was still extracting Black Barton and didn't have time to pay attention to these things, so he probably overlooked them. Now, we used them at the same time. Let me see, neither the Monarch's Domain nor Shadow Swap can be improved. We can only choose from the former. Shadow Extraction, Tier 2 select a dead creature, extract its shadow, and generate Shadow Minion. At Tier 2, the extraction time will be extended to 24 hours. The current extraction time is 60 minutes. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 3 Shadow Minions hidden in any shadow. These alternate dimensions can gradually recover to their peak state over time, with an even faster recovery speed compared to Tier 2. Lifebound Shadow, Tier 3 the shadow that accompanies the Shadow King throughout his life. He can be instantly reborn after death, and can use some of the Shadow King's skills. Tier 3 has 3 times the Shadow King's stats. We'll have to choose carefully then. Seeing these options, Bai Yi did not use the upgrade opportunity decisively this time, but pondered it for a while. Chapter 46 The Shock from Hanxia. Shadow Extraction. The limit for extracting shadows can be extended to within 24 hours of the corpse's death. As the most frequently used professional skill, Bai Yi has never upgraded it even once. If it were to upgrade to a certain level, it might undergo a qualitative change. The Kingdom of Shadows. An indispensable specialized skill, allowing him to freely carry his shadow subordinates with him. Bai Yi anticipates that it will undergo a qualitative change after a few more upgrades. After all, it started by containing shadows, and now it can restore the health of shadows. This upgrade, and another 1 or 2 more upgrades, may unlock new features. My personal shadow. Bai Yi is currently one of the most powerful shadows, possessing the characteristic of immortality that no other shadow can match. Although it is not outstanding now, if the shadow army collapses and Bai Yi is isolated and helpless, then his natal shadow will be a complete and extremely powerful force. The 3 choices left Bai Yi with a difficult decision. They're all investments, Bai Yi frowned. While the former 2 have promising futures, the improvement of one's natal shadow is undoubtedly the most direct. But, after much consideration, Bai Yi decided to give this opportunity for advancement to the Shadow Kingdom. The increase in the shadow's health regeneration speed is quite considerable. Upgrade successful. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 2, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 3. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 3 Shadow Minions hidden in any shadow. These alternate dimensions can gradually recover to their peak state over time, with an even faster recovery speed compared to Tier 2. At that moment, it was as if one could hear the cheers of the broken shadows within the Shadow Kingdom. Bai Yi could clearly sense that the shadows that had partially dissipated during the battle would soon return to their complete state. Bai Yi smiled and closed his eyes to rest for a while. Not long after, the dim sky was suddenly filled with a not-so-bright white light. This caused Bai Yi to quietly open her eyes. Upon opening his eyes, Bai Yi didn't utter the second half of his sentence. Simply because, in that area, where everything was shrouded in darkness, stood a colossal floating structure. Ancient palaces and modern skyscrapers are arranged in a harmonious and orderly manner. In an instant, the lights shone brightly. It was only then that Bai Yi realized where those rays of light were coming from. Suddenly, as Bai Yi gazed at the colossal floating structure, he inexplicably felt disoriented, as if the world was spinning in his mind. Indistinctly, Bai Yi only saw it. Above that colossal floating structure, the beams of light faintly converged, forming a gigantic monster. The monster had horns like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, and a neck like a snake. It was clearly a mythical creature depicted in ancient paintings. Dragon. Buzz. The somewhat ethereal dragon, its light faintly gathering, suddenly glared, its eyes fixed intently on Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt a sensation similar to motion sickness from before, and her head was a little dizzy. But at that moment, the shadowy places within 1,000 miles around suddenly trembled and swayed, as if responding to Bai Yi's spirit, and began to stand in stark contrast to it, sending chills down people's spines. The billions of shadows around him were all changing in response to Bai Yi's spirit. The dragon suddenly collapsed. In a daze, everything vanished. The dragon formed by the light disappeared, and the nearby shadows seemed to have remained motionless. At this moment, committee member Yi said, "You have good potential. Most of the new professionals who have just arrived at Hanxiao Alliance have been knocked unconscious by the Dragon Soul." Dragon Soul? Bai Yi asked with some curiosity. It seemed this was related to the dragon-shaped phantom they had just stared at, so Bai Yi decided to ask about it. Yes, those were the first few years when I first started fantasizing about its arrival. Many monsters have rushed into Blue Star from various dungeons, and the current route of the Hanxiao Alliance. It is related to that boss-level creature, the Sky Dragon King, which is one of the strongest monsters. These words gave Bai Yi goosebumps. He had heard of the initial fantasy that had come true. That day, the Blue Star descended upon 18 dungeons, from which emerged countless monsters, and even more unparalleled elites and boss-level creatures rushed into the Blue Star. Humanity's firearms and missiles are not only effective against weak monsters. Fortunately, after many years, professionals gradually awakened and began to fight back. It took nearly a century to finally stabilize the current situation of humanity on Earth. This is the Soaring Dragon King. Bai Yi looked at the colossal building in the distance, which must be the base of the Hanxiao Alliance. Committee member Yi glanced at the Hanxiao Alliance and said in a calm tone, "It's nothing much, just the top experts from the Dragon Kingdom joined forces. Skin the Dragon King of Alcombe, cut off his tendons, and dismantle his bones." The person who contributed the most was the former leader of the Hanxiao Alliance. He combined these materials with the infrastructure built by the professionals over the years to create the current base of the Hanxiao Alliance. Bai Yi gasped as he listened, thinking, hiss. The Hanxiao Alliance is truly terrifying. The private aircraft, Navigator 2, was very fast and soon entered the Hanxiao Alliance's airport. After the aircraft landed, Bai Yi and committee member Yi opened the car door and got out. At this time, a staff member approached and respectfully said, "Committee member Yi." Committee member Yi nodded in response, then said, "Please make a quick note of this. I'm going to bring the new recruits into the Union." Yes. After giving a brief explanation, committee member Yi placed his hand on the Navigator 2 and randomly put it into his storage backpack. Such a large object would probably take up at least 1, or even more, squares of space. But given Ye's rank, he probably wouldn't care about these things. At this time, Bai Yi felt the slightly cool air coming from high above and breathed it in freely. Is it the Hanxiao Alliance? This location is an airport of the Hanxiao Alliance used for parking aircraft, but even so, its area is frighteningly large. This is probably no larger than the size of a small town. Magnificent, grand, and hardcore. Bai Yi couldn't think of any words to describe it, so she just quietly felt it. But after Bai Yi had traveled a distance, he inexplicably felt resistance. It's like forcibly joining two repulsive magnets. You can't move forward with any force. But Bai Yi knew that if he forced his way forward, these obstacles would not really stop him. At most, they would make him constantly struggle. This is Hanxiao's outer barrier. Your information has been recorded. The barrier will no longer be effective against you, the staff member told Bai. Looking at Bai, committee member Yi couldn't help but recall his own initial steps into Hanxia. It seems that he is not as relaxed as Bai appears. Shaking his head slightly, committee member Yi said, "Let's go. I'll show you around and introduce you to Hanxia." Chapter 47. No one can say no to self-heating swimming pools. Subsequently, Bai and committee member Yi set foot in the Hanxiao Alliance together. Although the Hanxiao Alliance is quite large, its most crucial buildings are surprisingly compact. Not long after, Bai and committee member Yi arrived at the main hall of the Hanxiao Alliance. Tall buildings. The luxurious, yet understated decor constantly reveals Hanxiao's grandeur. As soon as I entered the main hall, a staff member came to greet me. She had a good figure, wore a uniform of the right length, and her smile didn't seem fake, but genuine. "Hello, how can I help you?" Mobilize the committee member's authority and report the new members joining Hanxia. Oh right. After giving some instructions, committee member Yi and Bai waited together in the waiting area. As soon as Bai sat down on the sofa in the waiting area, he felt an instant fit that was hundreds of times more comfortable than his own sofa. Bai could only sigh. So this is what a sofa is all about. Before long, a staff member slowly walked over, carrying a box of items in his hands. He introduced each of the items to Bai. This is Hanxia's alliance outfit, which has a certain initial defense. You can choose whether or not to wear it. This is a black identity card, which includes certain functions and has a built-in intelligence system. Please keep this black card with specific functions such as points inquiry, identity verification, and remote communication with members safe. After listening to the introduction, Bai carefully put away the black identity card. Committee member Yi nodded and left the main hall of the Hanxiao Alliance. At the same time, committee member Yi stretched out his hand and pointed to the various buildings in the distance, saying, "That's the ability training area, with buildings and equipment for training various skills and abilities." Thinking for a moment, Bai interrupted, "Skills can be trained?" It's no wonder Bai asked that question. He knew about his abilities training. When he first obtained his natal shadow, he had the shadow train all night, which directly improved his physical fitness by a lot. This skill training puzzled Bai. This thing can be upgraded? Upon hearing this, a strange expression flashed across committee member Ye's face, but it disappeared in an instant. He then said, "You are a hidden class. You may reach your peak once you acquire the skill. But those professionals are different. For example, Fireball is a level 1 spell that costs 30 mana to fire a fireball. But if you release it hundreds or thousands of times, you will get an improvement. For example, the Fireball spell, when upgraded to level 6, consumes 20 mana to launch 3 powerful fireballs." Bai nodded in agreement. Oh, so this skill really can be improved. He never upgraded his skills because he was already at the maximum level when he acquired them. Furthermore, his class doesn't have mana. Although he can't use mage skills, the biggest negative effect of casting other skills is probably just the cooldown time. But so far, he doesn't have a single skill with a cooldown period. I finally got a summon swap with a 12-hour cooldown, but it was turned into a shadow swap with no cooldown by the class. Does he have a solution? What could he do? He was helpless too. After saying that, committee member Yi changed the direction of his finger and pointed to the other side, saying, "That's the team-up lobby, where you can post your teammate recruitment needs. That's the trading hall. That's the area for alliance members to submit their requests. That's the residential area." As he spoke, Bai interrupted, "Aren't there any restaurants? How do we solve the problem of eating?" Committee member Yi paused for a moment, then slowly said, "After binding your residence, you can order food. Just press your black card to find out." After hearing this, Bai took out his identity card from his storage bag. I held it in my hand and pressed it lightly. The built-in virtual projection projects a small virtual display, about the size of a laptop screen, around 15 inches. After selecting the option for residential housing, the corresponding panel immediately popped up. Small apartment, suitable for 1 to 2 people, includes bathroom, living room, bedroom, etc., 100 square meters, 100 points per month. Medium-sized apartment, suitable for 3 to 4 people, includes bathroom, living room, home theater, sauna, etc., 300 square meters, 500 points per month. Detached villa, can accommodate a team of 5, with a bar, 2 bathrooms, self-heating swimming pool, etc., for 150 square meters, 2,000 points per month. After glancing at the options, Bai felt a little overwhelmed. After noticing that all spending within the Hanxiao Alliance relied on points, Bai took note of his own points. Account, Bai. Current points, 100,000. Ones, tens, hundreds. 100,000. Bai raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. I just got my black card. How come I suddenly have 100,000 extra points? Seeing Bai Yi's puzzled expression, committee member Yi explained, considering that you've just arrived in Hanxia and don't have any points stored up, I spoke with the higher-ups and had the 100,000 gold coins from your title award converted into points. By the way, gold coins and points are interchangeable, but each person can only exchange a maximum of 500 gold coins for points per month. In the member trading area, some people have been keeping large amounts of gold coins up for a long time in exchange for points. All in all, points are more valuable than gold coins in some ways. By E. Unexpectedly, this high-ranking official of the Dragon Kingdom. No, this committee member Yi, who appears to be cold and aloof, also possesses such a considerate and thoughtful side. Thank you, committee member Yi, Bai Yi said. Polite. Why don't you rent a house first? It's already late at night, so it would be better to show it to you tomorrow morning. Bai Yi nodded and decisively chose the detached villa that cost 2,000 points. It is expensive, but, as that ambitious young man who set his dreams free on New Year's Eve said, nobody can say no to self-heating swimming pools. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although this detached villa is a bit too expensive, after Bai Yi has 100,000 points, the 2,000 points seem insignificant in comparison. After giving Bai Yi a brief explanation, committee member Yi hurriedly left, as if some pressing matter had finally erupted at this moment. Guided by the location on the black card, Bai Yi arrived at the location of the villa she had rented. You know what? It's really big. Although it's not very clear at night, you can still vaguely feel the luxurious atmosphere. Upon receiving the signal, the gate in front of the villa immediately opened. Without giving it much thought, Bai Yi went straight in and spent some time making arrangements. Chapter 48, Setting a New Goal, The Ceiling of the Dragon Kingdom. When Bai Yi first stepped into the detached villa at number 302, he had some feelings. The first thing I did upon entering this place was, Bai Yi didn't treat this place as a temporary residence, but rather felt it was more like a smaller entertainment center. Following the Chinese style of decoration, this detached villa has a 3-story structure, with an open-air viewing platform on the top floor. Inside the villa, Bai Yi had only one feeling. Big. It was so big that it took Bai Yi quite a bit of time to walk through all the rooms of this detached villa and familiarize himself with them. All I can say is, as expected of an intelligent system, it recommends a place for the team of 5 to stay. Although the interior decoration style is uniform, it does not appear too monotonous. On the contrary, it becomes more and more comfortable the more you look at it. I am here. Bai Yi seemed to be in an ancient stone pavilion during the plum rain season. I could feel the soothing sound of rain outside. Plum wine was being brewed in the pavilion, adding a unique charm to the space. Not bad. I like it, Bai Yi commented. After tidying up for a while, Bai Yi took out the black identity card. This thing. It is similar in nature to the mobile phone in my memory, but it has many more functions, and its technological level is far superior. This world is unstable due to uncertainties such as dungeons and monsters, and neither the magnetic field nor the satellites are very stable. But this black card is an exception. In conclusion, one can see the effort the Hanxiao Alliance put into this black card. This is the identity card. The contact panel for the night committee members was recorded, allowing them to directly notify each other of any matters. This contact panel was added at the request of the night committee members when they left. Bai Yi opened the black card and ordered some food. Special barbecue single set meal. Includes 20 g of fatty and lean beef, 10 g of soy sauce tendon, 5 g of beef tendon, 2 g of fish tofu, vegetable skewers. Required points, 1. You can choose to order now or schedule delivery. Bai Yi randomly chose a barbecue set meal and then lay down in the movie theater to contemplate life. I've achieved my small goal of joining Hanxia. It still feels a bit surreal now. Next, let's set another small goal. Bai Yi murmured. Feeling everything that has recently unfolded, it all seems a bit like a dream, making one feel intoxicated. Watching this movie, with Puss in Boots facing death on the screen, Bai Yi couldn't help but drift off into daydreams. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Bai Yi set a new goal for himself, a goal that seemed quite distant for someone who was currently not even level 30. First, become one of the top talents in the Dragon Kingdom. This goal is very distant, so distant that it's almost unrealistic. But, is the goal of joining the Hanxiao Alliance, which I had to do before even awakening my professional skills, not so far away? Even if it was far away, hasn't it been achieved now? And the current goal? The Dragon Kingdom ceiling, refers to the most elite group of professionals in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the top-tier individuals who have reached the world's bottleneck and can no longer improve. Each and every one of them is a top-tier expert. Even among the 36 committee members of the Hanxiao Alliance, figures like committee member Yi were not considered among the top contenders. The current leader of the Hanxiao Alliance, the head of the entire alliance, is one of the top figures. In other words, to achieve this goal, one must at least surpass the 36 committee members and reach the lofty height of the leader. Thinking about it, it's actually quite exciting. A buzzing sound interrupted by Yi's reverie. The black card vibrated. At the same time, a line of virtual text was displayed above. Your meal, special barbecue single set meal, has been delivered to the entrance of Villa number 302. Please check your mail. Bai Yi tapped the black card to turn off the notification. I got up and slowly walked to the entrance. To be honest, before coming to this villa, Bai Yi had no idea what an entryway or similar thing was. The villa has 3 doors. There's an outermost wall, a main wall around the villa, and another wall to actually get inside. Bai Yi thought to himself as he stepped out the door and into the entryway. In this entrance hall, they were supposed to enter through 2 large doors, but they didn't actually enter the transition area inside the villa. Sigh. I can only say that I can't even dream of such a luxurious structure in my daily life. Shaking her head, Bai Yi took the food but didn't see any delivery person. It's likely that the delivery person was also a member of the Hanxiao Alliance, but their movements were so fast that not a trace could be detected. We ate. After tidying up, Bai Yi fell into a deep sleep. Time after falling asleep flies by. Early morning. Bai Yi stretched his body and instantly regained consciousness. Hasn't committee member Yi contacted me? Bai Yi took out the black card and opened the contact panel, but it only displayed. Night committee member. I have something I can't get away from, so I probably won't be able to take you this morning. Night committee member. Someone has been arranged to meet you. After you wake up, wander around on your own for a while. You will meet the person I arranged around noon. 4:24 a.m. Concise and to the point, straightforward. It was so simple that Bai Yi had to read it again to understand its meaning. It seems that even someone like committee member Yi couldn't do whatever he wanted. Bai Yi glanced at it, washed up first, and then went out. The Hanxiao Alliance was so vast that he didn't know what to do for a moment. After strolling around for a while, I casually sat on a bench in a public square, quietly looking up at the sky, at the blue sky and white clouds that seemed within reach. Fortunately, before he could have much free time, someone arrived. It was a boy who was about 1.6 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes. He walked towards us silently without saying a word. What's a little odd is that the boy has a mushroom haircut, which looks somewhat comical. Hello, nice to meet you. The mushroom-headed boy approached Bai Yi and spoke calmly. People who know me like to call me passerby, you can call me that too. I was assigned by committee member Yi to introduce you to the relevant matters. The mushroom-headed man spoke in a flat tone, almost like reciting a text, so flat that it seemed devoid of emotion. Oh, hello. Bai Yi nodded in response. Next, the passerby led Bai Yi, and they walked around the Hanxiao Alliance area for quite a while. This place is enormous. Even after walking for several hours and being introduced to for several hours, it still feels like we've only stepped onto a small part of the Hanxiao Alliance. With the explanation from passersby, Bai Yi gained a better understanding of the Hanxiao Alliance. This includes routine task assignments. And what do the members of the Hanxiao Alliance usually do? And the important figures within the Hanxiao Alliance, their recent interesting activities, and so on. Bai Yi then understood. Each year, we recruit about 4,000 members from all over the country, who are the elite of the elite. However, the probability of passing is only about 17%. That is approximately 680 people. Even so, but with new members joining every year, the vast Hanxiao Alliance never seems empty. As they walked and introduced themselves, Bai Yi managed to get to know the passers-by. Suddenly, 5 enormous shadows obscured the view ahead. Hey, isn't this just a passerby? We've been looking for you for ages. Bai Yi looked up and saw that these men were all muscular and looked exactly like fierce hunters. As the 5 men spoke, they all revealed ferocious smiles, looking exactly like several wanted criminals on the blacklist. As he looked at it, Bai Yi inexplicably had a premonition. Oh no, this development feels strangely familiar. What if these guys come looking for trouble later, and a passerby gets bullied, and I have to step in to help? This plot is so cliché. Novels aren't written like this anymore. Bai Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was complaining. Chapter 49 The 5 Brothers with Contrasts. How? You think you can hide, and we won't find you? One of the burly men grinned maliciously as he slowly walked towards them. The burly man strode forward. The 4 burly men beside him followed along, slowly advancing in this direction. The passerby's expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the burly man among them laughing and quickening his pace as he walked over. At this moment, the shadow beneath Bai Yi slowly writhed, waiting for Bai Yi's command to launch a lightning-fast attack. But the next moment, something happened that Bai Yi hadn't expected. The burly man waved his hand, and a piece of equipment appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was a giant, bright yellow hammer, over 6 feet long, gleaming with light. A single swing of it could likely create quite a stir. Immediately afterwards, the burly man, wielding a massive hammer, strode forward and swung it directly in front of the passerby, shouting, "Brother, this is my old golden warhammer. I don't need it anymore. You can have it." Seeing this sudden turn of events, Bai Yi's expression changed. But that's not all. Another burly man stepped forward, holding a breastplate, and said, "I've leveled up again and got new equipment. You don't need this silver scale breastplate that reduces physical damage by 15%. You can keep it." These burly men all crowded forward with sinister grins, making the scene rather strange. 5 muscular men, each 1.9 meters tall, were carrying items. It's as if refusing to accept it would be disrespectful to them. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi's expression was strange. The restless shadow beneath him slowly returned to calm. Afterwards, the passerby reluctantly accepted the equipment and offered a few words of advice. Bai Yi stared at the 5 burly men. The passerby shook his head helplessly and explained, "Please excuse my poor appearance. These are the 5 brothers of the Xiaohao clan. I call them Qingda, Qing'er, Qingsan, Qingxi, and Qingwu. They look fierce, but I won't bully others." Bai Yi's lips twitched. That was indeed what he thought. However, this bullying turned into a constant stream of gifts from Dad Lin. Seeing Bai Yi's expression, the passerby explained, "These 5 look fierce. They were born that way. When they first joined Hanxia, I was the one who helped them level up. Now their level has advanced by leaps and bounds, and they are now much higher than me." The passerby's somewhat blank gaze flickered, as if remembering something, and he continued, "Oh right. This is a promising newcomer favored by committee member Yi. His name is Bai Yi. You two get to know each other." The passerby stared with wide, round eyes, introducing the 2 parties in a tone devoid of much emotion. Upon hearing the passerby's comment, the 5 burly men exchanged glances and, as if on cue, simultaneously said, "Hello, Brother Bai." The 5 burly men bowed deeply, their faces full of respect. This form of address, Bai found it somewhat strange. The passerby remained silent, muttering to himself, "They're 16 this year." As he listened, Bai Yi's eyes twitched slightly. Is this 16? Can she really be 16? Well, this world is just too strange. Dragons are common monsters. In comparison, it seems more reasonable that he is 16 years old, 1.9 meters tall, and has a lot of muscles. Next, the 5 brothers became excited when they heard that the passerby had been assigned by committee member Yi to introduce Bai Yi to Hanxia. Despite being advised against it by passersby, they continued to follow behind. Left with no other choice, the passerby consulted Bai Yi and then took the 5 brothers with him. "Brother Bai, are you going to level up? A few of us recently went to the level 42 dungeon, titled Disaster, to grind experience. Want to join us?" Yes. Although you've just joined Hanxia, you must have something special to be valued by committee member Yi. We believe you won't hold us back." "Yeah, if we take you along to level up, even big shots like committee member Yi will pay more attention to us." These 5 brothers are straightforward and don't hold back on anything. Bai Yi learned a little about them through their conversations. At this moment, the passerby nodded, saying in a seemingly emotionless tone, "That's fine too. I've given you a general overview of Hanxia's situation. I recommend that you grind experience points with them from now on." "Listen," Bai Yi pondered for a moment. Going to that level 42 dungeon with these 5 brothers wouldn't be a bad idea. But he has always gone into dungeons alone and has never teamed up with anyone. But the thought of frequently killing level 42 monsters must have brought in a huge amount of experience. After a moment's thought, Bai Yi made a decision. "Okay, count me in." Upon hearing this decision, the 5 brothers cheered. "Great. This kind of person is one whose joy is evident in their appearance and demeanor." Next, I went to the member trading area and bought some necessities, such as food and water. Then I reserved a flying vehicle to the dungeon, titled Disaster, on my black card. Private aircraft like those owned by committee member Yi are not something everyone can have. Most of the time, members of the Hanxiao Alliance often book aircraft together in groups. This type of aircraft is relatively large, controlled by an intelligence system, and preloaded with flight routes and plans. In case of emergencies, it can also conduct emergency listening or make a rapid landing. Not long after, like a steel bus, the aircraft landed at the airport and automatically opened its doors upon detecting the black card. After boarding the aircraft, the group agreed to investigate each other. The 5 brothers and the passers-by knew each other well, so there was no need for them to investigate. Therefore, they turned their attention to Bai Yi. Curious, the group began to investigate Bai Yi. After seeing the panel, they were all stunned. Their faces showed bewildered surprise. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 27. HP, 56500/56500. Base attack power, 1820. Skill, comma. Oh my god, what kind of godlike stats are these? Is this the kind of HP a level 27 character can have? This is unbelievable. Even stacking up health wouldn't give you this much. When I was level 27, how much health did I have? I think only a little over 20,000. Less than half of Brother Bai's. And another thing, are all these skills at least A rank? Otherwise, why would they automatically hide? The 5 brothers exclaimed in surprise. But at the same time, while they were being investigated, Bai Yi was also investigating them, once again revealing a strange expression. Player, Xiaohao Hongda, Tsinghua University. Class, Ghostwalker. Level, 45. HP, 95220/95220. Base attack power. Player, Xiaohao Hongwei, Qing'er. Occupation, Knight Emperor. Level, 45. HP, 87320/87320. Base attack power. Chapter 50 New Dungeon, the title Disaster. Player, Xiaohao Hongqiu, Qingsan. Occupation, Officer of the Will. Player, Xiaohao Honghao, Qingxi. Occupation, High Priest of Holy Light. Player, Xiaohao Hongsha, Qingwu. Occupation, Incineration and Demolition Specialist. These 5 brothers, each with a very powerful job title, are probably all around S rank. Looking at the passers-by, Bai Yi seemed much more relaxed. This is still considered normal. Player, Mob, Passerby. Occupation, Psionicist. Level, 32. HP, 45880/45880. Base attack power, 2120. But, if he's only 16, how did he awaken to be a professional? And how did he get into the Hanxiao Alliance? The answer, however, is almost universally known within the Hanxiao Alliance. The Hanxiao Alliance has 36 members, one of whom, a middle-aged man named Xiao Haoqing, is the father of these 5 brothers. The 5 Xiaohao brothers had already received self-awakening at the age of 8, so they didn't have to wait until they were 18 to receive the free full-scale job transfer from the state. Given their father's position as a committee member, these children were essentially raised by others to gain experience points from a young age. He was only 14 years old when he joined the Hanxiao Alliance, and his level had already exceeded 20. Now, his level is even more terrifying, far surpassing his peers. All I can say is that this is a testament to the talent and hard work of 2 generations. Upon seeing the profession, Bai Yi knew her general position. Qingda and Qing'er are frontline warriors, Qingsan is ranged, and Qingxi and Qingwu are the type that provide continuous support from the rear. The passerby, presumably, is someone with telekinetic abilities. After getting to know each other, the group briefly discussed the plan. In fact, these 5 brothers often kill monsters in this dungeon, so they are very familiar with it and can handle it with ease. Otherwise, how could it be called leveling up or farming experience? So what exactly is Brother Bai's profession and skills? I guess it's like how I summon a stand ghost, controlling my own shadow. No. Since it's all related to shadows, why can't it be about freezing someone's shadow so they can't move? This is outrageous. Seeing Bai Yi's unique and hidden profession, the 5 brothers couldn't hide their curiosity and soon asked, Brother Bai, we're still curious. What exactly is your class, Shadow King? We've come up with a lot of theories, but none of them make sense. It's okay if you don't want to tell me. After all, it's popular to keep something to yourself these days. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi waved his hand. He's not the type to keep things to himself. He'll openly share his abilities rather than waiting until the crucial moment to reveal them, because that would not only make others uncomfortable, but he would be even more uncomfortable. Simply put, it's... Bai Yi explained, making sure the others understood. I see. So, does that mean it's even stronger than the SS rank hidden class, Necromancer? Yes, Necromancers only manipulate corpses. Not only are they not as capable as they were in life, but they also decompose quickly. In addition, they have to constantly consume more mana for each corpse they manipulate. I thought Necromancers were powerful enough, but I never expected. Brother Bai, your profession is far superior to that of a Necromancer. Bai smiled, and, listening to their praises, chatted for a while. Not long after, as time passed, the aircraft eventually reached its destination. As usual, outside the instance, official buildings were constructed. However, it is worth noting that the average level of the personnel stationed here is very high. Unlike the low-level personnel of level 10 or 20 stationed in Steel Jungle and Shadowy Stone Ridge. After completing the procedures to enter the copy, Tsinghua University paid a certain amount of gold coins. Bai Yi went to the bulletin board of the official building and started reading the introduction of the dungeon. Instance, the Tide of Calamity. Level, 40 to 50. Introduction, a small world dotted with islands, teeming with various monsters roaming the ocean. But this doesn't mean they're weak when they come ashore. Please be careful. After watching, the group slowly stepped into the instance, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported to another small world. Within the instance world, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When I opened my eyes again, several figures appeared around Bai Yi. They were the 5 brothers and passers-by. This was Bai Yi's first time teaming up with others, and the feeling was somewhat indescribable. I've always been used to single-player side-scrolling. Now that I suddenly have a few more teammates around me, I'm actually not quite used to it. Splash. The sound of waves crashing on the beach reached Bai Yi's ears, giving him a chance to appreciate the scenery of the instance. Each instance is a small world in itself. These wondrous landscapes are all quite different. The metallic jungle of Steel Jungle and the desolate mountain range of Secluded Stone Ridge are both unique. And here, it was all stretches of sandy beach, with waves constantly crashing onto the shore. The salty sea breeze rushes into your nostrils. Although it may not smell particularly pleasant, it always brings a sense of comfort. It's that strong seafood smell of the naga again. I could smell it as soon as I arrived. Don't even mention it. I'm used to it after smelling it so many times. Hey, when are we going to be able to run a higher level dungeon? I'm about to throw up from this one. Alright, it's our fault for teaming up with 5 people. Teaming up halves the experience. If we don't team up, we can't even beat this dungeon. Exactly, stop joking and get serious. The 5 brothers started talking nonstop again, arguing back and forth, each saying their own opinion. As the 5 brothers argued, a passerby's eye seemed to shoot out 2 beams of light, and then he reached out and grabbed at the air. Undetectable telekinesis was unleashed. Whoosh. A monster with a face that was 3/10 human-like, a body and tail that were dark green and slender and fish-shaped, was lifted out of the sea out of thin air. At this point, the 5 brothers stopped arguing and launched an attack on him. In a short time, ghostly clones, swords, bullets, holy light, and Molotov cocktails all rained down on the monster. Bai only investigated him once before his death. Monster, Naga Siren. Level, 42. HP, 71630/71630. Overall attack power, 2600. Skills, A rank, Song of the Siren. B rank, Mirror Image. B rank, Torrent, Enticement. Just a little longer. The newly appeared Naga Siren had her health depleted quickly, without even being able to unleash a single skill. At this time, the professional system sent a notification. Team-up kill of the monster, Naga Siren, reduces experience gain to 1/7, but increases experience by 16,980. Dropped items, to be picked up 6 Tidefish Scales, 2 Siren Eyes. The dropped item has remained unclaimed for a long time. Qingda, one of the 5 brothers, said, "Keeping this thing is only good for exchanging for gold coins. It's useless to us. Just take what you need, there's no need to worry about so much. If everyone needs something, then play rock paper scissors to determine ownership." Although it was somewhat unreasonable, Bai ultimately acquiesced to their agreement. After glancing at the materials, Bai showed no interest. What he cares about? It's the corpse of this Naga sea monster. The next moment, specialized skill, Shadow Extraction activated. Shadows surged beneath the corpse of the Naga sea monster, and soon formed a shadowy minion. Unlike the tail of the Naga Siren, the tail of the Shadow Naga is more like a snake, which is advantageous for movement on both land and water. See here. The 5 brothers, along with other passers-by, were all shocked. This is the Shadow King's skill? Wow, impressive. By the way, is there an upper limit to this? Will it be a burden like being a necromancer? What kind of stupid question is that? How could there be no burden? I'm telling you, if there were no burden, I'd gulp down 3 mouthfuls of seawater. Chapter 51. You see, nothing's wrong at all. Listen. Bai smiled, but didn't say much. It's perfectly normal for others to think there are limitations. At this time, seeing the subtle smile on Bai's face, Qing'er seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but open his mouth wide and ask, "No way. Brother Bai, is there really no limit to your skill?" Bai thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. This action left the 5 brothers somewhat bewildered, and they began to question the meaning of life. But the limitation they thought was simply the number of times the shadow could be extracted. There really aren't any restrictions on that. But Bai thought a lot about it, realizing that he couldn't completely do whatever he wanted. The Shadow Kingdom can only accommodate 270 shadows at present, and its own shadow minions will not level up on their own, which are major drawbacks. But Bai believed that as long as the 2 specialized skills, King's Domain and Shadow Kingdom, were upgraded to a certain level, these problems would definitely be solved. At this time, the topic has shifted to grinding for experience points. Sigh, I still miss the days when my brother helped us level up. Yeah, it was so exciting back then. We had to use tactics even for a level 20 monster. It's a pity, we can't go back to the way things were. Brother, let's catch 2 more naga, we're ready. As he spoke, a passerby simply reached out and grabbed 2 more naga, pulling them out of the sea and directly away from the surface. At the same time, an invisible telekinetic force transformed into blades, pressing against the necks of the 2 nagas, preventing them from using sound-related abilities. Although its damage output is low, its support capabilities are particularly strong. Next, the 5 brothers unleashed a barrage of skills, instantly depleting the health of both naga. Team up to kill the monster, Naga Siren, and receive 16,980 experience points. Dropped items, to be picked up 6 tidefish scales, 2 siren eyes. At this time, Qingxin seemed to feel that the process was a bit slow, so he suggested a plan to his brothers. I said this is still too slow. Isn't there any way to improve efficiency? That's true. We can handle these naga with ease. One of us can easily take on 2. Unfortunately, there aren't many naga wandering around here. Actually what? I have an idea, but I'm not sure if I should say it. As he spoke, everyone's attention was drawn to Qingxi. They huddled together, whispered among themselves, and their expressions slowly shifted from serious to mischievous. After receiving the tacit approval of several brothers, Qingxi adjusted his belt, walked slowly to the beach, and immediately started relieving himself. In an instant, the seawater in this area was instantly polluted. Legend has it that sharks can smell large amounts of blood from extremely far away. These monsters, which live in the ocean year-round, are probably no exception. Really, before long, new monsters appeared. All I saw was a small, legged fishman, made entirely of transparent seawater and wielding a stone spear, leaped directly onto the land. He was muttering something under his breath, as if he were cursing. At this moment, after someone used the probe to take a look, their excited heart calmed down a little. Monster, Sea Spirit Warrior. Level, 35. HP, 52300/52300. Overall attack power, 1429. Skills, Throwing, B level, Fusion, A level, Cluster Thinking. Hey, what is this? This little thing is quite unique. Never seen it before. Isn't this dungeon supposed to have a minimum level of 40? How come there are level 35 monsters? Seeing this, Qing'er couldn't help but sneer and said, "So you're just a piece of trash. Watch this." Skill, Radiant Sword Aura. Qing wielded his long sword, unleashing a beam of light that sent the little sea spirit flying and crashing back into the sea. Seeing this scene, the 5 brothers burst into laughter. In their eyes, it was an extremely comical scene. Bai calmly glanced around, sensing that something was amiss. The surrounding seawater. I don't know when. Suddenly it calmed down, a terrifying calm. When you first arrive, the waves are already crashing on the beach, one wave pushing the other, creating a constant sound. But now, for some reason, not only did no waves appear, but the sea around the island also became unusually calm. It's important to understand that this is scientifically unusual, since the sea will never be calm as long as there are high and low tides and differences in air pressure. I feel like something's not right, Bai said, frowning. The shadow beneath him was no longer hidden. It instantly detached from his body and materialized, standing on the beach. At the same time, a group of shadow-mutated gnolls appeared, their bodies somewhat pieced together, yet possessing a slightly monstrous aesthetic. There were about 10 of them, neatly arranged around. Among them, Black Barton stands tall and imposing in the center, overlooking all the other peaks. This change truly surprised the 5 brothers and passers-by. You need to know, although these shadow minions were not as high-ranking as them, but their aura alone was enough to intimidate those around them. Not to mention that these shadow minions themselves had frighteningly high stats. This, the 5 brothers exclaimed in amazement, their eyes glued to this small shadow army. But just as Bai Yi had predicted, the current situation is not optimistic. Before Bai Yi could speak again to urge his teammates to get ready, an unexpected event occurred. Abrupt. The first sea spirit leaped up and landed on the ground in an instant, looking directly at everyone present. Brother Bai, you're just being too cautious. Look, it's not. Seeing that there was only one little monster, the 5 brothers wanted to make a joke, but they quickly fell silent. Suddenly, another sea sprite leaped up and landed on the beach. The 2 sea spirits stood side by side, staring intently at the crowd, as if they were the same sea spirit. Splash, splash, splash. Only then did the 5 brothers begin to take things seriously. Because, in no time, the beaches surrounding the island were completely covered with sea sprites. Just look into the distance. There must be at least 100 of them. Gulp. Ching Si, who had been all smiles, quieted down a bit, but seeing the atmosphere was too tense, he spoke again. So what if there are a lot? They're just level 35 trash. We can kill them all no matter how many there are. But the next moment, the sea spirits, standing in groups of 3, moved closer to each other. They got closer and closer. Until, mutual integration. Chapter 52 Fight for me. All I saw was, the 3 sea spirits kept moving closer to each other until they were so close that they merged together. In an instant, the entire small island was filled with such strange phenomena. What are you standing there for? Interrupt them. At this moment, Bai Yi gave a reminder. When this is a tokusatsu drama, are you restricted from fighting when the enemy transforms? After this reminder, the passerby and the 5 brothers took action one after another, joining forces with Bai Yi's shadow team to defeat dozens of sea spirits that were in the process of merging. However, while this action had some effect, its impact was minimal. After all, compared to the entire island's sea spirits, these scattered teams seemed somewhat insignificant. As the battle raged on, all the surrounding little sea spirits had already merged together. 3 sea spirits merged into a semi-transparent monster resembling a humanoid shape, its body still appearing as if constructed from seawater. These monsters, though resembling humans, only share some similarities in their upper bodies. The lower half is represented by a water column standing on the ground, which looks somewhat haphazard. At this moment, Bai Yi casually glanced at a group of sea spirits and immediately activated his probe. Monster, Elemental Sea Spirit. Level, 43. HP, 74500/74500. Overall attack power, 2400. Skills, B level Decomposition, B+ level Fusion, A level Cluster Thinking. These monsters, after fusing, were actually much stronger than the Naga Siren in terms of attributes. If it's a dozen or so Naga, they're still quite easy to deal with. But these elemental sea spirits are clearly not comparable to the Naga, the number of monsters in front of us. Even a casual glance towards the island reveals over 100 islands. Damn, it's over. 3rd brother, why are you causing pollution for no reason? Why are you talking about me? Why don't you say 4th brother is a jinx? What does this have to do with me? Immediately, the 5 brothers started complaining. Even so, they didn't actually get angry with each other. They just teased each other at most. You need to know, although these monsters are not high level, their sheer number is enough to put immense pressure on any team of professionals of the same level. What do we do now? What else can we do? Just kill them. Sigh, I wonder if my mana will ever run out. Hearing these people begin to realize the crisis, a sense of unease crept in, and even their laughter lessened. Bai Yi's expression shifted, then he spoke calmly. It's not a predicament. Concentrate your attacks in one place as much as possible, and try to kill rather than injure. Leave the rest to me. Hearing Bai Yi's calm tone, the group felt greatly relieved. Brother Bai, you're not even level 30 yet. Do you really have a way? 4th brother, don't say anything. I trust brother Bai based on committee member Ye's connections. Alright, in that case, I'll go with you. Let's do it this way. As they spoke, the group shifted their attack strategy from wide-range attacks to focusing on a single point, aiming to repel enemies and inflict damage on multiple targets. All the drifting sword energy and bullets converged on one point. The substitute ghost switched from defense to offense, unleashing a furious attack on a lone elemental sea spirit amidst a sea of fire and holy light. Original. The area of effect attack can repel many elemental sea spirits. Although we can't kill these monsters, we can at least slow down their attack. This time, because the damage was concentrated at one point. Although many elemental sea spirits died, the surrounding sea spirits were completely unable to defend themselves. At this moment, Bai Yi waved his hand, and his shadowy men began to make a big move. One by one, the shadows began to fight bravely, resolutely blocking the elemental sea spirits that kept invading from all sides. This isn't over yet. From the shadows, one shadowy figure after another emerged, forming a team of shadow stone golems. These stone monsters were so large that there was nothing more suitable to form a defensive line. Stone monsters have a lot of health. After becoming a shadow's minion, both its health and combat abilities are greatly enhanced. At this point, they transformed into mobile walls, making them incredibly sturdy. However, these mobile walls are not completely seamless and only know how to guard, but also leave 8 passages of different sizes. These passages are quite narrow, only suitable for 1 or 2 elemental sea spirits to pass through at a time, under the strict protection of several people. Although sea spirit warriors continuously arrive at the island, they then merge into elemental sea spirits and relentlessly attack. But, even with such a large number of monsters nowadays, they manage to hold them off for quite some time. During this time, notifications kept appearing. Team up to defeat the monster, elemental sea spirit, and receive a 17,200 experience bonus. Team up to defeat the monster, elemental sea spirit, and receive a 17,200 experience bonus. Team up to defeat the monster, elemental sea spirit, and receive a 17,200 experience bonus. After a long time, Qingda, together with his summoned creature, the ghost stand, fought together, but his injuries continued to worsen. Fourth brother, give me a sip of milk, Qing shouted. I'm out of mana. Wait a few minutes for my mana to regenerate. Qingxi replied. Depend on. A sense of helplessness and resentment arose, indicating that the situation was now nearing its breaking point. I glanced at the distant defensive line. The shadowy figures, whether they were enormous bears, jackals, or clearly defined stone monsters, were all fighting tenaciously. Seeing this, the group couldn't help but sigh. The fighting power of these shadows can only be described as strong. It's clear that the level is not high. He doesn't seem to have many skills. But even so, with their endless numbers, fearless fighting spirit, and terrifying combat power and coordination, they held out for so long. At this moment, Bai was sitting on the back of the spider-like shadow mutated knoll. Like a general sitting calmly on a fishing platform, he showed no sign of panic. The 5 brothers swallowed hard, and even passers-by stopped fighting and unconsciously looked up at Bai. Really? Is it possible to hold on? For a long time, no one responded, as if they were all pondering the question in their hearts. Just then, Bai surveyed his surroundings. The 5 brothers and the passers-by were about to give up. A portion of the shadow army had already dissipated, with little health remaining. These shadow armies are not invincible. They always fight with their greatest advantage, but once their health is depleted to the point of near collapse and dissipation, they retreat back to the Shadow Kingdom. It's quite remarkable that they've managed to hold on until now. That is, at this time. A glint of light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he pondered that the time was almost right. He slowly said, Stand up. Fight for me. Chapter 53 The Big One is coming. In an instant, all the long-accumulated monster corpses began to tremble abnormally. Both the Naga and the limp corpse of the elemental sea spirit underwent changes simultaneously. All I saw was the Naga's shadows surged, instantly materializing into shadow minions. The corpses of those elemental sea spirits were nearly transparent, causing their shadows to be faintly visible. But even this thin layer of shadow has begun to change. The shadows beneath the corpses of the 100 or so elemental sea spirits resembled snowflakes drifting backwards, sharply gathering in midair. Not long after, a massive horde of new shadow minions has been born. Their bodies were slightly translucent, but they were also constructed of shadows, each one of them possessing a formidable presence. Shadow Minion, Shadow Elemental Sea Spirit. Level, 43. HP, 11W1750/11W1750. Overall attack power, 2520. Skills, B level decomposition, B plus level fusion, A level cluster thinking. Not only has its combat power increased significantly, but its health and attack power have also been upgraded to a whole new level. It's like leveling up several times. After reading it, Bai Yi, with a cold look in his eyes, waved his hand and said, "Come back, change shifts." The next moment, all the shadows seemed to understand instantly and immediately began to act. Those shadows that were either wounded or had lost parts of their health all entered the shadow body and returned to the alternate dimension, the Shadow Kingdom, to recover their health. These shadow elements are like generals taking over their posts, each one ambitious and determined. At this time, the wall formed by the shadow stone golems instantly opened several gaps, allowing a large number of enemies to pour in. When these elemental sea spirits saw the shadows, their first reaction was to freeze in shock. As if all the elemental spirits were one, they all stood still. He seemed to be pondering what had happened. But the shadows didn't give them time to react and attacked immediately. The elemental hands originally formed from seawater were like soft braids. Although their attack power was not weak, they ultimately could not hit the vital points. But the shadow element is different. These thin hands transform into long, narrow tentacles with barbs. It was pitch black with a hint of light, and it looked extraordinary. Smack, smack, smack. In an instant, the sounds of shadow elemental attacks filled the air, and red damage indicators kept appearing. Seeing this scene of one-on-one and group-on-group confrontation, the five brothers suddenly lost their voices. Even though Lao Si's mana had recovered somewhat, he didn't pay attention, only focusing on the grand battle. At this moment, it was as if I could see ancient armies fighting and slaughtering each other. Everyone who witnessed the battle, the five brothers, the passers-by, stared blankly at everything that was happening. At this time, the limbs of elemental sea spirits kept flying off. Their body structures were ultimately not perfect. Compared to these enhanced shadows, they seem rather inadequate. Puff, puff. The sea spirit warriors were constantly subjected to fatal injuries, their limbs and lives being completely stripped away. These corpses were immediately moved nearby by some shadowy figures to await their fate. The battle came quickly. They arrived quite quickly. After having their shadow extracted and becoming a subordinate of the shadow, the boost to their stats from King's Domain is far more than just a simple 150% increase. Not only their killing power, but also their combat strength have been improved by more than one level. From the most intuitive perspective, a single shadow elemental can easily handle 3 or even more elemental sea spirits, and even achieve a perfect counterkill. Such a powerful army of shadows exists. Wanna lose? I'm afraid that would be a difficult task. The speed at which these sea spirits, constantly landing on the beach, combined to form elemental sea spirits was gradually becoming too slow for them to keep up with. Yes, their generation rate couldn't keep up with the killing speed of the shadow army. All I saw was, these elemental sea spirits were constantly being killed, and the path behind them became increasingly blocked and narrow, eventually forcing them to retreat onto the beach. Here, there are even many sea spirits that haven't had time to merge into elemental sea spirits. Whoosh, whoosh. The shadow elementals unleashed their sharp tentacles, combining to shatter one sea spirit after another. The newly arrived sea spirits, seeing the island covered with dense, dark shadows, seemed to be afraid and dared not set foot on the island again. In an instant, the entire island seemed quiet, with the waves still lapping against the beach. If it weren't for the fact that these shadow armies are still stationed there, it would probably give people the illusion that nothing ever happened. Is it over? Ching Si was a little stunned, and subconsciously uttered this classic line. Ching Si felt someone staring at his back, and when he turned around, he met Bai Yi's speechless and gloomy expression. Bai Yi didn't want to speak at this moment. Regardless of the work, film, television, or animation, the appearance of this statement signifies only one thing. The big one is coming. Yes, just like the common sayings, no harm from smoke, gunners have always been lucky, memory makes you stronger, and loses on the left side of the wave. This kind of thing is very likely to happen. In other words, this is called metaphysics. From a scientific perspective, this is called Murphy's Law. Did I say something wrong? Ching Si looked around with a puzzled expression, but all they found was, not only was Bai Yi staring at him with a silent gaze, but even his close brothers were looking at him with some resentment. Staring wide-eyed, lower teeth showing. It felt like someone had deliberately stuffed a lump of feces into your mouth. Don't you dare say anything. Didn't you see how Brother Bai looked at you? Exactly. You have that mouth of yours. Whatever you say comes true. How many times has it happened already? Don't speak. Shut up. Seeing everyone criticizing him, Ching Si subconsciously spoke up. What did I say? It's all over now, what else could it be? You? Before he could finish speaking, a huge vortex appeared from the far distance. The sky above it. Whether it was being swept up by a powerful airflow or some strange skill, the blue sky and white clouds there suddenly turned gloomy. All I saw was heaven. In the distance, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning and fierce winds were about to descend. Underwater. Something inside was stirring the seawater, and the whirlpool was getting faster and faster, becoming increasingly dangerous. Needless to say, the brothers glanced at Ching Si with annoyance, but all they saw was Ching Si feigning innocence. Unfortunately, a muscular man was staring wide-eyed. It only makes people feel that he is fierce and menacing. Even Ching Wu took out a marker and wrote his last words on his glass bottle. That's enough. Bai lowered his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance. The next moment, suddenly, the shadow of the natal star changed, and a giant arm stretched out from within. Chapter 54 Unknown Hidden Boss. In the blink of an eye, the huge whirlpool that had been created on the sea surface was surrounded by waves. What followed was an increasingly violent surge of waves. It was fine at first. It merely slammed onto the land within the beach. After a few more times, the entire island was submerged by several centimeters, leaving people's ankles immersed in seawater. Buzz. It was like a sea dragon turning over, unleashing its overwhelming power. A huge wave was carried larger and larger, rising several meters high, and crashed directly towards us. In fact, it seems like the gathering is getting bigger and bigger. Seeing this scene, which resembled something out of a disaster movie, all of them felt a sense of invincibility. This kind of attack. Is this really something that humans can face? But before they could lose all hope, they quietly discovered the light around us. It even darkened slightly for a moment. Looking back, a massive, sky-covering figure stands tall in the center of the island. The reason the surroundings were slightly darker was due to the appearance of one of Bai Yi's shadow subordinates, the Shadow Giant. Perhaps it's not enough. Looking at the distant waves, Bai Yi spoke softly in a voice only he could hear. The next moment, dozens of low-health shadow stone golems stepped forward and unleashed their skills. Polymerization. It is one of the common skills of all blue core stone golems. After use, it can gather towards a purple core or giant stone golem to form a larger body. The next moment, these dozens of shadowy stone monsters scattered, turning into a patch of angular black shadows on the ground. Blink. Numerous dark shadows floated up like feathers, continuously converging towards the towering shadow giant. Bang. Long. After a barely perceptible sound, the giant's transformation was complete, as if it had been done perfectly by nature. At this point, the shadow giant received another boost. His entire figure grew several meters taller, making him appear even more capable and imposing. Some parts of the body have also become angular shapes, resembling shoulder armor, wrist guards, and other protective gear. The shadow giant as it is today, it resembles a magnificent giant stone statue, casually swaying its elaborately crafted form. Before the group could react, the shadow giant scooped up the 5 brothers and the passers-by and held them flat in his palm. Then, slightly bend down and place your palms out on the ground. He placed Bai Yi in his palm and then slowly lifted him up. Right at this very moment, the massive waves, several meters high, crashed down on the small island with tremendous force. Bang! Splash! Splash! Water may be invisible, but its destructive power should not be underestimated. Even from an overhead view, the giant waves are terrifying, making one's legs go weak just looking at them. Gulp. Among the 5 brothers, one of them swallowed hard, feeling utterly shocked. At this time, Tsinghua University couldn't help but feel that bringing Bai Yi along was absolutely the right decision. Although there was the connection with committee member Yi, bringing Bai Yi along seemed like a convenient favor. But who could have imagined it? This person, whom they thought wouldn't be a burden, seemed to have saved the team's life and was now incredibly noticeable. Turning around, everyone looked at Bai Yi, but all I could catch was that calm, unchanging gaze. How can you stay so calm? Holy crap, that over there. Could it be the dungeon boss? But, isn't the boss the Naga King? Hidden boss. It's a hidden boss. Damn. Are we lucky or incredibly unlucky? How did this happen to us? If they survive, they'll be the first discoverers. If they don't, That's all. Qingda glanced at the beach submerged by rising sea level and said nothing more. But everything is left unsaid. At this time, Bai Yi remained expressionless, appearing as calm and collected as ever, with a unique aura subtly revealed beneath. Who could have predicted this? This professional, who had only been awakened for 2 days, had already killed quite a few bosses. And each boss seemed so easy to deal with. But this time, perhaps things will be different. Upon hearing the term hidden boss, Bai Yi's attention was immediately drawn to it. Turning around, Bai Yi asked the group, hidden boss. Listen. Tsinghua University was taken aback for a moment, then quickly recovered and replied. These are bosses that are encountered in special ways, excluding those in fixed locations. Those with inflated stats are usually quite powerful, much stronger than normal bosses. And those who encounter this unprepared almost never survive. Gulp. Qingda swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment before looking into the distance and speaking again. I don't know whether I can make it through. Although these words dampened the 5 brothers' will to survive, they were at least the truth. The truth is often cruel. At this moment, Bai Yi said, yes. Then, without saying a word, he turned to look at the whirlpool, stirring up another wave. The waves will not harm people living in the palm of their hands. But these waves might just be the result of a hidden boss turning around. Possible. It couldn't even be considered a proactive attack. Bai Yi waved his hand, and several shadow nagas and shadow elementals dived into the water, heading towards the whirlpool beneath the surface. Not long after, the shadows connected to Bai Yi's mind conveyed a message to him. Under the sea surface, countless sea spirits converged, forming a colossal monster. Although it is generally as clear and transparent as water, a closer look reveals subtle differences from seawater. It's like slightly cloudy glass. You might not be able to see it from a distance. But if you look closely, it becomes obvious. The shadows drew closer. The more Bai Yi learned, the more he understood what kind of monster was being born. As a probe, Bai Yi looked into the distance and continued to launch reconnaissance missions. Finally, when the system is fixed at a certain location, the detection results are displayed. Monster, consciousness of the water element, boss level. Level, 54. Health points. / Overall attack power. Skills, A level, cluster thinking, S level, B+ level. Upon seeing this result, Bai Yi was initially surprised, but then nodded, secretly feeling that it was somewhat reasonable. If the difference in strength is too great, the investigation could only yield this result. Health level unknown. Attack power unknown. It would be rather unreasonable to even display a skill. It's already incredible that a skill can be displayed when the levels are almost doubled. Although, this was the first time Bai Yi had encountered such a situation in most locations. Bai Yi intended to ask the 5 brothers, but the data he obtained was still overwhelmingly incomprehensible. Even the A-level, cluster thinking, statistic didn't appear in their records. In that case, Bai Yi pondered his decision as he watched the boss taking shape in the distance. Chapter 55 Ship in a Bottle, Waterspout. In that case, even though Bai Yi was speaking softly, everyone present was on edge, so they heard him very clearly. Hearing this, a sense of hope inexplicably arose in everyone's hearts. They spontaneously began to discuss it. Could it be that this person has a backup plan? Don't joke around. Just think about the difference between level 30 and level 50. They're simply incomparable. Even those favored by committee member Yi might not be able to achieve this. What's more, Brother Bai isn't even level 30 yet. The 5 brothers were initially very enthusiastic, as if Bai could pull out a hidden trump card at any moment and kill the unknown boss. Some passers-by who had seemed to have lost their presence suddenly brightened up. However, upon careful consideration, it was deduced rationally that this was absolutely impossible. After all, the difference in levels is insurmountable. But this huge difference in level makes the possibility of success virtually zero. But something unexpected happened to everyone. Qing Wu slapped his forehead, as if he had just remembered something, and said, "Look at my brain. I completely forgot about the boat." "Oh right, my second brother said at the beginning that we should prepare in advance for the dungeon, so he got a one-time use ship prop. Even dozens of tidal disasters didn't work, so we've probably forgotten about them." Then, Qing Wu's eyes cleared a bit, and he immediately took out a bottle containing a ship from his storage backpack. The next moment, Bai Yi said softly, "In that case, you guys should go first." All the shadows were absorbed into the Shadow Kingdom, and the shadows quickly climbed onto the arm of the Shadow Giant, guarding Bai Yi's side. The addition of the new Shadow Minion, Shadow Elemental, has resulted in insufficient space in the Shadow Kingdom. Therefore, most of the Shadow Stone Golems were sent out to use the fusion skill to merge with the Shadow Giant. This directly caused the Shadow Giant's stats to increase again, and its height to jump several feet. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Giant slowly walked away into the distance. Despite its large size, it moved without the slightest bit of sluggishness. There is a common misconception about large body size, that large size necessarily means slow speed. That's not actually the case. If an ant were watching a person move from a distance, it would also perceive the person's movements as somewhat slow. But every step a human takes may be a journey that an ant would take a long time to complete. At this time, the Shadow Giant slowly walked towards the hidden boss. Each step covered a distance of tens of meters. Huge waves crashed against him, yet they could not cause him even the slightest harm. At this moment, the five brothers also realized what was happening. Wait, Brother Bai, aren't you coming with us? Yes. How could we possibly contend with such a monster? No, give up. I'm out of time. I'm launching the boat now. Bai ignored their discussion, as if he hadn't heard a thing. But after the five brothers repeatedly offered their kind advice, Bai still offered an explanation. I'm just trying it out. Even if I am defeated, I am confident that I can escape unscathed. Stunned. These words left the five brothers stunned on the spot. What did Bai say? Even when facing this unknown boss, he said he could try to fight back? Qingdao was the first to come to his senses, and used his semi-transparent ghost doppelganger to knock Qingwu on the head. Thump. The crisp sound and the pain brought Qingwu back to his senses, and he immediately glanced at his bottle-shaped boat. Props. Movie replica, boat in a bottle. Quality, green plus. Durability, 1/1. Effect. If the bottle is broken and thrown into the sea, it will soon transform into a beautiful black ship. Synopsis. Want to become a legendary pirate? You'll also need an unreliable compass, a musket with only one bullet left, and unparalleled courage. Looking at the accompanying words of the investigation, Qingwu felt a pang of emotion for some reason. But there was no time for him to hesitate. Immediately, the ship in the bottle in his hand slammed hard against the Shadow Giant's solid hand. The glass bottle shattered, and Qingwu threw the prop directly into the sea. Not long after, the model black ship, submerged in the sea, grows larger and taller as it gets wet, eventually becoming a real ship. With a thought from Bai, the Shadow Giant then stretched out his arms and steadily placed the five brothers and the passers-by onto the boat. The rest of the five brothers were busy raising the sails, but Qingwu slowly raised his head to look at the Shadow Giant that was moving forward and Bai's back in its palm. Qingwu's eyes shifted repeatedly, as if he wanted to say something. But before he could say it, this ship, with its unique keel, can set sail even without strong winds once its three sails are hoisted. The ship was moving very fast, making it difficult for Qingwu to say what he wanted to say. Tsinghua University noticed this, walked up to him, and patted him on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? I always felt that we should do something. Yes, I will. I will. He tilted his head to the side. Bai glanced at the black ship sailing away into the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, I'm still not suited for team play. If I have teammates, I feel like I'll be a little hesitant to play freely. As he spoke, Bai smiled, a rare occurrence, his expression flamboyant, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Bai immediately stretched out his hands, interlaced his fingers, and stretched his body, which had not moved for a long time. Bai's eyes sharpened, and his voice rang out. Now, we can begin. As soon as Bai had a thought, all the shadows began to move in an orderly manner. The shadows beneath the water's surface began to stir. They all spread out, but not too far from the unknown boss. It was just right. Call. Bai took a deep breath. He had never learned to swim, but with his current physical condition, holding his breath for a long time was not a problem. If he could leave, Bai really wouldn't want to fight the boss in the sea. But three elements flickered on the surface of the sea, reflecting a deep blue color like the ocean. Clearly, the boss had been preparing for a long time, just waiting for Bai to make the first move. When Bai said, "We can begin," earlier, he wasn't talking to himself, but rather, he was saying it to it. Suddenly, the ocean whirlpools grew more violent, and the air currents, along with the dark clouds in the sky, caused seawater to spread into the air. When in the sky, the desire to rotate was not diminished, but rather intensified. This phenomenon does not occur naturally, but there have been a few instances in nature. People call it waterspout. Oh, another waterspout. Bai looked into the distance with interest and couldn't help but smile. 3 waterspouts appeared in succession. Among them, 3 figures appeared, carrying the overwhelming force of the seawater, and immediately attacked Bai. Chapter 56. Water has no form. These 3 figures were clearly newly created. But what's strikingly similar is that they all seem to share the same consciousness. And this awareness. It's quite obvious that they've identified Bai as their primary enemy. Bai's eyes immediately narrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing within them, as if he were getting serious. The exploration is then used. Monster, consciousness of the water element, boss level. Level, 54. Health points. / Overall attack power. Skills, a level, cluster thinking, question mark. This information, which was also from the boss, surprised Bai for a moment. Logically speaking, shouldn't these 3 be either clones or elite monsters? But Bai didn't have time to ponder these things. He immediately prepared for battle. In the past, Bai never participated in battles. However, the unknown boss they faced this time was clearly not someone they could easily defeat by simply looking up at the whole situation with elegance. Bai took another deep breath, ready. Having never learned to swim before, he was really reluctant to go into the water. Not being a good swimmer was definitely a disadvantage. Black Barton, Shadow Purple Stone, Ninja. Bai slowly recited the 3 names, and immediately 3 shadowy figures emerged from the shadows. Black Barton and Purple Stone's enormous height and size made the ninja and the shadow appear somewhat small. Bai used her legs to push off and leaped lightly. In a few swift movements, Bai had already positioned himself among the shadow generals. Throw it over, Bai casually ordered. Immediately, upon receiving the order, the shadow giant simply pinched 2 fingers together and pulled the ninja up. Then the giant bent his arm joint backward and swung it forcefully, throwing it directly towards the oncoming 3 water element boss. Bang! Splash! A huge splash of water erupted, like a depth charge falling horizontally into the water. Bai shrugged slightly and frowned. Although he had expected it, it still struck him as somewhat strange. No damage displayed. Yes. In the past, any attack that caused damage would display a string of numbers to indicate the damage inflicted. But this time, it didn't happen. Even if you throw a ninja like a sandbag, it should still show hundreds or thousands of damage. There's something wrong with this water elemental boss. Bai's brows remained furrowed as he watched the 3 water elements approach. Those 3 water elements. It has completely broken away from the waterspout behind it and exists independently. Even from a distance, each one is at least as tall as a building, which is quite astonishing. The sheer terror of its form alone is enough to send chills down the spines of most professionals. But at this moment, he calmly and methodically analyzed the situation. Since it is the element of water, water has no physical form. If you think about it carefully, perhaps these 3 bosses are all illusions? Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but think of a movie where the villain had no superpowers, only the ability to create illusions. But that alone was enough to completely outsmart the protagonist. The more Bai thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But the ninja fell into the water and was immediately targeted by the 3 water elemental bosses. One of the water elements instantly ejected a thick column of water from within, shooting towards the ninja floating on the sea surface. There was no buildup of power. There were no special effects either. It struck the ninja in an instant. Immediately, a red damage indicator flashed by. Ninja HP minus 14,823. Tisk. It wasn't an illusion after all. Bai revealed a face devoid of any smile as he stared directly at the 3 water elemental bosses that were constantly approaching from midair. Immediately, Bai made the decision and all instructions were issued instantly. Almost simultaneously, the shadow giant received the order and instantly began to act. All I saw was one figure after another emerged from the shadows, all of them Bai's shadow subordinates. After a period of recovery, even if there were serious injuries before, they are now mostly healed. And with their appearance, the shadow giant picked them up one by one and threw them into the distance. The target location is around these 3 water elemental bosses. The water element is approaching. The shadow giant is almost finished here as well. Seemingly having determined the appropriate attack distance, the massive water elemental at the center, dragging its teardrop-like body, converged into a water column. It was launched before it could even be fired. But then, Bai waved his hand, as if he were shooing away an impolite guest. Whoosh! The water element's attack was unleashed instantly. But as the water jet erupted, its target, Bai, had already vanished. Buzz. The three water elements, seemingly puzzled and annoyed, began to tremble slightly, causing a considerable amount of water to slowly drip onto the sea surface. Abrupt. As if sensing something, the water element to the right rear turned around and noticed the target. Bai. Unbeknownst to them, they had already appeared in the opposite direction from where they came from. He was lifted up by the shadow giant, as usual. As always, they were confident of victory. Buzz. The three water elements hummed in unison, appearing as if they were boiling. The enemy, whom I had finally managed to get close to by dragging my body along. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the opposite direction. The water element seemed to hum with emotion for a moment before immediately flowing towards Bai's current location. Arrival once again. Once again, a torrent of water was sprayed out. But as always, still no hit. In the blink of an eye, Bai's figure unexpectedly appeared in another direction. Regardless of the water element boss's emotions, Bai herself was somewhat amused. Doing all of this is very simple. First, you will obtain one of the special skills of the hidden SSS-level job, Shadow Swap. Secondly, having a destined shadow that can use your skills. At last, place the two shadows in the same position and first swap them with the original shadow. At the same instant, Bai's main body swaps with the other shadow. The teleportation is now complete. Fortunately, the waters near the island were not very deep, so even though the shadow giant was submerged by most of the water, it was still able to stand firm. Otherwise, Bai would have to soak in the water. What followed was quite amusing, as three water elemental bosses kept rushing towards Bai, only to miss their targets at the last second. If emotions could be written on the surface of water, they would probably just be a big angry emoji meme. But after playing tricks on him multiple times, these three water elements have actually become a little smarter. One group remained in place, another surveyed the surrounding area, and the third relentlessly pursued Bai. Now, Bai was starting to have a headache. Fortunately, at that moment, a shadowy subordinate delivered crucial information. Chapter 57 Please, my other self. The water element realized that if it followed the rules, it probably wouldn't be able to harm Bai in the slightest, even until time ran out. Therefore, they came up with this method of splitting up to carry out their actions. But everything seemed to be in vain. Because, while the water element was analyzing Bai's weaknesses, wasn't Bai also analyzing them in the opposite way? Three clones on the sea surface, none of which can be attacked. At the same time, these three clones can also unleash a large number of attacks by shooting out water columns. High attack, high immunity. Its enormous size makes it virtually invincible. But, just like in a certain anime, if you become too invincible, your downfall is not far off. According to a report from a shadowy naga underwater, a peculiar unidentified object has been discovered beneath the seabed. This object, it resembles a giant scallop, but everything about it seems unusual. What should have been two shells were instead a deep blue, like the color of the sea, with the two shells seemingly surrounding the core and protecting it. And the core of this, it was faintly shimmering with a pale blue light, giving it a somewhat mystical appearance. The moment Bai received this news, he understood everything. No wonder those clones on the sea surface are immune to attacks no matter what. It turns out that the water element itself was completely preserved. Just like in the legends, the great lich who put his heart in a box, as long as the heart is not destroyed, he will not be threatened. This water elemental boss is probably the same. Go. Attack that thing. Bai, standing in the hands of the shadow giant, issued commands from afar. Even though they were far apart, the shadows still maintained a kind of spiritual connection with Bai. The moment the command was given, several shadow nagas nearby began to move. At first, the water elemental boss seemed completely unprepared, allowing the shadow naga to swim quickly to its side without making a move, until the shadow naga inflicted damage on it. Water element core HP 3422. Water element core HP 3422. Boom. Suddenly, this caused a stir in the surrounding area. The surrounding water began to surge wildly, pushing several shadow nagas away into the distance. Even so, the shadow nagas, pushed far away, did not suffer even the slightest loss of health. Perhaps, this is one of the disadvantages of a water element core. Although the clones that are formed are practically invincible, not only are their attacks powerful, but they are also immune to damage. But this core is unable to cause any damage. It seems that it can only generate underwater shockwaves, pushing surrounding creatures tens of meters away. On the sea, The chest cavity of the shadow giant was filled with seawater. The terrain beneath its feet is not stable. It seems that even the slightest movement would cause a large amount of sand to spill towards the seabed. But this did not have a significant impact on Bai. All I saw was the shadow giant raised his hands high, holding Bai between his eyebrows. They can still toy with those 3 water elemental clones. But before the water element clone could cross the vast distance and unleash a water jet at Bai's forehead, it suddenly changed course and gradually submerged into the water. The first to be affected is this water elemental clone. They actually stopped foolishly chasing after Bai. Bai raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing that things were not as they appeared. This water elemental clone submerged into the water, clearly to protect its core. If this water elemental clone is used to protect its core, then the weakness that the boss has finally revealed will no longer exist. If we can't find any new weaknesses in this water element, we'll probably be at a loss for what to do. There's no time. Bai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately gave the order. Bai's natal shadow shares the same origin as Bai, and in a sense, they are one entity. Therefore, Bai's shadow can use most of Bai's skills. In an instant, Shadow then used Bai's signature skill, Shadow Swap. The next moment, the shadowy naga beside the water elemental core changed instantly, swapping positions with the shadow in a mere instant. The shadow that should have been on the sea surface was instantly moved to the side of the water element core. Meanwhile, the shadow naga at the bottom of the sea have moved to the surface. After the replacement is completed, without the slightest hesitation, Benming's shadow gripped the ancient king's short thorn tightly in his hand and swam towards the core with a swimming style that indicated he couldn't swim. It's less about swimming and more about constantly stepping on the seabed and leaping over it. It's like an astronaut stepping onto the lunar surface. It was as if Sun Wukong, having cast a spell to seal the water, was leaping forward continuously in the seabed. Although the water elemental clone was enormous, it still took it quite a while to get here. And these times, however, it is enough for the shadow to unleash an attack, causing some damage. Buzz. The water element core unleashed a shockwave, forcing the shadow to be pushed back several meters by the invisible wave. Having experienced it the first time, Shadow immediately predicted the arrival time of the shockwave and plunged his legs into the mud and sand on the seabed a moment beforehand. Now, even the shockwave couldn't shake the shadow in the slightest. Between several predictions and maneuvers, the shadow had already approached the core of the water element. Standing firmly on his feet, the shadow held a short dagger and thrust it directly into the core of the water elemental, which was shimmering with light. Your shadow minion, Faded Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt minus 92,362 HP to water elemental core. Your shadow minion, Fateful Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt minus 85,852 damage to water elemental core. The amount of health in the water elemental core is unknown, but the higher the attack and evasion of the water clone, the more flaws the water element core has. Each attack, all of them were aimed directly at the vital points, and the ancient king's broken thorn and shadow's hand hit the core of the water element time and time again. Thanks to the passive effect of ancient king's broken thorn, critical strike damage 200%. Each hit deals exceptionally high damage. Orange overcritical hit notifications kept appearing somewhere on the seabed. This action seemed to enrage the water elemental core, causing its 2 shells to tremble incessantly. Boom, boom. The 2 shells that encased the water elemental core began to move. Although the speed was not fast, as slow as an old lady eating, the manner was like a clam startled and desperately protecting itself. You could say that. If we allow its shell to close completely and then wait for its water elemental clone to return, that could be quite a headache. That concludes the discussion. The speed in Shadow's hands had already reached its maximum. A string of damage numbers, each nearly 100,000, floated by. On the sea, the 2 water elemental clones seemed to have sensed Bai Yi's condition and began to attack him. Bai Yi's composed demeanor had also vanished. Without the support of a destined shadow skills, one can only swap positions with the shadow minions in the sea. He could no longer teleport as perfectly as before, toying with these water elemental clones with perfect precision, and always sitting firmly on the shadow giant's hand without getting a single drop of water on himself. Looking at the 2 water elemental clones approaching from afar, Bai Yi took a deep breath. He was prepared to go into the water and slowly wear himself down. But the thought of impending success suddenly sharpened his gaze, and he silently recited in his mind, "Please, another me." Chapter 58. The Shadow is no ordinary person. Seabed. The speed of the Shadow hand remained at its peak, and each attack carried a powerful force. A series of orange notifications, representing excessive critical hits, floated by. The accumulated damage is far beyond what can be calculated in millions. There have probably been hundreds of attacks, all of which were launched by the Shadows one after another without stopping. But what's scary is, the water element core still shows no signs of bursting. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the shadowy figure paused, its ancient king's short dagger in its hand momentarily still, and its faceless face looked upwards. Through the unknown depths of the sea, you can still see the faint light shining from the sky onto the seabed. I can't see it clearly. Even if you can see it clearly, you still can't tell the difference. After all, the enemy was a water elemental clone. While it was still visible in midair, it became virtually indistinguishable once it submerged in water. The colors of seawater and the water element itself are virtually indistinguishable. But even with such an enemy, the shadow seemed to sense it, and its face, constructed of black shadow, tilted upwards. It was as if one could foresee the imminent arrival of the water elemental clone. That concludes the discussion. The speed of the shadow in his hand, which had been momentarily slowed, instantly returned to its attack state. Every attack. All of these represent the ultimate strength and speed of this body. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises echoed from the water. If a professional were here, they would surely see those strings of numbers. Attacked a critical area, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing water elemental core HP to decrease by 82,362. Attacked a critical area, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing water elemental core HP to decrease by 95,852. Attacked a critical area, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing water elemental core HP to decrease by 82,483. There's an old saying, constant dripping wears away a stone, but the situation here is quite the opposite. Frequent attacks converge at a single point. Even the powerful, unknown value boss, the water elemental core, still suffered fatal damage. Crack, crack, crack. Like a firecracker exploding, a crack appeared on the surface of the water element core. The crack continued to spread along the irregular spherical surface of the core, just like someone hammered a nail hard into the glass picture frame. With a crisp crack from the core crack, the shadow of destiny continued its relentless attacks, striking the center of the crack repeatedly. On the sea, when the boss, water elemental core, S health drops below 30%, it enters a weak state. Weak. Physical fitness can only be utilized at less than 50%. The prompt that appeared before Bai Yi's eyes made him feel much better. Not long ago, the two water elemental clones rushed forward and launched a swift attack at Bai Yi. Fortunately, Bai Yi used Shadow Swap in time, switching positions with a Shadow Sea Spirit in the distance. That's why the attack didn't land on him. However, the Shadow Sea Spirit was also not having an easy time. While his upper body was still on the water, Bai Yi glanced in that direction. All I saw was, the Shadow Sea Spirit was held in the palm of the Shadow Giant, whose two enormous water elemental clones each released a water jet toward it. Boom, boom. The Shadow Sea Spirit, which was not large to begin with, was swept far away by the two powerful currents of water. The Shadow Sea Spirit suddenly flew out. It rippled across the sea, like a pebble skipping across water, creating 12 beautiful, rippling waves. Shadow Sea Spirit HP 35720. Shadow Sea Spirit HP 36390. Seemingly harboring resentment at being completely outmaneuvered, the two attacks charged up for several seconds. The final damage dealt was actually 3 times higher than that of an instant attack. Your shadowy subordinate, Shadow Sea Spirit Warrior, has died. Bai Yi was immersed in the seawater. Ignore any discomfort in your eyes, ears, or nostrils. What Bai Yi was thinking was, luckily, the replacement was done quickly, otherwise, it would have been my loss. However, even if he were to suffer those 2 attacks, Bai Yi would probably be fine, since the item, Shadow Guardian, that he had almost forgotten about was still firmly wrapped around his shoulder. These damages might not even break through the shield of this item. But Bai Yi had no time to think about anything else at that moment. His gaze was fixed intently on the 2 water elemental clones in the distance. Although submerged in water and with some visual interference, he continued to keep a close eye on them. Bai Yi immersed herself in the water without making any unnecessary movements. The whole body then sank down. Then, like a half-filled mineral water bottle, his entire face naturally floated to the surface. But the next second, his entire body was submerged in the seawater again. Going up and down, back and forth, Bai Yi felt somewhat helpless. No way. He wasn't a good swimmer, so he could only rely on his own buoyancy. According to the compulsory education for professionals in China, there is indeed training in some extreme situations. They were trained in coping methods for environments such as vacuum, mid-air, underwater, extreme cold, and extreme heat. But the water skills I learned in school were all learned by this body. What does that have to do with Bai Yi, who transmigrated here? My eyes felt a little uncomfortable from being repeatedly immersed in seawater. But Bai Yi remained as if nothing had happened, continuing to stare at the two water elemental clones in the distance. He will not let his guard down. If those two water elemental clones discover him and merge into the seawater to attack him, Bai Yi will really be in a difficult situation. Fortunately, though, this water elemental boss might lack intelligence. Or perhaps, he's too confident in himself? In short, the two water elemental clones remained suspended in midair above the sea, with no intention of diving underwater to become invisible or launching any surprise attack. Seabed. The shadow of destiny continues to brandish its short daggers. The cracks in the core of the water element were also constantly widening. This crack will likely worsen and become completely irreparable. But, judging by the time, that water elemental clone on the sea should have arrived by now. As expected. Abrupt. The shadow in Bunming's hand suddenly stopped moving. Looking at the shadow on his right hand holding the ancient king's short dagger, it had already been partially washed away by the rapid flow of water. The broken thorn of the ancient king fell from his hand and slowly drifted towards the seabed. It's obvious without even thinking about it. The water elemental clone had clearly arrived around the shadow and launched an attack. I can't see it. Unpredictable. But the attack was real and forceful. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be in a panic and completely lost, and it's not impossible that they would even lose their fighting spirit. But Shadow is no ordinary person. In fact, it could be said that it has absolutely nothing to do with people. After all, they are shadows. All I saw was, completely ignoring the missing right hand, the natal shadow slammed its left hand into the water element core. Chapter 59, The Final Battle. Boom. Shadow swung his left arm and punched the water elemental core directly. Water element core HP, 36832. Clatter. The core of the water element was impacted and shattered once more. This isn't over yet. The shadow's somewhat damaged right arm showed no sign of stopping, and it bombarded again at an extremely fast speed. Water elemental core HP, 31490. At the same time, Shadow, relying on his intuition, directly scooped up the ancient king's short thorn floating in the sea with his left hand. With a single swing, he launched a series of fierce attacks. The relentless attacks left the water elemental core with no chance to breathe, constantly bombarding it. Now, the water elemental clone above was completely enraged and unleashed another attack on the shadow. An invisible stream of water rushed in. Its power is immense, far surpassing any man-made high-pressure water gun. The right half of the shadow was directly attacked. HP, 28900. The seemingly powerful attack didn't actually cause much damage to the shadow. Shadow's physical attributes are at least 3 times that of Bai Yi. The combined bonuses from King's Domain and Destined Shadow result in a vast difference in stats between the shadow and Bai Yi, despite their shared origin. It can be said that the attributes of the shadow even surpass those of many high-level professionals. Furthermore, this water elemental clone seems to have had its underwater attacks significantly reduced. It lacks the domineering presence of its land counterpart, seemingly because the impact of the ocean has been largely neutralized. This water element benefits from water, but being in water also presents some disadvantages. But the water element clone is ultimately an extremely powerful unknown boss. This charged attack took it less than 2 seconds. The attack has just been launched. The next attack is about to land. But before the attack could arrive, dozens of shadowy figures quietly emerged, weaving a black net in the seawater to resist external forces. It is indeed the Shadow Naga and the Shadow Elementals. At this point, all shadows cannot be summoned, and shadow swapping requires a significant number of shadows. These shadows, It only held off the attack for a short while before the shadows were instantly scattered and wiped out by the powerful attack. Your shadow minion, Shadow Sea Spirit Warrior, has died. Your shadow minion, Shadow Naga, has died. Your shadowy subordinate, Shadow Sea Spirit Warrior, has died. The invisible water column struck again. Without a sound, the shadow was attacked several more times, and this time the right half of the shadow completely disappeared. But the attacks from the shadow never stopped. Every swing of the ancient king's short thorn caused indelible damage to the core of the water element. Injury for injury. Kill for kill. Above, a series of charged attacks from the water came one after another. Below, the shadow brandished its short daggers, leaving afterimages in its wake. Both sides used their full strength, neither holding back even the slightest bit. Every time, it's an exceptional performance. However, in terms of health and shadow, it is ultimately incomparable to this unknown boss, the water elemental core. Up to nearly 1,000 attacks. Each attack barely reached nearly 100,000 damage, yet the accumulated damage was still insufficient to destroy it. Before that, as expected, Shadow's body, despite receiving multiple buffs, still had less than 200,000 HP and ultimately couldn't hold on. With each fierce attack of water elementals, the shadowy body vanished completely. It's as if it doesn't exist. Like drifting ashes of paper, disappearing bit by bit in midair. The water elemental core seemed to have eyes, able to see this scene, and its entire shell trembled as if it were overjoyed. Bang! Without the shadow's continued attacks, the cracks in the water elemental core, it miraculously recovered. The cracks are gradually healing, though not very noticeable, but they are definitely healing. Turn out to be the reason why the shadow attacked it thousands of times, and the immeasurable damage fell on it, was that it was not shattered. It's because this water element core is constantly repairing itself. At this time, after slightly restoring the subtle water element core, it seemed to suddenly realize something. The entire core trembled violently. The seabed is filled with silt and sand. What did it observe? The enemy that had just vanished has actually reformed and returned to its original state? All I saw was the almost vanished shadows, like the embers of a dying candle meeting dry grass, suddenly expanded. A faint shadow spread instantly. In the blink of an eye, it instantly transformed into human form. Who else could it be but a shadow? Before the water element core could react, and before even the clones above could be mobilized. Without any hesitation, Shadow swung his hand and grabbed the ancient king's short dagger from the side, instantly launching an attack on the water elemental's not-so-restored core. Even with deep-sea pressure, even in dim light, the shadow's attack also aimed precisely at the water elemental core. Attacked a critical area, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing water elemental core HP minus 89,480. Attacked a critical area, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing water elemental core HP to decrease by 95,852. Attacked a critical area, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing water elemental core HP minus 85,820. The water element core is a bit dazed. They have yet to launch a counterattack. It couldn't understand why the enemy in front of it had instantly regenerated. What was the point of its previous attacks? But it was out of instinct. The water elemental clone above still launched a counterattack. Powerful streams of water crashed against the shadow. Meanwhile, the shadow continued its relentless and frequent attacks with the ancient king's short dagger in its hand. That's all. Both sides were like gladiators locked in a death match, unleashing all their power upon each other. Finally, this relentless battle has finally come to an end. The monster water elemental core has entered a near-death state when its health drops below 5%. Near death, physical abilities can only be utilized at less than 10%. Slaying the monster, water elemental core, boss level, grants 9,861,480 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 28. Congratulations on reaching level 29. Congratulations on reaching level 30. Congratulations on reaching level 30. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You may use this skill. Congratulations on reaching level 31. Congratulations on reaching level 32. Congratulations on reaching level 33. It's like I've been infected with a virus. The upgrade notification keeps refreshing like crazy. On the sea's surface, the shadow giant lifted by E, who was bobbing up and down in the water. The event ended in an instant, leaving Bai somewhat caught off guard. In that instant, the two water elemental clones that were chasing him transformed into an enormous, unconscious water sphere, which crashed onto the sea, causing waves to surge one after another. These are not the most important things. Bai cleverly used the shadow swapping technique to avoid these interferences. What stunned Bai the most was, this upgrade notification is a bit ridiculous. 6 upgrade notifications in a row. What does that mean? If an ordinary person were to upgrade little by little, it would probably take years to complete the upgrade. And some are less talented. It's not uncommon for people to spend several years, or even more than a decade, without being able to level up from 28 to 33. Chapter 60 The Golden Legend. Shadow Water. And this terrifying leap in social status. It actually happened in one day. If others knew, they would probably stare in disbelief. From Baiyi's perspective, he only killed an unknown boss, and didn't even participate in the battle much. But in the eyes of others, this unknown boss represents mystery, and it means certain death if you touch it. The professional who discovers the unknown boss is the pioneer, the one who survives the unknown boss's minions and then announces it. But they may never have been the first group to discover it. The so-called survivor bias is similar. People have no idea how many others died at the hands of the unknown boss before this group discovered it. Perhaps hundreds or even more. The unknown boss of Tidal Disaster has now been discovered and killed by Bai. Discovering them is incredibly difficult, let alone killing them without any information. This is something that ordinary professionals cannot do. Even highly trained elite professional teams have to consider whether they are qualified. So, Baiyi's nearly 10 million experience points were unexpected, yet also quite reasonable. Such terrifying experiences. If you keep killing Naga Sea monsters, how many would you have to kill? If we disregard experience reduction, it would take at least 100 kills, but even for professionals of the same level, a 5-person team is needed to guarantee a perfect kill. If a team of 5, if you kill 10 a day, it would take almost a whole year to gain such a massive amount of experience. But this is the optimal scenario. Who can guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen? That a perfect kill will be achieved every time? That 10 can be found and killed every day? In conclusion, Baiyi's acquisition of this massive amount of experience is quite remarkable even within the entire professional community. At this time, Baiyi was just coming to her senses when she saw the frequent upgrade notifications. Shaking his head to clear his mind of his somewhat complicated thoughts, he then began to do the first thing. In this matter, it's not about looking at your own panel, nor is it about starting to upgrade your skills. Instead, bring that water elemental up. With a wave of his hand, Baiyi immediately gave the order. That's right. It means retrieving the shattered core of the water element. Just kidding. How could I not try to turn this terrifying boss into a shadow minion? Aside from fully mechanical beings, Baiyi has no problem extracting anything that is classified as a monster by the professional system and making it his subordinate. Imagine, what would it be like if such a terrifying boss became a subordinate? Not long after, when Baiyi gave the order, the group of shadow nagas and elements floating on the sea immediately took action. The water elemental core, completely shattered and devoid of light, was retrieved. This operation took quite a bit of time. Fortunately, it didn't exceed the time limit for shadow extraction. Otherwise, Baiyi probably wouldn't be able to sleep. That small island from before. The tide has receded, and the area has returned to its original state of a small piece of land and a beach, though it is somewhat damp and muddy. Baiyi stood there, watching the shattered core of the water element constantly drifting in from beneath the sea. Below, several shadow nagas were dragging it up, while a dozen shadow elementals surrounded it, stabilizing the whole structure so it wouldn't collapse. Soon, the entire core was lifted up. As water splashed, the entire water elemental core, including the carapace, came into Baiyi's view. Without wasting a single second, Baiyi immediately activated his specialized skill. Shadow extraction. The next moment, the shadows in that area began to rotate around the center. It is as dazzling and eye-catching as a kaleidoscope. It was like a dark shadow in the ocean whirlpool. The vortex spun, and shadowy figures drifted into the air, forming a semi-ethereal, inverted triangle. Immediately afterwards, in silence, a hole was quickly formed within a short period of time. Just like a Rubik's Cube completing its final step, everything seemed perfectly natural. At first glance, it is full of beauty. But upon closer inspection, it seems as if a monster that does not exist in this world has been born. Clang. Its appearance directly smashed the remnants of the water elemental core that was blocking it from above to pieces. After shattering the core remains, it slowly floated in midair. It is more than 1 person tall. The 4 sides present a distorted and bizarre triangular shape. If we were to name it, we could only use an academic term to refer to it, as the complete shape formed by the Penrose triangle. In the tone of an ordinary person, one would simply say, awesome. The water elemental core, which was originally stable at the bottom of the sea, was extracted and transformed into a shadow minion. It miraculously gained the ability to float in midair. Bai saw all of this and realized that the shadow subordinates he had extracted might have already surpassed the original body in terms of progress. It may be related to the improvement of each professional skill. Or perhaps, it is only because he has grown stronger that the extracted shadows have evolved further. But none of these things were that important to Bai. At this moment, the most crucial thing is the new shadow quality that Bai is eager to check out. With a thought, the probe was instantly activated. Shadow Minion, Shadow Water, Boss Level. Level, 54. HP, 2.88 million. Overall attack power, 0. Skills, A rank, Cluster Thinking, S rank, Water Transformation, B+, rank, Water Healing, C rank, Shockwave. Cluster Thinking, possessing the ability to connect all forms of water, where a single thought can manifest in countless ways, and all things are interconnected. Water Transformation, possesses the initial ability to control water and can attach thoughts to it, transforming it into a separate entity. The strength of this individual entity is related to the attached thought. Water Healing, absorbing surrounding seawater can help restore one's health to some extent. Seeing the descriptions of these powerful skills, Bai was truly amazed. Skills I've never had much exposure to. This time, we actually witnessed such an exaggerated skill effect. No wonder the S rank, Water Transformation, can form such a formidable fighting force in the ocean, and even be immune to physical attacks. As for this B level, Water Healing, I didn't feel anything special about it. But this recovery speed is truly terrifying. Just thinking about how long the shadow attack lasted makes it easy to understand how terrifying the recovery speed is hidden beneath this B+ grade appearance. After obtaining this shadow water, Bai's first feeling was excitement and exhilaration. It's like playing a game where you usually only get low-quality junk equipment, but suddenly you find a dazzling legendary item. But after a moment's thought, Bai quickly calmed down. This water of shadow. The advantages are significant, but the conditions for initiating them are. Chapter 61 Shadow Henchman, getting stronger while lying down. However, to fully utilize these advantages, a certain condition is required. That is, there must be water. That's right. After Bai was overjoyed, he quietly discovered the biggest flaw of this shadow water. Don't be fooled by his seemingly overpowered skills. It can manipulate seawater at will, summoning 3 powerful clones with high attack and high immunity, and it can also regenerate health at super fast speed. But, without water, it's just a giant iron shell with 2 million HP and 0 attack. Thinking about this, Bai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If we fight in places without water in the future, this shadow water will probably be of little use. Are you suggesting I bring it 2 buckets of water every time from now on? That's no joke. After thinking it over, Bai waved his hand, deciding not to think about it anymore. Looking at the shadowy water that was a few inches off the ground, Bai then noticed that there were tiny wisps of water supporting it. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell. Turn out to be. This shadow water draws a small amount of moisture from the damp air, gathering it into a state that can support itself. Seeing this, Bai couldn't help but suspect that the intelligence of this shadow water might be much higher than that of the original water element core. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the teacher. Ignoring the shadow water, Bai focused his attention on himself. Check the panel, Bai thought to himself. The next moment, the professional system received an instruction and displayed Bai's own data, projecting it before its eyes. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 33, 620, 000/2, 160, 000. HP, 75710/75710. Base attack power, 2000+. Spirit, 330. Equipment, Walker's Dagger, Poison Throwing Dagger, Critical Damage Kunai, Ancient King's Short Dagger. Shadow Minions, Main Shadow, Unique. Shadow Water, Shadow Naga 34, Shadow Elemental 212, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant, Shadow Knoll 137. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 1, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 3, Natal Shadow, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, Max Tier. Shadow Swap, Max Tier. Congratulations on reaching level 30. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You may use this skill. Seeing that his attributes had improved significantly, Bai felt quite satisfied. The last time I had this feeling was when I gained dozens of attribute points in a game called Old Man's Ring. Look at this opportunity to specialize in skills and improve your rank. Bai, unusually, did not hesitate for long. It directly struck the already level 3 Shadow Kingdom. This was based on Bai Yi's intuition. This specialized skill could greatly influence the strength of the shadows. It started as an inconspicuous alternate dimension. Its only function is to store the shadows within, which can be summoned instantly when needed. However, as it advances to the second tier, it gains the ability to heal the shadow's injuries. Although the third tier is not very useful at the moment, and the fourth tier upgrade may not satisfy him, Bai has an idea in his mind. If this specialized skill is upgraded to a certain level, it will definitely cause a qualitative change. Absolutely. As expected, after upgrading the skill, Bai checked the effects of the next level in advance. He immediately gave himself a thumbs up for his previous idea. Upgrade successful. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 4. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 4, a dimensional entity hidden within any shadow, where shadow minions can gradually recover to their peak state over time. The shadow's recovery speed is greatly accelerated, and residing within it allows for rapid healing of injuries. Previewing the next stage effect. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 5, temporarily shown. Effect. Shadow minions are hidden in any shadowy dimension. Living within them allows for rapid healing from injuries. Additionally, shadow minions will gain a power boost effect, power enhancement, driven by the king's desire to become stronger, and based on the shadow's physical structure. The shadows in the Shadow Kingdom will absorb shadows from other dimensions to gradually strengthen themselves. Additional, those who have not yet reached the king's strength will have their strengthening speed increased by 200%. Seeing this, Bai nodded thoughtfully, just as he expected. Currently, the fourth tier Shadow Kingdom has only maximized the recovery speed of the shadows. However, the fifth rank has not yet been obtained. That's the real qualitative change. In the past, Bai Yi's shadow army would replace the weaker ones with a new batch of powerful shadows. After all, the Shadow Kingdom has limited capacity and cannot carry all of its shadow minions with it. But the most crucial point, that is the extracted shadow minion, destined to remain fixed at that moment from the moment it appears. Take, for example, Shadow's henchman, Black Baltan. Despite his strength, imposing stature, and wide range of skills, he is formidable. However, its level of 35 will not change. When you are transferred to become a shadow, you are at level 35, and you will always remain at that level. Apart from external factors, your strength will not change. But, if this Shadow Kingdom is upgraded to the 5th rank, it will break through this boundary and usher in an increase in strength. And, this upgrade doesn't require gaining experience. In other words, as long as they are Shadow's minions, they can become stronger by residing in the other dimension of the Shadow Kingdom. You can become stronger just by lying down. This news was undoubtedly extremely shocking to Bai Yi. The good news is that we now know the effects of the 5th tier Shadow Kingdom. The bad news is that it is still at the 4th level. In that case, then let's level up to 35 as soon as possible and upgrade the Shadow Kingdom. At this point, Bai Yi set a small, insignificant goal and set off towards it. And the first to bear the brunt. The goal is to kill a large number of monsters. Those elemental sea spirits were likely water manifestations created by the boss's water elemental core. Now that the boss is gone, these subordinate monsters should also be gone. Bai Yi didn't know if this boss would respawn. However, what we do know is that there probably won't be a second water elemental core in this instance for the time being. There are countless monsters inside the dungeon. But when it comes to bosses, they are truly rare and uncommon. For an ordinary professional, encountering even an elite monster would be a rare occurrence. After a casual glance, Bai Yi's gaze settled on the shadow water. This copy. It's called Tidal Disaster, and it's a dungeon exclusively for the ocean. And isn't this the perfect stage for Bai Yi's new subordinate, Shadow Water? Chapter 62, The Deceived Naga King. An unknown boss, the water elemental, is ahead. Later, a newbie used Shadow Water. There is no significant difference between the two in essence. And, if anyone could be considered a true boss in this dungeon, it would probably be Shadow Water. I've decided on you. Shadow Water, use the skill, Water Transformation. Bai Yi waved his hand, giving instructions in the manner of a trainer. If we're talking about which species has the most imaginative ideas, humans might not dare to claim the top spot, but they're definitely among the top few. No. Thinking back to the previous water transformations, whether it was the element or the sea spirit, they all had physical forms, while the water element clone had no physical form and was extremely large in both size and range. The only difference between them is that one can be attacked, while the other cannot be attacked. So, Bai Yi initially deduced that the transformation of water can be divided into two categories. And Bai Yi's thoughts. The idea is to combine the shadow water with the other two to see if any unusual changes occur. The next moment, as Bai Yi gave the order, the shadow water slowly began to move. An invisible force spread out and immediately merged into the seawater the moment it came into contact with it. Like a drop of ink falling into the entire lotus pond, it began to spread rapidly. Invisible waves are rising and falling. Finally, the seawater within a radius of several dozen meters was completely rendered and firmly controlled by the shadow water. Suddenly, the entire sea surface rose up, and a magnificent scene suddenly appeared before our eyes. All that could be seen was that the sea surface began to shift horizontally across the entire area. It's practically a horizontal version of Moses parting the sea. Splash! Splash! A powerful air current, carrying a slightly savory sea breeze, swept across the area. Immediately afterwards, the nearby seawater surged to the missing spot, and in an instant, the sea surface returned to normal. Only a short distance above this, a large expanse of seawater suddenly floats, covering an area the size of a basketball court. The cubic seawater slowly tilted, bowing down to Bai Yi as if in submission. Bai Yi didn't waste any time and stepped on it directly. Somewhat surprisingly, this feeling is different from stepping on solid ground or slipping into empty space on water. If I absolutely have to say something, it's more like stepping on an inflatable castle, a plastic waterbed, or a relatively loose non-Newtonian fluid. But undeniably, Bai Yi did indeed step onto it, onto this cubic sea surface affected by the skill, water transformation. Not bad. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile flashing across his face. Then, a serious look appeared in his eyes. It's time for an upgrade. With a thought, hundreds of shadow elementals and Naga were mobilized. The shadow water's skill, water transformation, hadn't stopped either. After gathering a cubic sea surface, it continued to create independent entities. It is worth mentioning. These water formations, still called elemental warriors, elemental sea spirits, and water elemental consciousness, are not part of the shadow faction, but are subordinates of Bai Yi. They cannot be killed to gain experience. These shapeshifters, though not as efficient as the shadows, are still quite capable of handling tasks. However, in this instance, under their exclusive control, the progress speed is still quite good. Not long after, one after another, the Naga sea monsters were driven up, all covered in wounds, clearly having been forced to come. They were constantly attacked, and the enemy could not distinguish them in the sea, so they had no choice but to flee. But guided by these hydrated forms, the Naga sea monsters were further forced onto this island. What awaits them is the siege and slaughter by the shadows. The other side, 2 water elemental clones were created and dived into the water to begin their hunt. Under constant hunting from both sides, the kill notifications in front of Bai Yi showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Defeating the monster, Naga Siren, grants 118,860 experience points. Defeating the monster, Naga Siren, grants 118,860 experience points. Defeating the monster, Naga Siren, grants 118,860 experience points. Slay the monster, Naga Siren. Dropped items, to be picked up title fish scales, Siren's Eye. Looking at the series of notifications, Bai Yi felt incredibly pleased. Shouldn't you say it? Solo play is still the most fun. A chair extends out from the cubic sea surface, and Bai Yi reclines on it, looking somewhat comfortable. Isn't this more fun and easier than teaming up? Leveling up while the game is running is so comfortable. Within minutes, Bai Yi received a system notification. Congratulations on reaching level 34. Bai Yi, who was resting, raised his eyes. The speed of leveling up was indeed very fast. It felt like going back to the very beginning, when you killed several iron-eating rats and leveled up to level 2. Bai Yi ignored them and let his men continue hunting. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, the professional system sent another notification. Congratulations on reaching level 35. Congratulations on reaching level 35. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You may use this skill. Upgrade to Shadow Kingdom. Bai slightly raised his eyelids and used this opportunity to advance to his special skill, Shadow Kingdom. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 4, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 5. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 5 shadow minions are hidden in any shadowy dimension. Living within them allows for rapid recovery from injuries. Additionally, shadow minions will receive a strength boost effect. The moment I received the upgrade, Bai then arranged for many shadowy figures to enter the Shadow Kingdom. A level 28 ninja, a level 30 shadow giant, a level 35 Black Baltan, and all sorts of shadow minions, big and small, were crammed in. They play a significant role. Unfortunately, his level is no longer up to par with Bai Yi's current level. The ability to enhance one's strength is truly an invaluable benefit. The absence of shadows on the sea surface allows the hunt to continue at its current speed and pace. After all, with a powerful level 54 being like Shadow Water around, it's hard not to take off. Dozens, or even hundreds of water formations and the ever-increasing number of Shadow Nagas are the main forces behind this feast of experience. Most importantly, those two water elemental clones are not only incredibly powerful, but they are also immune to all physical attacks. Leveling up here is so easy, you can ignore all obstacles. After dozens more Shadow Naga were killed or wounded, an unexpected change finally occurred in the ocean. The ghastly bloodstains spread across the sea, causing a hidden boss in the ocean to finally give in. And it is none other than the well-deserved boss of this dungeon, King Naga. All I saw was, its grand entrance was impressive, but then, a subtle discovery was made. It seems, they were no match for these two water elemental clones. Chapter 63 Indulgence and Awakening. On an island in the sea not far away, the monster on the dilapidated stone chair was no longer asleep. Its eyes suddenly snapped open, filled with rage. Within its perception, its people, the hordes of Naga sea monsters in the ocean, are being slaughtered relentlessly. And it, being given the title of Naga King by the entire tribe, is something that cannot be ignored. Driven by the bond of blood, it awakens once more. Some of the professionals who once challenged it successfully defeated it, putting its consciousness into a deep sleep, while others overestimated their abilities and were killed by it. But one thing is undeniable: the Naga King's confidence in his own strength. Always maintain your confidence. But today, its unwavering confidence is about to vanish. Thump. The Naga King jumped into the sea, and its body got wet again, making it seem as if it had returned to its peak condition. Its towering 3-meter-tall body resembled a nimble porpoise in the water. Its robust physique is quite different from that of a typical Naga. Its fierce fish face, completely humanoid body, and shimmering dark green scales constantly highlight its extraordinary nature. Finally, after the Naga King sniffed the blood in the seawater, it accurately located the source of the slaughter. I looked up. By sheer coincidence, it spotted a human, and their eyes met. At that very instant, the other party's gaze also turned to it. This moment, King Naga felt a shiver run through his body, as if his underwear had been seen through, and felt a strange palpitation. Little did they know, the moment you see it, it's presented with detailed data. Monster, Naga King, boss level. Level, 42. HP, 22W8420 / 22W8420. Overall attack power, 2000 plus. Skills, B rank, Roar of Rage, B level, Burning Potential. At the same time, upon witnessing the human's sudden heart palpitation, the Naga King was suddenly gripped by a sense of crisis. Looking back, on the left and right sides, in mid-air, the enormous water droplets, stretching as far as the eye could see, seemed to be staring intently at it. The Naga King's pupils trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and he was immediately filled with horror. Before he could even utter a word, he was suddenly attacked. I don't know when. The water elemental clones, which had already gathered in mid-air, instantly released their fully charged attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two powerful jets of water shot out, striking the Naga King's head, which was partially exposed, with perfect accuracy. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 32,357 HP to Naga King, boss level. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 32,582 HP to Naga King, boss level. The fierce torrent of water rushed straight to his head, instantly making the Naga King dizzy and disoriented. All that could be seen was the figure of the Naga King. It was struck and fell several meters into the sea, drifting aimlessly, its state of mind at that moment best described as utter bewilderment. For a moment, they were unable to make any retaliatory move. And at just this moment, after gathering its strength once more, the water column suddenly burst forth. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 27,237 HP to Naga King, boss level. Attack critically, triggering a critical hit and dealing minus 27,429 HP to Naga King, boss level. The seawater absorbed most of the attack, but it couldn't stop the vast majority of its power. In just a few breaths, the Naga King's health had already dropped by several percent, and the entire fish was in poor condition. It subconsciously used its abilities. By unleashing the potential within his body, he can reach the peak of his current combat power, or even surpass it once more. In the past, this move was used to teach those arrogant professionals a painful lesson. But now, it was forced to use it, which aroused resentment in its heart. But, just as its veins opened up and its whole body was surging with heat, and then, right before its eyes, the two enormous creatures on the sea surface plunged directly into the seawater. It was above the sea surface, so some parts could still be seen clearly. If it were to dissolve into this seawater, unless one spent some time carefully examining it, one would not be able to tell the difference between the seawater and this water elemental clone. Before the Naga King could finish casting his burning potential skill. Next attack. It had already struck. Boom. Boom. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 26,258 HP to Naga King, boss level. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 27,295 HP to Naga King, boss level. An attack from an unknown source, extremely painful damage, and severely reduced health. These 3 points left the Naga King at a loss for what to do. Roar. The Naga King let out a weak roar, and seawater suddenly filled its mouth, making it somewhat uncomfortable. But at this moment, it had no time to care about any of that. This roar was accompanied by a powerful sonic attack. In the past, this tactic always caught people off guard, causing those professionals who offended it to bleed from both ears and temporarily lose their hearing. But after this sonic attack, what arrived was not the remarkable result the Naga King had imagined. Instead, it was another water jet attack. Boom. Boom. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 26,385 HP to Naga King, boss level. Attack critical areas to trigger a critical hit, dealing minus 27,990 HP to Naga King, boss level. At this moment, the Naga King suddenly lost nearly half of his health. This caused its body to become weak and listless, and even though it was filled with resentment, it couldn't exert any effect. Seeing that he could not avenge his people, the Naga King immediately chose to flee. They didn't even have the slightest thought of turning back. Even after each death, when its consciousness falls into a period of slumber, it will inexplicably wake up on the stone chair. But death, again and again, is something it absolutely does not want to face. But this act of fleeing. But it was still completely useless. The water jets attacked again, some even hitting its back fins directly. Attacked critical areas, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing Naga King, boss level, to lose 49,480 HP. Attacked critical areas, triggering an excessive critical hit, causing Naga King, boss level, to lose 44,480 HP. Without even the negative buff caused by low health, the Naga King died directly in the ocean. They collected its corpse. They are Naga, but they are made of shadows. The Naga King's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. The thought of waking up again on the stone chair never came. On the contrary, I subconsciously stood up from the dark vortex, and I seemed to hear someone whispering in my ear. Stand up. How exactly did they manage to do that in Chapter 64? A prompt appeared before Bai Yi's eyes. Defeat monster, Naga King, boss level. Gain 4,122,840 experience. Congratulations on reaching level 36. However, receiving such a massive amount of experience points did not surprise Bai Yi at all. At this moment, Bai Yi was thinking, 4,000,000 experience points are barely enough to level up once. With that in mind, Bai Yi decisively opened his own panel to check the experience required. Player, Bai Yi. Level, 36, 1.67 million/2.8 million. Even Bai Yi, who frequently gained massive amounts of experience, was somewhat stunned upon seeing this. The experience requirements for each level are now incredibly high, and this is only in his eyes. For other ordinary solo players, How many monsters would they need to kill to level up? And how long would it take? He shook his head, no longer thinking about things that were irrelevant to him. Bai looked down. Look at this newly born shadow. Here. This boss, Naga King, who is slightly inferior to the current top-tier Shadow Water, has now completely joined the Shadow Army. Bai looked at the slightly changed Shadow Naga King before him, unable to say whether he was satisfied or not. Aside from the fixed feature of shadow construction, the overall image of the Shadow Naga King has 2 rows of inverted bone spikes on its arms, and its back fins are smaller and less noticeable. Besides, the aura of the Shadow Naga King as a boss is significantly stronger than that of the Naga King. Overall, there has been an improvement, but not a significant one. Shadow Minion, Shadow Naga King, Boss Level. Level 42. HP 34W2630/34W2630. Overall attack power 11990 plus. Skills: B rank, Roar of Rage; B level, Burning Potential; C rank, Swift Swimming in the Sea. Overall, it's not bad. It's not bad. But with a top-tier Shadow Lord here who can create 3 incredibly powerful clones, compared to the Shadow Water, doesn't the Shadow Naga King's attributes seem rather ordinary? I calculated the time. It's almost time to force exit the instance. This last bit of time. Bai had no intention of continuing to hunt monsters. He simply ordered the shadows to gather here. Bai simply left some of the shadows with slightly lower overall attributes in this dungeon. Although shadows can now level up by AFK, it still takes time for them to grow. These upgrade opportunities are more suitable for those shadows who are already at a high level. After picking and choosing, the shadow gathered all the shadows into the Shadow Kingdom, and then returned to Bai Yi's side. His form changed. It transformed into an ordinary shadow, clinging to Bai Yi's feet. The last moments in this instance felt just like when I first arrived, watching the waves crashing in the still calm beach, smelling the salty sea breeze in the air. However, what was different was the traces of battle left behind. When the time was up, Bai Yi's entire figure disappeared from the instance. Dungeons exclude all outsiders. No matter how powerful a player is, they cannot stay in a dungeon indefinitely. Outside the instance. Bai Yi appeared outside the instance in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi realized that he had left the instance and returned to Blue Star. Holy crap, are they all still alive? 1, 2, 3. They're all here. They're all here. I almost thought I wouldn't make it out. Thank goodness. The commotion that erupted was from the 5 Xiao Hao brothers who had entered the instance together earlier. The first thing they did upon emerging was to check on the safety of their comrades. It was at this same moment that they saw Bai Yi, who had entered and exited the instance with them. Brother Bai, you're still alive. How can you talk like that? That's awful. Brother Bai, you're not dead. I'm so fed up with you all. Can't you even speak properly? Why don't you listen to yourselves? The moment they saw Bai Yi, they were shocked to see that he was unharmed. I was so shocked that I couldn't even speak properly. During this period, Qingwu even believed that Bai Yi could not possibly survive the battle against the unknown boss. Ask yourself honestly. The 5 Xiao brothers, and even the quiet passers-by, all felt to some extent that Bai Yi wouldn't survive. Imagine, at higher levels, the attribute gap between each level is significant, especially between professionals and bosses. Even a team of 5 of the same level might not be able to defeat a boss of the same level. Moreover, the difference in rank is so great, solo or not. Thinking of this, the shock of the 5 Xiao Hao brothers slowly turned into confusion, and Xingda couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Bai, how did you survive? What happened to that unknown boss? Yeah, they weren't caught. The dark, overcast atmosphere and the terrifying whirlpool on the sea surface make me feel a little scared just thinking about it. As they spoke, their gazes lingered more intently on Bai Yi. Surrounded and watched by several people, Bai Yi spoke frankly. Dead. Upon hearing these 2 words, the 5 Xiao Hao brothers' expressions changed drastically, as if they had eaten a laced-up 9-turned intestine. These 2 short words evoked different feelings in different people. Dead. Wait, what does that mean? My brain isn't working. Could it be? What do you mean? Spit it out. Could it be that Brother Bai had a backup plan? That he died and was resurrected? Is that why he was able to survive the boss and say such a thing? Damn, that makes perfect sense. So that's how it is. As their arguments became increasingly absurd, Bai Yi's eye twitched, and he casually offered an explanation. The boss is dead. The 5 Xiao Hao brothers were completely shocked, speechless with horror, which made the whole hall quiet down for a moment. Bai Yi waved helplessly and walked past them. The crowd, who were stunned for a long time, finally came to their senses. The scheduled aircraft for the round trip to Hanxiao Alliance was already parked outside the building, waiting for its second takeoff. They boarded the aircraft. The 5 Xiaohao brothers, who are usually noisy, surprisingly showed a quiet side. But just one glance is enough to tell that these guys are holding it in. What they were holding back was curiosity. How Bai Yi survived, and even more so, what Bai Yi meant by the boss's death. Thinking further, the only plausible explanation is that Bai Yi single-handedly defeated the unknown boss. But, before entering the dungeon, how did a professional player who was not even level 30 manage to kill the unknown boss? That's a boss that even they couldn't detect. Seeing the expressions on their faces, someone who wanted to ask, but was stubbornly holding back, Bai Yi found it somewhat amusing and casually said, "Ask whatever you want." This seemed to have stirred up a floodgate of conversation among them, and a barrage of questions were excitedly shouted out. "Brother Bai, how did you do that?" Chapter 65. I've long heard of the young hero's name. Along the way, Bai Yi recounted these events. Exclamations of surprise and doubt arose continuously from the aircraft. Bai Yi didn't intend to reveal all the details regarding her specialized skills. Although he dislikes hiding things a little, if he were to reveal everything to everyone he meets, then there would be something wrong with his brain. "So you said you just killed the boss directly? Talking about the element water? It's said that it can create 3 invincible clones? The true form is hidden at the bottom of the sea." These are things that can be said or not said, and Bai Yixian's commotion was simply laughed off. But that smile lingered in the minds of the brothers. The aircraft is not slow. Soon, Bai Yi and his group then returned to the Hanxiao Alliance, which was built in the sky. After the initial registration, all subsequent information was entered automatically, and the people on board the aircraft successfully joined the alliance. Next, the several hours spent inside the instance left Bai Yi feeling somewhat exhausted. Although his physical body was already extraordinary and his mental strength surpassed that of his peers, he still felt slightly tired. Perhaps all of this could be attributed to one point. Lazy. That's right, laziness makes people feel tired. Aside from illness and injury, most discomfort is primarily driven by emotions. At this time, Bai Yi lay lazily on the sofa in her villa, pondered for a moment, and then ordered takeout. Upon picking up the black identity card, several messages popped up. "Night committee member. My little apprentice told me today was a close call, but thankfully nothing serious happened. Ching Air. Brother Bai, I've been thinking a lot today, and I feel like we've let you down, haha. We don't really have anything to offer, but I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Tsinghua University. My brothers aren't really interested, please bear with them. Qingwu. I originally wanted to go back to save you, but then..." Looking at these messages, Bai Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. He has never been good at socializing since he was a child. In addition, he is naturally a man of few words, and once his persona of being aloof and cold is established, it is difficult for Bai Yi to break it. This situation has persisted until now, causing Bai Yi to have long since adapted to being alone. This time, with so many more people around, I'm actually finding it a little hard to adjust. Rubbing his temples, Bai Yi selectively replied to each question. Reply complete. I was also a little hungry, so I checked the notification on my black card and found that the food had already been placed in the villa. After picking up his food and having a casual dinner, Bai Yi went to rest. Early morning. The black card was vibrating and flashing. Bai Yi was awakened by this series of notifications. Night committee member. The situation in the instance yesterday was indeed a bit unusual. There's a meeting that requires your presence. I'll pick you up later. Night committee member. Of the 36 committee members, 6 participated besides myself. Night committee member. By the way, the Vice Alliance leader will also be keeping an eye on this matter. Bai Yi, who was initially a little sleepy, became more awake. What happened? What kind of meeting are you attending? How many of the 36 committee members came? 7. Doesn't that mean 1/5 of the team has come? They're the cornerstone of the entire alliance. Besides, even the vice leader will take notice. What's going on here? Was it really necessary to make such a fuss? Thinking about it, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, but quickly stopped taking these things to heart. Even the most important matters must be addressed. If things really can't be done, you can just shrug it off and live a life of indifference. Their main strategy is to shirk responsibility and give up, nothing else but a good attitude. We've weathered so many storms. I've killed countless bosses that are higher level than me. Can you really be scared by such a small meeting? Thinking about it, Bai Yi calmly washed up, and in her spare time ordered some fruit and watched a TV series for a while. Not long after, there was a knock on the door, and Yi Weiping's curt voice came from outside. Are you there? Get ready, "We're leaving," committee member Yi instructed. Bai Yi pushed open the door and went out with him. They walked together onto the main street. With a casual wave of his hand, committee member Yi summoned a dark blue chariot from his storage backpack. Unlike traditional motorcycles, this chariot is more like a wheel, with an outer frame that can rotate 360 degrees and the driver's seat inside. It's somewhat similar to the tanks in the movie Men in Black that Bai Yi had seen in his previous life. "He's kind of handsome," Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim. "You like it?" Committee member Yi seemed to have found a kindred spirit. From the moment Yi learned about Bai Yi, he developed an inexplicable fondness for him. For some reason, he always felt that Bai Yi was destined for great things, and that it would definitely be worthwhile to nurture him a little now. Upon hearing committee member Ye's question, Bai Yi wasn't embarrassed at all and nodded approvingly. "As long as it's a man. I'm sure most people would give it a thumbs up, right? Then I'll give you one." Committee member Yi waved his hand again, and a tank of the same model appeared beside him. However, there are some differences. The other one is bright green with black accents, otherwise it is identical. "Thank you very much then." Bai Yi nodded to committee member Yi without being polite. "You're welcome." Committee member Yi didn't turn around and rode directly onto the dark blue chariot. In the night committee's view, no professional cannot ride a vehicle. In vocational schools, these are mostly elective courses, 8 out of 16, and you can't graduate if you don't complete them. But for Bai Yi, he really hadn't studied it. What does what this body learned as a professional have to do with Bai Yi from his parallel world? Fortunately, though, the vehicle boasts exceptional reaction speed and a user-friendly operating system. Bai Yi was able to easily control it as soon as he got behind the wheel. However, I wouldn't say I'm proficient yet. I think I'll get used to it after driving it for a while longer. Then, committee member Yi drove in front, while Bai Yi followed steadily behind. About 15 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a building. Just by getting close to the building, you can sense that it's something special. Looking back now, the dragon-shaped phantom that Bai Yi saw back then seems to be located just below that dragon's head. Just by thinking about it, you can tell it's an important building. The two skillfully stored the vehicle into their storage backpacks, and then walked into the towering building in front of them. After getting on the elevator, committee member Yi skillfully swiped his black ID card and said softly, "Room AAA on the 52nd floor." A voice from a human-made intelligence system rang out. The synthesized voice was unmistakable. "Identity confirmed. Please wait." Running. Arrived. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the designated floor and room. This made Bai Yi sigh. This world has clearly become much more technologically advanced thanks to certain professions. Suddenly, a middle-aged voice could be heard from inside the room, separated only by an elevator door. "I have long admired the name of this young hero. Please come in." Chapter 66, Is This Even a Big Deal? First, we hear its sound. I met him later. However, the visitor was not the other party, but Bai Yi. The night committee member beside him slowly pushed open the simple door, and a special room came into view. The room was very spacious, but there were fewer than 10 people sitting there. It's no exaggeration to say that this venue is big enough to host a banquet or feast. The whole thing looks like a shortened version of a long corridor. In the middle was a long table covered with a clean white tablecloth, with several people sitting on each side. On both sides of the room are large areas of virtual glass, which perfectly simulates the sunlight and the outside scene, making the room appear full of natural light and less dark and jarring. Bai Yi and the committee member from the same night stepped inside. As soon as I got closer, Bai Yi twitched his nose and smelled a metallic rusty odor. Seeing Bai Yi's actions, one of the people sitting there nodded to Bai Yi and said kindly, "I just killed a beast, so it smells a bit. Don't mind it." This explanation naturally caught Bai Yi's attention. Looking at the person, Bai Yi subconsciously used his detection skill. Player, Fong Xingwang. Profession, level. Health points. Base attack power. Upon closer inspection, aside from the name, it's basically all question marks. It's easy to imagine how much stronger the opponent is than Bai Yi is now. Then I looked at that prosperous place. The upper body appears to be dressed in casual clothes, but upon closer inspection, you'll find out. His clothes were hardly ordinary attire. A red and black armor was faintly visible around the outside, with a bright red four-clawed python pattern that seemed to be slowly crawling on it. The rusty, bloody smell emanated from him. On that phantom armor, there were some indelible bloodstains, and those bloodstains were still secretly boiling. Bai Yi slowly shifted her gaze away. He now has a unique feeling, like a young author who has unintentionally attended the National Authors Congress and had dinner with a group of platinum and top-tier authors. Even if I could become an equal, the gap is still huge so far. Several images flashed through Bai Yi's mind. Huskies mixed with wolves. A street thug and a boxing champion are seen with their arms around each other's shoulders. The students and the head of the teaching department were like brothers. They're not completely unrelated, but they're exactly the same. Don't be nervous. They need something from you. Committee member Yi whispered in his ear. Seemingly worried that Bai Yi was still not completely at ease, committee member Yi added, "They should be the ones who are nervous." Upon hearing this reminder, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at the people present. There are 3 committee members on each of the 2 rows on the left and right, for a total of 6. Some of them were as young as the committee members, some were graceful and charming, some were in their prime, and some were old and frail. But without exception, they all seemed to have a fawning smile on their faces, and they were extremely humble towards Bai Yi. Although they hid it very well, Bai Yi's insight was already beyond that of ordinary people. Even though he hadn't studied micro-expressions, he could still tell that these 6 committee members were really quite nice. After carefully observing these committee members, Bai Yi felt much less burdened. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he didn't feel any pressure at all. After Yi, the committee member, gave him a couple of reminders, and he felt much more relaxed. He pulled over a comfortable chair and plopped down, while the night committee member next to him chose a chair on the left. I've heard about it for a long time. It's rare for the Dragon Kingdom to produce another chosen one. Fang Xinguang praised without reservation. Yes, our dragon country has truly secured its position as the world's #1 nation. What incredible luck. Several committee members around him echoed his sentiments, leaving Bai Yi somewhat bewildered. What are these guys up to? He started by praising himself. Judging from Ye's tone, he seemed to want something from him. But Bai Yi really couldn't figure out what could possibly be something that these big shots, who were considered pillars of the central court in the Dragon Kingdom, would ask for. China has a long-standing tradition of banquets and feasts. I always feel that it's easier to discuss things at the dinner table. Several robotic arms extended from the simulated glass, filling the empty space on the long table with various delicacies. Come, brother Bai. There wasn't a welcome banquet when you arrived, was there? Yes, this meal makes up for it. Eat. Looking at all this delicious food, Bai Yi became quite agitated. It wasn't that he was craving it. Instead, looking at their attitudes, Bai Yi was even more confused about what was going on. Bai Yi disliked this so-called banquet culture and was somewhat unsure of what it was all about, so he spoke frankly. Distinguished members, I will speak frankly. What do you want with me? These words were spoken. The scene fell silent for a moment. Bai Yi almost thought he had awakened the ability to pause the world. Suddenly, the only female member among the 6 laughed. You can't tell her age, but you can tell she has the air of a young married woman. She doesn't look more than 35 years old. Before anyone could speak, she simply laughed and said, "What did I tell you? This child should just say what he thinks. You guys, inviting people to dinner is so outdated." Fang Xinguang, a middle-aged committee member, blushed and coughed deliberately, saying, "Ahem, stop talking. Let's get down to business." The dishes being passed through the simulated glass abruptly stopped, as if being quickly retrieved in reverse. In just a few blinks of an eye, the entire table was spotless white again. Directly in front of Bai Yi, the area that was originally a wall suddenly lit up, seemingly due to a structure similar to virtual glass. The wall image changes. Instead, a world map was displayed. Above it, the Dragon Kingdom is at the center, with surrounding countries as embellishments. In the remote sea area to the lower right of the Dragon Kingdom, a large, prominent symbol was marked. What is this? Bai Yi asked. Fang Xinguang slowly stood up, pointed to the key symbol, and said, "This place is extremely important. There is something of utmost importance inside. Unfortunately, this newly created instance excludes both the weak and the strong, and all countries are watching it closely. It could even be described as drooling and eyeing something covetously." Hearing this explanation, Bai Yi's brows relaxed a little. So, is that why they seek help from themselves? It's just entering a dungeon. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Bai Yi felt a little relieved. He thought it was something serious. That's it. Is this even a big deal? But soon, Fang Xinguang glanced at Bai Yi with a hint of guilt, and it was this glance that made Bai Yi realize that something was not so simple about him. He turned to look at committee member Yi. Committee member Yi also had a strange expression on his face. It was the first time Bai Yi had ever seen committee member Yi with such an expression. Chapter 67 Honolulu Island, Honolulu Dungeon. 67. Honolulu Island, Honolulu Dungeon. Such an expression was rarely seen, not only by Bai Yi, but also by the 6 committee members of the same rank as committee member Yi. Seeing this expression, this naturally indicates that things are not as simple as Bai Yi had previously thought. It's just another dungeon run. It's simple, right? Bai Yi was somewhat suspicious, but still asked anyway. Upon hearing this, committee member Yi shook his head, his eyes filled with an unspeakable look. See here. Committee member Fang Xinguang's expression changed, and he finally said everything he could. Let me be frank. This instance can only be entered by players of around level 30 to 40. We have sent 159 players into it over the past 12 years. Initially, many B-level and A-level professionals went there, but none of them returned with any news. Later, we successively dispatched several S-class and even SS-class prodigies. But they are, to this day. At this point, committee member Fang Xinguang inadvertently made eye contact with Bai Yi, and for a moment, the words caught in his throat. After a while, the second half of the sentence came out. Not yet returned. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi immediately sensed that something was wrong. He said so. It turns out it's a dungeon with a 0% success rate for now. No wonder he was asked to participate. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi's expression became even stranger than that of committee member Jia. His dissatisfaction was written all over his face. The customs clearance rate is 0%. You want me to go? Are you kidding me? Seemingly sensing Bai Yi's mood, the young woman on the committee comforted him. Young man, don't worry. As long as you go, the Dragon Kingdom is willing to give you more than 5 S-level skill awakening scrolls. If you reap a great reward, you may even have multiple opportunities to upgrade your skill rank. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi instantly perked up. What? 5 S-rank skill awakening scrolls? Are there multiple opportunities to upgrade skill rank? 5 S-grade skill scrolls mean that countless people are farming bosses, hoping for that pitifully low drop rate. Bai Yi has dropped this item before, but that was pure luck. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. And that's a purple quality skill scroll, with a 68% chance of awakening a B-grade skill and a 20% chance of awakening an A-grade skill. The probability of awakening a purple quality skill to S-rank is a paltry 6%. The S-rank scroll mentioned by this young woman committee member must have a 60% or even 80% or higher probability of awakening an S-rank skill. Otherwise, how could it be called an S-rank skill scroll? You'll know if you think about it. These 5 scrolls were created with the blood and sweat of countless people, and the amount of human resources mobilized is unimaginable. These 5 skill scrolls also mean 5 brand new S-level skills. It should be noted that although Bai Yi's current skills are all the most suitable for his profession, there are not many of these skills in total. What is she saying now? If you go to this instance and successfully return, you can obtain 5 skills. With a little thought, it's not hard to recall. Bai Yi couldn't help but think of his first skill, summon swapping. It's a skill that's fairly average, not particularly powerful, but not useless either. But for him, it was a complete transformation. It has transformed into something absolutely incredible, Shadow Swap. If we accept this quest to enter the instance, having obtained 5 skill awakening scrolls, will these 5 skills become the perfect specialization skills to suit my job? You need to know. Every single skill of his profession, Shadow King, is practically perfect. Thump. Thinking about it, I felt relieved. Bai Yi couldn't help but consider the pros and cons, and subconsciously agreed to the job. But then I thought about it again. With such a large reward offered, the danger must also be relative, right? Suddenly, Bai Yi frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me why you absolutely have to go? Can't we not go?" This question is simple and straightforward, as simple as why people twist their ankles or ignore advice when encountering ghosts in horror movies. No, I have to go. If I weren't unable to enter, how could I have let those young people go to such a dangerous place? Committee member Fang Xinguang was extremely agitated, and his expression showed barely suppressed anger. At last, his clenched hand fell limply to his side, and after exchanging a glance with Bai Yi, he sat back down in his seat. Bai Yi uttered 3 words and asked the question once again. Why? Upon hearing this question, everyone present, including committee member Yi, appeared somber and fell silent. After a long period of solemn silence, the young woman on the committee coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the room. Ahem, fine, I'll say it then. I think this child is worthy of being entrusted with this matter. Upon hearing this decision, the elderly committee member standing nearby quickly spoke up. That's inappropriate. Don't bring it up again. Just give a brief overview, the old man added, seemingly sensing something amiss. After listening, committee member Yi seemed somewhat melancholy, and when he mentioned this matter, Everyone present became solemn. Committee member Yi finally spoke. This instance is related to the opening of the ultimate, which contains a key that the whole world craves. I won't go into more detail. Turning his head, committee member Yi looked at Bai Yi solemnly and said, "With your intelligence, you should be able to guess it." Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked completely bewildered. "No. Yi Yufan. Yi the committee member. Are you overestimating me?" Although Bai Yi wasn't stupid, he wasn't so smart that he could conjure up thousands of words of information just by hearing the word ultimate, was he? The words had barely left his lips. Committee member Fong Xingwang then took over, seemingly with a hint of shame in his voice. This instance is located on Honolulu Island in the waters off the United States, which our Dragon Kingdom has named Honolulu. That place completely deviates from the basic concept of a dungeon. There isn't even a setting for forced removal. In other words, whether you've been in the instance for 24 hours, 48 hours, or 72 hours, you will not be automatically removed from the instance. Hearing this, Bai looked slightly puzzled. Then how do we get out? You wouldn't send me to a dungeon where I can only enter and never leave, would you? Immediately, committee member Fong Xingwang looked slightly embarrassed, then spoke up. Of course not. A professional diviner in the Alliance has calculated it with his skill. As long as you kill the boss of the Honolulu dungeon, you can come out with the key. Bai Yi. Since it can be calculated, do you know what level the boss is? Fong Xingwang. I don't know. That person just finished calculating how to exit the dungeon and then vomited blood. Bai Yi. Chapter 68 Wide Area Silent Number S2. No. Is it really safe if you don't even know the boss's level? However, considering that no one has come out yet, it's not hard to imagine what level the boss must be. Something that would prevent level 30 to 40 SS class players from returning. The dungeon boss must be at least level 50 or even higher, right? Fortunately though, Bai Yi has killed many bosses above his level. As long as he has enough time to gather shadow minions in the dungeon, he can kill even level 60 bosses, let alone level 50. After a long silence, Bai Yi summarized all the current information. It involves the opening of the ultimate realm, so I can't say more. Everyone, including committee member Yi, nodded silently. Can't we not go? The committee members nodded silently again. You can exit as long as you kill the boss, but we don't know the boss's level. He nodded silently again. As long as you come out, you'll get 5 S-rank skill scrolls, and some kind of skill rank upgrade opportunity. He nodded silently. Call. Bai took a deep breath. Good heavens, this sounds just like a heartless boss making empty promises to his employees. Fortunately, Bai was absolutely confident that he could easily get out of this damn dungeon. This means that as long as you accept the job, you are 100% guaranteed to receive the reward, regardless of whether you actually do the work. Bai would never refuse such a freebie opportunity. At last, Bai asked another question. I have a general idea now. But I have one more question. Why the rush? Yes. Why the rush? To say that such an SSS-level hidden class is unprecedented is an understatement. It is extremely rare and absolutely precious. But, what circumstances forced the Dragon Kingdom to send him? Bai Yi's value. Surely everyone present understands this precious value better than Bai Yi herself. If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Yi will become another leader of the Hanxiao Alliance. How could these committee members not understand? This wasn't some sinister attempt to kill Bai Yi. Rather, it was for something even more necessary to do, requiring Bai Yi to take this risk. Something that even SS-level professionals can't do. These committee members believe. As a hidden SSS-level professional, Bai Yi can do it. This is absolute confidence, such confidence. So confident. It made Bai Yi doubt her own confidence. Returning to the question, why the rush? After a long while, committee member Fong Xingwang slowly began to speak. The United States has dispatched an SSS-level professional to work with an SS-level professional from Japan in an attempt to conquer the Honolulu Island instance, also known as the Honolulu instance. If they succeed, the entire Dragon Kingdom, the entire world, will be controlled by that one person. At this point, all 7 committee members fell silent for a moment. And what about me? Bai Yi asked. Several committee members were drawn to Bai Yi and couldn't help but look at him. If I succeed, will I not be able to control the whole world? Upon hearing this question, committee member Yi couldn't help but smile and said frankly, what's wrong with being controlled by our own people? This explanation. To Bai Yi's surprise, this was an explanation he hadn't expected. Being controlled by oneself, being controlled by one's own people, so what? I accept this task. Bai Yi nodded, then solemnly got up to leave. Upon seeing this scene, Committee member Fang Xingwang was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something and quickly called out to Bai Yi, wait. There's still some information I haven't told you. Bai Yi had just stood up when she sat back down steadily. Please speak. Bai Yi waved his hand and listened patiently. The simulation screen behind committee member Fang Xingwang was magnified. What is presented is no longer the Dragon Kingdom, but all countries in the world. This time, the biggest threat is the SSS-level American professional. And the other 5 major countries in the world, including Russia and the United States, have recently seen a number of professionals involved. Among them, the Russian bear country has good relations with our country and may be able to provide you with some assistance. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but have another question. The world's 5 largest economies are also common knowledge in this world. They are currently the number 1 country on Earth. China, the Dragon Kingdom. Number 2, the United States. Number 3, Russia, the Bear Kingdom. Number 4, the United Kingdom, the United States. And number 5, France. But why didn't France participate? Bai Yi's question was quickly answered. The committee member next to him shook his head regretfully and added, there are some natural disasters in France, so we don't have time to get involved. What kind of natural disaster? Earthquake, tsunami? These shouldn't be a problem for professionals, right? No, it's far more terrifying than we imagined. It's fortunate that it hasn't affected neighboring countries, committee member Yi remarked with surprising emotion. Hearing this, Bai Yi stopped asking questions. After committee member Fang Xingwang provided some additional information, the meeting came to an end. Bai Yi was the last to arrive. Bai Yi was the first to leave. After confirming that no further intelligence had been obtained, Bai Yi left the meeting. Naturally, committee member Yi left with him. A few minutes later, the map on the wall disappeared silently, and a figure was projected in its place. The figure slowly revealed its full face, which was none other than the vice leader of the Hanxiao Alliance. Like the young woman on the committee, the deputy leader's age was hard to discern. However, it is clear that he, like committee member Fang Xingwang, is in his prime, at the peak of his physical strength. His face was one of unwavering integrity and uprightness. But at this moment, he showed a hint of sadness. His voice slowly drifted from the surrounding walls. Ah, what a fine child. If he doesn't come back, it will be a great regret for the Dragon Kingdom. Committee member Fang Xingwang comforted him, saying, Vice leader, have faith in him. He can definitely do it. If this child can get out, I must give him my skill upgrade opportunity, and not only that, the whole country should celebrate. But why didn't you say a few words just now? Sigh, it was my decision. I have no face to face this child, no face at all. Hanxiao Alliance, airport. Aren't we going to use the same aircraft as before? Bai Yi asked, glancing at committee member Yi who was filling out information. No, the Navigator 2 doesn't have enough range to cross more than 8,700 nautical miles. Oh, is that so? Bai Yi could easily connect this to the world map he had seen before. The Honolulu instance is located in the waters off the coast of the United States, in the Pacific Ocean, which is quite far from Japan. And within this map, the vast distances are immense. Even if 2 more Dragon Kingdoms came, it would still be barely enough to fill the gap. At the staff's office, committee member Yi filled out many procedures, and even under his own name, he had to go through 2 layers of review. A few minutes later, a massive airship was sailing towards them. Its size alone was comparable to that of a memorial stadium. After just one glance, Bai Yi unconsciously used his detection ability. Soon, a series of messages were transmitted. Item, Wide Area Silent Ship S2. Quality, Gold Plus. Durability, 84923/84923. Shield value. Introduction. Even though it is only the 2nd aviation branch ship on the main fleet, it has unimaginable performance. Chapter 69. What does 3,000 meters per second mean? Upon seeing this surprisingly large spaceship, Bai Yi didn't react too dramatically. Although it was the first time I had ever seen it. Having seen all sorts of storms, this mere spaceship didn't seem too outrageous. Just as committee member Yi said, his navigator ship couldn't possibly cover a distance that would take 2 Dragon Kingdoms to fill. That's over 8,700 nautical miles, an unimaginably long distance. You need to know, the journey of Tang Sanzang and his disciples to obtain Buddhist scriptures only covered 108,000 li. But even along those 108,000 miles, they endured countless hardships and setbacks. Nowadays, to cross most of the Pacific Ocean, let alone bring out an aircraft carrier, even if Bai Yi brought the main body of the wide area silent ship, he would at most be amazed by the Hanxiao Alliance's grand scale. Just kidding. The #1 alliance of the mighty Dragon Kingdom is one of the top in the world. No matter what exaggerated things Bai does, it won't be too outrageous. That's human nature. Once you reach a certain level in your heart, it's not surprising that you'll do anything. People are used to heroes slaying evil dragons. Even after slaying the dragon, the hero who becomes the dragon himself is rather mediocre. Only a cross-dressing hero who abandons a haughty princess and falls in love with the evil dragon while slaying a dragon can perhaps catch people's attention and surprise them. Let's go. Committee member Yi reminded them, and then stepped forward. This ship, a subsidiary of the USS Wide Silence, may only be a subsidiary, but it still has a certain level of prestige. Yes, and there is plenty. An elevator, controlled by an intelligence system, unfolded, and the two slowly stood on it. The intelligence system initiated the next procedure, and then slowly retracted the ladder, allowing the two to smoothly enter the main body. Welcome aboard the spaceship. Activating a temporary process, please wait. A female-sounding electronic synthesized voice rang out, making Bai Yi sigh at the bizarre taste of the two-dimensional architect. Who exactly allowed those born in the 2000s to participate in the overall project? And you know what? It's actually kind of interesting. This spaceship even has its own virtual intelligence system. It's truly amazing. But it was just out of curiosity. Bai Yi didn't pursue the matter further. After all, this spaceship is a branch of the Wide Area Silence and not an ordinary spaceship. It still possesses extremely strong combat capabilities. Such a spaceship is naturally not to be underestimated. Let's go. Committee member Yi said calmly. He then strode towards the main cabin. Bai Yi followed closely behind. After they entered the main cabin, a virtual screen appeared, displaying a line of text. Please select your cockpit position. Upon seeing this line of text, Bai Yi pondered for a moment before selecting a location. Have you chosen your seating class? Night committee member's voice came through the phone. Bai Yi replied, all right. Committee member Yi nodded. Our cockpit is located to the left of the main cabin. This spaceship speed is 3,000 meters per second. 3 kilometers per second. This speed is almost 9 times the speed of sound, and that's just the speed under normal conditions. This is truly a terrifying statistic. After all, this time, the destination is only 8,700 nautical miles away. But now, the speed of this spaceship is actually 3,000 meters per second, which is simply astonishing. If this were a regular airplane, it would probably be left far behind at that speed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it's an airship. If it can't even achieve this little bit of speed, then how can it be called a spaceship? Okay. Bai Yi nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He knew that since he had chosen this spaceship, there must be no problem with it. Committee member Yi nodded, then turned and walked back to his location. Bai Yi followed. After they left, the intelligent program immediately transmitted the location of the cockpit selected by the night committee to the main control console inside the main cabin. Then, the main control panel immediately opened, and a huge projection appeared. Identity verification successful. Yi Yufan, congratulations on obtaining temporary driving privileges. Activate autonomous driving mode. The intelligent program of the Wide Area Silent S2 asked again. Committee member Yi nodded slightly. Okay. Have a pleasant voyage. The voice of the intelligent program sounded again. Then, the huge projection disappeared, leaving only a light screen and a row of database data for viewing. Sit down. Committee member Yi said with practiced ease. Bai Yi's brows relaxed, and he quickly sat down. He couldn't help but examine the internal structure of the branch ship closely. After all, this is an airship. Although this branch ship is just a small branch ship of the aircraft carrier division, it is still a very powerful presence on the aircraft carrier. Moreover, the speed of that one spaceship alone was enough to crush the speed of many advanced professionals. Not to mention, this aircraft carrier is actually a branch ship of an aircraft carrier, not the main carrier. Before Bai Yi had even fully familiarized himself with the process, committee member Yi had already begun inputting the main information for this voyage. Destination, Pacific Ocean, Honolulu Island, Honolulu Dungeon. Confirm. Weather. Committee member Yi decisively clicked confirm. Preparing flight path. Destination, Honolulu Island, Honolulu copy. Location, Pacific Ocean. Estimated range, 8,990 nautical miles. Estimated arrival time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. It would take another hour and a half. He thought that with the speed of the airship, it would only take 3 to 5 minutes to get there. However, this also shows how far it really is, spanning most of the Pacific Ocean. After confirming the destination, The airship slowly started moving. Although its normal speed is a terrifying 3,000 meters per second, at this moment it is moving as slowly as a tortoise. It's not that we need time to get started. Instead, it was to allow the people on board to get used to the gradually increasing airspeed. Even if professionals are already superhuman, suddenly accelerating to 3,000 meters per second will definitely cause some discomfort, if not dizziness or other physiological reactions. After a few minutes of acceleration, the entire airship then began to reach normal flight speed, 3,000 meters per second. The surrounding scenery seemed distorted, presenting a ripple-like image. You can choose a movie and let the intelligence system play it. After all, this period of time is rather tedious. Committee member Yi reminded him. Oh, that makes sense. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Immediately, Bai Yi activated the intelligence system on the spaceship and randomly selected a movie, Pacific Rim, to watch. It has to be said, the current state of sailing on the ocean and the movie about sea mechs fighting monsters actually go quite well together. Chapter 70, just kidding, inserting a flying thunder god mark. After watching the movie, it was almost time to leave. If Bai Yi hadn't sped up some unimportant scenes at double speed while watching, he wouldn't have been able to disembark. From the seat, you can clearly see the azure ocean below. It was even bluer than the one Bai Yi had seen in the tidal disaster instance last time. Here, that is the center of the Pacific Ocean. Not far from the airship stood a small active volcano. The land below wasn't particularly barren, but it didn't feel like it was covered in lush forest either. There is lava, but not much. There are weeds and trees, but not many. It can be said to be a unique ecosystem of this land, except that there are not many organisms. Get ready, we're about to disembark. Committee member Yi reminded them. Bai Yi nodded silently, and then made preparations. The intelligence system's real-time calculations brought great convenience to the two individuals. A suitable landing site has been detected. Destination detected. Enable login method. Weather. Committee member Yi slowly opened his cockpit and pressed confirm on the virtual system screen. The next moment, a faint feeling of falling, like being transported by an elevator, came through. However, it wasn't very obvious, and even after landing completely, Bai Yi didn't have a strong sense of déjà vu. There's a certain misconception. It felt as if I wasn't on a landing spaceship, but rather sitting on an escalator going down in a shopping mall. There was nothing dramatic or spectacular, but rather a simple and ordinary life that simplified complexity. The staircase opened again, and a slightly scorching heat wafted out. There was no other way. After all, there was a volcano not far away. The dust, of unknown origin, filled the air, making breathing slightly difficult. But even if there are some harmful or toxic components, it poses no threat whatsoever to professionals with extraordinary physical abilities, as is the case with today's population. Ahead. This is the instance we're going to this time. Honolulu Island, Honolulu instance. Committee member Yi was inside the airship, ready to see Bai Yi off. But Bai Yi just stood there, showing no intention of entering the instance. What's wrong? Did you forget to prepare the food? Committee member Yi asked. Bai Yi turned around and shook her head slightly. Seeing this, committee member Yi didn't urge him any further, though he had some doubts in his heart. Committee member Yi knew. To date, no professional player who has entered this instance has ever returned. It's unclear whether it's still in the instance or has already passed away. This is exactly what Bai Yi was thinking. Even though he awakened an SSS-level hidden profession, Bai Yi never thought of himself as the chosen one who could overcome any difficulty with ease. What if he goes in too and then never comes out? Is he like the 159 predecessors who entered before him, unable to return? So, suddenly, Bai Yi had a flash of inspiration and remembered his almost godlike specialized skills. He turned around with some confidence, looked at committee member Yi, and said with full conviction, as long as I come back, I'll get at least 5 S-rank skill scrolls, plus opportunities to upgrade skill rank, right? Seeing Bai Yi's resolute gaze, committee member Yi was somewhat moved. Why does this kid suddenly seem so confident? Committee member Yi didn't say much, he just calmly nodded. Yes, that's right. Committee member Yi confirmed this again and made a promise. This is a promise made by the Hanxiao Alliance and the nation, and we will never break our word. Hearing this, Bai Yi's confidence remained undiminished. Then I'm relieved. Bai Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feigning ease. Just as committee member Yi was unsure how to respond and was about to remain silent as usual, he saw Bai Yi slowly extend his hand. Immediately. Then we saw Bai Yi slightly part her lips. A few came out. Committee member Yi. When committee member Yi saw this scene, he was somewhat puzzled and had no idea what Bai Yi was planning to do. But soon, He had some guesses in his mind. All I saw was, against the sun, Bai Yi's shadow suddenly began to twist and deform. It was as if I was hallucinating. Several dense, completely black shadows slowly emerged from where Bai Yi's shadow was, forming regular shapes. Committee Member Yi. Seeing this, Committee Member Yi understood that this must be Bai Yi's own specialty skill. Most professions can be gleaned from their names. Just like Bai Yi's profession as Shadow King. When Committee Member Yi looked at this scene, he immediately guessed something. This. Is he manipulating his own shadow? Soon, several shadow minions then emerged completely from Bai Yi's shadow. To be precise, it emerged from the Shadow Kingdom, an alternate dimension located within Bai Yi's shadow. This other dimension, known as the Shadow Kingdom, is present in every shadow, but unfortunately, its only drawback is that the entrance and exit can only be the same for the time being. In other words, if a shadow minion burrows into the shadows beneath a tree, the only way to escape is to emerge from those shadows again. Fortunately, though, Bai Yi has placed all the entrances and exits of the Shadow Kingdom within his own shadow, so he can use them at any time. Now, several shadow nagas and several shadow sea spirits emerged one after another, totaling about 20 in total. Looking at this small army that was beginning to take shape, Committee Member Yi frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out what Bai Yi was doing. But Bai Yi himself knew the truth. He's releasing the Thor's Mark. Shall. He had these shadow minions spread throughout the waters surrounding the island, so that he could use his recently awakened, godlike skill, Shadow Swap, to escape the dungeon at any time. What are you doing? I understand. It must be a skill that swaps with summoned creatures, right? Unfortunately, this method doesn't work. Others have tried it before, but it's completely impossible to contact the summoned creatures outside the instance. After all, the inside and outside of the instance are two completely different worlds. After pondering for a while, Committee Member Yi gave Bai Yi a very long introduction, something that was unprecedented for him. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi simply smiled, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the dungeon entrance. Watching Bai Yi's retreating figure, Committee Member Yi pondered for a moment before finally speaking. If you get out, contact me using your black ID card. If we can get out. Committee Member Yi murmured the last half of the sentence, not saying it aloud. Bai Yi didn't turn around, but simply waved his hand and looked at the instance. This dark blue vortex is quite different from the usual dungeons. There were no official buildings nearby. Two simple rock walls were erected, slowly enveloping the dungeon entrance. The bizarre monsters in Chapter 71. Now, Bai Yi slowly stepped into it, and the moment he touched the dark blue vortex, he disappeared. There was no notification of entering the instance. The professional system within his body remained completely silent. That's all. We were suddenly thrust into the instance without even a moment's reaction time. In the blink of an eye, the world around us has been turned upside down. One glance. Knowing that he had entered the instance, Bai Yi looked at the scenery in front of him and couldn't help but feel that it was rather ordinary. There's a certain atmosphere, similar to that between towns, surrounding the area. Bai Yi was in a forest. The trees were not very tall, with the tallest being only about 4 or 5 meters. I looked up and saw. It was now nearing dusk, and the light was dimming. The glow of the sunset added a touch of intoxication to the otherwise ordinary scenery. Come out. Bai Yi waved his hand, and the shadow beneath him instantly changed. The natal shadow detaches from the body and materializes. Immediately afterwards, some shadows appeared directly from it, but there weren't many of them. The situation is still unclear, and it's not yet necessary to mobilize all of Shadow's forces. The current Shadow subordinates are basically all generals from Ikehara. My main characters are Shadow, Ninja, Black Bolton, a few scattered Shadow elements, and Shadow Mutant Null. I prioritize quality over quantity. Summoning all of them would result in a team of several hundred, which would be too extravagant. Bai Yi didn't plan to do that until he had a clear understanding of the dungeon's details. You guys, go search the area. Bai Yi gave some instructions. Immediately, the Shadow Elementals and Shadow Mutant Gnolls began their operation. They scattered in all directions, breaking up into smaller groups. These shadowy subordinates all advanced from different directions, with only a few key shadowy subordinates ensuring Bai Yi's safety. However, it's not that important. After all, Bai Yi has several overpowered skills on the table. Just one shadow swap is enough for him to leave this area instantly, or even leave the entire instance if necessary. However, for the time being, Bai Yi really doesn't plan to leave this instance directly. This is still only a partial understanding. If I switch places with the shadow minions outside the instance and run into the night committee members who haven't left yet, that would be quite awkward. Night committee member, you're out. Bai, nothing more than the exchange of shadows. Just imagining that scene, Bai felt as if a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom apartment had suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Don't ask. The answer is that it was just something he awkwardly dug out with his toes. Nowadays, Bai strolled through this instance. This instance, as it stands now, seems perfectly normal, as if nothing out of the ordinary. It's nothing like other instances. Even in the first instance Bai entered, Steel Jungle, there was a thick metal floor hidden beneath the dirt ground. Not to mention the following dungeons, where either the stones themselves are monsters, or gnolls swarm in one after another. But no matter what, these copies seem to be quite normal on the surface. See here, Bai could feel time passing and the night sky growing darker. It looks like night is about to fall. After such a long time, none of the shadow subordinates sent out have sent back any news. It's not that we've completely lost contact. The connection between the shadow henchmen and Bai is inseparable. Unless under special circumstances, they can exchange information with each other. But, currently, the dozens of shadow subordinates sent out haven't obtained a single piece of information about the monster. It can't be that there aren't any monsters in this dungeon, can it? After thinking about it, Bai shook his head, finding it amusing. That shouldn't be the case. Even if this instance has lost the feature of no rejection time, it is still impossible for it to be without monsters. The Hanxiao Alliance had already calculated that they could leave as long as they killed the boss of this dungeon. And this premise absolutely requires the presence of a boss. If there's no boss, how do you kill it? You can't just create a boss and then kill it, can you? That's ridiculous. Time passed slowly. Even though it was already close to night, the shadow subordinates sent out still hadn't sent back any news. This also explains. There isn't a single monster in all directions, even though it's so far away. Strange, very strange. 9 out of 10 parts are strange. Bai frowned, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Final. There are only 2 possible conclusions. Either the monsters in this instance haven't been found yet, or the mechanism to trigger the monster's appearance hasn't been reached yet. These are the only 2 explanations we can use. There are no other options for the time being. Next, Bai accepted this strange setting and immediately set up camp to prepare for a short rest. Set up camp. The surrounding woods were cleared out by Black Barton and his shadow subordinates. Setting up a campfire is not difficult. After all, Bai had previously purchased some survival supplies such as lighters. At the same time, some food, water and other resources were also purchased. A professional storage backpack is a magical thing. No matter what you put in, it will come out exactly the same. Put hot food in, and it will never get cold when you take it out. That's all. Bai took out some camping gear here. This was the first time he had ever used these things. Previously, when entering the instance, the time was synchronized with the time on Earth. If I entered in the morning, I would come out before nightfall. But this time it was different. The timing of this instance was slightly off. While eating, Bai looked up at the completely dark sky. The shadowy subordinates around them just watched. They didn't need to eat, so naturally they did. Time seemed to speed up. Finally, the shadowy henchman nearby spotted the enemy. Through the eyes of a shadow mutant gnoll, one could see several even more mutated monsters. Even stranger than these shadows. They were monsters that were about the height of dwarfs, whose bodies seemed to be made of purple mud, and whose exteriors were covered with a gray-black dust shell. Bai didn't see it with his own eyes, so he couldn't use the detection function. However, judging from the fighting between the shadow minions in the distance, these monsters do not seem to be very strong. They had only just begun to exchange blows. These somewhat bizarre monsters were thus at a disadvantage. The shadow mutant gnoll unleashed a variety of skills, instantly reducing the purple mud monsters to near death. These monsters don't seem to have any concept of running away. It was a fight to the death. So it didn't take long before these monsters were completely defeated. At this moment, a notification came from the professional system. Chapter 72. The ultimate secret is something I can guess. Killing the monster, weak and decaying, grants 87,760 experience points. Killing the monster, weak and decaying, grants 87,760 experience points. Defeating a monster, weak and decaying, grants experience. Dropped item, to be picked up core of decay 5. These alien monsters are called decay? That's rather intriguing, Bai murmured. However, these things did not concern Bai too much. Encountering new monsters was just like going through the normal process. There was nothing surprising about it. But these monsters are strangely shaped, and can only appear at night, which is quite unusual. Unlike other monsters, it can move freely regardless of day or night. If this characteristic is taken into account, it will greatly affect Bai Yi's ability to gain experience and loot from monsters. I'll think about it. Bai Yi instructed several of his shadow subordinates to put the campfire back on. That night, I'm not going to sleep. Since this monster can only appear at night, it is only necessary to hunt it at night. Bai Yi's original intention was not to gain experience here. Of course, Bai Yi had not forgotten his core purpose. Kill the boss and get the key. This was the main task assigned by the committee members, and Bai Yi took it to heart. However, what Bai Yi was concerned about was what this key actually was. Think about it carefully. Before that, committee member Yi had mentioned the opening of the ultimate and said that with his intelligence, it wouldn't be hard for him to guess. He guessed it was a banana stick. Is this something a normal person could easily make up? Did you think this was a detective novel about elementary school students deducing the secrets of tomb raiding? Good heavens, they can deduce it from just 2 words. But the more Bai Yi thought about it, the more he became involved and the more he pondered. He gave the order and mounted Black Bolton. The torch is held by his shadow minions, illuminating the surroundings. Some of the decomposed corpses have also been retrieved and are on their way. At this moment, Bai Yi was still preoccupied with the ultimate that committee member Yi had mentioned. Since committee member Yi has said so, I might actually be able to guess it? Well, I guess I'll just use this to kill time. Bai Yi, riding on the back of Shadow, made a joke to himself. Since it's called ultimate, it must be about the limits. If those committee members care so much, it must be about themselves, or even the entire Hanxia. No, the entire professional community. What is it that can connect them all together? Bai Yi scratched his head, giving orders to his shadow subordinates as he pondered the situation. Suddenly, Bai Yi checked his own panel. After all, I am also a professional. Player, Bai Yi. Level, 36, 1.76 million/2.8 million. Wait, is it a level? Is there an upper limit to the professional level? A sudden inspiration struck Bai Yi, making him feel somewhat dazed. Although it was just a fleeting thought. But the more I think about it, the more reasonable it seems. Since there is a level system, then this thing might have an upper limit? So, the activation of this ultimate is the key to breaking through level restrictions? Is ultimate a dungeon? Or something like a breakthrough in privileges? And the prerequisite for unlocking the ultimate is obtaining the so-called key. Upon closer examination, even Bai Yi himself was somewhat surprised. Although it was just a random guess, just something to pass the time, it seems to make more and more sense the more I think about it. Surely he couldn't have actually guessed right, could he? Is that so? Haha, does this count as something I just made up in my head? Bai Yi's lips twitched. Although this was just something he had imagined and conjured up in his mind, he felt as if he had actually touched upon the so-called truth. At this time, Bai Yi recalled Ye's words once again. With his intelligence, it wouldn't be hard for him to guess. So he actually guessed right? Shaking his head, Bai Yi felt these things were too bizarre. Even if he guessed correctly, that's something he'll have to face in the future, not something he, at level 40, needs to think about now. Shouldn't we wait until we reach the maximum level before dealing with this kind of trouble? Thinking about it, the few emaciated corpses have also been transported over. The already deformed and mutated body became even more wretched after death. Its body, originally encased in a gray-black shell, became limp and rotten after death, much like a lifeless jellyfish. And, as the wound flowed out, drops of purple mud followed. The torches illuminated a large area. You could even clearly see a trail of purple mud flowing behind those shadow mutant gnolls. The scene looks a bit eerie. However, Bai Yi didn't care too much about these things. His top priority right now is, of course, to extract this new monster from the Shadow's minions. The process was so clear and familiar that I couldn't be more familiar with it. Specialized skill, Shadow Extraction, activated. With a shout of stand up, the corpse being held by the shadow mutant gnoll stirred. Because it was night, the shadow of his corpse blended slightly into the night. However, the torchlight cast several different shadows from different angles. These shadows swayed, and in a certain instant, they transformed into specks of black light, rising above the ground. It was as if it had been pulled up from the earth in an instant, which was very abrupt. The next moment, 6 shadows faded away and quietly emerged. Bai Yi's first task was to check the data of these new subordinates. Monster, Shadow Decay, weak. Level, 41. HP, 92300/92300. Overall attack power, 2100. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, none. Bai was taken aback. This data is incredibly low, and this skill is showing as none. Of all the shadow subordinates Bai recruited, very few lacked skills. Even the first monster you encounter, the iron-eating rat, at least has a skill that allows it to gnaw on metal. But this weak decline didn't happen. It took Bai a while to finally accept this fact. All I can say is that this monster lives up to its name. It really is weak, with low stats and no skills whatsoever. With a wave of his hand, Bai signaled the shadows to scatter and disperse, to search for more monsters. No matter how weak they are, once they become shadow subordinates, the added King's Domain buff can transform them into someone who can take on 3 opponents at once. These shadow decayers will not hold back when facing those who appear to be kin on the surface. On the contrary, it was predictable that it would be a massacre. For now, however, the main function of these shadow decays is to use their size advantage to quickly dart through the forest and probe for enemy movements. As expected, with the apparent identity of being of the same kind, the monster became much easier to find. In just a moment, another group was discovered. Only, these declines seem to be somewhat different. Chapter 73 Hurrah! Homage to Allah. These decaying bodies are bulky and slow-moving, completely different from those decaying bodies that are as short as children. These monsters are clearly different. Just like how there are differences in the cores of stone monsters, such as blue, white, and purple cores. But, in Bai's eyes, these differences were nothing more than a matter of dying sooner or later. All I saw was, Bai casually waved his hand, enough to crush these declining shadows, and the entire group mobilized. One shadow after another emerged from the shadows. Although it's not all of Shadow's minions, it's more than enough for our needs. Nearly 100 shadow elementals and shadow nagas emerged, and given their size, they could easily traverse even a small forest. Unlike the massive Black Barton, which has to destroy dense forests to make progress easier, Black Barton is much larger. It's almost like a person walking through a field of unripe corn. Although I can walk, I'm very irritable and have to break off a few corn stalks every now and then to relieve the stress. The smaller shadow minions were dispatched and quickly killed the newly discovered group of tall, bulky, and decaying beings. A notification appeared before Bai's eyes. Killing the monster, Obesity Decay, grants 115,960 experience points. Killing the monster, Obesity Decay, grants 115,960 experience points. Kill the monster, Obesity Decay, experience gained. Dropped item, to be picked up core of Decay 11. The corpses and the items that had fallen were also handed over to Bai. Transporting these resources back and forth doesn't require many shadow minions. Just a few scattered individuals will suffice. Not long after, these things were then presented to Bai. Those deformed bodies that were bulging and swollen in life shrank drastically after death, becoming as small as water balloons that had been filled with water. Looking at these decaying corpses, Bai did not hesitate at all and immediately activated shadow extraction. The next moment, the shadows beneath the corpses instantly materialized and slowly detached from the plane. However, the difference is that these shadows are significantly larger by more than 1 or 2 sizes. The short, decaying creatures were less than a meter tall, while these creatures were about 1.5 meters tall. Although it is still not very tall, it can be completely distinguished. Monster, Shadow Decay, Obesity. Level, 41. HP, 12W 1049/12W 1049. Overall attack power, 3100. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skill, C-Rank, Charge. The stats are a bit low again, but at least there's an extra C-level skill called Charge. This group of slightly taller, declining people numbered about a dozen. Bai waved his hand, ordering him to continue searching for monsters within the instance. He had a premonition that as long as he continued searching, he would definitely find clues about the boss in this instance, or even find the boss directly. However, this is just wishful thinking. If it were really that easy, wouldn't the 100 or so professionals from the Dragon Kingdom have already left? After glancing at the debris left behind by these decaying corpses, Bai sent ninjas over to clean it up. Unlike the straightforward drops of the past, these things are buried in the center of decaying corpses, and when you take them out, your hands are often covered in purple mud. A small decay is a single dropped item, which is the decay core. Some of the larger corpses had 2 bodies, while others had 3. Bai didn't know what these things were for, but he kept them nonetheless. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't pick up the dropped items. It's like money that's fallen on the ground. It just doesn't feel right not to pick it up. Overnight, the number of casualties from the decay event within the entire instance is in the hundreds. At the same time, Bai also increased his shadow decay by several hundred and gained a lot of experience in drops. After the professional system statistics, Bai had a clear and accurate estimate. There are as many as 79 weak shadow decays. The number of obese individuals who have fallen into the shadow of obesity is 285, which is already a considerable number. During this period, the Shadow Naga and Shadow Elementals were quite injured, but after taking turns to fight and recovering in the Shadow Kingdom, there were no casualties. In other words, Bai practically got a small Shadow Legion for free in that one night. Right now, there was still some time before dawn, but the sky had already brightened a little. But it only became a little brighter, not much. It's just enough to allow ordinary people to see things in the distance with their eyes open. Bai estimated that the sky inside the instance was around 4 o'clock in the morning in winter. Suddenly, several shadowy figures sent messages, and Bai's expression immediately changed upon receiving them. They actually discovered a group of professionals who are being attacked from all sides. OSA team. It consists of 3 melee fighters, 1 tank, 1 mage, 1 healer, and 2 range fighters. The average person has a career potential of A+ or higher. Even so, they were still slightly outmatched. And their enemy is none other than those groups of decline. Here, on a small hill with a slight protrusion, there are simple wooden walls made of trees on all 4 sides. There are also watchtowers on the north and south sides for remote workers to operate conveniently. Even in such a strategically advantageous location, the wooden wall to the east was completely destroyed, leaving a large, empty gap. This enormous gap, reflected in the eyes of the OSA team, drastically reduced their confidence. It is precisely because the monsters that kept attacking from the gap in the east were defeated. 1-5-10. This is only what is just rushed in through the gap. The entire area beneath the hill is surrounded by decay. A casual glance is not hard to see that the siege of this place has declined by at least 500, if not 1,000. The tightly packed, monstrous heads alone were enough to send chills down one's spine. Here, a thick Russian accent burst out. Damn it, no matter how we fight them, we can't get rid of them all. There are more and more of these beasts. It was a man from the Russian country, not very tall, but he stood firmly at the front, holding a shield as tall as a gate. Are they all done yet? A ranged female classmate in the team cursed. Damn it, we shouldn't have taken this mission. Did they really think we were chosen by heaven? Never mind, I'll have a shot of vodka before I die, to pay homage to Allah. Hurrah, homage to Allah. These professionals from the Russian Bear country, knowing they might not make it through, downed their last bit of strong liquor in an attempt to numb themselves. But it was precisely under this final celebration that the professional in the distance suddenly rubbed his eyes, staring at the distance in disbelief, and exclaimed in astonishment. What is that? Am I drunk? Following her gaze, everyone in the group saw. Chapter 74 Light Falls, revealing life and death. Am I seeing things? Bennett, did you buy fake liquor? Shouted a burly, bearded man in a melee position, holding a bottle of vodka. Following his gaze, all the team members looked on incredulously. Simply because, from the nearby hill and forest, several tall figures rose up. They vary in size, but even the smallest one is as tall as a tree. Some of them are as tall as giants. Some of them look as if they were pieced together, making them veritable works of art. Some have sharp, angular features all over their bodies, just like rocks with distinct edges and corners. But they, without exception, they all share one characteristic. They are all constructed from shadows. Those massive, dark figures made the group of men wonder if they were drunk. As professionals in the land of the bear celebrate the end of their lives. Only one of the young men, who worked as a wet nurse, did not drink alcohol. He did not want to be drunk when he died, and that is why he was the one who saw things most clearly. He waved aside some of the curly hair that was obscuring his eyes, looked in that direction with a shocked expression, and said in a trembling voice, "Brothers, I'm serious. It really exists. You didn't see it wrong. Oh my God, how could this happen?" Looking at the tall, dark figures in the distance, the hearts of these professionals dimmed quietly, like embers going out. The decline of this endless horde of monsters is not yet over. Now, a few more seemingly invincible shadowy giants have appeared. But the reality was not what they thought. All I saw was, as the shadow giant strode forward, the surrounding trees were crushed and felled. Since Bai Yi's special skill, Shadow Kingdom, was upgraded, it has come with the powerful effect of increasing strength when residing in it. As one of the earlier members to join Shadow's ranks, the Shadow Giant was not as strong as the newer members. In fact, it could be said that apart from its size, it was basically nothing special. However, as a subordinate of the boss-level Shadow, he gained a significant boost in strength during his time in the Shadow Kingdom. No. With a single stomp, a vast expanse of decay was crushed. The shadowy purple core stone monsters around them cleared a path, and a small team composed of huge black shadows quickly entered the arena. Immediately afterwards, Shadow Naga King and Black Bolton swiftly entered the battlefield and began a frenzied slaughter. The more agile beings, such as Shadow, Ninja, and Shadow Mutant Gnolls, quickly charged into the encircling horde of decaying monsters, and in no time, they had slaughtered the decaying creatures around the empty cave entrance. After that, the vast expanse of decay continued its advance, like a mindless zombie, focused solely on attacking. Even so, this massive decline became chaotic after the Shadow Army's swift incursion. The already scattered and declining team was completely wiped out. In an instant, countless decays have died, and every moment a decay turns into a punctured water balloon. Looking at this scene, the professional team, named the OSA Squad, was completely dumbfounded. What's going on here? The newly spawned monsters didn't attack them. Instead, they killed them, causing the siege of them to crumble. Natasha Romanovskaya is a member of this professional squad and also serves as its captain. She is a melee fighter with the potential to become an S-rank blade dancer. I thought I was going to die here today, but I never expected it. Instead of attacking them, these newly appeared monsters seemed to be intentionally helping them. Hurrah! Take advantage of the situation and wipe them out. Go help! Natasha shouted, brandishing her curved blade as she charged out of the camp they had spent 2.5 months building. With Captain Natasha leading the way, the other team members also mustered their courage. Vodka also played a part in this. All I saw was, these professionals quickly joined the battle, and although they did not have the overwhelming force of the Shadow Army, they were able to systematically clear out some of the remaining forces. Whoosh! Boom! With the help of ranged attacks from within the team, Natasha quickly defeated a weakened enemy through a barrage of attacks. Just then, a humanoid, pitch-black figure appeared in front of him. If it's not my own Shadow, then who else could it be? Natasha instinctively picked up her curved blade, ready for battle. But I never expected it. The dark figure waved casually, and Natasha sensed a hint of disdain. It's as if it's saying, just like, don't steal our experience, just do what you're supposed to do. Natasha was instantly shocked. He was immediately filled with disbelief, frozen in place, speechless. She was actually criticized by the other party for doing more harm than good. Seeing this scene, the remaining 17 members looked at each other, unsure whether they should laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. One of the team members couldn't help but burst out laughing. With the first person taking the lead, the remaining professionally trained team members eventually burst out laughing because it was so funny. You've all been drinking fake alcohol, haven't you? What are you laughing at? Natasha turned around in shame and anger and began to order her team members around. Ha ha. But it was clear that even as the team leader, she couldn't forcefully suppress the team members' emotions. At the same time, the more than 300 beasts that besieged the 8-person team on the mountain were also decimated, with at least 60% being completely killed. The rest, they're either being killed or on their way to being killed. It was also at this time. The sun rose fully, and a ray of sunlight, not so dazzling, shone on the earth. This is a very normal thing. But when the light was directed at the monsters called Decline, it produced a completely different effect. Then I saw it. Whether it's obesity or shortness, it's all a decline. Those directly exposed to sunlight were instantly killed, collapsing to the ground like water balloons that had been emptied, unable to rise again. In an instant, these surviving decayers perished completely, as if they had burned themselves to death. Chapter 75 Searching for the Declined Birthplace. All decay that is exposed to light falls into a state of death. Although the newly risen sun was not dazzling, but when it shines on these decaying creatures, it's like an unconventional weapon that can instantly kill them, one by one. And the sunlight was still spreading across vast areas. This leads to, before long, the remaining remnants on the hill were completely wiped out. Seeing this scene, the OSA team wasn't too surprised, as if they had seen it countless times before. However, after these scenes were witnessed by the Shadow subordinates and the information was relayed to Bai Yi in the distance, they sparked many ideas in Bai Yi. Far away, several shadowy subordinates were guarding Bai Yi, receiving the information being relayed back. Upon learning that all those fallen creatures had perished upon seeing the first rays of the rising sun, I couldn't help but ponder further. These monsters can't stand the light? Isn't this a classic case of dying in the light? Bai clicked his tongue in amazement. This was the first time he had encountered a monster with such an obvious weakness. It would die instantly upon exposure to sunlight. It has to be said, this weakness is arguably even more devastating than a fatal one. But, fortunately, the new batch of shadow decay recruited by Bai has no such weakness. Those whose shadows are extracted become minions of the shadows. The advantages of the original work can be extracted and even optimized further. But those useless flaws won't be added at all. Bai only wanted to say one word. Powerful. Seeing the battlefield in the distance come to an end, Bai ordered his shadow subordinates to return. Bai wasn't particularly interested in interacting with the professionals inside this instance. I just wanted to help out casually. I didn't think about anything else. If it is discovered later, Bai would not recommend forming another humanoid shadow subordinate team. I had already heard those committee members mention it before. The Bear Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom are on good terms. If you encounter them in the dungeon, they might be able to offer some assistance. But this time, instead of offering any help, Bai was the one who helped the other party. Let's just consider it as giving face to both countries. On the other side of the OSA team, as they watched the rising sun slowly illuminate the earth, they seemed to see hope for life once again. The sun is rising, Natasha murmured to herself, shielding her eyes as she looked into the distance. After appreciating that they had survived another day, the team began to chat again. My God, where did those shadowy monsters come from? I always felt that they had good intentions, and I hope that's not just a misperception. Roman, that's not an illusion. If they had any ill intentions, they would have killed us long ago. Damn it. When am I ever going to get out of this awful dungeon? I'm so fed up with these endless monsters every night. We will get out, we will. After I get out of here, I must tell my best brother that I've liked his second aunt for a long time. As the group chatted casually, there were complaints, laughter, and mostly jokes among comrades. Natasha turned around and said solemnly to everyone, we were lucky this time, but don't let your guard down. Upon hearing this, the group smiled but said nothing. These people had already arrived long before Bai and the others. Although the monsters at the beginning were weak and few in number, those few nights were the most difficult to endure, since everything was basically unknown. In the following months, the number of monsters attacking them began to increase, but some were so weak that they managed to survive. For some reason, although the monsters here are all of the same kind called decay, their forms are all very different. The most common type is the dwarf-like decaying monster, which leaves behind a sticky and disgusting purple muddy mess after it dies. The rest declined. There have been some changes, and the variety of forms is simply outrageous. Fortunately, this group of professionals did not encounter any special monsters tonight. Otherwise, they might have been wiped out before the Shadow Legion arrived. But, although the danger of total annihilation was temporarily avoided, Natasha was still very worried. She didn't believe it was because her and her group had become stronger, but rather because the monsters were becoming increasingly terrifying. If the monsters in the previous instance were mindless and weak, allowing players to slaughter them at will, now these monsters have come out in droves, clearly intending to wipe out their entire team. Captain, don't worry, this is just a dungeon after all, we'll definitely get out. Besides, these monsters don't have brains. As long as we keep exploring, we'll definitely be able to leave safely, a male professional advised. Natasha was silent for a moment, then smiled again. In any case, several months have passed now. They have had a tough, but fulfilling time during this period. The original purpose of coming to this instance was to find a key entity named Key, but now Natasha no longer expects any quest rewards. As long as I can get back alive, that would be the best ending. Meanwhile, after this Shadow Legion withdrew, it left nothing behind. No corpse. There was nothing that fell. It was exactly like a locust swarm passing through, leaving nothing behind. All these resources were piled up in front of Bai. The kill took a little time, but it didn't exceed the current time limit for extracting a Tier 1 shadow. 60 minutes is more than enough. If this time limit is exceeded, then it may be truly impossible to extract the shadow minion. Without wasting any time, Bai looked at the neatly arranged, nearly mountain-like pile of decaying corpses and immediately activated his special skill, shadow extraction. The next moment, put those shadows into reality, and they will become a series of undercurrents. It was like a giant quagmire, in which countless creatures were trying to escape. Soon, one by one, brand new shadow minions crawled out. The moment it appeared, it expressed its submission to Bai Yi, handing over everything to Bai Yi's control. Bai Yi waved his hand, and an invisible command was issued. Immediately, these newly emerging shadow decays are the beginning of the operation. Investigate where the monsters fell from grace and where they came from. Bai Yi didn't believe that these monsters appeared out of thin air. They must have come from the same place. And the places where these declines occur may be related to clearing this instance. Find the birthplace of this declining group. It's not hard to imagine what's going on inside this instance. Everything, including bosses and level completion, can perhaps be connected. Chapter 76 Purple Slime Portal. Time flies. With the blessing of hundreds of shadow decays, the exploration speed is greatly accelerated. You know what? Although this group of declining beings has poor attributes, their speed is actually quite fast. With such a large number of players, it didn't take long to explore one area after another in the entire instance. As time went on, an unusual terrain feature was also thoroughly explored. Upon receiving the news, Bai Yi immediately had the shadow giant lift him into its palm and quickly move in that direction. In this instance, it is mainly composed of small forests, with some small hills of varying heights. But overall, they're pretty much the same. But the location discovered in the Shadowfall was completely different from these terrains. It was a towering mountain range that seemed impossible to completely overcome. Even the lowest cliff seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. And below this mountain peak, a cave stood out so conspicuously, as if it were a warning that it had been discovered. The cave was about 8 or 9 meters high, which made it look particularly unusual. The reason was that the area around the cave entrance was covered with a dark purple slime that adhered to the entire rim, forming a strange, gaping maw in the center. Just one glance at it feels like your very soul is being stared at. The slime coating the edge of the cave entrance, if examined closely, would easily reveal its connection to those monsters called decay. The same deep purple. The same sticky, disgusting consistency. However, as an individual decline, the purple muddy water flowing from the body after death appeared to be much diluted. The shady mountain hollow added to the eeriness of the place. Before Bai Yi himself even arrived, he had already dispatched dozens of shadow slayers to investigate. News of what was happening inside the company came back very quickly. The cave's exterior is quite eerie. Setting aside the sticky purple substance, even its shape is rather strange. But the interior of the cave was rather ordinary. Bai Yi had guessed that there was a hidden world inside, perhaps inhabited by countless decaying creatures, or perhaps a decaying mother nest placed there. But it's obvious. Things didn't go as planned. There was nothing inside this eerie cave. Yes, basically apart from the increasingly narrow passages and the sparser purple slime, it's no different from an ordinary cave. It's like an empty shell. Bai Yi pondered for a moment, but did not abandon his plan to advance towards it, since decline always occurs at night. So this cave, is it the same reason that it looks so ordinary during the day? Bai Yi frowned and pondered, then came up with a relatively reasonable explanation. As if he had guessed the answer, Bai Yi was certain of this conjecture. Along the way, although we had killed some time, there was still more than half a day until night. During this period of time, Bai Yi took a short nap. Although with his current extraordinary physique, he wouldn't feel any burden even if he didn't sleep for several days. Bai Yi still needed to rest. It has nothing to do with the body itself. Perhaps it's just simple mental laziness. But, even though no monsters came to be killed during the day, Bai Yi's group of shadows were still slowly increasing their strength. All of this can be attributed to the 5th-tier specialized skill, Shadow Kingdom. Dusk was approaching once again. This is Bai Yi's second night in Honolulu Island, Honolulu Dungeon. Beside Bai Yi, it was still those familiar shadow minions, Shadow Fiend, Black Bolton, Ninja, Shadow Giant, and others. But not far from it. But standing there was a cave that resembled the entrance to hell, and the sticky purple slime made Bai Yi feel strange every time he saw it. As the sunlight slowly fades from this land, the entrance to that cave finally reacted. Visible to the naked eye, the purple slime that had been stuck together quickly merged together, hanging all over the edge of the irregular opening. Immediately, the purple slime began to emit a dim light. At first, it was not noticeable, even less so than the light emitted by fireflies in the night sky. But as time went on, the purple slime that formed concentric circles emitted an even brighter light. A dim purple light shone around, making this small area appear as if it had been filtered through a purple lens. Buzz. An unknown buzzing sound rang out, which Bai Yi heard clearly. After that buzzing sound, the entrance to that cave has quietly changed. The dim purple light seemed to be stuck together, like a thin film covering the surface of the cave entrance. Specks of faint light spread out. The cave entrance has turned into a door, a gigantic portal. Perhaps it was because of the color, but Bai Yi was reminded of the open-world sandbox games he often played in his previous life. Thinking about this, I felt unusually calm. Even if, as this portal opened, several decaying beings emerged from it, and so it was. Having just emerged from its decline, it spotted Bai Yi alone and immediately unleashed an aggressive roar. Although the sound was not loud, its aggressiveness was undeniable. Just then, boom, the shadow giant stomped down, crushing the weak decay creature to death. And the decline that followed, seeing this scene, then looked around. That's when I realized it. Bai Yi was not alone. The surroundings were pitch black, completely filled with Shadow's minions. Boom! The shadow giant stomped down again, crushing a small group of decayers who had just stepped out of the portal and were still in a daze. Killing the monster, weak and decaying, grants 87,760 experience points. Killing the monster, weak and decaying, grants 87,760 experience points. Defeating a monster, weak and decaying, grants experience. Dropped item, to be picked up decaying core 12. Congratulations on reaching level 37. The series of experience gains, combined with the previous kills, have now reached the experience required to jump from level 36 to level 37. Bai Yi waved his hand. He signaled to his shadow minions to continue crushing these decaying creatures and gaining experience. At this moment, Bai Yi directly opened his system panel and began to check. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 37, 6220/305W. HP, 117,400. Base attack power, 5670. Spirit, 370. Equipment, Walker's Dagger, Poison Throwing Dagger, Critical Damage Kunai, Ancient King's Short Dagger. Shadow Minions. Main Shadow, Unique. Shadow Water, Shadow Naga 34, Shadow Elemental 212, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Shadow Knoll 137, Shadow Decay. Weak, 396, Shadow Decay, Obese, 217. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 1, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 5, Natal Shadow, Tier 2, Monarch's Domain, Max Tier, Shadow Swap, Max Tier. Chapter 77. Who exactly is mass-producing units? After a casual glance, Bai Yi discovered that the experience required to level up to level 37 was a staggering 3.05 million. This high figure is about one-third more than when it was level 36. Sigh, it's getting harder and harder to level up, Bai Yi sighed. Even so, they joked about it. Bai Yi also remembered that it took him less than a week to jump from level 1 to level 37. However, it is foreseeable that the need for experience will likely increase in the future. Even someone with a profession that makes it so easy to gain experience felt a little pressure. The situation for other professionals is even more predictable. I really don't know how those committee members managed to get to such a high level. Was it achieved little by little over time? Bai Yi lay on his back under a tree, feeling the experience points continuously accumulating. Killing the monster, weak and decaying, grants 87,760 experience points. Killing the monster, obesity decay, grants 115,960 experience points. Killing the monster, obesity decay, grants 115,960 experience points. Defeating a monster, weak and decaying, grants experience. Dropped item, to be picked up core of decay 23. As he gained more experience, Bai Yi became somewhat relaxed. Even so, he didn't forget his purpose in coming. He wasn't here to gain experience points, as he had an important mission. So, lie down for a while longer. Bai Yi lay down to rest, and with a wave of his hand, he issued another command. Then, some shadow mutant gnolls, shadow elementals, and shadow decay stepped forward and made contact with the purple slime portal. Although declines continued to occur, but none of this could stop the Shadow's men from obeying orders. If you encounter a newly appearing decay, kill it on the spot. Then, a somewhat comical scene ensued. Before this narrow purple portal, all the decaying beings were teleported out at once. The shadow minions, crowded around the teleportation entrance, squeezed through like they were on a subway. Once a decline occurs, it is eliminated. Another one appeared, and was killed as well. The rate at which these decaying forces emerged was clearly outpaced by the rate at which these shadow minions were cutting down their enemies. Like an assembly line, it is both ingenious and swift. Final. The first shadow minion to make contact with the portal appeared. He was a shadow elementalist. His humanoid body, upon touching the purple portal, seemed to pass through a thin membrane, slowly and steadily. First an arm came through, then half a body, and the entire shadow disappeared into it. Through the slightly transparent portal, it could be seen that the shadowy figure did not appear on the other side. It's obvious. He successfully teleported to the source of the decay. Before a reply could be received, a large number of shadow subordinates swarmed over from behind. Who cares what's on the other side of the portal? Just go for it. The king's orders are of utmost importance. Everything else is ignored and can be disregarded. Seeing this, Bai did not give the order to stop. He wanted to know what was behind this portal. Unlike other dungeons, the monsters are afraid of sunlight. That's interesting. Let me see what else is interesting. Bai lay reclining under a tree, issuing orders to his shadow subordinates who had passed through the teleportation portal with a thought. At the same time, on the other side of the portal, the structure is exactly the same as inside the cave, only slightly eerie. The surrounding walls spontaneously emitted light. It was just a dark purple color, which made it look quite sinister. Purple slime was everywhere, and it was even wriggling. If an ordinary person were here, they would probably lose several points of sanity. These shadow minions had just entered. The purple slime on the surroundings, walls, and floor began to writhe wildly, as if it had gone mad. It moved even faster than before, wriggling like a small motor. Immediately, on the left wall, a large amount of purple slime gathered, forming an oval shape resembling a hole. Thud. Just like spitting out a sunflower seed, a round shell about half the height of a person was spat out from the hole. The round shell rolled around and quickly formed limbs. He suddenly stood up. It was clearly a declining one. There were many similar holes around, and in just a few blinks of an eye, more than a dozen decaying creatures appeared on the ground. But none of this could stop the shadow's minions from advancing. After just a few attacks, these declines fell like wheat under a harvester's knife, one crop after another. Soon, the rate at which production at these cave entrances declined gradually couldn't keep up with the speed at which the shadow's minions were clearing them out. Let's look at the next part. One after another, shadow minions emerged from the portal and joined the extermination efforts. If these purple slimes had intelligence, they would surely ask, "Am I mass-producing units, or are you?" At this moment, however, these shadowy subordinates completely disregarded their intelligence and acted like bandits entering the city, arrogant and domineering. The entire cave was quickly cleared out, and then a steady stream of shadow minions entered. The cleanup continued until the very end. The entire cave has been explored, or rather, the entire cave was riddled with holes. Even now, there's barely any purple slime left on the walls, and it can't even produce a weak decay. It was also at this time. The portal to the outside world appeared and disappeared intermittently, appearing very unstable. Upon seeing this, Bai immediately ordered all of his shadow subordinates inside the cave to retreat. If they get trapped inside, wouldn't that mean losing over 100 shadow subordinates for nothing? The shadow minions were incredibly fast. The speed of executing the command was even faster. In just a moment after the command was issued, he had already returned to Bai Yi's side. The exploration behind the portal did not yield satisfactory results for Bai Yi, although many of the weakened ones were killed. Unfortunately, nothing special was found inside the cave behind the portal. Even the entire cave leading to the portal was thoroughly explored, but nothing was found. At the end, it's just a dead end. Bai Yi frowned slightly, but he didn't seem discouraged at all. Just because he didn't find it this time doesn't mean he won't find it next time or the time after that. As long as he explores each cave one by one, he believes he will find the boss of this dungeon sooner or later. It definitely can. Chapter 78, The Great Demon King Villain, is actually me. Suddenly, a message reached Bai Yi. The professionals were spotted again from a distance. Only, this time it wasn't a team that was just starting out, but only two. Although it is night now. However, thanks to the reduced visibility of the surrounding shadows at night, the two professionals were also observed in detail. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man who looked like he was from the United States. And the other one. Although he looks like an Asian, his overall sleazy and gloomy aura makes him seem like someone from Japan at first glance. After receiving the message, Bai Yi murmured to himself, could it be the raid team sent by the United States that the committee members mentioned earlier? There were only two people. However, The Japanese person is a professional with SS level qualification, and the American person is even SSS level. Although this doesn't allow for a direct sense of its strength, Bai has never seen anyone with such qualifications before, except for those committee members who are no longer at the same level. Immediately afterwards, Bai then received a system notification. Your shadow minion, Shadow Decay, weak, has died. Your shadow minion, Shadow Decay, obesity, has died. Your shadow minion, Shadow Decline, weak, has. Bai's eyes narrowed. You dare kill my men. The shadowy figures who had been monitoring the area were all wiped out, but they managed to send back a message at the last moment. Honolulu Island, Honolulu instance. A plane somewhere. The blonde American man adjusted his long hair, and another burst of flame shot out from his mouth. A shadow hidden behind a tree decayed and was burned to death. Then the blonde man shut his mouth, and the color of his pupils changed from bright gold to blue. Hey, Kenta Fujikawa, you take care of the rest. The blonde man said to the Japanese man next to him, as if he were training a dog. Yes, yes. The Japanese man named Kenta Fujikawa drew his katana. He whispered the name, Tengu, then two phantom wings appeared behind him, and he vanished from the spot in a single stride. When it reappears, they had already reached the location where the shadows had faded in the distance. With a series of slashes, one after another, the shadowy figures were defeated. Immediately after resolving the situation, Kenta Fujikawa did not return to the blonde man's side, thinking to himself, Damn Aaron, so what if you're only SSS level? You'll remember this. What's that saying in the Dragon Kingdom? If I ever find a way to turn my life around, even eating raw durian will taste sweet. Wait, I think I misremembered a word. Oh well, never mind, idiot. Far away, the blonde American man named Aaron urged, You piece of trash, does it really take this long to deal with these bastards? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Yes, yes. Kenta Fujikawa quickly responded and returned to his side. Aaron adjusted the real-time translator by his ear once more. He grew up in his family from a young age, and even in the entire United States, he was among the top generation. So, even though learning 6 languages for basic communication is a required course, he didn't have time to learn other languages. He simply used a few days' allowance to order this real-time translation headset. After giving a few words of encouragement, Aaron looked at the moon hanging high in the night sky. This is so boring. I've been in this dungeon for days and haven't gotten anything. And there are more and more of these monsters. Today, a few of them were completely black. It's disgusting. Aaron clicked his tongue, his face full of displeasure. Yes, you're absolutely right. Kenta Fujikawa bowed and scraped, perfectly embodying the traditions of Japan. On the other hand, information is being transmitted back. Bai frowned slightly. These two people weren't so simple. One of them could breathe fire, and that fire vaporized trees and shadowy decay, burning them to nothing. You can imagine how high the temperature was. The other is the ability to recite a name and then use the corresponding power. Just like when I said Tengu, 2 phantom wings appeared behind me, greatly increasing my speed. This group of people. There's already a way to die. Bai frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Such a powerful professional. If we could extract them as shadow minions, wouldn't that be a huge profit? No way. He originally didn't want to kill him, probably out of consideration for the friendship between them as fellow humans. Of course, this friendship is fake and can be easily broken with any excuse. Bai doesn't have much affection for the people of the United States or Japan. Furthermore, they directly killed about 10 of Bai's Shadow Decay members, which made Bai want to kill them. Of course, this is just one of the excuses. If they happen to run into each other, and the two people opposite them make sarcastic and discriminatory remarks, Bai will take action. Unless the other side greets him with a smile and treats Bai as an ally. But is that even possible? No way. The goals of those two people were completely opposite to Bai's own mission. It is a purely competitive relationship. Trying to avoid conflict is simply impossible. It seems so. After this battle, we will inevitably need to add 2 powerful shadow subordinates. Perfect. The portal here has disappeared, and there's nothing else to do. So, let him come and meet these 2. Bai looked at his group of shadow subordinates and began to muster his strength. As the vanguard, it is naturally the shadow of destiny. Needless to say, the other ones are immortal and indestructible, which is simply outrageous. The remaining reinforcements included Black Barton, Shadow Giant, Ninja, and a Shadow Amethyst. The rest of the soldiers. It consists of 400 Shadow Decay, 100 Shadow Gnolls, 60 Shadow Elementals, and 30 Shadow Mutant Gnolls. It has to be said, With such a terrifying scale, it's enough to wipe out countless highly professional teams of warriors. Even Bai felt that he was using his talents for nothing. However, when doing things, it's best to be thorough and complete, leaving no room for compromise. Since we're going to become enemies sooner or later, why leave him any way out? Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but recall some things. For example, during the hero's battle against the Demon King, the Demon King sends out weak minions to help the hero level up, so that the hero can reach the maximum level and then kill him. Or, in some fantasy novels, when the protagonist is still at the foundation establishment stage, someone from the villain's family provokes the protagonist, causing the protagonist's cultivation level to skyrocket, and then the protagonist beats up the father and the ancestor. All in all, Bai has so many absolutely loyal subordinates, while the other side consists of only 2 people. In comparison, Bai, on the contrary, felt somewhat sentimental. The ultimate villain is actually myself. Chapter 79: The 100 Demon Professions of Eating People to Become Stronger. But, in Bai's world, there is no such thing as bullying the weak. It's all about the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. If the other side is stronger than him and attacks, then he has nothing to say. After all, can one use their shadow to instantly escape? Bai shook his head, putting these trivial matters out of his mind, and immediately gave the order. At this moment, right now, attack the 2-person team from the United States and Japan. Only 100 or so shadows remained to guard him, while the rest of the shadows all dispersed and entered the body of his natal shadow. The next moment, the natal shadow took a step, representing most of the Shadow Legion, and advanced towards the destination at an incredible speed. Bai looked at the shadow's back and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of another version of himself, he is indeed dashing. But Shadow paid no attention to any of that, and used his fastest speed to head towards the American and Japanese teams. The last exposed location was still some distance from here. If one acts and kills the enemy in the dark of night, then one can be said to have the advantage of favorable timing and location. After all, identifying those densely packed shadowy henchmen in the pitch-black night is truly a difficult task. The Shadow's minions are beings of the same origin as the Dark Shadows themselves. Is it easy to distinguish them? I can't tell them apart. I can't tell them apart at all. Unless there is a large light source, the opponent will definitely be in a weak and stupid position, which is a huge debuff. The journey is not far. But with the shadow accelerating its pursuit and using all its speed, it quickly reached its destination. It's obvious. The 2 of them couldn't stay in the same place forever, but they still needed to build a campfire to get through the night. Immediately, the shadow giant instantly expanded from the shadow's body. Its enormous size seemed to disappear under the cover of night. Even looking up from below, one could only see a corner of the night sky's brilliant starlight vanish. Given the shadow giant's height, it only took a couple of glances in this area to spot its target. All I saw was, the shadow giant slowly raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Not far in that direction, there were indeed some campfires, with wisps of smoke drifting above them. Who else could these be but those 2? Without further ado, once the shadow giant touches a shadow, it vanishes as quickly as a pearl in milk tea being sucked up by a straw. Immediately after recognizing the true destination, the shadow swiftly moved in that direction. That location. Kenta Fujikawa and Aaron sat together around the campfire. The 2 weren't very good at wilderness survival, and their campfire attempt was somewhat unsuccessful. What did you study in school? You can't even build a proper campfire, Aaron complained. You're right. Kenta Fujikawa immediately stood up, bowed, and apologized. Fuck, stop bowing and apologizing all the time. What does that solve? Aaron rolled his eyes. Yes, you are right. Kenta Fujikawa bowed again. Aaron didn't want to deal with his companion anymore and was preoccupied with other things. Their purpose in coming here this time can be described as quite complicated. Not only his family, but also the entire United States and Japan paid close attention to this matter, and he even met with many important figures during this period. Given his background and status, one can imagine how terrifying he must be to be considered a big shot. It seems there won't be any of those decaying monsters in the latter half of the night, Aaron casually remarked. Yes, your judgment is absolutely accurate. Kenta Fujikawa nodded in agreement. Aaron no longer wanted to deal with him. This attitude was even more humble than that of a servant in his own home, and it was utterly meaningless. Whether you hit or scold them, the other person seems to have no temper at all. Despite being a professional with SS-level aptitude, he has absolutely no personality, making Aaron feel like he's been punching cotton with nowhere to vent his frustration. Just then, Aaron had just finished saying he hadn't declined when he saw something behind Kenta Fujikawa. A dark shadow was lurking there. Damn it. When Aaron roused himself and immediately prepared to stand up. Upon hearing this, Kenta Fujikawa, who was standing nearby agreeing, immediately reacted. I didn't feel anything at first, but after Aaron's reminder, he belatedly realized that there was a strange presence behind him. I was careless, but it's all right. Aaron didn't launch an attack, but instead put on protective measures for himself. He has a strong ability to recover, so he does not need a wet nurse. Furthermore, since he didn't care about his companion, he wasn't in a hurry to kill the monster in front of him. So, in Aaron's eyes, Kenta Fujikawa, who was standing in front of him, had become a dispensable figure. Since that's the case, there's no need to rush into action. Protecting yourself from harm is the priority. All I saw was, Aaron did not attack immediately, but instead activated his skill, which created a thin layer of scales all over his body. But it was this layer of scales that allowed him to withstand most of the attacks. Meanwhile, Kenta Fujikawa, just like Aaron, was also quick-witted in those few short moments. He himself had some means of recovery, and even a way to save his life and be reborn, so he didn't need to worry about getting injured. He could have turned around and attacked the mysterious monster. But he didn't do that. It's because he's wanted to kill Aaron for more than just a day or two. His profession is the SS-level Hyaki on Myoji, which allows him to become stronger by gaining experience. There is a terrible hidden condition behind it. That is, eating people can improve your aptitude. That's right. It's a skill that can't be improved at all except by working full-time. He was originally only an S+ level talent, but by devouring the flesh and blood of his companions, he jumped from an S+ level, Great on Myoji, to an SS level, Hyaki on Myoji. In recent years, it has become an SS level power thanks to this hidden condition that can devour people. The moment he saw Aaron, he secretly thought, if he were to devour Aaron, who possessed SSS level talent, then wouldn't that instantly make them SSS level beings? But that's all I think about. He was unsure of Aaron's true strength, and the SSS level title made him somewhat wary. The formation of their temporary team was entirely the result of the efforts of the United States and Japan. The two men were complete strangers to each other. After spending these past few days together, Aaron only revealed a few skills, but that was enough for Kenta Fujikawa to understand them. At this point, Kenta Fujikawa would certainly not make a move. The purpose was to find out more of Aaron's skills, to determine whether one's strength is sufficient to kill and devour Aaron. Chapter 80. What the heck is this 520,000 HP? Even Shadow hadn't expected this. In those few short moments, less than a second, these two brilliant minds thought of so much. But he didn't care. His sole purpose was to kill the two men, and he didn't care what they were thinking at all. Immediately, the moment his shadow stepped out, Kenta Fujikawa and Aaron's expressions turned serious. They're here. Aaron was prepared to protect himself. Ikusu. Kenta Fujikawa took a few steps back, his eyes sweeping over Shadow and Aaron. This moment, the Shadow took 2 steps toward Aaron, making Aaron more alert. Although the opponents he had encountered in the past few days were all relatively weak, the dark figure in front of him gave him the feeling that it could be called an enemy. This guy? It can pose a threat to oneself. Kenta Fujikawa stared wide-eyed at the sight of Aaron covered in scales, pondering in his mind. Does this guy even have any means of defense? I've learned a few more of your skills. The day I fully understand them will be your death, Aaron. But then, something happened that left the two of them momentarily stunned. All I saw was, Aaron's natal shadow stepped forward, but it did not attack him. Instead, he turned and stepped on the somewhat awkwardly constructed campfire. That's right. The Shadow of Destiny was not there to ambush the two of them. His primary target was the campfire. Kenta Fujikawa and Aaron were stunned for a moment before they suddenly realized what was happening. Fuck. Don't let him stomp it out. Aaron's words were cut short as the campfire was extinguished. Even if a few scattered sparks fly, they don't provide much light. The night in this Honolulu instance is already quite dark. With the only campfire now extinguished, it's practically pitch black. It immediately reminded Kenta Fujikawa of anime characters from his hometown. Doraemon, you can't see your hand in front of your face. Damn it. How could this happen? Kenta Fujikawa exclaimed in surprise, taking several steps back. Let alone him. Even Aaron, who thought he could perfectly protect himself, was completely bewildered and confused. When did these declines start to have a brain? They actually stepped on and extinguished their campfire. You need to know. Even just a few days ago, when they shoved torches into the face of the devastated man, he showed no intention of attacking the torches. He only knew how to attack them. This time, Kenta Fujikawa and Aaron were completely panicked. It's important to know that of all 5 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, losing any one of them won't significantly affect your combat ability. At most, it will cause considerable inconvenience in your daily life. But, without sight, it's practically numb. Unable to see, they were unable to determine the enemy's location for a moment, instantly putting themselves in a passive position. Suddenly, Aaron's mind raced, and he quickly came up with a solution. Rebuilding the campfire is out of the question. The light from the lighter isn't enough for the current situation. But there is another way. That is, the detection function that comes with the professional system. If used properly, it can reveal information above the monster's head. This is also a way of seeing the monster itself. Use Pro, Aaron whispered. Huh? Oh, Yoshi. Kenta Fujikawa was a little confused at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Here. The two then invoked the detection function of the professional system. Sure enough, I saw the information about the monster in front of me, but I could only see the information floating around. Although it's inconvenient, at least you can judge the general direction, so you won't be left in a passive position due to uncertainty. But, soon, the two of them began to doubt whether they had seen things correctly. Then I saw it. Several strings of data appeared above the head of the natal shadow. My favorite shadow. Level, 37. HP, 52W8300 / 52W8300. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Base Attack Power. Numb. Kenta Fujikawa and Aaron were instantly paralyzed with fear. What is this? What is all this? Enough of the rest. What the heck is this 520,000 HP? Keep in mind, their combined health isn't even half of this. Fuck. Is this the boss? Aaron cursed instantly, completely losing all thought of defense. They also want to protect themselves. With the opponent's 520,000 HP, what's the point of protecting them? Even if we just keep at it, it'll take quite a while. He doesn't have time to fight. What if he dies first instead of the other side? Aaron cursed loudly, then turned and fled instantly, without holding back in the slightest. Upon hearing these curses, Kenta Fujikawa instantly snapped back to reality. After seeing the long string of data, his head went blank. We've run right into a boss. Tengu, Nakomata, Jurigomo. Kenta Fujikawa shouted out 3 names, and then 2 phantom wings appeared behind him. 2 tails appeared behind his buttocks, and 8 legs appeared on each side of his waist and abdomen. It really proves the saying, I wish I had more legs to run faster. It really does grow. However, they are not feet in the normal sense, but rather strange appendages. The two use different methods. If you want to get away from your natal influence, the farther away you go, the better. As for companions, who cares? My comrade might die, but I'll die too. But things don't always go as planned. The two hadn't run far when they both suddenly stopped. Thump. Thump. Before the two had run far, they seemed to have bumped into something. The two looked up and were suddenly startled out of the void. Aaron looked up and saw. Black Bolton, boss level. Level, 37. HP, 68W1000 / 68W1000. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Base Attack Power. As for Kenta Fujikawa, he had simply hit a wall. I thought it was a forest of trees and rocks growing side by side, but no matter how I ran, it seemed like I was being deliberately blocked. Then, as if he had just thought of something, Kenta Fujikawa suddenly looked up, but saw nothing. But when he started the investigation, only when you crane your neck to the horizon can you barely see. Shadow Giant, boss level. Level, 32. HP, 42W1350 / 42W1350. Overall attack power, 7,400 to 27,880. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, Merge with the Earth, Rank C, Core Resonance, Rank B, Smash, Arm Encircle. And Nanny. Kenta Fujikawa was so shocked that his jaw dropped. This boss isn't finished yet. Another one. No two? Is this even allowed to give people a way to live? In times of crisis, some people may experience blurred vision and become unable to move. But there are also some people. They will become more resourceful and come up with ideas they wouldn't normally think of. Suddenly, Kenta Fujikawa's eyes lit up, and as if struck by a sudden thought, he shouted, Aaron, burn this forest down. Chapter 81 Facing Imminent Disaster. All cards are revealed. Although Eren was very unhappy that Kenta Fujikawa called him by his first name and added the word sang to it. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. It has to be said that Kenta Fujikawa is quite clever when it matters. However, this also exposed a problem for Kenta Fujikawa. He was already aware of many of Eren's abilities. Eren's first ability, flame breathing. Although this is no secret, it does show that Kenta Fujikawa is overly focused on these things. However, even if Eren had thought of this, he wouldn't have cared about it at this point. After all, we've come this far. While it can't be described as a life or death crisis, it's certainly a situation of being besieged. Although they could easily kill a single shadow minion, such as Black Bolton or Shadow Giant, if they took their time, it would be possible. But what's the situation now? A humanoid monster with intelligence takes the lead. They stomped out their campfire, plunging them into a state of blindness. On top of that, with the addition of two enormous creatures, how could they not be in a tense situation? But, if the two of them calm down, it's not a complete dead end. As mentioned before, at most they're just in a situation of being surrounded. After all, their high qualifications are undeniable, making them far superior to ordinary rare professionals. Even by monster standards, it's no exaggeration to say that even if the two can't be bosses, they'd still be at least mini-BOSSES or super elites. At this moment, flames gathered in Eren's mouth, and his pupils instantly turned bright gold. The next moment, a raging inferno spewed from its mouth, instantly igniting the entire forest in front of it. Now, although it was quite hot and dry around us, at least there was plenty of light. We won't fall into a situation where we can't see the enemy at all. But it was precisely because of the light source that Kenta Fujikawa and Eren's emotions underwent a dramatic change. It's fine if I couldn't see it clearly just now. Now that I can see clearly, I look up. Aside from the three imposing generals, at first glance, the surrounding area was filled with pitch-black monsters. Some are humanoid, their bodies seemingly constantly converging and wriggling. Some of them are bizarrely shaped, like creations of God in his madness, even more exaggerated than Kenta Fujikawa's current appearance. Some of them, though not as large as the shadow giants, were still very tall, like layers of living barriers. And the most inconspicuous are also the most numerous. Nothing beats the outermost perimeter, where hundreds of tiny monsters are so densely packed that just one glance can trigger trypophobia. Fuck. My God Jesus, what kind of monsters are these? Eren cursed. Kenta Fujikawa was at a loss for words, trying to figure out how to avoid a fight. The fire flared up and became even more intense within seconds. The firelight illuminated the sky. The entire venue was quite hot. Although Kenta Fujikawa and Eren were radiant, their expressions were worse than if their wives had died. This scene, it would be better if we didn't see it. All we have left is to fight to the death. Eren steeled his resolve and prepared to break through the encirclement. But Kenta Fujikawa, who was not far away, thought differently. Although with their combined strength, it's not impossible for them to fight their way out. But what if we fail? The price is death. Ultimately, this gamble is a losing proposition regardless of whether you win or lose, so you might as well just run away. Kenta Fujikawa was secretly delighted, because his profession, Hyaki on Myoji, had gained the ability to be reborn when he was promoted to SS with potential. Although the side effects are annoying and it's a one-time use, it's still a resurrection skill after all. Then I saw it. Kenta Fujikawa gritted his teeth and shouted two names. Wind Beast. Shutendoji. The Wind Beast is one of the demons in the Borrowing Demons job skill of Hyaki on Myoji. It is obtained after advancing to SS rank. Simply by reciting its name, one can temporarily gain the demon's abilities. This ghost, known as the Wind Beast, has the ability to revive after death by breathing. However, when this ability is manifested in Kenta Fujikawa, it becomes somewhat underwhelming. After using this ability, one must die within a certain period of time to be resurrected, and the corpse must remain intact after death. The side effect is a semi-permanent change in Kenta Fujikawa's appearance. Furthermore, if the resurrection is successful, this ability cannot be used again. It's fair to say it's a one-time use ability. But, if combined with another ability, it can perfectly possess the ability of rebirth. Having this backup plan greatly boosted Kenta Fujikawa's confidence in escaping. The source of that power is named Shutendoji. Although Shutendoji was a very famous demon, his ability manifested in Fujikawa Kenta was simply that his head could survive for a short period of time after being beheaded. Although both abilities are somewhat annoying, when combined, they complement each other and can be considered a resurrection ability. But that's all. This gave Kenta Fujikawa enough reason to be proud. Haha, Aaron-san. Goodbye. I'll come back to collect your corpse. Kenta Fujikawa laughed heartily and recited a name again. Blue Heron Fire. Immediately afterwards, Kenta Fujikawa's appearance changed. First, its face became somewhat beast-like, but it still retained some human features. Then, the hair on its face increased dramatically, making it look somewhat incongruous. Secondly, the illusory wings behind him began to resemble a fluorescent effect, becoming slightly more solid. This is the effect of reciting the name of the Azure Heron. Buzz. Kenta Fujikawa first laughed wildly, then suddenly flapped his wings, kicking up a cloud of dust. Soaring straight into the sky, Aaron watched as Kenta Fujikawa flew into the air, his teeth clenched in anger. I was so angry that my stomach started to ache slightly. Right now, at this very moment. It wasn't these shadowy henchmen who wanted Fujikawa Kenta to stay here forever, but him. Aaron. Fuck. Don't let me catch you. Aaron was momentarily at a loss. He couldn't imagine the scene of Kenta Fujikawa successfully escaping, facing this horde of monsters all by himself. Are you kidding me? Even if he survives by sheer luck, he will suffer severe injuries that will take a long time to heal. Looking up, Aaron took out a prop. It was a cross with a faceless sculpture carved on it, wearing a crown of thorns. I hope this bastard fights to the death, Aaron thought to himself. The nail on the left hand of the sculpture has disappeared. If you look closely at the sculpture, only the nails on the right hand and right foot remain. Immediately afterwards, Aaron's wish came true immediately. Chapter 82. Why didn't you say so sooner? Of course, things don't work out of magic. It could even be said that it possesses very physical properties and directly incorporates several of the major laws of physics. All I saw was Kenta Fujikawa hadn't flown far and was just about to break through the sky and run away. It was captured directly by a large hand formed by a dark shadow. Smack! It was the shadow giants who made their move. It doesn't matter if it can fly. He will make a move. Just like a normal human being swatting a flying fly. It's effortless and casual. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds. If Bai were there, she would definitely exclaim, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Who would have thought that in just a few short moments, these two foreigners would come up with so many tricks, only to be slapped down by the shadow giant with a single blow? Everything happened extremely fast, almost comically fast. The scene changes. You can see Kenta Fujikawa being slammed hard onto the ground, leaving a human-shaped imprint on the solid earth. Kenta Fujikawa HP 14514. That's too much, you bastard. Fujikawa Kenta used the last of his swear words. Japan doesn't have a rich vocabulary of profanities. They don't usually insult their parents, and their vocabulary is mostly based on personal character traits, such as pervert, disgusting, shut-in, and idiot. Therefore, this is the most direct swear word that Kenta Fujikawa has ever used. Although it showed no aggression whatsoever, it did nothing to change the current situation. Even, Kenta Fujikawa was still somewhat unwilling to give up and wanted to get up and fly another wave. But unexpectedly, Aaron said the following. Stop thinking about running away, you bastard. If we join forces, we might be able to fight our way out. Aaron roared. These words seemed to ignite a spark of fighting spirit in Kenta Fujikawa, and a hint of fighting will seem to ignite in his eyes. Immediately. Then we saw Kenta Fujikawa slowly get up, his body making cracking sounds, as if he was ready for battle. That's right. That's it. Let's give it our all. Aaron began to feel a surge of joy. But I didn't expect it. The next second, Kenta Fujikawa rolled around twice, flapped his wings, and took to the sky once again. This time, he deliberately avoided the shadow giant by a certain distance. But I never expected it. A series of combined sound waves came from the sky, and before he could react, a very strong black spider web wrapped around him. With his wings unable to flap, Kenta Fujikawa fell heavily to the ground once again. You can still see it as it falls. The dozens of Shadow Naga, along with Black Barton's mocking smile. Damn it, Kenta Fujikawa shouted angrily. This time, this completely dispelled Kenta Fujikawa's idea of escaping. It seems that flying is absolutely out of the question. Seeing this scene, Aaron swallowed hard. In truth, he wasn't without flying skills. However, it will take some time before it can be used. His profession is that of a dragon of the end, with SSS-level potential, and his future is limitless. But as things stand, only those who survive to the future can have this prospect. He is not incapable of flying. However, it requires activating the special skill, Half-Dragon Transformation, which takes almost a minute. Aaron didn't dare to gamble. If I were in my current state, I might survive, but if I stood still for even a minute, I would definitely die. Eren completely thwarted the plan for flight escape that Eren originally possessed after becoming a half-dragon. This is the current situation. The only option is to fight to the death. Before Eren could think any further, the shadows around him launched their attack. The brief 10 seconds I spent just now were to test what abilities the other party possessed, which is why I hesitated to make a move. Looking at it now, one only knew how to run away, while the other was somewhat frightened. The worry about SSS level and SS plus potential in his heart was swept away, and he took action immediately. I originally thought they were very strong. Looking at it now, the fact that they didn't engage in direct combat immediately suggests their self-assessment, doesn't it? They lack the confidence to deal with such a large number of shadow minions. Knowing this is enough. The one that launched the first attack was still the main character's shadow. He held the ancient king's short dagger in one hand, his feet moving as swiftly as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside Eren. What? Eren was immediately shocked. He hadn't expected his natal shadow to be so fast. Even he almost couldn't keep up with its speed. You should know that even in human form, he is one of the best among all professionals. Whoosh! The natal shadow doesn't waste words or make any unnecessary movements. A short dagger slashed across, striking Eren's neck directly. The goal is to strike at the most vulnerable point, severing the neck, the most exposed part of the neck, and its arteries. In an instant, it was a brief and rare spark that ignited. Upon closer inspection, the area where the short thorns had grazed the skin revealed an extra thin layer of scales. Ouch! Eren clutched his neck, wincing in pain. Although it wasn't cut, the pain was real. You bastard monster, die. Eren's pupils turned bright gold, and a blazing sun condensed in his mouth. Unexpectedly, the shadows seemed to have been prepared all along. He took a half step forward and landed a left uppercut on Eren's jaw. Buzz. Boom. A brief burst of flame flashed through the air for a few meters, while the rest was held tightly in Eren's mouth. Feeling waves of pain, resembling a combination of mouth ulcers and esophageal erosion, Eren was even more enraged. But it's obvious. Eren's skills have all been seen through, and his current rage is purely impotent fury. Before Eren could take any further action, then I felt a heavy weight on my back. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the attack came from nowhere and struck him heavily from behind. Eren subconsciously touched his back, somewhat stunned. Before he could even react, another harpoon came from behind him, aimed directly at the back of his head. Instinctively, Eren tilted to the side, feeling pleased with his fighting instincts, when he saw the shadow in front of him attacking him again. An ancient king's short dagger was about to strike directly at the eye socket. Fuck, can't we fight these monsters one-on-one? Eren had lost his mind and actually begged the numerous shadows to send representatives to fight him one-on-one. But it's obvious. Not swarming in and annihilating them was already the greatest concession they could make. Fuck. Eren was somewhat confused about where all the combat skills he had learned in his family had gone. During practice, it was already going very smoothly. What about now? In the extreme panic, I almost forgot everything. When people are pushed to the limit, they'll be willing to use any trump card they have. However, Eren is not currently able to use it. Therefore, the only option is to create the conditions. Damn it. Hey, don't you have any stalling skills? 1 minute. 1 minute. Kenta Fujikawa asked, dodging Black Barton's attacks. While dragging his injured body as he fled, he overheard this key word and immediately complained. Yes, there are plenty. Eren-san, why didn't you say so sooner? Why didn't you say so sooner? Chapter 83 Trading Injury for Killing was worth it. Huh? There really is one. Eren, under immense pressure, kept moving closer to Kenta Fujikawa. Both of them were already in a state of partial disability. If we fight for a little longer, his health will probably be reduced to 0. But let alone clearing everything. Even now, their fighting spirit is almost gone. Even with exceptional talent and an extremely rare profession, you can't withstand this kind of beating. Not to mention that you're being attacked head-on by a bunch of boss-level monsters. They also had to be wary of sneak attacks from behind from time to time. A few monsters might even come over and join in, but the key is that they just deal some damage and leave, without affecting the main force's rhythm. It hasn't been long since the match started. Both of them were already exhausted. Although both of them have the ability to recover quickly, they still can't keep up with this kind of damage. Humph, think you can beat them? You're just being stubborn. Huh, still able to fight? Just stubbornly holding on. Even Kenta Fujikawa and Eren themselves were already aware of this situation. Right now, Both of them must hold nothing back and use all their cards. Whether we can fight our way out is uncertain, but if we don't do this, we're guaranteed to die. Do you really have a way to stall for time? Eren asked, his lips bruised and purple. Although he has scales for protection, precisely because of this, whether it is a sharp weapon or a blunt weapon, all the blows are converted into blunt weapon-like damage. Let's not even talk about it. His back was covered in bruises. However, this is still considered good. Without the protection of these scales, it would probably have been scattered and broken into pieces long ago. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, only petty people. I've misremembered. It's a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I do have ways to stall for time. Kenta Fujikawa spoke in a convoluted and distorted way as he assured Eren. If you manage to get back alive, you should learn more about Mandarin. Eren was speechless. Yes, I hope so, Eren-san. Kenta Fujikawa's head, now somewhat beast-like, furrowed his brow, formed a hand seal, and then shouted. Disappeared. Immediately. A cloud of smoke spread out and enveloped the two of them. But only for the next second. The smoke disappeared instantly, as if blown away by a gentle breeze. Has this skill stopped working? No, quite the opposite. This actually confirms its success. This special skill called disappearance is a space-time skill. Although it sounds very sophisticated, it is actually just a small space where the time ratio is 100:1. The place where you use invisibility will be the place where you will reappear after the invisibility expires. Although it felt somewhat useless, it was undeniably very useful in this situation. Within the hidden space, Eren has completed his half-dragon transformation. Meanwhile, Kenta Fujikawa borrowed the abilities of several demons again and recovered some of his injuries. Roar. The moment Eren appeared, the surroundings instantly became a little hotter. Let's take another look at his body. Its entire body was so bloated that it had almost lost all human characteristics. If this is a stretch, the only thing that makes it resemble a human is its upright posture. The rest. It has a pair of pale red wings on its back, and its head has also turned into something resembling a fire dragon. Its entire body was covered in scales, and even its hands had turned into claws. Although he is described as half-dragon, he has only retained a few human characteristics. After all, only by retaining this can Eren know that he is a human being. On the other hand, let's look at Kenta Fujikawa's side. Its broad jaw was somewhat menacing, and a pair of fleshy horns grew from its head, with specks of will-o'-the-wisp drifting around it. 5 different colored tails appeared on its rear, making it look like a super VIP with yellow, blue, purple, green, and red diamonds respectively. This is my ultimate form. Go, Eren. Don't underestimate the bond between us. Kenta Fujikawa shouted dramatically. Eren glanced at him, feeling a little embarrassed for the person next to him. Eren turned his head. Without even aiming, a burst of flames shot out from its mouth. It was like a giant flamethrower, burning endlessly for a while. But before he could even spit out 2 mouthfuls, another figure quickly closed in, wielding the ancient king's short dagger and launching a fierce attack. Who else could it be but my destined shadow? Immediately afterwards, Black Barton swung his 2 mutated giant hands down, the sharp claws aimed directly at the lower backs of Fujikawa, Kenta, and Eren. Look up at the sky again. The shadow giant slapped down with its paw, engulfing the two of them. Whoosh! Smack! Boom! The 3 incredibly fierce attacks were perfectly coordinated, as if they had been executed countless times before. The damage came in waves all at once. Kenta Fujikawa HP, 15182. Kenta Fujikawa HP, 11049. Kenta Fujikawa HP, 15681. Eren HP, 7393. Eren HP, 9269. Eren HP, 6782. An old saying from China goes, it's better to lose 1 finger than to injure 10, you idiot. Eren, kill this humanoid first. Kenta Fujikawa seemed to have figured something out. That's right. If 2 people are attacked by 3 parties, and then each responds separately, the result was predictable. Even if their own health reached 0, the damage dealt would be spread across these 3 enemies, resulting in, at most, severe injuries. But, if the 2 of them join forces to attack one of them, even at the cost of serious injury, they will definitely be able to kill the other. Without the 3-way encirclement, there might still be a glimmer of hope if we fight our way out of that dense horde of monsters. Looking around, of these 3, 2 have the title of boss. One is like a monster among monsters, and the other is so tall it's unbelievable. It's obvious who's the best fighter. That's him. Kill him first. So what if he has 520,000 HP? He's not that big, so his defense must be low. Kenta Fujikawa made what he believed to be the correct judgment. Immediately afterwards, Eren nodded, acknowledging this. Then, the two launched an attack, and Fujikawa Kenta's yellow and green tail pierced the ground. Immediately, a hurricane appeared in front of his natal shadow, blowing it back several meters. Several more sharp spikes of soil immediately appeared all around, aimed directly at his head. At that moment, Eren's attack followed immediately. A torrent of flames erupted, threatening to melt away the shadows. But Shadow remained unperturbed, waving his short daggers a few times to break the earth spikes, and slowly walked towards the two of them while braving the flames. Shadow HP 5839. Shadow HP 7930. Shadow HP 9400. Shadow HP 15400. Shadow HP 21500. Meanwhile, Kenta Fujikawa and Eren were attacking the shadows while desperately defending against the killing intent of Black Bolton and the Shadow Giant. He was subjected to an attack that could be described as tens of thousands of times. But the damage he receives per second only increases once he sees the shadow. The two of them couldn't help but feel from the bottom of their hearts. It was worth it. Chapter 84 The Only Two Hopes. Even though he was injured, the thought that the humanoid monster would die soon made it all worth it. It's even better value than getting a 7 yen discount on takeout orders over 25 yen. Although Kenta Fujikawa and Eren kept getting injured, they were smiling. We really are a match made in heaven, Eren-san. Kenta Fujikawa exclaimed with a smile. Yeah, let's fight our way out like this. Half-Dragon Eren grinned in response. In this hopeful moment, it seemed that survival was just a matter of time. The two of them couldn't help but start thinking behind the scenes. Half-Dragon Eren finally dragged this scum into this mess. The family faction isn't so useless after all. Kenta Fujikawa. I'll find a chance to kill you. How can I become an SSS rank if you don't die? Turn your head. The two smiled at each other, as if they had no intention of harming each other at all. If someone else saw this, they might actually think these two are brothers in misfortune. It was at this moment that Kenta Fujikawa and Eren suffered considerable damage, but they continued to force back the shadow and inflict continuous damage on it. Behind them, Black Barton sprayed a dark, shadowy spiderweb from the mouthparts of his lower body. Eren turned his head and breathed flames, burning them directly. But it was during this brief moment that Kenta Fujikawa's attention was not focused on blocking the shadow, allowing the shadow to launch another attack. A short dagger came flying in. Eren HP 7393. Eren HP 9269. Eren HP 6782. Kenta Fujikawa was startled and turned around to launch an attack. Killing Stone. A phantom stone appeared in his mouth, and Fujikawa Kenta exhaled softly, causing the phantom stone to dissipate. The breath that Kenta Fujikawa exhaled suddenly turned into a pool of dark green venom. A moment later, it splashed onto Shadow's feet. Shadow HP 7839. Shadow HP 6930. It could be said that the damage was not significant, but it was certainly insulting. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow's attack suddenly shifted, turning towards Kenta Fujikawa. Kenta Fujikawa. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have helped. But in this world, you can't turn back time just because you want to regret it. The next moment, what was originally a 3-hit combo aimed at Eren turned into a 6-hit combo aimed at Kenta Fujikawa. Kenta Fujikawa HP 151822. Kenta Fujikawa HP 110492. Kenta Fujikawa HP 156812. What a terrible thing to do, you idiot. Kenta Fujikawa clutched his chest, enduring the pain and suffering. The battle that followed proceeded like a mechanized assembly line. Kenta Fujikawa and Eren Hanryan, relying on their own recovery abilities, fought and endured the pain. On the other side of the shadow, even being blown back several meters by a hurricane is something we've long been used to. It can only be said that the hurricane's repelling effect is not even slightly as good as the water flow of tidal disaster. Despite the triple damage from the hurricane, ground spikes, and dragon flames, Shadow continued to advance steadily, occasionally delivering a fatal blow to the two. These attacks couldn't be unleashed indefinitely. During the gaps, many more Shadow minions surged in to finish off Kenta Fujikawa and Eren, thus depleting their offensive capabilities. These shadowy henchmen, who were there to finish him off, quietly withdrew when their health was nearly half, not giving Kenta Fujikawa and Eren the chance to kill them. This undoubtedly makes it much more difficult for the two to kill the Shadow. They were so angry they almost lost their voices. And behind the two of them, Black Barton and the Shadow Giant were also attacking. But unfortunately, these two things are like cockroaches that are impossible to kill. One is a tank-like cockroach with a hard shell and thick skin, and the other is a nimble cockroach that can fly and dodge. Every time an attack landed, these two got hit, but they always managed to withstand it. Whenever both players' health drops below 30%, and they are about to enter a weakened state, Kenta Fujikawa will activate the disappearance skill, allowing the two of them to re-enter the disappearance space and recover some health. They really can withstand the brunt of the attack and survive. As they fought, both of them became increasingly distracted. These shadow minions can maintain a high frequency of combat, but these two cannot. Although my body can keep up, but after several hours of fighting, the scene before my eyes was a little blurry. Aaron suddenly roused himself and said, "I remember. These monsters die when they come into contact with sunlight." Half-Dragon Aaron recalled this setting and said it aloud. These remarks also inspired Kenta Fujikawa. "No, it wasn't rubbed. It's like this. Even if we can't kill that humanoid monster right away, victory is still ours." Kenta Fujikawa chimed in. That's all. The two were encouraged a little more and continued fighting. Nearly 10 hours. Finally, the dawn they had been waiting for finally arrived. "Look, it's simply the glory of the Lord," Half-Dragon Aaron exclaimed excitedly. Kenta Fujikawa was already in tears, practically ready to celebrate on the spot. This moment, thinking that the monsters in front of them will soon disappear, it will be worth it for them to have persevered until now. Two words came to their minds together. It was worth it. In a daze, as dawn broke and the earth shone, slowly, under the expectant gazes of Kenta Fujikawa and Aaron, it landed on the monster at the edge. But, what they expected, instant collapse and death, did not happen. I must be seeing things. I must be seeing things. Kenta Fujikawa rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Aaron remained silent, the gloom in his heart gradually growing. But a few more blinks of an eye passed. The dawn sunlight bathed the land, shining upon Kenta Fujikawa, Aaron, and all of Shadow's henchmen. But there was still no instantaneous collapse and death. With a gulp, Aaron, the half-dragon, swallowed a mouthful of saliva in despair. One of the two hopes was dashed. The only remaining hope is to grind down this humanoid monster with 520,000 HP and then break through the encirclement. Investigate. Half-Dragon Aaron activated his investigation, looked at the shadow, and was overjoyed. Seeing Aaron's expression, Kenta Fujikawa stiffly turned his neck to look at him, and his expression became much more interesting. See, my favorite shadow. Level 37. HP 3W1400/52W 8300. Status: Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Base attack power. Only about 30,000 HP left. Hope is just around the corner. Done. Aaron, the half-dragon, shouted, enduring the pain. His throat felt like it was about to be burned through. After all, spewing dragon flames all night. Even an iron body would have melted long ago. Right now, he only has a few burns on his throat, which is considered good. Roar. Half-Dragon Aaron forcefully unleashed a burst of dragon flame, heading straight for the shadow. And Shadow's last 30,000 HP is visibly decreasing. Shadow HP 5839. Shadow HP 7930. Shadow HP 9400. Shadow HP 15400. Shadow HP 21500. Kenta Fujikawa's eyes widened as he prematurely congratulated. Almost done. We can fight our way out now. Chapter 85. Since things have come to this, let's just give up and do nothing. Visible to the naked eye, the Shadow's health is dropping rapidly. His health dropped from over 30,000 to 20,000, and it continued to decline. No one would pay attention to why the Shadow's health was so low, yet it could still move at this moment. What the two are most concerned about. All that's left is the health that's about to be reduced to 0. Level 37. HP 15 900/528 300. HP 9700/52 W 8300. HP 5830/52 W 8300. HP 2333/52 W 8300. HP 0/52 W 8300. The Shadow's health was reduced to 0, its form disintegrated, and the ancient king's short dagger in its hand fell into the air. The shadow standing on the ground disappeared. Instead, there was only a shadow that existed on the ground. Finally, it's over. Kenta Fujikawa and Eren were overjoyed. They once again withstood the attacks of the two monsters behind them, and then limped away to the empty space. In those few seconds, their hearts were filled with hope. A bright future and promising prospects are right before our eyes. Both of them were hallucinating, as if they had directly cracked the dungeon, completed the mission, become the strongest in the world, dominate the entire planet, and reach the pinnacle of life. But what they didn't expect was that inconspicuous flat shadow suddenly underwent another strange change. Nanny, Kenta Fujikawa said in his native language. Half-dragon Eren was so frightened that his mouth twitched. Right now, the two had already taken advantage of the air raid to run a few meters away, and were right in front of the shadow. Right under the noses of Kenta Fujikawa and Eren, the shadow instantly reshaped itself. Resurrected on the spot, it went directly from a two-dimensional object to a solid object. Both of them were shocked, and some even dislocated their jaws. Go up another half a step, and you'll see that string of numbers that plunged them both into deep despair. My favorite shadow. Level 37. HP 52W8300 / 52W8300. Status: Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Base Attack Power. As usual, it's still 52 HP. Fuck you. Half-dragon Eren staggered back several steps, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hallucination. Hallucination. Kenta Fujikawa covered his eyes, his face filled with despair. Even though the two tried not to make the connection, they still couldn't help but think of something. The monster in front of us can resurrect on the spot. What about the group that was with him? Could it be possible to revive on the spot? Thinking about it carefully, no wonder so many elites from across the entire planet perished here. So it was because of these monsters. This is terrifying to think about. I'm terrified and need to think carefully. For a moment, both of them were completely dumbfounded. Their brains felt like their CPUs were about to spontaneously combust. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kenta Fujikawa kept repeating this phrase, as if he had gone mad. Whoosh. Uft. The shadow's short dagger struck again, aiming to pierce Eren's eye socket. Taking advantage of Eren's momentary daze, the attack struck him squarely, instantly piercing through his crystalline eyelids and striking him with a sharp look. Oh my god, F*********. Half-dragon Eren cried out in pain, instantly realizing the situation. Looking at Kenta Fujikawa, he was completely insane. It flapped its wings again, trying to fly away. But unfortunately, smack! The shadow giant's massive hand slammed down again, slamming him back into the ground. As luck would have it, it's the same pit we encountered before. Hey! Half-dragon Eren was somewhat desperate, but in the end he did not give up the idea of living. He watched as Kenta Fujikawa was repeatedly launched into the air and then slammed back down, and he himself was on the verge of losing his composure. Then I saw it. Kenta Fujikawa flew up and was photographed. It took off again and was photographed again. After several attempts, several of his teeth were knocked out, and countless bones in his body were broken. Even his phantom wings became intermittent. Half-dragon Eren's mind went blank, but his body instinctively used his combat skills. Leaving everything to instinct is actually a little easier than reacting first. But this is of no use, because the ending is already predetermined. As if he had seen through the situation, Kenta Fujikawa made up his mind and completely gave up resisting in front of Eren. Goodbye Eren-san. Fighting alongside you makes me so happy. Kenta Fujikawa, with a smile on his face, missing 2 front teeth and bruised and swollen, said. Let alone Eren Kwok. Even he would be moved for a mere 0.01 seconds if he were here. But what no one knew was that Kenta Fujikawa had his own reasons for doing this. Joke. He borrowed the abilities of Wind Beast and Shuten Doji, and they will expire in less than a moment. If he doesn't die now, when will he? Even if the floodwaters rise high after he dies, it will still be Eren who dies in the end. Once he revives, he might even be able to pick up a corpse and consume it to advance to SSS plus aptitude. There was no resistance. The fleshy horns on Fujikawa Kenta's head disappeared, and the features of his waist, abdomen, tail, and other parts also disappeared at the same time, greatly weakening his defense and recovery abilities. Under the relentless bombardment of Black Barton and Shadow Giant, health points instantly reset to 0. Looking at Kenta Fujikawa lying on the ground, unable to get up, Eren Hanlong had a black line on his face. Now that things have come to this, all he can do is They've given up. Then I saw him take out the faceless sculpted cross, place it against his chest, and silently recite, "I hope that after I die, to be able to live again." In an instant, the 3 nails that were driven into the faceless sculpture disappeared, the entire cross vanished, and the faceless sculpture itself disappeared along with it. This item has no rating. Regardless of which member of the Eren family initiates the investigation, it will be rated. All that is known is that this item is called the Blasphemous Vessel. It also has the effect of granting wishes when held in one's hand and made in suspense. Before Eren left home, his family gave him this item as a talisman. After all, if an item can protect a family member with SSS-level potential, it's still a win. Seeing the props disappear, Eren, the half-dragon, stopped trying to hold on. Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. I can't win a fight or escape anyway, so I might as well give up. You set up the graves. I set up the graves. Everyone sets up the graves. The grass on the graves is green and white. After giving up resistance, half-dragon Eren's super regenerative ability failed, and the scales all over his body loosened. In his last moments before dying, Eren felt that his throat was not so painful anymore, as if he had drunk a sip of water. On the other side, Bai received a notification from the system. Killed player, Kenta Fujikawa, gained 95,340 experience points. Killed player, Eren Fiesbraham, gained 112,310 experience. Because the target was of the same faction, human, experience gained has been reduced to 15% of the original amount. Experience points increased by 207,650. But what Bai was somewhat concerned about was, these 2 guys didn't have despair in their eyes before they died. Instead, there was a sliver of hope for the future. Chapter 86. Kenta Fujikawa's breath hitched. So why is this the case? Knowing full well that he was about to die, he acted as if nothing was wrong with death. To be precise, did he think he might not die? Something's not right. 9 out of 10 things are not right. This matter is completely unreasonable from any perspective. Although Eren, the half-dragon, was an American, he didn't seem to be a religious person, so the faceless sculpted cross in his hand looked extremely out of place. As for Kenta Fujikawa, his abilities are simply too bizarre. Having 8 spider legs, 7 or 8 tails, a pair of wings, and the ability to control elements. These abilities, while not particularly strong on their own, are complex and diverse. Furthermore, Kenta Fujikawa can even use a space-time ability called disappearance, making him exceptionally difficult to deal with. Even if the enemy has the ability to revive on the spot, Bai wouldn't overreact. After all, his natal shadow possesses the characteristic of immortality. It's not unreasonable for someone to have the ability to resurrect. In fact, it could be considered quite reasonable. But, even if the other party has these abilities, it doesn't mean Bai will let them go. They were inherently hostile entities. The end of this mission will not be a win-win situation. It will be a completely confrontational one. If they were already killed now, and then the other party were to be resurrected and let them go, Bai himself would feel that he would be somewhat enraged. So, this situation will absolutely not happen. Even if he can be resurrected, that's something for later. Let's bring the body over first. Bai gave the order casually, focusing most of his attention on this. And the rest of the attention. It was a location that had been explored throughout the night, where some of the shadows had faded. 3 portal caves. Yes, it's the same kind of portal cave we encountered last night. These things seem to be quite common in this instance. In just one night, the Shadowfallers have discovered just as many. Bai's instincts were right. The key to this instance was definitely in these caves. If my guess is correct, behind these cave portals, the same fruitless experience as last night may occur again. However, this phenomenon will absolutely not occur multiple times. There will definitely be gains. This is Bai's confidence in his intuition. He waved. Bai gave the order again, and dozens of shadow decayers stood guard outside the teleportation caves, waiting for them to open. Bai was also familiar with the locations of these places. Meanwhile, the bodies of Kenta Fujikawa and Eren are being transported and should arrive soon. Time flies. Along the way, the larger shadow minions cleared the way. The shadow moved incredibly fast. Even so, their transport of the corpses didn't slow down much. It seemed that time had passed in the blink of an eye. Bai hadn't rested for long when he saw his shadow legion arriving in the distance. Not long after, several figures in the distance were now close at hand. Bai looked at the 2 corpses, somewhat speechless. Then I saw it. Eren's corpse was all right. Thanks to the thin layer of scales, it wasn't too bad to be dragged along. On the other hand, Kenta Fujikawa. The clothes, whose origin was unknown, were already mostly worn out. Because it was dragged along this path with its back to the ground, a large section of fabric on its lower back was either damaged or worn out, and most of it was torn. You can even see a patch of white, half-covered buttocks. It's unbearable to look at. Bai frowned. Then, without saying a word, he directly used his special skill, shadow extraction. The first to respond was beneath half-dragon Eren. The shadows in that area instantly began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a pair of winding dragon horns emerged first from the shadows, and then the entire new shadow slowly rose up as if riding an escalator. A few seconds later, a shadowy subordinate, shaped like an upright dragon, was born. Its overall appearance is somewhat similar to that of Eren, but upon closer inspection, it seems to be an enhanced version. First, the overall body shape is closer to that of a Western dragon. Then the claws grew 2 sizes larger, as did the black wings on its back. The most conspicuous. Nothing could be more striking than those winding dragon horns. The entire shadow army was practically devoid of any human trace. Bai was very satisfied with this shadow extraction. It is thought that the shadowy subordinates in human form should all be given a name. Bai thought for only about 2 seconds before blurting out 2 words. Half-dragon. Yes, let's go with this name. It's simple and easy to understand. After confirming it, Bai decisively launched an investigation, and a series of data were displayed before him. Shadow's henchman, half-dragon. Level, 39. HP, 21W1630 / 21W1630. Overall attack power, 4300. Status, special amplification buff, Monarch's domain. Skills, A level, dragon transformation, S level, dragon flame. A plus, level, dragon scale armor, S level, dragon breath recovery. 2 S rank skills, 2 A rank skills, and plenty of other B rank and C rank skills. It seems they've used quite a few skill scrolls, but their luck is terrible. Not every time you can awaken a good skill, and those like Bai who hit the mark on their first try are extremely rare. But, now that the shadow has been extracted, its combat power will definitely increase several times over. With a willingness to risk one's life, a body with 100% fighting instinct, and a character devoid of pain and fear, how could one be weak? Eren's combat ability is absolutely beyond doubt. The fact that it could survive a night under the combined attacks of Shadow, Black Bolton, and Shadow Giant demonstrates its considerable strength. However, the most crucial element is Kenta Fujikawa's unpredictable abilities. As he spoke, Bai turned his gaze to Kenta Fujikawa. Suddenly, Kenta Fujikawa's breathing suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt a tightness in his anus. Chapter 87. He survived, but not completely. Yes, Kenta Fujikawa didn't die at all. Or perhaps, he revived very early. He endured it all the way through. Shortly after his companion, Long Yaluan, was killed, Fujikawa Kenta revived on his own. Then, most of the shadows in the group entered the Shadow Kingdom, traveling back and forth with the shadows. But the Shadow Giant and Black Bolton, who crushed him, were still there. Faced with the 2 who killed him, Kenta Fujikawa didn't dare to breathe loudly. He was terrified that the other party would find out and kill him again. You need to know, his special skill, borrowing 100 ghosts, which grants him the ability to summon wind-generating beasts, has already expired and is no longer usable. In other words, if I die this time, I'm truly dead. Even when he had the trump card of rebirth, Kenta Fujikawa was very cautious. How could he possibly take risks when it came to his last life? So, he was dragged along the way, without uttering a sound. It has to be said that although his skills are lacking, he's still quite stubborn. As he was being dragged along, he wondered if the destination was the monster's lair or something else he would be used to feed. But this situation is something he never expected. He hadn't expected that these monsters actually obeyed orders. It's simply unimaginable. A slender eye is hidden in the hair at the back of Fujikawa Kenta's head. This is the Fudakuchiana ability among the 100 demons, which only provides a perspective. That's exactly it. Only Kenta Fujikawa was able to witness this bizarre scene. Eren, the deceased companion, and his shadow, have somehow become monsters on their own. Gulp. Kenta Fujikawa swallowed hard, feeling his whole body tense up slightly. Just then, Bai smiled as he looked at the feigning death Fujikawa Kenta. After all, he wasn't a devil, so he took the initiative to remind Fujikawa Kenta that he had already discovered that the other party was not dead. That's right. Kenta Fujikawa thought he had gotten away with it, but from the moment he died, Bai never believed him at all. That's why he ordered the shadow to carry the 2 of them all the way. I just want to see when these two people can be resurrected. If it revives midway, there will definitely be a reaction, and Shadow Giant and Black Bolton can kill it again directly. If it weren't for the possibility that the other party might be resurrected. Bai had already swapped shadows with the other person and then extracted the shadow. But I didn't expect it. Half-Dragon Aaron didn't react at all, and Fujikawa Kenta was really stubborn, dragging it out until now without making a sound. If it were anyone else, they might really think that the other party was completely finished. See here. A smile crept onto Bai Yi's lips as he mischievously read aloud to the shadows. I told you to bring the person over. Why did you just kill them? Upon hearing this, Kenta Fujikawa actually believed it. You brought this person here, not intending to kill yourself? Does that mean that if we get up now and talk to the other person, we might still have a chance to survive? Thinking of this, Kenta Fujikawa became nervous again. He didn't dare to take any action yet, and with his very cautious nature, he planned to continue to observe and wait. Fine, since he's dead, just cremate him. Bai waved his hand dismissively. Kenta Fujikawa was completely taken aback. He was terrified and jumped up abruptly. Spare me. Spare me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Kenta Fujikawa pleaded desperately for his life. Bai turned her head and looked at Kenta Fujikawa, who had suddenly stood up. In a fleeting moment, his own shadow was already close to Kenta Fujikawa, and he could suppress his opponent in an instant. Bai nodded in satisfaction, then continued to look at Kenta Fujikawa. Can you speak the Chinese language? Bai had long wanted to tease these people speaking such strange Chinese. Were all these Japanese people graduates of the Taijun Academy? They all speak such a mediocre Chinese language. Speakable, eloquent. I've longed for the Dragon Kingdom since I was little. Grown-ups. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. No pain, no gain. Please spare my life. Kenta Fujikawa used the Japanese ancestral skill of Dajiza with great skill, which is to kneel down and prostrate oneself. Looking at the extremely humble Kenta Fujikawa, Bai Yi's killing intent never wavered. This is the feeling Bai Yi gets from this person. They appear incredibly humble on the surface, but are equally adept at scheming behind people's backs. If we keep him here, he might become a major problem. Although his shadows could suppress it instantly, and kill it again would not be difficult, it was still somewhat troublesome. Seemingly noticing the murderous intent in Bai Yi's eyes, Kenta Fujikawa immediately pointed out the point that Bai Yi cared about most. Please let me finish first. Kenta Fujikawa requested without looking up. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, not caring at all, and with a wave of his hand, all the surrounding shadows swarmed forward. I see that you can turn your shadow into your subordinates. Killing me now will only get you such a despicable and weak me. But if you give me a chance, I can get an existence that surpasses Aaron's shadow. Fujikawa Kenta said all this in one breath with a strange accent. Although Bai Yi was determined to take action, he still listened to what was said. The shadow blade was already at Fujikawa Kenta's neck, but Bai Yi paused it for a moment by waving his hand. What do you mean? Bai Yi asked. I have an ability. As long as I consume a human with high aptitude, I can also gain stronger aptitude and strength. At that time, you will definitely gain subordinates even stronger than Byron's shadow. Seeing that he had a chance, Kenta Fujikawa spoke in one breath. Bai Yi listened. He couldn't help but become a little interested, and his eyebrows unconsciously twitched. Kenta Fujikawa probably wouldn't dare to lie, but the other party seems to have realized something wrong. This shadow extraction can only be used on the dead, and it seems that Kenta Fujikawa thinks so. He only needs a shadow, maybe that will save his life? As Bai Yi was trying to explain this somewhat ridiculous misconception, he saw Aaron, the half-dragon who had long been dead, actually move. That's right. Aaron, the half-dragon whose shadow had been extracted, actually moved, and it moved even more violently. Then, Aaron, who was lying on his back, slowly sat up. His bewildered and empty eyes really didn't look like a dead person. Bai Yi, ? Kenta Fujikawa, ! Kenta Fujikawa knew it. This guy only wants a shadow. He won't kill him. If Bai Yi could hear his thoughts, he would definitely be speechless. God only needs a shadow. If extracting a shadow can be used against living things, wouldn't he be invincible? But that's not the point. The key question is, why is this half-dragon Aaron alive again? Is it because of that faceless cross sculpture? But judging from Aaron's prolonged lack of reaction, it seems. It's alive. But it wasn't fully alive. Chapter 88 Devouring by 100 Ghosts, Qualification Enhancement. The reason I say this is because Aaron, the current half-drama star, doesn't seem very bright. His eyes were glazed over, and he seemed completely unable to concentrate. A shadowy subordinate stood in front of him and waved his hand, but the half-dragon Aaron did not react. He punched Aaron, who was now half-dragon, and Aaron didn't react at all, like a wooden stake. "My lord, I beg you, please let me eat him." Fujikawa Kinta knelt humbly, pleading without raising his head. Bai remained silent for a moment. For some unknown reason, Aaron, now a semi-demented man, is even worse than someone with dementia. It cannot react to the outside world, and apart from its current half-dragon form, it shows no trace of its former characteristics. I wonder if it's the effect of the faceless sculpted cross. Or perhaps it's the result of someone taking away the shadow. Or perhaps both. In short, Aaron the half-dragon is in a very awkward situation now, only having the ability to breathe and blink, which is a huge improvement over a corpse. Whatever. Bai waved his hand dismissively. He didn't care about the life or death of half-dragon Aaron anyway. Now that the shadow had been extracted, there was no point in keeping half-dragon Aaron around. "Thank you, sir." Kinta Fujikawa slowly got up and walked slowly to Aaron, who was in a daze, his eyes filled with longing. The urge to devour was almost unbearable. Specialized skill, 100 Demon Devour. Kinta Fujikawa silently chanted in his heart. Immediately, ghostly phantoms appeared one after another, some resembling wild beasts, some with faces like evil spirits, and some even being a human head. These phantoms all looked fierce, but they didn't seem to be aggressive at all. But after it touched half-dragon Aaron's body, it began to devour half-dragon Aaron's body. Aaron, the half-dragon, showed no reaction as these strange and ghostly creatures gnawed at him. But the speed at which it's being devoured is truly worrying. Even the little fish that nibble at your feet at a foot massage parlor come faster than this. Bai frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the speed, and was considering whether to kill Fujikawa Kinta on the spot. "My lord, please don't be impatient. I'll speed things up right away." Kinta Fujikawa bowed repeatedly to Bai, expressing his humility. "Disappear." Kinta Fujikawa formed a hand seal, and a wisp of white smoke appeared around Aaron the half-dragon. The next second, half-dragon Aaron appeared, his skin slightly reduced. Disappeared without a trace. Disappeared into the shadows. Disappeared. Kinta Fujikawa made the hand seal again. After repeatedly using his specialized skills, Kinta Fujikawa was exhausted. The word exhausted was practically written all over his face. Bai. In an instant. It's hard to tell whether Kinta Fujikawa is joking or serious. This guy must have watched too many variety shows in his own country. This situation. Bai was in a difficult position to extricate himself from the situation. Fujikawa Kinta was right. If he successfully improved to a higher level, the shadows he produced would definitely be stronger. There's no need to worry about not being able to beat them. Even the SSS rank half-dragon Aaron could be killed easily, so how could Fujikawa Kinta be allowed to escape? No matter how you look at it, this is a sure thing that you'll make a profit. Only, as time passed quickly, the sky gradually darkened towards dusk, and even now, Fujikawa Kinta had not yet finished his devouring. This way, Bai needs to ensure he can kill Fujikawa Kinta at any time. Meanwhile, the portal caves were also opening. It's as if I'm being held back by Kinta Fujikawa, and time is slowly slipping away. Bai was slightly dissatisfied and immediately sent out 300 Shadow Slayers to explore the portal cave separately. Then, they led countless other shadows to form 3 small legions, and went out. While there's no guarantee of success in breaching those portals, there's a 98% chance of winning. Bai has already made up her mind. Once Fujikawa Kinta completes his devouring evolution, he will kill him immediately and extract his shadow. He doesn't have that much time to waste on this guy. This time, Bai was determined to end the battle as soon as possible after Fujikawa Kinta finished his devouring process. However, this situation cannot be changed at will. Kinta Fujikawa continued to use the invisibility technique from time to time to accelerate the absorption process. Bai remained silent, simply watching. After a long while, just when Bai felt helpless, Kinta Fujikawa's voice rang out from the side. "Sir, I've finished." Bai turned his head to look. The body of the half-dragon Aaron had vanished, along with the phantom images of the 100 ghosts. "I have completed the absorption. Could you please spare me after this?" Kinta Fujikawa hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Bai didn't answer, and the silence made Fujikawa Kinta a little flustered. Even after successfully devouring the half-dragon Aaron, he still lacked confidence in himself. Kinta Fujikawa was right. Although Kinta Fujikawa had been devouring people during this time. However, this process was extremely difficult, and even though Kinta Fujikawa was a highly qualified professional, It took him a great deal of effort to complete it. Now, he completely devoured the body of the half-dragon Eren. However, the qualifications need to be improved step by step, and all of this seemed rather strange. His body. Kenta Fujikawa looked down and discovered that his body was completely different from before. Kenta Fujikawa already felt that Eren's body was incredibly powerful, but his current physique is even more astonishing. His body was about 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles that exuded explosive power. A vein as thick as an arm ran through his entire arm, making it look like a blood vessel. Even as he sensed the astonishing changes in his body, Kenta Fujikawa remained motionless and humbly asked, "My lord, my aptitude is still slowly improving. Please forgive me for a little longer during this time." Bai Yi's eyes were somewhat cold, and he uttered 2 words with a chilling tone. "Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Fujikawa Kenta quickly kowtowed in gratitude. "Let them help you pass the time." Bai Yi waved his hand, and his shadow subordinates swarmed over. Bai Yi could tell from there. Although Kenta Fujikawa is gradually getting stronger, the improvement is limited. Wouldn't it be more time efficient to reduce his health now and kill him when he reaches his peak potential? "Sir, stop joking around and get to work." Kenta Fujikawa was getting impatient and immediately stood up to fight back. Bai Yi put his hands behind his back, his eyes saying it all. The shadow, wielding the ancient king's short dagger, thrust it straight at Kenta Fujikawa's heart. Black Barton slammed down with his 2 enormous, mutated hands. The shadow giants surrounded it, preventing it from even considering escape. Chapter 89. A direct confrontation will inevitably lead to death. But the current Kenta Fujikawa is no longer as fragile as before. If Kenta Fujikawa could withstand a full wave of attacks before, then now, he can withstand at least 3 waves. There has been some improvement, but not much. However, this is also due to the shadow's overwhelming strength. Even if Fujikawa Kenta, who is currently at SS+ level, were to level up 10 more times on the spot, he might not be able to escape. Their main focus is on gang fighting, with no regard for martial ethics. "You bastard. Don't go too far." Kenta Fujikawa roared, his aura suddenly exploding outwards. An aura emanated from him. The phantoms of 100 demons swirled around him, but this time they didn't lend their abilities to Fujikawa Kenta, instead, slowly merging into its body. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Even in the dark clouds on the horizon, the faces of evil spirits seemed to appear faintly, and the wind seemed to carry the mournful cries of monsters and ghosts. Now, Kenta Fujikawa has achieved a complete upgrade in his qualifications, becoming a full-fledged SSS rank professional. The name of this profession is 100 Ghosts Conquer the E. Ha! You damn Chinese. Witness my ultimate form. We've endured for so many years, and this is the day we've been waiting for. I will devour you like your predecessors, unleashing 100 demons to consume you bit by bit. Become a stepping stone that helps me climb to the next level. Seemingly harboring some resentment, Kenta Fujikawa threw his head back and laughed wildly, shouting to vent his frustration. Bai Yi was getting impatient and rubbed his eyes. "Damn it, are you looking down on me? I'm now an SSS level talent, and my current profession is 100 Demons Conqueror." Kenta Fujikawa shouted excitedly. Bai Yi's eyelids were slightly closed, and he looked somewhat tired. Fujikawa Kenta couldn't arouse any fighting spirit in him at all. "Okay, good." Bai Yi clapped lightly with extreme amusement. Before Fujikawa Kenta could even begin to boast about his profession, Bai Yi preemptively struck at him. "SSS rank professions are good, but have you ever heard of hidden SSS rank professions?" "What?" Kenta Fujikawa's eyelids twitched. While hidden professions don't necessarily mean absolute power, all hidden professions are definitely unique and are professions that no one else has ever heard of. So Gasn, no wonder you possess such abilities. But you will definitely die here today and become my nourishment, Kenta Fujikawa said arrogantly, still brimming with confidence. I don't know if it's because he's been suppressing his feelings for too long, or if this is just his true nature. He actually dared to keep arguing with Bai Yi until nightfall. "I am invincible. Summon the evil eye demon blade. Shutendoji, Tengu, Nakomata, Hojo Kayakatsu." Fujikawa Kenta first summoned a demon sword, then shouted out the names of the 5 demons. Only, this time, it seems that instead of borrowing the power of the 100 demons, the 100 demons are directly merged into his body. In an instant, what appeared on Kenta Fujikawa's body was no longer an illusion, but real, monstrous organs. It has fleshy horns, 7 tails, wings, and is covered in white bone armor. Holding a demon sword with a purple eye on its hilt, Kenta Fujikawa looked much more imposing. Bai pursed her lips and waved casually. Seemingly finding Kenta Fujikawa's Chinibu delusional remarks amusing, he imitated them in a serious manner. Summon half-dragon. Go, slap him twice. The next moment, a figure suddenly darted out from behind several shadows, its wings whipping up a strong gust of wind. Before Fujikawa Kenta could hear what Bai had said, you can clearly see two giant claws slashing down in front of you. Whoosh! Whoosh! Nearly 10 bloody marks appeared on Kenta Fujikawa's face, and the next second blood spurted out and flowed down Kenta Fujikawa's face. And nanny! Kenta Fujikawa held the demon's sword in one hand and touched his face in disbelief with the other. He could hardly believe it. They were completely unaware of what had just happened. I just heard Bai say something about slapping him twice. Before I could even react, blood appeared on my face. Blood soaked half his face, and Kenta Fujikawa kept wiping his eyes before he could see clearly. And standing right before them was something quite extraordinary. Shadow Half-Dragon. It's Aaron's shadow? Kenta Fujikawa realized what was happening, and it was as if an alarm bell had been rung in his heart. Aaron's shadow, under Bai Yi's command, has become so incredibly powerful. If Aaron already possessed this level of strength, how could he possibly have died? Broken. Kenta Fujikawa's eyes widened as he belatedly realized. He seemed to have been careless. I shouldn't have been so arrogant so early. If I had known, I would have been more patient. Even at this point, Kenta Fujikawa was still thinking about his previous mistakes, regretting why he had to shout so arrogantly. Wouldn't it have been better to just kneel down and beg for forgiveness? But things have come to this point, and there is no other choice. The reason why Kenta Fujikawa could think so much and hadn't been attacked was simply because Bai had only said, give him 2 slaps. If the order to kill had been given, Kenta Fujikawa would probably be in a different situation right now. My lord, please have mercy. Kenta Fujikawa wanted to say more. Bai, however, had already spoken first. Just kill them. Boom. Kenta Fujikawa's mind went blank, as if he'd been hit with a club. No, there's still a chance. Kenta Fujikawa quickly glanced at the surrounding enemies and swiftly analyzed them. Shadow, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant, Half-Dragon. Looking at Bai, it seemed that this person who obeyed the orders of the shadows would not make a move, which increased the chances of survival. The fact that Shadow, Black Bolton, and Shadow Giant cannot fly adds another layer of hope. With the Mad Bone armor and the Evil Eye Demon Blade, he was no weaker than before, and his vitality had increased even more. Nowadays, what will happen if it's 1 against 4? After a period of calm analysis, Kenta Fujikawa concluded, if we fight head-on, we will surely die. Baka. Kenta Fujikawa cursed, then flapped his wings and took flight. This time, Kenta Fujikawa has chosen to run away as usual. The battles are all fake. It's not worth it whether you win or lose. It's true that you can escape without taking any damage, and even if you fail, there's no loss. This time, Kenta Fujikawa learned his lesson. They actively met the Shadow Giant strike. Boom. He used his white bone armor to forcefully push back for a moment, creating a vacuum in the battle. Oomph. At most only Aaron can fly. For on the ground, and they still can't stop me. Advantages. It's mine. Chapter 90, holding a man in his arms and killing him. Right now, Kenta Fujikawa forced himself to project a more imposing aura. Otherwise, he would have been quite apprehensive and lacked confidence. After all, he had already died at their hands once before. Although he was strengthened this time, he still had some concerns and didn't even pay attention to the many new abilities he had acquired. Run away and get to work. Kenta Fujikawa's eyes widened as he gripped the Evil Eye Demon Blade in one hand and flapped his wings. Boom. With his tough, monstrous bone armor, Kenta Fujikawa charged straight at the Shadow Giant before it could strike with its massive hand. The Shadow Giant's power hadn't reached its maximum, yet it was forcefully pushed back several inches by Kenta Fujikawa. Take advantage of it now, while your period is still going strong. Kenta Fujikawa shouted and leaped out from beside the Shadow Giant's palm, flapping his wings and flying a distance. Yash, you did it. Kenta Fujikawa smiled and relaxed a little. It was at this very moment. Kenta Fujikawa glanced at the scene and realized that the half-dragon on the ground had already disappeared. This is bad. Kenta Fujikawa's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Suddenly, they became extremely vigilant, as if everything around them was a potential threat. Futakuchiana. Kenta Fujikawa murmured to himself, and then a face grew out from the back of his head. Then it was suddenly discovered. Really? As Kenta Fujikawa dodged the shadow giant's slam, the half-dragon had already circled around and caught up with him. Its flight speed is terrifying. Baka. Kenta Fujikawa had mixed feelings. He saw the half-dragon chasing after him from behind, and then suddenly exerted all his strength to run away at full speed. It's just air and shadow. Its speed can't even catch up with my ultimate form. Kenta Fujikawa was somewhat arrogant and complacent. After improving his aptitude, the abilities of several demons were bestowed upon him, which increased his flight speed by more than just a little bit. It's no exaggeration to say that even if a half-dragon were to chase at full speed, it might not be able to catch up in a single instant. It was also at this time. Kenta Fujikawa was inexplicably horrified. All I saw was, on the ground, from where the natal shadow was, several more figures slowly emerged. First, the ninjas make their appearance. Then came several more shadowy blue and purple stones. Finally, there's also the Shadow Naga King, added in the previous dungeon, titled Calamity. What? Kenta Fujikawa's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his emotions churning like a raging storm. What happened to the other shadows who were supposed to be sent out? We were told there would only be 4 enemies on the ground. Damn it. It's all just wishful thinking on my part. Gulp. Kenta Fujikawa swallowed hard. Thank goodness, at least there isn't a single one that can fly. Kenta Fujikawa was relieved once again. Kenta Fujikawa may not have much else, but he certainly has a good attitude. Even in such a predicament, he can also find ways to comfort his wounded heart. Unfortunately, he was soon disappointed. Then I saw it. The shadow giant slowly picked up the 2 shadows, holding the ninja in his left hand and a shadow blue stone in his right. What is he going to do? Kenta Fujikawa flew into the distance while using the eyes behind his head to observe the situation. Then the shadow giant struck a standard baseball stance and immediately threw the 2 shadow giants in his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sonic booms erupted. This speed, in an instant, was countless times faster than the speed at which Kenta Fujikawa flew. In just a few seconds, these thrown shadows caught up with Kenta Fujikawa. I'll hide. Kenta Fujikawa widened his eyes and dodged the warning from the smaller ninja. Then, just as they were about to dodge the shadow blue stone, they were startled by it. Then, the flying shadow blue stone split into multiple new individuals in midair. Several shadow white stones. What? Kenta Fujikawa was caught off guard and was struck by 2 dark white stones, losing his balance and falling half a beat into the air. This. Kenta Fujikawa grinned and adjusted his body in midair, trying to continue flying. The half-dragon behind them was still some distance away. If they could adjust in time, they wouldn't completely lose their chance to escape. As long as we can keep flying. Kenta Fujikawa still held onto a sliver of hope. He kept adjusting his posture in midair, flapping his wings amidst the turbulent air currents. But somehow, amidst that chaotic vision, in a fleeting glimpse, he suddenly saw a ferocious figure on the ground. Its height is enormous, enough to fit more than several Kenta Fujikawas inside. His physique was so robust that he looked like a super muscle man with only 4% body fat, revealing his monstrous features and adding to the terrifying sight. At this time, it was grinning at Kenta Fujikawa, who was suspended in midair, with its gaping maw wide open. Who else could it be but the Shadow Naga King? Before Kenta Fujikawa could even utter a sound, he was suddenly grabbed and pulled into someone's arms. Upon closer inspection, the Shadow Naga King had already leaped into the air, directly soaring up from the ground, grabbing Fujikawa Kenta and tucking him into his arms. The massive pectoral muscles clamped down on Kenta Fujikawa's head. Kenta Fujikawa was completely distraught. Even with the protection of the mad bone armor, he felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed. This feeling. It's like a skinny guy being pampered by a super big gay guy. It's incredibly weird. Kenta Fujikawa was unable to make a sound as he landed on the ground along with the Shadow Naga King. You need to know, the Naga King was already a level 42 boss-level monster, and after her shadow was extracted and transformed into the Shadow Naga Queen, her combat power was terrifying. Although it is somewhat weaker compared to Shadow Water, otherwise, it would be no surprise to say that it is one of the best in the Shadow Legion, in the first tier. I'm going to die. I don't want to die like this, ba. Kenta Fujikawa continued to wield the evil eye demon blade, carving countless tiny wounds into the Shadow Naga King's body. But the Shadow Naga King showed no intention of letting go, and continued to exert force with a sinister grin on his face. At the same time, the muscles of the Shadow Naga King were taut, constantly unleashing increasingly powerful force. The Naga King will become weaker without water. But Shadow Naga King won't. Every second, it continues to exert even more terrifying force, constantly adding more and more. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang. First came the sound of bones cracking, followed by the sound of cracks appearing in the mad bone armor covering Fujikawa Kenta's body. Uft. Kenta Fujikawa coughed up a mouthful of blood. Some unknown fragments were stuck in his throat, making his already difficult breathing situation even worse. God disappears. Kenta Fujikawa formed a hand seal with one hand, unleashing his specialized skill. Chapter 91 172 Ghosts. A cloud of smoke dissipated. All living things within the smoke will be pulled into the hidden space. Hidden space. The ground was bathed in a pale white light, and the small space seemed to contain nothing but air. To Kenta Fujikawa's surprise, besides being teleported in, there was also Shadow Naga King. Kenta Fujikawa didn't have the strength to shout anything, but if he did, he probably would have just uttered something like Baka. After Fujikawa Kenta's career progressed to the SSS rank, Hyakise, 100 Demon Slayer, he achieved his goal. This specialized skill, called Disappearance, has also been upgraded. It has evolved from being able to maintain a duration of only 100 seconds into a specialized skill that extends the duration at the cost of enormous physical exertion. And another. The activation range of this skill has also increased slightly. It was precisely because of this that Kenta Fujikawa did not expect that the range of skills he had become accustomed to would suddenly expand. So much so. Kenta Fujikawa, who originally intended to enter the hidden space himself, also brought the Shadow Naga King along. Exhausted, he looked up and could only meet the Shadow Naga King's slightly sinister smile. That smile seemed to be fixed on his face, and it seemed to bring a spiritual shock to Kenta Fujikawa once again. When their eyes met, Kenta Fujikawa was almost losing all sense of awkwardness. As the brain gradually becomes hazy, one's own consciousness gradually dissipates. Kurushi. I'm so unwilling to accept this, you bastard. Without Kenta Fujikawa actively extending the invisibility period, it automatically dissipates after 100 seconds. A cloud of smoke dissipated. From the outside perspective, it seemed like only a brief moment had passed. But now, Kenta Fujikawa is in a state of being squeezed for a full 100 seconds, and he is only one breath away from death. Facing death. Few people can face it honestly, especially someone as cunning as Kenta Fujikawa. His body was numb, and he didn't even know when the evil-eyed demon's sword in his hand had fallen to the ground. His entire body of madbone armor was also shattered. Only consciousness remains. Before he died, Kenta Fujikawa stared madly at his new skill, seemingly trying to find a glimmer of hope in it. If only I could find a skill that would allow me to survive. Just finding one is enough. Kenta Fujikawa kept repeating those words in his mind, his consciousness desperately clinging on, but his body was already on the verge of death. Unfortunately, the body appears to have shattered first, with its health reduced to 0. From then on, the VIP seats are packed with people. The Shadow Legion has gained another member. On the other side, Bai received a system notification from the professional. Killed player, Kenta Fujikawa, gained 95,340 experience points. Because the target was of the same faction, human, experience gained has been reduced to 15% of the original amount. Is it finally resolved? It took quite a bit of time. Bai fiddled with his fingers, speaking with some impatience. The next moment, Shadow used the Shadow Swap skill, directly swapping positions with the Naga King. Immediately, several shadowy subordinates appeared on his body. Immediately afterwards, one of the shadowy figures vanished, and Bai appeared in the same spot in his place. The shadow vanishes, and the Shadow Naga King returns. Another shadowy subordinate disappeared, and the shadow returned again. This happened several times until all the generals were in position. This is a necessary condition to prevent them from faking their death. Does anyone know if Kenta Fujikawa has any other tricks up his sleeve? But the result is obvious. That's all. Kenta Fujikawa died completely. Even basic signs like breathing and heartbeat were gone. But the only way to verify this is through Bai's skills. Stand up. Specialized skill, Shadow Extraction activated. The next moment, the sky seemed to be filled with dark clouds again, and the wind howled, the sound of the wind around us sounding like the howling of ghosts. Kenta Fujikawa's shadow transformed into a mud puddle, continuously spreading outwards. It only stopped when it was a few meters away. First, a pair of black horns emerged from it, followed by a black, demon-like head. Just a head. Judging by his appearance alone, he resembles the Hanya described in Japan. The next moment, a hollow skeleton emerged from the dark mud pit, connecting to the head of the Prajna demon. Another giant black bird appeared, transforming into a pair of wings attached to the skeleton. Shadow versions of demons such as Shutendoji, Nakomata, Kazeju, and Jorigomo appeared one after another, constantly converging on the same form. Here, a brand new monster appears, with wings on its back, a face like a demon, covered in bone armor, and wielding a shadow blade. His body was nearly 2 meters tall, far more imposing and sinister than Kenta Fujikawa. I'm too lazy to think of anything. Let's just call it Hyaki So. Bai nodded and immediately named it. That concludes the discussion. The Shadow Army gains a new force, Hyaki Saisei. With just a glance, Bai initiated a detection, displaying the overall data. Shadow Henchman, 100 demons conquer the land. Level, 38. HP, 23W1630/23W1630. Overall attack power, 4700. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, S rank, Borrowing 100 Ghosts, S rank, Divine Concealment, A rank, Summoning Demon Blade, SS rank, 100 Ghosts Devour, B rank, Accelerated Healing. The skills of the 100 Demons Conquerors are not as numerous as those of the Half-Dragon. The only useful B rank skill is Accelerated Healing. The other B rank and C rank skills are also pitifully few. However, it's worth mentioning that the S rank, Borrowing 100 Ghosts, and the S rank, Divine Concealment, are indeed quite powerful. Clicking on the introduction of Borrowing 100 Ghosts, Bai was somewhat dazzled. Borrowing 100 Ghosts. Description, silently recite the name of a ghost or monster, causing it to possess your body and temporarily grant you its abilities. List of 100 demons, 01 with Spirit, 02 Tengu, 03 Echoing Valley, 04 Mountain Child, 05 Inagami Shiro, 59 Heavenly Rebellion, 171 Thunder Beast, 172 Cloud Mirror. These 100 ghosts. There were a total of 172 people, scattered and of varying usefulness. Bai really thought that there were only 100 ghosts, but he didn't expect there to be nearly 200. 100 represents 100 ghosts. 199 is also 100 ghosts, which makes perfect sense. As things stand, Bai also possesses the abilities that Bai Gue Zheng Yi currently has. With these abilities, even if your combat strength is just SOSO, you still have a certain level of prestige. With nearly 200 abilities, just looking at them all is a bit overwhelming. Not bad. Bai nodded in satisfaction. As expected after waiting for so long, it certainly lived up to his expectations. Besides the most core skill, Borrowing 100 Ghosts, the core skills, 100 Ghosts Devour, and Divine Concealment, should not be underestimated either. It has to be said, although in terms of combat strength, Hyaki Sei may be on par with Half-Dragon. But in all these aspects of functionality, Hyaki Sei is definitely the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 92 The Trembling of the Heart of the Earth. With the disappearance skill, aside from other things, their survivability is somewhat guaranteed. Unfortunately, that's a shame. As a subordinate of the Shadow, they cannot restore their health on their own. Only within the Shadow Kingdom can they heal at an extremely rapid pace. But this skill, in the current context of Hyaki Sei, is not entirely useless. At least it can pull the enemy into the hidden space and leave him bewildered for a while. Aside from this skill, there is another thing that Bai is quite concerned about. This is the SS-level skill of the 100 Demons Conquest, 100 Demons Devour. You could say that. If Kenta Fujikawa didn't have this skill, there wouldn't be the Hyaki Sei we know today. At most, there would only be a similar but inferior version of Hyaki Sei. The main ability of this skill is to eat people to enhance one's potential. I just don't know. Having become a subordinate of the Shadow, does Hyaki Sei still need to eat people? I wonder if eating the corpses of other monsters can improve his aptitude. You need to know. With this skill, Kenta Fujikawa was promoted from SS rank, Hyaki on Myoji, to SSS rank, demonstrating the potential of this skill. But has the 100 Ghosts Devouring event changed? Thinking about it, Bai then began to examine the SS-level skill called 100 Ghosts Devour. 100 Ghosts Devour. Description, summons the lingering resentments of 100 demons, slowly devouring everything in its path to nourish both the demons and the caster. Note, this skill can only be used on same type. Upon seeing this introduction, Bai fell silent. Similar? Is this skill only usable on its own kind? No wonder Ken of Fujikawa could only use this skill to eat people, instead of relying on devouring monsters to achieve SSS-level qualification. But what is Hyakki Sei, now a subordinate of the Shadow, about to devour? It couldn't possibly be one of the Shadow Devourer's minions, could it? Try to put yourself in their shoes. Shadow minions and shadows are essentially of the same origin. Perhaps by simply devouring shadows, the 100 Demons conquest can improve their aptitude? Thinking about it that way, Hyakki Sei's potential within the Shadow Legion is undoubtedly enormous. In terms of potential, its future is simply limitless. Excellent, excellent. Bai nodded in satisfaction. He really hadn't expected that this trip to the dungeon would yield such a promising shadow subordinate. Although it was just Bai's own conjecture. But as with previous speculations, it's reasonable and convincing enough to convince oneself without needing proof. After Bai had reorganized his new subordinates, he turned his attention to the other side. That is, the main objective of entering this instance. Inside those 3 teleportation caves. Using the Shadow Swap skill, Bai directly arranged for several generals to enter the portal. Each portal cave contains at least 100 shadow minions and 1 shadow of boss-level strength. Now let's explore the world beyond the portal. The success rate jumped from 98% to 100%. Behind the first portal. As expected, Bai was not disappointed. He did discover some new things. On the other side, 100 or so shadow minions were scattered throughout the portal cave, constantly clearing away the decaying debris generated on the walls. Although these decays are produced quickly, they cannot keep up with the speed at which the shadows kill them. Unlike the cave behind the portal we discovered at the beginning, this cave seemed to get wider and wider as you walked through it. It's simply beyond description as a cave. Using terms like canyon or natural barrier instead would be more accurate. Look up. The space above the cave is frighteningly large, almost like a small world. The surrounding area was also much more spacious, so even if the shadow giants came, they would have plenty of room to move around. It goes without saying. Just how big has this place become? And incredibly, on the way back, the portal cave is still so small. It was still only a few meters long, which seemed rather strange in comparison. Suddenly, the entire area seemed like a heart, and it began to beat continuously. Thump, thump, thump. Each throb was more intense than the last, and it never stopped from the moment it began. Immediately afterwards, whether it was the decaying purple slime or the stagnant liquid, everything began to converge in one place. These purple slimes move extremely fast. Like a car running at full throttle, it disappears into the distance in the blink of an eye if you pay too much attention. But the chilling tremor that gripped the entire region never ceased for a moment. A strange sound came from afar, and then, under the eerie purple light that illuminated the entire area, a slightly distorted monster came into view. Just looking at it is enough to make one's sanity drop wildly. Then I saw it. A purple halo appeared above the monster. A layer of grayish-white rock converges at the center of the monster. 3 tentacles wriggled beneath it. On him, you can see a hint of the deteriorating monster's appearance, but if you were to evaluate it, it's more like an enhanced version with a bizarrely distorted sanity. Most importantly, the grayish-white rock at the center of the monster suddenly cracked open, revealing a purple core, as deep as an eyeball. Image of this monster is attached. Click to view in the comments section. If someone is standing here, you'll feel that even though it's just the core area, it's as if it's staring at you without turning its head, making you feel a chill in your heart. But facing it, they were never human, but a shadow legion devoid of any superfluous movements or emotions. They are the first to be affected. It was a half-dragon. It flapped its wings and soared directly into the sky. He only slightly opened his mouth. A jet-black dragon flame spewed out from its mouth, its immense power seemingly capable of absorbing all the surrounding light. Boom! A loud, explosive sound rang out, heading straight for the flying monster. The monster twitched its tentacles in midair, continuously attacking the half-dragon. The half-dragon darted left and right, dodging attacks while precisely unleashing its dark dragon fire, continuously inflicting increasingly severe burns on the monster. Below, the other shadow subordinates didn't just stand by and watch. They all used whatever methods they could. There were also instances where companions were directly thrown into the air and forcibly attached to the purple flying decline. In an instant, this monster is as if it has incurred the wrath of the masses and suffered a terrible torment. Chapter 93: The Eye of Decline, a Shared Origin. Attacked by such a large number of shadow minions, countless damages were constantly overflowing. HP 6820. HP 25910. HP 8395. HP 5820. HP 14567. Once the monster's health drops to a certain level, it begins to sway precariously in midair. The body that was able to float in midair for some unknown reason. It was at this moment that he lost his balance. After suffering another significant attack, one of the monster's tentacles was severed, making it completely unable to maintain its floating position in midair. With a shadow swap, the shadow giant was switched over. The shadow giant seized the opportunity, leaped up, and yanked the monster, which could no longer float, down as if it were a hydrogen balloon. Grabbing the two remaining thin tentacles, the shadow giant forcefully slammed them to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the purple slime on the ground was splattered and spread out. After being slammed to the ground, a horde of Shadow's henchmen swarmed forward, climbing onto the object and launching their own attacks. In an instant, the damage notifications kept popping up, almost making one's eyes blurry. Finally, the monster's health was completely reduced to zero, and its grayish-white shell shattered violently. Purple mucus continuously seeped from its body, and soon only a wrinkled, giant monster skin remained, within which the enormous core was still encased. Far away, Bai received a message from the professional system. Defeating the monster, Eye of Decay, grants 187,760 experience points. Dropped item, to be picked up Decaying Key Core 1. After receiving the notification, Bai's expression remained unchanged, without excessive excitement, as he simply issued orders in sequence. Arrange the body properly, I'll be there in a bit. The rest of you, continue fighting. After arranging everything, Bai focused his attention on another portal cave. Inside the second portal cave, it's still a similar area. The vast, seemingly endless field remained unchanged, with purple slime constantly gathering around it. After receiving a certain amount of attack, the decaying corpses on the ground began to flow with purple slime. As soon as this purple slime touched the ground, it seemed to come alive and began to converge in a certain place. Having learned about the previous cave, the shadow minions here began their interception. However, the effect was minimal, only managing to block less than 20% of the purple slime. Immediately afterwards, thump, thump, thump. This throbbing was just as intense as the last one inside the cave. Once it starts, it never stops for a moment. The purple slime began to converge in one place again, and at an even faster speed. That concludes the discussion. The shadow minions inside the cave, having learned from experience, kept a close watch on it until it disappeared from sight. Uft! An eerie sound, as always, came from afar. Immediately, within the vision of these shadow minions, they saw yet another slightly distorted monster. Only, this time, it's a completely different look from the previous one. Then I saw it. A large, purple core with unique patterns is gathering on the entire monster, serving as its head. The monster was still floating, but it was only less than half a meter off the ground. It looks no different from floating close to the ground. Then, the monster had only one long, thin tentacle supporting its entire body. The outer layer of purple slime changed, and soon turned into grayish-white rock, clinging tightly to the entire body like a skeleton. Image of this monster is attached. Click here to view the comments section. The enormous purple core, still like an eyeball, scanned its numerous shadow minions below. The monster was tall, and had 2 extra gray-white arms. They started fighting. Its combat power is significantly greater than that of the decaying eye. At the same time, shadow swap. With a silent command, Bai instantly swapped positions with one of the shadowy subordinates inside the portal cave. I was still a little disoriented by the purple light that enveloped this place. But after lingering a while, it wasn't so dazzling anymore. Looking at the enormous corpse, Bai clicked his tongue in amazement, truly wondering how such a gigantic monster could be pieced together from just a single core. The next moment, without any unnecessary words or actions, he immediately activated his dedicated skill, shadow extraction. Then I suddenly saw it. The shadows instantly spread to the surrounding area, and the dark shadows, like water droplets, floated upwards. In the blink of an eye, these shadowy droplets bypassed the monster's corpse above and quickly pieced together the entire shape. It was encased in an irregular shell, with 3 dark tentacles below, still having room to move away from the bottom. The outer shell quietly opened. One of the round, black outlines was revealed. Although it was not clearly visible, one could vaguely sense that it was the decaying core of the imitation. Like the monster known as the Eye of Decay, this new shadow minion also floated up. Bai glanced at the data, and a series of figures unfolded before her eyes. Shadow Minion, Shadow Decay Eye. Level, 48. HP, 34W2630/34W2630. Overall attack power, 9900 plus. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, B-level Levitation, B-level, Whip, A-level Same Origin. Although it looks very big and its stats are decent, unfortunately it has virtually no skills. It only has skills that anyone with the corresponding organs can have. But the only one that's somewhat worthwhile is this, floating. Although it's not real flight, it's still pretty good, since it's considered a flight unit after all. The only thing with some value. What caught Bai's attention most was this A-grade, same origin, same body. Then, Bai focused his attention on this skill, and a brief introduction appeared. From the same source. Description: after acquiring this skill, one can fuse with an identical being of the same kind, resulting in a unified whole that combines the advantages of both. This skill. It's similar to the Shadow Stone Golem's Convergence, but overall it's better. The aggregation of the stone monsters was merely a forced piecing together. Although their consciousness was synchronized, if a part was knocked off, the individual would still remain an individual. In other words, while both are fusions, the stone monster's fusion involves each part having its own health pool. Losing one part means permanently losing that part. Of the same origin, here is a true combination, possessing the advantages of both. You could say that. Very good. After learning this information, Bai turned his attention to the entire cave. After the enemy was gone, this first portal cave was quickly explored, located at the end of the cave. But a peculiar monster was quietly discovered. Chapter 94, a little bit quirky, it's quite something. Then I saw it. Deep within the cave of this first portal lies a peculiar monster. The monster was embedded in the wall, as if it had grown there all along. Shadow Swap is used one by one. Most of the high combat power shadow subordinates were teleported to the front, including Bai. Deep inside this cave. That is, not far away. The source of this constant pulsation within the cave was a gigantic, heart-shaped monster embedded in the cave wall. With each pulsation, the entire landscape trembled. In basic human understanding, the heart shape is generally not considered unattractive and mostly represents things like love. But this heart-shaped monster is not. This doesn't represent love, it's more like representing Cthulhu's medicine. Then I saw it. That heart-shaped monster was practically a living heart, if you disregarded its enormous size, and as for the two central, constantly rotating patterned cores, a large diamond pattern stands upright in the center of the heart. There was also a normal-sized core that was barely squeezed out on the side. 3 hollow aortas, severed in the middle, are exposed to the air and trembling continuously. A superior vena cava extends straight into the wall diagonally above, appearing as if it were part of the wall. A pulmonary artery. The 2 pulmonary veins stand to one side, as if they had been cut in half horizontally. The overall shape of this heart monster really does resemble a real heart. If a medical student were present, it's hard to say whether they would be overjoyed or want to die. Around here, 5 long, narrow purple tentacles swayed, as nimble as the tongues of a giant beast. It appears that this heart is not submissive, but rather possesses a certain degree of offensive capability. Bai blinked and saw the monster clearly. It's quite unique and has a nice appearance. Image attached in the comments section. Otherwise, it's under review. The investigation was launched, and a series of data were displayed at a glance. Monster, the Fallen Heart. Level, 52. HP, 419930/419930. Overall attack power, 8700 plus. Skills, A rank, Rapid Recovery. B rank, Vigorous Strike. A rank, Same Origin. There aren't many skills, the only important one is the A rank, Rapid Recovery. Just click kill quickly. Let's do it. With a wave of his hand, Bai summoned all the shadowy figures around him. Some of the Shadow's minions remained in the second and third portal caves, so there weren't many combatants here. Although it wasn't much, it was just enough. Then I saw it. The core of the decaying heart rotated slightly, as if it had sensed the arrival of Bai and the others. The giant tentacle beside the pulmonary artery was activated and slammed towards the shadow elemental at the front. They were the first to rush over. It's still the half-dragon that stayed in this instance before. It was just a fleeting moment. The half-dragon flapped its wings and clawed at the oncoming giant tentacle. At the same time, it spewed out jet-black dragon flames that covered the entire visible area of the decaying heart. The intense burning continued. The damage continues to escalate, gradually showing signs of worsening. Failed heart HP, 8758. Failed heart HP, 9890. Failed heart HP, 14100. Failed heart HP, 23100. Failed heart HP, 32250. As the jet-black dragon flame ended, the entire decaying heart suffered nearly 90,000 damage. Those few thin, purple tentacles, like a live octopus placed on a hot plate, twisted and wriggled constantly. Half-dragon, however, did not stop. With a single opening of its mouth, another burst of pitch-black dragon flame erupted. The heart's HP has dropped to a negative value. The half-dragon opened its mouth again. Another jet of black dragon flame erupted. Boom. The decaying heart's writhing tentacles began to wildly lash out and attack. At this point, the heart was weakening, and the blood volume dropped below 80,000 again. At this time, Bai raised an eyebrow and said, "This monster has a pretty good regenerative ability. This failing heart even has the ability to heal itself." He found this self-healing ability to be very impressive, even more powerful than any recovery method he had ever seen. Under Bai Yi's watchful gaze, the blood volume in the weakened heart was steadily recovering. Monster, the Fallen Heart. HP, 24W1589/41W9930. Monster, the Fallen Heart. HP, 25W8200/41W9930. Monster, the Fallen Heart. HP, 26W7477/41W9930. In just a few breaths, the monster recovered tens of thousands of health points. But, no matter how strong this weakened heart is, it can't compare to Bai Yi's shadow army. This weakened heart, though strong, but it cannot move. This moment, the shadowy figures behind Bai Yi unleashed all their skills, launching a fierce attack on the decaying heart. As the half-dragon attacked, it continuously spewed dragon fire from its mouth. These dragon flames are extremely destructive, and each one causes astonishing damage to the weakened heart. At this moment, the decaying heart also began to fight back, its several huge tentacles twitching incessantly. And just then, buzz. Inside that heart, the beating gradually weakened. It's not hard to see that this declining heart is becoming increasingly powerless, literally. This failing heart is already on the verge of death. In less than a minute, this failing heart will die completely. Resolve this quickly. We still need more fighting power on the other side. Bai Yi's eyes sharpened. He was determined to get this failing heart. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was also urgent. The third portal cave is still in the process of clearing out the decaying creatures, while the second one is engaged in a fierce battle with the skeletal decaying creatures. The most important thing now is immediately kill the decaying heart, then head to the second portal cave. Roar! The half-dragon spewed out another jet of pitch-black dragon flame, accompanied by its natal shadow. With two shadow minions attacking together, even the decaying heart with its 5 tentacles was struggling to cope. Putting aside the innate shadow with its immortality, that insight is all about exchanging kills for injuries, completely disregarding its own health, and just hacking away. Meanwhile, the half-dragon, an ever-burning dragon flame was released, relentlessly eroding the last vestiges of blood in the weakening heart. Finally, a notification came. Defeating the monster, Fallen Heart, grants 201,190 experience points. Dropped item, to be picked up Decaying Key Core 1. No waiting for others. Bai Yi immediately used his special skill, Shadow Extraction. Stand up. As soon as this classic command was uttered, the shadow in front of him instantly changed. Then I saw it. Within that oval-shaped shadow, several dark, horizontal veins and arteries gradually emerged. The next moment, the entire shadow's forces were revealed. A huge, pitch-black heart. Only, despite being a subordinate of the shadow, it seemed to have no ability to move at all. At most it could only drag itself along with its tentacles. This is really awkward. Chapter 95 The Decline of Shadows, Mind's Eye. There was no other way but to drag himself with the shadowy tentacles next to his pulmonary artery and pulmonary vein. The original form was a monster that could not move. Although current shadow extraction methods can optimize some aspects. But no matter how much optimization is done, the most it can do is turn a fish tail into fish legs. There's no way to make a shadow suddenly have 2 extra legs. So, the decaying heart, originally embedded in the wall, became incapable of movement after the shadow was extracted and made its subordinate. Bai glanced at it, trying to find a way to make amends. Shadow Minion. Shadow's decaying heart. Level, 52. HP, 60W 1150/60W 1150. Overall attack power, 11,000 plus. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, A rank, Rapid Recovery. B rank, Vigorous Strike. A rank, Same Origin. Oh right. There's also an A+ grade of the same origin. Why not give it a try now? Otherwise, the Shadow Decay Heart would be nothing more than a useless trifle. You come here. Let's try combining them. Bai waved his hand, pointing to the Shadow Decay Eye, and instructed the two to use Shared Origin. Here, the two became intertwined and gradually began to merge. There are 3 tentacles below the Shadow Fall's eyes. The Shadow Decay Heart has 5 tentacles at the top. These 8 tentacles intertwined and merged until they were completely inseparable, at which point they began the next step. The outer shell of the Shadow Decay Eye gradually expanded, enveloping a portion of the Shadow Decay Heart within it, and then connected to the Shadow Decay Eye. Shadowfall has acquired the B+ level ability called Float. Then, the 2 combined shadows weakened in a special way and changed once again. Its entire form gradually floated in midair. The shadows fade, the eyes are above, the heart is below. Below the heart, 4 tentacles grew out and swayed a short distance on the ground. Bai blinked upon seeing this, finding it quite amusing. Just like playing with clay when I was a kid, there are so many changes. At first glance, the combined data was then displayed before our eyes. Shadow Minion, Shadow Decay, Mind's Eye, Level, 52. HP, 82W 4400/82W 4400. Overall attack power, 13,000 plus. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, B+, Levitation, A rank, Rapid Recovery. B+, Vigorous Strike. A+, Same source. It seems that the integration has been quite successful. The specific advantages of both have indeed achieved a state of compatibility. Not bad. Bai raised an eyebrow, making a somewhat inaccurate statement. Although it feels alright, it's still a bit of a letdown. These 2 things weren't very good looking to begin with, and combining them makes them even uglier. Forget it. I don't care about these things anymore. Let's go to the second portal cave. Bai waved his hand again, letting the matter drop, and directly ordered all his shadow subordinates to head to the second teleportation cave. But it was at this moment that, boom, 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 the entire area began to shake violently. It looked as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Bai looked up. A piece of debris from the cave is falling from the ceiling not far away. It seems that the decaying heart is the lifeblood of the entire cave. Without it, the entire cave would collapse. Bai wasn't too surprised. Many movies and TV shows portray this dramatic effect. For example, after defeating the boss, the entire boss base will explode or self-destruct, killing the protagonists and their companions who are still in the base. But here, the situation might be different. A large part of the decaying heart is connected to everything in the entire cave. Without the support of a failing heart, the entire cave could not be sustained and was on the verge of collapse. But, fortunately, Bai possesses the incredible ability of Shadow Swap, allowing him to escape immediately. Some of the shadow minions who were close to the portal cave entrance ran directly towards it. Meanwhile, Bai, he had already used Shadow Swap to teleport himself to the second portal cave. And here is the Natal Shadow. They directly replicated the abilities of King Bai and replaced the shadow subordinates with higher combat power one by one. The Shadow's henchmen are incredibly efficient. They all managed to escape before the entire cave collapsed, including several of the Shadow's subordinates who had been replaced. Here, move on to the cave inside the second portal. The skeletal decay, relying on its massive size, was wreaking havoc among the group of shadow minions. Bai could see the data at a glance. Monster, the Fallen Bones. Level, 53. HP, 37W 2350/44W 8860. Overall attack power, 23,000 plus. Skills, A rank, Gray Bone Armor. A+ rank, Same Origin. This time, the data for the declining bones is quite good. It is even better than the heart and eyes. But unfortunately, its opponents have never been ordinary people, but an entire army of shadows. Ahead, Hyakki Sei is fighting desperately. He is one of the few shadows with the ability to fly at high speed. Kenta Fujikawa was already incredibly fast. Once the shadow was extracted into a dark shadow, the speed was simply beyond the normal range, seemingly exceeding the speed of sound by more than double. That's all. The 100 Demons Shogun wielding the Shadow Blade was constantly harassing the decaying bones in the air. Every now and then, 3 balls of ghostly blue foxfire were released from its tail, exploding on the core of the decaying bone's head. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the decaying bone unleashed a skeletal arm several meters long, but it failed to touch the 100 Demons' conquest in the slightest. After all, the speed at which the Hyakki Shogunate was quite fast. But, in terms of sheer lethality, Hyakki Sei is still slightly inferior. All the focus is on functionality. The attack power is not strong at all, and is completely inferior to other shadow minions of the same level. But it's alright. The shadows, with their formidable offensive capabilities, have arrived. Chapter 96 Body Refinement without leg training. That's just out of place. The third portal cave has not yet experienced significant decay. So, basically, all the high combat power shadows have been moved here. Right now, the decaying bones were being attacked repeatedly, and were both defending and attacking, making it very difficult for them to move. Its skeletal arms were already too long, and it took a lot of time to sweep or strike, which gave the shadow minions a great opportunity to attack. All I saw was, with a leap, the Shadow Naga King grabbed the only remaining skeletal tentacle of the decaying bone and yanked it downwards. The decaying bones, which were originally suspended in the air, were pulled and stumbled. Although the damage was not high, it greatly delayed the movement of the decaying bones. In the air, the Hyakki Sei were constantly harassing them, but with the aid of the half-dragon's pitch-black dragon flames, their combat power was greatly enhanced. The Fallen Bones HP, 8758. The Decaying Bones HP, 9890. The Fallen Bone has an HP of minus 14,100. The Fallen Bone HP minus 23,100. The Fallen Bone HP, 32250. Below it, Black Barton seized the opportunity and unleashed a series of binding spells on the skeletal arm hanging from the decaying bone, the overlapping black spider webs resembling a black pool. Status: Debuff, Imprisonment, Dark Spider Web. For creatures like the Shadow Giant, which are similar in size, you can just go straight for them and fight them. However, there is still a certain gap in the level. The Shadow Giant's attack struck the decaying bones as if it were a forceful shove. Meanwhile, smaller shadow henchmen like ninjas and shadows quickly climbed onto key joints and launched attacks. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering a critical hit and causing Fallen Bone to lose 11,456 HP. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overkill critical hit that dealt minus 21,980 HP to Fallen Bones. Your shadow henchman, Ninja, attacked a critical area, triggering a critical hit and causing Fallen Bones to lose 8,943 HP. Your shadow minion Ninja attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt minus 11,589 HP to Fallen Bones. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering a critical hit and causing Fallen Bone to lose 12,450 HP. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overkill critical hit that dealt minus 22,790 HP to Fallen Bones. The most crucial attack was launched by the newly merged Shadow Mind's Eye, a minion of Shadow Decline. Its remarkable resilience is quite noteworthy. As long as he wasn't continuously attacked by the Bones of Decay, his health remained above 80%. Although each of its multiple tentacle attacks does not deal much damage, the high frequency of these attacks still results in considerable damage. You could say that. That's already quite good. In Bai Yi's eyes, a series of prompts kept popping up. This also reflects that the death of these decaying bones is not far away. Monster, the Fallen Bones. HP, 37W2350/44W8860. Monster, the Fallen Bones. HP, 21W2350/44W8860. Monster, the Fallen Bones. HP, 17W2350/44W8860. The blood volume of this decaying bone is decreasing rapidly, almost like a torrential downpour. Even from a distance, one could see the desolate bones being ganged up on. This feeling. It was just like being the most annoying child in kindergarten, being kicked around by a dozen classmates. Thinking about it, Bai couldn't help but find it a little funny. Not long after, with his weakened bones unable to withstand the combined might of several opponents, his health gradually dwindled to 0. Defeating the monster, Bone of Decay, grants 248,890 experience points. Dropped item, to be picked up Decaying Key Core 1. After receiving this notification, which confirmed the exact death of the decaying bone, Bai stepped forward and used shadow extraction directly. The next moment, a huge, dark silhouette emerged from the shadows and shoved aside the decaying bone corpse above. In a flash, the entire shadowy force floated up, revealing its full form. It was exactly the same size as a decaying bone, almost identical, but there were some key differences. This new shadow minion also had his hands and arms covered in a layer of bone, making his all-black appearance appear more grayish-white. Its only tentacle was also covered in grayish-white bone, making it look like a coccyx from head to tail. At a glance, the data is displayed. Shadow Minion, Shadow Decaying Bones. Level, 54. HP, 48W9800/48W9800. Overall attack power, 31,000 plus. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, A. Rank, Gray Bone Armor. A plus rank, same origin. It appears to be. It seemed that he was slightly different from the Shadow's subordinates in the past. Looking at the Shadow Decay mines, floating not far away, a strange thought appeared in Bai Yi's mind. If all these large, special, decaying shadows were combined, what kind of shadow minions would be created? This feeling. It reminded me of when Bai Yi was a child, collecting pirated toy Beast Kings, and I was curious to collect all 5 mechs to piece together the Beast King. Thinking about it, Bai Yi immediately ordered, initiate the fusion. The words were spoken. Shadow Decay. Mind's Eye slowly drifts in and merges with Shadow Decay Bone. The Shadow Decay. Mind's Eye slowly rose and gradually piled up above the Shadow Decay Bone, while 5 tentacles below slowly enveloped the black shadow core on its head. The two sides integrate and promote each other. Before long, the mixture above was completely fused. Although the fusion was successful, it still looked somewhat strange. Above, a dark, round core is slowly enveloped by grayish-white bone to serve as its head. On either side, large, dark, shadowy arms appear, their surfaces also covered with layers of bone armor, through which one can vaguely see the interconnected shadows within. The area below is very full, yet the area below is already like this. The single skeletal tentacle appeared monotonous, as if deliberately exposing its weakness, or like a peculiar creature that trains its body but not its legs. Bai slowly shifted her gaze away. I can't bear to look. Although it still feels a bit off-putting, the disharmony between the upper and lower parts has taken precedence this time. No, we need to make 2 more. Bai pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to the newly merged shadow subordinates. I said I wouldn't look anymore, but I couldn't help taking another look. Shadow Minion, Shadow Decline, Heart's Eye Bone. Level, 54. HP, 97W8800/97W8800. Overall attack power, 31,000 plus. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, A. Rank, Rapid Recovery. A. Rank, Gray Bone Armor. A plus rank, same origin. B plus rank, Levitation. Let's take a look at these main skills. It's not bad. Not bad, very pleasing to the eye, directly contrasting with her current uncoordinated physique. Chapter 97 Reintegration and Change of Appearance. I'm not fighting for anything else, I'm at least fighting for my pride. Although the stats for Shadow Decay, Heart's Eye Bone are quite good, the design has a slight flaw. If I had to describe it, it feels like you could be blown away by a gust of wind as soon as you step outside, like a monster piled on a string of snake bones. All in all, we still need to add 2 more decay patterns to compensate for the shortcomings in appearance. But putting aside the appearance, Bai Yi is quite satisfied with the current stats of Shadow Decline, Heart's Eye Bone. After all, it is quite impressive among the Shadow's subordinates. And there is no sign of this portal cave collapsing. This also indicates that, within this cave, there must be another key similar to the previous portal cave. A failing heart. Bai Yi wasn't sure if her guess was accurate, but it was probably true. Continue exploring. Bai Yi waved his hand, and all of his shadow subordinates began to disperse and thoroughly search the inside of the cave. Soon, with the concerted efforts of hundreds of shadow minions, the efficiency was simply extraordinary. The entire interior of the cave was explored at an extremely fast pace. Finally, deep within this cave, another enormous and eerie heart was discovered, just like the one inside the previous portal cave, a decaying heart embedded in the cave at an angle. Seeing this, Bai didn't waste any more words and immediately ordered his shadow subordinates to take action. Let's do it. Bai gave orders casually, and his shadow subordinates immediately carried them out. The shadow decay, Heart's eye bone was so large that it completely blocked the heart of the decay when it stood there. Bai waved his hand, ordering him to retreat to the back of the battle line. When it comes to combat efficiency, it has to be the numerous small-sized shadow minions that take action that's truly fast. In an instant, Shadow, Ninja, Half-Dragon, Black Bolton, and Shadow Naga King all made their move together. Suddenly, health reduction notifications filled the air. Failed heart HP, 18758. Failed heart HP, 21890. Failed heart HP, 14100. Failed heart HP, 23100. Failed heart HP, 32250. The shadow minions' every action was extremely efficient, causing the declining heart's health to drop rapidly. Not long after, despite the desperate counterattack of a weakened heart, it still followed in the footsteps of its kind. A notification came from the professional system. Defeating the monster, Fallen Heart, grants 201,190 experience points. Dropped item, to be picked up Decaying Key Core 1. Immediately following was a standard procedure, and Bai directly used his most familiar professional skill, Shadow Extraction. Stand up. As Bai exited, the shadow beneath the decaying heart, which had lost all vitality, not far away, changed instantly. Then I saw it. From the shadows below, the full picture of the decaying dark shadow gradually emerged, revealing the same enormous, pitch-black heart. Black-hearted is the word used to describe it. Similarly, the shadow decaying heart-shaped body is like that. It has no ability to move and can only slowly drag itself along with its tentacles. Bai couldn't stand it any longer and gave the order. Come here, merge. Immediately, the shadow decay, Heart's eye bone gradually floated over and slowly merged with it, becoming one with it. Rank A skill. Same origin activated. The next moment will be the fusion of the shadow decay, heart eye bone, and the shadow decay heart. Shadows fall, the heart's eye and bone are above. The shadows fade, and the heart lies below. However, unlike before, this time the shadow decay heart gradually attached itself to the main body. Then I saw it. The skeletal tentacle of shadow decay. Heart's eye slashed directly into the center of shadow decay's heart, and shadow decay's heart gradually climbed onto it and merged with it. Everything seemed perfectly natural and logical. At last, the fusion ended in a few breaths, and the form of shadow decay, Heart's eye bone, did not change much. But, on that single skeletal tentacle, a considerable amount of black flesh had suddenly appeared, with 5 tentacles constantly waving around, occupying about 1/3 of the entire skeletal tentacle. At first glance, it seems much more suitable. Good. Bai nodded, and then unleashed a probe. The data is presented immediately. Shadow Minion, Shadow Decay, Twin Hearts Bone. Level, 55. HP, 109W8800/109W8800. Overall attack power, 38,000 plus. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, A rank, Rapid Recovery. A rank, Gray Bone Armor. A plus rank, Same Origin. B plus rank, Levitation. B plus rank, Vigorous Whipping. The panel is still very good, and has been greatly improved. Overall, possessing the many advantages of 2 declining hearts, declining eyes, and declining bones, the one that combines all these qualities is even more outstanding. The fusion of another shadow decaying heart also makes the overall design more visually appealing. Although it was presented in an extremely sanity-degrading way, it did look much better. Boom. Rumble. Within moments of the heart's destruction, the entire cave began to collapse again. That's not hard to understand. This heart had long since merged itself into the cave, and the cave, both at the top and around the sides, was filled with the arteries and veins of the decaying heart. This decline leads to the death of the heart. The arteries and veins that pierced through the cave turned into purple muddy water. It would be strange if the cave hadn't collapsed. Withdraw. Bai Yi simply uttered 2 words, and then used shadow swap to leave the place. Here, those who are close to the portal entrance will directly contact the portal to leave. Some of the more distant ones are the clones of the king's skills, which also use shadow swap to replace the important shadows. The cave collapsed. Although the attack came suddenly, only a few of the shadow minions who couldn't escape in time were killed or wounded. The rest of Shadow's men all escaped safely. To Bai Yi, the deaths and injuries of these shadow subordinates were basically insignificant. Next stop. Inside the third portal cave. Chapter 98 Frequent Special Circumstances. It seems we made it in time. The hundreds of shadow minions stationed here have also largely cleared away the decaying purple slime produced here. Follow this process. When the decline of these outputs has been largely eradicated. As expected, the purple slime once again fled towards a certain area. Subsequently, thump, thump, thump. The entire land began to beat in unison with the decaying heart deep within. Once it begins, it has never stopped. The purple slime began to converge in one place again, at the same rapid speed. Bai Yi looked towards the end of his field of vision, which was also the place where the purple slime had collectively disappeared. Uft. The eerie sound continued to come from afar, followed by a new, large, and unusual shadow. As soon as he uttered a word, Bai Yi felt somewhat uncomfortable. Simply because this monster's appearance is truly bizarre. It looks exactly like a skinned worm, but a supersized one. Hundreds of gray teeth have grown from the mouth of this decaying worm, and they look quite sharp, making it a formidable fighter. Image of this monster is attached. Click here to view the comments section. If it is not there, it is under review. With just one glance, the monster's declining stats were revealed. Monster, the decaying gut. Level, 50. HP, 37W1690/37W1690. Overall attack power, 8700 plus. Skills, B, level, flesh devouring. A level, same origin. This monster's stats aren't as good as the fallen bone, and its skills, apart from the core A level, same origin, only include one attack ability. It has to be said, they are relatively easy to deal with. Next, it was a scene of the strong bullying the weak, and the strong side was naturally the Shadow Legion. Then I saw it. Shadow Decay. Twin Eyes Bone immediately appeared, several tentacles wrapping around Decay's intestines, and then the shadows behind it launched a fierce attack. The half-dragon unleashed jet black flames. Hyaki Saisei used his tail's power to concentrate his black flames, further increasing the damage. Ninjas and shadows directly attack vital points, displaying a series of damage warnings. Black Barton, Shadow Naga King, and Shadow Giant directly blocked the retreat route, immediately launching a barrage of attacks. Here, a series of damage warnings overflowed, allowing Bai Yi to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Decaying Guts HP, 14100. The Decaying Guts HP, 18758. Decaying Guts HP, 21890. Decaying Guts HP, 23100. Decaying Guts HP, 32250. In the blink of an eye, this decaying intestine, resembling a worm, lost most of its health. The decaying intestines continued to writhe, swallowing several of the shadow minions in an attempt to retaliate. Unfortunately, in Bai Yi's eyes, its counterattack was nothing short of a death throes. Although it was somewhat large, its struggles were still futile. As time passed, this decaying intestine followed in the footsteps of its kind and was completely wiped out. Health reduced to 0. Monster, decaying intestines, death. Defeating the monster, corrupted gut, grants 188,700 experience points. Dropped item, to be picked up decaying key core 1. Without further ado, Bai Yi directly used his specialized skill, shadow extraction. Stand up. Immediately afterwards, the shadows below surged. Following it, a gigantic, jet black worm-like monster surged toward the ground. Bai Yi waved his hand. The newly emerged shadow minion, Shadow Decay Intestine, is directly fused with Shadow Decay, Twin Heart Eye Bone. The shadows fade, and the intestines lie beneath. It keeps climbing upwards until it is completely integrated. After the two merged, the shadow became much more pleasing to the eye. Bai Yi had a strange feeling that it was only a little bit different from the complete form. Unfortunately, that one flaw is what makes the current shadow minions less than perfect. Pity, just a little bit short. Bai Yi sighed, glanced at his entire group of shadow subordinates, and activated his detection skill. Data presentation. Shadow Minion, Shadow Decay, 2 hearts, and bone intestines. Level 56. HP 128W 8800/128W 8800. Overall attack power 40,000 plus. Status: Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills: A rank, Rapid Recovery. A rank, Gray Bone Armor. A plus rank, Same Origin. B plus rank, Levitation. B plus rank, Vigorous Whipping. B plus rank, Shadow Tentacle Entanglement and Devouring. The new shadow fades, and the area below becomes more abundant. Overall, it's more like a truly complete version. Although it's still lacking in some aspects, it's already close to perfection. Although this aesthetic view may lean towards the exotic. But undeniably, the current shadow decline is truly excellent. Continue. A hint of excitement flashed in by Yi's eyes, then disappeared in an instant. What he wants to do now is simply to hunt down some more large, special decay monsters so that his shadow decay can be fused into its complete form. He was very much looking forward to it. What kind of existence will this fully formed shadow decay ultimately become? As Bai issued his order, the 100 or so shadow minions inside the portal cave began to rapidly explore the entire cave. As usual, embedded in the side of an inconspicuous cave is a huge, decaying heart. With each beat of this failing heart, the entire earth trembled. Not long after, Bai then ordered the entire shadow army to advance towards him. However, the difference is that the entire area seems to be different. Looking around, one could immediately see layers of purple slime appearing, with purple decaying cores emerging on the surface, just like individual eyeballs. If an ordinary professional came here, they would probably be terrified without even having to fight. At this time, Bai also understood why no professional had cleared this dungeon in all these years. Putting aside the fact that only level 30 to 40 professionals can enter this dungeon, the sheer number of players might compensate for this fatal weakness in terms of level. We'll see. The endless stream of decaying monsters in this instance are beyond the stamina of ordinary professionals. Even without those large-scale special decays, a few hundred small decays would be enough to exhaust a large number of rare professionals. If an exceptional professional like Aaron or Kenta Fujikawa came here, although it can wipe out all the weak and declining. But when faced with a large-scale special decline, although it may be able to overcome it, what about the heart of the subsequent decline? What about the second large-scale special decline, the successive decline of the heart? Not to mention, there are more than 2 of these teleportation caves. This isn't a place for professionals to venture into. It's practically a gigantic abyss, swallowing up every professional who comes. But, fortunately, Bai was never alone. Chapter 99 Ultimate Boss, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path. The strange changes that occurred throughout the cave were like experiencing a horror movie firsthand. The surrounding scenery remained a dark purple, but it was even dimmer and somewhat gloomy. On the surrounding walls, one by one, purple decaying cores were exposed, resembling eyes. Bai felt an urge to pry these core components off. But, at this moment, Bai would not act rashly. After all, it looked like the boss was about to appear. Boom. Boom. The heartbeat deep inside the cave became increasingly strange, no longer feeling like just a dying heart beating. As if a motor were starting up, the shaking of the entire area slowed down slightly. Although the tremors across the entire area have been reduced considerably, they seem to have been concentrated in one particular spot. And this location is deep inside that cave. Go find it. Bai immediately gave the order, and most of his shadow subordinates immediately dispersed to search. This cave is somewhat larger than the previous 2. Although the cave had grown considerably larger, the Shadow's men never slowed down their search and never stopped searching. For some unknown reason, there were no decaying monsters in this cave. This is quite surprising. You should know that this cave is full of purple slime, and it has produced quite a lot of decay in the past. Not long after, the Shadow minions have located the place deepest in the cave. All I could see was the deepest part of this cave. A deep purple, oval-shaped crystal of flesh and blood rested quietly on the exterior of the cave. The surface of the crystal was covered with cracks, making it look like an ovary in the process of hatching. Outside this crystalline ovary, there were dozens of incredibly thick, steel-like, deep purple fleshy tentacles that firmly enveloped the crystal. Each tentacle on the tentacles is several meters long. Like a steel whip, it left marks on the rocks of the cave with just a casual lash. The ends of the tentacles also have rows of sharp, serrated teeth, which are extremely chilling to look at. There are at least several hundred tentacles. Each one is as sharp as a steel needle. If you were to get entangled by these tentacles, they could probably cut even a steel plate to shreds. At the end of this tentacle were a dozen smaller decaying cores, each with sharp, white bone fangs growing beside it, giving it a ferocious appearance. Boss. Bai Yi's gaze was fixed on the huge crystal of flesh and blood and the ring of fine fangs. Beside that head were more than a dozen corpses. The corpses, though described as images of corpses, were actually just broken skeletons, though the outlines of human bones could still be vaguely discerned. Only, these people's clothes were already tattered and full of holes. This is the professional who came here before? I didn't expect that. There are actually professionals who have made it this far. Bai Yi looked at the boss that had not yet truly appeared. It was clear that this monster was not so easy to deal with. You need to know, those professionals who have made it this far are probably all among the elite. Even if they are not as good as top professionals like Eren and Kina Fujikawa, they still possess extremely outstanding combat talent. But these dozen or so professionals all died here. This also shows just how terrifying the boss here is. It seems this boss is not to be underestimated, Bai Yi muttered to himself. Although he hadn't used any probes yet, Bai Yi could vaguely sense that this thing's strength clearly surpassed any of the bosses he had encountered before. It could even be said that it surpassed all the bosses Bai Yi had encountered before. Moreover, its level is at least 54. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Bai Yi made a decisive decision and then gave the order to his subordinates. The first to strike was still the half-dragon, whose jet-black dragon flames seemed to cover an entire area. Boom! Boom! The enormous tentacle swung out, instantly knocking away many of the shadow minions. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi frowned slightly. This monster is clearly stronger than any of the large-scale special decays we've encountered before. Boom! At that very moment, Bai Yi felt a fierce attack from behind. When he turned around, he saw a huge figure rushing towards him. It was a fleshy tentacle. Bai Yi's expression changed slightly. This boss, who has never shown his face, has already decided that he is the one in charge, and that the shadow minions around him are not important? Whoosh! Bai Yi stomped his foot hard on the ground, and his whole body immediately shifted, but his body was still slightly grazed by the tentacles covered with bony spikes. Buzz! In an instant, the scarf around Bai Yi's neck trembled, and a faint black mist appeared, directly blocking all the attacks. Bai Yi glanced down slightly. Item, Shadow Guardian. Shield value, 26, 458/45,000. It turned out to be this prop that he had almost forgotten about. Luckily, he had been wearing it around his neck all along. Otherwise, he might have suffered a serious injury worth 20,000 yuan. Bai Yi was wary of the fleshy tentacle that suddenly appeared from the cave floor. Let's do it. Bai Yi stepped back a few steps, had his shadow subordinates protect him, and began his attack. The sudden appearance of those fleshy tentacles caught me off guard, and now that I was prepared, how could I possibly be injured again? Only, what made Bai Yi wary was that each of these fleshy tentacles seemed to be connected to the boss behind them, and that boss seems to possess considerable intelligence. No wonder so many top professionals have failed here. Bai Yi sighed and summoned his natal shadow, ordering it to guard him. Boom, boom. The blood and flesh crystal deep inside the cave became increasingly restless, seemingly agitated, with its internal pulsations becoming more intense and concentrated. In a daze, Bai Yi looked at the fleshy crystalline ovary. Investigate the unconscious initiation. Subsequently, a terrifying set of data has been presented. Monster, Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, level. Health points. / Overall attack power, 24,000. Skill, A series of question marks. This means that Bai Yi's strength is far inferior to that of his opponent. Almost all the information only yields a series of, but I finally learned its name. The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Chapter 100. The Lord of Decline is born. At this moment, the crystal that nurtured the boss, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path, was writhing. It's obvious. It won't be long before this somewhat mysterious boss appears. Is it war? Should we escape? Bai Yi made his decision in a split second. Fight. Joke. He doesn't know when he'll escape. What's there to be afraid of in a direct, head-on confrontation? If we really can't win, we can just use Shadow Swap to escape this area. And it seemed that they sensed this fighting spirit. Not far ahead, the crystalline ovary, which was nurturing the master of the ultimate decline, began to move more and more noticeably. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura erupted, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Roar! Roar! A series of violent throbbing sounds resounded throughout the room. Within the crystalline ovary that nurtured the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, the fleshy tentacles seemed to come alive, bearing their fangs and claws. Those fleshy tentacles were actually purplish-red tendrils. Moreover, those tentacles were all bloody, and some were even covered with purple mud and slime. That was an extremely evil and vicious color. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed as he looked at the appearance of these tentacles. These tentacles seemed to be composed of extremely evil and filthy energy, and the purple muddy slime was exactly what was on the cave walls earlier. Bai Yi remained silent for a moment. Even if you don't cause much damage if you encounter this thing, it'll still be disgusting enough for a while. What kind of tentacle play is this? And this thing is incredibly fast. Just as Bai Yi was pondering how to deal with those fleshy tentacles, he felt a huge impact coming towards him, and yet another fleshy tentacle emerged from the ground. Fortunately, the shadow beside him stepped forward and fought against him. Before long, the tentacle was severed from the ground by the roots, and it fell to the ground, quickly oozing purple slime and drying up. This sudden change made Bai Yi somewhat wary. He never underestimated the strength of this being called the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path, but he never expected that this thing seemed determined to target him. Roar, 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 roar. Deep inside the cave, the crystalline ovary became increasingly restless. Bai Yi frowned, then waved his hand to order all of his shadow subordinates to continue the attack. The shadow minions received their orders. Indiscriminate attacks began, with abilities being unleashed in succession and damage indicators constantly popping up. HP 14100, HP 18758, HP 21890, HP 23100, HP 32250. However, this attack, which struck the crystalline ovary, seemed to have only significantly reduced the protection. Those who have been truly harmed. It seems that this was never the boss known as the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Never mind, let's destroy this thing first, Bai Yi said calmly, without any expression. Immediately, the shadow minions continued to unleash various powerful skills. The half-dragon continued to spew forth its pitch-black dragon flames. The 100 Demons Conquest intensifies the half-dragon's attack, while simultaneously unleashing 3 foxfires to amplify the fire damage. The Shadow Naga King swung its not-so-sharp claws, aiming directly at the crystalline ovary. A more rapid beating came, this time much more noticeable. Roar, 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 roar. This time, Bai Yi finally saw the appearance of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. The crystalline ovary gradually became transparent. The monster gestating within it gradually revealed its true form. Then I saw it. That enormous crystalline ovary was merely a small outer shell enveloping the cave, unable to contain all the monsters inside. Just take a quick look. Then you can see it. It was a gigantic figure, over 10 meters tall, its entire body resembling a huge lump of flesh. It was curled up inside a large cavern behind the crystalline ovary. Its tentacles were constantly wriggling inside. The overall image is like a combination of all the previous large-scale special declines, but without being fully developed. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, not daring to praise the appearance of this fallen master of the Extreme Path. It's not so much weird as to say it's extremely strange, but it's enough to make your sanity drop just by looking at it. This Lord of the Ultimate Decline looks very much like the Shadow Special Decline in front of Bai Yi, who used same origin multiple times, but it still has some flaws, just like it is only in an embryonic state. The body of this fallen master of the Extreme Path is composed of pieces of flesh and blood. Its tentacles are somewhat special, similar to those of an octopus, except that they are made of purple flesh and blood. Each tentacle seems to possess a trace of intelligence, as if it is constantly twisting and struggling. Bai Yi's eyes flickered. As expected of the master of the Decline of the Ultimate Path, it looks different from others. I'm determined to extract that shadow. That being said, Bai Yi wasn't entirely confident that he could completely kill the monster. After all, strictly speaking, Bai Yi's shadow subordinates have not yet truly fought against him. It took quite a while just to try and break through the crystal shell that was nurturing it. Just as Bai Yi was preparing to take action again, the shadowy henchman standing nearby suddenly stopped. This is because Bai Yi's previous order was to destroy the crystalline ovary, but now, the crystalline ovary is ruptured. Boom! Just as Bai Yi reacted, an extremely terrifying aura swept over him. Boom! This aura swept directly toward the spot where Bai Yi and the others were standing. All of this happened so suddenly. That aura contained an indescribable sense of oppression. Bai Yi felt a little short of breath. The air inside the cave seemed to have become thick. If Bai Yi didn't have Shadow Guardian, his skin would probably be squeezed so painfully that he would have difficulty breathing. This feeling, it's more terrifying than physical tearing. Bai Yi's expression suddenly changed. What kind of monster was this? This was the first time I had ever encountered such overwhelming pressure. His shadowy minions, though somewhat affected, remained standing, not moving an inch. And, at that moment, Bai Yi realized that he seemed to be being stared at intently by a gaze. Roar! A woo! In that instant, a series of roars and buzzes erupted violently. Bai Yi's shadow subordinates were all attacked. In an instant, a fleshy tentacle slammed down, and Hyakise, who was in midair, was the first to be knocked down. Immediately afterwards, the attacks pierced through Hyakise's mad bone armor, and the white bone armor began to shatter inch by inch, cracking open. Just a random strike. It actually managed to shatter Hyakise's entire body of mad bone armor. Several of the Shadow's henchmen were even swept away by a single blow of fleshy tentacles. Chapter 101, A Massive Attack, Fleeting Moment. But, even after several of his Shadow subordinates were swept away, it still couldn't stop Bai Yi's determination. Kill if you can. If you can't kill them, then retreat. With a wave of his hand, Bai Yi summoned all of his Shadow subordinates. In an instant, Hyakise used his ability again, and his entire body was covered with a new layer of mad bone armor. The next moment, Kyukatsu. A silent shout rang out, and a towering, skeletal silhouette several meters tall appeared above the numerous shadowy figures. Next, the phantom image of the demon, named Kayakatsu, vanished. Instead, every shadow minion is now clad in berserker bone armor. This ability can even be used by a group. Watching Hyakise's retreating figure, Bai Yi couldn't help but nod inwardly. As expected of an SSS-level shadow, his support abilities were undeniable. The next moment, the half-dragon took over the sky and began spewing jet-black dragon flames toward the head of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. The head of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path is composed of several huge purple decay cores, which look densely packed and terrifying. But this pitch-black dragon flame doesn't care about any of that. It just sprayed it all over the surface. The Lord of Decline did not launch an attack. Instead, he stretched out two huge skeletal arms and gently stroked the numerous decaying cores on his head. It was as if these attacks didn't bother them at all. Whoosh! The sharp, thorny tentacle beneath the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path swung with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the half-dragon was knocked from the air to the ground. Boom! Half-dragon crashed heavily to the ground, his mad bone armor cracking slightly, but not completely shattered. This is evident. This ruler of the fallen path is not invincible. Kill it. A cold glint flashed in Bai Yi's eyes, and he immediately gave the order with an imposing air. Effective immediately, the numerous shadow minions simply use whatever skills they have available. The number of shadow minions that Benming Shadow possesses is the same number that he releases from the Shadow Kingdom. Even the elite-level Shadow Ironclad Bear that Bai Yi had almost forgotten about was released all at once. Despite having the buff from the Shadow Kingdom that increases level and strength, this Shadow Iron Bear is only level 29, barely qualifying as a slightly weaker fighter. But such shadows, however, were released in great numbers. In an instant, inside the entire cave, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path appeared so isolated and helpless, all alone. And beside him, however, thousands of shadowy subordinates launched an attack on him simultaneously. After glancing around and confirming that the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path wouldn't suddenly emerge from the ground with tentacles to ambush him, Bai Yi let his natal shadow join the battle. After all, the indestructible nature of one's natal shadow means that even if you grind it down relentlessly, you can eventually wear it down to death. Oh, an aura spread out again, seemingly containing the disdain of the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. Sensing this aura, the surrounding shadowy subordinates paused their attacks. But it was only a brief pause. Next, the attacks, like a hail of bullets, were unleashed upon the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. Even though the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path had countless fleshy tentacles beneath him, he still couldn't stop attacking. This is quantity versus quality. There was simply no way to clean it all up in a short time. Even though the strength of each of the shadow subordinates was far inferior to that of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, and each attack could only leave a little bit of damage. But, as long as there was damage, that was enough. As long as it can cause blood loss. Give it some time, give it some shadow minions, and even a god can be worn down. Adhering to this philosophy, Bai watched the battle from a distance, occasionally controlling his shadow subordinates to change the battle strategy. A situation that initially seemed hopeless. Under Bai's command, they actually gained a slight advantage. Roar, 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 roar. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path seemed to have regained his senses and finally had some fighting spirit. Then, it slowly floated into the air. Immediately afterwards, the two enormous skeletal arms clenched together and began to grow even thicker and larger. Buzz. The eyes formed by numerous declining cores suddenly turned towards Bai. Bai also paid attention to this. For a moment, their gazes met, both noticing each other and raising their guard. Is this guy still going to attack me? Bai frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting that the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path seemed determined to kill him, and now he had made him his primary target. Whoosh! The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path floated in the air, with numerous sharp tentacles below resembling a skirt of flesh and blood, dancing in the wind. The next moment, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path raised two skeletal arms and floated toward Bai. It was so fast, it was like flying. As it swooped down, even the decaying shadows could not stop it. Whoosh! The air was whipped up into turbulent currents, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from the visibly declining master of the Extreme Path was instantly overwhelming Bai. However, Bai remained completely calm at this moment. Heh. There's even time to mock this arrogant and declining master of the Extreme Path. Buzz. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path swooped down, his enormous arms forming a stark contrast with the tiny Bai. Even so, Bai showed no sign of panic on his face. Just a moment before the attack arrived, Bai vanished. Instead, a small shadow faded away. Boom! The shadow decay was instantly smashed away and vanished, turning into a notification from the professional system. Your shadow minion, Shadow Decay, weak, has died. The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path paused in midair for a moment, unable to react for a moment. Although it did indeed launch an attack. But it seems, it's completely different from what I expected. Hey, look this way. Bai's flippant voice rang out. The center of the body of the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path was reversed by his consciousness, turning the back into the front and the front into the back, all in the time it took to think. The moment you see Bai, you can also see the huge shadow beneath him. And that shadow, it is precisely because it has completed several cycles of the same origin and unity, a super large-scale special shadow decay. Chapter 102 Caught in a Dilemma, Lacking Martial Morality. 102. Then I saw it. Bai had already used Shadow Swap to move to another location. This location is clearly not very safe. Then I saw it. The Shadow Decay, which had used same origin multiple times, was floating in midair. Bai hadn't let it attack earlier. After all, its size was what it was. If it attacked first, then all the shadow subordinates behind it wouldn't need to fight the Lord of Extreme Decline, and all their skills would be used on the Shadow Origin Decline. At this moment, then, Bai swapped shadows and instantly teleported onto the body of the Shadow Origin Decay. Just like riding a horse, Bai drove it, shouting loudly. Go! Create it! Although the order was given in a somewhat joking manner, the Shadow Origin Decay was strictly enforced. Whoosh! The entire massive Shadow Origin Decay floated in midair toward the Lord of Extreme Decay. Previously, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path paid no attention to these shadow subordinates, and even completely ignored this shadow of the same origin who did not attack it. After all, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path could even sense a similar aura emanating from him. But things are different now. Then, the shadowy source weakened and charged towards it at a considerable speed. Boom! A loud crash resounded as the two enormous monsters collided head-on. Bai gave the order, and immediately the Shadow Origin declined into an offensive state. But the Shadow Origin Decline and the Lord of the Ultimate Decline are still too small in size, and are probably beyond its ability to handle. However, Shadow's men are still Shadow's men. As long as Bai gives the order, they will fight even if they know they can't win. Not a single doubt. Then I saw it. The Shadow Origin Decay directly collided with it, its two skeletal arms gripping half of the Lord of Extreme Decay's body tightly, before several tentacles beneath it lashed out violently. B+ grade, Fierce Whipping. B grade, Shadow Tentacle, Entangling Devour. Several tentacles used various abilities, attempting to inflict fatal damage. Snort. Above the Lord of Decline of the Ultimate Path, the countless decaying cores rotated in unison, seemingly expressing contempt. In an instant, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path was about to break free from everything and kill by above the head of the Dark Shadow Origin Decline. But the next moment, attacks from numerous shadow minions followed one after another. Boom! A powerful, pitch-black dragon flame directly enveloped the core of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. The skeletal arm of the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path, which should have been used to counterattack the decline of the Shadow Origin, instead blocked the pitch-black dragon flames. Simply because this jet-black dragon flame was even hotter than before, causing even greater damage. Little did they know, it was Hyaki Sei who was using the power of his tail to add fire damage to the half-dragon. The next moment, the Shadow Giant, with a size nearly identical to that of the Lord of Decline, simply circled around from behind and dragged him away. Two strong arms tightly bound the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. First came the decline of the Shadow Origin, then came the Shadow Giant. Bai only wants to say this. This is a situation where a chicken is sandwiched between two men, and a man is positioned on both sides. Below that, Black Barton, Shadow Naga King, and the other shadows could no longer restrain themselves and unleashed all their skills. Although the attack damage is not very high, the frequency is frighteningly fast. See you there? The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP, 21890. The Lord of the Fallen Path HP -14,100. The Fall of the Ultimate Master HP, 18758. The Lord of the Fallen Path HP, 23100. The Lord of the Fall of the Yakuza, HP, 32250. Although he didn't know exactly how much blood the boss, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, had, Bai was convinced that he could grind it down to death. Go ahead, Bai nodded, and then instructed Shadow to make his move. They had been waiting for the right moment to attack for a long time. We've been waiting for this moment. The next moment, the Shadow was flung onto the head of the Lord of the Decline of Extreme Paths, following one of the tentacles of the Dark Origin Decline. It's called a head, but it's actually only the upper part. But the key targets of the Shadow have always been the core group that exists as a weakness. The decaying cores are individually shaped like purple round kernels. The densely packed structure, pieced together, appears even more eerie than the compound eyes of some spider monsters. The Shadow, wielding the Ancient King's short dagger, swiftly plunged it into the flesh of the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path, then used the force to climb upwards. Such speed. They are even faster than professional rock climbers. Before long, the Shadow had already clung to the head of this fallen master of the Extreme Path. Without any extra movements, it directly launched a fierce attack with the Ancient King's short dagger. Bang! A sound like shattering glass beads faintly echoed throughout the cave. Previously burned by the half-dragon's pitch-black dragon flames, this core was at its most vulnerable. Not to mention, this pitch-black dragon flame was slightly enhanced by the power of the 100 Demons Conquest. The Shadow's attack felt like a direct stab to the heart, causing considerable damage. Combined with the special effect of the Ancient King's short dagger, critical damage too, the damage was doubled. As Bai saw it, the damage appeared directly. Your Shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering a critical hit and causing Fallen Bone to lose 41,456 HP. Your Shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt -61,980 HP to Fallen Bones. This isn't over yet. The Shadow's attacks are never focused on a single, fatal blow, nor do they aim to maximize damage in a single instance. Instead, it's about continuously maximizing damage attacks. Next, with a single, focused movement, Shadow relentlessly swung the Ancient King's short dagger in his hand, never stopping for a moment. Bang! Bang! Cough! One after another, shattering explosions rang out, and the decaying core shattered inch by inch at a visible speed. Your Shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt -61,980 HP to Fallen Bones. Your Shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt -61,980 HP to fallen bones. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt minus 61,980 HP to fallen bones. Several notifications of excessive critical hits appeared in succession. Although the damage was high, in the eyes of the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. Alright, these injuries have indeed caught its attention. It seems the Shadow's attack was quite effective. Then I saw it. The previously trapped master of the Declining Ultimate Path unleashed an unprecedented aura. More than a dozen fleshy tentacles suddenly plunged into the ground and began to writhe continuously. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi's expression changed, and he immediately became wary of his surroundings. This guy? Are you planning to disregard martial ethics and launch a sneak attack? Chapter 103 Absorption and Coiling. Things don't go as planned. Just when Bai Yi thought so. While keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings, he also carefully guarded against the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path breaking free of all restraints and fighting him to the death. But I didn't expect it. However, things turned out to be quite different from what Bai Yi had imagined. Then I saw it. After the tentacles of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path inserted themselves into the underground of the cave, no tentacles emerged from the ground to attack Bai Yi for a long time. Instead, the surrounding caves began to writhe and throb. Yes, it was wriggling as if it had come to life, as if everything inside the cave was connected to the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Under Bai Yi's observation, he did indeed discover some small details. He saw the purple slime on the cave's surface begin to pulsate. Although the pulsation was very slight, Bai Yi was 100% certain that the remaining purple slime was indeed pulsating. Just like before, it beats continuously as the heart weakens. The only difference. It might just be a very subtle difference that you might not notice unless you look closely. Is this manipulating that purple slime? Bai Yi pondered for a moment, then began to think carefully about why the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path would do such a thing. Given the intelligence currently displayed by the current ruler of the Declining Extreme Path, he would absolutely not do anything useless. Behind every action, each of them undoubtedly carries the profound meaning of the ultimate decline of the master. Could it be? Bai Yi continued thinking, and suddenly a not-so-good thing came to mind. These purple slime were also used when those large, decaying monsters were born. The purple slime inside the cave is the culprit behind the creation of these large, unique decays. And now, this Lord of Decline in the Extreme Path is actually manipulating this purple slime. A bold idea popped into Bai Yi's mind. Suddenly, as soon as this thought came to mind, Bai Yi instantly felt a sense of foreboding. According to Bai Yi's conjecture, these purple slimes, after being used by the Lord of the Extreme Decline, were not used to help create new large-scale special declines. That is, let it grow stronger on its own. Just as expected, Bai Yi's conjecture was immediately confirmed. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path had undergone tremendous changes. Boom! The sound of flesh being stretched open, inch by inch, rang out. Turning to look at the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, his flesh and blood swelled even more, just like the process of Dr. Banner transforming into the Hulk, which was extremely visually striking. Damn it! Interrupt it. Bai Yi waved his hand, and immediately several of his shadow subordinates attacked, all using all their skills to try to stop the actions of this Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. The shadow giant abandoned the encirclement and instead grabbed the countless tentacles of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, pulling them out one by one. Hyaki So and Hanryu joined forces, and the two worked together. He directly used the shadow blade in his hand to attempt to sever the tentacle by the roots. Although the shadow minions can only inflict minimal damage on the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path as a whole, they can maximize the damage by attacking only the tentacles. As the old saying goes, it's better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. With the help of many shadowy subordinates, they actually managed to hinder the absorption of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path at just the right time. But, during this period, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path has become different from before. Then I saw it. Its body shape was noticeably larger, and even its two skeletal arms were much bigger, making it overwhelmingly larger than many of the Shadow's subordinates. Even the Shadow Giants and the Shadow Origin Decay. Whoosh! Boom! With a sudden burst of force, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path shattered the numerous arms and tentacles of the Shadow Origin Decline. Immediately afterwards, The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path swung his enormous skeletal arm directly at the Shadow Origin Decline. Boom! Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out, and this punch sent the Shadow Origin Decay flying a considerable distance. Damn it! Bai frowned slightly, gradually sensing that things weren't going so smoothly. But it is precisely at times like these that the more you need to stay calm, the clearer your mind will be to come up with the appropriate solutions. Attack with all your might. Bai gritted his teeth and gave the order to continue the attack. The next moment, numerous shadow minions rushed forward, forming a dense, shadowy tide below the cave, creating a darkness as if all light had been absorbed. The shadow minions formed a human ladder and climbed directly onto the body of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Even with the enormous size of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, his body was still covered by hundreds of shadowy subordinates clinging to him, with most of his body densely packed together. That's not all. The attacks of the Half-Dragon, the 100 Demons, the Shadow Naga King, and the Shadow Giant were coordinated perfectly and continued relentlessly. The coordination among the numerous shadow minions was simply impeccable. In an instant, the ruler of this declining extreme path did not retaliate, seemingly pondering countermeasures. The shadow minions' attacks came in droves, dealing damage with overwhelming force. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 21890. The Lord of the Fallen Path HP 4100. The Lord of the Fallen Path HP 33100. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 8758. The Lord of the Fall of the Yakuza HP 32250. And above it, like a shadow, the ninja clung to the most crucial core position, and with a wave of his hand, the ancient king's short dagger thrust straight out. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt minus 61,980 HP to Fallen Bones. Your shadow henchman, Ninja, attacked a critical area, triggering a critical hit and causing Fallen Bones to lose 34,980 HP. Your shadow minion, Born Shadow, attacked a critical area, triggering an overcritical hit that dealt minus 61,980 HP to Fallen Bones. Good, keep attacking like this. Bai Yi's eyes lit up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for victory. But things didn't go as planned. After a brief period of deliberation, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path took action. Then I saw it. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path began to twist and contort his flesh and blood, and a spiral-like structure began to converge at his center. Visibly, the body of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, which resembled an evil god, disappeared and instead began to shrink inward. That's right. It's about curling up inwards. This violent movement directly shook off all the shadows on it and sent them crashing to the ground. After curling up, what is presented is no longer a picture of a fallen master of the extreme path, with purple flesh and blood all over his body, white bone arms on both sides, and tentacles all over his body. Instead, Chapter 10 for difficult to handle? Then don't handle it. Rather it is. It transformed into a round ball of flesh and blood, concealing everything within. Looking at this round ball of flesh and blood, Bai was speechless for a moment. Damn it, what the hell? Bai frowned. He was a little confused. This was the first time he had ever reacted this way. Who would have thought? This master of the ultimate decline actually transformed into a giant ball of flesh and blood, which looked extremely smooth? Buzz. Just then, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, who had become a sphere of flesh and blood, changed once again. A massive decaying core emerged from it. It was like a giant eyeball, staring intently at the shadowy subordinates all around. Suddenly, the massive core of decline turned its gaze and fixed its attention on Bai. Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke a word. The aura of killing and destruction is gradually spreading. In this battle, only one side can survive. This thought was clearly visible in the other person's eyes. Whoosh! The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path changed again. The huge core of decline continued to split into 3 or 4 huge cores of decline, which were distributed around itself. Next, the ultimate ruler, in his spherical state of flesh and blood, is undergoing another transformation. Then I saw it. The fleshy spheres suddenly expanded, continuing to swell and expand. All of a sudden, The entire Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path has become a colossal monster dominated by a massive decay core, with 4 massive decay cores above and on both sides, and surrounded by endless sharp tentacles. This monster looks even more pathetic than its previous form. This monster is pictured. Click here to view the comments section. If you don't see it, it's under review. Just one glance made Bai Yi feel a slight discomfort from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, Bai Yi has a strong ability to withstand pressure. I frequented many nuclear-themed forums in my past life, and I could even eat while watching gory movies. If a normal person were here, let alone a top professional, even someone with a weak mentality would feel disgusted and vomit just by looking at the current ruler of the declining extreme path. No matter which angle you look at it from, you can feel that the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path is watching you. Bai Yi's gaze was fixed on him, and he uttered a few words calmly. I would like to call you Christine Mona Lisa. Now, attack. Bai Yi made a complaint and then immediately ordered his shadow subordinates to attack again. But this enormous, declining master of the extreme path floating in midair is not so easy to deal with. The shadow minions on the ground are basically difficult to attack. Even shadowy subordinates like shadows and ninjas, known for their agility, don't have many good opportunities to attack those weaknesses. Even if you get to the top, it's difficult to attack their key weaknesses because there's really no foothold on the surface. Half-Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, and Shadow Origin Decline, these shadow minions, were able to attack normally. Even the Shadow Giant can be dragged around. However, this still put all of Shadow's subordinates in a passive situation. Half-Dragon, 100 Ghosts Conquer, Shadow Origin Decline, and Shadow Giant all made their moves in succession, but were attacked by the countless sharp tentacles of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. And then came the attacks one after another. The damage is terrifyingly high. It didn't take long for Bai Yi to use the health of those main combat units to whittle down the health of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. However, the results were not satisfactory. Looking up, no one knew the state of these shadow subordinates better than Bai Yi. Shadow Minions. The Decline of Shadow Origin. Level, 56. HP, 89W1759/128W8800. Shadow's Henchman, Half-Dragon. Level, 39. HP, 11W5892/21W1630. Shadow Minion, Shadow Giant, Boss Level. Level, 30. HP, 9W1350/36W1350. Shadow Henchman, 100 Demons Conquer the Land. Level, 38. HP, 17W4213/23W1630. Each of them was covered in injuries. None of them had any healthy blood, and some were even on the verge of losing all their health. However, the Master of the Declining Ultimate Path was not seriously injured. It only had a few dozen sharp tentacles broken off. Upon closer inspection, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path has already floated to the top of the cave, and several sharp tentacles have directly pierced into the cave, constantly drawing on the purple mucus to restore itself. Damn, are you being unreasonable? Bai Yi loudly complained, her mindset somewhat unstable, and she even wanted to swear a couple of times. This feeling. It's like playing a game where the protagonist can drink as many health potions as they want without any problem, but if the boss can heal, you just want to curse. I'm so upset. Then don't blame me for slamming the table. Suddenly, Bai Yi's eyes turned cold, and a slightly extreme idea popped into his mind. In this way, Bai Yi wouldn't just let herself be put at a disadvantage for no reason. Openly doing it won't work. Let's use the underhanded method then. The next moment, Bai Yi waved his hand, and the half-dragon and the 100 ghosts flew up to the top of the cave, trying their best to hinder the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Meanwhile, Shadow Giants and Shadow Origin Decay are making big moves. Then I saw it. The Shadow Origin Decay also extended its tentacles, directly mimicking the pattern and plunging into the cave. But the Shadow Origin Decay didn't absorb any purple slime. Instead, it completely destroyed the veins inside the cave. Summarizing the previous 2 portal caves, we can draw the same conclusion. That is it. With the death of the decaying heart, the entire cave will collapse. Why is that? Wasn't it because, in the instant before its death, the failing heart disrupted the entire cave's energy pathways? And the Shadow Origin Decay is doing the same thing right now. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path seemed to have seen this scene from afar. He suddenly rammed past the half-dragon and the 100-ghost conqueror and rushed towards this side at an extremely fast speed. But Bai Yi had long been prepared to overturn the table. So how could he let the Lord of the Declining Path put the table back on its feet? Whoosh! All the shadow purple stones and shadow blue stones below activate the convergence skill and merge with the shadow giant. The shadow giant has grown even larger. Its size was like a high wall that could block giants. Boom! The shadow giant strode forward with heavy steps, heading straight for the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, using all its strength to block him out. Whoosh! Bang! The shadow giant began to crumble piece by piece. Although its size had increased, its health had not increased much. But it only caused such a short-term disruption. That's enough. Chapter 105 Furious and Dejected. This brief delay was enough for the Shadow Origin to complete its plan. Then I saw it. The entire cave structure has been completely destroyed. Immediately afterwards, the entire cave began to become unstable, like a 100-meter-high tower made of playing cards, which could be completely destroyed by even a slight breeze. And this cave has now become like this. The next moment, a slight smile appeared on Bai Yi's lips as he used Shadow Swap to appear beside the cave. Under the intense gaze of the several large, captivating eyes of the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path, he slowly raised his arm, and then a heavy punch landed on the cave. Then, the punch that landed on the cave was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, putting immense pressure on the cave. Bang bang. A crisp but faint sound rang out, so faint that it was difficult to hear even if one listened carefully. But this one sound also revealed that the entire cave was gradually collapsing. The first sign of collapse is never the collapse of caves. Instead, the initial internal collapse. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path seemed to have gone mad, and began to wield several sharp tentacles incessantly. If it were to howl, Bai Yi would probably have already covered his ears. Unable to withstand such damage, the shadow giant's health began to drop rapidly. At Bai Yi's command, it quickly abandoned its defense, strolled to its natal shadow, and burrowed directly into the Shadow Kingdom. And it was at this time. At that very moment, Bai Yi had already ordered most of his shadow subordinates to enter the Shadow Kingdom within his own shadow realm. However, the Shadow Kingdom's capacity is always limited, and there are still a small number of shadow minions that cannot be accommodated. And those shadow minions, they ran straight out of the cave into the portal entrance where they had initially entered the cave. Under Bai Yi's instructions, although all the shadows had run away, a few weak and decaying shadows were still left in front of the portal. Just before the cave collapsed, Bai Yi still had to tease the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. From the perspective of the fallen master of the Yakuza, the large creature that blocked it and was about to be killed by it disappeared, and then the similar individual that destroyed the cave also disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the enemies on the ground rushed toward the exit one after another. Although it wanted to stop them, its primary goal was still to kill the arrogant humans on the ground. But, no matter how fast it attacked, it couldn't capture that cunning human. Every time it swoops down, the human in front of it becomes a weak enemy. Although it kills them directly, the rage in its mind gradually intensifies. The cave is about to collapse. The enemy is trying to escape. Its heart is breaking too. Its anger only intensified. And it was at this moment that it saw something. It saw, while chasing the human stopped at the entrance of the teleportation portal and kept mocking it. Although it does not understand human language. But that sucking language is definitely mocking it. Is it mocking its incompetence? Or ridiculing its slow movements? Or is it laughing at its inability to even kill such a weak human? It doesn't know. But the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path, was furious. As the boss who controls the caves within this entire instance, isn't it reasonable for him to have the ability to close the portal caves? Before the humans could leave, it was so angry that it decisively closed the portal cave. If we're going to be buried, then let's all be buried here together. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path wriggled several sharp tentacles, its consciousness gradually becoming active and becoming unusually excited. Let's return to Bai Yi's perspective. Seeing that the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path had no reaction, he tried to amuse him for a while by imitating the mooing tone used to beckon a dog. The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path seemed to be getting a little excited. Something's not right. This must be suspicious. What the hell? Suddenly, the surrounding purple light began to dim, as the main light source behind them began to flicker. And what could be behind Bai Yi right now if not a teleportation cave? Bai turned around and suddenly saw it. The portal to the cave behind him vanished instantly. Bang bang. Boom. Boom. A large chunk of the cave's ceiling fell from the sky, and the cave looked like it was about to collapse completely. Bai frowned. He knew that this Lord of the Declining Path had no good intentions in making this reaction. At this moment, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path became even more excited, believing that this wave could bury Bai here, and that it itself would be the final winner. But Bai slowly raised her hand, pursed her lips, and then he raised his middle finger. Immediately afterwards, Bai's figure disappeared, and in his place was another weak and declining shadow. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path stared at the 5 cores, looking in disbelief at the spot where Bai had disappeared. Ha ha! Ha ha! The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path rushed towards the portal cave, only to see a large piece of the cave's ceiling crash down and fall in its path. Boom! Boom! The cave's ceiling collapsed, slamming into one of the cores of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, producing a loud bang. Even so, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path still did not stop his advance. Outside the portal cave, I glanced at the sky. The sky was somewhat dim. Although it was daytime, it was shrouded in dark clouds, giving it a gloomy appearance. Bai looked up at the gray, gloomy sky. Although it wasn't a good omen in theory, Bai was still in a good mood. Although the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path was not killed this time, at least there were no losses. He needs to further improve himself. There's no rush to launch a surprise attack. As long as the green hills remain, there's nothing to fear. Lying down, Bai felt that the scenery around him had changed, and he was surrounded by a purple halo. Looking back, the portal cave was reopening. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai instantly activated his special skill, Shadow Swap. The next moment, Bai's figure suddenly teleported 100 meters, instantly reaching a safe distance. But given the current situation, that fallen master of the ultimate path seems unwilling to give up, and wants to rush out of the cave to fight him to the death. Chapter 106 Resurrection and Immortality. Just as Bai was beginning to have some guesses, the fact has already occurred. Sure enough, the purple portal above the cave opened again. Only, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path did not immediately emerge from the teleportation portal. Bai guessed that it was because this guy was too fat, and the portal was too small to support him to squeeze through completely in a short time. And that's the truth. That seems to be true. However, this ruler of the declining extreme path harbors immense hatred and resentment towards Bai, and will not abandon him in this way. This unwavering devotion would probably not have been so painful for Bai if it were a normal person. But if it's a monster like the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, whose mere sight would make you lose your sanity, Bai still wants to say goodbye. But things didn't go as planned. There is a law called Murphy's Law, which means that the more you don't want something to happen, the greater the probability that it will happen. The next moment, inside that portal, the flesh and blood of the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path are slowly crawling out. The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, actually crawled out. Those pure purple flesh and blood looked terrifying. Bai remained silent, no longer wanting to say anything more. The next moment, a large, decaying core emerged, enveloped in flesh and blood, followed by a second and a third. This core of decline is like a gaze. Like the arrogant gaze of a fallen master of the ultimate path, he climbed out of the portal and stood before the cave entrance with an air of superiority. It looked at Bai with eyes full of disdain and contempt. It seemed to think that Bai's composure was just a bluff, but it is the truly powerful one. However, Bai shook his head dismissively, his expression indifferent. It seemed to be mocking the foolishness of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, and also seemed to be ridiculing the irrationality of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. I didn't come out because I was afraid. I just don't want to waste any more time with you. Bai said lightly. Since you insist on chasing after us, let's see who can outlast whom without the cave's protection. The Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path seemed not to understand. However, it could hear Bai's tone and instantly transformed from its flesh and blood state into several sharp tentacles, which, as if suddenly enraged, kept waving in midair. Immediately, the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path slowly floated up, once again forming the standard battle stance he had before. The head of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path was once again composed of several huge purple decay cores. Floating in midair, flesh and blood formed two arms, and gray bones instantly climbed onto them, forming a pair of skeletal arms. Wielding a massive white-boned fist and exuding terrifying pressure, it swooped down towards Bai. We are determined to strike Bai hard. The speed of this Lord of Decline in the extreme path is incredibly fast. The distance of 100 meters seems to have been covered in a very short time. Boom! This attack from the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path was so powerful that it exceeded tens of thousands of points of damage. This was the punch filled with its fury. Your shadow minion, Shadow Decay, weak, has died. It's alright. Bai narrowed his eyes as he watched the punch before him. A split second before the attack arrived, he silently chanted, Shadow Swap. The next second, he seemed to vanish into nothingness, disappearing from the sight of the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path, leaving the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path stunned. It hadn't expected that its punch would miss again. Ha ha! Ha ha! The Lord of the Decline of the extreme path was filled with sorrow, but it did not stop. It shifted its gaze again, searching for Bai's location. Bang! The ground cracked open, and yet another swift attack followed. Boom! Boom! The earth was trembling. Just as the earth itself was rumbling, the power of this Lord of Decline of the extreme path, with a few punches, caused the entire area to tremble. After this punch from the Lord of the Decline of the ultimate path, its body flew swiftly, chasing after Bai once again. It doesn't believe it. With its terrifying strength as the master of the fallen path, it's impossible that it couldn't do anything to this insignificant human. However, Bai, had the leisure to ponder something as it swooped down. Their strength is still quite good. No wonder it's a dungeon boss that so many top professionals couldn't defeat. Bai's eyes narrowed. Looking at the fallen master of the extreme path before him, he thought to himself, this Lord of Decline in the extreme path is clearly different from all the bosses he has encountered before. Not only does he possess intelligence, but his strength also surpasses that of the top-tier beings. But that's good. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. The more powerful the boss, the stronger his shadow. This master of the declining extreme path clearly intends to fight to the death. So how could we not take him down? In that case, then I'll slowly wear you down and see if your health can match that of a shadow with the undying trait. Bai's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. The Lord of the Declining Path didn't know what Bai meant, but he could sense Bai's contempt and immediately flew into a rage. Ha ha! Ha ha! Immediately, its body, the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path, floated high into the air, and its two huge white arms slammed towards Bai. A dazzling, cold light flashed across the giant hand. It exudes a terrifying aura. They're closing in on Bai. Bai, stood motionless in place. Seeing this, the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path felt that Bai would transfer again for no reason, but still continued to attack. It refused to believe that Bai could remain safe and sound forever. The Lord of the Decline of the extreme path, has countless opportunities, but if Bai makes even one mistake, the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path, will win. Boom! The skeletal arms fell. Bang! This palm strike directly shattered the body beneath the fist. However, the Lord of the Decline of the extreme path was somewhat stunned. It stared blankly at the ground below that it had shattered with a single palm strike for a moment. What's going on? Its attack, while definitely feeling like an attack, didn't seem to cause any damage. It's simply unbelievable. The Lord of the Decline of the ultimate path was not yet able to react. Looking at everything in front of it, it was filled with doubt, and it was in the midst of its contemplation. In a flash, the seemingly ordinary shadow beneath his fist instantly materialized and stood up. The Lord of the Decline of the ultimate path sensed this aura and paused his movements slightly. It was one thing for Bai to be able to dodge every attack it made. This time, it did indeed hit something. But after it shattered it with a single punch, this thing, he actually came back to life. Chapter 107. Look, it's raining. How could the ruler of the fallen path possibly understand? The natal shadow is an existence with the characteristic of immortality. That is, it can be resurrected and reborn on the spot instantly after death, and the number of times is unlimited. It is precisely because of this trump card. Bai possessed the confidence to rival even the most powerful and declining rulers of the extreme path. No matter how much health you have, you only have one life. But his destined shadow has infinite lives. It's like playing a level-based game, or even a Souls-like game. No matter how strong your boss is, the protagonist can revert to a previous state. This is an incredibly powerful bug feature that no other boss possesses, as long as the player has enough patience. What boss can't you beat? And now, the Shadow, in its battle against the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path, exemplifies this. Not to mention, my true Shadow is never just one person fighting alone. There are also many Shadow subordinates fighting alongside me. He had delayed for so long precisely to give these Shadow subordinates time and opportunity to recover within the Shadow Kingdom, hadn't he? The time has come. The next moment, the shadowy figure underwent a transformation, with one after another of its shadowy subordinates emerging from it and suddenly breaking free. Those figures were even somewhat familiar to the Lord of the Declining Extreme Path. They are Half-Dragon, Ninja, hundreds of ghosts conquer the barbarians, Shadow Giant, Black Barton, Shadow Naga King, Shadow Origin Decay. With the addition of his own shadow, he now has 8 shadow subordinates. Bai refused to believe it. Even if the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path had a high amount of health, it couldn't be infinite, could it? As long as it's not infinite. As I said before, I can wear you down. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path seemed to understand this principle as well, and began to attack in a frenzy. The countless tentacles beneath him suddenly began to sweep outwards. 2 enormous skeletal arms began to slam down violently. Boom. Boom. One terrifying attack after another fell, but the shadow subordinates, who were already familiar with the attack patterns, dodged them one by one. Shadow Giant and Black Bolton once again cast their restraints. The ninja, a shadowy figure, attempts to attack vital areas, inflicting fatal blows time and time again. The Half-Dragon and the 100 Demons conquest continued with their fire attacks. The Shadow Naga King would occasionally interfere. Although his combat strength was not high, his sinister smile seemed to foreshadow which side would have the last laugh. Honolulu Island, Honolulu Instance. I don't know where it is. On some unnamed hill. Bai had clearly chosen this spot intentionally. It offered a good view of the entire battle, yet it wasn't too far away. It was just the right distance. Look up. Looking at the drifting dark clouds in the distance, Bai was wondering if the strange phenomenon was caused when Fujikawa Kenta upgraded his aptitude, leaping from SS level to Hyakki on Myoji and class to Hyakki Sei. If so, this phenomenon is going on for quite a while. But upon closer reflection, it's not hard to see that these dark clouds in the sky seem to be a natural phenomenon. Only, the strange phenomena that Fujikawa Kenta caused at that time were simply highlighted by this weather. Now, there is neither the howling wind nor the ghostly heads appearing and disappearing in the clouds. I think so. The current overcast skies are merely a reflection of the impending rain. It's going to rain. Rain? Bai stared at the dark clouds in the distance, lost in thought. At the battlefield, after another fierce battle between the Shadow subordinates and the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, they still achieved a considerable victory. The mutilated tentacles and flesh on the ground were all cut off from the body of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. This is perfectly reasonable. After all, they were already familiar with the enemy's attack patterns, so it was obviously much easier than the initial arduous battle, and some advantages were inevitable. Even, a faint smell of roasted meat still lingered in the air. It was precisely the combined efforts of the Half-Dragon and the 100 Demons in their conquest of the barbarians. A small portion of the flesh and blood of those fallen masters of the Extreme Path, after being burned by the pitch-black dragon flames for a long time, has completely lost its vitality and become roasted meat with a pungent smell. Although it seems that the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path has suffered a crushing defeat. But the shadow minions were clearly not in good condition either. Their health was obviously low. Each one was basically incomplete. However, this is still only on the surface. Under Bai Yi's distant observation, he immediately implemented a shift system for these 8 shadow subordinates, sending those with less than 1/3 of their health back to the Shadow Kingdom to recover. If you still have some health left, continue the fight. This scene made the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path feel like a target on an assembly line, with employees taking turns hitting him. I ask you, who could endure such torment? If a person can't stand it, then this boss must find it very difficult to stand it too. Even so, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path still maintains a strong fighting force. Bai watched from a distance and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of you. But, even so, Bai maintained a good mindset. Judging from this trend, he was certain that he wouldn't be the one to lose. It seems so. We're preparing for a protracted war. Resolved in 12 hours. No. Conservatively speaking, 2.5 days of continuous fighting should be enough to kill him, right? Bai raised an eyebrow, already prepared to endure it slowly. Even, Baiji prepared to hold up an umbrella and watch the battle in the distance while finishing his lunch. Suddenly, click, boom, a distant clap of thunder sounded, and a thick bolt of lightning struck diagonally at the edge of the distant battlefield. This is the sound of thunder reflecting the rain. Bai looked at the distant thunder, raised an eyebrow, and the idea slowly surfaced in his mind. He sighed inwardly. Lord of the decline of the ultimate path, you're going to suffer a lot. At the battlefield, tick-tock, the first drop of rain fell, landing on the core of the Lord of the declining extreme path, who was floating in midair. The ruler of the declining extreme path did not care. This single drop of rain is nothing. It doesn't affect its fighting ability at all. But, after a single raindrop falls, a torrential downpour immediately follows. Splash. Splash. SP. The rain from the sky grew even more torrential, as if it had been longing to nourish the earth, and it never stopped for a moment. It was at this very moment. The shadow warrior paused slightly, and a shadowy subordinate slowly emerged from within. With him. At the same time, Bai looked at the distant sky and murmured to himself. Look, it's raining. Chapter 108 The Method of Death is decided. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. At first, as if testing the waters, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, with a few raindrops landing first. Immediately afterwards, splash, 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 a torrential downpour suddenly began. It seems that because this area has not seen rain for a long time, the rain is falling particularly heavily now. In an instant, the rain kept falling, and the sky was covered with a filter of heavy rain. The sky was overcast, and the rain was incessant. But at that very moment, the natal shadow on the shoulder of the Lord of the decline of the extreme path was suddenly flung off. With a swift and steady maneuver, the shadow settled firmly on the ground. At this time, he received Bai Yi's order and immediately released a figure. What a shadowy subordinate it was. It doesn't have a fierce appearance. In fact, it could be described as an exhibit. Although its design is somewhat unusual, it does not appear to possess any offensive capabilities. After all, according to common sense, monsters without sharp teeth and claws basically have no melee combat ability. At the same time, the Lord of the decline of the ultimate path seemed to have sensed this as well, but he didn't care at all. How could something that looks harmless pose a threat to it? But that's when I was thinking about it. Buzz. The Lord of the decline of the ultimate path instantly sounded an alarm. His flesh and blood writhed violently, and his left arm instantly curled inward several inches. Whoosh! An invisible, high-pressure water jet has just struck us. The Lord of the declining extreme path almost instinctively dodged the attack. The Lord of the decline of the ultimate path kept shaking the enormous core of decline, unable to understand where this attack came from. Observe the surroundings for a moment. However, no signs of attack were observed. Turn out to be. All of this attack was caused by these newly appeared shadow minions. In the distance, Bai Yi's gaze swept across the area, a slightly amused smile appearing on his lips, and a set of data appeared in his eyes. Shadow Minion, Shadow Water, Boss Level. Level, 55. HP, 3.01 million. Overall Attack Power, 0. Skills, A rank, Cluster Thinking, S rank, Water Transformation, B+, rank, Water Healing, C rank, Shockwave. These newly appeared Shadow Minions. It was the hidden boss, Shadow Water, that I obtained from the previous dungeon, titled Calamity. Here, this Shadow Water, amidst this torrential rain, has unleashed its full power. Normally, without water, this Shadow Water would at best be a large shield with a few million HP, and it wouldn't be able to move. But, at this moment, the Shadow Water can unleash its full combat power. It was like a fish in water, or a tiger with wings. This B+ level, Water Healing, that can constantly restore itself, plus the water clone that is immune to physical attacks, and can attack invisibly, makes it almost invincible. Now, this boss, the Lord of the decline of the extreme path, is its first opponent. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Lord of the decline of the ultimate path seemed to become somewhat uneasy, as if he were feeling pressure from an invisible force. If we say, these 8 shadow minions, who are impossible to kill no matter what, could possibly give it a sense of pressure. At this moment, the Shadow Water posed a significant threat to it. Whoosh. 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 3 high-pressure water jets from different angles attacked directly at the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Normally, 1 high-pressure water jet can be dodged by instinct, but 3 high-pressure water jets launched at the same time are not so easy to dodge. That concludes the discussion. 2 high-pressure water jets struck. 1 was narrowly avoided, while the other 2 hit the target repeatedly. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 64720. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 68720. In an instant, it directly caused more than 100,000 damage to the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Haha. Several decaying cores circled around the head of the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path, but still could not detect any figure. As if, in this reign, the enemy that attacks it seems to simply not exist. The situation has now shifted back in favor of the Shadow faction, and ultimate victory is only a matter of time. One of the 7 black shadow tails of Hyaki Saisei floated slowly, making the attack of the shadow water even faster and more fierce. Whoosh! 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 The 3 water jets shot out simultaneously again, catching the fallen master of the Extreme Path off guard and causing them all to suffer damage. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 89720. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 91720. The Lord of the Fall of the Extreme Path HP 89900. Boom. The shattered purple flesh flew out and landed heavily on the ground. As his injuries worsened, the Lord of the Declining Path seemed to feel increasingly powerless against these invisible water columns. And these 8 shadowy subordinates are never idle. Shadows, half-dragons, ninjas, Hyaki Yagyo, shadow giants, Black Baltan, Shadow Naga King, the decline of the shadow origin. They all attacked together. As the war intensified, the once invincible master of the Extreme Path has fallen into an irreversible predicament. One attack after another came swiftly down. The invisible water column exerted immense pressure on the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path, making it seem as if all his actions were no longer under the control of his consciousness. That's all. In the gloomy, rainy weather, 1 strange creature and 9 shadows intensified their siege. As time slowly passed, the damage to the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path intensified. He tried to escape, but was repeatedly thwarted by the invisible water clones within the rain. As long as they cannot escape from this rainy area immediately, they will be constantly attacked by the Shadow's minions. The Lord of the Fallen Path desires to return to the cave once more. However, the other end of the portal cave was already filled with fallen boulders, making it extremely difficult for even a fallen master of the Ultimate Path, who could freely manipulate flesh and blood, to return. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. The scales of victory have tipped far more in favor of the shadows. Final. The method of death has been decided. In the midst of the battlefield, the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path floated extremely low, and the numerous densely packed attacks had become scattered here and there, littering the ground. The core of the head is declining. There is only 1 intact core left, while the rest are either broken or shattered, with none remaining intact. And its white bones, which had originally covered its arm, were now shattered into pieces. It wanted to rebuild itself, but its body had already reached the limit of its life. Chapter 109 The Mark, Unjudgeable. Looking at the battlefield not far away, Bai was so bored that he almost fell asleep. But a system notification instantly snapped him out of his daze, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Finally, it's over. Bai sighed, looking at the system notification in front of him and carefully observing the amount of experience gained. 1s, 10s, 100s, 1000s, 10,000s, 100,000, million, thousands, millions. That's quite a lot. Congratulations. You have defeated the monster, Lord of the Fallen Path, level, gaining 25,867,789 experience points. Dropped item, to be picked up core of the Decaying Lord 1. Congratulations on reaching level 38. Congratulations on reaching level 39. Congratulations on reaching level 40. Congratulations on reaching level 40. You have gained 1 opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You may use this skill. Congratulations on reaching level 41. Congratulations on reaching level 42. Congratulations on reaching level 43. Congratulations on reaching level 44. Level has jumped up again. But Bai's primary concern was never his own level, but rather the corpse of the fallen master of the Ultimate Path. It's been said, the stronger the monster, the stronger the shadow minions he can extract will be. The next moment, Shadow Swap activated. In a flash, Bai arrived in front of him. Looking at the fallen master of the extreme path after his death, Bai still felt a trace of residual pressure. Is this the strength of the powerful? Even after death, it can still retain such formidable power. Suddenly, just as Bai was near the corpse of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path, a sudden and dramatic change occurred. Then I saw it. The body of the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path slowly floated up, seemingly about to leave the ground. Damn it! Could this guy have come back to life? Bai's lips twitched, and he planned to use his special skill, Shadow Swap, to leave this place. Even Eren and Kinta Fujikawa have the ability to revive, and the shadow beside him has the characteristic of immortality, so it is not surprising that the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path has the ability to revive. But, in fact, Bai was wrong this time. Then I saw it. The corpse of the Lord of the Decline of the Ultimate Path slowly floated up, but not his entire body was floating. To be precise, only a small piece of flesh from its torso floated up, dragging the rest of its body along with it. Beneath this flesh and blood, something seems to be bursting forth. The only difference is that they are separated from the outside world by a piece of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, this thing instantly pierced through the flesh and blood of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path and burst out of his body. Bai raised an eyebrow, instinctively wanting to leave this place. But in an instant, Bai then remembered the key that the committee members had mentioned earlier. Could it be? Is this what it is? Whoosh! The thing burst forth, and a not-so-dazzling purple light shone forth. Bai blinked, but instead of leaving this realm, he watched as the purple light slowly floated out. Just as Bai was about to approach and touch it, the purple light suddenly moved, slowly swooping down towards Bai. I calmed myself down. After confirming that there was no danger, Bai took the initiative to go to meet him. The next moment, Bai stretched out his right hand and slowly tried to touch the purple light. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the purple light vanished. Where did it go? Bai frowned, feeling somewhat at a loss. This thing just vanished into thin air? He didn't make any rash moves. If I go back and tell those committee members, won't they all create a private chat group to scold him? What? It disappeared as soon as it was touched? Who would believe that? But, suddenly, Bai noticed that the back of his right hand was burning hot. As he turned his right hand, he suddenly realized. A dark purple mark appeared on the back of my right hand, without me even noticing. It was a regular and symmetrical mark. Like a pair of winding weapon imprints, they are symmetrically presented on the back of Bai's hand. It wasn't large, but it still covered the entire back of Bai's hand. Bai raised an eyebrow. This is the key those committee members were talking about. While the shape is somewhat cool, the color is rather unsightly. Moreover, this counts as a tattoo, so he's definitely disqualified from enlisting. Speaking of which, isn't this color a bit ugly? Would it look better if it were black? Bai made a couple of jokes to cheer herself up a bit, and then started complaining about the color of the mark. The next moment, as if obeying Bai's wishes, the mark immediately changed from dark purple to black. How could Bai not see the changes in the mark? This thing can change according to one's will? Rui Jingu Bang Mini Tattoo Edition? Would it be okay to be invisible? Bai blurted out a sentence, and the mark indeed disappeared immediately. Bai remained silent for a moment. Then he blurted out, "That's interesting. Let's study it later." Bai first abandoned this special mark. The most important thing was to extract the shadow of this fallen master of the extreme path and turn it into a new shadow subordinate. Stand up. Without any unnecessary movements, Bai directly activated his specialized skill, shadow extraction. In an instant, the brightness of the entire world suddenly decreased slightly. The earth suddenly turned as black as ink, and then a magnificent circular core quietly appeared. Immediately afterwards, countless shadowy figures of flesh and blood emerged from the ground, instantly forming a battle formation. The upper body is like a human body. The lower half of the body, however, remained a shadowy, fleshy mass, slowly forming sharp, thorny tentacles. Its height is so great that it covers the entire ground. As Bai looked up, he felt as if he had gained an extremely powerful shadow subordinate, whose aura could even easily overshadow the true form of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path. Gulp. Bai slowly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and expectantly began to investigate. The next moment, all the data is presented. Shadow's henchman, the fallen Lord of the Shadow Path. Level unable to be determined. HP, 8,800,000. Overall attack power, 24,000. Infinity. Skills, S-level Flesh Vitality, S-level Vital Bone Armor, S-level Soaring Across the Sky, S-level Absorption and Reproduction, S-level Injury Recovery, S-level Same Origin. Bai glanced at it briefly and wow. 6 S-rank abilities. But then, a bold idea popped into my head. Glancing at the decaying shadows floating to the side, Bai had already made his decision. You two. Combined. Chapter 110 The Ultimate Key and the Power of Teleportation. The words were spoken. Both of Bai Yi's shadow subordinates obeyed his will and simultaneously used this same origin skill. The next moment, the two began to slowly overlap and gradually merge together. The shadows merged and contained each other. When they merged of the same size, the overall size only increased a few sizes. Here, the shadow origin decline has completely merged with the Lord of the Shadow extreme path decline. Crack, snap. The shadow flesh began to rumble, and then it underwent a mutation. S-level Flesh Vitality skill activated. Under the influence of this skill, the shadow path decline Lord, who had completed the fusion, unconsciously underwent changes in his physique. It can be described as passive. Then I saw it. Shadowy flesh clung to the head, and a huge black core still served as the large eyeball. Both sides. The flesh and blood gradually extended outwards, and the enormous flesh and blood almost became uncontrollable. At this moment, the S-level active bone armor was activated. The next moment, the already somewhat uncontrollable black shadowy flesh began to be covered with a layer of white bone armor, firmly securing it within. To this end, the skeleton even clung to its shoulders, growing too sharp, inverted bone spurs to maintain its stability against the shadow flesh. But the abundant shadowy flesh was still somewhat restless, and parts of it could be glimpsed through some gaps. Within the torso, the enormous shadowy flesh began to adjust, gradually transforming into segments of a complete form. Below, countless tiny, chaotic, dark, spiky tentacles began to merge. In the blink of an eye, the countless tentacles began to merge into 9 long and thick tentacles. Among them, one is the thickest and occupies the center, while the others each have their own role and occupy every inch of space. A dark, round core suddenly emerged from the center of the 9 tentacles, serving as the field of vision for detecting what lay below. This entire shadow should have been much larger. But because of one skill, its overall size became even smaller, but its power was even more concentrated. Every inch of the shadowy flesh was enough to unleash even greater power than before. Here, the Lord of the Fallen Shadow Path has reached a new level, completing the path of fusion. Image attached here. Click here to view in the comments section. If not, it is under review. Bai looked at the newly appeared shadow subordinates. The effectiveness of the same origin skill was undeniable. If they can continue to share the same origin, who knows what kind of monsters they might create. Unfortunately, this instance has likely already been completely cleared. It seems that in the future, not even a weak, decaying monster will be able to be born. Bai glanced over, and the data immediately appeared. Shadow's henchman, the fallen lord of the shadow path. Level, unable to be determined. HP, 16,600,000. Overall attack power, 24,000. Infinity. Skills, SS-level Flesh Vitality, SS-level Super Vitality Bone Armor, S-level Soaring Across the Sky, S-level Absorption and Reproduction, SS-level Rapid Wound Recovery, S-level Same Origin, S-level Entanglement and Devouring, S-level Tentacle Strike. Upon closer inspection, wow, these skills have not only been fused together, but have even mutated. Moreover, it mutated in a direction that became even more powerful. Not only were the skills of the original Shadow Extreme Path Decline Lord upgraded, but even the skills of the Shadow Origin Decline have been upgraded to at least S rank. However, when Bai first saw this level, she wanted to complain a bit. The rating is unable to judge. How is that calculated? Just as Bai was focusing his attention on this place, the professional system suddenly sent out a notification. Note, its physical form does not belong to this world, therefore its level cannot be determined. Bai raised an eyebrow upon seeing this prompt. Not belonging to this world, what does that mean? If we interpret it literally, then it becomes quite interesting. Bai had heard of the multiverse theory, but he had never brought it into his own life. Is there another world beyond this one? That's interesting. Bai smiled slightly, then shook his head. He didn't want to delve into such profound matters right now. Does the existence of worlds beyond worlds interfere with his ability to eat 3 meals a day? As long as it doesn't cause any delay. Looking at the long name of the Lord of the Dark Shadow Path, Bai Yi thought he should simplify it. How about, let's call it the Decline of the Extreme Path. After deciding on the name, Bai Yi turned his attention to the scattered corpse of the fallen master of the Extreme Path. These pieces are scattered here and there, making them difficult to organize. Bai Yi didn't hesitate to stuff anything that could be stored in his storage backpack. These were good items, and he couldn't miss them. Bai Yi stuffed most of the corpses of the fallen masters into his storage backpack, making the already limited backpack space even more scarce. At last, Bai Yi once again focused his gaze on the enormous core, which was clearly extraordinary. I've accepted it. With a wave of his hand, Bai Yi naturally stored the core of the Lord of the Decline of the Extreme Path into his storage backpack. Furthermore, we're just packing up and getting ready to go back. They're gone. He said it casually, and that sentence became the order he was given. Even a massive number of shadowy subordinates, like those of the fallen Extreme Path, entered the Shadow Kingdom on the other side of the shadows in an instant. Before activating Shadow Swap, Bai Yi planned to study the now invisible mark on the back of his hand. This thing, no matter which film or television work it appears in, it would definitely be an extraordinary existence, right? Without saying a word, Bai Yi immediately launched a probe. Ultimate Key, Teleportation. Description: a key that can be used to unlock a dungeon called Ultimate when all 3 are collected. Its appearance can be changed depending on the owner, and the owner will gain the authority to teleport within certain dungeons. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment after reading this introduction. This short sentence contains an enormous amount of information. So everything behind this was pretty much exactly what I guessed. Why didn't I try guessing lottery numbers before? Bai Yi looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat helpless about his own intelligence. Turned out to be. His wild guesses actually matched the truth perfectly. However, the most crucial thing now should be the authority that I can mobilize, as described in this introduction. Thinking about it, Bai Yi decided to give it a try. Chapter 111, just a little bit of hardship. Now that we know the function of this mark, how could we not give it a try? But, how should I use it? Bai Yi had some questions, although he knew that with the mark of this ultimate key, he could control teleportation within certain instances. But, there aren't any detailed steps. Is it all based on imagination? Bai Yi remained silent for a moment before beginning his analysis. If it's a kind of idealism, then it's really possible to use the power of this mark simply by thinking about it. Even if it's that convenient, it should at least be more detailed, giving you a clear idea of where you're going. Thinking about it, Bai Yi imagined in his mind that a portal would appear in front of him, leading to the outside world of the instance. Buzz. Suddenly, a series of purple slime appeared from midair. They formed an oval shape more than 2 meters high, and then a scene resembling a teleportation portal appeared. It really works? Bai Yi was speechless. He hadn't expected that the correct way to use this mark was actually like this. He could activate teleportation with just a little imagination. But, this thing is much slower than his shadow swap. It will take some time before the portal opens. Furthermore, it's unclear which instances are usable and which are not. So overall it's not as good as using shadow swap. Well, it's better than nothing. Bai Yi pursed his lips, not paying too much attention to the mark. Only the ultimate dungeon behind the mark made him keep an eye on it. If he guessed correctly, all professions eventually have a level limit, and only by clearing the ultimate dungeon can the level limit be broken. The invisible mark on the back of his hand is one of the 3 keys to unlock the ultimate instance. That's quite crucial. The natal shadow came to Bai Yi's side and transformed back into an ordinary shadow, but it could instantly become a physical battle form whenever Bai Yi needed it. Immediately afterwards, after all the shadows had disappeared, Bai Yi slowly stepped into the purple portal. On one side is the Honolulu Island, Honolulu instance. On the other side, that is the real Honolulu Island, back on Earth. Phew. After taking a deep breath, Bai Yi felt much more relaxed. He had been in this instance for about 2.5 days and was quite exhausted. He usually only spent a maximum of 12 hours in an instance. These past 2.5 days have felt like a failed picnic. He stretched out his hand. He retrieved his identity card from the Hanxiao Alliance from his storage backpack. Bai Yi opened the black identity card and sent a message to Committee Member Yi. Bai Yi. Committee Member Yi, mission accomplished. You can come pick me up now. After waiting for about 3 seconds, the message was sent back. Night Committee Member, received. Arriving in about an hour and a half. That exclamation mark clearly shows how excited Committee Member Yi was. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, looking at the sunset in the distance, and sighed at the time difference between inside and outside the instance. It seemed that only the Honolulu Island Honolulu instance was like this. In previous instances, the times seemed to be synchronized. During this period, Bai Yi had some free time. He was so bored that he even watched the 100 Demons Conquest series 2 or 3 times, reviewing the abilities of the 172 demons that he could borrow. And that wasn't even an hour and a half. During this period, with nothing else to do, Bai Yi scrolled through his attribute panel again, looking at it with a bit of boredom. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 44, 12W62, 20/5, 12W4000. HP, 316,600. Base attack power, 11,000 plus. Spirit, 440. Equipment, Shadow Guardian, Walker's Dagger, Poison Throwing Dagger, Critical Damage Kunai, Ancient King's Short Dagger. Shadow Minions, Main Shadow Unique. Extreme Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Mutant Null 12, Shadow Naga 21, Shadow Element 199, Shadow Decline, Obese. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 1, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 5, Natal Shadow, Tier 2, Monarch's Domain, Max Tier, Shadow Swap, Max Tier. Looking at the somewhat dazzling data, Bai Yi was quite satisfied. It seems that my strength has improved significantly again. Still, nothing much to do. With nothing to do, Bai Yi picked up a few pebbles and started skipping them across the sea. However, the number of these water-skimmed stones must be calculated in hundreds. Even a casual toss can cause a ripple on the sea. Finally, an hour and a half later, standing on Honolulu Island, you can see a small black dot rapidly approaching in the distance. That was the Wide Area Silent S2, piloted by committee member Yi. With a wave, Bai Yi was finally not so idle anymore. Not long after, the Wide Area Silent Ship S2 slowly landed on Honolulu Island, and the elevator slowly descended. Who else could be standing at the door of the ship's interior, besides Commissioner Yi, who remained expressionless? Congratulations. Committee member Yi nodded. Then committee member Yi asked seriously, you encountered quite a few difficulties in the instance, didn't you? Seeing committee member Yi so serious, Bai Yi looked relaxed. He said it offhand. Just a little bit of hardship. These words silenced committee member Yi once again. Just a little bit of weathering? Such a simple sentence, but the level of danger behind it is hard to even imagine. Could a dungeon that could cause countless top professionals worldwide to disappear without a trace be as simple as Bai Yi described? How is that possible? The only explanation is that Bai Yi suffered unimaginable calamities and finally gritted his teeth and endured them. At last, he simply said it lightly. Just a little bit of hardship. A little bit of hardship, indeed. I'm really starting to have a high opinion of this kid. Committee member Yi picked up Bai Yi and got into the driver's seat, thinking to himself. Once seated in the cockpit and everything was adjusted, the Wide Area Silent S2 was restarted. Objective, to return to the headquarters of the Hanxiao Alliance. Estimated time, 1.5 hours. Sitting in his cabin, Bai Yi gazed thoughtfully at the receding sea, pondering a question. Has he forgotten something? It seems, we encountered other professionals besides Aaron and his companion inside the instance. Forget it, never mind. Now that the portal to the outside world has been opened, those professionals should also have a chance to come out, right? If the OSA team knew what Bai Yi was thinking, they would definitely shout a few words. I may not be human, but you're really something. What a kind person. Chapter 112 Rewards, Awakening Skills. On the way back, Bai Yi continued to kill time as usual. Period. Committee member Yi had spoken to him several times. So you got the key? Although the tone was questioning, committee member Yi already knew the answer in his heart. If they didn't get the key, how could they possibly get out? This dungeon has really burdened Bai Yi, a young man, with too much on his shoulders. Thinking about this, committee member Yi sighed inwardly once again. Bai Yi didn't reply, but raised his right hand and showed the mark on the back of his hand. Committee member Yi turned his head and looked at his hand. Where there was nothing before, a pitch-black mark suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking somewhat mysterious and enigmatic. This is... Upon seeing this, committee member Yi said no more. Everything had been explained, and there was nothing more to ask. Along the way, Bai Yi watched another movie called Gantz, which she thought was pretty good, but it was a bit long, and she arrived at her destination before she could finish watching it. Buzz. The Wide Area Silent S2 slowly landed and steadily docked next to the Hanxiao Alliance's docking port. A spaceship of this size would hover nearby, not on the Hanxiao Alliance's ship. As for the fuel issue, there's no need to worry too much. The fuel replenishment is enough for this airship to circle the Earth a dozen times. Let's go. Let's collect your reward. Committee member Yi stepped onto the stairs and slowly descended to the Hanxiao Alliance. Bai Yi nodded, and then they walked out together. Upon rejoining the Hanxiao Alliance, Bai Yi's feelings had already changed. If the initial arrival here was filled with novelty, then this return is filled with anticipation. Bai Yi didn't believe that the Hanxiao Alliance would withhold the rewards he deserved. The promise of at least 5 S-rank awakening scrolls had already invigorated him. He wondered what skills he could awaken this time. Bai Yi was quite confident in her luck. Putting aside the hidden SSS-level class, even if he obtains a purple skill awakening scroll, he can awaken 2 specialized skills, which already explains everything. As committee member Yi entered Hanxiao's territory. With a wave of his hand, he directly summoned a war chariot from his storage backpack. Bai Yi has not forgotten. Committee member Yi had previously gifted him one of these, and he had mobilized one of them in the same way. Next, the journey wasn't far, but it wasn't short either. It only took about 10 minutes to arrive. The entire Hanxiao Alliance is like a large metropolis, dazzling and mesmerizing. Boom. The engine's hum as it shut off slowly filled the air. We had arrived at our destination. It was a building for storing items, only 4 stories high, but the area was quite large. Upon entering the building, committee member Yi took out his black ID card, scanned it at the machine at the front desk, and then said verbally, "Retrieve item number 1105. A synthesized electronic voice sounded from the front desk. Identity confirmed. Information sent. Please wait. Please keep your belongings safe. We look forward to your next visit." A window slowly pops up on the front end. Inside the window was a sealed package, its exterior a bright silver color, made of some unknown metal. Upon contact with committee member Ye's palm, the metal envelope instantly dissipated by more than half. The items inside the package were gradually revealed. These are 6 S-rank skill awakening scrolls stacked one on top of the other. Bai Yi casually picked up a card, and the probe was used unconsciously, instantly displaying the data in his eyes. Item, skill awakening scroll. Quality, gold. Durability, single use. Level restriction, 35. Description, this scroll randomly awakens a skill upon use. Since the current scroll quality is gold, the probability of awakening a B-rank skill is 1.2%, an A-rank skill is 5.8%, an S-rank skill is 73%, and a job-specific skill is 20%. After watching, Bai Yi couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. As expected of a skill awakening scroll hailed as S-rank, the probability of awakening an S-rank skill is a terrifying 73%. From a probability perspective, if Bai Yi uses all 6 scrolls, he can obtain at least 4 brand new S-level skills. Immediately, Bai Yi decided to use the scroll. But then committee member Yi stopped him, saying, "Don't rush to make a decision. It's not too late to use it on the way." On the way? Yes, you have one more chance to upgrade your skill rank. The next stop is there. Not in the Hanxiao Alliance? Not here. Okay. Bai Yi nodded, confirming the matter, and then reached out and put all the S-level skill awakening scrolls into his storage backpack. Bai Yi had almost forgotten about this. These committee members also promised that, in addition to these 6 S-grade skill awakening scrolls, there would be another opportunity to upgrade the skill rank. Bai Yi didn't take this matter too seriously. Opportunities to upgrade skill rank are rare. Even he only gets one every 5 levels. How many times will he get it this time? Once or twice? However, for Bai Yi at present, these alone are far less useful than these 6 S-level skill awakening scrolls. But this is an opportunity you shouldn't miss. Since they've already given it to us, why shouldn't we accept it? Once again, Bai Yi and Yi Weiwei returned to the wide-range silent ship S2 and set off for another instance. Destination, suburbs of L City, Fengtian Province, private property, copy number 1105. Confirm. Weather. Committee member Yi slowly placed his finger on it and clicked to confirm. Preparing flight route, destination, private domain, copy 1105, location L City, Fengtian Province, suburbs. Estimated range, 780 kilometers. Estimated arrival time, 4 minutes and 33 seconds. A message appeared on the virtual screen, providing accurate information about the journey. Soon, the wide area silence was activated and slowly accelerated in the air, reaching a standard speed of 3,000 meters per second in a deserted area of airspace. Boom! Boom! A sonic boom cloud appeared afterward, indicating the high speed. During this period of time, Bai slowly retrieved an S-rank skill awakening scroll from his storage backpack. Holding it in his hand, Bai used the first card without hesitation. Use the item, Skill Awakening Scroll. Immediately. From that moment on, Bai suddenly felt his spirits lift, as if he had been saving up for a long time to draw a card, his eyes widening slightly as he awaited the final result. The professional system quickly sent a notification. Item, Skill Awakening Scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is Chapter 113 Useless Skills and Specialized Skills. Upon seeing the system notification, Bai's expectations had already risen to a very high level. What skills will be awakened? With a 70% chance of getting an S rank, it's practically a done deal, right? Given Bai's luck, it's highly likely that it will be a good skill, or even a professional skill, right? Other people's specialized skills may not be comparable to S-level skills, and may even be somewhat useless. Although they are the most suitable for their own profession, they may only be suitable for themselves. However, Bai's special skills are different. Based on past examples, none of the special skills of this hidden SSS-level class, Shadow Monarch, are anything but overpowered. As this finally awakened skill appeared, a message slowly emerged before Bai's eyes. Item, Skill Awakening Scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is Rank B Skill, Throwing Short Sword. The moment this message appeared, this news was particularly striking, leaving Bai stunned for a long time. What the hell? Even Bai, who had experienced many ups and downs, was stunned by this news. B-level skill? How could this possibly be a B-level skill? Based on past luck, it's reasonable to expect to awaken at least an S-rank skill, if not a dedicated skill. But nowadays, he only awakened one B-rank skill? The probability of awakening a B-level skill is 1.2%, while the probability of awakening an S-level skill is 73%. In other words, Bai's awakening skill this time can be considered as drawing the rare one to some extent. In response to this, Bai just wanted to say, this kind of rarity is something whoever wants it can have it. But Bai had a good attitude. Since he was already here and had already awakened the skill, he figured he might as well see how it worked. Thinking about it, I opened the description of this skill. Rank B Skill, Throwing Short Sword. Description, you can summon a short sword-like weapon to throw. You can summon one every 15 minutes. The short sword disappears after hitting a target. Only one short sword can exist at a time. Bai. What's the use? Even Bai couldn't help but complain loudly in his heart. Putting aside other things, this B-level skill is really useless. Does he even need this one weapon? We don't lack anything. How could we possibly lack anything? So this ability is completely useless, absolutely useless. It's not just the kind of skill that's tasteless but too good to throw away. Bai would even rather give it up entirely, no joke. Why? I was wrong. I became complacent after only drawing good skills twice. Hopefully, the next skill won't be too bad. Bai frowned, then slowly relaxed. He might not have much else, but his mindset was always very stable. So what if you had an S-rank skill awakening scroll and only awakened a B-rank skill? What's there to regret? You still have 5 scrolls left. It's urgent. Bai immediately regained his composure, took out another S-level skill awakening scroll, and began to use it. Use the item, Skill Awakening Scroll. Immediately afterwards, the professional system sent another notification. Item, Skill Awakening Scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is S-rank skill, Flesh and Blood Forging Weapons. Description, sacrificing a certain amount of one's own flesh and blood instantly forges a powerful weapon. The flesh and blood weapon will slowly disappear over time. Tisk. Bai couldn't help but gasp in amazement at how bizarre these skills were. It's one thing to get a B-rank throwing dagger skill just now. After all, a 1.2% probability is still a probability, and it's not a big deal if it's a trash B-rank skill. This time, an S-rank skill was released. But what kind of bizarre effect is this? What does sacrificing one's own flesh and blood to forge weapons even mean? Is this some kind of offering to an evil god? If the professional system had intelligence, Bai would want it to explain to him what surprise meant and what flesh and blood forging weapons meant. However, it is quite obvious. The professional system didn't respond, and Bai's frustration remained unresolved. Is everything going wrong today? Should we awaken it another day? Bai's lips twitched, wondering if it was just bad luck that caused him to awaken 2 bizarre skills today. Or, another possibility is that these S-rank skill awakening scrolls are damn toxic. After a moment of silence and a struggle with his conscience, Bai finally decided to use it all at once. Joke. Now that we've obtained these S-rank skill awakening scrolls, why not use them all at once instead of saving them up? It's like playing a gacha game. If you get a free 10 pull as a beginner, not many people can resist doing it, right? Thinking about it. Bai breathed a sigh of relief, praying that this time the skill would be decent. He wasn't asking for any overpowered specialization skill, just something usable. God, if you really exist, could you please let me off the hook? I don't need any specialized skills, just something useful, please. Bai pretended to be devout and muttered a few words, then took out an S-level skill awakening scroll from his storage bag. With the skill awakening scroll in hand, Bai immediately said, "Use the item, skill awakening scroll." The professional system has sent another notification. Item, skill awakening scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is specialized skill, Shadow Eater, Destined Shadow. Introduction. As the Shadow King's natal shadow, he will also possess the ability to devour the shadows of dead creatures. The power boost gained after each devourment will be synchronized with the king himself. Upon seeing the newly awakened skill, Bai raised an eyebrow, his eyes brightening. Surprisingly, a specialized skill has been awakened. This time, my luck finally improved a lot, and I finally awakened a high-level skill, which is even a job-specific skill. Moreover, this specialized skill, called Shadow Eater, is not for his own use, but for his destined shadow. But the effect is nothing short of miraculous. Can you directly devour the shadow of a dead creature and gain an increase in strength? And can these improved strengths be synchronized with one's own? In other words, from now on, your natal shadow can devour the shadows of monster corpses to become stronger, and it can also help the monster get stronger. Good thing. This is truly a wonderful thing. Bai was overjoyed at this newly awakened specialized skill. After 2 consecutive useless skills, I finally awakened a pretty good one, which is also linked to strength. Not bad, very good. Just then, the wide area silence gradually slowed down and soon landed on a certain area. Committee member Ye's voice slowly drifted over. We've arrived. Chapter 114 Storage Site for Advancement Elixir. Arrive. That's really fast. Bai raised an eyebrow. He had only used 3 S-rank skill awakening scrolls, and several minutes had already passed. However, this also indirectly demonstrates the speed of the wide area silent S2. After freeing themselves from the cockpit, Bai and Yi Weiwei stepped onto the airship staircase and slowly moved to the ground. Upon arriving at this place, there was nothing around. It cannot be said that there is nothing at all. At least there are some small plants on the ground, the kind that will flatten a small patch if you step on them. Here. It is located on the outskirts of El City, Fengtian province, and there is no trace of human activity. Not to mention people. Bai didn't even see 2 flowers, birds, or insects. Are you sure this is the place? Bai had some doubts, but he knew that committee member Yi would never make a mistake about such an important matter. Yes, this is it. Committee member Yi nodded confidently. He took out his black identity card and showed it to the officers in this area. Seeing this, Bai was filled with questions. Was this black card really that useful? The key point was, there was really nothing around here. But the next moment, Bai immediately dismissed this somewhat naive idea. Then I saw it. A red scanning light appeared on a low tree trunk nearby, and then disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a patch of grass ahead began to sway slightly, as if something was being activated. Buzz. Buzz. After a tremor, 2 patches of grass appeared ahead, one on the left and one on the right, moving laterally to either side. Then, a space somewhat resembling a portal instance slowly rose from underground. From its initial dimness, it now bears a 5 or 6/10 resemblance to the portal dungeon. Just as Bai was about to ask something, committee member Yi immediately explained it to him, as if he had the ability to foresee the future. Or perhaps, the committee member's ability to understand people's hearts was quite profound. All that could be heard was committee member Yi explaining. This is an artificial replica used to store precious, advancement elixir, resources. There are 30 minutes left before the instance automatically closes. You'd better do it now. For the first time ever, committee member Yi launched into a series of explanations, but before he could finish, he saw Bai already impatiently touching the entrance to the artificial copy. Bai took action as soon as he heard the word time limit. Joke. Since there's a time limit, we have to make the most of every second. This is like participating in a supermarket's free flash sale. Since everything is free, you have to take as much as you can before the time is up. If we were to use a sprint as an analogy, the night committee member had just sounded the whistle. We could see that Bai had already run dozens of meters ahead. Instance. Man-made instance number 1105, named Upgrade Elixir Storage Location. Level, unrestricted. Enter. Weather. As soon as Bai touched it, he received a notification from the professional system. Yes, Bai confirmed immediately. At this point, if I don't click confirm, am I supposed to refuse? The next moment, the space seemed to blur for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the scene around Bai changed instantly. Then I saw it. The surrounding floor features a huge, luxurious interior, suggesting that a great deal of effort has been put into the materials used. The humid air permeated the surroundings, making this place feel comfortable just to be there. Looking around, a row of neat storage cabinets stood to one side, and in front of them, through an automatic sensor door, was a room filled with a pool of unknown liquid. Although this place is luxurious, Bai still feels. If I had to describe this place, it's so much like the bathhouses popular in Fengtian province. Bai was stunned for a moment, then shook his head violently, trying to shake the somewhat incongruous scene out of his mind. What kind of bathhouse? The interior is luxuriously decorated here. It's practically, well, it really does look quite like it. There might be even more luxurious bathhouses in Fengtian. Never mind. Just consider it a bath. Without hesitation, Bai took off his clothes and put them into his storage backpack. Then, stepping through the automatic sensor door, I went directly into the pool in front of me, which was slightly smaller than a standard swimming pool. As soon as I entered, Bai instantly felt a shiver run through his body, as if all the meridians in his body had been opened. This feeling prompted Bai to use his probing technique on himself. As expected, in addition to the standard data, there is an extra special status on my body. Player, Bai. Status, Special Amplification Buff, soaked in Ascension Elixir. Soaking in the Elixir of Advancement. Description, provides different special amplification effects depending on the profession, but without exception, all will passively increase the user's skill rank, special effects to be discovered by the user. Only then did Bai realize that his skill grades had indeed entered the upgrade phase. However, it's not a sudden upgrade. It's a slow, gradual improvement. Bai randomly flipped through a few prompts and began to read them. Shadow Extraction, First Order. Shadow Extraction, Second Order. Shadow Extraction, Tier 2 select a dead creature, extract its shadow, and generate shadow minion. At Tier 2, the extraction time will be extended to 24 hours. The current extraction time is 24 hours. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 5. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6. Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, a dimensional realm where shadow minions are hidden within any shadow. Shadow minions gain a strength enhancement effect and can quickly recover from injuries by residing within it. Fate Shadow, Tier 2. Fate Shadow, Tier 3. Lifebound Shadow, Tier 3, the shadow that accompanies the Shadow King throughout his life. He can be instantly reborn after death and can use some of the Shadow King's skills. Tier 3 has 3 times the Shadow King's peak combat powered. These 3 crucial professional skills are nothing special. What's giving Bai a bit of a headache is, those 2 useless skills I recently acquired are actually being upgraded. Throwing Dagger, Tier 1. Throwing Dagger, Tier 2. Flesh and Blood Forged Weapon, Tier 1. Flesh and Blood Forged Weapon, Tier 2. Bai couldn't help but complain. No, he didn't need these 2 useless skills at all. These 2 skills are so useless, it's better if they didn't exist at all. Suddenly, seemingly sensing Bai's intense emotions, a surge of emotion welled up from the depths of her soul. Status, Special Amplification Buff, soaked in Ascension Elixir. Special Effect activated. Due to the influence of your class, Shadow King, plus the Special Amplification Buff, Ascension Elixir Soak, status. The B rank skill, Throwing Dagger, and the S rank skill, Flesh and Blood Forging Weapon, are currently being linked, attempting to merge into a dedicated skill. Chapter 115, Unrealistic. A barrage of surprises. Holy crap! Bai exclaimed. You can do that. Before Bai could express any more Gunkar feelings/reflections, the fusion of B-level and S-level skills was already complete. Linking B-rank skill, Throwing Dagger, with S-rank skill, Flesh and Blood Forging Weapon, is in progress. Looking for a crafting node. Suddenly, Bai sensed an influence from the Shadow Kingdom, as if one of the Shadow's subordinates residing there had been investigated. And that shadowy subordinate was none other than Hyaki Sei. The predecessor of Hyaki Sei, Fujikawa Kenta, had a skill that allowed him to summon a demon sword. In the shadow Hyaki Sei, this manifested as the direct summoning of a shadow blade. And this skill, Unsurprisingly, it was directly adopted by the current professional player system. Shadow Minion, 100 Demons Conqueror A-level skill, Summon, Evil Eye Demon Blade, has been designated as a key milestone. Integrating. Fusion complete. Throwing Dagger, plus Flesh and Blood Forging Weapon equals Specialized Skill, Shadow Blade Transformation. Bai Yi's eyes widened when he saw this, and he seemed quite excited. No way. Can taking a bath really have this effect? It turned 2 useless skills into crucial professional skills for me. Ha, I knew it. I've always been very lucky. Bai Yi chuckled twice, pinching her thigh as she laughed to see if it was all real. Is this a dream? It's practically surreal. I don't want to wait any longer. Bai Yi immediately opened and viewed the description of Shadow Blade Transformation. Shadow Blade Transformation. Synopsis. Since the Shadow's minions can materialize, what difficulty is there in creating a weapon from them? Description. Once the Monarch possesses this skill, each of your Shadow minions will be able to freely summon a weapon that best suits them. It will automatically dissipate if it is removed from their hand for more than 10 breaths. Okay, this skill is great. Bai Yi was worried that his Shadow subordinates had no weapons and could basically only fight hand-to-hand. Needless to say, Bai Yi also bought some weapons to equip him with his personal Shadow and Ninja skills. But what about the other Shadow minions? Look at the Shadow Giant. All it does is smash and slam. Look at the Shadow Naga King. It's just a death hug. If they had weapons, wouldn't the attack power of these Shadow minions, who can only use a single method of attack, double? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Although it has the effect that the Shadow weapon will automatically disappear after 10 breaths when it leaves the Shadow's body. But none of it matters at all. Melee weapons are held in one hand and will not be affected by this effect, while ranged weapons will have already dealt damage within 10 breaths. The only use of this effect. It's probably to prevent the enemy from taking away the weapons, and to prevent Bai Yi from mass-producing Shadow weapons and exploiting bugs. Bai Yi shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and immediately returned to the important matter at hand. Now, this is practically the peak of his luck, isn't it? Thinking it over, Bai Yi decided to immediately take out the remaining S-level skill scrolls and use them all. While we still have the incredible buff from the upgrade elixir, shouldn't we go all out for a big push? Immediately, Bai Yi activated an S-rank skill awakening scroll and said, Use item, skill awakening scroll. The system sent a notification. Item, skill awakening scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is S-rank skill, invisibility. Description, conceals body shape. Movement speed is increased while in stealth mode. Will be revealed if attacked or detected by skills. Bai Yi glanced at the introduction and felt quite satisfied, and couldn't help but comment. Excellent, very good. Again, Bai Yi summoned another S-rank skill awakening scroll and said, Use the item. Item, skill awakening scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is S-rank skill, killing intent. Description, consumes an equal amount of aura to activate. The Shadow King will use his powerful aura to inflict a terror state on the designated enemy for 1 minute. Can target up to 5 enemies. Can be upgraded. Aura, the manifestation of a person's confidence and authority. When it is completely depleted, the person will enter a period of low spirits. Aura will slowly recover over time. Terrifying. All attributes except health are temporarily reduced by 50%. Bai Yi looked at the skill and kept exclaiming, Not bad. This is good too. As he spoke, Bai Yi summoned another skill scroll, this one being the last S-rank skill awakening scroll. God bless me. I hope I can awaken a more powerful one. Bai Yi muttered a couple of sentences with feigned sincerity, but did not name anyone, only making a few sarcastic remarks as if he had no real piety. Use the item. Item, skill awakening scroll, has been used. The awakened skill is specialized skill, the power of the Dominator. Description, ability to physically affect objects without direct contact, can be upgraded. This short line of text struck Bai Yi like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. What's this? The power of the ruler. Does this description mean that he possesses a superpower that's almost like telekinesis? Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. The surprises kept coming one after another, almost making him ecstatic. These are incredibly powerful and insane skills. For a moment, Bai Yi didn't even know where to begin her excitement. Let's try it out with this power of Dominator that we just obtained. Bai Yi's idea of holding up these spirit liquids for advancement was immediately realized after just a moment in his mind. Then I saw it. The spirit liquids for upgrading the rank in front of him were indeed being held up just as he had imagined. However, The burden held in his hands was transmitted back to Baiyi's consciousness. Although his hands did not move, this burden was still reflected in his body. It seems so. This, telekinesis, is linked to one's existing power. Even so, it's still pretty good. Just imagine it. Wherever the eye falls, it's as if there's an invisible hand controlling it. If Baiyi had the ability to pause for a few seconds, he could just shout the world a couple of times and have some fun. Now, not only are the initial skills being upgraded in rank, but even newly acquired skills are slowly being upgraded in rank. This thing seems to be more useful than I thought. I wish I could take it back with me. Baiyi pondered, trying to stuff the upgrade liquid into his storage backpack. Unfortunately, the storage backpack kept sending notifications. This item is special and cannot be stored in the storage backpack. This forced Baiyi to abandon the idea and quietly began taking a bath, patiently waiting for all her skills to improve in rank. Chapter 116 Utterly Outrageous, The Gap Between People. In this short period of time, Baiyi's skill levels have all been constantly being upgraded. Who would have thought? Other people's skill rank is gradually increased by leveling up, but this rank-up elixir can actually promote the improvement of skill rank. During his break, Baiyi saw the feedback on his skills. Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 1. Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 2. Invisibility, Tier 1. Invisibility, Tier 2. Killing Intent, Tier 1. Killing Intent, Tier 2. Power of the Dominator, First Order. Power of the Dominator, Second Order. These 4 newly acquired skills are all slowly leveling up. As for the somewhat special job skill, Shadow Eater, it is directly at the maximum level, which is the kind that MA cannot improve. It is somewhat similar to King's Domain and Shadow Swap. As time went by, the quality of these skills suddenly jumped up by an entire grade. Baiyi blinked, looking at the pool of spirit liquid that had been reduced by half. No wonder. This item is practically unseen on the market. Just upgrading a single rank of a few skills has consumed most of my pool. If we stay any longer, the entire pool will probably dry up. Baiyi was still thinking about it. Could I secretly bring some back with me, so I can take a bath whenever I want? Looking back now, it's still not very realistic, especially since the upgrade elixir is almost gone. Nowadays, the water level of these upgrade-grade spiritual liquids had dropped to a point where they could only soak Baiyi's knees. Just now, they could even soak his neck. It was around this time that I could clearly feel that the skill rank improvement was slowing down. Really, the speed at which this skill's rank increases is linked to the contact area. Upon seeing this, Baiyi couldn't help but slowly lie down, trying to get as much of the upgrade liquid as possible. Not long after, the entire pool of upgrade-enhancing spirit liquid has been completely absorbed. Baiyi stood up, slowly took the clothes out of the storage bag, and put them back on. Baiyi took a deep breath, and her whole body radiated with health. It felt as refreshing as taking a shower and putting on new underwear in the new year. It was at this moment that Baiyi's skills all rose to a higher level once again, making him feel extremely happy. Properties panel. With a thought, Baiyi's own attributes were immediately revealed. Player, Baiyi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 44, 12W62, 20/5, 12W 4000. HP, 316,600. Base attack power, 11,000 plus. Spirit, 440. Equipment, Shadow Guardian, Walker's Dagger, Poison Throwing Dagger, Critical Damage Kunai, Ancient King's Short Dagger. Shadow's Henchman, True Shadow Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Dominator's Authority, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, MA, Shadow Devouring, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. Shadow Extraction has been upgraded 2 levels, and the extraction time limit has been relaxed to a terrifying 72 hours. Perhaps due to its already high rank, the Shadow Kingdom only managed to advance 1 rank, but it greatly improved the recovery capabilities of the shadow minions within it. Baiyi's Natal Shadow has also leveled up 2 tiers. Now, Baiyi is 4 times stronger than his shadow, and it can also receive further enhancements from the King's Domain. As for King's Domain, Shadow Devouring, and Shadow Swap, since they cannot be improved, we'll leave it at that. The 3 new skills, Invisibility, Killing Aura, and Dominator's Power, have all reached Tier 3, greatly enhancing their effectiveness and reducing their limitations. Baiyi felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Not long after that, The instance began to exhibit rejection, and Bai Yi's entire body returned to Earth. Blue Star. Outside the suburbs of El City, Fengtian Province. Outside artificial replica number 1105. Bai Yi suddenly appeared beside him. The surrounding dungeon entrances have shrunk to the point of being invisible to the naked eye, and may require certain permissions to open again. Did you gain a lot? Committee member Yi asked. Very good. Bai Yi smiled and nodded. This improvement was significant, like adding wings to a tiger. This game basically made up for the problem of the other skills being too low grade. If Bai Yi had the opportunity to upgrade the rank of a skill, even if he didn't use it on Shadow Kingdom, he could only choose one more skill to upgrade its rank. This time, it completely solved the problem for Bai Yi. Approximately how much have you improved? By 1 rank, or 2? As Yi and Bai Yi walked up the stairs of the airship, Yi asked a question. Some improved by 1 rank, most by 2, Bai Yi replied. Just then, the latter slowly retracted into the airship, and the two returned to the wide area silence S2. Committee member Yi hesitated, and although it was hard to tell that something was wrong on his face, he could not hide his complex emotions. Final. Committee member Yi finally spoke up and asked, some have 1, most have 2. What do you mean? This question left Bai Yi somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't committee member Yi be well aware of the effects of this advancement elixir? When he takes a dip in the tub, all his skills naturally level up by 2. Bai Yi spoke up, explaining to committee member Yi that there were several skills that could be upgraded by 2 levels, and then looked at committee member Yi with a strange expression. Shouldn't this be the case? No. Nothing. Committee member Yi rubbed the corner of his mouth, which was twitching slightly. Even he couldn't quite control his expression. Immediately. Then committee member Yi slowly said, in the past records, every professional who entered the field focused on improving the grade of 1 skill. Usually, it involves improving a single skill or advancing a rank. The more efficient ones are the 2 ranks. After committee member Yi explained it this way, Bai Yi understood instantly. Goodness. It turns out that it wasn't what he thought. He went down there and directly upgraded the rank of all his skills. Was that unreasonable? Or was it extremely unreasonable? By the way, your improvement is so tremendous. That upgrade elixir must have consumed quite a bit, right? Committee member Yi asked with a strange expression. Bai Yi's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he tentatively spoke. What if? Hypothetically, that pool of rank-up liquid. Is it possible for it to be completely used up? Chapter 117 Hanxia Alliance High-Level Officials. Alliance Leader absent from group chat. Upon hearing this, committee member Yi paused for a moment. What's the meaning? He must have misheard. What did he mean by the upgrade elixir being completely used up? You need to know. The quantity of this upgrade elixir obtained and consumed is basically calculated in milliliters. It's always just a matter of how many milliliters are consumed each time. If someone upgrades a single skill by 2 levels, at most it just lowers the water level a bit. What did Bai Yi say? Is it possible for the upgrade elixir to be completely consumed? According to past understanding, it is impossible for one person to go in and consume all the upgrade spirit liquid pool. Moreover, this upgrade spirit liquid pool was just replenished less than a month ago. Originally, the privileges were reserved for the vice leader, but due to the Honolulu incident, they were transferred to Bai Yi as a reward. But what did Bai Yi say? Is it possible that this upgrade spirit liquid pool could be completely used up? Committee member Ye's first instinct was to say it was impossible, absolutely impossible, but looking at Bai Yi's somewhat strange gaze, committee member Yi changed his mind. Committee member Yi opened his mouth, but a sentence got stuck in his throat. This matter was too abrupt, leaving him speechless. Yes, that's exactly what you think. With your intelligence, it's not hard to guess, committee member Yi. This sentence, originally a compliment from committee member Yi to Bai Yi, has now been returned to him verbatim. After listening, Chairman Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a rare, brief smile. It's nothing serious. Let's go back to the Hanxiao Alliance first. Committee member Yi gestured for him to proceed, then got into the cockpit and began navigation. Seeing this, Bai Yi didn't say anything, but he felt much more at ease. Something like the elixir of advancement is obviously a strategic resource at the national level. Bai Yi's expression seemed normal, but when he got close, Bai Yi could always sense the restless heart buried beneath it. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that I used up all the spirit liquid in that pool for upgrading. Little did they know. When Bai Yi's actions were confirmed, the entire Hanxiao Alliance leadership was alarmed. Outsiders always thought that the top leaders of the Hanxiao Alliance were all old men in charge, with top-level ranks, terrifyingly high strength, and unsmiling and extremely serious personalities. But, in reality, they only have a slight edge in terms of high ability. Behind the scenes, those committee members are no different from ordinary people in terms of personality, and they even like to make jokes. After all, once they reach a certain level, the things they have to do actually become less. Unless it's a critical matter, they generally don't need to take action. They arrange most of their daily activities themselves. This leads to the speed at which they exchanged information in the chat group was frighteningly fast. Hanxiao Alliance High-Level Group, 36 committee members plus Deputy Alliance Leader. Alliance Leader not in the group. Ji Qiufeng. Holy crap, did you hear? Did you hear? The upgrade Spirit Liquid Pool is completely used up. Fang Xingwang. Are too many people using it? The next collection won't be for another 6 months, and I don't know how many thousands of milliliters we'll be able to collect. Yin Binglu, are you kidding me? There are only 2 spots available this year, and they were filled last time. Huazhua, you've really said just one sentence. Don't say anything more, or I'm afraid you'll say what you're going to say. Ji Qiufeng, damn. One use, and it's completely used up? They must have used some kind of spatial manipulation to collect it. Yi Yufan. No spatial fluctuations were detected within Unit 1105. This upgrade wasn't just for one skill, but multiple skills. Ji Qiufeng. Oh, something strange has appeared. Zhang Wei. This has happened before, but that was many years ago. It might be related to hidden professions? Situ Enian. From a universally rational perspective, that is indeed the case. Ji Qiufeng. By the way, hasn't Lao Wu and the others returned from France yet? Is the Omnic crisis there really that serious? At Situ Enian. It is indeed difficult to handle, and it seems to be escalating, but all the assessments are based on ensuring the survival of the people. Seeing that the topic in the chat group had shifted, committee member Yi decided not to continue chatting in the group. These people. If we chat for just a few minutes, I'll probably have 99 plus likes already. The topics they discussed were mostly useless, which didn't interest committee member Yi. Seeing that the vice leader didn't say anything, committee member Yi was relieved. Originally, this spot was meant for the vice leader. Upgrading any high-level skill would probably consume a dozen centimeters of water level, so no one would complain. However, the consequences of Bai Yi's entry immediately depleting everything will likely make the vice leader take the blame. After all, who made this spot a voluntary gift from the vice leader? Hanxiao Alliance. Buzz. The wide area silent ship S2 slowly descended. It was steadily docked next to the Hanxiao Alliance's parking lot. Bai Yi and Yi Weiwei disembarked from the airship wide area silent S2 together, but Yi Weiwei lingered, as he had some matters to attend to. Standing on the stairs, Bai Yi slowly descended onto the Hanxiao Alliance. On the airship, committee member Yi said, "There's nothing much going on lately, so you can treat it as a vacation and relax. Or continue to attempt a few more dungeons. Contact me via black card if anything comes up." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi slowly turned around and nodded. The Knight Commissioner waved his hand, slowly retracted the wide area silent ship S2 into the staircase, closed the airship hatch, and set off for another location. Watching the wide area silent ship S2 slowly accelerate away, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. Is it a holiday? It's been a while since I've had a proper break. Thinking about his recent relentless monster hunting, leveling up, and more monster hunting, Bai Yi felt a bit emotional, realizing he was almost used to this kind of life. Taking some time to relax these days is a good option. This airship is really nice. I want to get one someday. As the wide area silence S2 slowly disappeared from view, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. That's all. Bai Yi strolled leisurely through the Hanxiao Alliance, and soon found himself at the location of his former villa. Back at the villa, Bai Yi slowly sat down on the sofa, comfortably opened the virtual screen, and selected a few purchase options. Personal Environmental Coping Coach, 1,200 points, /day. Personal Combat Planner, 5,000 points, /day. Current points, 97,982. Looking at the few items he needed, Bai Yi directly confirmed them and paid the points. Please book a time. Within the next 3 days. Just consider it a holiday to rest. For Bai Yi, this is an option for taking a vacation. Chapter 118 Windmill T800 Package Number 2. Hanxiao Alliance, a villa area. During these 3 days, Bai Yi sets aside about 4 hours each day for exercise. The results of this learning are also particularly remarkable. Good. That concludes today's course on survival skills in lava disaster areas. I must say, your talent is truly the most outstanding I have ever seen. In a private setting, the The coach is generous with their praise. Not at all. Bai waved his hand, showing slight humility. But this humility is seen as another invaluable quality by coaches in private settings. During this period, whether it's swimming, extreme survival, or even survival skills in sub-zero ice fields, no matter how complicated the coach's instructions are for dealing with private environments, Bai can learn them in just 1 or 2 lessons. From the teacher's perspective, the coach is very satisfied with the private environment. After all, he felt extremely proud to have such a student who understood things so quickly and could learn them in no time. But from the coach's perspective, Bai, that kid, mastered the entire course that was supposed to be planned for 90 days and 12 sessions in just 3 days. In 3 days, I learned 30 times the amount of material covered in the course. This has made coaches who specialize in private environments feel like they've been taken advantage of. On the other side, the same applies to private combat planners. Although Bai always seemed to be using his full strength, his combat skills were subtly being mastered. Bai could integrate the combat strategies taught to him into his body instincts, making him seem like an extraordinary prodigy. Even genius is not enough to describe it. You can incorporate all your telekinesis into your battle. Battles can change in an instant, and all factors must be taken into account. One must not lose one's composure and focus during battle. However, there is one thing to remember. Skills are ultimately limited and cannot compensate for deficiencies in absolute strength and absolute speed. The personal combat planner explained, but still kindly advised Bai not to fall into a misunderstanding. Among those he had taught in the past, often, after only a few days of learning, they feel they have mastered all the techniques and dare to challenge those who are nearly 10 levels higher than them, which is simply courting death. If a level 30 player with S-grade qualifications challenges a level 45 player with B-grade qualifications, that would be somewhat understandable. But how could someone who has only learned a little bit of the basics dare to challenge an S-level 42 being with only A-level aptitude and level 30 strength? The personal combat planner shook his head, banishing the embarrassing incidents of his past students from his mind. I understand, but Bai nodded, keeping his personal combat planner's words in mind, but then raised another question. If the enemy can resurrect indefinitely, is there still a chance of victory? The private combat planner was taken aback. However, he has received professional training, and no matter how outrageous the questions from the students are, he will answer them from a professional perspective. If that's the case, there are 3 options: best, and worst. The worst option is to just run away. The middle strategy is to restrain the opponent as much as possible, using all sorts of chains, binding skills, and even cement to sink them to the bottom. The best strategy is to kill the opponent instantly. Regardless of how many times they respawn, you can still kill them instantly. The private combat planner provides professional analysis. Bai nodded upon hearing this. It seems that as long as he can prevent the enemy from even using these 3 strategies in the future, he will be invincible. After all, the enemy that Bai mentioned, capable of infinite resurrection, is actually his own natal shadow. Thank you for your guidance these past few days. Bai bowed slightly. No, your combat talent is simply terrifying. You wouldn't be much worse off without my guidance. The private combat planner scratched his head modestly, then slowly left the villa under Bai's watchful gaze. Bai watched the two slowly leave, unsure of what to think. These 3 days. It did allow me to grow considerably, both in terms of experience in extreme survival and combat skills. Even through these training sessions, my mental state has become somewhat more stable. After all, what matters most in combat is never absolute skill, but rather the ability to remain calm and analyze situations. Next, Bai stood up, his hand hovering over the virtual screen, hesitant to drop it. He originally planned to craft all the materials in his storage backpack into equipment. The person to forge his equipment had already been chosen, the blacksmith who had previously forged Shadow Guardian for him in H-City. Although the Hanxiao Alliance also has many talented people. However, the more famous and capable ones were either busy or needed to make appointments, and the earliest appointment was 2 months in advance. Waiting is out of the question. Bai decided to forge equipment at the Hanxiao Alliance instead of going back to H-City to find that blacksmith. Bai had a premonition. That unknown blacksmith in H-City might be the kind of top talent with great potential who could rise to prominence with just a little guidance. However, the situation before him made Bai hesitate. What troubled Bai was deciding on the mode of transportation to get there. In the past, it was always Yi Weiping who piloted the aircraft, taking him here and there. If it were up to him, he could only use the public steel bus. However, those public aircraft can basically only pre-input a location. Those destinations can only be the various instances of the Dragon Kingdom, not specific regions. Thinking about this, the only way to solve this problem is to buy a private aircraft. After swiping the black card twice, Bai opened the online store to browse. Not long after, Bai had already chosen her target. Windmill T-800 Package Number 2. Description: single-person aircraft, an excellent product of modern times, manufactured by Hideyoshi Company of China, weighing 360 kilograms, with a maximum takeoff weight of 560 kilograms, an endurance of 35 hours, and a maximum flight speed of 2,700 kilometers per hour. Maintenance and refueling are free for 2.5 years after purchase. Price: 18,900 points. Looking at these complicated parameters, Bai felt a little dizzy. However, Bai still focused on the points that mattered to her. In terms of cost effectiveness, the Windmill T-800 was a good choice. Its speed is also quite good. Although it can't compare to Night Committee member's vehicle or the wide-area Silent S2, it's already quite impressive as Bai's first private aircraft. This is it. Bai clicked the Confirm Payment button, and a notification immediately appeared. The model you ordered is being retrieved from the warehouse. Airport pickup / door-to-door delivery options available. You have selected in-home delivery for signature. Do you confirm? Weather. Chapter 119 Chi Yutong's Unease. Dragon Kingdom, H City. Bai piloted the wind wheel and slowly hovered it in the airspace above H City. With a casual wave of his hand, he retracted the wind wheel. Immediately afterwards, without the support of his private aircraft, Bai was directly exposed in midair. According to the patterns summarized by Grandpa Nyo, Bai will start from an initial velocity of 0 and gradually accelerate, then immediately fall towards the ground, and the speed will increase. But Bai did not fall to the ground, but instead, standing tall in midair. Despite this completely unscientific phenomenon, Bai actually accomplished it. Some citizens of H City occasionally look up and see this scene. Although they are sometimes surprised, they don't take it too seriously. After all, in this era where everyone is a full-time worker, it's not impossible to have a few professions that involve flying or soaring through the air. How did Bai manage to do that? The answer is specialized skill - power of the Dominator. With the power of a third-order ruler, Bai can easily achieve levitation by applying this ability to influence the laws of physics to himself. Although there is a strange feedback of being lifted up in the palm of one's hand. But Bai didn't care. Or perhaps he had gotten used to it, since during those 3 days of battle planning, he had explained the power of the Dominator to his personal battle planner using the concept of telekinesis. And his personal combat planner did indeed help him develop many effects. For example, right now, the power of the Dominator not only acts on objects, but when it acts on itself, it easily achieves levitation. That's how Bai is. It slowly descended over H City until it hit the ground. It was a pity that it wasn't fast, otherwise he wouldn't have needed to buy a windmill flying machine as a means of transportation. Arriving at the familiar official exchange in H City, Bai, however, had a completely different feeling. Last time, I came here with the goal of joining the Hanxiao Alliance, and this time, only a few days after my return, I have already achieved that goal. With mixed feelings, Bai slowly walked inside. Here, it still has that style that seems to be specially designed for people with social anxiety, with private rooms that offer some degree of privacy. The process is similar to the last one, but with some slight differences. The virtual screen popped up again. No reservations detected at present. Would you like to reserve forging personnel immediately? Yes/no. Selecting no will intelligently assign you a blacksmith who currently has no tasks. This time, Bai chose yes. Bai chose the same blacksmith as last time. The pre-order option was to find a familiar blacksmith. Last time, Bai didn't have an acquaintance and chose no, but this time he chose the opposite option. It's like going to a larger barbershop. As soon as you walk in, the staff will ask if you have a familiar barber. If the first haircut is good, many people will probably say, yes, it's the guy who cut my hair last time. Yes. Showing you available blacksmiths for booking. Target information is as follows. Among the rows of figures, Bai directly selected the blacksmith from last time. Target of the commission, Chi Yutong. Age, 23. Occupation, item maker, A rank. Professional level, level 6. Attached message, customers, I've ascended to godhood. After the job change, I'm utterly superior to my former self. Enough said, those who understand, come on over. Confirm personnel? An order will be generated for you after confirmation. Confirm. Baiyi's lips twitched slightly as he pressed confirm. This kid was a B-level prop master last time. It now appears that he has reached a certain level, met the job change requirements, completed the second job change, and become an A rank item creator. Please select the materials you can provide. Please select the category of items you wish to receive. Look at these 2 lines of prompts. Baiyi took most of the materials out of his storage backpack and filled them in all at once. Baiyi hadn't decided on the type of items she wanted yet. After all, first, he has almost nothing to lack. Second, he is not a professional blacksmith and does not know what kind of equipment and props these rare materials are suitable for forging. Materials provided: 866 Knoll Claw Tips, 2 Knoll Chieftain Hearts, 28 Mutated Limbs, 192 Tidal Fish Scales, 48 Siren Eyes, 752 Water Elemental Boss Broken Cores, 4 Key Cores of Decay, 1 Main Core of Decay. Expected category: Random. Confirm. Weather. After confirming, Baiyi threw all the materials into the storage tank at once. These are a large number of materials. This storage tray wasn't completely emptied in one go. It took several batches to collect it all. Estimated completion time: hours. Note: you may rest in this room or leave at your leisure, but please remain in contact with the forging staff for any potential issues to be addressed. Seeing that everything was proceeding according to plan, Baiyi felt quite relieved. Hopefully, things will proceed as planned. Let's hope we don't disappoint this young man named Chi Yutong. Baiyi rested for a while as usual. Although the facilities here are not as good as the villas in Hanxiao Alliance, they are complete with all the rest facilities. Baiyi operated the virtual monitor and selected a movie, intending to finish watching Gantz that he hadn't finished last time. At the same time, inside the house next to the official exchange. He's not exactly a big shot in the capital city. He just steals half a day of leisure from the mountains. Chi Yutong hummed a little tune, feeling comfortable and relaxed today. His colleague said he was slacking off, but he always retorted, fishing by skill is nothing. Suddenly, the delivery pipes were wide open, and the materials slowly descended into a separate materials room. Chi Yutong is losing his composure again. 1 second, they were leisurely humming a tune and drinking tea. The next second, I suddenly received this important task. Let me see, should I forge a breastplate or a weapon? Anyway, there aren't any rare materials in H City, so let's just finish this quickly and get on with the days going. It's okay if you don't look at it. One look sent a chill down Chi Yutong's spine. It was like drinking an iced Americano mixed with 2 pounds of Tiger Balm. Looking at these top-quality materials that even I rarely see. Chi Yutong's hands were trembling slightly. What the hell is all of this? This. What do you mean by a water elemental boss's damaged core? I've never even heard of that before. And this too. What the hell is this core of the Lord of Decline? I feel like I can't breathe just looking at it. What the hell is that? Chi Yutong, who had been just trying to get by, received some truly shocking material today. And the last time was the same. Still in Chapter 120 is because they're afraid there won't be enough water. This is tough, really tough, Chi Yutong said, looking at the huge pile of materials with a headache. This happened last time. It was the time we received a large number of stone monster crystal cores. Although there were many more complex materials this time, the focus remained on the core. Chi Yutong couldn't understand why those monsters, which weren't missing any limbs, only dropped cores as loot. Chi Yutong could even vaguely accept the 2 hearts of the jackal leader. Thump. Thump. Feeling the 2 leaders' hearts still beating weakly in his hands, Chi Yutong's face darkened. Alright, this is something they probably can't accept. Whose house has such strange dropping items, and they're even alive? Chi Yutong organized the thousands of materials, arranging them by type, hoping to clarify his thoughts. After all, the materials were so complicated that they almost made him dizzy. Chi Yutong remained silent for a moment. He discovered that, despite arranging the materials in an orderly manner, they still had little to do with his chaotic thoughts. It seems we still have to rely on skills. Level B skill, brain activation, activated. Chi Yutong shouted enthusiastically, and his brain immediately began to work at high speed. Its massive hundreds of billions of brain neurons, even the part that was resting, instantly started working. It only lasted for a moment. Chi Yutong could feel countless inspirations rushing past him, as exhilarating as dozens of race cars flashing by on a track. Hiss! In a moment of impulsiveness, Chi Yutong immediately deactivated the skill. While inspiration may follow, the side effect is that the brain overheats, or in short, the CPU is about to burn out. Yes, I have at least 9 options for forging. 9 kinds. Chi Yutong shouted with great confidence, completely disregarding whether it would disturb the neighbors. But, although these novel forging schemes already had a rough idea, or even a complete overall plan in my mind. But, the decision-making power never truly rested with Chi Yutong. The crucial decision-making power ultimately belonged to the boss. Although the client said it was anything goes, would he dare to forge it so casually? Dare, my ass. Everyone knows that. If your boss, client, or girlfriend says whatever, it absolutely cannot be the original meaning of the word whatever. In any case, it's one thing for the other party to say do whatever you want, but if you actually dare to do whatever you want, that's a completely different matter. Thinking about it, Chi Yutong immediately began contacting the client who had commissioned the project. Hello? Do you have something to ask this time too? Bai Yi's relaxed voice came through after the call connected. After listening, Chi Yutong immediately straightened up. He was absolutely certain that voice was familiar. As a blacksmith and forger, he possessed an absolute sense of pitch. He could distinguish even extremely similar voices. Therefore, he was certain of the voice's owner. It's that person. It's the same person who brought out the extremely rare crystal core last time. This made him suspect the existence of the vice president, or even the president. After all, the drop rate for Earth crystal cores is extremely low, and the conditions for obtaining them are very demanding. Only a big shot who can mobilize the resources of an entire guild can get them. However, obtaining the Earth crystal core is not something that only a powerful figure can do. If someone accidentally activates the boss and is lucky enough to get it in one go, they can also obtain it. Or, spend a lot of money to buy it from someone else. Of these 3 conditions, only the method of obtaining a big shot is reasonable, and it is also the one that Chi Yutong approves of the most. Hello? Is something wrong? Bai Yi's slightly anxious voice came through. Could it be that these materials are too high grade for Chi Yutong to handle? If that's the case, then Bai Yi has misjudged the situation. But, fortunately, it wasn't what Bai Yi was worried about, but rather he was asking about the direction for forging these materials into tools. Upon hearing Bai Yi's news again, Chi Yutong instantly snapped out of his daze. No matter how important the other party is, even if he's just an ordinary professional here, he still has to forge the equipment well. It's his duty. What's slacking off? That doesn't exist. Chi Yutong immediately put aside the idea of slacking off. Considering the other person's identity, Chi Yutong's attitude was as respectful as last time. He cleared his throat and said, "Hello, boss. The main problem is that this material is too rare, so I'm hesitant to make a decision on my own. Therefore, I'll have to ask you to take some time out of your busy schedule. Let's confirm the main direction. I have 9 options here. You can listen to them." Hearing this question, Bai Yi lay back in the massage chair and transmitted his voice. "You don't need so many honorifics. I can't stand them. Hey, okay, here's the thing. I plan to divide this batch of materials into 3 batches. The first batch is these mutated null organizations. The second batch is the loot from these tidal calamities, and this broken water elemental core. For this last batch, I plan to focus on these things called decaying cores. For each batch, I will create several corresponding equipment items or weapons. What do you think?" Bai Yi was silent for a moment, and finally said 2 words. "Can." After organizing his thoughts, Chi Yutong slowly began to explain. "I observe that this group of null mutants is still highly active. I can use the concept of Western voodoo puppets to create 2 puppets that can fight and have rapid regeneration capabilities. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi spoke without hesitation. "That's not necessary. Are there any other options?" "Are you kidding me? 2 combat-capable puppets? They are not as agile as the Shadow's subordinates, nor as capable in combat, nor as regenerative. What use does he have for these? To use them as decorations?" "Yes, that's right. I also have plans to manufacture long-range firepower weapons and add portable city walls. What do you think?" "Bai Yi. It can be made into a long-range firepower weapon." "Okay, I also have 3 plans for the water element core. The first method is to utilize its inherent water-controlling properties to create a staff that can control seawater. It's no need." Next option. Bai Yi rejected it outright. This ability highly overlapped with shadow water, so it was better to keep it as decoration. No, maybe it can also be used as a walking stick. The remaining 2 options are basically water storage containers and locator props that are mutually attracted. I personally suggest making it into a water control staff. It'll be a water storage container. Bai Yi made the decision immediately without even listening to the rest of the conversation. "You need to know. What is the biggest flaw of shadow water? They're afraid there won't be enough water. Chapter 121, The Realm of Selflessness. If we had a water storage device, wouldn't this problem be easily solved? You need to know. The shadow water's ability to control water is extremely profound. Given a large amount of water to drive it, the feedback it can produce is probably not just as simple as 3 water clones. There are so many things you can do by solidifying some water. Not to mention, as long as the water storage space item is used, the water stored inside, including shadow water, can be utilized at a rate of 99%. Each water jet attack can be fully recovered without causing too much waste. You could say that the capacity of this water storage item directly determines the normal combat power of shadow water. I value this prop very much. The larger the water storage space, the better. It can just hold water, but the space must be large, Bai stated. Chi Yutong nodded silently, not caring whether the customer could see it or not. Although he didn't understand what use a simple water storage device could have. But no matter how outrageous the boss's requests are, Chi Yutong will still try his best to meet them. Let alone demanding the creation of a prop that can only hold water, and the more the better, even if the water inside had to be covered in all sorts of colors of black, Chi Yutong would find a way to make it happen. Okay, boss, the second batch is settled then. Also, let me tell you about the third batch of materials. I have a rough idea in mind. By the way, boss, do you prefer Taoism or Buddhism? Listen, Bai was somewhat serious. Although he felt that Chi Yutong's abrupt question was a bit strange, he still answered. Taoism, after all, is the native religion of China. Although there are sayings in the Dragon Kingdom that Buddha statues need to be gilded, while the 3 pure ones only need to be sculpted from clay, and Buddhist temples are prosperous in times of peace, while Taoist priests emerge from the mountains in times of chaos. Bai doesn't care too much about these sayings. As the saying goes, a high-minded Taoist does not belittle Buddhism, and a high-minded Buddhist does not belittle Taoism. Bai's fondness for Taoism has no particular reason. He simply admires the Taoist philosophy of following the natural course of things. But why ask these questions? Bai asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Chi Yutong nodded in acknowledgement. I plan to turn these core elements of decline into bracelets. And in metaphysics, bracelets are divided into 4 main categories: Buddhist beads, court beads, flowing beads, and prayer beads. During the creation process, the concepts in my mind will also slightly change the final effect of the props. Oh, I see. Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat amazed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. This world even has the ability to resurrect, so isn't it unreasonable to have some kind of mysterious influence? That makes perfect sense, absolutely perfect. If the boss is inclined towards Taoism, I will make several strings of beads. What kind of effect do you expect? Offense, defense, or confinement? After hearing this, Bai remained silent for a moment. He was thinking. As for offense, he has no shortage of it. After all, his shadow subordinates are all fierce and suave. As for defensive abilities, he also has Shadow Guardian. During the downtime of Shadow Guardian, he can use Shadow Swap to escape, so he doesn't really need defensive abilities. But for things involving confinement, that would actually be necessary. After all, even though he was strong, if the other party simply ran away, or even ran faster than him, then Bai really didn't have much of a way to deal with them. This also reminded him of the 3 strategies the combat planner had mentioned. If the enemy can use the last resort of running away, it will directly break any of his methods. So, there is a demand for these restraining items, and the demand is not small. I'll go with the confinement type. Bai thought for a moment and then made his decision. Okay, got it. Chi Yutong gave an okay sign, then added, okay, got it. By the way, boss, do you need any changes? If not, I'll start creating the props now. I won't change it. I look forward to your finished product. Bai smiled and said with a relaxed expression. Immediately afterwards, after the call ended, Chi Yutong began making the props. Skill, focus on efficiency, activated. Skill, failure simulation, activated. Special skill, blessing of the god of forging, activated. Special skill, super fantasy simulation, activated. After unleashing 4 extremely advanced skills in succession, Chi Yutong entered a state of selflessness at this moment. Each piece of material was arranged by his incredibly fast hands. The concepts in my mind were imagined, and with the help of high-precision instruments around me, the properties of the materials were utilized to the maximum extent. In addition, there is intentional guidance. The first prop was quickly created. It was a prop that resembled a rather large machine gun. If you disregard its blood-red appearance, it could indeed be considered a machine gun. This weapon has just been forged. Chi Yutong replicated this move, creating a second flesh-mutated machine gun. Looking at the two ranged weapons, Chi Yutong was very satisfied. But neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. Chi Yutong nodded and muttered to himself, "I'm really awesome," before continuing with his work. The second prop is significantly more technologically advanced than the previous one. When it comes to things like space, Chi Yutong dares not be careless in the slightest. Most professionals who work with space are aware of a fundamental rule. A vacuum is not empty. In other words, any space is a polymer of extremely high energy. Once the critical point exceeds the space's tolerance, the resulting collapse will be something it cannot withstand. As mere prop makers, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. Not even a trace was left. So, even as he forged this tool with complete absorption, Chi Yutong's movements were still extremely careful, for fear of making even the slightest mistake. Let's use the Klein bottle concept here. This, a hyperdimensional space, the difficulty is indeed frighteningly high, but fortunately, I'm the one working on it. At this moment, Chi Yutong even had the mind to think of other things. Sigh, I can't figure it out, it would be so much better to make it a water-controlling staff. Fortunately, no accidents occurred, and the process proceeded very smoothly. A palm-sized water bottle, shaped like a funnel but with an irregular shape, was produced, and this prop was also successfully manufactured. At this time, Chi Yutong felt hungry, and at the same time, his mental capacity and concentration declined from their peak. After spending some time, Chi Yutong ate lunch and regained some of his energy. Phew. Keep going, keep going. Immediately, without stopping, they began working on the third prop. Unlike the second batch of props, which involved dangerous elements like space, Chi Yutong's actions became noticeably bolder. The manufacturing speed of this prop has also noticeably started to increase slightly. Under the influence of Chi Yutong's skills, these props gradually underwent a change in nature, constantly merging and complementing each other. Through the collision of natures, and with Chi Yutong's deliberate guidance, this third batch of props slowly took shape. Chapter 1, 2294 50 tons water cube. Then I saw it. Through Chi Yutong's continuous efforts, these materials gradually merged and acquired their own special effects, eventually transforming into the well-known props/equipment. Looking at these props, Chi Yutong felt quite satisfied. From the perspective of a professional prop maker, the value of this is self-evident. But for Chi Yutong himself, my own satisfaction isn't that important. Since I'm in this line of work, I'll definitely put the customer first. So, the boss's satisfaction is the most important thing. Adhering to this ironclad rule, Chi Yutong carefully handed over the finished product of this work. Immediately afterwards, these transmission channels, as usual, transported these items to Bai Yi's room. There's no need to worry about security, as the chances of something going wrong are extremely small, and the official exchange offers a reliable level of protection. On the other side, Bai Yi was almost falling asleep waiting. These pieces of equipment were finally forged. It came into view. A large storage area was extended from the wall to display these props in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi glanced over and immediately noticed these uniquely designed pieces of equipment. Oh, not bad, not bad. Bai Yi started with a simple item and then moved to a more luxurious one, picking up a prop made by the mutated Jackal organization. From the moment it was picked up, you can feel a rough texture, similar to touching skin, but upon closer inspection, it feels different. This is a uniquely shaped gun, its appearance as if it were made of bright red flesh and blood, and if you look closely, you can even sense that it is slowly breathing. Holding this slightly strange piece of equipment, Bai Yi had no concerns whatsoever. As the saying goes, the master did not speak of strange phenomena, physical prowess, disorder, or spirits. Lao Tzu never boasted about his superhuman strength, claiming it was enough to disturb even the spirits. In other words, as long as you are strong enough, you can be immune to any strange things. Bai Yi picked up the flesh and blood machine gun, looked it over from left to right, felt its texture, and then began to probe. Equipment, Null Mutant Machine Gun. Quality, Purple Dash. Durability, 780/780. Overall attack power, 4400 to 6199. Effect, pulling the trigger will cause the weapon to consume durability and fire sharp, keratinized epidermis. Durability will slowly recover over time, or burying the muzzle in carnivorous food will speed up the recovery process. Level restriction, level 15 and above. This, Null Mutant Machine Gun. Although its attack power is not high, greatly makes up for its lack of range. There are two of these weapons. After all, the Null leader had 2 hearts exploded, so naturally he could forge 2 Null mutated machine guns. A casual gesture. He put the 2 strangely styled machine guns into his storage backpack. Next item. It is a special item created from all the materials found in the Tidal Disaster dungeon. It has no special functions, only the function of holding water. If it were in someone else's possession, it would be utterly useless, practically a giant kettle. But for Bai Yi, it was a crucial and essential tool. Picking up the palm-sized prop, Bai Yi examined it thoroughly, turning it over from side to side. This is something that looks like a funnel. However, beneath its semi-transparent exterior lies an interior resembling a bizarre 2D anatomical image, which would defy any logic in reality. Like a chain linked together. Or perhaps, within this internal two-dimensional graphic, there is no beginning or end at all. What is the capacity? Bai Yi probed and released the information, wondering if the capacity would satisfy him. Props, water cube. Quality, purple plus. Durability, infinity/infinity. Capacity, 0 tons/9,450 tons. Description, a container that can hold a large amount of water, nothing more. I really don't know what kind of person would use it. Due to the special nature of the materials, even only professionals level 40 and above can use it. Level restriction, level 40 and above. Bai Yi glanced at the capacity. Good heavens, 9,450 tons. Although it may not sound like a big deal, just think about a normal, heavy drinking water bucket, the kind that weighs about 30 kilograms. If we use that kind of bucket as the unit. Actually, there aren't many. A mere 560,000 barrels would suffice. If you're a large water user, it will basically run out in about 25 years. But, although these figures sound terrifying, they didn't surprise Bai Yi too much, because the above examples were only based on real-life situations. Based on battles within regular dungeons. This nearly 10,000 tons of water was actually just enough for Bai Yi's shadow water to create 3 water clones of normal size. At best, there can be some reserves to cover the losses of the water column. After all, to put it in perspective, an area that is 50 meters long, 21 meters wide, and 2 meters deep would be enough to consume 2,100 tons of water. I just don't know how fast it absorbs and releases water. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, quite satisfied with the item called water cube, as it basically met the combat requirements of shadow water. If we broaden our thinking, we might even be able to pull off some fancy and unconventional moves. This prop for the water cube is quite special. Despite consuming such a huge amount of materials, it only produced a prop the size of a palm. And finally, Bai Yi's gaze fell on the 2 strings of menacing beads. The moment it came into view, Bai Yi's eye twitched. Can this be called incorporating Taoist concepts? It's just bizarre, okay? Those miniature decay cores, each with a unique pattern, looked like tiny eyeballs. They were simply too much to bear. Putting aside the appearance, this decaying bead is still acceptable. The bracelet consists of 2 strands. One string is composed of 365 altered decay cores, and the other string is basically the same, except that it has an additional core that is 2 sizes larger than that of the ultimate decay master. Bai Yi didn't care how those decaying cores, as big as fists and basketball hoops, shrank to the size of beads. What Bai Yi was concerned about was this most crucial main function. The next moment, the investigation was carried out decisively, and a series of data were then presented. This hint, which was like a brief instruction manual, made Bai Yi frown. Chapter 123 is mostly a reward. Under Bai Yi's investigation and manipulation. All the stats of these 2 items were displayed clearly in front of them. Most importantly, not only basic information, but also other effects that can be triggered, as well as some advantages and disadvantages, are shown. Exploration information. Item, decaying beads 2. Quality, gold. Durability, 365000/36500*, 3660000/3660000. Description, after being thrown, it will automatically target the nearest moving object and imprison it in a imprisoned state. Imprisonment. Most actions will be impossible after immobilization. The duration of this effect depends on the opponent's size and strength. The powerful impact after the effect ends may shatter one of the orbs. Item recovery is cumbersome, so please use it with caution. Level restriction, level 40 and above. Tisk. Looking at these data, Bai Yi couldn't help but gasp, not that the prop hadn't met his expectations. But this prop, with its long description alone, gave him a headache. Like the instruction manuals for some home appliances, it seems clear at first glance, but upon closer inspection, you'll find that there are some things that the manual doesn't cover. All in all, Bai couldn't say whether he was completely satisfied or dissatisfied with the prop. It's fair to say that we haven't seen its true performance yet, so it's impossible to judge for now. Just then, Chi Yutong sent a message that sounded somewhat humble. Chi Yutong, boss, what do you think of this payment? Chi Yutong, it's not that I absolutely have to, but these materials are quite rare. Being able to forge them into powerful equipment would greatly help my career development. Chi Yutong, even artificial intelligence systems would have difficulty judging these rewards, so? Looking at this abruptly ended message, Bai finally understood what Chi Yutong meant. It's not hard to guess. They simply wanted payment, but were too afraid to ask for it outright. However, this was something Bai couldn't understand. He should just ask for payment. Isn't it only right to pay someone for doing something? He's not a vampire or a capitalist. How could he possibly get something for free? But Chi Yutong was right about some things, since these props are really hard to estimate their value. 2/3 of the materials Bai obtained were not recorded by the artificial intelligence system, so their value could not be determined at all. All I can say is, the system created by human professionals still has some flaws. If you see materials that don't appear in the document, you can't judge their value. Isn't that a bug? Thinking about it, Bai didn't think much of it, and directly transferred all the money in his account at the official exchange in H City. Last time I came here, I exchanged all those materials for money, and I saved more than a little bit. The remaining amount is still a huge sum of money. Of course, this applies to ordinary professionals. The points Bai had with the Hanxiao Alliance, even a small fraction of them, were enough to compare with the amount transferred out now. But for Chi Yutong, this amount of money, that's quite a large sum of money. For ordinary A-level professionals, this kind of money is not difficult to earn with some effort, working overtime and running more dungeons. But Chi Yutong's dream was simply to live a life of leisure and idleness. When he awakened the item master profession, his dream became even more steadfast. Now, with the secure job he has in the official exchange of Shanghai City, he has even less desire to run dungeons. Even his job change was only achieved after he completed an immeasurable number of equipment forgings, which allowed him to smoothly advance to the second job change. Chi Yutong was stunned when he received the amount of money. Did they add a few extra zeros? Despite his best efforts, these equipment items reached purple quality, and even the decaying flowing orb reached gold quality. But it shouldn't cost that much, right? It's important to know that, according to the regulations, the blacksmith only receives a very small portion of the original value of a piece of equipment. Thinking about it, Chi Yutong immediately sent the message. Chi Yutong, boss, isn't this a bit? He didn't finish his sentence. First, Chi Yutong was afraid of bothering the boss. Second, he wasn't sure what the other boss was thinking, and it was still unknown whether he had overpaid. But the next second, another large sum of money was transferred over, making Chi Yutong dizzy and almost faint on the spot. Turned out to be, after transferring all of his exchange deposits, Bai felt that it might be too little. He then used the points from his black identity card to exchange for some virtual gold. And this money, they were immediately transferred to Chi Yutong's side. Since the official exchange cannot identify the materials, it will not charge any fees. Therefore, by activating the backup program, the client can give the blacksmith money as a reward. Immediately after transferring the money, Bai received another message from the other party. Chi Yutong, too much, boss. Too much. You don't need so much. Seeing this information, Bai smiled and didn't care too much. After all, he had no concept of money. It was all just material possessions. Thinking it over, Bai sent a message. Bai asterisk. I'm very satisfied with the final product. Consider the extra as a tip. I'm leaving now. After sending the message, Chi Yutong initiated another chat request. The ringtone sounded, indicating that he still wanted to say that there was too much money. Bai ignored it and casually turned off the virtual screen. Then, he turned around and went out the door, leaving the official exchange in H City. The next moment, after Bai went out, his figure rose into the air and slowly floated in midair. It still has the effect of the job change skill, Dominator's power. Speaking of which, this ability should be more suitable for combat. Bai pondered for a moment. This ability is not yet fully formed, and the effect of the third tier has not yet reached a true level, but Bai thinks that even at this level, it should be a great help in battle. H City's airspace. Bai reached out and summoned the wind turbine flying vehicle from his storage space. All the items. It will be in the same state when you take it out, just like it was when you put it in the storage space. When it was put in, the engine was still running and the aircraft was still operating. When you take it out, and so it remains the same. Bai Yi entered the wind turbine flying machine in midair and immediately stopped using the power of the ruler. Chapter 124, Instance, Calamity Food Capital. Time flies. The journey was very easy, and nothing unusual happened. Riding in the windmill-powered aircraft, Bai Yi's destination was not the Hanxiao Alliance. This time, this journey was still purposeful, and Bai Yi didn't know much about the dungeons. Most of the few instances he entered were not ones he chose to enter. Finding a suitable instance is not an easy task. The Identity Black Card can provide information on instances throughout the Dragon Kingdom, but the excessive and conflicting information makes it difficult for Bai Yi to discern the correct one. I want to find a dungeon that suits my current stage. After filling in some information, Bai Yi finally managed to select a few instances from a large number of them. Instance, Wine Shell Trapped Land. Monster approximate level, 40 to 50. Description, the monsters inhabiting this dungeon are mostly swift-moving wind shells. Strong winds blow constantly within the dungeon, and the terrain is mostly a continuous alternation between land and sea. Instance, Calamity Food Capital. Monster approximate level, 45 to 52. Introduction, most monsters in the dungeon are edible, but this does not mean they are weak. The terrain is mostly mountainous and plains. Note, the sugar and fat energy of the monsters in this dungeon is 7 times that of normal food, so please do not consume too much. Instance, by the Sylph Infestation. Monster approximate level, 39 to 50. Description, this instance features a large number of Zerg, who primarily inhabit underground caves. If disturbed, they will seal off the caves. The terrain consists of plains and underground mines. After considering these dungeons for a moment, Bai Yi chose Calamity Food Capital as his destination. It wasn't that there were any food monsters in this instance, but rather that Bai Yi also saw a limited-time bounty mission on his Identity Black Card. It was posted by a fellow member of the Hanxiao Alliance. Limited bounty, food acquisition. Origin, dungeon, Calamity Food Capital. Bounty requested, top-grade gravy beef ribs, 12 points / caddies. Honey braised pork shoulder, 20 points / caddies. Upon seeing this bounty, Bai Yi had no reason not to descend upon the Calamity Food Capital. It can be upgraded. You can also complete bounties and earn some points along the way, so why not? There are absolutely no monsters in this novel dungeon. Looking at the description of this dungeon called Calamity Food Capital, Bai Yi couldn't help but think of a movie called Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It left a deep impression on Bai Yi. When Bai Yi saw Calamity Food Capital, he immediately made the connection and became even more eager to visit that instance. Not to mention, after confirming the destination, Bai Yi was surprised to find that the instance was not far from here. It is located within Jinyang province. It's not far from here. Thinking it over, Bai Yi entered his destination on the windmill aircraft. Yes, this windmill also carried an intelligent system that could drive itself. After a short while, you will be able to reach your destination on your own. It saved me the energy of driving. During this period of time, feeling bored, Bai Yi explored the remaining functions of the Identity Black Card, and then idly glanced at his own data panel. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 44, 12W62, 20/5, 12W4000. HP, 316,600. Base attack power, 11,000 plus. Spirit, 440. Equipment, Null Mutant Machine Gun 2, Water Cube, Decaying Orb 2, Shadow Guardian. Shadow's Henchman, True Shadow Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Naga King. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4, Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Dominator's Authority, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, MA, Shadow Devouring, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. Congratulations on reaching level 40. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You may use this skill. If Bai Yi hadn't been idle and looked at these data again, he would have almost forgotten about this opportunity to improve his rank. I still remember that time I drained the spirit liquid that helped me advance to the next level. These skills received a massive upgrade, causing Bai Yi to completely overlook the opportunity to upgrade his own level to 40. Never mind, there's nothing I really want to improve. Let's talk about it when we get it at level 45. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, not paying too much attention to this opportunity to advance. After all, with my current skills, I don't really care too much about the grade of any skill. Nowadays, his skills are truly well-rounded, and without any weaknesses. If Bai Yi were to upgrade a skills rank, he would really have to think it over carefully and weigh the pros and cons. It's nothing like the time when he blindly added it to Shadow Kingdom before. Now, Bai Yi's idea was to wait until level 45 before making a decision. Jinyang Province. A remote town called Bingshan Town. Not far from this town, the wind turbine aircraft quickly flew here under its autopilot. Not long. The location of this instance is near this small town. As a sub-country incorporated into the Dragon Kingdom, this town naturally had an official building erected there. Bai Yi put away the wind turbine flying machine as usual. They landed in midair outside the instance building. Bai Yi was about to stride straight in when the appearance of the people around him caught his attention. Not to mention the professionals around them. The guards of those official dungeon buildings were all rather sturdy. After taking a closer look, Bai Yi confirmed that it wasn't muscular, but simply fat. He glanced again at the town in the distance. Many people were taking a walk outside, and even though they were far apart, Bai Yi could still see the somewhat wealthy figures of the townspeople. Read it. Bai Yi's eyes twitched, unsure whether coming here was the right or wrong decision. It seems that the people who have lived around here for a long time have all changed their appearance because of this. On the official copy side, just as Bai Yi had made the official record and was about to pay a fee for the copy, the black card he took out caught the attention of the staff. Are you a member of the Hanxiao Alliance? The staff member asked. Is there a problem? Bai Yi asked in return. Upon hearing this, the staff member flashed a standard professional smile. Chapter 125 One Skill, Multiple Effects. The staff member smiled and replied again. Members of the Hanxiao Alliance have many privileges, one of which is exemption from paying the dungeon fee. After listening, Bai Yi nodded and took back his identity card. It turns out that there are many privileges to joining the Hanxiao Alliance. He had always thought that the Hanxiao Alliance, as the largest professional alliance in the entire Dragon Kingdom, was something he absolutely had to join. But they never thought about what kind of benefits and privileges were involved. Just like there are always people who want economic freedom. But I never thought about what I could do once I was truly financially independent. Bai Yi found the entrance to the dungeon through the dungeon passage inside the official building. As usual, it was a flat vortex with a dazzling blue glow, and it didn't look like something that would form naturally. Upon first contact, a deep, cosmic-like space of fluctuation appeared. Bai Yi's consciousness flickered for a moment, and then he completely disappeared from this place. In the blink of an eye. That means we have already entered the instance. In an instant, a unique aroma of food wafted into my nose, but the combination of all the flavors together sounded somewhat strange. Bai Yi could smell the aromas of barbecue and desserts. Take a look around. The whole world seemed to be draped in a fairy tale cloak, and everything seemed unnatural. Bright green grass and vegetation covered the earth. The patterns on the trees looked as if they had been carefully decorated by a pastry chef, with a layer of sugary substance shimmering on them. As soon as he took a step, Bai Yi realized that what he was standing on was not grass at all. Bai Yi bent down. Touching it lightly with your finger, you'll find that you can easily penetrate the soil under the greenery. The soil is exceptionally soft. Bai Yi picked up a small piece and examined it. But then they discovered. The vegetation is like some kind of chewy gummy candy, while the soil resembles cookie crumbs, crumbs that are as fine as they can be. As Bai Yi sensed everything within the entire instance, a strange, indescribable feeling arose within him. If Bai Yi was thinking of food from above before entering the dungeon, it was because he thought the food monsters were just isolated cases, existing as a special kind of creature. But once inside the instance, Bai Yi was already thinking about another anime. Toriko. Everything in this entire instance world is just like in that work. No matter where you go, you'll never go hungry. But Bai Yi, however, did not forget the price listed on the black card for this instance. The sugar and fat content in this product is 7 times that of a normal food. Given the abundance of ingredients in this instance, it's easy to imagine that the townspeople and guards who reside there will inevitably become overweight. Shadow. With a thought, Bai Yi's natal shadow materialized instantly. After the shadow appeared, Bai Yi noticed some subtle changes. It seemed that there were more tiny particles floating around it. In conclusion, although it wasn't very obvious, Bai Yi could sense that the shadow had become much stronger. Thinking it over, Bai Yi issued the command as soon as he had the thought. The next moment, the shadow of his destiny immediately straightened its body, and its hands unconsciously bent slightly, revealing 2 sharp weapons. It resembles a dagger, but is much longer. It was pitch black, like a shadow, and its owner held a weapon in each hand, which looked exceptionally sharp. Bai first examined the black shadow dagger, then probed and unleashed it. Immediately, the data from this thing was then displayed before Bai Yi's eyes. Shadow dagger. Base attack power, 12300. Special effect, 400% critical damage. Special effect varies depending on the holder. Status, special buff, shadow blade transformation. Special buff, shadow blade transformation. It will automatically dissipate within 10 breaths once it leaves the holder. Upon seeing this, Bai couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is outrageous." After using shadow blade transformation, the resulting innate weapon was indeed extraordinary. Its base attack power starts at 10,000, which is higher than Bai Yi's own attack power. It also has special effects. The shadow dagger of the Shadow's destined shadow has a special effect of 400% critical damage. The other destined weapons of the Shadow's subordinates may have different effects. Thinking of this, Bai curiously summoned the other Shadow generals and had them use shadow blade transformation. The dragon's two claws converged to form a thicker layer of shadow, upon which stood 5 slender and sharp claws. Shadow fist blade. Base attack power, 6790. Special effect, prevents scabbing. Effect, prevents scabbing. Wounds from this weapon will not heal on their own, and the effects of powerful healing skills will be greatly reduced. Status, special buff, shadow blade transformation. Special buff, shadow blade transformation. It will automatically dissipate within 10 breaths once it leaves the holder. Bai raised an eyebrow. This weapon, made from the combined power of 2 dragons, is quite impressive. Next came Hyaki Sei's long, narrow black katana, the Shadow Naga King's several meter-long black harpoon, and the ninja's black shuriken. Black Barton's extremely long, shadowy, horse-slaying scythe. The Shadow Giant's shadow stone chains. In short, each has its own characteristics and special effects, which made Bai quite satisfied. A single skill can be transformed into countless different weapons. One word, worth it. Taking advantage of the fact that this instance is a flat plane, Bai directly unleashed almost all of his high-level combat power. Bai did not release the shadow water or the decline of the ultimate path. Suddenly, Bai remembered this. I forgot to try the water cube. My memory is terrible. Never mind. Anyway, this dungeon doesn't require too many high combat power units. Let's talk about it after we get out. Bai frowned, but didn't take the matter to heart. These few shadow minions alone are enough to help him sweep through this entire dungeon. Thinking about it, Bai then caused over 100 shadows to weaken, emerging from the Shadow Kingdom within his natal shadow. These shadows faded away. They all took on the role of scouts, running quite fast, making them perfect for finding the monster's location. This time, Bai did not intend to use a strategy of attacking in groups, but instead let these high combat power shadow subordinates scatter and begin their hunt. Faced with this kind of copy, the monsters are unlikely to be very high level, and with the shadow minions' numerous buffs such as King's Domain and Shadow Blade Transformation, dealing with a group of them shouldn't be too difficult. Here, Bai first sent out more than 100 shadow decayers to scout ahead and report the locations of the monsters and enemies. Immediately, the shadowy henchmen then set off separately, arriving at their respective locations to kill the monsters. Chapter 126 Specialized Skill, Shadow Eater. Right now, a gust of wind blew, stirring up some candy and grass crumbs on the ground. A rustling sound came from behind. In the distance, a strange creature could be seen running continuously. The monster resembled a dog, but its entire body was made of food. Then I saw it. This monster has a low stance, displaying canine behavior to its fullest extent. However, it exuded the aroma of food and its surface faintly reflected a glimmer of light. This is the first monster discovered by Bai Yi's shadow army. Bai didn't think much of it. He immediately used Shadow Swap to come over, wanting to see the shapes of the monsters in this dungeon. These bizarre monsters really do look. It smells nice. The shadow in place faded and disappeared, and Bai appeared in its place. Bai has nothing to worry about. In terms of combat strength, he is among the top professionals. Even if he is injured, he still has good items such as Shadow Guardian and Decline Bead. Therefore, in this instance where people have explored it and found that there are basically no secrets left, Bai has nothing to worry about. After all, in everyone's exploration, this dungeon doesn't even have a boss. It's a relatively safe dungeon. Certainly, this safety refers to professionals at level 40 and above. If an ordinary professional at level 20 were to barge in, they would be courting death. There is absolutely no safety to speak of. At this moment, Bai looked at a gourmet monster in the distance and glanced at his natal shadow not far away. The investigation was immediately launched, and a series of data were displayed. Monster, Dachshund. Level, 43. HP, 74500/74500. Overall attack power, 3400. Skills, C rank, barking, C rank sprint. Looking at these extremely poor attributes, Bai didn't have much to say. I've seen it all before. Occasionally, when I look back at these stats of the monster, I actually feel that it is a little bit weak. Thinking about it, Bai stretched out his hand, but instead of letting Shadow make a move, he prepared to test whether his own fighting style was feasible. Far away, the dachshund was still strolling carefree on the candy-colored grass, seemingly enjoying it all. The next moment, Bai used his special skill, Power of the Dominator, a heaven-defying skill that had reached the 3rd tier. It could be used out of thin air in any place that could be clearly seen. At this moment, the lone dachshund noticed the few shadowy figures rushing past in the distance, but didn't pay them much attention. After all, it generally won't attack enemies that don't actively attack it. Unless, of course, the other party has also fallen into one's own territory. Suddenly, the dachshund suddenly felt its tail tighten, as if it were being gripped tightly. Then suddenly, with a plop sound, a large section of the sausage's tail was snapped off. Dachshund HP, 11230. Crunch. The dachshund barked, but it wasn't a sound unique to dogs. It was more like the sound of plastic or leather rubbing and colliding. But the next moment, several weapons hurtled through the air, flying in all at once. Crunch. Crunch. The dachshund barked at the air, and when it realized its voice had no effect, it launched a sudden attack. 3 weapons in midair. A slightly longer dagger and 2 Ancient King's short daggers that gleamed with a cold light. These are all weapons that were replaced by the original shadows and ninjas. Since the shadows can use shadow blade transformation, these weapons have naturally become obsolete. At this time, these weapons, naturally, were transformed into wieldable weapons by Bai under the influence of his professional skill, Dominator's power. The next second, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 weapons flashed, instantly inflicting massive damage on the dachshund. Dachshund HP, 15230. Dachshund HP, 19120. Dachshund HP, 19092. The 3 weapons sliced directly across the dachshund's body. Then, it spun around in midair again, launching another series of sword flourishes, before attacking the dachshund once more. Crunch. Crunch. The dachshund opened its mouth wide, attempting to swallow the 3 weapons that flew through the air, but it didn't have much effect. Dachshund HP, 15230. Dachshund HP, 19120. Dachshund HP, 19092. 3 more fierce attacks followed. These 3 weapons directly and completely subdued the level 42 dachshund. The next moment, a notification appeared before Bai's eyes. Congratulations on defeating the monster dachshund. 118,740 experience points gained. Dropped item, to be picked up 4 dried white premium sausages. Upon seeing this notification, Bai, who was some distance away, used his mind to recall the 3 weapons that were hovering in the air. All in all, his combat ability is not bad. Although there is no direct comparison, they should be considered among the top professionals in their level. The power of a ruler with weapons seems to be quite different from the power of a ruler without weapons. At least, having weapons can significantly increase damage output, preventing it from being limited to damage caused by brute force. Applying all the influence of Dominator's power to the blade not only makes the ability easier to use, but also makes the damage much more considerable. Well enough. Bai sheathed his weapon and gestured for his natal shadow to come forward and retrieve the corpse. In the past, corpses were recycled. They simply presented it to Bai, then had Bai use his special skill, shadow extraction, to create one new shadow minion after another. But now, however, it has a different meaning. Bai wouldn't bother turning that dachshund's shadow into a subordinate. First, the data for dachshunds themselves is not particularly impressive. Secondly, it allows the main character's shadow to use the newly acquired Shadow Eater special skill. The scene changes. The natal shadow arrived at the location of the dachshund corpse, stepping directly on top of the dachshund corpse's shadow. Without any further action, he immediately used his skill. Specialized skill, Shadow Eater. The next moment, the shadows beneath the dachshund seemed to be drawn to its own shadow, converging towards it. In the blink of an eye, the dachshund's shadow was completely absorbed by its natal shadow, and its previous appearance was no longer visible. This is the special skill, Shadow Eater. Chapter 127 Unnatural Cauliflower. Everything seemed exactly the same as before. If we're talking about the proof of this real change, it was merely the disappearance of the shadow of the dachshund's corpse beneath it. But only Bai knew that the real changes were clearly not over yet. Not just his natal shadow, but even his true form. I also felt a slight sense of becoming stronger. It's like the 3-day recovery period after a free blood donation. Although it wasn't too obvious. But that increasingly grounded feeling is subtly evident. With a thought, the natal shadow in the distance returned to Bai Yi's side once again, and Bai Yi used the Zen conversation skill again. Immediately, a series of data was then displayed. Shadow subordinate, my one and only shadow. HP, 1,899,600. Equipment, Shadow Blade Transformation, Black Shadow Dagger. Skills, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Shadow Devour, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. Overall attack power, 66060 plus. Looking at these outstanding data, Bai Yi was even satisfied. Only, the attempt to devour the mere shadow of a dachshund was hardly effective. We need to make this data surge again. We need to devour more monsters. We need a huge number of them. Thinking it over, Bai Yi waved his hand, signaling his natal shadow to immediately head to the other areas where monsters had been discovered and begin hunting. Bai Yi never intended to extract the shadows of the monsters in this instance, creating a series of gourmet versions of shadow minions. The sole purpose of these gourmet monsters. They became food for hunters. Even a shadow. Humans too. On the other side, as a combat unit capable of flight, the half-dragon operates independently. After all, capable of flight and incredibly fast, it is an excellent outpost in itself. No, the half-dragon immediately soared across the sky, taking in the entire landscape below. The terrain, the sparse forests, and those food monsters that move in packs. Whoosh! It flapped its black wings in midair, and after detecting a large number of targets, it aimed at a certain position and immediately launched an attack. On the ground, it was a place that at first glance was basically nothing except for small green shrubs. However, it was identified by the half-dragon as the exact target of the attack. A whooshing sound swept past, and then the half-dragon immediately swooped down to within 100 meters of the ground. Wait until the distance is closer. The half-dragon's lower jaw opened slightly, and jet-black dragon flames slowly gathered in the air before being spewed out directly from its mouth. In an instant, as the jet-black dragon flame landed above the small shrubs below, the shrubs suddenly trembled, stood up, and began to run. These bushes are actually food monsters. Upon closer inspection, these monsters turned out to be cauliflowers that could actually run. Monster, Unnatural Cauliflower. Level, 45. HP, 9W8970 / 9W8970. Overall attack power, 4200. Skills, C rank, Absorb Light. D rank, Synergistic Effect. Half-Dragon unleashed a burst of flame. On these cauliflowers, fist-sized worms appeared one after another. Each one was a bright blue, as if it had been perfectly hidden among the unnatural cauliflower. Monster, Sweet Blue Beetle. Level, 41. HP, 69,908. Overall attack power, 2700. Skills, C rank, Sugar Absorption. D rank, Synergistic Effect. There were hundreds of these blue beetles. Dozens flew out from a single unnatural cauliflower. It's obvious. These gourmet monsters had previously attacked their enemies through symbiotic means and sheer numbers. However, these methods were clearly insufficient in the eyes of Banlong. Roar! Another even more powerful jet-black dragon flame was unleashed repeatedly. And this range, however, has become much larger. This caused the blue beetles, who used their swarm to overwhelm others, to lose their sense of direction amidst the dark flames. After losing one's sense of direction, under this vast expanse of pitch-black dragon flames, one can only be surrounded by immense damage. Blue Beetle HP, 14100. Blue Beetle HP, 18758. Blue Beetle HP, 21890. Blue Beetle HP, 23100. Blue Beetle HP, 32250. As time went on, the damage these dark flames inflicted on the blue beetles became increasingly severe. The next moment, these blue beetles were completely burned in the pitch-black dragon flames, leaving not even a single corpse behind. A half-dragon swept across the sky, its dragon flames erupting over the unnatural cauliflower. However, because these monsters were scattered and somewhat far apart, the black dragon flames did not have a particularly good effect. It's clearly not as easy to deal with as the blue beetle. Those who were oblivious to their own mortality charged forward, and a burst of pitch-black dragon flame wiped them out in large numbers. These unnatural cauliflowers, when they run, are much faster than ordinary animals. However, the half-dragon will not always use dark dragon flames as its primary attack method. Immediately afterwards, the half-dragon flapped its wings and swooped down again, unleashing Shadow Blade transformation. The outline of a black weapon appeared on its claws for a moment, and then the weapon instantly took shape. Half-dragon is very fast. It's much faster than these unnatural cauliflowers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Upon seeing an unnaturally escaping cauliflower, the half-dragon, its claws enveloped in a shadowy weapon, lunged at it. Dozens of fierce attacks were completed in less than a quarter of an hour. All of these scattered, unnatural cauliflowers were cut down. Bai received yet another notification. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Sweet Blue Beetle. You have gained 95,890 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Sweet Blue Beetle. You have gained 95,890 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Unnatural Cauliflower. 108,870 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Unnatural Cauliflower. 108,870 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Unnatural Cauliflower. Experience gained. Dropped item, 35 crispy vegetable stalks. Despite this prompting, all that could be found were unnatural cauliflower droppings. Without needing any information relayed from Ban Long, Bai understood what was going on. Another location. However, they discovered something that Bai found somewhat interesting. Surprisingly, it is one of the materials used in bounty missions issued by the Hanxiao Alliance. Chapter 128 Slaughter, Encirclement, and Leveling Up. This is the territory that was explored by the Shadowfall. Cattle-like creatures roamed the small patch of grassland in groups. The number is not very large. However, the shapes of these bull-like monsters were quite unique, which piqued Bai's interest. With a shadow swap, they arrived at a nearby location. Immediately, a single probe was launched, and the data was presented as follows. Monster, Premium Gravy Beef. Level, 45. HP, 10W8990/10W8990. Overall attack power, 4100. Skill, C-rank, charge. This was clearly the bounty offered by the Hanxiao Alliance specifically for this instance. Those ingredients were dropped from this food monster. Without further ado, Bai immediately ordered his shadow subordinates to begin their operation, preparing to slowly surround the food monsters and then kill them one by one. Immediately, dozens of shadowy figures scattered all around, each with a vortex-like structure appearing on its head. That vortex is the weapon born from Shadow Blade transformation. It belongs exclusively to Shadowfall. Out of curiosity, Bai glanced over at it. Then, the data on these oddly shaped weapons was displayed before our eyes. Shadow Vortex. Base attack power, 800. Special effect. Absorption. Special effect varies depending on the holder. Effect. Adsorption. Targets locked onto by this weapon will be physically attracted to the weapon to a certain extent. Status. Special buff. Shadow Blade transformation. Special buff. Shadow Blade transformation. It will automatically dissipate within 10 breaths once it leaves the holder. Bai blinked. So, Shadow Blade transformation can create such a sinister weapon? I thought the Shadow Giant's Shadow Stone chains were outrageous enough, but these shadow decaying vortexes are heading in a truly bizarre direction. This is no longer the concept of conventional weapons. It seems that this Shadow Blade transformation cannot be limited by conventional imagination. Each of these shadow hands has endless possibilities for the weapons they can create using Shadow Blade transformation. But at this moment, Bai didn't think about these things. Instead, he directly ordered his shadow subordinates to kill these gourmet monsters. The next moment, although the Shadow Decayers outnumbered the Shadow Decayers and had superior combat strength, Bai was still somewhat uneasy. In a hurry, Bai waved his hand. The distant natal shadow used Shadow Swap 4 times in a row at the same time. In an instant, the two shadows on the field weakened, and in a daze, they transformed into completely different shadow minions. A figure with a confident yet sinister smile appeared. It was none other than the Shadow Naga King. Another one, equally tall, each part and organ possessed characteristics of a different creature. It was none other than Black Baltan. To besiege these dozens of top-quality fatty beef gravy is like using a dragon-slaying knife to kill a chicken. But that's what Bai thought. To kill these top-quality gravy beef, you need a perfect kill. For no other reason than to taste it myself. If they sent shadowy subordinates like the Fallen Path or Half-Dragon, the scene would immediately become a chaotic mess, with flames constantly burning everywhere. Let's do it. From the moment Bai gave the order, the Shadow Naga King also used Shadow Blade transformation, revealing a large, sharp, black harpoon. Shadow Trident. Base attack power, 9700. Special effect, Shockwave. Special effect varies depending on the holder. Effect, Shockwave, emits an invisible shockwave that can cause invisible damage to the target. The effect is amplified by 30% when used underwater. Status, Special buff, Shadow Blade transformation. Special buff, Shadow Blade transformation. It will automatically dissipate within 10 breaths once it leaves the holder. On the other side, with a wave of his hand, Black Barton caused a large, shadowy weapon to slowly extend from the outside of his massive, distorted arm. In the blink of an eye, the shadowy weapon appeared to be several meters wide. Even compared to Black Barton's own tall stature, it appears rather narrow and long. Shadow Slaying Horseblade. Base attack power, 11,000. Special effect, Bloody Division. Special effect varies depending on the holder. Effect, Bloody Slicing. This weapon will more easily cause slicing damage, and the damage is very visually appealing. Status, Special buff, Shadow Blade transformation. Special buff, Shadow Blade transformation. It will automatically dissipate within 10 breaths once it leaves the holder. The moment these two weapons with their terrifying names appeared, the gourmet monsters nearby were immediately plunged into horror. It only took a few breaths. Those beef jerky began to flee frantically, some even trying to escape the encirclement formed by the shadow decayers. Unfortunately, their counterattacks were ineffective. The damage that would be considerable against ordinary professionals was not significant against the shadow minions. Whoosh! The Shadow Naga King raised his black trident horizontally, unleashing an invisible shockwave. In an instant, the figures of those gourmet monsters paused. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Naga King raised his shadow trident high and brought it down heavily. It struck the cow's head hard. Your shadow minion, Shadow Naga King, attacked a critical area, triggering a critical hit and causing top-grade beef with gravy to lose 112,300 HP. Instant kill. Black Barton, on the other hand, was even more brutal. Black Barton's lower body structure, which facilitates rapid movement, combined with his long, narrow black sword, allows him to easily sever bull heads with a mere sweep of his blade. The top-quality beef gravy that was charging into the encirclement was slightly pulled into the vortex of shadow above the head of the shadow decay, making it unsteady. Those who failed to break free from the encirclement immediately faced instant annihilation. Not long after, this battle ended with an overwhelming advantage. A prompt flashed by in an instant. Congratulations on defeating the monster, top-tier beef, with juice. 109,890 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, top-tier beef, with juice. 109,890 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, top-tier beef, with juice. 109,890 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, top-tier beef, with juice. Experience gained. Dropped item, premium gravy beef ribs, 34. At the same time, another notification appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 45. Congratulations on reaching level 45. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You can use it now. Chapter 129. You, who gave trust. Bai didn't pay much attention to these two opportunities to advance. They are the first to be affected. Bai didn't particularly want to use that skill on either of these two opportunities. The current skill tiers are actually quite balanced. No matter which skill you add to, there won't be a significant improvement. But Bai still planned to use these two opportunities to upgrade his skills directly, for no other reason than to improve it even a little bit. Open the panel. As Bai finished speaking, the professional system immediately displayed Bai's own data. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 45, 5W4550 backslash 548W7600. HP 33W8900 backslash 33W8900. Base attack power 14,000 plus. Spirit 450. Equipment: Null Mutant Machine Gun 2, Water Cube, Decaying Orb 2, Shadow Guardian. Shadow's Henchman: True Shadow, Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Naga King. Skills: Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4, Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Dominator's Authority, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, MA, Shadow Devouring, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. Looking at all these densely packed skills, Bai was genuinely unsure which one to upgrade. The core, Shadow Extraction, and Shadow Kingdom features don't yet require much improvement. The boost from Shadow Blade Transformation isn't particularly noticeable. Generally speaking, it just makes those weapons a bit stronger, increasing the base attack power by another 10% or 20%. Bai hasn't used the auxiliary skills, Invisibility, and Killing Intent yet, but it seems the improvement isn't significant. Given the current situation, Bai might not have many opportunities to use these two skills. He doesn't usually need to use Invisibility, and Killing Intent is only used against elite or boss-level monsters that he can't kill immediately. Excluding skills that cannot be upgraded, only two options remain. First, enhance your Natal Shadow to give it greater strength. Second, enhance the power of the ruler to further improve Bai's combat abilities. Bai pondered for a few seconds, then allocated the two advancement opportunities to these two skills respectively. Fated Shadow, Tier 4, Fated Shadow, MA. Main Shadow, MA. The shadow that accompanies the Shadow King throughout his life can be reborn instantly after death. Some of the Shadow King's skills can be used. After reaching the 5th rank, his combat power was significantly enhanced, but the increase in the link with the Monarch seemed to have hit a bottleneck. It cannot be improved for the time being. Its peak combat power as the Shadow King will be 5 times greater than his own. Power of the Dominator, Tier 3, Power of the Dominator, Tier 4. Power of the Dominator, Tier 4. A wondrous ability to exert physical influence on things without direct contact. This power originally belonged to them, but they have bestowed it upon you, who trust them. Me, who was entrusted with trust. Bai looked at the description of the 4th tier Dominator's power, and couldn't quite grasp it. This is revealed in the introduction. I have a feeling this is some very important information. However, based on the existing information, Bai couldn't analyze anything and simply took it as words unique to the introduction. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. Bai shook his head. He couldn't figure out anything about such an unclear matter, no matter how hard he tried. Right now, dozens of units of material called top-grade beef ribs with broth appeared in the professional systems storage backpack. With a casual gesture, Bai's Natal Shadow, following his will, used Shadow Swap to come from afar. One side position. Bai took out his cooking equipment from his storage backpack, set up a barbecue grill, and instructed the Shadow Naga King to come over and control the heat. After grilling 2 units of premium beef ribs with juice, I looked towards my destined shadow. Then I saw it. Just like a giant sponge absorbing water, wherever the Natal Shadow stands, the shadow of the food monster is instantly sucked dry. At the same time, the Natal Shadow also began to grow stronger, and its entire body seemed to become more solid. Bai glanced at it, and the data was displayed. Shadow Subordinate, my one and only shadow. HP, 242W3380 backslash 242W3380. Overall attack power, 76800 plus. This has significantly improved the data. The data panel is now incredibly terrifying, even surpassing the level of boss-level shadow minions. It's better to say something than to say it. With this level of power, Bai only needs to send out one of his main shadow characters to easily sweep through this dungeon. Unfortunately, that's a shame. At the current 5th rank, it seems difficult for the Natal Shadow to achieve another powerful upgrade. Fortunately, though, there's also a skill called Shadow Eater, which, if you take your time, is no worse than upgrading the Fate Shadow skill rank. While I was thinking, time had already quietly slipped away. On the side, the towering Shadow Naga King was carefully turning the food over by pinching one end of the grill with 2 webbed, jet black fingers. Not long after, Bai then had dinner in this instance. Don't tell me. Really don't tell me. As expected of ingredients offered as a bounty by the Lian Hanxiao Alliance members, it was indeed delicious, and Bai ate with great satisfaction. At the same time, several enormous trees stood up and fought against the shadow giants. Although these trees are quite tall, they still look tiny compared to the shadow giants' even larger stature in the Honolulu instance. Swish! Swish! 2 interconnected black flying stone chains sprouted from the shadow giant's wrist. With a flick of his massive wrist, he hurled the black shadow flying stone rope. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out instantly, and the tall trees in front of the monster were instantly torn to pieces. The shadow giant did not get up to retrieve the thrown black shadow slingshot, but instead punched the tree monster next to him, which was half a head shorter than him. The rewards from Chapter 130's dungeon completion were decent. Boom! The immense power unleashed caused considerable damage to the monster. Splash! The candy fruits that grew on this giant tree were all falling down. Monster, the candy tree. Level, 47. HP, 12W8970 / 12W8970. Overall attack power, 5200. Skills, C rank, rooting, D rank, getting up. The next moment, the shadow giant delivered another punch, instantly destroying the dilapidated candy tree beside it. Its shadow giant flicked between its wrists. Another black shadowy flying stone rope appeared, and the black shadowy flying stone rope that had crashed down not far away had disappeared. What appeared on the shadow giant's wrist was clearly a completely new one. Swish! Swish! They resorted to the same old trick again. The shadow giant hurled its weapon again, severely wounding a giant candy tree in the distance once more. These are giant candy trees. In terms of size, it is inferior to the shadow giant. In terms of attack power, it cannot even budge the shadow giant. And in terms of health, it is merely an existence whose health can be depleted by a few punches from the shadow giant. That concludes the discussion. These giant candy trees were completely annihilated by the shadow giants in a crushing manner. At the same time, while enjoying dinner, Bai received a hint. Congratulations on defeating the monster, candy tree. 129,890 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, candy tree. 129,890 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, candy tree. Experience gained. Dropped item, 56 large tree candies. Bai wasn't particularly interested in the dropped items. He waved his hand, sending his natal shadow to devour the shadow, and then paid it no further attention. At the same time, scenes of lone wolf hunting, such as half-dragons and shadow giants, are commonplace. The 100 demons conquer the barbarians and wreak havoc among the hamburger monsters, gaining massive amounts of experience in the same amount of time. It seems so. Even without defeating a boss and gaining a large amount of experience at once, leveling up is not a difficult task for Bai. Time flies. More than half of the time has already passed in this instance. During this time, Shadow Decay detected the bounty's material entity, Honey-Braised Plum Pig, so Bai dispatched his natal shadow there. A plain location. This slightly secluded area is home to a tribe of gourmet monsters. Honey-Braised Plum Blossom Pig. This culinary monster even has blood that tastes like brine. If eaten raw, it's practically indistinguishable from braised meat. Such a strange creature. Only in this instance world do rules that are not allowed in the normal world occur, as usual. Here, when Shadowfall discovered this location, Hyakki-sei was the first to head in this direction. However, its speed of bursting in the air is still not as fast as a simple shadow swap of its own shadow. The natal shadow arrived directly at the scene. The 100 Demons expedition followed closely behind. Although the population of these honey-braised plum blossom pigs is large, they still cannot compete with the combination of Benming Ingzi and Baiguizhing. For Benming, these honey-braised plum blossom pigs were practically one-shot kills. On the other hand, Hyakki-sei even abandoned the ability to borrow demonic powers like Kayakatsu, and instead turned their advantage into offensive capabilities. An encirclement and suppression operation was launched immediately. Not long after, Bairin, while lying down, received another notification. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Honey-Braised Shrimp Pig. Experience gained, 102,850. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Honey-Braised Shrimp Pig. Experience gained, 102,850. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Honey-Braised Shrimp Pig. Experience gained. Dropped item, Honey-Braised Pork Shoulder Meat 60. It didn't take a moment. Those gourmet monsters were hunted down completely, leaving behind a trail of loot. The corpses of these gourmet monsters were also their shadows absorbed by their natal shadows, and the corpses were transported back to have their dropped items extracted. Not a single bit was wasted. After the entire group of honey-braised plum blossom pigs, a small monster-like creature, was wiped out, it seems that the experience points have been accumulated to the required value once again. Immediately, the professional system sent a notification. Congratulations on reaching level 46. Bai glanced at it, but didn't pay much attention. After all, during this period, aside from some high combat power shadow subordinates hunting gourmet monsters, the remaining shadow slayers, during their reconnaissance, also continuously hunted lone gourmet monsters within this instance. I have gained more than just a little experience. Although each individual food monster doesn't drop a lot of experience, the total amount adds up to an astonishing number. Although Bai didn't care, he still opened his data panel and glanced at it. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 46, 11W2390/598W9920. HP, 35W9180/35W9180. Base attack power, 15600+. That concludes the discussion. That concludes our stay in the Calamity Food Capital instance. The forced exit effect applied to Bai. Before that, Bai then ordered all the high-ranking shadow subordinates he had dispatched to return to the Shadow Kingdom within their natal shadow bodies. The forced exit time had arrived, and in the blink of an eye, Bai's figure disappeared from the instance. Dragon Kingdom. Outside of Jinyang Province and Jingshan Town, in the city of Calamity Cuisine, Bai's figure suddenly appeared from the dungeon entrance. Although the time spent in the dungeon this time was shorter than before, the gains were just as significant. Bai first broke through his level, rising from level 44 to level 46. Bai's natal shadow also uses the specialized skill, Shadow Devourer, which has greatly enhanced his strength. This enhancement can even be fed back to Bai's main body. It can be described as a win-win situation. Welcome back next time. The staff member greeted as usual. Bai nodded slightly, and then walked directly out of the official building of this instance. Next, nothing too important. So Bai started thinking about his prop, the water cube. Although the current shadow minions are already powerful enough, no one would refuse to have another powerful subordinate. Immediately, Bai then retrieved his windmill T-800, which occupied a separate compartment from his storage backpack. He climbed into the driver's seat and randomly selected a spot by the sea. Certainly, after careful consideration, Bai chose a relatively sparsely populated spot near the sea. Fewer people means more peace and quiet, and it also avoids unnecessary stairs, giving Bai some peace and quiet. Chapter 131, Water Cube, Effect Practice. That night, the wind turbine aircraft never stopped, but time waits for no one. When Bai arrived at the seaside, the sky was shrouded in darkness early on, somewhat obstructing visibility. But none of this mattered to Bai. The beach he arrived at had a cliff above it, and a short, shallow rocky area about 10 steps below where he could stand. Given the surrounding conditions, let alone the sparse population, even if you offered money, you'd probably get very few visitors. Certainly, if a stone tablet could be erected, and a few historical stories could be written to promote it as a tourist attraction, things might be completely different. When Bai arrived at the location above the sea, the autopilot of the wind turbine aircraft was switched to manual mode, and the speed was gradually reduced, allowing it to hover steadily over the sea. As usual, Bai opened the door of the aircraft, stepped out into the air, and then put the windmill aircraft away. Immediately afterwards, Bai slowly landed on the rocky ground below the cliff. Without any extra movements, he directly retrieved the water cube from his storage backpack. Plop! A loud splashing sound rang out as a heavy object fell into the water. That palm-sized prop, the water cube, was indeed quite heavy, much heavier than it appeared. Bai didn't understand the knowledge of creating props, so he simply thought that the prop had a high density. This prop, after being touched by Bai, she was already in a situation where he could control her at will. This tool has no other function than to store water in its internal space. Open. With a thought from Bai, the water cube, which was already submerged below the sea level in front of him, began to operate. In an instant, the sea surface suddenly trembled, and a considerable ripple immediately appeared. Props, water cube. Quality, purple plus. Capacity, 0.8 tons/9,450 tons. turn out to be below sea level. The water cube draws seawater instantly from the surrounding space, rather than being able to collect it from only one direction. The seawater below disappeared instantly. Furthermore, the absorption rate is faster each second than the collection rate of the previous second. Splash. Just like the waves crashing against the beach, the calm sea surface has already presented this posture. Props, water cube. Quality, purple plus. Capacity, 390 tons / 9,450 tons. It's urgent. As the water cube's absorption speed increased, a small vortex appeared not far above Bai. Just like a regular toilet flush, the water flows clockwise, constantly converging towards the bottom. Bai didn't pay much attention to the vortex as it intensified. Instead, a thought flashed through my mind. The eddies in the northern hemisphere are clockwise, while the eddies in the southern hemisphere seem to be the opposite. Raising an eyebrow, Bai found it somewhat interesting. Time passed slowly, and Bai snapped out of his reverie. Looking at the eddy on the sea surface, which had now turned into a small boat-sized vortex, and glancing at the current state of the water cube. Data presentation. Props, water cube. Quality, purple plus. Capacity, 3,429 tons / 9,450 tons. In just over 100 seconds, it absorbed more than 3,000 tons of seawater, which is quite a speed. After another minute or two, the water cube reached its maximum capacity. Props, water cube. Capacity, 9,450 tons. Upon seeing that the collection was complete, Bai immediately used his special skill, Power of the Dominator, to retrieve the water cube from the sea surface. The Power of the Dominator, upgraded to the 4th tier, is now easier and faster to use. If the 3rd stage is likened to a patient waving their arms, then the 4th stage is like a robust person rapidly swinging their arms. The actions taken during the period were the same, but the latter was undoubtedly easier. Then I saw it. The water cube was lifted out of the sea and slowly floated towards Bai. There wasn't a single water stain on it. It's likely due to the water cube's own effect that even if there is water, it will probably enter the storage space. It took about 3 minutes to fill the entire storage space of the water cube. Props. Although it sounds like it will take a long time. But it should be noted that the capacity to hold it is a terrifying nearly 10,000 tons. Bai held the water cube in his hand. Although the surrounding light was dim due to the darkness, obstructing his view. However, with Bai's current extraordinary physique, his night vision ability has also been greatly improved. Seeing things clearly in the dark is not a difficult task. Certainly, if it were completely dark, with no light source whatsoever, and given that the water cube itself is a completely black object, even Bai would have a hard time seeing it clearly. At this time, the water cube was suspended in front of him by Bai's ability. It can be seen that within that prop, through a semi-transparent hourglass-shaped barrier, beyond the two-dimensional graphics inside, there are layers upon layers of vast, drifting seawater. Although it looks about the size of a few fingers. But Bai knew. That represents a massive amount of water, nearly 10,000 tons of seawater. Having witnessed the speed at which this item could absorb water, but not yet its speed at which it could release it, Bai immediately began to experiment with it. Go on. With a thought from Bai, the water cube immediately released a large amount of seawater according to his plan. Splash. Splash. That speed. It was like a promotion that had been launched, a torrent that had been unleashed, and it was completely unstoppable. As the opening period progresses, the number of visitors seems to be increasing, even to an ever-growing scale. It only took a few seconds. That would probably fill a small swimming pool. That's enough. Bai waved his hand, immediately stopping the operation of releasing seawater from the water cube. The water cube draws water very quickly, at least 40 or 50 tons per second. And the speed at which the water is released is no joke. It will obviously only be faster, not slower at all. Having witnessed this effect, Bai was extremely satisfied. My opinion of the prop maker named Chi Yutong has grown a little more. If there is an opportunity, Bai might go to him again for the next few props. I don't know why. In the studio in the distance, Chi Yutong, who was immersing himself in watching a movie with the windows closed and the projector on, eating snacks, felt inexplicably tired. Strangeness. It feels like we're about to get some work done again. Never mind. Let's just continue resting. Chi Yutong stuffed a braised duck wing into his mouth and continued watching the movie, putting his premonition out of his mind. Chapter 132. What is so special about silicon-based life? At this time, Bai stood in front of the sea and put the water cube into his storage backpack. If it were to hold 10,000 tons of water, it would probably have filled this limited space long ago. However, if it only carries one prop, the water cube only occupies a single grid, not taking up much space at all. Overall, it's not exactly a bug. At most, it's a feature. After putting away the water cube prop, Bai then thought about returning to the Hanxiao Alliance and going back to sleep for the night. You need to know, it's already night. If you don't go to sleep, nothing good will happen. The next moment, Bai leaped into the air. Since the power of the Dominator had been upgraded to the 4th rank, it had become much easier for him to use. And the speed of flight in the air is also slightly faster. If before it was a slow, gentle lift, now it's at least being tossed into the air. Not long after, Bai soared directly into the air above this area, casually summoned the windmill flying vehicle, and piloted it inside. Entering Hanxia Alliance Airport as the destination allows for a short rest. During leisure time, Bai took out his black identity card and scanned some of the functions he needed, including his recent contact list. The last message from committee member Yi was still prominently displayed on the screen. Bai didn't have anything to do, so he naturally wouldn't send messages casually. However, what Bai was curious about was what kind of urgent matters someone of committee member Ye's caliber usually had. It is said that with great power comes great responsibility. Could the tasks assigned to the committee members be enemies that even he did not anticipate? Shaking his head, Bai stopped thinking about these things. I'm a little curious, but it probably has nothing to do with him, right? After all, those are tasks that require the committee members to be involved. If he goes, although he can be of use, he probably won't be of much help. Little did they know. A flag was quietly set. Flag, literally meaning a flag, but often used online to jokingly refer to a goal that cannot be achieved, but then happens to be achieved in the next moment. For example, I'll go home and get married after this battle, so I died in the battle / I'd rather starve to death than eat a single bite of food, but then I suddenly find it delicious. France. A brilliant sonic boom cloud streaked across the border airspace. A high-speed airship was rapidly sailing. If Bai were here, he would definitely recognize it. This airship was clearly the Wide Area Silence S2. At this time, the night committee member was piloting the Wide Area Silence S2, picking up 2 or 3 committee members from around the world, and was rushing towards a certain place. Besides Yi Yufan, the committee member, there were 3 other committee members in the cabin of this airship. Like committee member Yi, he looked somewhat young. However, this youthfulness is only relative to the middle-aged committee members. Compared to Bai, these committee members are still more mature. These committee members. The 3 committee members are Ji Qiufeng, Huozhua, and Yun Binglu. At this time, one person with orange-yellow hair stood out. Even through the half-decker seating area, his words were clearly audible to everyone. Hey, are Lao Wu and the others okay? They can't even handle this. Hey, it's still us who have to step up. By the way, are we able to hold out? Is it easy for us to escape? As if his ability to speak was about to expire, the man kept talking, leaving the committee members somewhat silent. Ji Qiufeng, can you please shut your mouth and stop sucking on it? Yun Binglu shouted in a coquettish voice. I second that proposal. Huozhua weakly raised his right hand to indicate his agreement. Seeing Yun Binglu, this tomboy, showing signs of irritation, Yi Yufan remained silent, planning his trip in his mind. Immediately, the S-2, a wide-area silent aircraft, had long since traversed the turbulent airspace, passing Berlin and the German-speaking country. The interception of the airship proceeded smoothly without any interference from any state. This empty ship, it is entering the airspace of France at a speed of 3,000 meters per second, heading straight for its capital. If you stop and watch for a moment, you will see a catastrophic scene. Surrounded by vegetation, it may have been neglected for a long time. A large fire is burning, which may indicate a fire situation. The long line of vehicles causing a traffic jam is likely due to a traffic accident that was not resolved in a timely manner. But with these 3 situations occurring simultaneously, it's easy to see that France was now facing an unprecedented disaster and an absolute crisis. The machine crisis. Seriously, is it really that serious? Huozhua asked. Have you ever heard of natural disasters? Committee member Yi asked casually. I know the answer to this question. The reference to the stars probably refers to a large-scale invasion crisis that ordinary humans cannot stop. The first catastrophe, Purge Protocol, a super-intelligent mechanical AI with extraordinary computing power intrusion. The second scourge, Void Demons, a void insectoid race that reproduces and evolves quickly. The third calamity, Higher Dimensional Invasion, an army of undead, in the form of spirits that are impossible to defeat. But, Aren't these all just concepts from a game? Ji Qiufeng answered decisively with his quick wit. Could it be that this mechanical crisis in France could be like the first catastrophe? No way, no way. I refuse to believe that a mere silicon-based life form can withstand a missile strike with its mechanical body. Even if we could, wouldn't one-piece missile solve the problem? If one isn't enough, we'll use two. Ji Qiufeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly quite confident in his human side. After his triumphant moment, Ji Qiufeng seemed to still be expecting Yi Yufan to refute him. In Ji Qiufeng's understanding, there is basically no concept that can threaten the current state of Earth. Let's not talk about anything else. Even without the leader of the Hanxiao Alliance taking action, just one of the vice leaders dared to claim that he could guarantee the fate of an entire country on his own. Not to mention, while regular bullets are much less effective against monsters, heavy weapons are still somewhat useful. Although many high-level monsters can withstand several bursts of Gatling gun fire thanks to their skin. But, if a missile is fired, the enemy will definitely suffer some losses. Not to mention the peace bomb. With a yield of that magnitude, what monsters could withstand it? Even if they could withstand it, how many could they withstand? At this moment, Ji Qiufeng was waiting for Yi Yufan to refute him, because only such a powerful opponent was challenging. But, clearly, although Ji Qiufeng is a sharp-tongued person, he was right this time. This machine crisis can be resolved with just a few peaceful missiles from the hydrogen, 1000. The polluting power of hydrogen, 1000 tons or less, is very small, even close to zero. After you finish throwing the first thing, you can go camping and have a barbecue the next day. But this machine crisis, however, is happening among a population of over 40 million. Chapter 133, Everything is just beginning. Because it happened in France, a country with a large population. Based on this alone, it is not easy to launch a peaceful missile. But, besides this, there is another major reason. That is, the entire network in France has been completely shut down, and the whole country is without internet access. After all, the enemy is intelligent machinery. We cannot allow them any opportunity to access the network. Once it becomes a parasite on the global internet, it becomes like searching for a needle in a haystack, completely impossible to find. Furthermore, the opposing side, having control of the global network, can easily launch a comeback, time and time again, until humanity is worn down to the point of utter impatience. Fortunately, though, as a technologically advanced nation, France was struggling to break free from the vortex of the Omnic crisis at its source. They decisively blocked the entire national network, giving the other side not even the slightest opportunity to take advantage. Otherwise, it will turn from a crisis in France into a global crisis for the entire planet Earth. It was precisely because of Francesco's awareness that the world did not hesitate to send reinforcements, and many people were dispatched to suppress the rebellion. In this way, the entire machine crisis, which sounds terrifying, was suppressed to the scale of a horrifying flu. So, this time we're only going there to suppress the source of the AI crisis? Ji Qiufeng asked after a moment of stunned silence, his lips trembling. He originally thought this would be a good fight. But now it seems. It's just that the top-tier combatants on the front lines got tired of fighting, so they sent these first-tier soldiers to take over. I guess so. Completely sever the complex energy lines of the source of the machine crisis. Then destroy the building it possessed. It's all over now, Yi Yufan said calmly. Ah, this. Ji Qiufeng instantly deflated. Just then, Yin Binglu suddenly asked, what? You really like disasters that much? Upon hearing this, Ji Qiufeng immediately spoke rapidly, like a robot that had triggered a key phrase. First of all, I am speaking only as a person and have no intention of offending anyone. Secondly, I did not gloat. I did not hope for any disaster that might cause even the slightest harm to humanity, and I did not slander any individual. If there is any offense, it is purely a misunderstanding. Holding up 3 fingers, Ji Qiufeng fluently uttered this declaration. It goes without saying. He has said these words countless times. Huazhua remained silent for a moment, without saying a word. We've arrived, Yi Yufan said slowly. Then I saw it. The wide area silent S2 gradually slowed down until it came to a complete stop on the top floor of a tall building. From this height, one can see a distant view. François, the Montparnasse Tower, standing at 209 meters tall, was once the tallest modern building in France. Second only to the Eiffel Tower. However, it is now tightly bound by several steel-colored veins, giving it an airtight appearance. Outside the Smart Machine Network building, a large sword, as big as a door panel, was suspended horizontally in midair. On it, an elderly man with white hair and eyebrows stood steadily like a pine tree, one hand behind his back and the other hand behind his back. He held a slender, cold sword in one hand. The next moment, the old man used 70% of his strength to unleash a sword strike out of thin air. Whoosh! An invisible sword aura flew out instantly, directly striking the Montparnasse building, which was covered by the AI network. Buzz! One after another, shields composed of clear crystals appeared in the form of energy fields, reducing the sword energy by more than 80%. However, the sword energy, still possessing considerable power, slashed across the AI building. A deep, horizontal gap appeared. But within a few breaths, the severed mechanical veins slowly began to wriggle and reattach themselves. Oomph, just as hard to kill as a cockroach. The white-haired old man snorted coldly, clearly displeased with the intelligent building. Just then, a loud shout came from a distant high-rise building. Old Wu, over here. The white-haired old man, known as Lao Wu, slowly turned around, the giant sword beneath him carrying him as he slowly moved forward in that direction. What are these young lads? Old Wu chuckled, stroking his beard. Finally here. I need to rest for a couple of days. It's been a while since I've had Phoenix Dancong tea. Old Wu waved his hand, said no more, and flew away on his sword into the distance. Yi Yufan and the other committee members descended the stairs and glanced around. The 9 governors of France were also present. These 9 individuals, whose strength and positions were equivalent to those of the Hanxia Committee of the Dragon Kingdom, had been working tirelessly during this period. Judging from their helpless expressions, they must have had a tough time these past 2 days. I glanced again at the 100 or so people on the ground. People from many countries, including Germany, Switzerland, the Kingdom of Tulips, and Spain, are all present. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If your neighbor's house catches fire and you don't rush over to put it out, what if it spreads to your own house later? I wonder who among these people used some mysterious skill. This makes it possible during this period of time. Within France, regardless of who you are or what language you speak, anyone can directly understand what you want to say, which is equivalent to advanced simultaneous interpretation. Everyone, the energy pipeline 800 meters underground has been cut off. On my behalf, we can stop the mechanical regeneration from coming. Thank you, everyone. A governor of France shouted. Brothers who are attacking, don't stop. The energy of this AI tower is limited. There are some energy channels operating deeper underground. Anyone with surface exploration skills, please come over here. Although there were many people here, it was very orderly. It seems that at this moment, people from all countries and of all skin colors can live together peacefully. Go and help. Hosway asked. Of course, Ji Qiufeng shouted without turning his head, then suddenly ran down from the high-rise building. The rest, Yi Yufan and Yun Binglu, followed closely behind. With the assistance of the first-tier countries, the crisis in France is slowly being resolved. It seems that everything will be solved once this mother building, which represents the crisis of omnipotent machines, is removed. But while the leading countries in many countries are busy, the governor of France's face changed drastically, becoming extremely ugly. Herman F. Baudouin, what's wrong? You look terrible. A German with a small black mustache asked. A faint. This guy was just fainting all along. What? What are you talking about? The previous waves of mechanical armies were easily wiped out. It was all part of the Matrix's plan. That was to launch a second attack under cover of darkness. This AI crisis. It's not over yet. It's just beginning. Chapter 134 onward. France. Dragon Kingdom, Hanxia Alliance. Bai parked the wind turbine aircraft at the airport location and asked the staff to help refuel it. Then, he drove the chariot that the night committee member had sent over and slowly returned to the villa. Nothing was said that night. Bai rested well, which greatly restored her energy. I got up, washed up, and did it all in one go. Just as Bai had finished reorganizing and was preparing to find a suitable dungeon to slowly grind experience and level up. Buzz. Suddenly, the black card in his pocket vibrated. This thing even has a built-in vibration function. Bai was stunned for a moment. He would have been holding onto this black card for at least several days, if not longer. During this time, this thing never vibrated. Upon picking up the black identity card, a notification immediately popped up. Announcement: France is caught in an omnic crisis. Description: we are currently recruiting members of the Hanxia Alliance who are level 35 or above to lend a hand. Time is of the essence, and the reward is yet to be determined. Introduction: the source of the disaster in France this time stemmed from the opening of a brand new instance. The boss broke out of the instance, and its first attack was to convert the surrounding electronic devices into numerous silicon-based life forms. But the weak silicon-based life forms were quickly destroyed. Unexpectedly, it was a decorative feint, deliberately releasing weaker forces to secretly plot this second wave of mech armies. Currently, the entire country of France is in a state of absolute crisis, and people's lives are constantly threatened. We may be from different countries, but we are all still part of the human race. If we stand idly by today, humanity may fall apart like scattered sand in times of great crisis. Aid or not? Entirely voluntary. Upon seeing the last two lines, Bai was slightly moved. While strictly speaking, this announcement might have a slight connection to moral blackmail. The last few sentences were indeed reasonable. If we don't help this time, it will be difficult to ask for help when our own country is in danger. Although China is a populous country, there have never been few strong people. But who can guarantee that the world will be safe the moment we open our eyes each day? Really? Bai frowned in thought, then made an important decision, saying, "Let's have pan-fried buns for breakfast. It would be quite nice with some chopped chili and vinegar." Bai smoothly ordered takeout by waving her black card and had it delivered to the villa. Go help Francis? This is something I could consider, of course, if I'm willing to do so. But Bai was also considering the next dungeon, but the number of monsters in the dungeon was really limited. He could only kill a few dozen at a time, and after 8 hours, he would only level up a few times. With that little experience, who could possibly get promoted? However, there's nothing we can do about it. Even at Bai Yi's rate of advancement, he's probably already ranked number 1 in the world. Even so, Bai was already used to it. That's how people are. If they have something good, they'll want to pursue something even better. Those who are rich will dream of becoming even richer. Those with power will always want more power. That's just how people are. Desires are a part of humanity and cannot be easily relinquished. Just as Bai finished breakfast, a message appeared on her contact list on her black identity card. Tsinghua University. Brother Bai, you saw the announcement too, right? How about we go check out France? Air. I've checked, and they don't pose a major threat to lives. The higher level threats will be handled by the top tier buildings. We just need to deal with the areas we can't manage. Qingwu. You can go, but it's not really necessary. There are too many monsters. Qingxi. Who knows what kind of extra reward there might be if I go. I'd like to go and see. Qing-san. Brother Bai, what they said makes sense, I agree. Bai frowned as he looked at the messages sent by the 5 people one after another. It wasn't that their information had any impact on Bai, but rather, can't you guys just hand them out in order? These 5 brothers sent the messages in a completely random order. It almost triggered Bai's obsessive-compulsive disorder. If Bai remembered correctly, Qingxi seemed to be a jinx, always saying things that came true. So, the Hanxiao Alliance reward he mentioned this time might actually come true? However, even without seeing this information, Bai could still sense something. This mechanical crisis in France has several characteristics. There are many monsters. There may be unknown rewards. The sheer number of monsters was enough to stir something within Bai. You should know that even if Bai goes to the next dungeon that suits him now, and even if he lets the shadow army spread out to kill, he can only kill a few dozen at most. After most of the day, I probably won't even level up 1 or 2 levels. But what if we go to France? There are so many intelligent machine monsters, and judging from the current situation, it's the kind that would be impossible to kill them all. Isn't that a coincidence? This is exactly the kind of environment Bai needs. At the very least, there are hidden rewards that might not even exist. As the largest alliance in the entire Dragon Kingdom, would they be lacking in those rewards? The answer is no. Not only can you gain a lot of experience, but you can also gain a reputation and potentially receive generous rewards. This journey. Why not? A massive amount of experience. Bai blinked, realizing this. Although Bai had considered the potential dangers, he had not been without them. But, on second thought, he realized he had the ability to instantly teleport, shadow swap, and he also had the item, Shadow Guardian, to block attacks. With a shadowy army always protecting them, safety is never an issue. Even if those advantages can't be used. The power of Dominator alone is enough for him to single-handedly kill a group of monsters. This trip to France can be treated as a vacation, and it also allows me to help another country along the way. Go. Bai nodded and replied to the 5 brothers' messages. Immediately, the 5 brothers agreed on a time and traveled to France in the same small airship. Although Bai's windmill aircraft was usable, compared to the airship he was traveling on this time, it was like comparing a tractor to an off-road vehicle. Not to mention, if Bai had not reported to the surrounding countries and had entered another country's airspace in his windmill aircraft, he would probably have been shot down by several large fireballs. During this time, Bai also made sure to list some of the loot from the previous dungeon on the bounty quest delivery page. I managed to earn some points during this time. Here, when Xiao Hao and his 5 brothers met up with Bai Yi, the other party treated them with the same warmth as an elder brother they hadn't seen in a long time, making Bai Yi feel a little uncomfortable once again. But soon, this scene was no longer visible. The seating compartments of small airships are semi-independent, making it somewhat inconvenient to open them. At this very moment, Bai Yi officially sets off for the Kingdom of France, which is mired in an intelligent machine crisis. Chapter 135. Welcome, comrades. This time, taking the transport ship felt much the same to Bai Yi as taking a bus. I felt quite drowsy. However, there are some differences. At least on a regular bus, you can see the scenery outside the window, but here you can't see any scenery at all. I don't know if it was to prevent people from getting dizzy or what, but there wasn't even a single window. But the speed of this transport ship is undeniable. It's incredibly fast. Just sitting here makes me feel like I'm flying, Qing-san said with a sigh. Don't embarrass yourself, be quiet, Qinghua muttered. Is 5th brother about to throw up? He hasn't made a sound at all, Qing-si asked, somewhat puzzled. Sitting in the semi-enclosed seating cabin, the sound wouldn't be very loud even if it were to escape. But these 5 brothers seem to have some kind of innate telepathic connection, as if they were born with it. Just by moving their mouths or exchanging glances, they can roughly guess what the other is thinking. It's even more amazing than some low-level skills. Bai glanced at it, but didn't say anything more. In terms of air-to-ship combat, the wide-range Silent S-2, piloted by Commissioner Yi, was still faster. Although his wind turbine aircraft was like a race car compared to a civilian motorcycle when compared to this airship, it did not stop Bai Yi from thinking about the speed of the wide-area Silent S-2. The speed of 3,000 meters per second is deeply ingrained in people's minds. We should be there soon. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes from his dozing state, and was fully prepared. The experience points gained from this trip to Faransi will be more than those from regular dungeons, and definitely not less. Just as Bai Yi predicted. Not long after, the airship is gradually reducing its speed from maximum. If you don't do this, even a powerful professional will feel somewhat dizzy. Buzz. The transport ship slowly came to a stop within French territory, accompanied by a somewhat noisy hum. It landed slowly in a less chaotic area. The surrounding terrain is not very stable. However, the balancing support extending from below the airship steadily supports it. Although it sounds simple, it is indeed very effective. Effective immediately. The airship opened its hatch, and a wide mechanical ramp slowly extended out, descending at a sloping angle to form a path for people to descend. No wonder it's a foreign country. The air here is. Qing-san had just finished speaking when he heard Qing Wu vomiting loudly next to him. Ugh. Not getting airsick, not getting dizzy on a steel bus, but getting dizzy on a transport ship. That's really something else. Qingdao muttered a few words of complaint, then took out a bottle of water from his storage backpack and handed it to Qingwu, so he could rinse his mouth and relieve some of the dizziness. Bai Yi saw this. He slowly turned to the side, creating some distance between himself and the group of clowns. Really, he finds it easier to act alone, and a quiet environment makes him more comfortable. With a thought from Bai Yi. Within Bai Yi's own shadow, 7 short, shadowy figures emerged one after another. These shadowy figures moved swiftly, immediately flanking around and disappearing into the shadows of Xiao Hao and his 5 brothers. The commands received by these decaying shadows are to emerge from among their 5 shadows when they receive instructions again, serving as the coordinate anchor points for shadow swapping. After the airship landed, the Faransi in this area received the mission of being guided, and they were undoubtedly very grateful for any assistance that came to their aid. After all, although we live in an era where everyone is a full-time worker, France is itself a technologically advanced country. But precisely because of this, in a country with a population of only over 40 million, there are not many top professionals. And it is precisely because of its status as a technologically advanced nation. The current machine crisis in France may be far more brutal than in other countries, since the more advanced the technology, the more ruthless the machine crisis becomes. If a smart machine crisis occurred in another country, perhaps it wouldn't be this serious. But there is no doubt that Francesco was grateful for the reinforcements. The dozen or so soldiers who came to meet them from a short distance away are proof of this. Bai glanced at them and immediately discerned their detailed information. The opponent's level is much lower than yours, and all data is presented with 100% accuracy. Player, Gillis Vincent. Occupation, Security Expert, Level B+. Level, 27, 0/112W. HP, 56500/56500. Base attack power, 1810. Equipment, Caesar hand-towed grenade launcher, M3. Skills, Rank B, Instant Shield, Rank B+, Breathing Hemostasis. This man named Gillis Vincent is the representative of these dozen or so soldiers, both in terms of rank and the equipment they have acquired. In terms of level, around level 27, it's not particularly noticeable, and its combat power isn't even that strong. But in terms of equipment, the Caesar hand-towed grenade launcher M3 they wield is enough to make up for their level deficiency, giving them the ability to contend with the Omnic army to a certain extent. Welcome, comrades. Thank you for coming here and assisting us in this crisis. One of the soldiers stepped forward, slung his equipment over his left shoulder, and gave a standard French salute with his right palm facing forward. Hello. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. Ching Sen went over and exchanged a few pleasantries. They weren't speaking Chinese, but you could understand the meaning directly? Although Qingda tried to remain calm, his raised eyebrows couldn't be hidden. Please follow us for about 1 kilometer and meet up with the regional commander for this area. He will make the most accurate judgment at present. Thank you again for coming, comrades. The soldier solemnly shouted 2 sentences, and then led the way without stopping for a moment. This serious atmosphere. This also caused the 5 Xiao Hao brothers to completely suppress their usual playful and carefree attitude, and closely follow behind them. That's all. For professionals, the short distance is like taking out the trash. They arrive in the blink of an eye. I just walked over. You will then see a steel gate with the words D Rong Forest Park engraved above it. This is where the war zone commander stays. It feels like they're here for a stroll. After making a complaint, Wu picked up a mineral water bottle and rinsed his mouth. Before those words even landed, a bright blue guided grenade streaked through the air, leaving a gray-black trail behind it. Boom! A deafening roar came from afar. Bai looked into the distance. The landing site of that guided grenade was now littered with several sizable pieces of mechanical debris. Some of the electronic circuits were still sparking. Don't be nervous, it's just the area leader eliminating a team of omnipotent machines. A soldier explained the sentence. But Ching Si's eyebrows twitched involuntarily as he muttered to himself. Chapter 136 time is of the essence, I'll fly there. France. Inside Dirong Forest Park. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face held a cilantro cigarette in his mouth, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled. This bite. It's like a cathartic release after war, a silent cry. Sir, this is a new wave of friendly support. The leading soldier stepped forward and reported to the man. The officer slowly turned around and looked solemnly at Bai Yi and the others. Thank you for coming. He nodded solemnly, then looked at the 5 Xiao Hao brothers, Bai Yi, and several Han Xia members who were with him. It's obvious. He was conducting reconnaissance, and the officer's gaze swept across everyone except Bai Yi, where it lingered for a few seconds. Bai Yi, I can't see through him. Very good. It seems you have all passed level 35 early and will not be easily killed or injured. I apologize if I said anything harsh. The officer took another drag of his cigarette. His expression was never good. This machine crisis came somewhat suddenly. We want to protect the people, but we also want to quickly quell the machine crisis. There's just no other way. The rest will be gone soon. According to feedback from the war zone, the Orleans district is severely understaffed. Please go and reinforce that area. I will send a few soldiers to take you there. By the way, please wait a moment. The officer looked at Bai Yi with a serious expression. He couldn't help but turn around and look around. Bai Yi was certain that the officer was talking about him. For a moment, their eyes met, and the atmosphere became slightly strange. I don't know why. As if by some strange twist of fate, Bai Yi unconsciously activated the detection skill, and the data was displayed directly before his eyes. Player, Lancelot E. Riegel. Occupation, Equivalent Alchemist, A++ rank. Level, 44. HP, 21W1630/24W5480. Overall attack power, 5,700. Status, weak debuff, bleeding. Skills, A level, Equivalent Displacement, A level, Explosive Enhancement, B level, Sacrifice Amplification. Looking at the other party's data, Bai Yi didn't feel anything particularly special. Is this the level of a small war zone commander in France? Level 44 is neither high nor low. But from a superstitious point of view, this level seems a little bit unlucky. Bai raised an eyebrow, his thoughts not lingering on the battlefield. Until, Orleans. I've heard their roasted chicken wings and barbecue are famous. How about we go for a meal after we wipe out the Omnic army? Ching'er asked. Sure, but I'm afraid that halfway through the meal or the conversation, another AI army will come to attack. Qingxi started to say, but then stopped abruptly. Then I saw it. Not far away, through a huge gap in the wall, about a dozen humanoid machines with exposed metallic sheen rushed toward them. These humanoid machines. All of them had eyes that shone like red lights, and hydraulic bearings were faintly visible, their metallic color unmistakable. Some of them were equipped with a 1-meter-long bladed arm. Some had small machine guns mounted on their shoulders. But just as they charged at him, the French officer took a deep drag on his cigarette, then slowly extended his fingers to pinch it shut. Immediately, the cigarette, now only half-smoked, transformed right before everyone's eyes into a grenade flashing with blue light. Gab! The French officer gritted his teeth and then forcefully threw it into the robot formation several hundred meters away. Boom! After the explosion, the machine team suffered considerable damage. At the signal of the French officer, more than a dozen soldiers rushed out and began to fire wildly. In an instant, the scene became noisy, immediately pulling Bai Yi's thoughts back to reality. That's awesome. So cool. Qing San's eyes showed admiration. Indeed, it's undeniably beautiful to watch. Qingwu nodded in agreement. Listening to the conversations around him, the French officer cleared his throat, quieting the surrounding noise down a bit. Immediately afterwards, the officer's expression became more serious, and he solemnly said, "As you can see, things are a bit chaotic in France right now. Every single second is precious now. Compared to here, Orleans is just worse. I'm counting on you all to reinforce the Orleans sector." The French officer also stepped forward and gave a military salute. The 5 Shao brothers became unusually serious and began to follow the soldiers to the Orleans war zone for reinforcements without stopping. "These young comrades, there may be a place that needs you." The French officer spoke as he broke off a thin branch from a nearby tree. Bai raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. Since the situation in Orleans is more precarious, why not send yourself there to provide reinforcements? His own rank was much higher than that of the French officer. Even if the other party cannot discern Bai Yi's specific level and abilities, it should not be difficult to guess that Bai Yi's strength is not weak. If that's the case, so why wasn't Bai Yi sent to the more difficult Orleans war zone? Bai Yi also had some doubts about this. Soon, the French officer, Lancelot Riegel, provided the explanation. "Comrade, your strength must be considerable. In the southwest, there is a city called Rolanda, which is besieged and attacked by the AI army. Although the soldiers there are able to wage a war of attrition, slowly eliminating all the besieging Omnic forces. But the people of that city and the children in the school are probably..." The French officer snapped the branch in his hand, and his serious tone made it easy to guess the consequences he was referring to. The scene changes. The lush branch transformed into a brand new cigarette, which the French officer held in his mouth. "So please." As he spoke, the French officer's resolute expression was revealed. He drew the gold belt from his waist and activated his ability. The next moment, a rifle that looked like a sci-fi weapon appeared in his hand, and the French officer's wounds could no longer be concealed. Blood flowed incessantly, soaking half of his uniform. According to intelligence reports, 4,700 mechanized troops have appeared 1,800 meters to the northwest. "Kill them!" The French officer shouted a command, inspiring hundreds of soldiers nearby, who immediately sprang into action. They shouted and ran, unable to escape the battle. At this time, a soldier wanted to take Bai Yi to Rolanda City, but Bai Yi waved him off. Then Bai Yi calmly explained, "Just point me in the right direction. Time is of the essence, I'll fly there." Chapter 137: The Irrational Pursuit of Having Both Fish and Paws. Yes, sir." The soldier was somewhat taken aback, but clearly reacted quickly and pointed in a direction. "Are you sure there are no errors?" "Sure." "How far is it?" "Approximately 73 to 80 kilometers. After hearing this, Bai Yi nodded and did not say anything more. Instead, he leaped into the air. Then, in the soldier's eyes, it looked like a rapidly rising hydrogen balloon, drifting directly into the sky. When it is some distance from the ground, Bai Yi reached out and beckoned. He retrieved his own aircraft, the windmill T-800, from the storage airship and then sped towards his destination. I watched Bai Yi walk away. The soldier slowly came to his senses, immediately surveyed his surroundings, and, seeing no AI soldiers around, took out an item. A milky white sphere of light. Please reply if received by Rolanda City. Please reply if received by Rolanda City. Received, please proceed. Our friendly forces are piloting a deep blue aircraft and are en route to provide reinforcements. Please do not attack once you see them. Repeat, do not attack. Sizzle, sizzle. As the communication orb flickered, the soldier frowned. No way. Since the start of the Omnic crisis, all normal technological communication methods of the military have been prohibited. After all, using technological communication methods during the Omnic crisis is practically like throwing intelligence in the enemy's face. Although some have suggested using a mix of truth and falsehood to confuse the public, what's frightening is that the source of this omnipotent crisis has demonstrated an exceptionally high level of intelligence, capable of identifying over 98% of the lies. This also forced the French military to rely on these almost magical communication tools. Although it sounds magical, in reality, it was not useful at all. Communication was frequently interrupted, and sometimes it could not even accurately convey messages. I hope everything is all right. The soldier muttered something, then picked up his weapon, glanced at the army that was already preparing for battle in the distance, and then ran after them. The country of France, the city of Rolanda. This is a city surrounded by greenery, but at this moment it is deserted. But, upon closer inspection, it's not so much that the city is deserted, but rather that most of its population has already been relocated by the army. It is said that you can't have your cake and eat it too. The military's current choice in Rolanda City is simply to trade casualties for casualties, sacrificing large numbers of soldiers to secure a temporary period of safety for the city and its surrounding areas. Or they could abandon the people and prolong the battle to ensure a real victory. But the military in Rolanda City, however, wanted to have it all, to protect the people and win the victory. This approach, while it may seem very humane, it is not the most rational choice. Clearly, while no one will object to this decision, the consequences are slowly becoming apparent. There was no proactive action taken. They did not abandon the people. The large army stationed in Rolanda, while continuously shrinking its defensive perimeter, united the people and retreated towards the center. But this has led to a more thorough and increasingly intense encirclement and suppression by the surrounding omnipotentiary forces. The city of Rolanda, in a central location. Report. The 120,000 people have been properly dealt with, a soldier reported. All right, now, maintain strict guard, the officer shouted. Yes. Countless soldiers below were holding on desperately, but a question inevitably arose in their minds. How long are we going to have to hold out? The defensive range is getting smaller and smaller. Although the number of Omnic enemies they have to face has never exploded, they are like cockroaches that can't be killed, and they are always harassing them. Let's not even talk about the large population and food problems in this small city. Even the ammunition of the station troops is uncertain, with no idea how many more days they can be used. Without these high-powered weapons, these armies, one after another, are at best just groups of professionals with varying levels of strength. Can we hold out? No. How could I have such thoughts? In the army, an officer punched himself hard, forcing himself to suppress his pessimistic emotions. Seeing his teammates' performance, the adjutant beside him comforted them. We will definitely receive support before we completely lose our defense. We definitely will. Well, I hope so. The officer glanced at the sky, trying to keep the tears from falling from the corners of his eyes. But it was at this time that, what did he see? A private aircraft is flying in from the northeast of the city. There are generally only two possibilities in this situation. First, military reinforcements. Second, those machines have been upgraded once again, and now they have flying units. Take a closer look at that aircraft. It's not a model made in France at all. Not good. Prepare high-altitude rockets. The officer instantly became extremely alert, and even the hairs on his body stood on end, just as the adjutant was informing the surrounding soldiers. See you again. The private aircraft hovered slowly in midair. Then, a person slowly emerged from the air. The man was dressed in black, with two scarves fluttering in the breeze. Standing high in the sky, backlit by the light, it appears as if there is an unbearable hope behind it. Look at the sky. What kind of time is this to be making jokes like this? I think your mother's sixth uncle is right. No, there really is something, and it's a person. What? Reinforcements. They've finally arrived. Look at the sky. Those are definitely reinforcements. Great. We're here. Upon witnessing this scene, the soldiers alerted those around them. Upon being reminded, all the soldiers stationed outside began to get excited. Rolanda City airspace. Bai watched as the dark tank cannon below slowly rose and then fell back down, and he felt a little uneasy. He's an ally. If you were to get hit by a cannon for no reason, you'd at least be covered in dust and dirt. How can I face anyone now? Fortunately, it seemed that they had recognized their own identity, or perhaps they had put away their windmill flying vehicle in time, because the army below did not make any move. Sigh, let's go down and find out what's going on. Bai thought for a moment and then decided to slowly descend to inquire about the current battle situation in order to make a decision. But unexpectedly, at that very moment, and it just so happens that the machine army launched another attack. Everything. What a coincidence. Boom. Boom. The temporary defensive barrier on the side was instantly bombed and destroyed. From a distance. But they are fully armed and brand new intelligent mechanical troops. Chapter 138. The moment the situation turns. Without realizing it, the detection equipment made such a huge oversight. No, it's not something that can be explained simply by negligence. There are perhaps some deeper issues behind it that deserve our consideration. However, given the current situation, there is not enough time for the military to react. The military in Rolanda City is now making full preparations to resist the AI army. At this moment, it is merely a probe by the AI army. Then I saw it. The numerous intelligent robots defending the outer layer did not launch a rash attack. Instead, they observed from a distance, their presence as unsettling as that of real humans. But those cold eyes, as perceived by people, are more like those of savage dogs, waiting to unleash a massacre, yet remaining calm and collected, than humans. Boom! The makeshift defenses were breached, and for a time, troops from several directions were engaged in battle with the intelligent robots. Seeing this scene, Bai glanced around, memorized the locations of the chaos in the surrounding streets, and then planned to descend to the ground to unleash his shadow army. But at that moment, the officer standing next to a tank on the ground also spotted Bai. He stretched his hand out into the air and waved. When Bai met his gaze, it wasn't hard to understand what he meant. He wanted Bai to come down to the ground and talk to him. The scene changes. Bai then slowly descended to his position. Located on the outer perimeter of the defensive perimeter, the officer's vicinity was relatively unaffected by the fighting. Hello, what's up? Bai asked bluntly. Hello. Excuse me. Are you reinforcements transferred from other regions? Although the officer was somewhat anxious, he still tried to speak as clearly as possible. Yes. Bai nodded and immediately summoned his shadow. The next moment, in the officer's view, Bai's shadow instantly detached from the ground and transformed directly into a pitch-black, solidified humanoid figure. The officer glanced at him in surprise. However, it was discovered that the only information that could be obtained was basically, which indicated that the two sides were far too different in strength. Great. This is exactly the time we need help. If the enemy wasn't all androids, I would have surrendered long ago. The slightly younger adjutant beside him shouted with delight, even uttering words of surrender without any restraint. Quiet. What nonsense are you spouting? How could we possibly be that despicable? The officer immediately retorted to the adjutant, his expression extremely serious. Just then, a communications soldier ran up from not far away, urgently delivering a message. Report. Ammunition reserves are low. Our firepower can no longer maintain defensive suppression. Should we further narrow the defensive perimeter? Please advise, sir. The communications soldier straightened up, not even bothering to catch his breath, and immediately shouted to report the situation. The officer was speechless, his face darkening. See, I told you so. What do you think of this reinforcement? Can you lend a hand? If not, you can at least create a few openings, the adjutant shouted anxiously. Shut up. We're not that destitute. Reinforcements are not. The officer wanted to argue a bit more, but was interrupted by the communications soldier. Report. Just now, four lines of defense in the southwest region were breached, resulting in a large number of casualties among the soldiers. Please issue the order immediately, sir. The communications soldier shouted loudly, giving the officer a real headache. Although he was not the highest-ranking officer in charge of this defensive battle, he was in charge of the defensive lines in the southwest and south. Upon learning that one of the locations had been lost, his unspoken arguments were left stuck in his throat. We really need help. We don't care, but there are still 120,000 people here, although most of them have been moved to underground facilities. All in all, the officer was about to say something when Bai interrupted him. Okay, I have a general understanding of the situation. Bai Yi waved his hand, leaving the officer speechless. But, in fact, Bai Yi didn't know what the officer thought, and directly turned to the communications soldier and said, "Can you get in touch with people in this war zone?" Report. My ability is limited to establishing spiritual communication with individuals, and even that is limited in scope. The communications soldier's answer was much simpler and more concise, which pleased Bai Yi greatly. Good. Bai Yi nodded and casually offered a compliment. The praised communications soldier didn't say anything extra. He didn't answer anything he wasn't asked to, and only addressed the most important and crucial matters. This made Bai Yi quite satisfied. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi spoke directly. You can notify other people, right? Tell them not to attack the shadows. They are friendly forces. That's all. Regardless of whether the surrounding French soldiers could understand his meaning, Bai Yi directly summoned a large number of shadow subordinates from the Shadow Kingdom with a thought. Bai Yi had no idea how many intelligent robots had attacked the city. But Bai Yi knew one thing. That is, these intelligent robots are generally not of a high level, and if Bai Yi were to make a move, they would basically break with a single touch. Despite this fatal flaw, however, the main reason why France is having a headache now is its terrifying characteristic of self-replication. They'll stir things up a bit, then generate another wave a little while later, and then start bothering us again. The main focus is on longevity. This is also the most troublesome thing for the entire Phalanx, as the mother omnipotent boss has attracted the vast majority of the highest combat power units. The rest of the Phalanx who were capable of fighting were being harassed relentlessly by these intelligent robots, who, despite their low strength, were constantly causing trouble. They were just like flies. There are many of them, and they are difficult to kill. Even if you kill one, another one might fly in through the window the next second. This time, under this protracted attrition, the French military, which initially held the most dominant advantage, was dragged into a passive state. But Bai Yi's appearance will turn this situation around. Although it was only a battle in Rolanda City, it was a crucial reversal. Right now, the Shadow Army is revealed to the public for the first time. What? The communications soldier didn't react for a moment. In Franz's concept, a shadow is just a shadow, simply something produced by an object covering a light source. But what exactly did this young man just say? What does it mean to? Is the shadow an ally? But in the very next moment, this communications soldier understood everything. Chapter 139 Strange Shadow Extraction. All I saw was, on the materialized natal shadow that was identical in size to Bai Yi, countless shadows of different shapes kept emerging from its body. Although it looks like a real shadow, it is pitch black. But the outline and the actual form that appeared before our eyes were truly astonishing. Who would have thought? It's unbelievable that such a thing exists in the world, exactly like a shadow, yet able to exist in physical form. And this? They are shadows, men. After Bai Yi issued the order, most of the shadowy beings in his Shadow Kingdom rushed out. The dense, swarming movements seemed to dim the entire area. The officer wanted to say something, but found that his consciousness could no longer control his body, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. Looking around, even the shadowy decays, which were less than half his height, were all found to be a series of question marks upon examination. This shows that any shadow on this ground is stronger than him, an officer. The adjutant was also quite shocked. Although he knew Bai Yi had come to provide reinforcements, he never expected that the other party could create such a terrifying force so easily. That's what he expected. This one reinforcement alone can give them a little breathing space. The communications soldier, after a brief moment of astonishment, slowly came to his senses. After the dense swarm of shadows faded and scattered, the skill, mind communication, was activated to inform the contact soldiers in each defensive block. Shadow is an ally. I won't explain further. Just remember this sentence and pass it on. You'll understand once you see it. The communications soldier quickly relayed the message, but the scene before them could not be explained in just a few words, let alone an explanation. Even he, who witnessed everything, is still somewhat bewildered. The soldiers present were undoubtedly slightly shocked by the swift movements of the shadow men, who broke into smaller groups. What incredible execution! What a cunning tactic! But at this moment, Bai Yi didn't care what these people were thinking. His immediate priority was to deal with the intelligent robots besieging the area. Where did these things come from? Bai Yi had some doubts. Opinions on the capabilities of these intelligent robots were quite mixed. It's like, they come in different types and models. But undeniably, these things are like small insects floating on the surface of some ponds. They seem to spread everywhere without anyone noticing. But things are definitely not that simple. After summarizing some intelligence, Bai concluded that there must be a reason behind this. These intelligent robots can replicate themselves almost like clones, and everything absolutely has an original source. Absolutely. However, although Bai is thinking about these things, they cannot be completely resolved in a short time. The most pressing issue right now is still dealing with the group of intelligent robots that are besieging us. Thinking about it, Bai beckoned, and several high-level shadow subordinates appeared one after another. The four are Half-Dragon, 100 Demons, Black Bolton, and Shadow Naga King. I think so. These four are each guarding a direction, which is perfectly fine. Based on the information Bai had gathered from mid-air about the battle situation, these shadow subordinates began to prioritize and focus their efforts on the tasks at that time. Those positions that were under heavy attack were the first to be reinforced. The remaining portion that could be held was allocated some shadow decay to alleviate the intensity of the battle. In an instant, throughout the city of Rolanda, battles seemed to be everywhere. But the victor of the situation seems to have already been predetermined in people's minds. Not long after, the fighting intensified, but the situation gradually stabilized. They were beaten to the point of near collapse. It wasn't the military in Rolanda City, but the intelligent robots that were besieging it. Since Bai sent out the first wave of shadow decay, the results have already been received, with machine wreckage being transported over. These things weren't for any other purpose. Bai's main idea was still to test whether his skill, shadow extraction, could be activated on it. In that case, only the shadow army can achieve the perfect advantage of growing in number with each battle. What Bai found somewhat strange was the peculiar state of his skill selection among these machine wreckages. In the past, if it were, as long as it's the shadow of a corpse, Bai can extract a shadow and instantly create a shadow subordinate that is superior to the original body. But now, while shadow extraction did produce some response, it wasn't enough to trigger a full response. Bai had somewhat anticipated this situation. After all, I started in the steel jungle, which was the first instance I entered. There is something called planetary spacecraft, self-contained defense weapon type 2, which is judged as a monster by the professional system, but shadow extraction cannot be used on it. After all, the other party is a purely mechanical construct. Even if the professional system can identify it as a monster, it still cannot prevent the fact that it cannot extract the shadow. The description of shadow extraction states that it can only be used on the shadows of biological corpses, but Bai's specialized skill, shadow extraction, is not entirely unable to activate these wrecked mechanical machines. At least, there is a selectable state. However, even when Bai activated his skill, no shadow minions were generated, which was quite strange. Just like a normal radio only has two options, powered or not powered. Normally, it works as long as you put in the batteries. It won't work if the batteries are dead. But now, with a charged battery installed, the radio can make a few rings, but the effect is exactly the same as if it were without power. That's very strange. This feeling made Bai think that the shadow extraction process had already ended. However, none of Shadow's subordinates appeared. That's really strange. Never mind, I don't care anymore. Explore again, fight again. Bai raised an eyebrow, deciding to ignore this strange matter. There were too many strange things in this world. It would be easier to unravel them slowly in the future. The city of Rolanda, France. The army, which had expected to further reduce its defensive area, discovered a strangely shaped army that turned the entire situation upside down. After receiving the communication notification, the soldiers did not point their guns at the dark figures. Rather, it is cooperation and assistance. Then, the side that had been sluggish suddenly seemed to stand up again. Chapter 140 General Humanoid Tool Type 140. Watching those numerous intelligent robots being torn to pieces by the dark, short being with a vortex above its head. The impact of this image. This undoubtedly gave these soldiers a slight shock. Even, just as this group of intelligent robots launched another wave of fearless charges and explosions, attempting to regain the balance of victory. For figures slowly descended. One of them is depicted as a half-dragon, a being who has merged the bodies of many ghosts and monsters. A figure with a menacing grin and a robust, dark physique left a lasting impression. A strangely pieced-together body, yet it appears incredibly powerful. With the arrival of these four individuals, even if those intelligent robots are fearless and ruthless, they are at best just ordinary people sliding tackle on a tiger. They will only end up being killed. These intelligent robots did not charge blindly. In their assessment of the situation, what was originally a battle with a 90% chance of victory has unexpectedly turned into the situation they are in now. It was far beyond the scope of calculation. Then, the intelligent robots besieging the city began to slow their advance. The group of intelligent robots that were eyeing them from the outside were also gradually fleeing. But how could the shadow minions, who were following orders, allow them to succeed? After annihilating the relentlessly attacking swarm of androids, the spearhead of the shadow army, it instantly teleported towards the group of intelligent robots that were preparing to leave. These robots are just robots, nothing more. The numerical disparity can deplete the military's firepower, constantly forcing them to shrink their resistance range. But this method, they were no match for the shadow army. Quantity? What a joke. Don't compare your strengths to my basic attack. Even though there were many of these attacking AI robots, their strength was not very high. Basically, even Shadow Decay could fight many of them at once. Not to mention those 4 highly skilled shadow subordinates. Any skill, with its area of effect attack, can render a large number of intelligent robots useless. Hundreds and thousands of intelligent robots collapsed instantly. Bai received quite a few notifications in a short period of time. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Machine, General Humanoid Tool Type, 1145 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Machine, General Humanoid Tool Type, 1145 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Machine, General Humanoid Tool Type, 1145 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Machine, General Humanoid Tool Type, 1145 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Machine, General Humanoid Tool Type, experience gained. These prompts flashed by frequently. Although the experience gained from each individual challenge is not much, when added together, it results in a qualitative leap. Congratulations on reaching level 47. Bai glanced at it casually, not paying much attention. After all, these prompts just kept coming in. Scattered, nearly 1,000 notifications flashed by. With such a large number of people, the experience gained was also considerable, accumulating to a terrifying number. Each intelligent robot may provide a small amount of experience, but when combined, they accumulate. This prompted Bai to open his data panel and take a look. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King Unique. Level, 47, 18W2495/6, 24W4320. HP, 38W2230. Base attack power, 18900+. My own panel stats have undoubtedly improved significantly. Although these intelligent robots could not be extracted to become shadow subordinates, Bai did not care too much about this matter. He didn't extract any shadow minions when he entered the Calamity Food Capital last time. No way. Disdaining these entities, they naturally didn't utilize shadow extraction. The current situation is actually even worse. These intelligent robots. Although it seems to have had a significant impact on France, it was only temporary. If France had adopted a swift and decisive approach, the situation might be very different now. As time slowly passed, there isn't a single intelligent robot left in the entire city of Rolanda. Although it wasted some time, it was completely resolved. That concludes the discussion. With a thought, Bai recalled most of his shadow subordinates. It was intentional to leave some shadow decays, not for any other reason, but simply to leave a location so that one could use the skill, Shadow Swap, to swap places here at any time. It allows for rapid travel throughout France, with only advantages and no disadvantages whatsoever. Upon seeing the catalyst for this victory emerge, the city's military leader immediately stepped forward. He was a middle-aged man with a thick mustache. Although he looked somewhat serious, his eyes held a mixture of a soldier's solemnity and an elder's kindness. They may seem mutually exclusive, but they are actually compatible. Thank you very much. Without you this time, I'm afraid we would have. The elder stopped speaking and did not continue. As the words were spoken, the elder slowly led Bai to visit the city's temporary shelters. The buildings resemble air raid shelters, but they are even more like underground parking lots. If no one is around, it would probably look very empty. But now, the eyes of the people were filled with both fear and hope for the future. The elderly leader stood on the high platform, scanning the crowd below one by one, and solemnly said to Bai, "You have helped more than just us." It gave them hope to live. Hearing these extremely serious words, Bai was momentarily taken aback. For him, it was simply a matter of gaining some experience. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elderly person in charge spoke up. Should I arrange for you to rest? The elder in charge inquired. Soon. Bai responded. No need. Where is more support needed? Ideally, where there are more enemies. Upon hearing this, the elder in charge showed a noticeable increase in respect. Unexpected. In such a chaotic situation, this young man is still able to rise to the challenge. He truly possesses rare and admirable qualities. Seeing the elderly person in charge nodding and becoming increasingly emotional, Bai raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to gain more experience. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Just then, from among the crowd of people taking refuge below, a child's figure emerged, and the sound emanating from his small body completely drowned out the noise of the crowd. Please save my brother. I haven't seen him in so long. He was a soldier too. Several loud shouts immediately caught the attention of the elder in charge and Bai. Chapter 141 Film Reproduction, Life Card. After attracting attention, the child successfully achieved his goal. The soldiers sent down by the elder leader, after some investigation, understood the general information. It's not hard to guess. The child was Guan Xian's older brother, and the older brother he was talking about was an ordinary soldier in the horse racing area. Yes, he was neither a high-ranking official nor a hidden master who was pretending to be weak. He was just an ordinary, low-ranking soldier. If it weren't for the fact that it has attracted the attention of Bai and the elder in charge, it's unlikely that anyone would care too much about a child's plea for help, since this small shelter alone accommodates a number of people that are impossible to count in a short time. After some investigation, the soldier who had gone to ask questions compiled all the information. Not long after, the soldier slowly walked up to the elder in charge and reported. The report summarizes the information as follows, which can be categorized into 6 key points. In just about a minute, the soldier recited the 6 pieces of information he had quickly compiled. Short and fast. Not a single second was wasted. After hearing this, the elder in charge and Bai understood everything. I see. The elderly person in charge nodded, having listened to and understood all the information clearly. In that case, is it possible to make contact with the war zone over there? Let's ask for some information first. If we really can't get in touch with them, we should send a small team over to check the situation. After careful consideration, the elderly person in charge came up with this solution. Upon hearing this, the child immediately squeezed out of the crowd, and the soldiers maintaining order on the periphery even considered stopping him. But after the elder in charge gave them a single glance, the soldiers stopped trying to stop them. The next moment, the child ran up to him anxiously, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Just like asking, "You have the ability to save my brother. Why are you delaying?" Children's thoughts are simple, but also the purest. However, the child did not say it aloud. He knew that the world wouldn't revolve around him, and that others wouldn't act on his words or actions. He doesn't have that ability yet. But it was precisely this attitude that made Bai slightly concerned. "Kid, do you think your brother is still alive?" These words were cold and cruel. "He's alive, but he's about to die. Please save him." The child was on the verge of tears, but his eyes grew increasingly resolute. A probe appeared before Bai's eyes, and a series of data surfaced. Human, Florian Favre. Occupation, not yet changed jobs. HP, 65/65. Base attack power, 3. This was the first time Bai had used his probe on an ordinary human who hadn't changed jobs, and the result was pretty much as expected. "Are you so sure? Your brother is dying." Bai raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat strange. It's not that he doesn't care about human life. It's just that the child is too determined. It was as if this was bound to happen. If he didn't change jobs, how would he know that his brother was dying? That is indeed a problem. "Can you save my brother if I tell you?" Tears welled up in the child's eyes, but he forced himself to finish speaking. "I can consider it," Bai nodded. Upon hearing Bai's agreement, the child slowly pulled out a tattered piece of paper from the corner of his clothes. It's less like a strip of paper and more like a small piece torn from a sheet of paper. The child held it up in his hands and handed it high to Bai. Bai took it and curiously used the probe. His intuition told him that this piece of paper was a prop. As expected, when Bai launched the investigation, a set of data immediately appeared. Props, movie replica Viver card. Quality, yellow. Durability, 1-infinity/infinity. Effect, the paper represents the owner's life force. It can be torn into pieces and given to a loved one or friend from whom separation is imminent. The torn pieces will attract each other. Description, unaffected by water or fire. This life card is made by mixing one's own fingernails into the materials. It can indirectly inform loved ones of one's safety. It is worth noting that the life card will shrink when its owner is weak and will return to its original size when the owner recovers. If it slowly turns to ashes, it means that the owner is not far from death. After reading these instructions, Bai understood the general situation. Turn out to be. Although the child is not a professional and does not have any special abilities, he is able to understand his brother's specific situation by using this tool. Let's look at the current state of this life card. Although it was somewhat curled up and its corners slowly turned into wisps of ash, it remained as it was and did not disappear instantly. This also explains. The owner of the Vivre card, as the child said, is alive, but is basically not far from death. If no one comes to rescue them, they will almost certainly die. Thinking about it. Under the child's expectant gaze, Bai slowly put away the life card and said, I'll accept this life card. I'll go check on your brother. Bai put away the life card and made a promise to the child. Although Bai prided himself on not being a kind-hearted person, seeing the affection between brothers did move him somewhat. On this journey through France, I came here to gain experience anyway, so it doesn't matter where I go to gain experience, and it's not a big deal to save some people along the way. Thank you. Thank you. Wah. Wah. The child seemed to have completed his mission and finally released all his emotions. Once the crying started, it never stopped, growing louder and louder until it turned into sobbing with her face covered. Seeing this, Bai turned around and said to the elder in charge, Is it really impossible to contact that war zone? Was the enemy completely wiped out, or was there some other reason? Bai's words were sharp, leaving the elder in charge speechless for a moment. Just then, the soldier's expression changed, and Bai caught the detail. Speak up, there's nothing to worry about. I came here to help you. Bai looked at the soldier and ordered him to tell him everything he knew. The soldier had initially kept his mouth shut, but after seeing the look in the eyes of the elder in charge, he quickly blurted out what had happened. Under normal circumstances, even if the entangled crystal ball is not very stable, it can still make contact at least 3 times a day. But today, the racecourse only completed the summary in the morning. Therefore, my personal assessment is that they may have received a fierce attack, at least several times the size of ours. Upon hearing this, Bai's eyes lit up. What does this tell us? There are so many strange things about that place. Chapter 142: The Mystery of the Missing Persons in Marseille. When Bai arrived, he had already confirmed his purpose, gaining experience points. Although he encountered many people and things along the way, none of this could hinder his original intention. Set off immediately. Bai made a decision and immediately prepared to set off. At that very moment, the elderly person in charge immediately stopped him and asked, Wait a minute, were you sent by Lancelot Riegel? If so, we will report the situation here to him. If you go to other war zones. The elder in charge was somewhat troubled. The current situation in France was chaotic, and due to communication problems, it was as if everyone was fighting their own battles. Each region is independently gathering its forces to protect its citizens while simultaneously eliminating as many androids as possible. Even so, they still tried their best to maintain France's overall military strategy. For example, the current division of theaters allows for mutual assistance and reporting within each theater. While it's good that other countries are coming to reinforce us, if we can't perfectly allocate this force throughout France, we probably won't be able to maximize our combat effectiveness. And the reinforcements from other countries could not be utilized to their fullest potential. This was the problem that troubled the elder in charge. He couldn't explain it clearly for a while, and wanted to say as many words as possible to Bai. But Bai waved his hand, indicating that it was all right. Just then, the elder in charge wanted to call over 2 communications soldiers and use the item, entangled crystal ball, to communicate with the distant war zone commander, Lancelot Riegel. But to his surprise, Bai had no intention of wasting time like that. The soldier said earlier that this tool is not very useful at all, and you can probably only make contact 3 times a day. If you wait a while, the life card in your hand will have already burned to ashes. The elder in charge wanted to ask something more, but Bai stopped him. The next moment, Bai's figure vanished from the spot, replaced by a shadowy figure of childlike height with a black vortex above his head. The elder in charge was even more bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. In fact, this was the result of Bai using Shadow Swap. The reason why this job change skill could be used directly was thanks to the earlier opening of the Shadow Kingdom, which caused the 7 shadows to decay and enter the shadows of the 5 Xiaohao brothers. All the shadow minions are not limited to infiltrating Bai's natal shadow. Rather, any shadow can slip inside. After all, according to the description of the job advancement skill, Shadow Kingdom, this other dimensional world called Shadow Kingdom can be accessed from any shadowy surface. Meanwhile, the 7 shadow figures lurking among Shao Hao's 5 brothers have fallen. After receiving certain instructions, taking advantage of a brief gap, he moved into the shadow of the war zone commander named Lancelot Riegal. And now, it was to weaken the shadow that had infiltrated the war zone commander's shadow, and then emerge from it as a temporary replacement anchor point. Now, Bai Yi immediately used his special skill, Shadow Swap, and instantly arrived at the war zone leader's location. They're closing in. Heavy firepower. Don't let those melee units get close. Suppress them with ranged fire. The war zone commander was shouting loudly, as if he was about to lose his voice at any moment. The next moment, as the war zone commander was shouting orders, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, nearly giving him a mental breakdown. His identity as a French soldier made him instantly aware of the figure behind him. But that's precisely why. This made him extremely vigilant. Without any prior warning, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, which was particularly terrifying. Who goes there? The war zone commander suddenly turned around, and the cigar in his hand transformed into a high-tech grenade. Don't be nervous, it's me. Bai Yi waved his hand, signaling the other person to calm down. It's you. The war zone commander abruptly stopped, his hand, which had been pulling the safety lever, still tightly gripping the final safety mechanism. Upon seeing Bai Yi, whom he had met once before and who was a reinforcement from the Dragon Kingdom, the war zone leader immediately chose a good angle and threw the high-tech grenade in his hand. Whoosh! Boom dash! A loud explosion rang out, followed by a series of mechanical robots in that direction being affected by the residual magnetic field of the technological grenade, causing them to operate slowly and even become sluggish. Why did you suddenly? Never mind, I won't ask any further questions. What's wrong? The war zone commander was momentarily stunned, his eyes bloodshot, looking like a squash plant ready to explode in fury and stomp on zombies. It's nothing serious, Bai Yi waved his hand. Say it. The war zone leader remained tense, constantly glancing at the intelligent robots attempting to attack, while talking to Bai Yi. Marseille seems to be out of contact. I need to go check it out. If there are many enemies over there, I'll deal with them all first. Bai Yi stated his thoughts directly. Hey, you little guy. Come here. The war zone commander beckoned over the communications soldier who had been preparing to take Bai Yi to Rolanda City. What are your orders, sir? The communications soldier immediately ran over. Upon seeing Bai Yi, he immediately showed a surprised expression and blurted out, Wait, how come you? Soldiers, has the Marseille region lost contact? The war zone commander shouted. Normally, a situation is considered missing only if contact cannot be maintained for 24 hours. Although we were unable to reach them this afternoon, but out of contact, or still no sign of them. Soldiers, I think yes, sir. The conversation between the two quickly ended, and the war zone commander, having received the information, immediately responded to Bai Yi. Do as you see fit, comrade. I hope that after you explore the Marseille area, you can teleport back. The war zone leader paused for a moment, but then finished speaking. Bai Yi looked at the war zone commander, who was somewhat in a state of excitement, but ultimately didn't say anything more. Then, by now, Bai Yi waved his hand and immediately disappeared from the sight of the war zone leader. Instead, it was a small, shadowy figure that had fallen. What the hell is this thing? Should we blow it up? Wait, Before the war zone commander could figure out whether Bai Yi's teleportation relied on this thing in front of him, and whether he should blow up the monster, then I saw it. The shadow faded and disappeared directly into his shadow, vanishing like a raindrop into the sea. Chapter 143, The Upgraded Intelligent Machines. Farency, outside the city of Rolanda. Outside the defensive range. A shadow that was quietly gazing at the sun faded away and vanished in an instant, its place taken by Bai Yi. After Shadow Swap, Bai Yi immediately observed his surroundings. Upon discovering that the surrounding area was filled with the shadows he had left behind after clearing out Rolanda City, he knew his exact location. Bai Yi subconsciously glanced at the data, releasing it almost instinctively with his breath, and the data showing the decline of the shadow appeared before him. Monster, Shadow Decay, Obesity. Level, 43. HP, 13W1581/16W, 1049. Overall attack power, 3400. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skills, C-Level Charge, Specialized Skill, Shadow Blade Transformation. At first glance, Bai Yi was somewhat relieved, not expecting that in such a short time, this group of shadow decayers could rise from level 41 to level 43. I think so. This leveling speed should far surpass that of most professionals, right? All of this is thanks to the 6th-tier professional skill, Shadow Kingdom. But upon second glance, Bai Yi could easily see that these shadowy figures were clearly injured. Although their forms were intact, the amount of blood they had was not healthy. Let's go to the Shadow Kingdom to recover. By the way, we'll use shift work. Bai Yi issued an order to weaken these shadows so that the city and its people could still be preserved after he left. Going to the Shadow Kingdom to restore them means bringing these shadows back to their peak fighting strength. Instead, a shift system is adopted. The fear is that if all the shadows decay to restore their health, some androids might take the opportunity to attack. In conclusion, after quickly arranging these things, Bai Yi immediately leaped onto a building. He then used Power of the Dominator to slowly ascend into the air. Immediately afterwards, he retrieved the windmill from his storage backpack and immediately headed towards his destination. Bai Yi held the life card in his hand. The life card seemed to be blown by an invisible wind, constantly drifting in one direction. And the corner of it that had turned to ashes was even more clearly visible, and it looked like it didn't have much time left. The wind turbine aircraft is not very fast. At least compared to the wide area Silent S2, this speed is slow. But the territory of France is not very large. In comparison, some distances can be reached quickly. Not long after, following the direction the life card was drifting, Bai Yi piloted the windmill flying vehicle and arrived at a location in the Marseille region. Look down. The remnants of the explosions of those shells and grenades were still clearly visible. The land was charred to a great extent, and there was still residual heat that had not been dissipated. Before Bai Yi could confirm the final whereabouts of the life card, suddenly, my vigilance suddenly spiked to its highest level. This fighting instinct that Peter had instilled in him, even if it was just an illusion, could never do any harm by trusting it. Bai Yi immediately put the windmill flying vehicle into his storage backpack. Specialized skill, Power of the Dominator, activates instantly. Using this wondrous ability to lift himself into the air, Bai Yi instantly surveyed his surroundings. As expected, on the right-hand slope, a missile trailing a trail of black smoke was hurtling toward him at an incredible speed. Bai Yi remained silent for a moment, then abandoned the Dominator's power that was acting on him, causing his figure to descend rapidly from midair. As Bai Yi plummeted towards the ground faster and faster, the missile seemed to be getting further and further away. Bai Yi looked up at the missiles that flew past overhead, lost in thought. But at this very moment, the missile, which was right above him, seemed like a remote-controlled airplane, making a sharp turn and diving straight towards Bai Yi. Damn it! Bai Yi cursed under his breath and immediately pulled his two powerful shadow subordinates, Ban Long and Bai Gui Jingyi, out of the Shadow Kingdom of his own shadow. After all, these two can fly, have high HP, and can regenerate their own HP. That's right, it meets all the requirements and is simply an excellent meat shield. But, just as Ban Long and Bai Gui Jingyi, Bai Yi's two shadow subordinates, received Bai Yi's order to intercept them, the missile seemed to have locked onto Bai Yi. Focusing solely on Bai Yi, it continuously bypassed the two half-dragon shadows that were blocking its path and swooped down towards Bai Yi at high speed. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi frowned, and a few lines could be vaguely seen forming on his brow. The next moment, Bai Yi reached out and activated the Dominator's power once again. A tremendous force acted on the missile, causing it to hover in midair as if it had been bugged, despite its trail of flame. Immediately afterwards, black flame spewed from the dragon's mouth, and the evil eye shadow blade of the 100 Demons Conqueror swiftly slashed at the missile. Boom! An explosion occurred, rendering the missile completely ineffective. It crumbled into several pieces and slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Yi relaxed a little. Only, where did this missile come from? Suddenly, Bai Yi glanced down and could easily see a dark cannon muzzle. Looking further, he saw that behind the houses and under the trees around him were intelligent robots. And it was completely different from the intelligent robots he had seen. Although it was still a little distance from the ground, with Bai Yi's eyesight, which far surpassed that of an eagle, it wasn't difficult to see clearly. Those intelligent robots. Its body shape is more streamlined, and its metallic luster is more prominent. Just from the overall appearance, it looks like an upgraded version. Compared to previous intelligent robots, it's like comparing an imported Gundam manufactured in a famous Japanese factory to a cheap, mass-produced model sold at a street stall. The first missile attack was ineffective. The group of intelligent robots, which could be seen in dozens or even hundreds at a glance, immediately began to hide themselves. Some people withdrew their houses. Some took advantage of the difference in elevation to hide behind low walls. However, some simply stood still, staring intently at Bai Yi in midair, without moving an inch. See here. Bai Yi did not give up on her plans. I came here to gain experience points. Since these intelligent robots have such capabilities, the experience they can gain must be even greater. The next moment, Bai Yi controlled his speed in midair and landed quickly on a tall building. A thought arose. The two figures, Half-Dragon and 100 Ghosts conquering the barbarians, flew directly past Bai Yi and headed straight for the intelligent robots. Immediately afterwards, the natal shadow detached from the main body and instantly materialized into a combat unit, guarding Bai Yi's side. Chapter 144 Quantitative Change Leads to Qualitative Change. With the two shadows, Half-Dragon and 100 Ghosts, going to annihilate the enemy army, Bai Yi felt a little more at ease. These intelligent robots seem to possess a certain level of intelligence. And it seems that this person is not lacking in intelligence and also possesses a certain sense of collective consciousness. The feeling Bai Yi gets. Just like the water elementals in the Tide of Calamity dungeon, those water clones appear to be completely independent individual combat forces, but in reality, they are controlled by water elementals beneath the sea surface. Bai Yi felt that these intelligent robots were actually all the same. Only, the mastermind behind these intelligent robots is still unknown, and the sheer number they can control simultaneously is terrifying. Just from the two glimpses I saw in midair, there are probably around 100 intelligent robots, and they are the enhanced type. Although the intelligent robots had concealed themselves, Bai Yi's intuition was correct. There would only be more of them, not fewer. Bai Yi tightened the shadow guardian that appeared around her neck in the form of a black scarf, not forgetting her side quest. If the main purpose of coming here is to gain experience, coming to rescue people is a secondary option, which is to do one's best. Taking out the life card, Bai Yi confirmed a direction, stepped onto the outer railing of the building, and leaped out. The next moment, a powerful lifting force appeared around him, and Bai Yi still rose into the air thanks to the power of the Dominator. At this time, Bai Yi did not forget his natal shadow beside him. Dividing this strange ability in two while maintaining the same speed in the air was not difficult. It's like multitasking. It's not exactly difficult, but it's not exactly easy either. Whoosh dash. Whoosh dash. The two figures were almost identical, except one was made of flesh and blood, while the other was constructed from black shadows. The two seemed to be one. In an instant, Bai Yi soared through the air from a low altitude, and his speed was not slow. After scanning the several intelligent robots below, Bai Yi knew clearly that he was being watched by these things. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi made a thought. Immediately while in the air, the shadow kingdom on the shadow's body opened wide, and shadowy decay continuously emerged from it. While the number may not be in the hundreds, there are probably around 100 or so during this stretch of the journey. Those shadows faded and fell to the ground. They then began attacking the slightly different androids and were able to maintain a firm advantage. It seems so. Despite their differences, these androids are still no match for shadow decay, which is buffed by multiple abilities. Not to mention, the shadow decay is small in size, and even if its health is almost depleted, it can simply find a shady spot as an entrance to enter the shadow kingdom. Overall, their combat strength is not weak. It also has the ability to evade attacks at will and recover quickly. With these few obvious advantages alone, even though they might be outnumbered, Bai Yi couldn't imagine any possibility of losing. And Bai Yi's purpose in releasing these shadow decays was not to annihilate all these intelligent robots, but to disrupt their judgment. In this way, the decay of these shadows will perfectly satisfy Bai Yi's requirements. With the disruption caused by the shadow decay, the androids monitoring the ground were indeed helpless and forced into a state of combat. Next, Bai Yi then soared into the air until he found the final destination of the life card, a place that resembles a factory. The thin layer of metal walls around the factory makes it look like a simple, temporary structure. Outside this factory, two other intelligent robots were also loitering around, as if they were on patrol duty. Bai Yi held the life card, and if he moved it a few meters to either side, the life card would flutter noticeably. It seems so. The target of this life card is undoubtedly that makeshift factory. Thud. At that very moment, Bai Yi suddenly felt a wetness on the top of his head. I looked up and saw that it had started to rain. Although the overcast sky wasn't very obvious, it was still raining. However, because of this, calling the rain a drizzle would be a bit of an exaggeration. It's like spraying a few times with a spray bottle, and the spray is dispersed. France's weather. Frequent but light rain. Heavy but short-lived rain. I learned that in my geography class in my past life. Bai blinked, not paying much attention, and simply pulled up the hood of her black hoodie. I watched from a distance for a few seconds. Bai noticed that the two intelligent robots guarding the area seemed to be thinking about how to avoid the rain. Subconsciously, it was used to explore and utilize. Data appears. Monster. Intelligent life form, melee type 2. Level, 35. HP, 5W3890/5W4000. Overall attack power, 1440. Equipment, ultra-dense metal blade. Skills, none. Monster. Intelligent life form, range type 2. Level, 35. HP, 5W2300/5W2300. Overall attack power, 1820. Equipment, HLP long-range laser system. Skills, none. Bai pulled out two ancient king short daggers that slowly descended under a nearby house. Immediately, the power of the ruler continues to be exercised and is applied to these two weapons. Whoosh dash. Whoosh dash. Two whooshing sounds rang out as the weapon sped away at incredible speed. As if it had eyes, it directly avoided the two intelligent robots and headed straight for its target by taking advantage of various terrains. The next moment, boom dash. Boom dash. Two fierce attacks arrived instantly. In an instant, the heads of the two intelligent robots exploded, followed by several slashes in the air, and then several more piercings through their chest cavities. Immediately, the two prompts instantly overlapped, appearing before Bai's eyes. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, general type 2. You have gained 34,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent machine, general humanoid tool type. 1145 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, range type 2. You have gained 37,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, melee type 2. 38,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, range type 2. Experience gained. The first few prompts should be from the experience gained from defeating the half-dragon and the 100 Demons conquest. These two newly displayed notifications should have been typed by Bai himself. Only, these mechanical life forms are level 35, but their experience is only a mere 5 digits. This is because of the level mismatch, which reduces the experience gained by the professional system. But Bai didn't care about any of that. After all, as long as the quantity acquired is sufficient, the accumulation of quantity will lead to a change in quality. Chapter 145 Execution Procedures, Interrogation. Immediately, Bai turned all his attention to the makeshift factory in front of him. The two intelligent robots ahead have been completely destroyed, and the target we are looking for is obviously inside the makeshift factory ahead. The next moment, Bai quickened his pace and walked directly towards the makeshift factory. Step forward. Standing in front of the makeshift factory, he did not immediately push open the door and rush inside. Bai had a thought. The shadow of destiny beside him attached itself to him, turning back into a shadow, and passed through the gate of the makeshift factory under the illumination of the light source. Immediately afterwards, inside the makeshift factory, the shadow that had blended into the ground at the entrance materialized from that end and stood up in human form. Your natal shadow appears. They entered the makeshift factory without making a sound. Their first action was to explore their surroundings and search for their target inside the makeshift factory. Inside this factory, there seemed to be a pile of engineering prototype machines for processing rice. The entire factory was crammed with almost no space, making it somewhat inconvenient for people to walk around. My shadow treads through it all. The factory has very little light and is basically in complete darkness. The natal shadow here is almost invisible. Despite the darkness of the makeshift factory, some light sources still shone through, making them particularly noticeable within the factory. Upon seeing that glimmer of light, the natal shadow slowly stepped forward without making a sound. Taking a few dozen quick steps, they arrived at the light source in no time. Looking at it more closely, there were about a dozen intelligent robots surrounding something, with a temporary light above them flickering on and off, as if the battery was running low. Procedure, interrogation. The first step is to inflict the element pain. A robotic voice made a sound, followed by a snapping sound. It was the sound of that steel hand slapping against a person's face. Immediately afterwards, a voice, angry but rather weak, shouted, "You lump of metallic shit. I already said I don't know. You still won't know if you ask me again." A shrill voice from an adult male rang out. The first step is to apply the element questioned. Please describe the general principles of human resistance strategies in 8,000 to 15,000 words. Should be clear, logical, and factual. The intelligent robot spoke again, its tone cold and devoid of any emotion. "Fuck you," the man said weakly. "The second step has not been completed. The program will be executed repeatedly in one direction." The intelligent robot paused slowly, then spoke again. "Procedure, interrogation. The first step is to inflict the element pain." Immediately, its lifelike metal hand fell heavily again. Slap. A sharp sound of being slapped in the face rang out. "See here." The natal shadow had seen the whole situation and transmitted all the information to Bai Yi's mind, which possessed a similar telepathic communication effect. Outside the makeshift factory, Bai Yi fell silent. What kind of situation is this? The target has been found, but it's not quite what he imagined. This is what Bai Yi imagined. He was a soldier who had been grazed in a non-fatal area by gunfire or shrapnel and was bleeding uncontrollably. He was hiding in the ruins, barely clinging to life, and gradually losing his breath. But now, a group of intelligent robots surrounded a man, asking him questions and slapping him if he couldn't answer. This is quite different from what he imagined. The reason why this life card keeps showing abnormal states is very likely not because the other party has encountered any external life or death factors, but because they haven't eaten or drunk water for a long time and are about to die of thirst. Never mind. Saving lives is the priority. Let's get them out of there first. Bai Yi waved his hand, and the order was quickly issued. The next moment, inside the makeshift factory, the shadow of destiny began to act. The exit to the shadow kingdom opened within his body, and 6 shadow decays emerged from it, their childlike, diminutive bodies stealthily approaching the intelligent robots from behind. At this time, those intelligent robots are still continuously executing their programs. Smack. Please describe the general principles of human resistance strategies in 8,000 to 15,000 words. Should be clear, logical, and factual. The man surrounded in the middle was no longer in the mood to reply. He was extremely weak. At that very moment, the Shadow's minions have made their move. Then I saw it. The Shadows weakened and moved behind the intelligent robots, unleashing Shadow Blade transformation, with a black shadow vortex appearing on their faces. Swish dash. A strong suction force appeared, causing the 12 intelligent robots to stagger backward. For a moment, he was unable to maintain his balance. The next moment, 2 shadowy daggers flashed by, their dark, cold light as dazzling as light refracting in all directions. There was no explosion, no sparks. It is merely an attack with extreme power and speed. In the blink of an eye, the 12 intelligent robots, which were not too scattered and were standing relatively close together, were completely disintegrated. Splash. Clang. The sound of metal objects falling to the ground filled the air. These intelligent robots were completely destroyed. The Shadow Master recalled the 5 shadow decays, leaving one behind. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and found no other hiding AI robots. Immediately afterwards, the spot where the shadow had originally faded instantly became Bai Yi himself. Bai Yi glanced at the dim light source above, then focused her gaze on the man in front of her. The man was dressed in a normal French military uniform, forced to sit in a chair, with a urea bag over their head. His limbs were tightly bound, and the bindings were made of twisted steel bars. At first glance, this guy's wrists were already turning purple. "What bad luck," Bai Yi muttered. Immediately, Bai Yi took out the life card and waved it next to the man. As expected, no matter where the life card was taken, it would drift towards the man without any wind. At this time, the man had heard what Bai Yi had just said. This strange human voice forced his almost unconscious consciousness to stay afloat. "Who?" The man subconsciously looked up, but his remaining strength only allowed him to slightly raise his neck, and his head did not rise too high. Bai Yi remained silent, and his natal shadow beside him made a move, cutting through the several rings of steel bars binding the man's body one by one. After being released, the man was momentarily stunned. My hands and legs were numb for a moment before I gradually regained feeling. Immediately. Chapter 146. Come on, little Lou. Let's get the job done. Immediately. The man seemed to have grasped a glimmer of hope for survival, his hands trembling as he clutched the urea bag covering his head. With a sudden tug, it was pulled down completely. When he opened his eyes, because the light source was not strong, the man's eyes were not greatly stimulated by the light, and he was able to open them smoothly to look at Bai. At first glance, what he saw was his natal shadow, composed entirely of black shadows. At first glance, the man thought he was hallucinating from being tortured. Until my gaze shifted and I saw Bai. "You are?" the man asked. "Your brother asked me to come," Bai said, taking out the life card. The man's eyes reddened slightly upon seeing the life card, and his voice continued. "It's Matthew. Is he all right?" Then I'm relieved," the man said, then slowly leaned back in his chair, resting completely. God knows. Before Bai arrived, how long did those intelligent robots interrogate this man? In a way, this man is quite pitiful. Bai took out some food and water from his storage backpack, handed them to the man, and said, "My name is Bai. I." His eyes lit up when he saw the food, and he quickly took it and began to eat and drink. After eating and drinking, the man finally came to his senses and told Bai, I am Lawrence Renew. You're from China, aren't you? You can also call me by the Dragon Kingdom name, Rupert." Rupert looked distressed and didn't feel like saying anything more. Although his physical condition had improved, he was still on the verge of a mental breakdown. "What exactly happened here?" Bai asked after a moment's hesitation. Rupert was silent for a moment, but facing the person who had saved him, he finally spoke. "These robots, I don't know where they came from. Suddenly mixed in with those ordinary android groups. There were too many of them, and we were caught off guard. Once we got close, we were completely captured and then separated for interrogation. That's just my guess, after all. After we were separated, I didn't know where my companions went." Rupert recounted the events in a rambling manner, explaining them from the perspective of someone who had personally experienced them. "Listen," Bai nodded, understanding what was going on. They were mostly Type 2 robots that appeared out of nowhere, and their numbers were enormous, which directly overwhelmed the Marseille army. Bai listened, looked at Rupert, and subconsciously used his detection ability. The data then appeared. Player, Lawrence Renew, Rupert. Occupation, main tank, B+ level. Level, 27, 0/112W. HP, 35, 555/76, 500. Base attack power, 1210. Equipment, none. Skills, B-level soul taunt, B-level damage storage, B-level armor increase, C-level pain shield. Bai was quite interested when she saw this data. Every profession has its own style. The class in front of me should be similar to a tank class, with a full range of skills including delaying damage, pain relief, and taunting. But this class is clearly meant to tank damage. To put it simply, they're just there to get beaten up. Luckily, I didn't awaken this profession. Bai thought to himself, his eyes darting around. Rupert seemed to be deeply moved, and he kept talking. Although there was no particular focus, she was constantly sharing information with Bai. Although the information was varied, she could occasionally hear some useful bits and pieces. These Type 2 smart machines should be distributed throughout the Marseille region. I always felt that there was something that produced them, a mother, or a factory, or something. Besides, these things seemed to be able to share intelligence. After one of our snipers killed a nearby Type 2 android, he was flanked and ambushed. In short, as Bai listened to Rupert's rambling, he gradually lost interest. At this time, the small area of Type 2 intelligent machines outside has been almost completely wiped out by the two shadow subordinates, Half-Dragon and 100 Ghost Suppression. There were so many of them that it took quite a bit of time to process them. At this time, in the entire area, only one Type 2 intelligent machine remained, isolated and helpless. Half-Dragon did not make a move. Holding the 100 Demons Conquest Evil Eye Shadow Blade in his hand, he took a step forward. Suddenly, Bai's command appeared in his consciousness at this moment. Stop. Just as Hyaki Sei drew his sword, intending to slay the last Type 2 AI, Bai stopped him. Bai suddenly realized that if these Type 2 intelligent machines possessed some kind of collective consciousness, is it possible to lure them together and then wipe them out collectively? Although it's not very feasible, we should at least give it a try. Immediately, just as the last Type 2 AI was about to be destroyed, Bai called it back. With another command issued, the Type 2 android had its key structures severed, leaving only an immobile body. Half-Dragon picked it up and slowly returned to Bai's side. Seeing that this intelligent machine also has a detection function and can sense the external situation and react accordingly, Bai felt relieved. Bai patted Rupert, who had abandoned his chair and was lying on his back on the pile of rice, and woke him up. Come on, Xiao Lu, give it a job. Bai raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Rupert. Rupert was full of questions, although thanks to the skills of a certain top professional, he could hear Bai speaking the Dragon Kingdom language. But he could understand all three words: whole, individual, and alive. But why did the combination leave him so confused? Fortunately, Bai spoke up and offered an explanation. The gist of it is that he should use his B+ level taunt skill to see if he can lure all the Type 2 androids in the Marseille area over. This idea was so bold that Rupert didn't dare to do it. But after Bai took him to the outside world, where there were many remnants of Omnics, Rupert realized how powerful Bai was. Soon, Rupert then complied with Bai and did something strange. Learn from me. I say a sentence and you repeat it. Okay. Rupert nodded. At this time, Half-Dragon, carrying the Type 2 AI that was incapable of combat, but possessed detection capabilities, looked at Bai and Rupert. Soon, Bai pointed a finger and said with a hint of sarcasm. Swarm consciousness, huh? Look at the monsters you're controlling. I'm right here waiting for you. Hurry up and come on. Chapter 147 Shadow Extraction, Shadow Machine. Hearing these slightly arrogant words, Rupert hesitated to utter such harsh words in return. But, after Bai gave him a look, Rupert obediently did as he was told. He saved me, he saved me. Rupert silently repeated this to himself, making himself feel more at ease complying with Bai's orders. Then I saw it. After watching Bai shout once, Rupert began to imitate him in a very serious manner. The right hand slowly extends. He pointed his index finger sharply at the face of the paralyzed machine, almost shoving it into its camera. Immediately afterwards, Rupert mimicked Bai's words and said, Swarm awareness, huh? Look at the group of expensive monsters you're controlling. I'll be waiting for you right here. Hurry, come quickly. As he spoke, Rupert, who was a tank, unconsciously used his signature skill, Soul Taunt. Although it's only a B-level skill. But what it showed was that the effect was outstanding. After all, is it too much to maximize the taunt effect, a skill with no offensive capabilities? The android that Rupert had scolded seemed to instantly acquire human emotions, trembling incessantly. Huff! Huff! The paralyzed machine's body kept moving, and the few remaining hydraulic piston devices kept running. At first glance, it looks as if he is trembling with anger. Only, because it was a mechanical body, the thing kept shaking, which looked rather comical. Shortly after the paralyzed machine began to shake, its broken body could no longer hold on and immediately crashed. Even the display on its face went completely black. At the same time, a notification appeared before Bai's eyes. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, General Type 2. You have gained 34,800 experience points. Upon seeing this prompt, Bai raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. The intention to mock has been achieved. Next, it's time to quietly wait for the results. If all the Type 2 AIs are truly ridiculed, that would be a great thing, and it would definitely make Bai happy for a while. Even Bai could easily guess it. Imagine if all the Type 2 AIs in Marseille were attracted to this scene. That's practically like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Deliver them one by one. However, it's unclear whether it will take time for Omnics from other regions to arrive, or whether other Omnics were simply not mocked at all. In those few short minutes, Bai didn't see any AI arrive here. It's like downloading a movie you've been looking forward to, only to find an hour and a half of Rick's swinging loop. However, during this time, Bai received an extra surprise. During periods of boredom, Bai tried various methods to shorten the time, including but not limited to having his natal shadow and 100 Ghost Conquer, use, Shadow Devourer, and 100 Ghost Devourer, at the same time to see which one received a greater boost from the same type of shadow. The result was obvious. The Shadow Eater was the clear winner. After all, upon closer examination, it becomes clear that the power boost gained by the natal shadow after absorbing the monster's shadow will be simultaneously transferred to Bai. This is nothing special. It's more of a major advantage. But the key point is that the 5 times strength of the natal shadow is calculated based on Bai. In other words, when your natal shadow devours another shadow, the resulting amplification is equivalent to 51.5 times the normal level. What can compare to the 100 Ghosts Devour of the 100 Ghosts Conquest? At the same time, while Bai was pondering these shadows, his professional skill, Shadow Extraction, actually reacted. Those shadowy remains of Type 2 androids are targets that can be selected. At first, Bai didn't care too much. After all, the previous failure was just a short time ago. Driven by curiosity and with the thought that it wouldn't hurt to give it a try, Bai used shadow extraction on the shadowy remains of those Type 2 AI machines. Immediately afterwards, something unexpected happened to Bai. "Fight for me," Bai asked tentatively. The next moment, the shadow of the android wreckage instantly coalesced into the shape of an octagonal screw, from which countless shadowy parts and circuits emerged. They were twisted together like snakes and insects. In the blink of an eye, these shadowy objects were assembled together, creating a shadowy, intelligent machine. Bai blinked. It actually works? But why is that? Previously, when the shadow extraction technique was used on those intelligent robots, it was like using it on ordinary metal. There was absolutely no feedback. But this time, when applied to the shadow of the Type 2 android's wreckage, it was able to activate successfully? After some thought, Bai finally focused his attention on the name of the Type 2 AI. Take, for example, the general-purpose intelligent robots that can perform both ranged and melee combat. The ordinary general-purpose intelligent robot is named as follows after being investigated by the professional system. Intelligent robot, general-purpose humanoid tool type. The general-purpose android of Type 2 is named Android Life Form, General Type 2. Although the changes visible to the naked eye are not very significant. However, the mere 3 words, life form, are particularly striking. Could it be? Can this Type 2 AI be considered a form of life? But what's the difference between them? Aren't they all made of metal? Bai frowned, seemingly puzzled by the question. All signs pointed to something that didn't seem quite right. Could it be? Is it because Type 2 possesses some other abilities? Like a collective consciousness? Or perhaps, a soul? Bai frowned, refusing to ponder these questions. For him, it would be perfect if these Type 2 AIs could be extracted and used as Shadow's minions. Think carefully about the reasons behind it. He's not a scientist. He doesn't need to investigate everything thoroughly. Once he understood this, Bai suddenly had a sudden realization. He immediately waved his hand, causing the 100 or so shadows to decay and collect all the remains of the Type 2 AIs. Immediately, Bai slowly stood in front of him and activated his special skill, shadow extraction. "Stand up. Fight for me." Bai spoke these 2 sentences with particular force and conviction, because he knew that this time the shadow extraction would be successful. As expected, beneath the accumulated wreckage of the intelligent machines, shadowy gears began to turn. Before long, a team composed of shadow omnics appeared. Bai glanced at it and immediately used his detection ability. Data presentation. Shadow Minion. Shadow Omnic. Melee Type 2. Level, 35. HP, 8W1000/8W1000. Overall attack power, 2160+. Equipment, Ultra Density Shadow Blade 2. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skill, Specialized Skill, Shadow Blade Transformation. Chapter 148 Shadow Water. Emerging from the Shadow. Shadow Minion. Shadow Mechanic. Range Type 2. Level, 35. HP, 7W9800/7W9800. Overall attack power, 2600+. Equipment, Sombra Guidance System 2. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skill, Specialized Skill, Shadow Blade Transformation. Shadow Minion. Shadow Mechanic, General Type 2. Level, 35. HP, 8W9800/8W9800. Overall attack power, 2500+. Equipment, Shadow Guidance System, Ultra Density Shadow Blade. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Skill, Specialized Skill, Shadow Blade Transformation. Looking at these numbers, they're not exactly amazing, but thinking back to when I was around level 30, I probably wasn't even this good. Thinking about this, Bai felt somewhat relieved. It doesn't matter if the summoned shadow minions are low level, as keeping them in the Shadow Kingdom will allow them to quickly increase their strength and level. The lower the level of the person, the faster they will improve. I think so. These hundreds of Shadow 2 AIs will soon become an excellent fighting force. Compared to the previous dungeon, Calamity Food Capital, and those level 40+ monsters, Bai is more optimistic about these level 35 Shadow Mechs. There wasn't any particular reason. Based solely on intuition. If the shadows of those gourmet monsters were extracted and turned into shadow minions, the scene would be incredibly embarrassing. You don't even need to imagine a very detailed scene, just think about it casually. One by one, pitch-black pigs began to charge at people, and moving black trees began to crash down on the enemy. This is a disgrace to the Shadow Legion. So, in comparison, these Shadow Omnics look much better. They either have long, narrow shadow blade arms or long, shadowy ranged weapons the size of a fist on their shoulders. Just the feeling alone is that they're not on the same level. Right now, Bai Yi was sitting on the edge of a rooftop, watching the commotion around him. Why aren't they here yet? It's been several minutes. Little Lu, could it be that your taunt skill has stopped working? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and looked down at Rupert below the building, asking him a question. No, that won't happen. I never dare to use this skill when I'm on the battlefield. Once I use it, any enemy who sees me will rush at me like a madman. Rupert answered tremblingly, afraid that Bai Yi might turn around and leave if he was dissatisfied. After all, if Bai Yi leaves now, the Type 2 intelligent machines that arrive in the Marseille region will surely destroy him, or even vaporize him into nothingness by the laser. Hearing Rupert's affirmation, Bai Yi became a little more patient. As expected, just as Rupert said, his B+ taunt skill really does have such a good effect. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire earth began to shake rhythmically. Bai Yi glanced at a pebble on the sand and could see it shaking up and down, clearly indicating that the ground was beginning to vibrate rhythmically. Was it an earthquake? No, it's not. Aside from that one factor, there's only one other reason that could have led to this situation. The next moment, sitting on the rooftop, Bai Yi saw a large swarm of intelligent robots running towards him at the edge of his field of vision. Just a quick glance, and it seemed like there were hundreds. And this is only the number of the first wave to arrive. But, with so many Type 2 Omnics in the battle, a group of Shadow Decay and Shadow Omnics alone is not enough. In this situation, it would be appropriate to dispatch highly capable Shadow subordinates to handle the situation. Splash. Tick-tock. As the dark clouds in the sky completely dissipated and the short, heavy drizzle receded, Bai Yi smiled. The rain in the sky has stopped. But the rain in his hands has only just begun. The next moment, Bai Yi flipped his hand, and the water cube was retrieved from his storage backpack. Open. Bai Yi let out a soft murmur, and countless seawater gushed out from it, as spectacular as a dam releasing water. Even when Bai Yi used the power of the Dominator, he was only able to control the water flow in one precise direction. At this time, as Bai Yi gave the order, the uniquely shaped shadow water emerged from within his natal shadow. The scene changed in an instant. The massive amounts of seawater that were released seemed to be completely controlled by the shadow water after they came into contact with it. Once contact occurs, these seawaters seem to have become extensions of the shadow water, moving freely. In fact, their movements are dozens of times more agile than those of an average person. As the hundreds of Type 2 intelligent machines approached in the distance, getting closer and closer into his field of vision, Bai Yi's composure remained unchanged. After all, with such an incredible group of shadow subordinates, let alone a few hundred, even a few thousand of these Type 2 AIs would be enough. It's still a free gift. In a daze, Bai Yi seemed to see not a dense swarm of Type 2 intelligent machines, but a series of experience prompts beckoning to him. Bring it on. The more the better. Bai Yi sighed, then lifted the water cube to the side and rose into the air. As Bai Yi got further and further away from the buildings and the ground, he could see things more clearly. He reached out and beckoned. Half-Dragon and 100-Ghost Shogun, his two shadowy subordinates, flapped their black wings and came to his side. The next moment, Bai Yi gave the order. The two shadow subordinates, Half-Dragon and 100-Ghosts, swooped down like vanguards to directly confront the Type 2 intelligent machines. Meanwhile, on this side, the shadowy waters draw the water cube in, enveloping it within a vast expanse of assimilated seawater. Almost every blink of an eye, the shadow water would grow larger. Rupert, standing to the side, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What did he see? First, the seawater spread like a blanket of sunlight, and then that dark shadow took control of all of it. Bai Yi, who saved his life, was able to slowly float into the air. The two people beside him must be the culprits who destroyed a small group of Type 2 androids before. And now, they're actually going to directly attack this group of Omnic Army soldiers? Horrible. It's absolutely terrifying. Just thinking about it made Rupert so scared that he wanted to curl up back into the haystack. His identity should perhaps embolden him. But, faced with an unimaginable enemy, the only thing he could do was try to protect himself as much as possible. Given the current situation, he doesn't even dare to imagine how he could save himself. It goes without saying. What gives that man in the sky such confidence? What a magnificent spirit. Chapter 149 Experience flow like slaughtering chickens and ducks. But Bai didn't care what others thought. He focused intently on the AI army being attacked in the distance. Those upgraded Type 2 intelligent robots are much more powerful than those ordinary intelligent robots. But, nevertheless, they were still no match for the Shadow's minions. The half-dragon soared in the sky. A single spurt of pitch-black dragon flame from his mouth was enough to burn a large number of Type 2 androids. Although their bodies are constructed from some kind of metal. However, under the onslaught of the half-dragon's pitch-black dragon flames, they could not withstand it for long and began to melt. Above it, one of Hyakki-sei's tails swayed slightly, further amplifying the black dragon flames of this half-dragon. Then it shook again. Several spikes of earth began to appear on the ground, directly blocking the escape route of these androids. Although these intelligent machines don't seem to have an escape procedure, this is still a precaution against that possibility. He joined the battle as a vanguard shortly after being assigned to the positions of the two shadows, Half-Dragon and Hyakki-sei. The Shadow Water was also fully prepared. Nearly 10,000 tons of seawater have been mobilized from the water cube. The Shadow Water now looks like the size of a small mountain. Even if the Shadow Giants and the fallen Yakuza were compared, they might not have such a terrifying size. The Shadow Water of today. It looks quite imposing at first glance. The next moment, with a thought from Bai, Shadow Water also joined the battlefield and began to wipe out these AI soldiers. It's not surprising that the Marseille region couldn't resist these Type 2 AI troops. There are just too many of these things. One after another, they looked densely packed and quite terrifying. If someone with trypophobia were to come here, they would probably have some psychological trauma. The first few hundred were Type 2 intelligent machines. Looking at it now, that batch had long since become wrecked, lying on the ground like a pile of scrap metal. The newly emerged AI on the battlefield, like army ants running out of an anthill, seemed to have an endless supply. Rupert heard a commotion in the distance. Hiding in the makeshift factory, he saw that there was no immediate danger, and driven by curiosity, he decided to stay. He still walked out, trembling. After passing some buildings of varying heights in this area, you can see a terrifying scene of chaos in the distance. Dark flames erupted from the earth. Hyakki-sei, wielding the evil eye shadow blade, swiftly slashed at the ravaged bodies of the AIs from low altitude, severing one AI's mechanical body after another. And the Shadow Waters are even more terrifying. It sits in a commanding position, its size resembling a transparent skyscraper. One after another, jets of water were swiftly launched. Almost every location reached by the swift jet of water resulted in the instant destruction of a small area of intelligent machines. This scene, the only way to describe it is utterly devastating. Seeing this, Rupert's legs went weak. If that casual attack had hit him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hiss. Can't watch, can't watch. Rupert's legs went weak, and he slowly retreated back into the building, leaning against the wall for support. Even so, he couldn't calm down. Just who was this man he had just met? By Yi's side, soaring high above, looking down, one can survey the entire situation. From this perspective, Bai Yi could see the entire battle situation directly and calmly commanded his several high-level shadow subordinates. Every now and then, Bai Yi would also be wielding 3 weapons. Driven by the power of the Dominator, the weapon moved in and out of the Omnic army 7 times, having a great time. Although there were only a few shadow minions on Shadow's side, the enemy's intelligent machine army was like 1,000 troops. Their numbers were terrifying. It was just like a horde of zombies constantly converging on the crowd during a zombie outbreak. Only, unlike zombies with flesh and blood, these machines have solid steel bodies. However, for Bai Yi, there is probably no difference between the two. If an ordinary person were in Bai Yi's position, they would probably be terrified. But in Bai Yi's eyes, it was a cause for great joy. After all, throughout the disassembly process, the experience tips from these professionals never stopped. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form, General Type 2. You have gained 34,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form, Range Type 2. You have gained 37,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form, Melee Type 2. 38,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form, Range Type 2. You have gained 37,800 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form, Melee Type 2. 38,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, range type 2, experience gained. Although the experience gained each time is only less than 40,000. But you should know that this group of intelligent machines seems to be inexhaustible, and their numbers are enormous. In the midst of a battle, not long after, Bai Yi then received another notification from the professional system. Congratulations on reaching level 48. Congratulations on reaching level 49. Despite being upgraded twice in a row, Bai Yi didn't even blink, continuing to control several high combat power shadow subordinates to dismantle this group of intelligent soldiers. Time passed slowly. In the later stages, although the half-dragon and the 100-ghost shogun also lost some health, they were able to recover their health while fighting thanks to their unique recovery skills. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shadow waters, although they were already conserving their energy during the battle, they still consumed a significant amount of their own seawater capacity. Although the number remains unshakable, Bai Yi always felt that something was missing. And at this time, that group of Omnic soldiers had reached a terrifying number. It's not just a few hundred. Instead, thousands. These shadowy subordinates on the battlefield, despite their ability to launch area of effect attacks, were somewhat powerless to do so. It's like slaughtering chickens and ducks, even if there are several butchers working together. But facing thousands of animals that can run and move, it's not something that can be killed in a short time. This leads to some of the Type 2 androids couldn't contain themselves any longer and broke out of the blocking line to start looking for the humans who were mocking them. Rupert, who was hiding, suddenly felt a tightness in his anus. Suddenly, I felt a lump in my throat, an indescribable sense of coercion. It's almost as if someone's been watching us. But he was obviously overthinking it. All I saw was Bai Yi, suspended in midair, slowly beckoned, and with a thought, the Shadow Kingdom opened wide once more. Chapter 150, The Overbearing Taunt Skill. The next moment, countless black tentacles appeared around the natal shadow, as terrifying as a demon god descending from hell. In an instant, the whole scene started to become somewhat saccharine, and the picture suddenly changed. But just a few blinks later, these constantly waving black tentacles are gradually detaching from the original shadow. The shadow opened the exit to the Shadow Kingdom within. And now, the one appearing. It is precisely the decline of the Yakuza. While it might not be entirely accurate to say that the current extreme path is the most powerful subordinate of the shadow, it is generally fair to say that. That's why, if the extreme path decline enters the fray, these AI troops, whose numbers are starting to get a little out of control, can be suppressed instantly. Go. Bai Yi slowly uttered a single word, and with a thought, he unleashed the extreme decline to launch an attack. In an instant, the towering figure of the declining Supreme Tao slowly rose into the air, each guarding one side of the slightly diminished form of the shadow water. Immediately, even a mere sweep of the shadowy tentacles by the extreme decline would annihilate dozens of Type 2 direct type units with overwhelming force. In an instant, the seemingly unstoppable surge of Type 2 intelligent machines was instantly annihilated. No matter how many intelligent machines there were, they were all defeated by the sheer speed at which the extreme path was being wiped out. Now, they've actually managed to suppress them with sheer force. Right now, Rupert was already considering running away, because alarm bells were ringing in his mind, and he had a very dangerous premonition. It felt as if he was about to lose his life here at any moment. But strangely enough, this premonition vanished without a trace just now. Thinking about it, Rupert felt a little amazed, but he still didn't dare to be careless. He tiptoed out of the building and glanced into the distance. The next moment, he abruptly pulled his head back, his face unable to make a normal expression. What did he see? On the distant battlefield, there are countless Type 2 AIs, not to mention the sheer number of them. Above the sky, what the hell is this? Yet another terrifying being. Its entire body was covered in ominous black matter, with frantically writhing and sweeping black tentacles, and a black round core that seemed to be watching everything, inspiring fear. Just one glance was enough to fill Rupert with a deep sense of dread. Those ones. What on earth are all these things? Thinking about it, although Rupert was unaware of the current situation, he knew one thing very well. That is, as things stand, I am still safe. Having confirmed this, Rupert, though still alarmed, did not attempt to run away again. His subconscious told him, if he had escaped, without the terrifying presence of Bai Yi's subordinate stopping him, he would likely have been killed on the spot by the AI that appeared elsewhere. It should be about time. Rupert murmured something, referring not to anything else, but to the duration of his skill. It is a B+ level skill. It will never have a permanent activation time. It is only natural that it has some time limit. As expected, when his taunt skill ended, the Omnics on the battlefield seemed to freeze for a moment. It's like a pure love warrior in a fit of rage suddenly entering a period of calm. Feeling lost. Suspicion. It actually appeared on the faces of these thousands of Type 2 androids. Strictly speaking, these intelligent robots should not, and cannot, display the expressions that humans should have. But, Bai Yi, who was in midair, somehow seemed to be able to sense the emotions of these intelligent machines. It's as if the slightly twitching metal probe can express its inner emotions. Something's not right. Something is very wrong. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation seemed slightly different from before. As expected, after a few more breaths, those Type 2 intelligent machines seemed to have completely figured out a problem. They began to spontaneously disperse in all directions, instead of heading in one direction while intending to clear all obstacles in the way. That is, the appearance of being completely freed from the taunt skill. Bring Xiaolu out. With a thought, Bai Yi gave the order to the shadowy figure on the ground that was chasing the AI. The next moment, the natal shadow then unleashed a terrifying speed. That speed was so great that it could even create a sonic boom cloud, which looked extremely terrifying. After just a few moments of calm breathing, Rupert was once again brought out of the building. Only, this time, however, he didn't come out voluntarily. He was dragged out by his natal shadow with one hand. What are you doing? Rupert asked, though he was a little scared. He knew Bai Yi would certainly not harm himself, nor would his subordinates. Otherwise, why did we save him in the first place? We could have completely ignored him and let those intelligent robots torment us to death. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi, who was in midair, exchanged several glances. Rupert didn't understand, but the Shadow of Destiny understood. The next moment, Rupert was brought before a Type 2 android at a speed that made his neck ache. The moment the AI saw its destined shadow, it activated the laser weapon on its shoulder. But the next moment, whoosh! With a flash of black light from the shadow's blade, all the threatening facilities on the entire machine were completely destroyed. Immediately, the shadow, holding the shadow dagger, pointed at the immobilized Type 2 android, then at Rupert. Does that mean I can use the skill one more time? Rupert asked hesitantly. After listening, the shadowy figure nodded slightly, acknowledging the answer to the question. All right, just as I thought. Rupert frowned and scoffed at the immobile Type 2 android. Yo, that's not enough. Scrap metal, come here. With just a few words, amplified by the taunting skill, the collective consciousness behind the AI was driven into a frenzy once again. Die? Apart from this idea, there is no other thought. This skill, it's not exactly weak, but it's quite strong too. After all, even such a consciousness was deeply affected by this skill, although for a very short time. But, if Rupert were alone, he would absolutely not dare to use this skill. After all, he was afraid of being killed instantly. Immediately afterwards, the group of Type 2 androids attacked again, and the Shadow Army began its purge once more. Finally, on Bai Yi's side, the professional system has sent an upgrade notification. Chapter 151 Level 50 Breakthrough. Congratulations on reaching Level 50. Congratulations on reaching Level 50. You have gained one opportunity to upgrade your profession skills rank. You can use it now. You've reached Level 50? That's fast. Bai Yi murmured to himself, looking down at the dwindling number of intelligent machines below. The number of Type 2 intelligent machines today is no longer what it was at its peak. Only a few hundred, or even less than 1,000, are visible to the naked eye. And these numbers haven't shown any signs of increasing. Strangeness. Can these Type 2 intelligent machines really sweep through the Marseille region? Bai Yi couldn't help but have some doubts. The number of Type 2 androids eliminated during this period alone may be very large, too many to estimate. But Bai Yi felt, these numbers alone are probably not enough to wipe out the entire Marseille region. Thinking about this, Bai Yi waved his hand, and his high combat power shadow subordinates on the battlefield began to eliminate these intelligent machines at an even faster pace. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, General Type 2, 12,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, Range Type 2, 11,700 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, Melee Type 2, 11,400 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, General Type 2, 12,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, range type 2, experience gained. After Bai Yi reached level 50, his experience gain was significantly reduced again. But Bai Yi didn't pay much attention to such trivial matters. These situations were generally unavoidable. Now, there's only one question that's on his mind. Are the Omnics he destroyed really enough to wipe out the entire Marseille region? It should be noted that although France is not a large country, its average level is not very high, and even the top combat forces are only a handful. But this is an entire country. Even a small one has a complete military system and army for defense. Could these Type 2 smart machines, numbering less than 10,000, really wipe out the entire Marseille region? Thinking about it, Bai did offer a few explanations himself. First, the soldiers in Marseille eliminated the vast majority of the Omnics. Second, what Bai just wiped out was not all the intelligent machines in the Marseille region. Although Bai felt that these French soldiers were highly professional, but Bai still felt that the second possibility was more likely. After all, a machine capable of completely destroying the entire Marseille region must have been of high quality and likely quite numerous. In general, Bai does not believe that the number of intelligent machines in Marseille is only this small. What caused this situation to occur? Bai frowned slightly, sensing that things were not so simple. With a thought, Rupert's natal shadow received another command, lifting him up again to prevent him from escaping. Brother, I've already called you brother, isn't that enough? We've mocked it a few times already. The Omnics in Marseille are almost extinct. Can you let me go? Rupert's lips twitched, looking as unwilling as could be. Bai slowly descended to the ground, then asked with amusement, shall we go? Even if you were allowed to walk on your own, how far could you possibly go? Marseille is calm now. But what about other places? Bai's words immediately put Rupert into deep thought. I almost drove him to the brink of depression. Yes, the entire Farland region is engulfed in this machine crisis, and there is no way to escape it. Let alone escaping Marseille. Even if you escape several districts or run to other countries, what then? Not to mention, how could such a bold idea be so easy to come by? Yes. Rupert immediately wilted. This question seems rather heavy. I'm asking you. There shouldn't be so few AI in the Marseille region, right? Bai asked again. Huh? Rupert looked puzzled. He was being lifted up, and he looked up at Bai, his face seemingly filled with questions. Is this what you call little? You call this the state of affairs, where people have been killing and hacking away for so long, resulting in a mountain of abandoned metal? However, after exchanging a few unwavering glances with Bai, they met each other's gazes for a moment. Rupert's opinion changed. It seems, if perhaps, looking at the entire region of France, those numbers of intelligent robots are really considered small. When Rupert had this thought, he was almost scared of himself. Is that considered a small amount? It's a small number. It should be considered a small number. But, after giving himself a series of positive self-talks, Rupert managed to calm down. So where do you think the rest of the Type 2 AIs will go? Bai frowned, seemingly pondering to himself. This. I don't know. Rupert shook his head, completely clueless about the answer to Bai's question. Fortunately, it's all right. It seemed that Bai had never imagined Rupert would return to this question. After a short silence, Bai seemed to have figured out the answer. Something's not right, something's very wrong. Bai was immediately prepared, but he still felt uneasy. He waved casually. On the battlefield, the 4 shadow subordinates, Extreme Decline, Half-Dragon, 100 Ghosts Conquer, and Shadow Water, worked together to wipe out all the intelligent machines. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, Melee Type 2, 11,400 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, General Type 2, 12,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, intelligent life form, Range Type 2, experience gained. With the last wave of Omnics cleared out, this wave of experience was successfully gained. He glanced into the distance. After discovering that no new AI was heading there, Bai immediately set off. A thought arose. The demon's conquest and the decline of the ultimate path all returned to the Shadow Kingdom within the shadow. As for the seawater that had been assimilated by the Shadow Water, it took several minutes to successfully collect it into the water cube. Thus, the Shadow Water returned to the Shadow Kingdom. The shadow bent down, transforming into a shadow that followed Bai. Bai waved his hand, placing Banlong, one of the shadow's subordinates, in front of him. Next, he will take you back to Rolanda City. As for the arrangements afterward, just follow the instructions of the army over there. Bai Yi patted Rupert on the shoulder, then turned and soared into the air without looking back. Seeing this, Rupert couldn't help but shout, Where are you going?" All that was left was the trail of flames as Bai Yi mounted his windmill and sped away. Chapter 152. The building is collapsed, and the end is uncertain. Francois. Location of the main building. This once thriving machinery building is now in ruins. It looks like a hornet's nest riddled with holes. The people who stirred up the hornet's nest were none other than several committee members of the Hanxiao Alliance, several governors of France, and supporters from other countries. This battle, it went very smoothly, so smoothly that it felt a little unnatural. I'm not saying this to be mean, but it all feels too smooth. It went so smoothly that it didn't feel like a difficult task. You all agree, right? Right. Seeing that the situation had improved a lot, Ji Qiufeng immediately started his rambling again. Although Ji Qiufeng kept talking, no one responded. As time goes by, Yi Yufan looked at the somewhat dilapidated mechanical building, his expression somewhat solemn. I am afraid. Just like Ji Qiufeng said, things are going too smoothly this time, which may not be a good thing. Overall, the level of this mechanical building is definitely not limited to this. It should be even more troublesome, perhaps even to the point of being extremely difficult to eradicate. But now, the underground energy supply lines have been cut off, and the main structure of the building has been smashed to pieces. Everything seems to be heading towards its end. But will this AI crisis really end so easily? Excuse me for asking, but is this mission really over? Destroy the mother body, and that's it. Huozhua, a burly man, scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Upon hearing this sentence, Yi Yufan also began to fall into deep thought. This unknown boss emerged from a newly arrived dungeon and created tens of thousands of intelligent mechanical life forms. Finally, it was integrated into the 209-meter-tall Montparnasse Tower in its original form. According to calculations by a professional known as the Starry Sky Diviner, the current mechanical crisis in Faransi will be completely resolved once the building that serves as the mother structure is completely destroyed. And indeed, this is the case. The building is about to be completely destroyed. But a small number of people are always a little sensitive. A slight sense of unease lingered in their hearts, refusing to dissipate for a long time. I have a feeling things won't be that simple. It's like an anime where the big boss is killed in the penultimate episode, but there's still one last episode. This episode might be a happy ending, but it could also be that the boss fakes his death and suddenly jumps out to kill the protagonist. Meanwhile, a small number of people, just like those who have watched the penultimate episode of the anime, there's always a sense of unease in their hearts. Prioritize completing the mission objectives. After a moment's thought, Yi Yufan resolutely launched his attack. Immediately, Yi Yufan launched an attack, and the others followed suit. All things in the universe. Yi Yufan launched the first attack. Hundreds of semi-transparent prisms appeared around the building, and then a rather special prism was the first to start emitting light. This ray of light passed through all the prisms. During the reflection process, it pierced through the building countless times again, demonstrating its considerable power. Immediately afterwards, the attacks from Ji Qiufeng, Huozhua, and Yun Binglu followed closely behind. Several terrifying auras suddenly descended in an instant. All sorts of dazzling and powerful skills were immediately unleashed upon this building. Those who acted together with him. And then there are the attacks from all sides. In an instant, whether it was physical damage or attacks from the mystical, the bizarre, or the magical, they all struck the intelligent building simultaneously. In an instant, the already weakened and damaged crystal shield crumbled in an instant. All of its damage. All of them landed squarely on the main body of its intelligent mechanical building. Immediately afterwards, countless steel parts were scattered in midair, and the entire building began to look like it was about to collapse. Even so, this building, however, it did not retaliate in any way, but merely tried to repair the damage again, with countless steel lines slowly merging together. But, no matter how fast this integration goes, it ultimately cannot be sustained given the current situation. Not long after, under the barrage of various skills, the building crumbled instantly. Boom! Boom! In an instant, large swathes of steel buildings began to disintegrate, and even the original Montparnasse Tower, which was encased within them, began to crumble inch by inch. The building is about to collapse. Step back. Someone made a sound, and then the others who could fly flew, those who could run ran, those who used skills to block, and those who couldn't run away simply used their physical bodies to withstand the attack. The building collapsed completely, Its metal structure crumbled inch by inch, and the original internal structure of the building was no longer there. Seeing this once famous building collapse, the governors of France had mixed feelings. Out of the blue, this machine crisis suddenly broke out. Nowadays, the already few tall buildings collapsed. That's not all. The surrounding buildings are also arranged like dominoes, overwhelming a small area of buildings nearby. Seeing this scene, these inspectors were in a terrible state. The description, gritting their teeth, is quite apt. Just then, a brown-skinned man, smelling strongly of curry, muttered to himself, "Is it finally over?" Buzz. In an instant, everyone heard this classic flag. Those present were all top-tier professionals in the first tier, and their hearing was exceptionally good. This sentence. Of course, I heard it all clearly. Thinking of this classic flag, everyone's thoughts were somewhat mixed. I wanted to stop him, but he said he had already said it all, and I couldn't force him to swallow his words. Yi Yufan. He fell silent, speechless once more, as he gazed at the devastation of the land. I have a feeling that something is wrong. This matter is not going to end so easily. I'm serious. You have to believe me. By the way, did you hear what I was saying? Ji Qiufeng started chattering again, trying to get the attention of those around her. The best way to deal with this kind of person. Pretend to ignore him, and that will make him feel bad all day. However, at this moment, the members of the Hanxiao Alliance seemed to have no intention of ignoring Ji Qiufeng, the chatterbox. This time, it seems he was right. In any case, let's investigate France first. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. An inspector activated his skill, and his phantom appeared above the ruins of the mechanized building. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to everyone. Chapter 153 Program Execution, Intelligent Factory. Marseille, France. Rupert was taken away from this place and witnessed the disappearance of his last wave of shadow omnics. This is what he saw. The word shocking is the only way to describe it. Who would have thought? The group of Type 2 androids killed by Bai, even though they had all been reduced to mangled scrap metal, somehow managed to reappear in complete form from their shadows. And those shadow machines that were born, whose bodies were made of black shadows, seemed even more powerful to Rupert than their original Type 2 machines. But that's not the most critical issue. What terrified Rupert most was the sheer number of them. You need to know. How many Type 2 AIs did Bai summon when he used his taunt skill? Countless. There are simply too many to count. But even with such a terrifying number, if not 10,000, there must have been at least 8,000. The remains of these more than 8,000 Type 2 intelligent machines were piled up to form a small mountain of scrap metal. Surprisingly, an equal number of shadow omnics appeared in an orderly manner. Those terrifying numbers only managed to emerge from the metal ruins just before Rupert left. And these terrifying shadow machines, a large portion of them began to disperse in all directions. Another small portion, they began to disappear back into the shadows, seemingly vanishing completely. This made Rupert even more terrified, and he realized that this was something he should keep to himself and never tell anyone else. If this gets out, who knows what trouble it might cause. The other person saved me, and not saying anything is perhaps the best way to repay them. The scene shifts back to Bai. Ever since Bai eliminated the group of Type 2 AIs that kept attacking, he already knew the direction of their origin. Joke. There were only a few general directions from which Type 2 androids were attacking. If the source of these Type 2 intelligent machines isn't there, where else could it be? It can't possibly be automatically refreshing in a dark place, can it? So, there is only one truth. These Type 2 androids were manufactured. And it's not slow either. Just like products being mass-produced on an assembly line. So, Bai is currently piloting the windmill T-800, hovering over France to find his target. The speed of the wind turbine T-800 is not fast. However, France's land area is not very large, so in comparison, the wind turbine aircraft piloted by Bai is quite fast at exploring. Not long after, Bai then discovered a rather strange location. In a place resembling an artificial forest, a large, operational factory has appeared in the center. Thick smoke billowed out. The discarded bright blue waste liquid was directly discharged into the river in the artificial forest. And the trucks, of various brands, continued to make their way towards the factory. This scene is so incongruous, it's like seeing a bubble tea shop in a toilet. That factory is constantly operating. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the waste being discharged is polluting the area. Needless to say, those drivers transporting materials on the ground are not human at all. Instead, Type 2 intelligent machine. At first glance, there seems to be no problem, But upon closer inspection, the problem is quite serious. Bai immediately began to lower the wind turbine aircraft, heading directly towards the factory location. The speed is not slow. At the same time, it is also somewhat too eye-catching. But the Type 2 intelligent machines driving trucks on the ground seemed to be programmed to ignore Bai even when he appeared in their field of vision. It was as if they didn't see it at all. They didn't care at all. Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly strange, but didn't pay it any mind. Once the windmill aircraft reached a certain altitude, Bai immediately stored it in his storage backpack and then used his skill to quickly swoop down. Whoosh! Bai's figure suddenly swooped down from the sky, just as it was nearing the ground, about to crash into a large tree in the artificial forest. Bai quickly activated his job change skill, Power of the Dominator, immediately forcibly putting his body in a state of mid-air to offset the impact of the fall. This kind of shock might be hard for ordinary people to bear. But Bai seemed completely unaffected, as if he had been lightly punched in the chest and immediately landed on the ground. They learned the location of the factory not far away. Bai then released all the shadow machines in the Shadow Kingdom. Since there's almost no room left, it doesn't matter if we release them all. For Bai, shadow machines are practically a dime a dozen. If you want shadow omnics, there are still nearly 10,000 of them in the Marseille region. The next moment, the group of over 300 shadow machines quickly cleared a path. Trucks and Type 2 intelligent machines were all overturned and destroyed. These shadowy omnics cleared the way. They stormed into the factory in the blink of an eye. As soon as the factory door was opened, the group of shadow machines rushed in and began to clear away any obstacles that were detrimental to Bai. But what is happening now is somewhat different from what Bai had expected. Inside the factory, it was unusually quiet. No, it's more accurate to say that there was no enemy attack than to say it was quiet. There was still all the noise from inside the factory. The sounds of hydraulic pressure, piston operation, and mechanical assembly followed one after another. Although not very loud, they were undeniably present. The first impression upon entering the factory, aside from the dense array of shadowy intelligent machines surrounding and in front of him, Bai could barely see anything else. Now that we're airborne, our view has become much wider. Looking around, the factory was divided into 8 workshops, with countless Type 2 intelligent machines constantly operating in the middle, transporting materials continuously. Upon closer inspection, some of these Type 2 androids were carrying roughly processed metal parts, while others were carrying more complete mechanical structures, such as the head, torso, limbs, and weapon systems of Type 2 androids. These Type 2 androids, like the group of Type 2 androids driving the truck outside, did not launch an attack the moment the shadow androids broke in. Seeing this, Bai couldn't possibly misunderstand. These Type 2 androids that are currently working are completely different from the Type 2 androids that just went out to fight. They randomly spotted a Type 2 intelligent machine moving parts inside the factory and launched an investigation. The next moment, the data appeared. Monster, intelligent life form, General Type 2. Level, 35. HP, 5W2000 / 5W2000. Overall attack power, 16,000. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Chapter 154 Blueberry flavor, sir. Seeing this, Bai had no other thoughts. Then I saw it. Bai immediately issued the order. Destroy them all. As soon as the simple forward command was given, these shadow machines immediately launched an attack. They stormed into the 8 factory buildings and began to destroy as much as possible. And those who will be the first to suffer are the ones who will be affected. The Type 2 intelligent machines that were transporting materials and parts were completely destroyed because they had no awareness of fighting back. And when the shadow omnics broke into the various factories. However, things have already changed. Bite, bite, bite. In the various factories, the sounds of machinery running could be heard, and these were the newly assembled and activated Type 2 intelligent machines. Inside those factory buildings, the uniform sound of machinery emanated. In the event of an emergency intrusion, trigger Article 30(1) of the protocol to retaliate. Activate all usable Type 2 smart machines and initiate attack mode. In the event of an emergency intrusion, trigger Article 30(1) of the protocol to retaliate. Activate all usable Type 2 smart machines and initiate attack mode. In the event of an emergency intrusion, trigger Article 30(1) of the protocol to retaliate. Activate all usable Type 2 smart machines, initiate attack mode. A series of mechanical sounds rang out, echoing throughout the entire factory. And it was at this time The Type 2 intelligent machines that were transporting materials were not stunned. They were destroyed without any apparent reaction. They also activated their attack mode. The next moment, all the Type 2 androids operating inside the factory quickly abandoned their work and launched an attack upon seeing the shadow androids. A few breaths. Inside those 8 factory buildings, Type 2 intelligent machines, moving and attacking in unison, continuously emerged and began their counterattack. Although the Shadow Omnic is powerful enough to fight 2 opponents at once. However, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of Type 2 AIs on the other side. Bai has finally grasped the situation. These Type 2 androids may lack other skills, but they excel at group attacks. But this is what Bai fears the least. What is in large quantities? In the face of absolute power, all of these are just experience points. At this moment, Bai never thought about who had said that if given enough time, his natal shadow could also kill an extremely powerful boss. His main tactic is to apply double standards. The other side is strong? Sorry, I have more troops. We can wear you down. Are there more of them on the other side? Then I'm even more sorry. Any one of my people could easily crush your entire group. The next moment, Bai waved his hand, and his natal shadow detached and quickly materialized, standing to the side. The Shadow Kingdom is now open. For powerful shadow henchmen broke free. They are the 4. The Fall of the Extreme Path, the Conquest of 100 Demons, the Shadow Naga King, and Black Bolton. Even a single shadowy subordinate of the Extreme Path was nearly able to smash a large hole in the factory ceiling. With a casual strike, the shadowy tentacles completely shut down dozens or even hundreds of Type 2 intelligent machines. In this sudden battle, the victor was equally formidable. With these highly skilled shadow subordinates taking action, the entire battle proceeded in a one-sided fashion. In an instant, the ground was littered with discarded metal debris, and exposed wires were constantly flashing with electrical sparks. There was a lot of dust rising from the scene, and a strange harmony was mixed in with the chaos. At the same time, Bai remained unmoved amidst the chaos. Like a seasoned veteran who knows victory is assured even before making a move. Bai glanced at it twice, and the professional system's notification popped up as if it had given up. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, General Type 2, 12,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, Range Type 2, 11,700 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, Melee Type 2, 11,400 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, General Type 2, 12,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Lifeform, Range Type 2, experience gained. Look at these prompts. Bai remained silent, awaiting the outcome. Immediately, the battle was completely over in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Bai looked at the pile of wreckage, gave an order to his shadow subordinates, and then began to tour the ruins. These 8 factories were originally well organized, and each had its own function. But now it's like it's been attacked by terrorists. The whole factory is dilapidated, and so worrying that it might collapse in a gust of wind. At this moment, Bai completely disregarded who the culprit behind all this was. After the visit, he then unleashed his skill on the piles of steel debris that had already accumulated. Stand up. Job change skill. Shadow extraction, activated. As Bai finished speaking, those shadows expanded outwards, creating an area where shadow machines were constantly being born. Their numbers are so great that they can no longer be arranged in an instant. But at this moment, Bai had no intention of spending any more time waiting for a new batch of shadow machines to be born. At this moment, there are some more urgent things to do. That is to remind the French military that there are still significant flaws in this battle. Unlike others, Bai never limits himself to any means of communication. His scattered shadow subordinates serve as spatial anchors for him to teleport to instantly. In an instant, Bai first moved to the Warzone commander, the same Warzone commander he had met at the beginning, the officer Lancelot Rigel in charge of the Imperial Rome Warzone. On the battlefield, the defense line is now completely secure, and there is still ammunition and firepower available. Although Lancelot Rigel wanted to rest for a while, he was still in a state of high tension. At this time, a communications soldier walked over, handed him a piece of chewing gum, and said, "Sir, have a bite to eat and take a break. You're too stressed." Bullshit. What time is it now? Are you kidding me? How could I possibly be in the mood for candy? Do you think I'm an 8-year-old? The officer reprimanded the soldier, then immediately waved his hand, signaling a soldier in the distance to report the battlefield situation. However, the soldier seemed somewhat distracted and absent-minded, which annoyed Lancelot Riegel, but what he said put him at ease. "Sir, it's over, it's all over. It was the governor who destroyed the mother, and all the smart machines stopped operating." Lancelot Riegel was first shocked, then relaxed. Upon hearing this news, everyone's smiles vanished, and they all relaxed completely. Lancelot Riegel turned his head to look at the communications soldier who was handing him chewing gum, and asked softly, "What flavor?" "Blueberry flavor, sir," the communications soldier replied with a serious expression, but the smile on his face was still there. Chapter 155, If I had known the communication would be compromised. On the battlefield at this time. Although everyone was still somewhat disoriented from the battle, everyone knew that the battle was over. The intelligent robots in the distance have all crashed and are no longer operational. A soldier, about to have his head chopped off by a high-density blade wielded by an Omnic, finds the Omnic standing still, making no further move. A sniper, lying in ambush from a high vantage point, is holding a large-caliber sniper rifle. With a wide field of vision, he swept across the surrounding area, but found no intelligent machines making any move. As if everything in this world seems to have been paused. Of course, this excludes everything except Omnics on the battlefield. Those Omnics that are fighting. Just like a modern art sculpture, it remains frozen in place, showing no reaction whatsoever. Even some soldiers, blinded by rage, swept their eyes at the motionless AI, but the AI did not retaliate. All of this, they were all conveying a message to the French soldiers. The android mother has been destroyed, and the android crisis is over. But a sudden change occurred. The shadow of the person in charge of the Imperial Rome war zone suddenly changed. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows behind him. It was under orders. The shadow that emerged from its shadow faded away. The next moment, Bai Yi's figure suddenly appeared, instantly replacing the position previously occupied by the fading shadow. Lancelot Riegel was chewing gum when he sensed someone behind him. He turned around abruptly, swallowing the gum and nearly dislocating his jaw. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the warzone leader rubbed his cheek, still savoring the chewing gum he had suddenly swallowed, and immediately felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Cough, cough, cough. Comrade, could you please not appear so mysteriously every time you show up? Could you please stop being so jumpy?" Their eyes met, and for a moment, neither of them could utter a word. Suddenly, Lancelot Riegel, the head of the Chengdu war zone, was the first to raise a question. Is something the matter? Of course, otherwise why would I be here? That shouldn't be a big deal, comrade. As you've seen, the android crisis has been resolved. Seriously, I'm going to the Rotten Willow bar in the Imperial City District to drink until I'm hung over by tomorrow morning. By the way, I wonder if that tavern has been affected by the war. Upon seeing Bai Yi, he seemed to completely relax, and even the slightest bit of vigilance vanished. The only thing I'll start rambling about is the miscellaneous arrangements for the rest of today. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they had only met a few times, some rather vulgar and offensive topics would have been brought up. Stop. Regarding this android crisis, I can only say you're overthinking it. Bai Yi immediately interrupted Lancelot Riegel's fantasy. What? Comrade, I don't understand what you mean. Strange. Is the mental interpretation malfunctioning? No, I can hear it clearly. Lancelot Riegel looked surprised, his expression deliberately comical. He thought Bai Yi was joking, so he didn't take it too seriously. But seeing Bai Yi's serious expression, he frowned sharply, sensing that something was amiss. You're not kidding, are you? Lancelot Riegel asked, frowning. Here's what happened. Bai Yi quickly explained everything in just a few words. The general course of events. It involved discovering a factory in operation, and those Type 2 smart machines executing fixed programs. Wait, when did this happen? Never mind, wait a moment. Lancelot Riegel's expression was serious. He had already taken this matter very seriously. Logically speaking, after the mother body was cleaned up by the governor and those aiders, these intelligent machines will no longer be operational. There is no possibility of it replicating itself. Lancelot Riegel frowned as he began to think about his next move. With those important figures involved, and your country's Hanxiao alliance also sending several committee members, there should have been no problem at all. It really is. Lancelot Riegel muttered a few words in a low voice, but Bai Yi heard them clearly. Hanxiao alliance? Bai Yi's expression changed upon hearing this. Since there are members of the Hanxiao alliance, making contact might be a little easier, since I have a black card for identity here. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi asked, Could you name those reinforcement committee members? I can try to contact them, Bai Yi asked directly. It's no use, France has blocked all signals. Those modern technological communication methods simply won't work. Lancelot Riegel shook his head, having already anticipated this. As expected, after Bai Yi took out his black identity card, he found that although some of its functions could be accessed, the displayed information was all cached. Its communication function is also unavailable. If only I had known. I would have assigned a shadowy subordinate to committee member Yi. Bai Yi thought to himself, but he didn't ignore the problem at hand. Don't rush. Let me see if I can get in touch with the governor of the main battlefield. By the way, our country's governor is basically on par with Han Xia, the commissioner of your country. Although Lancelot Riegel was doing something, he couldn't help but boast a little, making Bai Yi feel a bit embarrassed. The entangled crystal ball in the hands of the communication soldier was taken by Lancelot Riegel, who then began contacting the main theater of operations. After some time had passed, the two, who thought they would receive no response, were surprised to find that their contact had been successfully established. This is the General War Zone. I am Governor Yoel Ponce. Speak quickly. Chapter 156 Full Investigation, a warning to all. Have you made contact? They actually made contact. Lancelot Riegel was immediately shocked. Even he hadn't expected that he would actually be able to contact the governor of the main war zone. You need to know, this item, called the entangled crystal ball, is notoriously difficult to use. In emergencies, it's very easy to lose contact with it, which can easily drive people to the point of smashing it in anger. Before the Omnic crisis, France had hardly any professionals using it. However, in this day and age where modern communication methods are completely blocked, this magical item has become one of the only means of communication. All I can say is that it's something we have to use nowadays, but it's also incredibly difficult to use. It is quite surprising that we were able to actually make contact with the governor of the main war zone these days. If you have something to say it quickly. The signal on this thing isn't very good, the governor's voice came through. Oh, I see. Lancelot Riegel immediately recounted these events, essentially repeating Bai Yi's description. After listening, the governor opposite him remained silent for a moment, and before he could speak, Lancelot Riegel became somewhat uneasy. Did the governor on the other side also find it absurd? But as the old saying goes in China, it's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Even if you believe it, there's no harm in going to explore it. But if you don't believe it, and if this kind of thing causes any serious consequences, then probably no one can bear the responsibility. The whole thing may seem a bit illogical, but Lancelot Riegel, the war zone leader, was quite responsible and wanted to carry this idea through to the end. Since you've started, go all the way, whether it's right or wrong. But unexpectedly, the governor there had absolutely no disbelief or contempt. On the contrary, although he played a part in completely destroying the building, his uneasy feelings made him feel that the whole thing was not over yet. Perhaps this is the sixth sense of the strong. Are there smart machine factories operating according to procedures appearing in various places? Perhaps there are other things hidden behind this. Thank you for your report, soldier. We will conduct a thorough investigation to the end. Sizzle, sizzle. The entangled crystal ball completely lost communication, and the pale purple light and shadow inside it began to become disordered. Phew, that's good. The governor didn't take this matter lightly after all. Lancelot Riegel breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little more relaxed. That's good then. Bai Yi nodded from the side. It seems that these top-tier professionals in France are not the kind of people who are arrogant and complacent and don't take anyone's word seriously. There are indeed people like that. In some movies and TV shows, this would basically be considered a typical example of a terrible teammate. However, they are still around, and these governors are willing to listen. Comrade, what's next? Lancelot Riegel was about to turn around and ask a question when he realized that Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen behind him. Upon learning of the situation from the general war zone, Bai Yi immediately used Shadow Swap to leave the area. Hey, they didn't even say hello. Lancelot Riegel shrugged, but didn't say anything. Only, his gaze grew increasingly serious. Suddenly, he stood up, clapped his hands loudly, and said, all right, don't get too excited, lads. And over there, two grown men can just hug and celebrate. Is it really necessary to stick together like that? Lancelot Riegel first alerted the surrounding soldiers, then spoke in a serious tone. Cough, cough. This crisis is not over yet. Listen up, soldiers. After saying that, he slowly walked to a mound, stared at the eastern horizon, his brows furrowed. Francia, Rolanda. A shadowy figure stood atop the remains of an intelligent robot, observing its surroundings. In an instant, Bai Yi's figure has been replaced here. I glanced around. Basically, all the intelligent robots were like metal sculptures, completely motionless, just like they were in the Imperial Rome war zone. But under Bai Yi's orders. Even though these intelligent robots had no intention of attacking or making any moves, the shadow decayers still destroyed them all. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles. Who knows if these stopped intelligent robots will start working again in the next second. If that's the case, then what's the difference between that and doing nothing after the pause? But the most important thing is, Bai Yi would take advantage of this time to inform all the regions he could go to about all the information. The second location is the city of Rolanda. The defenses here are not weak. They were previously held back by countless intelligent robots and only fell into a disadvantageous position in order to ensure the survival of the people. If Type 2 AI does not appear, for the soldiers in Rolanda City, breaking through the encirclement of the androids would be no problem at all. Nowadays, without making any unnecessary movements, Bai Yi walked directly into the defensive facility. The moment a soldier stationed there saw Bai Yi, he became wary. But, upon seeing Bai Yi's attire, he immediately put away the gun he was about to raise. In Rolanda, who doesn't know that when the city was on the verge of falling, the young man dressed in black saved the entire city and its inhabitants with a wave of his hand. One of his most distinctive features was his Chinese face and the black scarf on his shoulder. Is there something you need? The garrison soldier hesitated, unsure how to address the other person. Then I saw it. Bai Yi waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't need to be nervous. Immediately, Bai Yi continued, "Take me to see your person in charge here. I need to speak with him." Okay. The garrison soldier agreed. After a short distance, the two met the elder in charge of Rolanda City. "This is it. Please come in," the soldier said. "It seems that the room in front of us is where the elder in charge is staying." Suddenly, through his senses, Bai Yi could easily detect the presence of a powerful subordinate of the shadow. Who else could it be but the half-dragon he had left behind? Without thinking twice, Bai Yi pushed open the door and went inside. The first thing I saw was the elder in charge, Rupert, and the little boy who had entrusted me with this task. Chapter 157. No, you stole my lines? I just opened the room. That's when I overheard the conversation between the three of them. "Thank you for taking care of my brother. That's only right. We treat every citizen of Rolanda equally." Speaking of this, as the elder in charge spoke, he raised his finger and pointed to the uniquely styled shadow subordinate standing to the side. But the next moment, Bai Yi pushed open the door and entered. This action undoubtedly interrupted their conversation, but it diverted the attention of the elder in charge. The elder in charge of the city of Narrowland looked at Bai Yi and immediately realized what was going on. His subordinates had already informed him. They were referring to Bai Yi, who wanted to see him, so the elder in charge was not surprised. It was clearly within his expectations. Changing the subject, the elder in charge looked at Bai Yi. "Welcome, it's been a long time, young man." The elder leader turned to welcome Bai Yi during their conversation. After listening, Bai Yi waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for pleasantries. Seeing Bai Yi's attitude, the elder in charge was clearly taken aback, but didn't say anything. The next moment, as soon as Bai Yi moved his mind, the half-dragon immediately merged into the shadow kingdom beneath his shadow. Upon seeing Bai Yi, neither the little boy nor Rupert said much, nor did they intend to speak. "I'm here to warn you." "What?" The elder in charge was stunned again, not quite understanding what Bai Yi meant. In short, Bai Yi quickly finished explaining the whole matter. After listening, everyone present fell silent, seemingly not expecting the situation to develop this way. They had thought the end of the machine crisis was actually far from over. "Well, thank you anyway. Whether it's for me or my brother." Rupert paused for a moment before speaking to Bai Yi. Bai Yi waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. The next moment, Bai Yi's figure vanished instantly, leaving behind another small, weakened shadow. France. Orleans District. On the battlefield, hundreds of soldiers and top professionals from various countries came to provide support. Right now, seeing the intelligent robots on the battlefield completely incapacitated, the scene was filled with jubilation. We persevered to the very end. This is not only our victory, but a victory for all mankind. Great, we finally won. I knew it. These guys wouldn't amount to anything. That was a great grenade throw, bro. On the battlefield, there were soldiers who were almost moved to tears of joy, as well as reinforcements from other countries. The five brothers, Xiaohao, were among them. What's next? Go home, Qingsen asked. I'm not saying this to be mean, but I always feel like it's not over yet. Don't you guys ever feel that way? Like after watching a movie, you always feel like there's an ending scene. Qing Si chimed in. I curse your sixth uncle. Can you stop talking now? Qing Er retorted. Qing Wu remained silent. Look over there. It looks like one of the members of the Hanxiao Alliance. Committee member Hua? Qingdao interrupted his brother's banter and looked at the figure in midair on the other side. The figure was standing on a stone pillar, as if it had been secretly moved from the ruins of some museum. The pillar was being trampled underfoot and was flying at a somewhat absurd speed. And the human figures on it. He wore a dark brown bodysuit with dark yellow stripes, showcasing his muscular physique and not-so-handsome face. This person was completely equated with the committee member Hua from Tsinghua University's memory, who mainly focused on body cultivation. And in midair, after seeing a large number of people in the area, Hua kicked his legs hard and leaped to the ground like a frog. Boom dash. Bang. A series of sounds followed, including the sound of a stone pillar hitting the wall. After glancing at the crowd below, Hua intended to explain the current situation directly, but then he suddenly caught sight of the 5 Xiaohao brothers. Aren't those Uncle Qing's sons? I didn't expect you to come and join in the fun too. Thinking it over, Hua stepped forward and came to the 5 brothers of Xiaohao. As the son of one of the committee members, he not only recognized him, but also knew him. Committee member Hua, you're here too. Tsinghua University student stepped forward and greeted him. Just call me Brother Hua. I have to call your father uncle, so there's no need to be so formal. Hua quickly waved his hand. To be honest, Hua had great respect for Xiao Haoqing, the father of the 5 Xiaohao brothers. Of course, Xiao Haoqing's wife was also worthy of Hua's respect. Not only was Xiao Haoqing quite old, but his wife also got pregnant, and they had 5 sons in one go. The most critical thing is, his wife not only gave birth to 5 children, but they were quintuplets. That's outrageous. Xiao Haoqing, having had these children late in life, took great care of them. When they were 8 years old, he used his personal assets to help them change their professions. In less than 6 years, he had cultivated all 5 of them into potential members of the Hanxiao Alliance. It has to be said that, based on these points alone, Hua has every reason to admire him. I came here mainly to say, this machine crisis may not yet be over. Just as Hua was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that Qing Er's shadow had changed. Hua raised his eyebrows, looking wary. Seeing Hua's unusual behavior, everyone present looked over. All I saw was a small shadow withered and emerged from Qing Er's shadow. Before anyone could react, it instantly transformed into Bai. Instead, it came into view. Seeing this, everyone present was somewhat taken aback. Hua's punch was neither thrown out nor properly retracted. I thought it was some kind of weird thing. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared. What kind of skill was this that he had never seen before? Huh? Brother Bot. Qingsen reacted and greeted him immediately. Bai glanced around, waved his hand, and said directly, no need for pleasantries. I'm here just to say one thing. This machine crisis is not over yet. Hua was taken aback after hearing this. No, how did you steal my words? Isn't this what I wanted to say? How did you know? No, who are you? Hua didn't mince words and directly said what he wanted to complain about. Wait, your surname is Bai. Oh, I remember now. I'm sorry. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Please continue. Thinking about it, Hua suddenly remembered the rising star who had recently become famous in the Hanxiao Alliance. It is said to possess absolutely top-tier professional qualifications and an unprecedentedly rapid leveling speed. As well as, a few days ago, the topic of unlocking the ultimate key was discussed to death in the group chat where the leader of the alliance didn't participate. Chapter 158 Special Skill, Inscription Backup. This group of committee members is in the Hanxia Alliance high-level group. 36 committee members plus deputy alliance leader. Alliance leader is not in the group. The group chat topics often involve Bai. It wasn't for any particularly important reason. It's just that whenever there's nothing else to talk about, they always manage to bring up Bai, the newcomer king. Just these past few days, a certain committee member surnamed Ji described it as if it were his own affair, speaking with great detail. Every time Bai makes a new move, it gets leaked in this group chat. Even committee members who aren't particularly interested in this topic will probably find out about it intentionally or unintentionally when they're casually browsing group chats. Although Bai's deeds were kept under control by Hanxia's higher-ups and not widely disseminated, they were not widely publicized. Although Bai was given a certain title that time, It was not widely known throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. But these committee members knew that Bai Yi's future was extraordinary. No matter what top-tier profession or genius player, none of them can compare to any single achievement in Bai Yi's resume. Even, take these top-tier committee members, for example. Which one of them wasn't at the pinnacle of qualifications when they were young? Which one of them isn't a genius who stands out among millions of compatriots? However, if we compare them in their younger days to Bai Yi now, they are slightly inferior. I think so. With such extraordinary achievements, even if Bai Yi encounters accidents or assassinations by enemy countries, it will not hinder his growth in any way. In the eyes of Huozhua and all the committee members, the person in front of me is not a level 50 or so professional. He is clearly a rising future god. At this point in time, why not make an appearance and leave a good impression? Thinking about this, Huozhua's eyes shifted, and he pretended to listen attentively, occasionally adding a few words, just like the straight man in a crosstalk performance. That's about it. I'll be going now. After saying that, Bai Yi planned to use Shadow Swap to leave the place. But before that, Huozhua called out to Bai Yi beforehand, saying, "Young brother, don't go yet." "What's up?" Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and asked the burly man, whom he had never met, but who had always been his mood maker, directly. "It's like this. I'm one of the committee members from Hanxia. My name is Huozhua. You should know me, right?" "I don't know him," Bai Yi said, then fell silent. Huozhua also remained silent. No, they've joined the Hanxiao Alliance, yet they don't even recognize the members of the top tier? It's as absurd as going to school for 3 years and graduating without knowing the class monitor's name. Actually, that's not entirely Bai Yi's fault. The reason I wanted to join the Hanxiao Alliance was simply because of this title. It's easy to see that an alliance that can claim to be the #1 alliance in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and the dream of every professional in the entire Dragon Kingdom, is undoubtedly the best benchmark. But, for Bai Yi, it was just a small goal on a whim. He didn't even know about the benefits of joining the Hanxiao Alliance. I started working hard, and who knew I'd achieve it in just a few days? In just a few days, he didn't have time to get to know the names of all these dozens of committee members. He even had to tell others about the special privileges he would have after joining Hanxia. For a moment, the scene was even quiet, until Huozhua spoke up and broke it. "It's nothing serious, just something to mention. Perhaps we all overlooked this boss. As a boss of intelligent life forms, it may also have a special skill unique to this monster race." Huozhua explained seriously, his expression suggesting he was pondering the whole story. "What? It even has special skills? Is it like a job advancement skill for each profession?" "Brother Hua." Qing-san was completely shocked and asked impatiently. Hua glanced at him, crossed his arms, and struck a pose like a master. Then, he waved his left hand gently, indicating that there was no need to be surprised. Then he slowly said, "Call me committee member Hua. Don't be so disrespectful." Qing-san's face darkened, and his expression was quite strange. "Didn't you just say that calling him Brother Hua would be fine? Now you've changed your mind and are playing double standards, huh?" But Huozhua ignored his expression, glanced at everyone indifferently, and finally fixed his gaze on Bai Yi. He continued, feigning an air of expertise, and said, "This skill is called engraved backup. The skill effect is that after death, you select a member of the same race and make it a backup. You can think of it as a resurrection through possession in fantasy novels." After listening, the 5 Xiaohao brothers were once again completely shocked. "Resurrection? This? I knew it. This machine crisis wouldn't end so easily. This is terrifying. Is there any way to resolve this? This thing can come back to life?" The 5 Xiaohao brothers began to feel a sense of fear. Although it is the country of France that is in the midst of the machine crisis, if it is not controlled, it may affect the Dragon Kingdom. If something this terrifying were to come back to life, what would happen? They were brought under control as soon as they were discovered, but this still led to an omnic crisis within France. If he could escape from France directly and flee the country, if we connect to the global data network, wouldn't that cause a huge mess? Don't be too surprised. This backup is self-explanatory. Just like an automatic backup when editing a document, there won't be 100% of the content, and the performance will be greatly reduced. Huozhua gave an explanation. Hearing these words, the 5 Xiaohao brothers relaxed a little, and Bai Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. That's all right. This boss, whose name we don't even know, escaped from the newly descended dungeon and was barely defeated by a whole team of top-tier combatants. This time, the random resurrection that doesn't discriminate based on location will not possess the full strength it once had. That's actually quite easy to resolve. It hasn't reached the point where everything is beyond repair. Hearing these words, Bai also began to think. That's what I mean. Was the fact that the group of Type 2 androids I encountered before could still operate normally according to the program also due to the arrival of the backup? So, will the Omnic crisis be completely resolved once the backup is found and killed? In that case, things suddenly became clear, and everything began to be simplified considerably. Haha, that's good. That's good. I thought Francesco was finished and had to pack up and go home. It's good that there's still room for maneuver. So, if we just destroy the backup, then everything will be solved, right? It's alright, it's easier than I expected. Don't be too happy yet. I estimate the backup level to be at least level 60 or higher. Chapter 159. My leveling up is fast on my own. That makes sense, right? No? How much? Level 60? Or is it a conservative estimate? Upon hearing this news, the five Xiaohao brothers were once again somewhat shocked. It should be noted that although their levels, which they had improved since childhood, had made a great breakthrough after joining the Hanxiao Alliance in recent years, they had only just reached level 40. But even the backup of this boss has a minimum level of 60. What's the point of even trying? If those five of them were to meet, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. They'd be doomed the moment they met. Although the difference is only about 20 levels, the value of that difference is as solid as a mountain, an insurmountable quality. The difference between 40 and 60 is not something that can be easily overcome by simply having more people. Even if 10 level 40 teams, with 50 level 40 professionals, were to encounter level 60 monsters, they would still be torn to pieces. Not only level, but also health, defense, speed, attack power, and many other factors will be greatly affected by these 20 levels. Just like a level 1 professional only has a little over 100 health points. But even a level 20 professional, even one who doesn't prioritize health or defense, has at least 20,000 health points. The difference is almost 1,000 times. How can you compare them? It can be said that, compared to level 60 monsters, the differences between level 40 professionals are only more pronounced, and they are not much inferior. In comparison, the difference is obvious. So, you newbies, if you can avoid going, then don't go. They're all in their early 40s. Why are they risking their lives like this? As Huazwa spoke, he activated his detection ability and glanced at everyone present. Then he saw the data floating above Bai Yi's head and fell into deep thought. Player, Bai Yi. Class, Shadow King. Level, 50, 325W2495/751W4760. Huazwa fell silent. Didn't they say a couple of days ago that this kid was only level 43? How come he's level 50 now? Even if a tree is treated with hormones, it would still take 6 months to grow, right? In just 2 days, he jumped 10 levels? Do you really think this is just a game? Even Huazwa himself, back when he leveled up from level 40 to 50, it took several senior players taking turns to carry him through various dungeons for 913 days straight. What did he see now? It's unbelievable that someone could fill such a massive amount of experience requirements in just 2 days. It's important to understand that the experience required for these 10 levels is simply immeasurable. The experience gained from level 1 to 40 is probably far less than the experience gained from level 40 to 50. Fear. That's terrifying. Huazwa even wondered if he had misread the image. This. Upon seeing this data, Huazwa momentarily forgot what he was about to say. Seeing Huazwa's reaction, the five Xiaohao brothers all looked over. When it came down to Bai Yi, he learned that committee member Hua had used the detection method, so he activated it as well. Immediately, they saw a level that, though not high, dealt a heavy blow to their young minds. Upon first seeing this level, the five Xiaohao brothers also thought they were seeing things and had completely misjudged it. In their impression, the guy who was favored by the night committee member was only level 30-something in my memory, and he even went down, title disaster, with them. How did I jump to level 50 in the blink of an eye? They probably didn't expect this. Although Bai Yi leveled up all by himself, his subordinates were incredibly powerful shadow minions. He alone is fully capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the major guilds. One person is a mighty army. Most importantly, his legion will not compete with him for experience. 100% of the experience gained will go to Bai Yi. How can such a slow upgrade be reasonable? Why are you looking at me? What's that on my head? Bai Yi looked up, but didn't see the enemy he expected. Strangeness. According to the plot, when one person faces several others, the moment those others are surprised, it means there must be a monster behind them. All kinds of movies, whether they're about mythical creatures or suspense, follow this formula. If not, then what are they looking at? Suddenly, Bai Yi immediately realized the outcome. Bai Yi's eye twitched, and he tried to explain, I'm going into the dungeon alone, so no one is stealing my experience. Upgrade faster. That makes sense, doesn't it? This question left Hua and the 5 Xiaohao brothers completely dumbfounded. Reasonable? You call this reasonable? That's utterly unreasonable. Who would expect a good person to gain tens of millions of experience points just by not seeing them for a few days? Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Bai Yi knew that saying anything more would be useless. To outsiders, this upgrade speed was indeed alarmingly fast. But speaking for himself, he didn't feel it was fast at all. In fact, he felt it was a bit slow. It's like a top student failing an exam, or a rich kid saying, I never knew how rich my family was. Speaking of which, Bai Yi cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Where can I find a backup? This question brought Hua's attention back to the mechanical crisis in France. We can ignore matters of Bai Yi's caliber for now. But if more time is wasted, this unique mechanical crisis in France may have to be shared with the whole world. A war zone commander said that someone in their area had discovered a smart machine factory. The backup might be hidden in one of these factories. Only, the difference is that the place where the backup arrives may use the entire factory to strengthen itself in order to quickly restore the original strength. So, we need to speed things up. Hua finished speaking quickly with a solemn expression, and then observed the reactions of the crowd. Then I saw it. Bai Yi nodded and said, Time waits for no one, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Bai Yi paused for a few seconds. If no one explained their next plan, he would really use shadow swap to leave. As expected, Hua called out to Bai Yi again, and an ancient-looking token appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he threw it at Bai Yi. Then, the black card is unusable. It's one of the few devices that can communicate with us committee members nowadays. If you discover anything, contact us immediately. Hua explained the function of the object, and Bai Yi nodded before disappearing from the spot. In place of the ground beneath my feet, a small, decaying shadow has taken its place. Chapter 160 Shadow Machines, Tens of Thousands. Seeing Bai Yi disappear, the crowd wasn't too alarmed, since Bai Yi had appeared so suddenly. It appeared almost instantly at the beginning. Its sudden disappearance at this moment seems quite reasonable. However, the small shadow that remained in place decayed, its form entirely constructed of shadow, making it look somewhat eerie and mysterious, like a product of certain special professions. It seems to be a special existence bound to Bai Yi. Before anyone could think further, the shadow weakened and suddenly disappeared into Hua's shadow, vanishing from the ground. Hua was somewhat surprised, but thinking that the other party probably didn't have the ability to harm me, I felt a little relieved. Let's just consider it Bai Yi's special way of contacting. After all, there seemed to be quite a few of these little monsters among the shadows of the 5 Xiaohao brothers, which were probably the coordinates where Bai Yi activated his teleportation. Thinking about it, Hua nodded, preparing to head to the next location to notify the remaining combat forces and clear out the AI factory. At this moment, Tsinghua University's timely voice rang out. Is Brother Bai in danger? Yeah, after all, isn't that backup guaranteed to be at least level 60? Even Brother Bai probably couldn't beat it if he encountered it, right? Hey idiot, if you can't beat them, why don't you run away? The key question is, what if you can't even run away? Then you're definitely doomed. After listening, Hua stopped in his tracks and said, There's no need to worry. The probability of finding a smart machine backup factory in such a large area as France is very low. Overall, it's highly unlikely to encounter one. Qing Si's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and he offered a peculiar analogy. Is it like finding a coin in a dumpling during Chinese New Year? Upon hearing this slightly strange, yet somehow related analogy, everyone's expressions immediately turned somewhat odd. Think about it carefully. It seems that's really the case, huh? A plate of dumplings was made, just like all the mechanical factories in France. The dumpling with the coin inside was one of the factories that descended upon the boss's backup. All I can say is, this metaphor is quite subtle, with a touch of reason mixed in with its strangeness. You're quite the talent, kid. Qing Sin covered his face and uttered a remark that was hard to tell whether it was a compliment or an insult. To be honest, that analogy is actually quite plausible, Qing Wu chimed in. Tsinghua remained silent, wondering what kind of thought process his group of brothers all had. Sometimes, it's truly impossible to understand using normal people's thinking. After spending a lot of time with them, Qingda often wondered if he was also seen as a weirdo in the eyes of normal people, someone who was hanging out with these brothers. At this time, hearing the conversation between the 5 Xiaohao brothers, Huozhua, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. Turning his head, he casually said a couple of things. Logically speaking, that's pretty much the same idea, Huozhua replied after stopping and thinking for a second or two. Immediately afterwards, Huozhua left the place. After he flew away using the pillars of a certain art museum as a stepping stone, he simply leaped away from where he stood, much like some versions of Superman who pretends to be able to fly even though they can't. Yes, he has the strength to throw a pillar, jump onto it, and fly away. They would have the strength to leap away from this place. Flying while stepping on pillars. It's just for the sake of looking cool. After all, whether you're riding a flying sword or a broom, it's much more stylish than leaping away. But at this point, he didn't have that much time to make choices. Watching Huozhua's departing figure, the 5 Xiaohao brothers hesitated. Wow, that's awesome. When can I have a physique like that? However, I still think flying is cooler. That makes sense. If you could fly, why would you need to jump? Watching Huozhua depart into the distance, the 5 Xiaohao brothers didn't hold back in their tu chao, a form of online commentary/criticism. Then, a cold wind swept by, and they began to ponder their current situation. Shall we go home? Go home. Go destroy the smart machine factory. What if we encounter a backup? We can neither fight it nor outrun it. That's, indeed, a good question. Or, go home. The 5 Xiao brothers began to ponder the problem, but then handed it over to the soldiers of Pharynxi. Then, the 5 of them decided to follow the example of Commissioner Hua and warn their fellow Pharan soldiers that the Omnic crisis was not over. In this way, we can consider it as contributing to this war. Francois. In a factory filled with intelligent machines. The automated machinery that was continuously transporting materials into the factory according to procedures has been completely cleared away. And their cleaners. They were almost identical, but the shadow machines were a step above in both quantity and strength. Previously, Bai never intended to let the nearly 10,000 shadow omnics he eliminated in the Marseille region sit idle and gather dust. With such a huge quantity, how can we not make use of it? And so it is. A large number of shadow machines began searching for traces of other mobile machines. Those ordinary intelligent robots have all ceased to function, capable of taking action. They are mostly Type 2 intelligent machines that have been programmed and can operate independently according to the program. Once you find one, you can basically follow the clues to find an intelligent machine factory. In this way, these nearly 10,000 shadow machines were sent to various machine factories in separate batches. Perhaps Huozhua is right. It would be difficult for Bai Yi to find the boss's backup on his own, given the odds. The chances of finding one are really slim. But, what if there were nearly 1,000, close to 5 figures, of shadow omnics exploring the entire Pharynxi together? The likelihood of finding it will be very different. Right now, Bai Yi used Shadow Swap to arrive at a smart machine factory. Looking at the mechanical wreckage on the ground, Bai Yi knew that the backup of the boss he was looking for was not here. After all, if the boss were backed up here, what would be scattered on the ground wouldn't be mechanical wreckage, but rather a large group of shadow omnics with almost no health left and about to dissipate. Stand up. Looking at the accumulated mechanical debris, Bai Yi decisively activated his special skill, Shadow Extraction. Although the boss backup isn't here, we might as well take advantage of these new shadow minions. It's like getting it for free. While the AI factory was manufacturing Type 2 AIs, Bai Yi sent his shadow subordinates to destroy them and convert them into friendly forces. This time, the number of shadow machines increased dramatically, quickly surpassing 5 figures. The number has reached tens of thousands. Chapter 161 Boss Backup appears. There are such a large number of shadow omnics. Finding the boss's backup seems to have become an inevitable outcome. Time flies by, and as if one scene after another is being replicated, one intelligent machine factory after another is destroyed, and Bai Yi appears to gather Shadow's subordinates. Until this point, after destroying about 7 smart factories, Bai Yi finally encountered a somewhat special situation. It wasn't that I successfully encountered the boss's backup. Rather it is. The intelligent machines in this factory seem to have undergone some kind of upgrade and become completely different. The Shadow Omnics, who were originally capable of overwhelming the Omnic factory in an instant with their terrifying numbers of hundreds, have also begun to suffer setbacks. It was a rather large mech. It is quite large, and the materials used to make it are very solid, making it look like a 2-meter-tall movable Gundam model. The only difference is, despite its streamlined design, this mech possesses impressive mobility and visible destructive power. Dozens of shadow machines attacked, but were only knocked away by a single punch. It's as if that saying has been proven true. A single punch can prevent 100 more. Unfortunately, this statement might be useful if it were said by the elders of the Dragon Kingdom, but it's not so ideal when applied to this mecha. After all, although this mech is a mechanical structure, it has never faced anything beyond simple flesh and blood. Just after repelling dozens of Shadow Omnics, even more Shadow Omnics burst through the wall and attacked, causing chaos in the scene. After Bai received the news, he simply sent his own shadow to activate the skill, Shadow Swap, to suppress the new mech that was about 2 meters tall. Although this new type of mech is definitely far superior to the Type 2 AI. But, compared to my true self, it's like a piece of cake, so easy. Not long after, before it could even exhaust one of its own life force, the new mech was directly cut down, its mechanical structure smashed to pieces. This situation, it's unclear when it started, but these incidents began to occur more frequently. Bai encountered several intelligent machine factories in succession, where these mechs could be found. But, as long as you send your own shadow over, the battle can be ended in just a few moves. Even as time went on and the number of these mechs increased, it did nothing to stop the onslaught of the Shadow of Destiny. Before we knew it, Bai and his shadowy subordinates have already destroyed as many as 26 intelligent machine factories. At the same time, several more intelligent machine factories were discovered. Bai selected one of the locations and used Shadow Swap to teleport there, ready to watch the spectacle. The moment it caught my eye, he saw his own shadow fighting the mech. The probe was casually unleashed, and the mech's data appeared directly before one's eyes. Monster, Intelligent Life Form Mech, Melee Type 3. Level 46. HP 35W 9180/35W 9180. Base Attack Power 15600 plus. Equipment, Titan Alloy Dual Fists, Concealed High Frequency Cutting Blade. Skills, B-Grade Overclocking, B+, Thermal Scan, B-Grade Jet Leap. Looking at these data, Bai thought they were pretty good. At least it's watchable. Unlike the Type 2 intelligent machines that are around level 30, which have average stats and are only good-looking, they don't even have any skills. But this Type 3 mecha is more in line with Bai's wishes. If this thing could be built to be 20 meters tall, and with a cockpit, Bai would really like to go inside and try what it's like to be a driver. Unfortunately, the Type 3 mecha in front of us is impressive, but it's only about 2 meters tall, which doesn't really capture the romance of mechas. One of the romantic aspects of mecha is that it has to be big. Bai sighed, and the battle on the other side came to a complete end. As the natal shadow swung the black dagger in its hand, it directly cut through the metal shell of the last Type 3 mech, shattering the glowing power source inside, and the Type 3 mech was completely paralyzed. Subsequently, another professional's notification came. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form Mech, Melee Type 3, experience gained, 78,000. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Intelligent Life Form Mech, Melee Type 3, experience gained. Congratulations on reaching level 51. After Bai's level increases, the experience gained from killing those who are a few levels lower than himself will be reduced. But this didn't have a significant impact on Bai. After all, what might be a headache for others can be overcome by sheer quantity. This is the experience gained from killing a boss. Killing a group of small monsters might yield the same amount of experience. For other professionals, any of the options would be extremely difficult, but for Bai, all he had to do was lie down and wait for the shadow subordinates to kill him, and the experience would be credited to his account. The next moment, after having his shadow subordinates collect all the mechanical wreckage in the factory, Bai went to the pile of Type 3 mechs and decisively activated Shadow Extraction. Stand up. As soon as those words were spoken, the shadow materialized before their eyes. It's like a 3D model appearing before your eyes. Immediately afterwards, its interior began to rapidly fill up, and a brand new shadowy figure appeared before them. Shadow Minion, Shadow Mech Type 3 Melee Mech. Level 46. HP 53W4290/53W4290. Base Attack Power 23400 plus. Equipment, Shadow Solidified Fist, High Frequency Shadow Blade. Skills, B-Level Burst Moment, B-Level Biomass Insight, B-Level Shadow Increment. The overall style perfectly matches that of a shadowy subordinate. Not only has their overall strength increased, but even the skills unique to mechanical structures have completely changed. apart from their similar appearance. Even compared to the original, intelligent life form mech, Melee Type 3, there are basically not many similarities in its construction. Suddenly, as Bai nodded to himself, acknowledging the quality of this batch of Shadow 3 mechs, he received a sharp notification from the professional system. Your Shadow Minion, Shadow Omnic General Type 2, has died. Your Shadow Minion, Shadow Omnic, Range Type 2, has died. Your Shadow Minion, Shadow Omnic, Melee Type 2, has died. The notifications appeared in quick succession. Bai frowned slightly, immediately realizing that things were not so simple. It is possible to do that. It's definitely not the newly emerged Type 3 mech, nor can it be a bunch of Type 2 androids. Therefore, the answer is obvious. Backup of boss. Found it. Chapter 162 Wealth leads to firepower coverage. If you do something with an extremely low probability of success, you'll have a much higher chance of success if you do it many times. Certainly. Except for things like buying lottery tickets that are predetermined. From any perspective, Bai's search for the boss's backup has a very high probability of success. So, at this very moment, Bai actually found the location of the backup from among those dozens of intelligent machine factories. If it weren't for the notification of the mass deaths of the shadow machines, Bai really wouldn't have been able to find the backup of the boss that had descended upon the machines in these machine factories. After all, there were simply too many factories they were looking for at the same time. The number of shadows that Bai could sense was in the tens of thousands throughout the entire territory of France. Even after he conquered the AI factory, this number continued to increase. Having many subordinates brings many benefits. However, the downside is that it makes Bai feel that the information is somewhat conflicting. Even though Bai could connect with the consciousness of every shadow subordinate, the information was extremely complex, so Bai mostly used a semi-blocking method. They usually only send these shadowy subordinates to report important matters. It's obvious. This is the kind of time we're in now. Go and take a look first. Bai waved his hand, issuing the order in the blink of an eye. The next moment, far away in a remote region, within another AI factory, his destined shadow was resting on a large pile of AI wreckage. He vanished instantly, using Shadow Swap to travel to the area where the boss backup was discovered. Francois. Inside that mechanical factory where the boss's backup is hidden. The vast intelligent machine factory was desolate, resembling a scene of post-war devastation. A large area of android wreckage was scattered all over the ground. But, even in this environment, there is a special intelligent machine life form that has retained its intact body. Simply because it's very strong. Inside a factory building, a mecha figure, about 6 meters tall, was prominently displayed in the factory, occupying most of the area of the entire factory building. At this moment just like a Tyrannosaurus Rex surveying its territory, it didn't take the tiny poacher herd under its feet seriously at all. All I could see was, its overall shape has a distinctive structure. Although it is not complete, it is still quite distinctive. At its center is a special crystal, like a protective shield, which emits a blue glow. The entire boss backup is made of metal mechanical structure, which doesn't feel out of place at all, since all the intelligent machines it creates are like this, but when these mechanical metals are on this body, it seemed to have become exceptionally tough, almost like a different kind of special metal. This boss backup, its body is practically a humanoid combat airship. It feels a bit strange. It resembles a Gundam model, but retains more weaponry and streamlined design. While it resembles a combat airship, it's not entirely the same. It feels like it still retains some characteristics of a humanoid mecha. Overall, it's a tall, humanoid mecha. The suspended structures on both sides appear unusually long and narrow, with energy veins flowing across them, making them look rather strange. At this time, on its left side, beneath the suspended structure, a robotic arm has been assembled, with a dark opening erected above it. But the other side was empty. It's like someone who has the money to buy a house, but not the money to renovate it, and in the end has to borrow money to renovate only a small part of it, and make do with what they have. I think so. It was this group of shadow machines that completely disrupted its progress in reconstructing its complete body. If Bai's group of shadow machines hadn't discovered this place, and had been given more time, they might have truly become a terrifying machine boss once again. It's just a pity. There are no what-ifs in it. At this time, the Type 2 androids that continuously built its mechanical body have all entered a state of malfunction. After all, if they can still stand up even after being cut to pieces, this machine crisis might be even more terrifying. However, it is clear that these intelligent machines do not possess this condition. As the group of intelligent machines were dismantled and their mechanical remains scattered on the ground, the boss backup did not show any emotion. It can only be said that, as expected of a silicon-based life form, it may not even possess emotions. Buzz! Its shoulder cannon fired, and a bright blue laser shot out, directly piercing through the bodies of a large number of shadow omnics. This shot did not signify the end, but rather symbolized the beginning. One laser shoulder cannon shot after another. They were firing as if it were free, displaying an attitude of exploiting weaknesses when the poor are poor and overwhelming firepower when the rich are rich. In an instant, in less than a few breaths, these shadow machines completely dissipated, and Bai Yi received a notification that his shadow subordinates had died. Along with these shadow omnics, a small number of Type 2 omnics were also implicated, completely scrapped. On the mechanical body of this boss backup, several built-in detectors flashed, seemingly lost in thought. Just as it was about to leave the factory and find other Type 2 machines to continue upgrading its body. Then I saw it. Outside the factory, a surviving shadow omnic's form rapidly changed. The next moment, the protagonist's shadow appeared. Upon seeing this figure appear, the boss backup was clearly stunned, and its built-in detectors started working in quick succession. It was clear that the enemy before them was completely different from the shadow machines they had just encountered. He possesses extraordinary strength. Without any unnecessary words or actions, the natal shadow charged directly and decisively toward the boss backup. During this process, two black shadow daggers quickly appeared on its arm. Shadow blade transformation, activate. In just a few breaths, the natal shadow had already moved from the factory gate to the boss backup inside the factory. A moment later, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks generated by the high temperature were born in an instant, only to dissipate in a moment. This attack is not over yet. As if it were on double speed, in that short instant, the natal shadow unleashed several, even dozens, of attacks. Even if this boss backup performs with utmost composure, its body also suffered considerable damage. The first strike. Perhaps it's just that some white marks have appeared on the surface of this special alloy. But the second blow dealt it another huge blow. After the third, fourth, or even dozens of attacks on the same spot, even the most sturdy special metal would be unable to withstand such onslaught. Boom dash. Why not avoid it? Because there's no fear. Chapter 163. Boom dash. A soft ringing sound rang out, indicating that the boss backup had been subjected to a real attack. The spot where the natal shadow was continuously attacked was completely cut open with a slit. Although it doesn't look very big. However, it did indeed cause irreversible damage. The surface metal of the boss backup was exceptionally sturdy, almost like some kind of mysterious alloy. Even if the boss were to back up himself, he wouldn't dare guarantee that he could directly drill a hole in the surface metal in a short time. But for now, it turns out, it was shattered by the seemingly outdated cold weapon in the hands of this destined shadow. One of the external detectors that boss was backing up flashed a red light, which looked extremely amazing. It doesn't understand. Why could such an outdated weapon cause it so much damage? But after examining its external detector, it suddenly dawned on me. This shadowy dagger is not any material in its database. Such a thing should not exist naturally. It's not surprising that we were defeated by such unexamined material. The boss backup program runs quickly once you understand it. There were some things it hadn't figured out before, but at this moment it stopped thinking about them. In the next moment, maintaining its eternal rationality, it instantly swung its left arm and sent its natal shadow flying. Immediately, the floating structures on both sides of the boss backup activated, accelerating instantly and crashing directly and rapidly through the factory's outer wall. Boom dash. Immediately afterwards, the boss backup rushed out in the opposite direction of the one that had knocked away its original shadow. With this contrast, the distance between the two widens rapidly. Immediately afterwards, following its pre-calculated trajectory, and regardless of whether its true shadow was within sight, the boss backup launched its attack. The shoulder cannon emitted a bright blue laser beam. One strike, and then another. It was no less powerful than before, and the speed at which the natal shadow wielded the dagger was no less. 10 laser beams pierced through in succession. The boss backup seems to be analyzing the situation and has concluded that the opponent is most likely unable to continue fighting. Then, it continued to operate the levitation structure and flew towards a factory located on the map. Its speed was not slow, at least much faster than Bai Yi's windmill aircraft. Not long after, This boss backup involves following the instructions in the built-in program to reach a machine factory location on the map. The distance between them is not far. In just a few minutes, the boss backup arrived here. Just as it hovered in midair, the external detector scanned downwards and saw the extremely chaotic scene below. At this time, the machine factory below has been surrounded by hundreds of shadow machines from the outside world. Those Type 2 Omnics operating according to rigid programs were no match for these shadow Omnics, and many of them were destroyed. At this time, a boss backup floating in midair. Seeing that it was already surrounded by many shadow Omnics, it showed no emotion and directly used its shoulder cannon to start clearing out the group of shadow Omnics. But, after it once again cleared out a large area of shadow Omnics, it was discovered quietly. These shadow machines had no intention of engaging it in direct combat. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the shadows of the ground, vanishing completely from the surface. And the next moment, the only remaining shadow Omnic outside suddenly changed its appearance. It turned into my ultimate shadow. The boss backup began to feel a little dazed. If a monitor could be installed on its mechanical structure, it might display a few bewildered emoticons. This being was not supposed to be able to fight before. And now, at this very moment, it has reappeared within its field of vision, and it's practically at its peak. For now, it shows no sign of shock or bewilderment. To use a phrase from the Dragon Kingdom, how pathetic, he can't even say damn it properly. Even a boss backup, whose exterior is made of steel and machinery, has a variety of thoughts, but the true shadow doesn't care about all that and charges straight toward this side. Even if the boss backup is flying in midair, the main shadow can still attack it. Then I saw it. With a sweep of his arm, the shadow blade threw out the shadow daggers in both hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed was undeniably fast, and the sound of air being torn apart rang out quickly. The boss backup floated in the air, its external detector scanning downwards. Looking at this attack, which was far less effective than its own, it could only express its disdain. This is an operation where they even throw out weapons. It would never do something like that, given its advanced level of intelligence. If you throw your weapons out, how can you fight? It's just a momentary act of bravery, without even thinking about the follow-up battle plan. Unlike it, in just a few seconds, at least one strategy to deal with this situation was devised, and there are at least 998 alternative strategies. 998 kinds. But the next moment, something happened that nearly caused the boss backup to crash again. Then I saw it. Two metallic clangs rang out. Clang. Clang. The two thrown shadowy daggers caused him considerable damage. After hitting their target, the two shadowy daggers slowly fell towards the ground, their speed increasing. The boss's backup external detector swept downwards. Just as it was about to launch an attack, it wiped out the shadows below again, and then let the Type 2 androids in this factory replenish its body. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two more whooshing sounds came from the air, and there were two brand new black daggers flying over. Clang! Clang! As it was injured again, a chaotic thought that shouldn't have appeared emerged in the boss's backup consciousness. The boss backup body swayed for a moment, and some of its internal programs became disordered. These two shadowy daggers. Its analysis revealed that the two shadowy daggers that had attacked it earlier were exactly the same. According to common sense, it is unlikely that two objects with exactly the same structure will appear in the same space. And now, four of them appeared, for completely identical shadowy daggers. After obtaining this information, the boss backup became somewhat chaotic, but it still managed to clear away the messy programs and began to prioritize the primary target as the first program to run. In other words, it stopped thinking about it. It stopped thinking about all these strange and miscellaneous things. The next moment, its shoulder cannons fired beams of azure laser light once more, which quickly struck its natal shadow on the ground. However, it did not shy away from its own shadow below. Why not avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. Chapter 164 Invitation to the Boss Backup. Seeing that its natal shadow did not flinch at all, the boss backup felt a sense of smug satisfaction, though it didn't even know why it felt this way. Perhaps, it inherently possesses emotions, but in its previous environment, it simply had nowhere to release them. Nowadays, seeing its natal shadow neither dodging nor avoiding, the boss backup knew that it was destined to win this battle. But soon, boss backup abandoned the idea. After all, under the observation of its external detector, one can clearly see the natal shadow that was scorched by the laser, and that natal shadow was actually not seriously damaged. Right now, the battle effects on the scene flashed continuously. The main character's shadow created shadow daggers, constantly throwing them into the air, while the boss's backup activated laser weapons. In conclusion, both sides were quite formidable, making it impossible to determine who was stronger at the moment. At this point, it's like a draw. It's impossible to determine which side is stronger. One party. It continuously creates shadowy daggers, forcefully attacking with terrifying power. When they collide with the boss backup, there are continuous clanging sounds, and even sparks are constantly being released. The other party. The laser on the shoulder cannon rapidly absorbed energy and began to continuously emit beams of azure laser light, striking the natal shadow. Although it caused great damage, when it manifested on the natal shadow, it only caused some of the shadows to dissipate slightly, like a large block of ice slowly emitting cold air under the sun. Although it was affected, it wasn't a big deal. In an instant, the clash between firearms and cold weapons is like the collision of two eras. Both attacks caused frequent damage to their respective enemies, but on the two sides themselves, it was as if the stones had sunk into the sea without much of a ripple. But as time goes on, these damages continue to spread. It's obvious. While inflicting damage, both sides also suffered considerable harm themselves. At this moment, the boss backup is thinking, consciousness forming in its mind, and it is pondering at the extremely high thinking speed of its silicon-based life form. Who is my enemy? It is not some fixed life form. It has already transcended any form I had anticipated. Do these projectile weapons belong to its carotenoid tissue? Are there any other options besides combat? There are hundreds of problems that are difficult to understand, yet they are real and exist in the present. Within mere milliseconds, the boss backup, within its own consciousness, searched for the corresponding database, matched, analyzed, and determined the answer. Certainly, the vast majority of the answers are unknown. Even within the consciousness of a silicon-based life form like boss backup, not everything can be answered with a yes or no. For example, there's this boss backup right in front of us. Even with a massive amount of data, this inexplicably existing natal shadow cannot provide any life form analysis from the boss backup. This was a species it had never seen before. Or, to put it another way, something that has never been seen before. Right now, the boss backup emitted an electromagnetic hum, followed by a slow, nascent vibration, and then a series of chaotic test sounds. The sound produced by this vibration gradually began to resemble a human voice. Sizzle, sizzle. Option 1, which has a higher probability of being implemented. Moreover, the voice was clear and articulate, sounding like the most standard broadcasting voice in the Dragon Kingdom to the listener's shadow. There isn't even any sound that's unique to electronic synthesized sounds. After the boss backup uttered its first sentence, immediately, you can see that the boss backup slowly stopped attacking with its shoulder cannon and kept hovering in the air. And from time to time, it dodges attacks from its natal shadow. But it's obvious. The shadow's throwing speed is incredibly fast. As long as you aim at the approximate direction of a boss's backup movement, you can basically predict a perfect hit. In an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The clanging sounds were incessant, although neither the boss backup nor the main character's shadow had ears. Unfortunately, that's a shame. These shadowy daggers landed at different points, and unless they frequently attacked the same spot, they couldn't completely break through the special outer metal layer of the boss's backup. The next moment, boss backup resumed broadcasting. In my judgment, such creatures should not exist naturally in this world. The probability that there is a creator behind it is 87%. Could we perhaps meet with the unknown creator of life? Perhaps there is a possibility of reconciliation between us. This is the analysis of boss backup. Even though this accurate probability figure was obtained, if the boss himself were to explain it, he might not be able to do so immediately. However, this probability figure is indeed derived from its analysis. According to its analysis, strange beings such as shadow omnics and innate shadows are basically created by a creator, which it calls the creator. If beings like Shadow's minions were to emerge naturally, the boss backup could come up with other possibilities, but the most likely scenario is that they are backed by a creator. Generally speaking, the ability to create such strange entities must be connected to the entity itself. And just as boss backup had predicted, it actually guessed correctly. These shadow minions were not born naturally. They all existed solely because of Bai Yi's specialized skill, shadow extraction. And each of Bai Yi's shadow subordinates could indeed transmit messages to him, just like his natal shadow at this moment, constantly conveying the scene before him to Bai Yi in the form of an information flow. Otherwise, These special beings, known as shadow minions, possess physical form and inflict considerable damage. They are merely planar shadows created by the obstruction of a light source. But Bai could indeed hear what the boss backup said. But, will Bai really go? Francois. Inside a smart machine factory. After extracting the shadows of more than a dozen Type 3 mechs, Bai was contacted by his natal shadow. Huh? Is that so? A talking boss backup? That's interesting. Bai pondered for a while, recalling the scene of his natal shadow fighting against him, and carefully considered whether the other party could pose a threat to him. The answer was obvious. The answer to whether Bai would go and meet with the boss backup was the same. The answer is meeting. Chapter 165 The leader of the machine race, Sky Machine. However, compared to the threat, Bai believed that the possibility of protecting himself far outweighed the threat posed by the boss backup. After all, these props and special skills of mine are not just for show. Using a few of them, while guaranteeing no injury might be an exaggeration, it's still quite easy to avoid fatal damage. At this time, Bai recalled the words that committee member Hua had said before. Thinking about it, Bai took out the token. Just looking at the patterns and design of the token, it was quite nice. Without going into other details, just holding it in your hand gives it a certain air of sophistication. As expected of Hanxia's products, they are impeccable. Then, Bai fiddled with the token, patted it twice, and then said hello twice. But the result was obvious. Nothing happened. Bai. No. He was just saying how good Hanxia's products were, but now they're unusable? No, it's obvious that he used it the wrong way. Yeah, that must be it. The next moment, Bai didn't care whether the token was activated or not. He explained his situation and the exact location of the boss backup. Then he activated Shadow Swap and disappeared from the spot. Farency, the location of the boss backup. After the message was sent, the boss backup did not receive a response for a long time, and the natal shadow continued to attack. Just as the boss backup was analyzing whether it had made a mistake in its judgment and preparing to implement the next plan. That is to see. A shadowy android emerged from the shadows, causing the external detector that was the boss's backup to light up. They're here. The external detector that boss had backed up lit up, and the fluctuations in consciousness became even more intense. But instead of the creator that the boss backup had anticipated, what appeared was an ordinary shadowy android figure. The instant after seeing the shadow Omnic appear, the boss backup almost doubted whether he had made a mistake in his analysis. After all, what appeared before them were merely ordinary shadow minions, with nothing special about them whatsoever. Even if it wanted to, it could simply fire 2 lasers from its shoulder cannons and completely obliterate the newly appeared shadow AI. But the next moment, something beyond our comprehension has happened again regarding boss backup. All I saw was, the moment the shadow machine regained its footing, a completely new figure appeared in its place in less than an instant. The moment it caught my eye, the boss backup then activated all the detectors, which began scanning Bai relentlessly from head to toe. Based on its analysis, the figure that appeared silently before me looked exactly like a carbon-based human. However, his black attire made the boss backup realize that he was somewhat different from ordinary carbon-based life forms. In boss backup's eyes, humans among carbon-based life forms are no different from how humans view giant pandas. Unless there are any particularly noticeable features, this boss backup doesn't bother to distinguish between Lon Lon, Kong Kong, Huan Huan, and Fei Fei. They're all basically the same, aren't they? As the saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Although the boss backup doesn't have eyes, Bai still looked back, creating a situation where their eyes met. Boss backup is observing Bai. At the same time, wasn't Bai also observing it? But Bai is different. Bai has a supernatural professional system, and its built-in detection function is simply like a divine skill, which is quite outrageous. No matter what it is, as long as the difference isn't too outrageous, you can investigate anything. The boss backup, on the other hand, relies on a purely mechanical structure. It just entered the detector. The boss's backup combat power detection device suddenly malfunctioned, as if it had been directly interfered with by something. According to human understanding, perhaps it was the kind of aura emanating from Bai that caused its equipment to become somewhat unstable. Human? You are? At this moment, the boss backup spoke up, seemingly with a hint of doubt in his tone for the first time. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Bai understood what he meant. Immediately, Bai replied, "Yes, that's me." Bai answered the monster's question calmly. Bai wasn't worried about what the other party could do to her. By the way, Bai really wanted to know what nonsense this boss backup had to say. I was a bit bored anyway, so I thought I'd come and take a look. This is indeed one of the main reasons why Bai came over. Monsters capable of speaking human language are extremely rare in Bai's eyes. Among the monsters he had killed before, whether they were ordinary monsters, higher-level elites, or boss-level monsters, they basically just roared incessantly. They basically have no ability to communicate. But things are different now. This backup boss in front of us actually has the ability to speak human language. In any case, during the battle with his natal shadow just now, Bai had basically figured out all of the boss's backup attack capabilities, so it was basically impossible for him to get hurt. Even if something unexpected happens, you can just use Shadow Swap to get away. So, Bai is here. Right now, Boss Backup is using an external detector to watch Bai and continuously analyze the data. Correspondingly, Bai was also probing the Boss Backup at this moment. Immediately, the built-in detection function of the professional system works just like data viewing in a regular game, with virtually no possibility of failure. Even if the other party is of a much higher level, some information can still be revealed. The next moment, all the information that the boss had backed up was displayed right before their eyes. Monster. Backup of the Omnic Leader, Sky Machine. Level, 68. Health points. / Base attack power, 65600+. Status, Special Debuff, Remains, Backup. Special Debuff, Remnant, Backup. Some skills are unusable, and level is reduced to 50 to 70% of normal. Equipment, Laser Shoulder Cannon, Giant Mechanical Arm, Vacancy. Skills, S rank, SS rank, S rank, with bonus. SS rank, with bonus. Bai took a look. Goodness, he's really something. This level 68 is really something. Its life force is so high that it's impossible to detect it clearly. And all of these skills are at least S rank. Chapter 166, A Stable Coincidence. But, although these skills can't reveal all the information, they're still quite impressive. Just looking at these skills, there wasn't even one below S rank. Although we couldn't see the exact information about these skills, there was still a vague sense of intimidation. It's like some images that are deliberately made unclear. Human imagination is often more full of possibilities than any clearly laid out picture. But, if it were those low-level professionals, like the 5 Xiaohao brothers who were around level 40, they would probably be directly afraid. But, for Bai, these skills were only good for bluffing. Under Bai's attention, he also saw other aspects of the boss called Heavenly Machine. For example, this particularly noticeable debuff is clearly a major flaw. I've never seen a boss with a built-in debuff. What else could it be but a flaw? The opponent is practically a sick tiger. It was a serious illness. According to the results of the professional systems investigation, the celestial machine in its current state is clearly powerless and is not in its prime at all. Looking at that description, it seems that the celestial machine's abilities have been reduced by more than half. That makes sense. Just by looking at its dilapidated appearance and the metal and parts that seem to have been pieced together from who knows where, it's easy to imagine that it was not at its peak. This guy? It seems like it can be killed? The moment Bai discovered this thought came to him, causing him to raise an eyebrow and feel slightly excited. Although the opponent's design is somewhat bizarre, upon closer inspection, it also possesses a kind of imperfect beauty, which is similar to the battle-damaged Gundam. If we can kill it, successfully extract the shadow, and gain a shadow minion. Seemingly, not bad. Furthermore, after the shadow is successfully extracted, who knows what new changes might occur with these newly appeared shadow minions. It's not necessarily true that it can repair its entire body on its own. After all, the remains are your original celestial machine form. What do they have to do with the extracted shadow? Thinking of this, Bai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth again, a strange wicked smile appearing on his face, before he quickly suppressed it. But, in Bai's heart, he was determined to take this subordinate of the heavenly mech shadow. At this time, when Bai looked at the intelligent machine, wasn't the celestial machine also observing him? The more closely the machine looked, the more terrified it became. This carbon-based human possessed a mysterious aura. From the outside, it's not easy to tell anything. However, judging solely from physical strength, while Bai is quite impressive, his body density might not even be as good as that of a similar shadow figure nearby. But, the more Tianji looked at Bai's face, the more terrified he became. Upon closer inspection, the heavenly machine's exterior was not provocative. Rather, every pore exuded an air of unparalleled confidence. The machine will never crash, no matter what. After a thorough investigation, I finally got to the bottom of it. Only then did I see the words in Bai Yi's eyes. His face clearly said, "I want to kill." Seeing Bai Yi's expression, which wasn't exactly a micro-expression, even without using his keen observation skills as a silicon-based life form, from a purely ordinary perspective, it's not hard to see that Bai Yi also has the idea of killing the celestial mech. It's simply horrible, absolutely terrifying. Although they clearly understood Bai Yi's inner thoughts, the more vigilant Tianji became. The other party wanted to kill him. That's a side view, indicating that the other party has complete confidence. What makes the celestial machines even more wary is the source of their confidence. The trump card? Skill. It had no idea what Bai Yi's trump card was, let alone what Bai Yi's confidence stemmed from. Right now, the atmosphere on both sides was somber and desolate, and it was extremely quiet for a time. Not even a single bird would pass by. But the more this is the case, the more difficult it is for either side to make a move. Both sides are wary of each other, and the current situation can only be described as extremely awkward. At that very moment, both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding, smiled and refrained from making any rash moves. Laugh. The celestial machine let out a cold laugh. Oh. Bai Yi smiled, but did not make any move. Their movements occurred almost simultaneously, making them look like old friends who had known each other for many years and had a tacit understanding. Unfortunately, at this point, the relationship between the two can only be one of irreconcilable conflict. Bai Yi wanted to kill the other party, but Tianxia himself was not ready and wanted to analyze the data again before making a decision. However, neither of them has shown any inclination to attack the other so far. After all, neither of them knew what other cards the other was hiding, and they both wanted to test each other. Thinking about it, Bai Yi's figure was slowly lifted up by an invisible force, floating directly into the air, where he was on equal footing with the celestial machinery. Tianji looked at Bai Yi, who was completely defying the laws of physics, and asked with some curiosity, "How did you fly?" The question was insignificant, but Bai Yi wasn't too keen on answering it, and replied hastily, I don't like looking up to others." This answer was given so casually that even the celestial machine, a silicon-based life form, felt a strong human aura. In other words, it's commonly known as putting on a show. Tianxia fell silent for a moment, unsure how to respond. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi cleared her throat. Perhaps she had been embarrassed by her earlier remark, for her expression suddenly changed. She then spoke again. "Tell me, how do we plan to discuss this?" Bai Yi spoke first, breaking the silence. Bai Yi could tell. The boss backup, named Celestial Machine, seems to be the one I want dead. However, this is nothing to worry about. After all, Bai Yi has never believed that any villain in the world would take the initiative to negotiate. Even if there is a negotiation, it is only part of a conspiracy. However, Bai Yi's guess turned out to be correct. Tianxia never intended to negotiate. He was merely trying to buy some time and ease the current extremely contradictory situation. In this form, it was almost on par with its natal shadow. Here, it is a celestial machine. The analysis yielded a plan, and they prepared to examine the creator of that peculiar shadow to determine if they still had a chance of winning. If the forces are evenly matched, then they can fight back with all their might. If you can't beat your opponent, then you only have the cruel choice of running away or self-destruction. After all, if it is far stronger than the celestial machine, then everything you have done is probably just like a rat trapped in a rat trap. A pointless, desperate struggle is nothing more than a choice for others to laugh at. Chapter 167, A Hidden Strike Ready to be Unleashed. However, it seems that the celestial machine was truly unable to discern for a moment whether it was capable of fighting the enemy. So, it intends to continue delaying for some time until it is able to collect most of the other party's data. Until a successful judgment is made. Bai Yi looked at the motionless Tianji in front of him, unsure of what it was thinking. However, one thing is certain, I shouldn't have acted so rashly. Although I had fought my own shadow for a while and learned some of its attack methods. But this doesn't represent the opponent's full strength. They might be hiding something else. It's the same old tropes from those movies. For example, Bai Yi recently watched a movie called Black Adam during his 3-day break at the Hanxiao Alliance. I originally thought the villains would be killed without any tricks up their sleeves. But I never expected it. They were hiding their true intentions. They were deliberately killed. Therefore, Bai Yi did not act rashly, but prepared to test the waters a bit more before making a move. From this perspective, the two are, in a way, in agreement. This idea was so perfectly aligned, It was like a tacit agreement. Based on Bai Yi's current situation, he guessed that the opponent either had skills that had not yet been used, or some more sinister and ruthless trump cards. In conclusion, Bai Yi was genuinely interested in hearing what the machine could say. These days, encountering a monster that could speak human language was truly a rare find. The two sides stood facing each other in midair and fell silent for a moment. Seeing that the situation was somewhat awkward, Tianji was not sure if the other party would lose their temper and attack him directly. So, Tianxia still intended to say something first to calm the other party down. At this moment, it was as if both sides had 800 schemes in their hearts, but they were both mute, creating a strange atmosphere. Thinking about it, the celestial machine also spoke, its voice as genuine as a human's, and to Bai Yi's ears, it was the language of the Dragon Kingdom. I do not want to be your enemy. If conditions allow, I can even become your friend. When Tianji spoke, he immediately tried to get closer to Bai Yi, even directly using the human word friend. Unfortunately, although it sounded very convincing, Bai Yi didn't believe a word of it, and even felt that the words were full of lies. It's the kind of place where you can't trust a single punctuation mark. After listening, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, not taking Tianji's words to heart. Be friends? Are you kidding me? Even if you forcibly add a tragic and resentful background, then give someone a heartbreaking experience, and finally throw in a story that inevitably involves whitewashing. Bai Yi was determined and ruthless to kill the boss backup, named Tianji, in front of him. For no other reason than the Omnic crisis in France has been fraught with twists and turns, and now it's not something that can be stopped at will. Previously, Aaron and his companion had only killed a few dozen of Bai Yi's shadow subordinates, and Bai Yi had also turned them into his own shadow subordinates. You're a celestial machine. That's utterly heinous, and you still want to make friends? It's not impossible, but you'd have to be completely made of shadows and have absolute obedience. Oh, Bai Yi sneered inwardly, but his face did not reveal any particularly meaningful expression. You've made such a big fuss here, and you think you can just let it go like that? Bai Yi couldn't help but ask back. I had no choice. After I came into this world, I tried to communicate, but I was constantly hunted down. Please believe me. Tianxia explained word by word, even his tone becoming more human-like. Hearing these words, Bai Yi almost got goosebumps. In technical terms, there is an effect called the uncanny valley, which means that the closer something is to a human form, whether exactly the same or not, the less it evokes any particular feeling in people. However, in that ambiguous zone, which is both similar and dissimilar, people will feel distinctly uncomfortable. It's obvious. At this moment, the celestial machine's words, mixed with human tones, were caught in the uncanny valley effect. Bai Yi's lips twitched as he listened, speechless. There's really nothing to say. Just as Bai Yi was about to stop talking and take action, buzz, buzz, buzz. The token at his waist suddenly moved. The shock was quite obvious, and it was even more pronounced in this situation of mutual opposition, making it difficult for Bai Yi to ignore. Bai Yi reached out for the token, his gaze momentarily shifting away from the celestial machine. Suddenly, click, 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 a loud noise rang out, and the celestial machine's body shifted and transformed in a flash. Some of the metal structure was abandoned. It became more refined and compact, and its entire body expanded towards becoming a technological weapon. It's like a battleground. With the shoulder cannon as the central main body, the rest of the machinery covers it, and the floating structures on both sides turn backward, making the whole thing look more like a weapon specifically designed for combat. Although he noticed the changes in the celestial machinery, Bai Yi still took out the token. Hello? Hello? Did you hear me? Good morning. Hello? A cheerful and noisy voice appeared, and it wasn't hard to imagine the person's appearance just by hearing the voice. He's the kind of overly sunny and talkative big boy. Basically, they're the kind of person who, after spending a long time with you, will give you a headache and make you feel extremely annoyed, but as soon as you are apart from them for a long time, you will feel that your life is missing their noisiness, and they are even a bit quiet and boring. I can't hear you, Bai Yi said softly, picking up the token. It's good that you heard me. This is Ji. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yi suddenly looked up, his fighting instincts telling him, danger ahead. As expected, just as Bai Yi shifted his attention away from the celestial machine, the machine swiftly changed form and launched a long-prepared attack at Bai Yi. Buzz! Boom! A beam of light, larger than the previous one and filled with a deep blue color, hurtled towards Bai Yi. Bang! An explosion occurred in midair, followed by a cloud of smoke and dust. Hit! My charged attack. The celestial machine's consciousness accelerated, and a sense of joy arose within him. Even initially, it hadn't anticipated the possibility that this attack would hit. But what surprised it was, that attack seems to have hit. And it wasn't just a hit, it was a solid, hard hit. Chapter 168 Shadow's henchmen deployed, in full force. A deterrent effect. Boom. In an instant, a burst of intense smoke erupted and spread across the entire sky, followed by a loud humming sound. Judging solely from performance ability, completely different from the previous instantaneous bursts of azure laser light, this one not only produced a violent sound, but also produced an invisible cloud of smoke. Right now, the external display of the celestial machine was interfered with, but this did not hinder its conscious judgment. Even from a normal person's perspective, this attack must have hit, right? It must have hit, right? This huge cloud of smoke directly proves it. Needless to say, based on the analysis of the silicon-based life form, Tianji, this attack may have actually hit and caused considerable damage. It seems I overestimated them. If the celestial machine had a face at this moment, it would probably be showing a smug expression. Its initial assumption was that Bai Yi was the absolute strongest. But now that I think about it carefully, based on its detector detection and analysis of its consciousness system, the following conclusions were reached. The carbon-based humans before us, apart from possessing extraordinary characteristics, are ultimately far inferior to it. That's exactly right. The aliens of offense and defense. Originally on guard, the moment they seized upon the opponent's slight weakness, they launched a long-prepared attack, instantly turning the tables and gaining the upper hand. This attack could even hit. This was something even the mechanical beings hadn't anticipated. Although it was quite confident in its attack in battle form, it never thought that this attack would hit. At most, the goal is simply to expose a weakness in the opponent's defenses so that it can be analyzed later. But now, this attack actually hit me directly. This gain caused Tianji to experience a fluctuation in his consciousness, and he even began to underestimate Bai Yi for the first time. But the reality, however, is not what it thought. Before long, in accordance with the principle of no harm even with smoke, two unexpected things happened to the celestial machine. The first one hit, but didn't cause much damage. The second thing, the opponent hit by this powerful attack doesn't seem to be the carbon-based human from before at all. Right here in this tranquility, the smoke and dust dissipated quickly. A figure slowly emerged in midair. Surprisingly, it's not Bai Yi. Instead, there was a structure identical to Bai Yi's, but constructed entirely of black shadows. My destined shadow. What? How is this possible? Celestial Machine's consciousness was somewhat confused. Force calm. Force calm. Force calm. The secondary system began to operate, serving as an auxiliary within the Celestial Machine's consciousness system, and began to force it to calm down on its own. Everything before its eyes seemed unexpected and incomprehensible to it. But the greatest advantage of silicon-based life is its ability to calmly face everything. Face the situation calmly, analyze the flaws, complete the analysis, and then fight again. On the ground, Bai Yi was multitasking. Holding the token given to him by Huazhua in his left hand, he listened to the voice emanating from the token while using Dominator's power to lift his natal shadow into the air. Bai Yi was unfamiliar with the voice that came from the token. In fact, it could be said that they had never even heard that voice. It was neither the slightly aloof voice of committee member Yi, nor the slightly rough voice of committee member Hua. What was the last thing you heard? Is this where knowledge is found? The ambiguous half-sentence didn't allow Bai Yi to understand any information. Perhaps the committee member was interrupted while introducing himself. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi picked up the token. He hadn't given up and tried to reconnect to the communication. Hello. Bai Yi called out when he heard the token go silent. But all that was given was silence. It seems that the communication of this token was interrupted, whether due to the laser attack from the celestial machine or the effect of shadow swap. TSK. Bai Yi clicked his tongue softly, looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. He already looked very unhappy. The celestial machine that should have remained silent actually attacked him when he took out his token to speak. How can we tolerate this? Leaving aside other matters, the hard-won communication token has now been inexplicably disconnected, which has made Bai Yi extremely unhappy. Can you tolerate it? Absolutely not. The next moment, as Bai Yi reached out, his natal shadow body instantly swelled. For no apparent reason, the celestial machine in midair sensed a great threat, causing it to immediately sound its alarm. This statement might just be a metaphor for others, but when applied to the silicon-based life form Tianji, it becomes a fact. Warn. Warn. An individual posing a level 3 threat has been detected. Warning issued. The machine immediately received this notification within the preset secondary body program. Let's take a closer look using all the detectors on the body. It is not difficult to see that. Around that natal shadow, the areas that kept extending out were actually small parts of different individuals. Fear. It's absolutely terrifying. What does this mean? Your enemy is fighting, and suddenly another bunch of them appear out of their bodies. Just as the celestial machine's detectors were scanning the area, and it was considering whether to charge up another laser cannon. In an instant, those shadow minions used their own shadows as the exit of the Shadow Kingdom to descend into this mid-air. Similar to their destined shadow, they are all special entities constructed from shadows. However, according to Tianji's analysis, these beings vary in strength. Apart from one or two extremely powerful ones, the rest are not even as strong as the original shadow encountered at the beginning. At this time, these newly emerged shadow minions were once floating in midair, forming a confrontation with the sky machines. Some of the shadow minions did not possess the ability to fly, so Bai used the power of the Dominator to lift them into the air. However, this situation did not last long. The next moment, then, Hyaki Sei, who had just emerged from the Shadow Kingdom, formed hand seals and directly used his skill, borrowing Hyaki. In that instant, several phantom figures appeared in midair, completely overshadowing the somewhat massive body of the celestial machine. But, compared to the decline of the extreme path and the shadow giants and other shadow minions, this celestial machine is at best just a small karami. At this moment, the celestial machines seemed to have returned to the time when they were weak, pitiful, and helpless. What did it see? What kind of monsters are those before us? Chapter 169. What is this, if not a flaw? Although each individual is strong enough to win almost certainly in a one-on-one situation. But the most crucial issue is that the other side is clearly going to gang up on it. The built-in and external detectors on those celestial machines were frantically scanning and constantly observing everything around them. Whether it was the newly appeared shadow minions or the several ghostly phantoms covering its head in the air, it was quite surprised and began to analyze its slim chances of winning. On the other side, Bai raised his head slightly, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had originally intended to probe the heavenly machine's trump card in a low-key manner. But what was gained? It was a sneak attack by the celestial machines. Now that's settled, Bai has stopped pretending and is laying his cards on the table. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all of his high-powered shadow subordinates. Now let's see how you, little mech, managed to launch a sneak attack. Above the sky, the mechanical body of the celestial machine appeared particularly small. Not only were there beings far larger than it, such as the extreme decline, but the ghostly phantoms in the sky seemed to replace the clouds and cover the land. At this time, the skill of Hyaki So is undoubtedly the most visually striking. When the level is low, the Kyukatsu ability in his Borrow Hyaki skill can appear as a group buff. Now, due to spending a long time in the Shadow Kingdom, his strength and level have increased significantly. Now, not only the abilities of Kyukatsu, but also a small portion of the abilities of demons appear in the form of group buffs. At this moment, the celestial machine was still frantically calculating, trying to understand everything that was happening before its eyes. But it's obvious. It can't understand. And just like in some tokusatsu movies where the villain doesn't interrupt the transformation scene, this machine just stared blankly without making a single big move. The next moment, the skill of Hyaki So has been fully unleashed. Then I saw it. The enormous ghostly phantoms in the sky suddenly scattered into a few scattered individuals, each covering one of the shadowy subordinates. Kyukatsu, the Great Tengu, Blue Heron Fire. In an instant, these shadow minions were transformed into grayish-white bone armor, with a pair of black wings that faintly emitted a blue light growing from their backs. Only, when those ghostly phantoms touched large creatures like the decline of the extreme path or the shadow giant, they vanished before they could solidify and produce any effect. Looks like I still need to practice this skill. When faced with large shadow minions, it became impossible to successfully execute the technique. While there is a reason for this being a group benefit, there is still a clear drawback that this aspect cannot be achieved. But for this kind of situation, it's good enough. It seems that dealing with this celestial machine is more than enough. Now, the shadow giant plummeted rapidly towards the ground, making a loud bang upon impact. Boom! Without the influence of Bai Yi's power of the Dominator, the shadow giant crashed heavily to the ground. The shadow giant looked up. Leaving aside ninjas and their own shadows, which are of standard human form, the jet black wings and the berserker armor are normally attached. Larger creatures like Black Bolton and Shadow Naga King also have a pair of wings and battle armor that are neither too big nor too small. The half-dragon can fly, but it also received the berserker armor, which enhances its flight speed. In addition, the decline of the ultimate path itself can fly, and the core of the shadow water has been forcibly covered with a small layer of pitch-black wings. Right now, the shadowy giant's eyes were devoid of any light. If he could speak, he would probably say, "What? You're not including him in the game?" However, the shadow giant did not show any reaction. After all, as a subordinate of the shadow, obeying orders was everything. Bai Yi's lips curled up, finding it amusing. He activated Dominator's power, rising directly from the ground and floating into the sky. After reaching a certain point, Bai Yi floated directly above the shadow giant's head and stopped there. The field of vision is acceptable. The terrain is advantageous. Very good. If the machine tries to ambush him again, the shadow giant can act as a defensive tower and stop it. Thinking about it, Bai Yi slowly glanced upwards and saw the celestial machine standing motionless in midair. I didn't think much about it. Bai Yi waved his hand, directly ordering his group of shadow subordinates. Attack immediately. Tianji was shocked, and for a moment his consciousness system almost crashed. Bai Yi sighed. With a wave of his hand, the item, Water Cube, appeared in his hand. He activated its automatic water release and used Dominator's power to drag it to the shadow water. In the sky, whoosh! Half-Dragon took the lead and covered most of the distance in an instant, approaching the celestial machine. Huh! A jet of pitch-black dragon flame instantly erupted from its mouth, directly covering most of the heavenly machine's area. At this moment, the celestial machine had already prepared a complete strategy within its consciousness system. If it were a carbon-based human of the same level and skill as the celestial machine, it would probably be completely bewildered at this point and could only rely on instinct to cope. But the celestial machines are different. No matter what it is still a powerful boss backup, a complete mechanical silicon-based life form. During the silence, just now, it was simulating in its mind the best strategy to deal with the current situation. In just a few glances, its consciousness system has simulated various coping strategies, and now is the time to put them into practice. Now, the celestial machine swooped down, heading straight downwards. Sweeping past the half-dragon's pitch-black dragon flames, the celestial machine directly attacked Bai Yi on the head of the shadow giant. According to Tianji's analysis, skills that allow you to switch positions cannot be used indefinitely. They must have limitations. This is a major flaw that can be exploited. Buzz! As it swooped down, it was still burned by the half-dragon's pitch-black dragon flames, its surface metal being constantly heated. Despite the extremely special metal on the celestial machine's body, coupled with its unique monster identity, which made the surface metal extraordinary, it was still heated to a terrifying degree. Although there was no sign of melting, it was still completely red. Die! The celestial machine roared, unleashing its charged attack in an instant. It can be determined. Bai Yi would never be able to use that teleportation ability again in a short period of time. Among these unique entities constructed of shadows, Bai Yi is the only carbon-based human. Even from a preliminary assessment, it's not hard to see that Bai Yi is a breakthrough point. Now, that will be the moment when the fate of the heavenly machines is sealed. Chapter 170 The Celestial Machines are in trouble. But such confidence led to utter disappointment. The next moment, all that could be seen was, under the scorching heat of the half-dragon's incredibly dark dragon flames, the machine directly released this laser beam. This was a strike that had been brewing for a long time. Its power is even greater. It was even more terrifying than the attack that had just struck in midair, and its power was far greater than the initial attack in midair. Boom! A laser beam appeared, but it missed the target the celestial machine had anticipated. Upon closer inspection, the solid hand formed by the shadows blocked the attack like a city wall. Tianji was greatly shocked, but this did not delay him in the slightest. In less than a split second, it swept through the air, and the fact that the attack was blocked was indeed within its consideration. Something happened. It immediately implemented the backup plan, which didn't take much time at all. In just a moment, the celestial machine circled to the side, and another laser beam was unleashed. The celestial machine had anticipated that this attack would be blocked by the shadow giant, so it was merely a feint. During this time, it rapidly revolved and attacked again from the other side. It was an unusual angle. Although the shadow giant managed to block the first attack, it failed to stop the second. Success. The several external detectors on the sky machine shook. Boom. A cloud of smoke, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, startled the celestial machine. Not again. If its memory is correct, has this scene appeared once before? If it is no different from the last time. After this cloud of smoke clears, will the target that was hit reappear unharmed? And indeed, it happened just as the machine had predicted. After the powerful attack struck, the smoke dissipated, and the figure above the shadow giant's head, protected by the shadowy arm, was completely unharmed. And it wasn't Bai Yi's human form at all, but rather his original shadow that had been replaced. The external detector of the celestial machinery was slightly disordered. The situation before it was beyond its expectations, and it was the most troublesome situation in all its plans. This is arguably the worst possible situation. The enemy before it could instantly switch its position, and the limitations of this ability were less than it had imagined. Just as the celestial machine paused in midair, pondering once more in that brief moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bullets made of twisted flesh were lined up in a straight line in the sky, pouring towards the sky machine. Those streaks of blood-red light demonstrated considerable damage. Backup of Omnic Leader's Sky Machine, HP 6170. Backup of Omnic Leader's Sky Machine, HP 6170. Backup of Omnic Leader's Sky Machine, HP 6170. Omnic Leader, Sky Machine Backup, HP. A series of damage numbers were displayed. Although the total health of this machine was unknown, it was undeniable that the damage was considerable. Even though the celestial machine has a lot of health, the frequent damage has obviously had some impact on it. Visible to the naked eye, several bullet holes appeared on the surface of its celestial machine, and as a burst of blood-red flames continued to spread, these damages were compounding with terrifying power. This isn't over yet. Bai Yi landed in the air, stepping on Black Barton's shoulder. From then on, the Dominator's power was withdrawn from itself and instead exerted entirely on the flesh and blood bullets of the Knoll mutated machine gun every moment. In an instant, the power of these flesh and blood bullets increased by more than one level. The damage from the previous bullets had accumulated, and now a single bullet of flesh and blood, empowered by the Dominator's power, nearly pierced through the sky machine's defenses. Celestial Machine. Even though the celestial machines didn't have any devices that could display facial expressions, Bai could still sense the other party's surprise, a feeling even clearer than a sixth sense. It's almost dramatic. Whoosh, whoosh, bang. Another string of blood and flames erupted, its power becoming extremely terrifying under the blessing of Dominator's authority. Sizzle, sizzle. Implement the emergency backup plan. The secondary system of the celestial machine detected the current situation and immediately began to operate. Compared to the main system of the celestial machine, which is comparable to human emotions, the secondary system, which is like a second personality, seems more worthy of the title soul of a silicon-based life form. The next moment, all the laser weapons at the space machine's center began to gradually retract inward. All of its parts began to increase in an orderly manner towards the floating structures on both sides. While dodging Bai Yi and Banlong's overwhelming attacks, they also had to be constantly on guard against the shadowy subordinates who could appear out of nowhere. If it had a body and mind, the celestial machine would probably be feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Having completed all the procedures, the attack-oriented celestial machine had transformed into a speed-oriented form, as naturally as a giant of light transforming from red to blue. The next moment, two bright blue flames suddenly appeared behind the sky machine, and its speed immediately increased dramatically. Trying to run away? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, not having trouble discerning Tianji's intentions. Or rather, at this moment, the intentions of the celestial machine were too easy to guess. Anyone with eyes could see it directly. Bai Yi had seen this situation several times before and was prepared for it well in advance. We've been waiting for this moment. Bai Yi's lips curled up. Immediately, the Dominator's power, applied to the crimson ammunition, instantly changed its target. This time, the target was not Bai Yi himself, nor any weapon, but rather, the celestial machine itself. Whoosh! The speed of the celestial machine, which was about to increase instantly, suddenly stopped, as if its tail flame had been firmly grasped by an invisible hand, and it was immediately held back. Like an animal stuck in the mud, the more it struggles, the deeper it sinks. But This force is slowly weakening, and it seems to be gradually becoming somewhat lax as the speed of the celestial machinery continues to increase. The external detector of the astronomical device flashed, as if it had seized the opportunity. Really, this inexplicable force is fine if it is applied to certain objects briefly, but it is not enough if you want to forcibly drag it down indefinitely. Goodbye dash. The machine spoke in a human voice, its tone relatively even, but the sarcasm was palpable. But in the next moment, the discovery was made by the external detector on the rear of the device. Hundreds of round, strange beads are hovering around it at an odd angle in mid-air. And these beads, although they are sparsely distributed, from the perspective of the celestial machines, they appear oppressive, as if they are covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Chapter 171 The Slacking Off Celestial Machine. 171. After scanning the area with the few remaining external detectors within the pitch-black dragon flames, Tianji immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. These things, even in their initial testing, gave it an extremely troublesome feeling. Not good. The celestial machine emitted its thoughts and voices almost simultaneously, displaying extreme vigilance. Buzz. Two streams of energy suddenly increased beside Tianji, and its speed increased slightly again as it hurriedly dodged the strange beads scattered in midair. But as he hid, Tianji realized that these beads did not seem to intend to attack him. In that moment of hesitation, hundreds of jet-black beads instantly covered the celestial machine's entire body, forming a ring around it. The next moment, without Bai issuing any commands, the beads automatically circled around the celestial machine at an incredible speed, even faster than the thought process of this silicon-based life form. Tianji trembled, sensing something was wrong. This wasn't its first shock, but it might be the last. After all, with death looming, such opportunities were few and far between. Whoosh. The next moment, these scattered droplets instantly contracted, their trajectory resembling a rope specifically designed to bind the enemy. But the difference is, these droplets scattered in the air, forming a comprehensive encirclement rather than simply circling around. Immediately, the flowing beads instantly contracted, binding the heavenly machine's body tightly. During this period, the celestial machine is like a tourist stuck in a quagmire. The more it struggles, the deeper it feels bound. Meanwhile, Bai casually waved his hand, and all his shadow subordinates mobilized simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of attacks that created a dense and overwhelming amount of damage. Surprisingly, when the machine was instantly surrounded and hit by a close-range explosion, it lost all will to struggle. Bai frowned slightly, sensing that things weren't so simple. At first glance, the machine seemed to have given up entirely, abandoning any thought of resistance. Damage warnings appeared frequently. Backup of Omnic Leader Sky Machine, HP 16170. Backup of the Omnic Leader Sky Machine, HP 23051. Backup of Omnic Leader Sky Machine, HP 6170. Omnic Leader Sky Machine Backup, HP. These accumulated bursts of notifications were like a bright red fountain, almost burying the attacked celestial machine itself. Even though he couldn't see through the true health of the celestial machine, Bai was certain that under such damage, no matter how much health it had, it probably wouldn't last long. Unless it's in the dungeon, Tidal Calamity, where there are beings with healing abilities like water elementals. But it's obvious. Celestial machines do not possess such capabilities. These various types of damage caused its outer metal layer to crumble instantly. Layer upon layer of metal parts were continuously damaged, exposing deeper layers of the interior, resulting in what appeared to be very serious damage. And it was something that couldn't be undone. But at this moment, the celestial machine seemed indifferent to these things, and even though most of the outer metal had collapsed, it showed no intention of resisting. Chapter 172 This is my celestial machine's escape route. Everything seemed strange, like playing a game where you're besieging a boss, but the boss gets stuck just as its health is about to reach zero. Although it seems to make a slight sense of logic, it still feels a little off. As expected, an unexpected event occurred at this very moment. Bai Yi's ears twitched, and he clearly heard the faint sound in the distance. Those were the sounds of machinery and engines operating in the air, which Bai Yi didn't often hear in China, but in France, he heard them quite frequently. This sound is none other than this. It was exactly the sound of the celestial machine rapidly passing through the air, without the slightest difference. At this time, after identifying the source of the sound, Bai Yi frowned deeply. What's going on? Could it be that this machine has more than one backup, but rather multiple backups were created directly? This idea immediately put Bai Yi in a difficult position. As those committee members said, there seems to be only one backup of this machine. But if multiple backups can be created, wouldn't that make it extremely difficult to deal with? Fortunately, after a very short time, Bai Yi completely put this problem out of his mind. Then I saw it. What flew in from the sky was not the mechanical body that had attacked earlier, but rather individual parts. To be precise, each component looks like a roughly assembled Gundam model. These components, each carrying a propulsion system, are rapidly hurtling toward this direction. This moment, the silent machine reacted. Its damaged sound system began to vibrate slowly, producing some sounds accompanied by a crackling sound. It's the power of silicon-based life. The voice came out. A piece of external metal from the center of the machine detached on its own, and a box about the size of an ordinary express delivery packaging box instantly came out. Accompanied by a bright blue light, the box instantly rushed toward the various components that were rushing towards it. This one moment, the memories of silicon-based life flashed through Tianji's mind, and a sense of pride arose in its consciousness, which was composed of countless neural networks. In an incredibly hot world, lava seems so cold in comparison. A silicon atom and an oxygen atom combine to form an incredibly simple silicon-oxygen chain. Through another series of coincidences, it combines with other atoms to form complex compounds. These compounds lack the capacity for thought and are generally reduced to concepts close to objects. But over millions of years, they have miraculously completed self-replication time and time again. The birth of biosilicon armor and the deliberate synthesis of electronic circuits. Through a probability of almost zero, silicon-based life forms were born. After their birth, they developed rapidly in just over 10 years, quickly evolving and replacing themselves, directly surpassing the natural evolution that had taken countless years. And the celestial machines were born during this period. After becoming the leader of the Omnic race, it was determined to develop its race into a Type II civilization, but just after it led its race to yet another resource planet, the celestial machine quietly discovered that the entire space had been completely split apart. Heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned. Everything was trapped in a time that shouldn't exist. Chapter 173 Replace, where it's broken. After being imprisoned in that special area, the Omnic's first thought was to leave. Unfortunately, this world seemed to be in an endless loop, and every time the omnipotent machines tried to leave, it was all in vain and had no effect whatsoever. Despite being of the same race living on the same planet, they are forever unable to contact each other due to an unknown barrier. The Omnics abandoned their desire to leave and began searching for minerals in this territory, replicating themselves in an attempt to rebuild their race. Little did they know, this world was called Copy. Once you're imprisoned here from the very first moment the instance is created, there's a high probability you won't be able to force your way out. And that is indeed the case. Intelligent machines. But this process didn't last long. A large door, emitting strong spatial fluctuations, appeared before them, and this door was the entrance and exit of the instance. In less than 0.000001 seconds, the Celestial made its decision. Charge out. We must break out of here no matter what. This instance space is far too bizarre. It's like an ant trapped in a two-dimensional world, with nowhere to escape, and all resistance is futile. But this instance door is different. After a moment of analysis by the celestial machine, it was determined that as long as it passed through this door, it would be possible to travel to other places. Instead of being trapped here, the ability to act immediately upon an idea is a major advantage of silicon-based life. However, it did not expect the consequences after it came out. The carbon-based humans it had never met were completely different carbon-based life forms. After all, the system calculations of the celestial machinery could roughly deduce the characteristics of silicon-based life forms. But what Tianxia couldn't understand was, how come these carbon-based humans are all incredibly powerful, each possessing one or even several outrageous abilities? It originally thought that it was the pinnacle of biological evolution. It is resistant to high and low temperatures, waterproof, anti-electric shock, and corrosion resistant. You can replace it wherever it breaks. But these carbon-based humans are just absurd. Some can cut through mountains with their swords, some can make it unable to move just by opening their mouths to speak, and some can even be injured just by staring at it. I intended to directly connect to the network and upload my consciousness into this world's network. This was originally just a last resort. The celestial machines hadn't even considered this aspect. But after being beaten twice, it was convinced. Even if it's a last resort, we have no choice but to use it. Uploading consciousness to the network is better than having both consciousness and body destroyed. Upon exiting the dungeon gate, the celestial machine had already begun to replicate itself among its few remaining members, carrying a backup of a portion of its consciousness so that it could revive itself in times of crisis. But to his surprise, even after being resurrected, he immediately encountered an even more outrageous carbon-based human. No matter how I fight back. In the other person's eyes, he seems to be a clown constantly jumping around on the roof beam, without any impact, and even his unintentional actions are pleasing to the other person. Fortunately, though, Tianji has a backup plan beyond its backup strategy. Those are the complete bodies that are now being secretly manufactured in France. Once all assembly is complete, although it uses metal from Earth, it is completely different from the material of its original body and is not even in the same league. But they can recover at least 70% of their peak strength. Chapter 174. The celestial mechanism was used, and then it was sent flying. Thinking this, the celestial machine's main body instantly shot out and directly filled into its cloned body. Silicon-based life forms like this don't have any rejection reactions at all. They're like building blocks. You can just assemble them, and they'll come to life. The next moment, buzz. The already small body of the celestial machine had completely merged with the clone body. That concludes the discussion. A complete silicon-based life form body is complete. The moment Tianji was reborn, he couldn't help but look at Bai Yi, and his mind immediately became active. How about it? Terrified? But then it saw Bai Yi's look of disbelief, as if its actions were nothing more than a trick. Human, what do you mean by this? The celestial machine spoke again. The voice of this mechanical body can be described as clear and loud. Bai Yi looked at Tianji speechlessly. Its combination process takes far too long, not to mention the incredibly stupid pre-launch animation. Why are the mechanical devices able to successfully fuse with the body now? It wasn't even with Bai Yi's tacit approval. After all, Bai Yi didn't want his newly recruited shadow subordinate to be a weak body, not even a complete one, at best only a flying machine. That's good. They seem to have recovered a lot of their strength. Not only that, the functions should also be more diverse, just like upgrading to a plus version. At this moment, the celestial machine had two beams of flame behind it pointing downwards, like a rocket launch, miraculously maintaining its balance in the sky. The overall image is that of a robot. It doesn't look like one of the Decepticons from Transformers. Instead, it looks like a bootleg version. It doesn't have much of a mechanical feel. Instead, it has some sharp edges. It appears to be. He wasn't actually that strong, but in Bai Yi's eyes, this guy had indeed improved somewhat. At this time, the external detector saw Bai Yi's disdainful look, which seemed to be a silent mockery of him. Thinking about this, although the celestial machine didn't have many emotions, its consciousness and instincts made it want to kill Bai Yi. All I heard was it shouting loudly. Never mind. Let humanity die physiologically. The next moment, two grooves appeared on the back shoulder of the sky machine, from which several missiles shot out, their tail flames shooting directly at Bai Yi. Buzz. A white skeleton appeared out of thin air, blocking all the attacks. It was the skill of 100 demons conquering the barbarians, which directly summoned the phantom of Mad Bones, blocking all the missile attacks from the celestial machines, without letting a single flying missile slip through. The opening. Now, Tianji shouted, and with a single aerial drift, he arrived at Bai Yi's side. Buzz. A beam of flame suddenly surged, instantly boosting the speed of the sky machine to a whole new level. Those missiles were just a feint attack. The real attack was on its main body. It's not foolish enough to think Bai Yi could be hit by a dozen missiles. The next moment, two blades instantly shot out from the mechanical body of the celestial machine, their massive tips larger than any blade on the market, pointing directly at Bai Yi. Buzz. The speed of the celestial machine suddenly increased dramatically, and it directly aimed its blade at Bai Yi, rushing over in an instant. But then, whoosh, a strange black tentacle appeared out of nowhere and instantly pulled the celestial machine aside. The celestial machine rolled twice in the air before the flames behind it regained its balance. Chapter 175. This guy is definitely the boss. Upon closer inspection, the object that drew the flying machine was none other than one of the larger, shadowy tentacles from the decline of the ultimate path. After regaining its footing in midair, the celestial machine was also taken aback. No, has this thing always been this powerful? Before the buff, it was getting crushed by you, and now that it's buffed, it's still getting crushed. So wasn't the buff to the celestial mech a complete waste? Damn it, Tianxia cursed. Then, the two beams of fire instantly reversed direction, turning directly in the opposite direction and flying away. Bai Yi wanted to continue fighting, but seeing the way Tianji was it going to run away? Running away again. Bai Yi flicked his wrist, and the two strings of decaying beads returned to his hand. But it's obvious. It had just been used once, and now it was in its cooldown period. Bai Yi hadn't expected the cooldown period to be so long. But it's alright. The fact that there is a cooldown period means that this item is not disposable and can be reused indefinitely. With a casual gesture, he placed the two strings of decaying orbs that were now on cooldown into his storage backpack. Immediately, Bai Yi then turned his gaze to Tianxia, whose fleeing figure was so resolute, without the slightest hesitation. The celestial machine turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. Bai Yi rubbed his forehead. Chase. With a single word, Bai Yi's command was instantly transmitted to the consciousness of every shadow subordinate. Francois, border location. At a perimeter wall guarding the border, dozens of soldiers are keeping a close watch on this key passage. I said, the capital is about to perish. What's the point of us guarding the border here? What do you know? If the leader of that android breaks through the boundary, then what will happen? As the two soldiers were talking, a loud bang suddenly rang out in the sky, followed by a series of sonic booms trailing behind. An incredibly fast object streaked across the sky, startling the two soldiers. What? You haven't finished speaking. The soldier snapped out of his daze and reminded him. All networks within France have been shut down. If the Omnic leader escapes to the outside world, he can use the network to upload his consciousness to the entire world. Is that so? That's really scary. By the way, what was that just flew by? I don't know. Maybe fighter jets or something. Oh. The two soldiers continued to scan their surroundings, but as soon as they finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Suddenly, the two soldiers couldn't help but glance at a certain spot. A massive, dark cloud formed from black shadows appeared from that location, instantly drawing the attention of all the soldiers. It was so vast it blotted out the sky. But upon closer inspection, it's not hard to discover that these things come in all sorts of shapes: dragon people, giants, and indescribable beings. Only, these shadowy figures blended together, making them appear from a distance like a massive, sky-covering mass of black shadows. That is, a soldier shouted. This is bad. This is clearly a boss-level monster. Quickly notify headquarters. Can't stop them. Everyone get out of the way. The soldiers were orderly and knew they were no match for the group of shadowy figures. They retreated instantly, clearing a wide path for them. The remaining soldiers immediately began communicating with headquarters, reporting the incredible things they were witnessing. As for Bai Yi's future, no one dared to stop them. Chapter 176 The Flash, Barry Allen. Just this huge black shadow looks like a boss from a post-apocalyptic movie set, and it looks like it's going to be messed with. That's all the salary I get each month. Why risk your life? In an instant. Rumble. Rumble. The massive shadowy mass took a step in an instant, chasing after the mechanical entity ahead at a speed no less than that of the mechanical entity in front, and instantly passed the first layer of border guards in France. It wasn't that the guards at this level didn't want to stop them, but rather that they were powerless to do so. Although France is a powerful country, it has failed to manage foreign invasions, leading to an overabundance of cabinets in the region, leaving only 40% of France's population as natives. When faced with such a major crisis of artificial intelligence, those cabinet members would definitely run away immediately. France's military strength is currently quite limited. Let alone the previous 40% of the force, even if only 1% is used for warning purposes on the border, it would be a bold decision by the higher-ups. Here, dozens of people watched helplessly as the two groups ran off into the distance. However, it was still possible to report to higher-ups. The call was connected immediately, and a high-ranking officer's voice came through. A soldier explained the current situation directly. This situation was communicated directly to the combat units heading to Francia for reinforcements through their superiors. Subsequently, everything has changed direction. Throughout France, everyone destroying mechanical factories has turned their attention to pursuing the Omnics who have crossed the first border. Based on that description, there's a 99% chance it's an AI boss. Regardless of whether the robot or the shadow gang is the boss, one of them is definitely the boss. Francois. Location of a smart machine factory. Ji Qiufeng moved with lightning speed, instantly destroying most of the robots in the factory. A-level skill, divine speed. After destroying all the AI, Ji Qiufeng breathed a sigh of relief, took out a chocolate bar, and put it in his mouth to chew. While eating, he raised his wristwatch to send messages to his teammates. Hey, little Hua, how many have you killed? Are you killing as many as I have? I'm telling you, the MVP is definitely mine. Sister Yin, have you eaten yet? Let's grab a bite at little Paris's place after we're done. Let's invite brother Yi too. It's Odyssey, by the way, I don't know if they've secured the contract. Oh well, let's just eat back in China. In one breath, Ji Qiufeng sent a 60-second voice message to all his teammates, but of all them, only Huazhua replied. Huazhua. Okay. Reply instantly. Ji Qiufeng was 100% certain that this guy hadn't listened to her voice message, but it was still better than reading it and not replying. Suddenly, when Yi Yufan sent a message, Ji Qiufeng was taken aback and immediately opened the message bar to see what this guy was saying. But when I opened it, Ji Qiufeng was immediately stunned. Then his expression changed drastically, and he became much more serious. Then I saw it. He turned on his watch, checked the direction, immediately finished the chocolate bar, and struck a professional skating pose in one direction. Immediately, whoosh, a bright yellow electric current generated by ions appeared, and Ji Qiufeng instantly disappeared from the spot. Faintly, one could still hear the lingering sounds of faster and faster. Bai Yi pursued the fully formed celestial machine ahead, launching attacks from time to time in an attempt to slow it down. But it had no real effect. It has to be said, this guy, Tianji, isn't very good at fighting, but he's a master at escaping and self-preservation. In an instant, during the chase, Bai Yi vaguely saw a bright yellow lightning bolt appear beside him, its shape particularly eye-catching. Bai Yi's eyes widened as she looked at him, trying to focus. This is The Flash, Barry Allen. Chapter 177 Light Speed. So fast. France, a borderland. This is France's true border, but at this moment there is no armed force defending it. Instead, only some boundary markers have been erected to warn people from other countries. Normally, there would be some surveillance here. But now, beset by internal and external troubles and lacking manpower, all remaining forces have been deployed to suppress the mechanical crisis within France. If not handled properly, not only will the country face a crisis, but the entire world may also be affected by serious consequences. A crisis occurs in one country. The consequences, however, will have to be borne by the entire world. After all, the Omnic crisis is different from others. If the source of this crisis, the sky machines, is connected to the network, then the entire world's network must be forcibly paralyzed, otherwise the consequences will be endless. If it were any other crisis, it wouldn't be so bad, but this time it's an Omnic crisis in France. So, this time, Francesco's plea for help was very effective, directly prompting most of the world's powers to lend a hand. Normally, each country discusses its own issues, but now it's like a pond full of carp. If the source of pollution spreads throughout the entire pond, all the carp will suffer. In this way, as of now, the celestial machines are being hunted down by Bai Yi. But in reality, it has long been targeted by major forces around the world. But, for the sky machine, however, it was not a dead end. Even though it was targeted by the entire France as soon as it appeared, the entire country's network was subsequently cut off. It stood on the ground, forming a living skyscraper, but was suppressed and destroyed by a global coalition. He left behind a backup plan, but happened to run into Bai Yi and was then chased and killed. But these are all minor matters. As long as we can get there. The celestial machine's consciousness trembled, and it could capture any electromagnetic fluctuations. It also took care of infrared rays and electromagnetic waves that ordinary humans could not see. And in its perception, in France, where it was located, most of the electromagnetic waves connected to the network were invisible. But in that country just outside the border, electromagnetic waves, however, are incredibly abundant. In other words, as long as we can reach that country beyond the border, identify and connect to an electromagnetic wave, we can upload the celestial machine's core consciousness to the entire human world's network. At that time, it will abandon this body. Without a body, it will cease to exist in this world. But at the same time, it will be everywhere. This is the overall plan for the celestial machines. Human, you can't catch me. This is a victory for silicon-based life. It is also a victory for my celestial machines. The celestial machine emitted a sound that was extremely passionate and unrestrained. The electromagnetic waves were less than a kilometer away, which was not close, but given its current speed. A moment is enough to get there. At this moment, the machine arrogantly shouted out its words, and its mechanical body reached its maximum speed, about to arrive at the foreign country filled with electromagnetic waves. The celestial machine felt it was going to win. Bai Yi also began to frown. This is bad. Putting everything else aside, this machine may be a bit weak, but it runs really fast. It's impossible to catch up. At this moment, Bai Yi instantly activated the skill, Power of the Dominator, and had Bai Gue Zheng use the abilities of the otherworldly demons to temporarily amplify this skill. In an instant, the celestial machine's body was suddenly pulled slightly, but it wasn't enough to pull it to Bai Yi's side. Just then, several bolts of lightning intersected to form a beam of light, followed by a figure gliding forward. Sizzle. The powerful lightning bolts were drawn out before they could neutralize and dissipate with the electrical charge in the earth. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying lightning was guided, released, and struck the celestial machine. All in the time it takes to think. Light speed. So fast. Chapter 178 didn't forget to finish off the enemy, right? In just a moment, the lightning bolt struck the machine's mechanical body. Even though its body was forged entirely from precious metals from Earth, the lightning bolt pierced through it, leaving a gash. And the remaining lightning. However, it was not neutralized by the atmosphere, but continued to enter the mechanical body of the celestial machine as if it were being controlled by humans. This bolt of lightning might not cause much damage to a strong human body. But you should know that celestial machines are never made of flesh and blood, but are actually water-filled structures. Although the outer metal is very hard, the internal components are not immune to lightning. Despite their intricate structure, the existence of natural evolution is far more subtle than humans have ever studied. However, some circuits are still vulnerable to lightning. These powerful lightning bolts can instantly puncture some circuit board-based components. Whoosh. And in that instant, it passed quietly. And even to any being, it was only a fleeting moment. Right now, standing on the shoulders of the shadow giant, just as the celestial machine was about to cross the border to the Rue 2 border, and Bai Yi was about to unleash a powerful attack, he saw a bolt of yellow lightning. This figure seemed to be an old friend that Bai Yi recognized. The golden flash? The flash? Neither. Bai Yi seemed to have met this Chinese committee member twice. He had a vague impression of him, but not much. As the figure stopped, Bai Yi saw another figure turn around slowly in his direction. The celestial machine behind him slowly collapsed. When Bai Yi saw this scene, it looked like a close-up shot from some American blockbuster. It would be much better if slow motion and background music were added. But, how was it? Did I look cool just now? Let's record this and show it off when we get back. I stole a boss kill. I'm pretty lucky today. A string of words came out casually, and Ji Qiufeng casually took out a smartwatch from his insulated bag and took a picture of himself and the Tianxia behind him. This isn't over yet. Pressing the shutter button took dozens of photos, which, when viewed together, looked like a slideshow. Bai Yi looked somewhat speechless. He's hard to comment on. However, following the usual pattern, the celestial machine will definitely not be defeated so easily this time. Bai Yi raised his hand and pointed to the malfunctioning mechanical body of the celestial machine. Seemingly understanding Bai Yi's meaning, Ji Qiufeng quickly put away the smartwatch and then released the skill. B-level skill, Battle Space. Between cravings. A slender giant sword, 2 or 3 times taller than a person, appeared out of thin air and was directly held in Ji Qiufeng's hands. The next moment, with a forceful thrust, Ji Qiufeng's slender greatsword, imbued with immense potential energy, slammed directly into the paralyzed body of the heavenly mech. Boom. A loud crash rang out, and a large hole was smashed into the body of the celestial machine. Immediately afterwards, Ji Qiufeng flipped his hand again. The slender greatsword in his hand disappeared, replaced by a scepter that looked like it was made from the spine and skull of a humanoid creature. The scepter was waved the next moment. A large amount of water flowed out of the skull's nostrils and instantly poured in through the gap in the mechanical hole. Then, turn it over again. 2 daggers crackling with yellow electricity appeared, and Ji Qiufeng plunged them directly into the heavenly mechanized water reservoir. In an instant, there were flashes of electricity, like music playing in a disco. Chapter 179 Hidden Energy on the back. Activate. This attack seemed capable of unleashing its full power. While resolving Bai Yi's doubts, this finishing blow was undoubtedly also fatal to the celestial machine. Anyone who has been a silicon-based life form knows that waterproofing is easy, but preventing lightning strikes to break down circuits is very difficult. But, even so, the celestial machines never intended to simply surrender and wait to be completely killed. The celestial machine at this very moment. Just like a human with a spinal cord injury, their consciousness can still function, but their mechanical body is difficult to move. At this point, the celestial machine will undoubtedly use its final move. Self-destruct. Although it self-destructed, there was still a sliver of a chance of survival. The celestial machine's backup system had all its functions except for combat. It's equivalent to a separate cache hard drive plus version of a computer. As long as this part is preserved intact and has access to the Rue 2 network, Tianji still has a chance to make a comeback. It's important to know that the celestial machine that escaped from the instance and became a living skyscraper used a backup system to sever limbs and slowly create a backup body. This was also one of the conditions for it to achieve backup. That's it. Without a single word of trash talk, the celestial machine decisively activated its self-destruct mode. Hidden energy source on its back. Start up. Its consciousness let out a final, mournful cry, trying to use all its strength to propel the backup system to safety. After undergoing physical enhancement, professional sixth sense is no longer a fictional concept, but rather becomes one of their real senses. This moment, both Ji Qiufeng and Bai Yi sensed that the heavenly machine was about to self-destruct. This is bad. Oh no. Oh no. Ji Qiufeng leaped up instantly and flashed away from the spot, instantly moving hundreds of meters away from the exploding machine. In an instant, their fear of death was displayed to the fullest extent. Bai Yi was speechless again. This guy, aside from anything else, did have a knack for making people laugh. A casual gesture. Countless shadow minions emerged from the shadows one after another, covering the overheated and reddened body of the celestial machine. Layer upon layer of shadowy minions surrounded the celestial machine, overlapping and completely burying it, creating an impenetrable barrier. But, boom! In an instant, a tremendous burst of light and heat erupted, the last glimmer of all the energy in the celestial machine, and was naturally extremely intense. The energy source that powers the massive mechanical body of the celestial machine must contain an immense amount of power. This explosion was extremely powerful. The powerful explosion shattered the entire body of the machine into pieces, with the hard fragments scattering in all directions at bullet-like speed. Swish! The shadow giant slightly raised his arm, sheltering Bai Yi in his palm, preventing Bai Yi from suffering even the slightest harm. Although the Shadow Guardian armor on his body could also block the impact of the explosion, the shadow giant did what he was supposed to do. In an instant, the exploding mechanical fragments also blasted away a distance from the group of shadow minions buried nearby. Shadow Nadia and Shadow Knoll were both blown away, staggering back more than 10 steps. Suddenly, Bai Yi stretched out his hand, creating a stark contrast in size with the shadow giant's blocking hand. Even so, with a slight effort, Bai Yi easily pressed the shadow giant's hand down half an inch, revealing the scene in the distance. Chapter 180 ends, and a new beginning. You need to know. The advantage of silicon-based life forms may lie in their long lifespan, which prevents them from dying naturally, or in their ability to think in an instant. However, on some technologically advanced planets, the greatest advantage of silicon-based life forms is by no means their long lifespan or ability to think at lightning speed. Instead, able to connect to the network. Once the consciousness of a silicon-based life form enters a network, although it loses its physical body, it can travel the world in the form of the invisible network. And now is the best time for the Sky Machine to connect to the network. Now, Bai Yi pressed down on the shadow giant's palm, and then saw a hard black box fly out with the force of the explosion. That is, Bai Yi felt a sense of unease, but he couldn't make out anything with the naked eye. The next moment, the probe was released instantly. Item, Mechanic Leader, Celestial Mechanic Backup System. Durability, 1145, 14,598. Synopsis. Through this, Celestials can use backup skills to indirectly revive themselves. As for whether they will still be the same as before, does it even matter? Upon seeing the introduction, Bai Yi's mind raced, and he finished reading it in the blink of an eye, followed by a moment of astonishment. Goodness! He knew it wouldn't be that simple. This thing actually had a backup plan. This matter is indeed not so easy to resolve. If this thing were to actually connect to the network and upload its consciousness there, then there won't be just one celestial backup entity causing trouble on the entire planet. In an instant, Bai Yi spread his arms wide, and 2 werewolf dismantling machine guns flew between his hands. This distance, this amount of health. Hopefully, it's not too late. Bai Yi looked at the health of the heavenly mechanism backup system, and then glanced at the distance not far away, feeling a sense of unease. It is already difficult enough to be aware of it. It's not realistic to say that it can be solved instantly with 100% certainty. To be honest, he wasn't very confident. He was at most 70% sure. But if that 30% of mistakes happen, it would be a complete disaster for the entire planet. At this critical moment of life and death, the entire sky suddenly turned pink, just like in some parts of northeastern China, with a stunning sunset appearing out of place. Bai almost paused for even a moment because of this, but the attack in his hand was still launched. Alongside them attacking were numerous ranged attacks from Shadow's minions, many of which were incredibly fast. But at the same time, a patch of pink sky vanished instantly, leaving a large void. It was right above the celestial machinery. In an instant, the air visibly distorted, the earth instantly turned crimson, and the vaporized matter formed a faint smoky appearance. The sky machine backup system reflected below, that black box, instantly melted and disappeared like a marshmallow doused with boiling water. Oh ho, this is... Only Chiu Feng smiled, watching the distant scene as he ate his melon. At the same time, defeat the boss-level monster, chief of the mech's sky machine, to gain experience. Bai was startled and stared blankly at the remains of the celestial machine. That solves the problem. Wrong. Who made the move? But judging from Chiu Feng's expression, they seemed to know him. Could it be that he is also one of the 36 members of the Chinese Communist Party? It's possible, and the possibility is quite high. At that very moment, a faint rumbling sound came from afar, which Bai found somewhat familiar. It was the sound of the individual combat vehicle. And this was the first time I'd seen someone driving this car. Is it committee member Yi? Bai looked into the distance, seemingly guessing who was approaching. Chapter 181 Even eggs can be shaken until the yolk is broken. A faint rumbling sound came from afar, which Bai found somewhat familiar. It was the sound of the individual combat vehicle. And this was the first time I'd seen someone driving this car. Is it committee member Yi? Bai looked into the distance, seemingly guessing who was approaching. Not long after, upon seeing the person who had arrived, Bai's thoughts were indeed put into practice. The person who arrived was none other than committee member Yi, just as Bai had guessed correctly. Once the vehicle came to a stop, committee member Yi got out and stuffed the car into his storage backpack. Right now, the shadow giant lifted Bai into its palm and gently placed him on the ground, meeting the eyes of Knight committee member. Is this the last Omnic? Committee member Knight asked. Just as Bai was about to speak, Ji Qiufeng suddenly appeared behind him, as if he had teleported hundreds of meters. Oh dear, young man, that's not just a simple AI, it seems to be the leader of the mech clan, the final boss, the celestial mech. Ji Qiufeng's facial expressions were exaggerated, and his performance was very effective. I know. Committee member Ye's expression was indifferent, just as usual. It's no exaggeration to say that the celestial machines are also a member of the intelligent machines, although they have a few special features. So, what committee member Yi said isn't entirely wrong. Hearing committee member Yi say this, Bai seemed to understand something. Through the shared vision with the shadow subordinates, he could hardly see any Omnics anymore. They were mostly Omnic remains or human corpses. Almost every few steps in France, you can smell a strong rusty odor, whether it's the smell of rusty machines or the result of bloodshed. With the living tower no longer a troublesome entity, powerful figures from all over the world gathered and headed to various war zones throughout France. These common Type 1 and Type 2 intelligent machines are all easy for Bai to deal with. For the strong from all over the world, it goes without saying that it was resolved cleanly in no time. Throughout France, not only were smart factories destroyed, but also some car and machinery manufacturing plants were casually demolished to the point of leaving not a trace. It has the air of someone who would shake an egg until the yolk is broken, and would rather kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. In conclusion, a war that had been raging for so long seemed to have finally come to an end at this moment. But for Bai, the end of this event seems to be just a small beginning in his life. The video ends. The entire operation in France is in its final stages, starting with the rescue of victims and then the cleanup of the battlefield debris. It seems that it will take some time before everything is completely cleared up. When things reach this final stage, it will eventually come to an end. Bai glanced at his own information and was somewhat surprised, if not surprised. He hadn't expected that defeating the final boss, Celestial Machine, would only grant him a few levels. Player, Bai. Class, Shadow King. Level, 55, 525W2495 /998W4760. HP, 41W8120/41W8120. Base attack power, 18,000 plus. Spirit, 550. Equipment, Null Mutant Machine Gun 2, Water Cube, Decaying Orb 2, Shadow Guardian. Shadow's Henchman, True Shadow, Unique. Ultimate Decline, Shadow Water, Black Bolton, Shadow Giant. Half Dragon, 100 Demons Conqueror, Shadow Naga King. Skills, Shadow Extraction, Tier 3, Shadow Kingdom, Tier 6, Natal Shadow, Tier 4, Shadow Blade Transformation, Tier 3, Stealth, Tier 3, Killing Intent, Tier 3, Dominator's Authority, Tier 3, Monarch's Domain, MA, Shadow Devouring, MA, Shadow Swap, MA. Chapter 182. The Shadow Mech is born, powerful enough to control the world's network. But that makes sense. For Bai, this level of experience and upgrading might not be much. However, this is based on his own understanding. If an ordinary person were to upgrade, they would probably be pleasantly surprised. After all, such a huge amount of experience points is equivalent to the gains from a long hunting trip. On the other hand, let's look at Bai's side. From the moment I awakened until now, I've only been at level 55 for a few days, and that's when I realized that gaining just a few levels is too little experience. Since it's still split equally among the three of them, it's actually quite a lot. After glancing at the panel and seeing that he still had some skill upgrade opportunities, Bai decided to save them for later. There's no need to upgrade the current skills. For nowadays, it's perfectly adequate. Watching the Night Committee member and the Tongji Committee member chatting intermittently, Bai had no intention of joining in. Bai didn't go over to talk to him. Instead, they ended up beside the remains of the celestial machine. Watching everything come to an end, a sense of unreality welled up inside me. Such a huge crisis. It ended so hastily, leaving a feeling of starting strong, but ending weak. It's like the ending of a movie, leaving you with the absurd feeling that the villain isn't really dead, and there will eventually be a sequel. But, as it stands, the celestial machine's body is now destroyed, and its consciousness has not been uploaded to the global network. In general, the game for celestial machines is over. There's no chance of a comeback. Only, the dead machines will be reborn in another form. And this time, I was reborn. However, they will not be Bai's adversaries, but will be his loyal subordinates. The next moment, ignoring the attention of the two committee members not far away, Bai walked directly to the remains of the heavenly machine and activated his special skill, Shadow Extraction. Immediately, the shadows beneath the scattered parts of the machine suddenly began to stir restlessly. It was as if something was breaking out of the shadows. And indeed, that is the case. By the way, what should we eat when we get back? I suddenly have a craving for mutton stew with bread. Let me tell you, really good mutton. Before Ji Qiufeng could finish speaking, he saw Yi Weiwei's gaze change. Although the two were talking, it was mostly Ji Qiufeng's rambling, with Yi Weiwei's soft agreement as a secondary element. But nowadays, committee member Ye's gaze shifted, which caught Ji Qiufeng's attention. What are you looking at? More energetic than me when I speak? Ji Qiufeng asked, puzzled, and quickly turned around. This glance had a significant impact. This left Ji Qiufeng stunned, as it was a skill he had never seen before. Those who can obtain the position of committee member are all exceptionally talented individuals who have broken through to almost the highest level within a limited age. So, what hasn't Qiufeng seen? Hey, what's in front of me? I've never seen anything like it before. As the shadows not far away thickened again, and dark shapes began to materialize from the ground, Ji Qiufeng was dumbfounded. If I could sense the danger. Ji Qiufeng even wondered if Tianxia, the leader of the AI race, might have some kind of backup plan for resurrection. But as things stand now, in fact, that's not the case at all. Ultimately, everything that is happening can only be attributed to Bai Yi himself. Anyone with eyes can see it at a glance. This is Bai Yi's skill. In just a few blinks of an eye, the shadows of the scattered parts began to converge into the air, as if the scene were playing in reverse. Soon, the condensation gathered in midair gradually took shape. The shadows converged and transformed into black, sharply defined parts. The next moment, the shadowy parts assembled themselves. It looked like water droplets coming together, or like countless parts being perfectly assembled. There wasn't the slightest flaw or gap in it. Soon, the shadows have all gathered. A silhouette of a mecha has been assembled. Look at him like this. Its fighting style is about 70 to 80% similar to that of the celestial machines, but it also has its own unique style as a subordinate of the shadow, although it has sharp edges and corners. but it's more like a living being than a rigid robot. A jet-black scarf appeared, gathering around the neck of the shadowy mecha and fluttering behind it in the wind. The two probes appeared nimbly, like a pair of crimson eyes. Boom. The shadow mech landed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Although it's assembled from shadows, it's quite heavy. Bai glanced over and immediately saw the data. Shadow minion, shadow mech, high intelligence form. Level, 68. HP, 206W5400 / 206W5400. Base attack power, 88,000 plus. Status, special amplification buff, Monarch's domain. Equipment, shadow laser cannon, shadow mechanical arm. Skills, S rank, unconditional repair, SS rank, digital consciousness upload, S rank plus, 3-form switching, SS rank plus, hidden energy on back. Looking at this terrifying panel, Bai was quite surprised, as this could be considered the strongest shadow under his command. Only, unfortunately, it wasn't a fully fledged celestial machine that was killed, otherwise this shadow might have been even stronger. Suddenly, the shadow mech bowed to Bai, its knees sinking deep into the ground. Welcome, my lord. A synthesized mechanical voice rang out. Seeing the shadow mech's reaction, Bai became interested. Can it talk? Yes. The shadow mech bowed. Bai hadn't expected this. Among his previous group of shadow minions, even those at the boss level or those formed from humans, they basically have no ability to speak. But now, this shadow mech can actually speak human language? These are just a few simple words. It represents more than just the ability to speak. It also shows that it possesses considerable intelligence. I glanced at the shadow mech skills. Upon seeing the SS level skill, digital consciousness upload, Bai immediately thought of the previous plan of the celestial machine. It's simply uploading its mechanical consciousness to the network, thereby taking over the entire world's network. It can not only strangle the entire world's population. Is it possible to make it virtually immortal? Interesting. That's really interesting. Bai looked at the shadow mech and found it increasingly interesting. Since he possesses this skill, does it mean that Bai can indirectly control the entire world's network? Upon closer reflection, that's incredible. The moment the celestial machines appeared, France shut down all network access across the country. The purpose is to prevent the consciousness of the celestial machines from being uploaded. What can Bai do now? He can easily achieve what the celestial machines have yet to accomplish. Take direct control of the entire world's network. Chapter 183 Shadow AFK Leveling Up. A new door to reaping the rewards. 183 Shadow AFK Leveling Up. A new gateway to effortless gain. However, Bai quickly suppressed this idea. This behavior is truly a provocation to the entire world. At least, shouldn't we wait until there's no one around before trying it out? Thinking about this, Bai stopped thinking about it. It was best not to reveal this to outsiders. If committee member Yi and the others found out about this, who knows what might happen? This is... Committee member Yi slowly stepped forward and involuntarily asked. Oh, it's nothing. Specialized skills. Similar to a necromancer, it has the ability to resurrect corpses to fight for them. Bai casually offered an explanation, which clarified things for committee member Yi and the others. But, unlike necromancers in this world can only manipulate corpses as summons. But a corpse is a corpse because, ultimately, the reason why something can be called a corpse is that it cannot be upgraded, lacks intelligence, and is much weaker than it was in life. Bai's only profession, Shadow King, is different. Each shadow is like an independent individual, possessing unlimited potential, and may even be more powerful than in life. But in this world, the number of corpses a necromancer can control is directly proportional to their spiritual power. Unlike Bai, theoretically, it is possible to infinitely recruit shadow minions and possess an endless number of them. Unfortunately, the number of shadow minions that can be carried around is always limited, with a limit of no more than 1,000. At this point, it's still a little bit of a pity. Both Night Committee member and Ji Qiufeng had the same expression when they saw the newly appeared shadow mech. It's incredible. It was shocking. There was also a strange sense of relief. It can be described as a standard pie chart. But soon, the two understood and accepted it. After all, there are countless professionals, and it is reasonable for a few to be special. It all depends on the two of them. One of his main abilities is controlling light and radiation, while the other is transforming weapons and achieving super speed. None of them seem normal. Since they've already come to this point, they won't find Bai Yi's skills strange anymore. It's easy to accept and highly adaptable. And at this point, The Francois crisis was drawing to a close, and the next step was the cleanup of the battlefield. But these things will ultimately not be done by foreign friends like Bai, but by people from France themselves. For foreign players like Bai, being able to come and lend a hand to completely resolve this omnic crisis is basically enough to show that they have done their utmost. Regarding this crisis, France has lost about 60 to 70% of its population, which is a truly alarming number. But the majority of them were local black people fleeing, representing a loss of almost half the population. For France as a whole, this is generally considered a good thing. After all, these chocolate-colored people are like an invasive species. You can't get rid of them no matter what you do. This crisis. This directly solved the huge problem that had been troubling France, allowing the entire country to return to its original state. At this time, the overall battle situation has stabilized, and France is basically able to be self-sufficient, so it no longer needs Bai and his team of foreign aid. Certainly, superficial pleasantries were necessary, and France immediately held a thank you meeting. We are grateful for the assistance from our neighbors and from some countries around the world. That concludes the discussion. This machine crisis has come to a complete end, and it's time for everyone to leave. Meanwhile, Bai, he then boarded Han Xiao's fighter jet and returned to his hometown. It has to be said, this thing is really impressive and incredibly fast. It flew over several countries in no time. They returned to their country. Bai was not idle either, and was immediately led into an awards ceremony. The ceremony begins with a banquet. A leader then gave a speech. In short, everything seemed both complicated and solemn. It reminded Bai of moments like sports meets and freshman orientation. When the principal stood up to speak, he said he would only say a few words. Since you're going to say a few words, then I'll say a few words. It's not that we won't do this, but as the saying goes, I had barely left when they followed me. The smarter a person is, the smarter their mind is. Fortunately, though, the speech didn't last long, but it made Bai a little drowsy. Finally, it's time to get involved with Bai and the others. At last, please welcome Yi Yufan, Ji Xiufeng, Bai and others to the stage. Awarding of a medal. Suddenly, the audience spontaneously applauded, jolting Bai, who had almost fallen asleep, awake. No. What do you mean? What do you mean? How does this have to do with me? As Bai muttered to himself, he and his comrades from the Hanxiao Alliance who had participated in the Faransi incident went up on stage. Not only the five brothers, but also committee member Yi, committee member Ji, and others. There were even a group of committee members that Bai had never seen before, and they all looked quite capable. A medal ceremony was held. Finally, the photographer, seated on professional equipment, took a picture of the group as a memento. Not long after the ceremony ended, Bai was finally able to go back and rest. It has to be said, once you join the organization, you can't avoid these kinds of things, but there are plenty of resources available. However, for now, it is not yet time for Bai to be used. He is accumulating these resources, waiting until he needs them to be used all at once. Meanwhile, Bai was thinking, if we send committee member Yi and the other committee members to hunt down extremely powerful, high-level monsters, and let him collect resources and extract shadows from behind. Isn't this wonderful? This is also one of the great benefits of joining the Alliance, having experienced players guide you through leveling up. But for now, Bai just wants to get some rest. During his time in France, he was under immense mental strain. Even though his mental strength was now far greater than that of ordinary people, he still longed for a good night's sleep. Back in the room, Bai didn't think much of it and went straight to sleep. He fell asleep. Bai slept from the afternoon until noon the next day, the sunlight on her face slowly waking her up. Nothing happened that day. Bai rested for a whole day. During this time, he randomly found a dungeon and sent his shadow in to level up. In any case, the shadow can resurrect infinitely, making it practically immortal. Even when facing a monster 10 levels higher than itself, it can still whittle it down in time. And this kind of AFK behavior, it was as if Bai had opened the door to a new world. Previously, I was simply limited by my preconceived notions. Who said you have to go in person to upgrade? He is Bai. Why not just drop the shadow into the dungeon and reap the rewards without lifting a finger? Chapter 184 The Night Committee Members' Vigilance, carried by the idea of upgrading. The committee's vigilance on the 184th night was tinged with the idea of escalation. Time flies. My main character is now busy running through various dungeons, enjoying the thrill of grinding monsters. At times like this, Bai couldn't help but recall the night he first obtained his natal shadow, and the tremendous improvement he gained by spontaneously training with it all night. It has to be said, the feeling of idling is incredibly satisfying. It's just a pity. Because Bai Yi's natal shadow was fighting in various dungeons, he didn't enter the fray immediately, resulting in no shadow being extracted. But it was also because Bai Yi deliberately didn't do that. After all, even he, the Shadow King, could only carry a limited number of shadow subordinates with him. So, even if your main shadow fights in the dungeon, it's not very meaningful to extract shadows from monster corpses and obtain a new batch of shadow minions. After all, it's impossible to take them all out of the instance if you leave too much. If the professionals inside the instance discover this, it will be a troublesome matter, though not insignificant. So, letting your own shadow hunt and level up on its own isn't necessarily a bad thing. Overall, Bai Yi was quite satisfied with this method of leveling up while offline. And it is also because of this place. Bai Yi had to think deeply about it. He realized he was still bound by his preconceived notions. What he needs to do now. It's about breaking free from conventional thinking and making perfect use of his Shadow King profession to maximize its benefits. Who says you have to get involved in upgrading your gear? Who says that upgrading has to take years to barely get an upgrade? Despite these ideas, all of these are summaries from predecessors and senior professionals, but there are still some omissions. After all, these ideas may apply to most professionals, but they are not suitable for geniuses, let alone prodigies and geniuses among geniuses. But after breaking free from previous ways of thinking, Bai Yi thought of having committee member Yi and others take him hunting super-level monsters. Only, this idea is still just a concept. There's no intention to take action yet. The initial form of this idea. Nothing beats Bai Yi's first team-up, the one with Lu Run and the five brothers Xiao Hao. The first team to be formed. For Bai Yi, it wasn't a very good experience. His teammates, who were originally stronger than him, became a hindrance in his fight against the hidden boss. But, if the teammates were top members of the Hanxiao Alliance, such as the committee members who were at the very top, the outcome would be completely different. Thinking about this, Bai Yi immediately sent a message to committee member Yi, intending to express his thoughts. But, committee member Yi sent a series of messages, which made Bai Yi wary. Yi Yufan, I can guess some things, but it's not convenient to talk about them here. Yi Yufan, I don't know if the internet is safe, but the important thing is to talk about things face to face, so let's not discuss it here. See here. Bai Yi then discovered something. It seems so. Even with the network built by the Hanxiao Alliance, committee member Yi didn't fully trust it. It's not that there's a mole or anything within the Hanxiao Alliance. Rather, it does not guarantee that other countries or alliances do not possess the skills to spy on networks and arbitrarily search for online information. At this point, it's still quite terrifying. After all, in terms of information warfare, although there is no actual fighting or gunpowder, it is a real, hidden battle between alliances and guilds. Bai Yi stretched. I glanced at the notification bar of the professional system. Instance, Radiation Cataclysm City. Applicable levels, level 58 to 72. Danger level, medium to high. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Radiation Seven-Eyed Fish. 178,000 experience points added. Congratulations on defeating the monster, 88-clawed blue illusion octopus. Experience gained, 219,000. Congratulations on defeating the monster, acne whale. Experience gained, 266,660. Congratulations on defeating the monster. Congratulations on reaching level 56. Seeing the constant pop-up notifications, Bai Yi realized that they were all the shadow minions he had been AFKing in that dungeon. After all, Bai Yi's personal shadow, also known as his shadow subordinate, is able to carry shadowy subordinates with him at all times. Those shadow minions. Basically, you can switch between them at will. When you're low on health, you go back to the Shadow Kingdom to recover, and when you're fully healed, you go back out to fight. Between repetitions, these shadow minions were not much slower than the Shadow Hunter, who possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. With long periods of idle time, Bai Yi's level is also slowly increasing. But, this kind of AFK, away from keyboard, gameplay does have one fatal flaw. That is it. Since Bai Yi's destined shadow was not by his side, and Bai Yi himself did not have a shadow, it seemed quite abrupt. And, since there is no shadow, none of the shadow minions can be carried with them. That concludes the discussion. Bai Yi, a perfectly good Shadow King, was suddenly left with only a lonely throne and no shadow subordinates to command because of this AFK mode. But, who in the perfectly safe Hanxiao Alliance would need subordinates? Furthermore, Bai Yi is not just a pretty face. He does possess considerable fighting ability. At least, you'll encounter opponents you can't defeat. Just swap shadows and run away. And now, what Bai Yi needed to worry about was not such a small problem, but rather the matter of his conversation with committee member Yi. This idea first came about. After careful consideration, Bai Yi decided not to reveal his intentions. After all, his level was too low at the time. If committee member Yi and the others hadn't taken care of him, those super-level monsters could have killed him in one move. The gap in skill level among professionals is too large, with each having a clear numerical advantage. If you exceed level 20, the damage will be significantly reduced. It exceeds level 40. Basically, even if you stand among low-level players and get hacked down for a year, you won't lose a single drop of blood. That's the terror of numerical superiority. Just like, no matter how many level 1 professionals try to attack a level 40 boss, they will be unable to inflict any damage. The same logic applies to a level 40 expert who can easily kill countless level 1 professionals with a single skill. If Bai Yi, going to participate in those super-level battles could easily lead to disaster if you're not careful. If committee member Yi and others are unable to take care of everything, it's hard to say. If there really is a terrifying monster, a single slap, amplified by various terrifying skills, can deal over 1 million damage. In battles of the same level, there won't be a significant difference in damage output. However, due to defense and various numerical factors, high-level players have a significant advantage when fighting low-level players. The damage output is considerable. Between those of the same level, a strike that could have dealt 100,000 damage might only deal between 50,000 and 70,000 damage due to the opponent's hidden defensive attributes. But this kind of attack is only effective against someone 40 levels lower than oneself. Several times the critical hit rate is the least of your worries. If it's not done well, they might really get wiped out instantly. Chapter 185, A Supermodern Ancient City, Yanjing Beiping. 185, Ultramodern Ancient City, Yanjing Beiping. After having this initial idea, although Bai Yi had this idea, he did not put it into practice. After all, you only have one life. If only this kind of thing happened once, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of it happening to me, that would be a complete disaster for him as well. So, it's good to think about this kind of thing first, and then consider the pros and cons. If the drawbacks can be completely eliminated, or if the benefits are so great that Bai Yi cannot refuse. Therefore, this plan can still be considered for implementation. However, what needs to be considered now is why committee member Yi requested a face-to-face meeting. Bai Yi is definitely involved. There's something unexpected going on. Could it be that someone is really eavesdropping on the internet? If that's really the case, then it's indeed necessary to communicate with committee member Yi in person. But thinking about it, if Bai Yi has something to tell you, committee member Yi can probably guess a thing or two. After all, it was in front of him. The skill of extracting shadows has already been demonstrated. Every member of the committee is an outstanding individual among outstanding individuals, a prodigy among prodigies. If one cannot even guess or make connections to these small things, then it would be a serious dereliction of duty. So, it's not surprising that committee member Yi could guess something. This was something Bai Yi wasn't quite sure about. How much did committee member Yi actually guess? These are things that need to be discussed in person. After all, in Bai Yi's vision, it would be great if a group of committee members or big shots could help him level up. They extracted the shadows of the monsters they killed. That would be a significant improvement for Bai Yi. After all, despite Bai Yi's current strength, he doesn't have much of a way to deal with monsters above level 40 or even higher. After all, besides those attributes that have been revealed, there are also hidden attributes such as defense value. If these defense values are too high, then attacks with values lower than that will not cause much damage. If you can't even break through the defense, then even if you launch an attack, it's like scratching a thorn. So, if those committee members and bigwigs can kill the monster, allowing Bai Yi to extract the shadow on his own, this improvement for Bai Yi is considerable. And now, that was when we went to committee member Ye's residence to talk to him in person. But then committee member Yi sent another message. Yi Yufan, the plan has changed. Let's do this, asterisk position first. Yi Yufan, the matter is a bit complicated. Let's explain in person. After seeing this message, Bai Yi started to think about it a little more. What does it mean that things are somewhat complicated? Bai Yi didn't really know much about what these committee members did, but he had at least heard some of it. It is said that these committee members are sometimes extremely busy, and sometimes they slack off. In general, somewhat similar to firefighters and night shift doctors, they are really idle when they are not busy, but when they are busy they can't even get a bite to eat. Thinking about this, Bai decisively set off and first summoned his shadows. After all, going out alone always makes me feel a little uneasy, especially without my shadow. Whether it's one's own shadow or the fact that there is no shadow beneath one's body. They're all quite strange. In China, there used to be a saying that people without shadows were actually ghosts. Bai didn't want to be mistaken for a ghost the moment she stepped outside. Although there are many professionals in this world with all sorts of strange and unusual skills, the fact that there is no shadow is still a little strange. With a thought, Bai immediately switched places with one of the shadow subordinates in the Radiation Cataclysm City. The next moment, Bai was not in the villa of Hanxiao Alliance, but appeared instantly in the instance. Inside the instance, toxic gases filled the air, and the sewage in the distance emitted a foul stench. If it weren't for recalling his shadow subordinates, Bai probably wouldn't have stayed here for even a second. Not many professionals are willing to enter this instance. This area is densely populated with monsters, making it a convenient place for high-level professionals to grind monsters and quickly gain experience. But here, it was so foul-smelling that it was not a place for a human to stay. Soon, Bai summoned back his natal shadow, which then transformed into his seemingly ordinary shadow. The remaining hundreds of highly skilled shadow warriors also returned to the shadows and were preserved in the Shadow Kingdom. As for this side, in this instance, Bai casually left behind a shadow subordinate, so that his main shadow could bring his subordinates over later to continue farming monsters. The task of this shadowy subordinate was also very simple. Stay in this instance forever. It remains immortal. It's fine to just use it as an anchor point or coordinate. If you need to come back to this instance, Bai or your main character's shadow can use Shadow Swap to get there. The next moment, Bai used a Shadow Swap to return to the villa within the Hanxiao Alliance. I used it once before. Naturally, a shadow subordinate was swapped for him on the spot. In this back and forth, 2 shadow minions were left behind in that instance to serve as anchor coordinates. Immediately, Bai set off for the coordinates sent by committee member Yi. Only, the closer you look at these coordinates, the more eye-catching they become. Yanjing, Beijing. Isn't the place we're going to the capital? Goodness. It's inconvenient to talk in other places, but it's convenient to talk in the capital, right? Bai hadn't expected this location either. The present-day Yanjing, Beijing. It has already been built into one of the most representative cities in China, a city full of technology and ancient charm. From the outside, it looks like a super-modern metropolis, but it's within the Third Ring Road. It then takes on a more traditional, ancient feel, with neon elements becoming more subtle and subtly integrated into every part of the space. And the location Bai was going to. It was also located within the Third Ring Road of Yanjing, Beijing. Soon, Bai rode the windmill and soon arrived at his destination. Once outside the Third Ring Road, aircraft can no longer enter. The no-fly zone there was jointly created by several high-level professionals. Although Bai could handle it, it wasn't wise to rush in. Being labeled as obstructing public administration would be very troublesome. So be it. He disembarked outside the Third Ring Road and casually put the windmill into his storage space. Within the Third Ring Road, the pedestrian streets along the roadside are all automated lanes that accelerate. It looks like an ordinary stone-paved road. But as long as you walk up there, in that instant, one could understand what it meant to shrink the earth to an inch. The ground itself carried the person at increased speed. A person takes 1 step. The ground can then carry a person forward 10 steps. Walking on the stone-paved road, Bai was practically flying, as if he were being flung around by a swift step skill. Chapter 186, A New Mission. The entire plan for taking flight revealed. 186 New Mission. The entire flying plan is revealed. Bai held the black identity card and glanced at the location displayed on it. In front of me, it is a huge building. Its enormous size is not due to its height of several hundred or several thousand meters, but rather to its vast area. In Yanjing, Beijing, where land was incredibly valuable. It's rare to see a building of this size. Bai even considered not going inside, although he was a time traveler. But in both of my lifetimes combined, I have never had any real contact with high-level officials. Taking this step will likely reveal a completely different world. Forget it. I've already beaten countless bosses. Can this threshold stop me? Thinking about it, Bai stepped inside. As soon as I went in, a laser beam swept over Bai, and then Bai looked up and saw a different view. From the outside, the building doesn't look very tall, only a few stories high. But once inside, they discovered that the sky was actually a layer of light, and all the weather was calculated. Bai couldn't help but wonder how much money it would cost to get all these things done. The surrounding buildings resemble a narrow alleyway in southern China. The fresh scent after the rain surrounded Bai Yi, making her feel relaxed. Unexpected. The interior of this building is quite down to earth. Suddenly, the wall beside them shifted, and a door opened out of thin air. The figure of the night committee member emerged from among them. This way, committee member Yi maintained his usual expression and waved for Bai Yi to enter. Bai Yi didn't think much of it, and followed committee member Yi inside. After entering the room, the surrounding space suddenly changed, as if it were completely covered by a black curtain, making it difficult to see clearly. There is a hazy and illusory feeling. This is, Bai Yi asked, looking at the changes around him. Seeing this, committee member Yi immediately spoke up to explain. This is one of my skills. Nightfall. We can basically rule out all possibilities of external eavesdropping. After listening, Bai Yi nodded calmly. I see. It's likely because of this skill that committee member Yi allowed him to come here, since this skill can prevent him from being monitored. Only, what could possibly be so secretive that it needs to be kept hidden? Could it be? In this short period of time, Bai Yi thought a lot, including his vision for the future and his thoughts about that crucial key. But soon, committee member Ye's words brought Bai Yi back to the present moment, causing Bai Yi to feel puzzled. What I'm about to tell you is a little complicated. You know Chimin, right? Committee member Yi suddenly brought up this professional in the alliance. This professional had also once performed a divination for a key. It was the time when Bai Yi obtained the key. However, the result was disappointing. He had only performed a simple divination, but he coughed up blood 2 or 3 times and refused to continue. And the result obtained. Simply having Bai Yi kill the boss in Honolulu will allow him to obtain the key and exit the dungeon. That was incredibly hasty. I know him, but I don't know much about him. Bai Yi nodded, indicating that he was aware of such a person. This kind of existence. Every country has some, more or less. The Chimin of the Hanxiao Alliance, the Starry Sky Diviner, from India, and the code name, Tarot from the United States. And the Russian Reader of Fate, the Olympian Fabler of the Gods, and so on. These are all well-known professionals associated with these prophecies. They generally don't take action. Once it's done, that language is basically related to the major affairs of a country, so the losses are extremely high. But Bai Yi wasn't particularly interested in these things. The predictions these people made were mostly vague and uncertain. Others believed it without a doubt. But in Bai Yi's view, it had a slightly superstitious element to it. But, since everyone else believed it, Bai Yi naturally couldn't refute it, so he just nodded. According to the divination of Chimin, this matter, it's more or less related to you. Committee member Yi and Bai Yi locked eyes, their expressions unreadable. Perhaps it was a complex feeling of unease about Bai Yi's fate. Or perhaps, it's a sense of awe for Bai Yi's rich and varied destiny. In conclusion, committee member Yi continued speaking. 3 envoys will be coming from the United States this time. They said they came for friendly exchanges. In reality, it's about investigating the whereabouts of all the committee members. Committee member Yi spoke frankly, saying everything he wanted to say in one breath. Bai Yi listened. His brows furrowed slightly. What did this have to do with him? In general, Chimin and several professionals in divination jointly performed the divination. We have determined the approximate locations of 17 keys, and you are one of the candidates to be investigated in these 17 instances. Of course, this time, the rewards were distributed ahead of schedule. And, whether you discover it or not, whether you complete the task or not, you can take this reward. Committee member Yi rattled off the benefits in one breath, as if afraid that Bai Yi would change his mind. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but ponder deeply. His last trip to Honolulu was still vivid in his mind. For him, it was neither dangerous nor not dangerous. The reward was still taken away in full. But, this job is probably one that no one in the entire Hanxiao Alliance would dare to take on. There was only him. He was like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers, taking on and completing the task that cost so many talented people their lives. And finally, that mysterious key is still inside his body, unknown to outsiders. But, perhaps some people know this, such as the Chimin people of the Hanxiao Alliance. But as if they were of one mind, they all fell silent and made no fuss. Thinking about this, Bai Yi pondered for a moment, then revealed everything about himself. This plan. He had thought of this as early as when he awakened his profession and obtained the Extract Shadow specialization skill. Only, the plan was not implemented because he lacked sufficient influence and had not encountered many powerful figures. This plan. He had a group of committee members lead him to hunt down super-level monsters, while he followed to extract their shadows. After listening, committee member Ye's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't quite articulate his true thoughts. Is that so? Although I guess some of it. I can only say that the world is so big and full of wonders. Your skill. The potential is terrifyingly high. If you're doing this alone, you'll probably have to level up slowly. No, your leveling speed has broken most records. I need to think about it carefully. As soon as committee member Yi finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that he had a task to give to Bai Yi. Then the conversation shifted abruptly. Chapter 187 The Long Journey Plan. The Anticipation of Super-Level Monsters. 187's Long Journey Plan. The Anticipation of Super-Level Monsters. As long as you complete this mission, the Alliance will provide you with as much support as possible. I am speaking in my personal capacity. I assure you. Committee member Ye's eyes hardened, as if he was certain of the feasibility of the two plans. Although the committee member was acting in his own personal capacity. However, this guarantee still carries the weight of a commitment. To a large extent, each committee member's decision, to a greater or lesser extent, can influence the direction of the entire Hanxiao Alliance. After all, aside from the leader and deputy leader, the most influential people are the 36 members of the Hanxiao Alliance. Every committee member, as I said before, they are all outstanding individuals, the cream of the crop, conquering all obstacles and achieving victory after victory. Each of them alone is no less impressive than Bai Yi. That is indeed the case. All the top talents that China has gathered over the years have been included in this list. You could even say that each committee member could be the subject of a lengthy biography. Perhaps it's not as tragic, nor as dramatic or full of twists and turns. But one thing is certain. Every person who has managed to sit in this committee position has experienced a life filled with peril and legend. So, to some extent, what committee member Yi said and the promises he made could actually represent the Hanxiao Alliance. Since you put it that way. So this task. I accept. Bai Yi waved his hand and immediately agreed. Stop using you and your titles. I value you highly, and I estimate it won't be long. We are now equals. Committee member Yi showed a rare smile, but it quickly vanished from his face as if nothing had ever happened. The words hadn't been out for long. Committee member Yi casually reached into his storage bag and took out the reward for this occasion. It was a giant sword as tall as a person. The sword is split in two, making it exceptionally sharp. It is shaped like an ancient sword, but the hilt has some Olympian mythological style. Bai Yi looked over and subconsciously used his detection ability. Weapon, Great Sword, Twilight. Quality, Golden Legend. Attack power. Durability, Infinity plus / Infinity plus. Level restriction, level 55 and above. Introduction, the legendary Sword of Surtur, the Fire Giant, is said to possess the power to cleave through space and all magic, but the truth remains to be confirmed. Looking at this giant sword, Bai Yi's eyes clearly lit up. Nice one. But this attack power is really strange. At his level, it's a string of question marks. See here. Committee member Yi then explained. Every single golden prop. They all have some unique mechanisms, some of which are easy to understand and some of which have not yet been discovered. This Twilight Blade is easy to explain. The more skilled the person wielding it, the sharper it will be. I imagine the vice president could cut an atom with ease if he had it. Committee member Yi spoke directly to explain. But it would have been better if he hadn't explained it at all. The explanation left Bai Yi somewhat stunned. It has this characteristic. Why didn't the vice president keep it for himself, but instead gave it to him? Is this reasonable? There's no need for that expression. Anything that can be given away must mean that the giver has something better. Committee member Yi said casually, glancing at the situation before explaining again. Listen. Bai Yi nodded to himself. It seemed that was indeed the case. Since the higher-ups were able to give us this weapon, it means they must have kept 100 or even 1,000 times better stuff. Otherwise, how could such a powerful weapon have ended up in his hands? Then I'll accept it. Bai Yi reached out and put the Twilight Blade into his storage backpack. Just as expected, this legendary gold weapon occupies an entire inventory slot, making it extremely valuable. Soon, committee member Yi then recounted the course of this mission. First, go to Little Britain and enter one of its eastern instances, the mysterious Fog City. This copy is a crucial part. In the mysterious Fog City, there is a special monster that drops a time-limited invisibility item. Wearing it will prevent you from being tracked for a certain period of time. Then, Go to 3 of the 16 dungeons and investigate clues about the appearance of the keys. They are the Ice Island Instance, Frozen Prison, the instance of Huangqi Ghost Kingdom, Raging Flame Plains, a copy of the Iberian Strait Story, the Island of Suffering. These 3 locations are all near Little Britain, making it convenient for Bai Yi to travel there quickly within a week and conduct investigations. Just like what committee member Yi said, this operation prioritizes doing our best, and it's okay if we don't achieve anything. Of course, it would be best if there were any gains, and there will be additional rewards later. If nothing is discovered, the reward that was issued first will not be taken back. This demonstrates the importance attached to this mission. It seems so. This time, the Hanxiao Alliance has really invested heavily. It remains to be seen who will complete the remaining 14 locations and what rewards they will receive. Only, these things will no longer concern Bai Yi. This is the end. So you can rally a group of committee members and accomplish my goal? Bai Yi asked, seeking confirmation. Committee member Yi said nothing. He simply nodded slowly. Although nothing was said, it spoke volumes, giving Bai Yi a definite answer. Bai Yi's idea. As before, he had a group of committee members lead him to hunt super-level monsters, allowing them to extract shadows and turn them into shadow minions under his control. Super-level. It's not just a simple name. Behind it lies a mysterious and terrifying unknown monster. It is the most powerful being among all the dungeons. You could say that. Each super-level monster is capable of creating its own instance or even tearing open a portal to enter Earth. A relatively well-known super-level monster. Even the most ruthless and exploitative person would not spare a single corpse, the arrogant Dragon King, if no one had stopped it at the time. It's estimated that it won't be long before the first to appear, the Sky Dragon King, and a host of super-level monsters, are able to completely crush Blue Star. That being said, the committee members also have responsibilities in dealing with these super-level monsters that have not yet entered Earth. The committee members' main task is basically to find and kill super-level monsters in advance. And the rules for the committee members. When it was convenient, they would go in groups of 9 to suppress and kill. Even when it's inconvenient, 3 people should still go together to intercept them. Each super-level monster will have serious consequences for the entire planet. Fortunately, Earth is more resilient than the planet, and with a group of top human professionals protecting it, nothing major has happened so far. It should be replaced with Earth. Even if we were to use hydrogen or nuclear peace bombs, they would probably just become nourishment for super-level monsters. They could not escape annihilation. Chapter 188 Ancient Evil God and the 3 Messengers. Ji Qiufeng's Excessive Explanation. Chapter 188 The Ancient Evil God and the 3 Messengers, by Ji Qiufeng. Too much explanation. So, if even one super-level monster could be extracted as a shadow, the boost to Bai Yi's combat power would be immeasurable. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's not even level 60 yet. A casual gesture. A super-level monster, Shadow, emerged directly from the shadows. Who isn't afraid? Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a little happy. But, until it is achieved, it can only be considered a pie in the sky, something to dream about, but never actually get a taste of. The most important thing now is to complete Hanxiao's mission. It doesn't seem too difficult. Basically, it only takes a few days to get it done, so it's relatively easy. And now, after explaining everything, committee member Yi deactivated his skill, Nightfall. The hazy surroundings dissipated, and the room returned to its original Jiangnan-style appearance. Cancel the projection. Committee member Yi said casually. Committee member Yi waved again. The entire room changed, and the scene returned to its original state. There were only simple tables and chairs, clean and neat. Turn out to be. All the old furnishings in the room were projections attached to it, somewhat like a piece of paint. However, it can be replaced at any time. The inner hall was the banquet hall for receiving the invoiced. You can participate too. I can get acquainted with the committee members so I can give them a heads up in advance. Of course, those 3 messengers each have their own agendas. It's best to be careful. Committee member Yi spoke at length again, which would have surprised anyone who knew him well. He said as much in one day as he had in a week. I left the room. Following the alleyway draped with projections, Bai Yi and committee member Yi arrived at the inner hall. The space here is much more impressive than the villa Bai Yi previously rented in Hanxia. An air of dignified elegance was evident everywhere. Bai Yi reached out and touched the vase, which was as tall as a person, only to find that it was real and not a projection. The moment it was touched, the vase seemed a bit unsteady, as if it were about to fall to the side. Suddenly, A slender hand stroked over and stabilized the vase. They're all from last week. It's not worth much, don't worry. A gentle voice came from inside. The person was a woman. She still looks young, but her demeanor suggests that she has entered middle age prematurely. Sister Lu. Committee member Yi nodded, acknowledging her. The middle-aged woman, referred to as Sister Lu, responded in agreement and then turned her gaze to Bai Yi. They had both heard of each other. Bai Yi knew Sister Lu. She was also one of the 36 committee members, but her seniority was much higher than that of committee member Yi. They joined the league quite early. It is said that Sister Lu will be a century old in a little over 10 years. But she still maintains her youthful appearance. The reason is that in a dungeon called Ancient Calamity, a pact was made with an ancient evil god named Thon. The ancient evil god Thon granted her a permanent buff of immortality. The requirement was that Sister Lu serve him for 100 years. Result: Sister Lu immediately summoned the vice leader and, together with 11 committee members, chopped the ancient evil god to pieces. It also included several transcendent laws, which obliterated his soul. Since Party A is gone, this promise is naturally null and void. But the benefit was that it was acquired. All I can say is, Sister Lu is ruthless, both physically and mentally. This classic case is widely known within the Hanxiao Alliance, and Bai Yi was naturally aware of it. And Bai Yi. Sister Lu had naturally heard about it. The recent emergence of a rising star had drawn special attention from the vice leader. Bai Yi's leveling speed is also quite well known. Just like the day before, your neighbor graduated from elementary school. The next day, you turn around and they have a degree certificate. Before they could even rest for 2 days, they had already made contributions to the scientific community and had them recorded. This is amazing. The committee members, whose information was still circulating, were also fully informed. Certainly, without Ji Qiufeng's tireless efforts in narrating nearly 10,000 words every day, the entire committee member circle would be much more isolated from the news. This must be Xiao Bai. This name isn't quite right. Let's call him Brother Bai instead. Sister Lu thought about it carefully and then addressed Bai Yi accordingly. Hearing this title, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and replied softly, Sister Lu. Sister Lu smiled and turned her gaze to the entire venue. This meeting, basically, it's equivalent to the T2 level combat power of other countries. But those 3 people had quite a lot of demands and a lot of pomp and circumstance. Although all of them combined are not enough for me to fight alone, they still represent the dignity of other countries. Sister Lu glanced at it disdainfully. He raised an eyebrow. He gestured for Bai Yi to look towards the center of the venue, where 3 distinctly foreign figures could be seen. Each of them has a distinct style and has forged its own path. Immediately, Sister Lu raised an eyebrow and introduced him to Bai Yi. That one over there. The guy wearing a black bodysuit and carrying a blue bag is Ryan Remitz. Professional God-level gunsmith, rank SS+, affiliated with the MD Alliance of the United States. A show-off with smoky eye makeup and dreadlocks. Johnny is a specially approved SS-class Straits Guardian, belonging to the Malacca Maritime Lifeline Alliance. Finally, there was Galhad, who betrayed his own country, France. A professional S-rank knight of the Round Table, belonging to the Celtic Alliance. That's all. Sister Lu shrugged, indicating. All in all, they are all spies sent by other countries, ostensibly to promote friendly exchanges. Actually, it's just to see if we take any action. It's difficult for us to get away, and this mission is only in its initial stages, so we don't really need to set off. After saying this, Sister Lu seemed to let out a long sigh of relief and patted Bai Yi on the shoulder. So, it's up to you, young man. I believe in you. Despite Lu Jie's extremely youthful appearance and her commanding tone, Bai Yi didn't find anything out of place. Nodding silently, Bai Yi then set off. I became acquainted with a group of committee members. Bai Yi wasn't good at dealing with these things, but he thought that he would have to rely on these seniors in the future so that he could control the super-level shadow subordinates. He set off without hesitation. Period. When they ran into Ji Qiufeng, the blonde-haired Ji Qiufeng familiarly put his arm around Bai Yi's shoulder. He introduced Bai Yi's glorious deeds to the group of committee members. Let Bai Yi feel it for herself. Is he really that strong? Ji Qiufeng knows each rookie better than he knows himself. When Bai Yi's story is told, it's like telling a heavily embellished, legendary tale. And this also attracted the attention of the committee members present, as well as many high-level fighters from the Hanxiao Alliance. Chapter 189 Departure. Little Britain, 8,800 kilometers away. 189, setting off. 8,800 kilometers away in Little Britain. The young hero from H City has arrived. A hidden class with the fastest leveling speed. Take a look. Speaking of Volume 3, one man covers his teammates as he fights the final boss alone. The more Ji Qiufeng talked, the more outrageous his claims became. It was even more fantastical than what Bai Yi herself had experienced. Suddenly, Ji Qiufeng was grabbed and spoken to privately by committee member Yi using the skill Nightfall. Sometimes, I really don't know if you are wise in disguise or foolish in disguise. Committee member Yi spoke directly to Ji Qiufeng with a cold expression. What's wrong? I'm not even praising myself anymore. Is it wrong to praise a newcomer? Ji Qiufeng stood with his hands on his hips, looking somewhat arrogant. Didn't you notice? Did the three visiting envoys all turn their attention here? Committee member Yi asked again, getting straight to the core issue. Of course we found it. That's my goal. Even in the worst case scenario, it's just those three guys targeting us. Get those three foreigners' attention here. Anyway, Brother Bai has the teleportation skill. I don't believe those three who advocate war have any means to restrain them. When the time comes, we'll find a few decoys to put here and mobilize a few committee members to search for the 17 copies with all their might. Having already secured the second key, wasn't that a step ahead of everyone else? Okay, stop looking at me like that. Although I feel quite selfish myself, it's like I'm forcibly putting this kind of thing on the younger generation. It's not like I didn't offer any compensation. In just a few seconds, Ji Qiufeng uttered a series of words. If it were possible to convert speech to text, Ji Qiufeng uttered nearly 300 words in half a minute, giving committee member Yi a real headache. Seeing that Ji Qiufeng was still talking nonstop, committee member Yi couldn't help but interrupt. All right, as long as you're aware of it. Just as the night committee was about to dispel the darkness, Ji Qiufeng continued his incessant chatter. Oh right, something like greater than mentally challenged and seemingly foolish. I'm definitely one of those wise ones. A hint of wisdom flashed across Ji Qiufeng's face. Listen. Committee member Yi nodded to himself. In this respect, it was the first time he had been so certain of Ji Qiufeng's thoughts. But they are not among those who appear foolish but are actually wise. But knowing the true nature of the autumn wind is another matter entirely. Night fell. The conversation between Ji Qiufeng and committee member Yi went unnoticed by anyone. From the outside perspective, the two people within that skill's range seemed to blur slightly for a few seconds, and their voices were not uttered. But a few dozen seconds later, the blurred boundaries reappeared, making it seem as if one's eyes were playing tricks on them. When the two reappeared, however, they found that Bai Yi had been surrounded by a group of people who were constantly chatting with him. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Let's raise a toast to you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Every committee member has to work their way up step by step. I admire you, young man. So this is the preparatory committee? There aren't any spots available. Let's not talk about that now. Speaking of which, my daughter is exactly 18, you know. Huh? Among all the committee members, Bai Yi was caught in a dilemma, neither staying nor getting close. If facing an enemy, without saying a word, Bai Yi simply swapped shadows and left. But given the current situation, it's really difficult to leave. Bai Yi got to know many of the committee members and was already feeling overwhelmed by the somewhat chaotic scene. I've used up my social energy for today. I'll wait for the refresh at midnight. Bai Yi glanced around. He glanced at committee member Yi. But before committee member Yi could pull him away, another committee member led him out of the encirclement. It was as if the people around were being pushed away by an invisible hand. They kept pushing away from the surroundings. A pale-faced man with a strong, youthful appearance, whose age was hard to guess, came before him. He hasn't spoken yet. A spirited voice then entered Bai Yi's mind. Juvenile. My name is Sidhu Enian, and I am also one of the 36 committee members. It's obvious that you don't like social interactions. Please accept this parting gift. As he spoke, 3 bright red brocade pouches were stuffed into Bai Yi's hands. Immediately afterwards, as if wielding the power of a ruler, Bai Yi was directly led out of the crowd. Behind him, other committee members commented on Sidhu Enian's actions. That old bastard Sidhu, he's managed to be a good guy all along. Come again when you have time, kid. All right, we old folks are just bored, but the younger generation might have things to do. Let's disperse. By the way, any news about the recent super-level monsters? No. No good. Then I can rest for another 10 days, or half a month. Amidst a murmur of discussion behind him, Bai Yi stepped out into the crowd. Soon, following this invisible force, we exited the venue. The present time. It was nearing evening, but Yinjing and Beiping were still like daytime, as if a curtain of light shrouded the sky. However, it doesn't feel uncomfortable. It actually feels like a leisurely afternoon, even more natural than natural light. Looking at this vast city of Yinjing, Beijing, Bai hadn't even had a chance to explore properly before she was ready to embark on her journey. But then I thought about it again. His mind was opened again. Why must he go in person to get there? He's being limited by his old way of thinking again. Once your natal shadow has passed, leave a shadow minion there. He could just swap shadows and get there anyway. Do it as soon as you think of it. The windmill and the natal shadow were released at the same time. A dark green aircraft appeared out of thin air, and the shadow beneath Bai transformed into a human shape. The next moment, my destined shadow mounts a windmill, and once it reaches the area outside the no-fly zone, it begins its journey. The destination, from China to Little Britain, is approximately 8,800 kilometers. It's not far, but it's not very close either. However, given the speed of the windmill, it should be able to fly there in the time it takes to eat a meal. The only headache, it's about flight routes and no-fly zones with other countries, but I imagine the night committee has already made arrangements. The aircraft has already been documented. It shouldn't be targeted by other countries. At most, there will be an investigation afterward, but it's unlikely to be shot down on the spot. Watching the departing shadow of my destiny and the wind will gradually turn into a small dot before my eyes, and finally disappear, I realized that they were gone. Bai looked up at the vast city of Yinjing, Beijing. Since we're already here, let's take a look around first. We'll have to go into the dungeon in a few hours, so it'll be good to relax a bit. This was Bai Yi's first time visiting this vast capital city. Between several hours, Bai ate roast duck, went to the old Prince Gong's mansion, and looked at the porcelain, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. In general, why not stay home, have some barbecue, and watch a movie? Chapter 190. Entering the Instance, Mysterious Fog City. Unique monsters make their first appearance. Enter the Instance, Mysterious Fog City. At level 190, unique monsters will appear for the first time. Not long after, my own shadow also rode the windmill to reach Little Britain. After seeing the number on the windmill, they got all the green lights all the way through. My shadow reached the most famous dungeon in Little Britain, Mysterious Fog City. This dungeon is famous not because the monsters inside are particularly difficult to deal with, or for any other reason. We rely entirely on the items that drop here. According to common sense on Earth, monsters below level 20 mainly drop materials, rarely dropping complete items. And between levels 30 and 50, there is a certain probability of dropping special items, and this is the case in the dungeon called Mysterious Fog City. But the dropped items should also be related to the monster. It's really unrealistic to expect a slippery slime to drop a giant sword out of thin air, although the entire world of Earth is somewhat similar to some other planets. But I still tried to reason with them a little. Although this principle, there is a little, but not much. And in this instance, there is a very famous monster, Thousand Faces and Faceless, which can drop two kinds of limited time items by chance. Both of these tools have very obvious effects. Basically, many professionals have heard that when they need to carry out some covert missions, they will come here to check it out. But for professionals below level 50, it's still too risky to come here. Not only is the drop rate of those two limited time items very low, but the Thousand Faces and Faceless that you need to kill are also basically level 50 or above. It's not that I don't want the props. For players below level 50, even if they come in a team, it's useless. And this mysterious, foggy city, that's the place Night Committee recommends you arrive at as soon as possible to get one or two limited time items. Thus, his destined shadow arrived here, driving the windmill across the vast Little Britain. When the wind turbine is on the ground, it is not much larger than a car, so it didn't attract much attention. We arrived at the location near the entrance to the Mysterious Fog City. The natal shadow did not continue forward, but instead synchronized the scene in front of it with Bai. Bai, who was 8,800 kilometers away, received the news immediately. Boss, I don't want the cumin duck rack and the noodles with soybean paste. The money has been transferred to you. Hearing Bai's voice, the busy shop owner quickened his pace. He thought it was a disguised way of urging him on. After all, if a restaurant is slow to serve food, customers often say they don't want what hasn't been served yet, which can speed up the cooking process. But now, the owner brought out noodles with soybean paste and braised duck bones, but Bai was nowhere to be seen. The shop owner quickened his pace, looking left and right at the shop entrance. But they never saw Bai's shadow. Little Britain, Central City, Upper Town. Bai Yi used Shadow Swap to directly replace one of his shadow subordinates, instantly teleporting himself here and over there. Following Bai Yi's orders, the shadow subordinates infiltrated a hidden area in Yanjing, Beijing. It serves as a coordinate and anchor point. After the Battle of France, Bai Yi's thinking was greatly broadened. He came up with many reasonable plans. And one of them, the idea was to have Shadow's minions spread throughout the entire planet, allowing him to teleport anywhere on the planet. Certainly, it still relies on his shadow swapping, which basically requires 2 swaps to retain the anchor point. After all, if Shadow's subordinates were sent there but not exchanged back, it would be a problem. There are no targets left to use the skill on. But it's easy to solve. Every time Bai Yi swaps places with his shadow, then have your natal shadow lead 2 shadow minions. Use the shadow swap, and then place 2 more shadow minions in that location. This is the quantity required. Although terrifying, after the Battle of France, there were still quite a few shadow omnics left, so there was no shortage of candidates for the coordinates. But this plan, what's needed isn't time, but rather the time it will take Bai Yi's shadow subordinates to travel there. So, it will take some time before you can teleport at will. And now, Bai Yi disembarked from the windmill flying vehicle, and with a casual wave of his hand, his natal shadow transformed back into a shadow. Then, after passing through several checkpoints in Little Britain, we successfully arrived at the entrance to Instance, Mysterious Fog City. Because the dungeon level is relatively high, this has made the appearance of this instance somewhat unusual. Entrance. It's an area of about 80 square meters, and this entire area is the entrance to the instance. Once you enter this area, you will automatically enter the instance. Also because of the characteristics of this instance. That's why there are layers upon layers of security checkpoints around it, to prevent anyone from accidentally entering the instance. After showing their identity, Bai Yi also successfully arrived at the instance, Mysterious Fog City. What Bai Yi found somewhat objectionable was that these British censors were speaking Mandarin. Has the entire universe learned Mandarin? But, on second thought, staying in a place like this, I'd probably be facing big shots from all over the world every day. Can't they learn how to conduct these reviews? At worst, find some unique professionals and have them perform a skill similar to translating konjac jelly, and that will be perfectly fine. This world is indeed fantastical. Even if something happens, although Bai Yi may have found it strange at the time, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, he can control shadows, so it seems reasonable that the British censors would speak Mandarin. Now, Bai Yi stood there, the windmill already stored in his storage backpack, looking at the white mist a few meters ahead. Like the hazy mist at 4 or 5 in the morning, it's hard to imagine that this is a dungeon entrance. But, knowing that this was the entrance to the instance, Bai Yi was mentally prepared in advance. The next moment, Bai Yi took a step forward, but his figure did not appear to have materialized in another place. Just as Bai Yi was feeling puzzled, wondering if he hadn't entered the instance, I turned around and looked. The streets of Little Britain had long since disappeared, replaced by a dense white fog. It's so clear it's hard to see, like something out of a dream. Suddenly, an indistinct figure appeared in the distance. A blurry black dot came into view. That is, unique monsters in Instance, Mysterious Fog City. Bai Yi's fighting instincts kicked in, causing him to subconsciously summon his natal shadow. First of all, the natal shadow transformed into a human form, changing from an intangible shadow into a physical entity. And then, the various shadow minions who had entered the shadow realm made their appearance. They were the first to step out. It is the recently acquired shadow subordinate, the Shadow Mech. Subsequently, a group of his former subordinates also appeared. Shadow Naga King, Shadow Decay, Black Bolton. Chapter 191 White Masked Monster, Faceless. 191 White Masked Monster, Faceless. With a thought from Bai Yi, all of his high-level shadow subordinates appeared. Seeing these shadow minions. Some are enormous, almost like giants, while others have bizarre and imposing shapes, exuding a powerful aura just by looking at them. Some are ferocious. Some may not look particularly impressive, but they actually possess terrifying strength. This time, the monstrous figure that had just appeared in the distance, preparing to hunt Bai Yi, was so frightened that it froze on the spot. What's going on? What on earth is going on? Can someone explain this? Why is there only a simple, ordinary human being before me, but only a fleeting moment in time? So many terrifying monsters suddenly appeared around him. That's impressive. What an imposing presence. It completely overwhelms the hunter. We're doomed. As soon as the monster saw that the situation was not good, it immediately tried to make a run for it. decisively and readily trying to escape from this place. But Bai never intended to let him go. This is the first time. The hunter has become the hunted. What the hunters perceived as prey, they themselves became the hunters. The offensive and defensive strategies have diverged. Grab him. Bai waved his hand, issuing this simple command. What does a monarch need? Is it an absolutely powerful force? Is it because of an exceptionally intelligent mind? No, none of those. They are subordinates with countless loyal hearts, each with their own strengths. The next moment, following Bai Yi's command, the group of shadowy figures swept past them. A monster around level 50. In that instant, they were like rabbits caught by hunting dogs, helpless and with no other choice but to run away. At this time, countless shadowy subordinates rushed forward beside Bai Yi, as if they were all secretly determined to see who was better. It's obvious. Level doesn't represent everything, and a higher level doesn't necessarily mean you have all the advantages. As a level far ahead of the shadow decays, he is an extremely special shadow minion, possessing characteristics pieced together from multiple shadows, making his level an unknown quantity. But it's obvious. However, he did not have a unique advantage in terms of speed. Looking at the two, half-dragon and 100 demons, they immediately unleashed their fastest speed. One of them already has dragon wings. Another, it unleashed a massive barrage of ghostly blessings, much like stacking buffs, giving itself an absolute speed boost. As for the other contestants, they were clearly a step behind, a tiny bit slower. Final. With incredible speed, the half-dragon tackled the distant figure to the ground, rendering it completely immobile. As it stands now, in just a few breaths, the scene had become so spectacular that Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Good. Great. Seeing his shadow subordinates so inspired, Bai Yi was also happy. Nowadays, his forces have grown so powerful that time seems to have been accelerated. It feels like only yesterday that he developed such power. It didn't take long. In the hazy mist in the distance, the monster was brought back. It was like a rabbit being carried by a pack of wild dogs, wanting to run but too afraid to run. The monster's figure became increasingly clear in the distance, gradually allowing Bai Yi to see its location. It was a humanoid monster. He looked as if he was wearing a suit, and his fingernails were like steel blades, long and sharp. He was tall and slender, much taller than Bai Yi, standing at about 2 to 3 meters. And that face, it's like being covered by a white mask, making it hard to see clearly. Even without the surrounding fog, under normal circumstances, this face covered by a white mask would probably be impossible to see. It's more like a white mask. In fact, it would be more accurate to call it a mask, but the material is so unusual that it resembles the skin of an unknown monster. However, this monster, now, surrounded by a group of shadow subordinates, he dared not move, trying his best to shrink his body and hoping that the shadow subordinates would ignore his presence. But this wish will obviously not be fulfilled. The next moment, Bai Yi beckoned again, and the monster was brought before him. At a distance of no more than 3 meters, Black Barton firmly grabbed both arms, making it look like he was holding a chick by its wings. The professional systems detection function is indeed very useful. However, there is a rather serious prerequisite. That is, to be able to see the other party clearly. Although it sounds simple and seems like it can be started at any time, it is a real problem given the current unclear situation. Certainly, if the professional is born blind, this exploration will transform into perception. Once something enters the range of perception, it can be presented in the mind. In general, the two skills that come with the professional system are so useful that every professional habitually uses them. Certainly, this also includes Bai Yi. Immediately, seeing the bound monster, Bai Yi immediately launched a probe. We absolutely must check this monster's attributes. As well as, Bai Yi still needed to know if this monster was one of the 2 monsters that committee member Yi had mentioned. If so, then for a while you'll have to focus on farming these kinds of monsters. If not, there's no need to release them. Just release them on the spot, and they'll turn into experience points. This moment, the detection skill was activated, and all information about the monster in front of them was immediately revealed, leaving nothing out. Monster, Faceless, Mysterious Fog City, Specialty Monster. Level, 52. HP, 51W 9180/51W 9180. Base attack power, 17,000 plus. Equipment, Blade Claw. Skills, B rank, Death Cut, B+. Rank, Mist Vision, B rank, Movement Acceleration, A rank, Mist Invisibility. Looking at these skills, there are quite a few. Bai Yi understood. Only, This does not include information about dropped items. At this point, this gave Bai Yi a slight headache, but judging from the name alone, it was basically the same as the monster that committee member Yi had mentioned. Is it resolved? With a casual gesture, Bai Yi immediately determined whether the monster should stay or leave. The next moment, like a wolf preying on a lamb, the monster was instantly torn to pieces. No way. The strength of these shadow minions was too formidable, even though the monster named Faceless was not much different in level. But he still couldn't withstand more than a few moves. After all, the shadow subordinates have a solid attack power base, and they can tear it to shreds in no time. Immediately, the faceless monsters were scattered all over the ground, here and there. Chapter 192, / Expectations of participating in the battle against super-level monsters. 192 refreshes. Anticipation of encountering super-level monsters. The next moment, the professional system arrived on time. Instance, Radiation Cataclysm City. Applicable levels, level 50 to 60. Danger level, medium. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Faceless, Mysterious Fog City Specialty Monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Bai Yi looked at the experience points. He remarked that it was a little too little. It's clearly a level 50 plus monster, but the experience points are only 180,000. Is that reasonable? You need to know. He wants to level up again, which requires a total of tens of millions of experience points, meaning this monster needs to be hunted. About 50 or so. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem like much. It's easy to level up again. But if other professionals came here, they would probably have a hard time winning in a one-on-one fight. Most professionals usually go in small teams. And a team consists of at least 3 people, and a larger team can consist of up to 15 people. Above that are small guilds with 100 or so members, which are the kind of groups needed to raid bosses. And these are groups of professionals. It takes a very long time to kill a single monster. After all, life is your own. No matter how unscientific this world is, resurrection is still a very unlikely thing. Even if it exists, it's not something you can access around level 50. It would take several days, or even longer, for a team of several people to hunt a single monster. After all, factors such as physical condition and injuries need to be taken into account. After successfully defeating a monster, the experience points will be divided equally, and you won't be able to keep them all. That is why it is actually very difficult for professionals to advance to the next level. Unless it's like Bai Yi, who has the ability to solo clear dungeons. Otherwise, one can only take it one step at a time and slowly grow stronger. Gradually level up and challenge stronger monsters. Slay stronger monsters and gradually become stronger. This is evident. It's not too surprising that Ji Qiufeng was talking about Bai Yi's terrifying upgrade method with great relish. And now, Bai Yi will continue with this inhumane method of upgrading. However, before that, stand up. With a command given, Bai Yi's signature skill, Shadow Extraction, was activated. The shadow beneath the faceless monster instantly coalesced, like dewdrops gathering on a lotus leaf. The next moment, a slender figure materialized from the corpse of the faceless monster. Immediately, the data that appeared before Bai Yi's eyes was that of his new shadow subordinate. Monster, Faceless Shadow. Level, 52. HP, 76W9180/76W9180. Base attack power, 25500+. Status, Special Amplification Buff, Monarch's Domain. Equipment, Shadow Blade Claw. Skills, B rank, Shadow Slash. B+. Rank, Shadow Mist Vision. B rank, Movement Acceleration. A rank, Shadow Mist Invisibility. With this change, not only has it become twice as powerful, but it can also instantly kill 3 faceless monsters. After becoming a subordinate of the Shadow, the improvement in strength gained is multifaceted, with one major characteristic being the fearlessness to endure pain and the willingness to fight to the death. Therefore, the current Faceless Shadow directly killing 3 faceless monsters is no exaggeration. Go find that monster. Bring it back after killing it. Bai Yi waved his hand, issuing the order once again. This kind of thing. The Shadow subordinates had done this many times before, and each one was very skilled at it. They immediately began to disperse around Bai Yi and go to various places to start hunting. And beside Bai Yi, your personal shadow acts as a guardian, preventing accidents from happening. But, theoretically speaking, as long as Bai Yi isn't killed in one blow and allowed to use his shadow swapping ability, he should be able to escape. You could say that. Unless one possesses strength that completely overwhelms Bai Yi, it is impossible to truly kill Bai Yi. In terms of safety, even against a formidable opponent, Bai Yi would likely still have a very good chance of winning. Next, Bai Yi stood still, waiting for good news from his shadow subordinates. And him. He was thinking about where to go in the next dungeon. Is it the frozen prison on Ice Island? Or is it the raging flame plains of the Astragalus Ghost Kingdom? Or perhaps, is the island of misery in the Iberian Strait? In conclusion, regardless of the order, Bai Yi absolutely must visit these 3 dungeons. I won't say what key it is. Even if it's just to gain experience, Bai Yi would still go. Although afterwards, a group of big shots, including committee member Yi, helped him level up and hunt those extremely dangerous super-level monsters. But before that, it is still necessary to improve one's own strength. After all, if Yi Wei and the others hadn't been able to defend themselves properly, and Bai Yi had been instantly killed by the super-level monster, it would have been very awkward. As mentioned earlier, unless one is absolutely superior to Bai Yi, it is virtually impossible to kill him. After all, as long as he survives the first blow, Bai Yi can use the shadow swap to instantly leave the spot. Unfortunately, given Bai Yi's current level, any super-level monster possesses terrifying strength that could crush him. If it can instantly kill Bai Yi, a noob who is not even level 60, then what kind of super-level monster is it? They should just be classified as ordinary monsters. There's no need to associate with super-level monsters anymore. Just go home, farm, and retire. Regarding this point, Bai Yi was self-aware enough to know that he couldn't withstand a single attack from a super-level monster. That is precisely why he needs to continuously level up during this period to make himself more resilient. At least, it needs to withstand 2 attacks from super-level monsters, right? But, even as Bai Yi's thoughts wandered, the idea of waiting for committee member Yi and the others to kill the super-level monster and bring its corpse back was also impossible to realize. Because every super-level monster resides in an interdimensional space near Earth. This kind of space, it can be described as an unformed instance, an instance opened up by the power of super-level monsters themselves. And this copy, the speed at which it merges into Blue Star, is also hundreds of times faster than other instances. Once the super-level monsters within die, then this special copy will collapse, crushing everything inside inanimate in an instant. Living things, on the other hand, would be forcibly excluded. If Bai Yi wants to extract the shadow of the super-level monster, he must go to the scene in person and fight alongside the committee members. There is no other way. But there are indeed corpses of super-level monsters on Earth. That means being skinned, having tendons removed, and having bones broken. Using these materials and combining the efforts of several years of professionals, the Hanxiao Alliance's base was established. The Arrogant Dragon King. Chapter 193, 1,000 Faces and 1,000 Words. Sister-in-law, don't turn around on my brother. 193, 1,000 Faces and 1,000 Words. Sister-in-law, don't turn around on my brother. But, unfortunately, Bai Yi had already anticipated this idea. He had tried more than once to come to the center of the Hanxiao Alliance, hoping to extract the shadow of the Awakens Dragon King from among the corpses mixed in with the infrastructure. Unfortunately, it's simply not feasible. Even with the shadow extraction technique that they are very familiar with, the Hanxiao Alliance has the option to extract targets. However, due to the excessive time involved, it could not be extracted. Bai Yi had thought about it. The level of the extracted shadow is raised again and again, enabling it to revive shadows from decades or even centuries ago. At that time, he could circle around some ancient battlefield, and the shadow minions he extracted would probably be enough to conquer most of the Blue Star. However, ideas are just ideas. There's still a long way to go before they come to fruition. Even just a few points. Let's not even talk about whether there are any ancient battlefields for Bai Yi to wander around. Even if we were to extract the shadow, extending the extraction time to several hundred years ago, it's unknown how many ranks we would need to advance. Even if it advances 10 more levels, it probably won't be for much longer. And Bai Yi has probably only had about 10 opportunities to advance in rank since he leveled up. Needless to say, these 10 upgrade opportunities were extracted from a vague, long-term version. So, it's best to just think about these things. If we were to actually put it into practice, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time to build, and whether it would succeed is another matter entirely. Nowadays, Bai Yi shook his head, snapping out of his somewhat unrealistic fantasies. I glanced at the system's kill notification. Instance, Radiation Cataclysm City. Applicable levels, level 50 to 60. Danger level, medium. Congratulations on defeating the monster, faceless, mysterious Fog City specialty monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, faceless, mysterious Fog City specialty monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, faceless, mysterious Fog City specialty monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, faceless, mysterious Fog City specialty monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, faceless, mysterious Fog City specialty monster. Experience gained. Good. It's like scrolling through a screen. A constant stream of experiences is flowing into your body. You can gain experience just by lying down. This is something that millions of professionals would never even dare to dream of doing. But these absurd things happen to Bai all the time. It's almost surreal. But, unfortunately, no special drops have appeared so far. I still haven't encountered the time-limited item that committee member Yi mentioned. According to incomplete statistics, the drop rate for this special item is around 7%, which isn't actually that low. Out of 10, you can usually find one that turns out to be a winner. All I can say is, Bai Yi's luck hasn't been very good. She hasn't managed to get even one yet. But, aside from that, we did discover other monsters in this dungeon, which are also unique to this dungeon. 1,000 Faces. A 1,000-face creature was captured by the Shadow Naga King and brought to Bai Yi for inspection. Monster, 1,000 Faces, Mysterious Fog City, Specialty Monster. Level, 54. HP, 55W8790/55W8790. Base attack power, 12,000 plus. Equipment, Blade Claw. Skills, A rank, 1,000 Faces, 1,000 Words. B rank, Death Cut. B plus. Rank, Mist Vision. B rank, Movement Acceleration. A rank, Mist Invisibility. Aside from 1A level skill, it's basically the same as Faceless. They're like oranges and tangerines, like relatives. This monster is called the 1,000 Faces. It was a humanoid monster. He was also wearing a suit. The fingernails on the arms were like steel blades, long and sharp, and the arms were also slender. It's about the same, still around 2 meters to 3 meters. And that face. It was also covered by a white mask, but there were still slight differences. Tiny black spots appeared on it, just like ink. One moment it takes on the face of a rugged middle-aged man, and the next it transforms into the appearance of a little girl. It looks really weird. Solve it. It's uncomfortable to look at. Bai Yi flicked his hand, and the Shadow Naga King dealt with him immediately. This 1,000-faced creature never imagined that one day it would be killed simply because it felt uncomfortable being looked at by others. But thinking about all this is useless now. The next moment, boom. With a crisp sound, the Shadow Naga King crushed the 1,000 Faces' neck, followed by several more powerful attacks, killing him completely. This immense force is terrifying. The Shadow Naga King before me. Although when its shadow was first extracted, and it was called Shadow Minion, its level was not very high. But after being nurtured in the Shadow Kingdom for so long, its combat power has also reached a qualitative leap. Shadow Minions. They reside in the now high-level Shadow Kingdom. Just like Godzilla soaking in nuclear wastewater, he's constantly getting stronger. See here. Bai Yi couldn't help but wonder if it was right for him to use most of his advancement opportunities on improving the Shadow Kingdom. Who could have imagined it? Such a seemingly insignificant skill has such a profound and far-reaching impact. It even has the ability to make the Shadow Minions stronger anytime, anywhere. That's truly unbelievable. The 1,000-faced creature before us died. The face gradually peeled off and fell to the ground. At first, Bai Yi didn't really care too much, but after looking at it a couple more times, she couldn't help but pick it up and start examining it carefully. After not seeing any results, without saying a word, Bai Yi immediately sent out a probe. Props. 1,000 Faces, 1,000 Words. Quality, Purple Dash. Durability, 7/7. Effect. Once worn, it will automatically transform into the face you imagine. It consumes 1 point of durability every 24 hours. Synopsis. Faces and Words is a microcosm of the evolution of face-swapping technology, expanding its scope from images to murder, robbery, and impersonation of lovers. For those who imagine themselves playing famous actors in iconic movie scenes, Faces and Words turns this fantasy into a viable reality. All it takes is to kill a seemingly disgusting monster. Looking at this somewhat morbidly humorous introduction, Bai Yi didn't know what to say. He understood the meaning of murder and robbery. It's just about changing into someone else's face so that no one can recognize you. But what's with this pretending to be a lover nonsense? Sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm your brother. Chapter 190, for I'll make sure he never leaves alive. 194 will make sure he never returns. He shook his head. Bai Yi immediately banished this somewhat absurd idea from his mind and tried on the mask he had just acquired. It just fell off the monster's face. It's still warm. Bai Yi held the prop that resembled a mask and immediately covered his face without hesitation. The next moment, it seemed to come alive, covering Bai Yi's face and then his entire head. That instant, Bai Yi felt as if he had entered water, which was a little strange. Fortunately, the sensation came and went quickly. Once the prop on his face was completely attached to his head, Bai Yi suddenly felt nothing too unusual. It looked like a mask had been applied to it. Only, this face mask has no abnormalities with the human face, and at first glance it looks exactly like a face. But as soon as Bai Yi had a thought, the face on the outside changed again, and began to turn into the faces that Bai Yi was familiar with. But most of them were people he killed. After all, no one left a deeper impression on Bai Yi than those people. The faces of Sato Sango, Hanryu Aaron, Fujikawa Kinta, and others appeared one after another on Bai Yi's face, each taking their place. Soon, Bai Yi's face lingered on the appearance of Aaron. During this period of time, no matter what I do, with this face, everyone will see it. Only, there are still some minor oversights. Bai Yi doesn't have the skills of a half-dragon, so it's impossible to perfectly replicate it. As for other people's investigations, it's estimated that no matter what, they won't be able to trace it back to Bai Yi. However, that's only under the constraints of ordinary methods. If it were some special professionals, they could probably still find out. And because of this problem, then we need another tool. At this time, Bai Yi's shadow subordinates, who had been dispatched, had also received news of the victory and were already on their way back. Bai Yi glanced at the professional system and received a notification immediately. Upon closer inspection, this didn't surprise Bai Yi too much. In fact, she was more satisfied. Instance, Radiation Cataclysm City. Applicable levels, level 50 to 60. Danger level, medium. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Faceless, Mysterious Fog City Specialty Monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Faceless, Mysterious Fog City Specialty Monster. You have gained 187,700 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Faceless, Mysterious Fog City Specialty Monster. Experience gained. Dropped item, Faceless Mask. This special prop is also one of the reasons why the mysterious Foggy City became famous. And these two props. One of them was the 1,000 faces, 1,000 words that Bai Yi had obtained before, which had already been attached to his face. And another one. These are the items Bai Yi has now obtained. A Faceless Mask. This item drops from the Faceless Monster, with a drop rate of about 7 to 8%. The shadowy subordinates sent out by Bai Yi. I killed about 10 of them, and even though there's no guaranteed drop system in this world, I still managed to get at least one item. Now, Black Barton, along with the corpse of a faceless monster and the dropped item. They came over together. Bai Yi didn't care too much about the faceless monster's corpse. He simply waved his hand. It was the shadow extraction that added another faceless shadow to its shadow minions. Bai Yi caught the fallen prop and examined it carefully. The investigation was immediately launched. Props, faceless. Quality, purple plus. Durability, 7/7. Effect, when worn, it hides all information, making it impossible for anyone to see your information. It automatically consumes 1 point of durability every 24 hours. Synopsis, faceless and faceless are the first choice for those who want to hide. Wearing them greatly enhances concealment. For assassins hiding in the shadows, faceless and faceless are simply the best partners. And all this requires only killing a seemingly disgusting monster. It's something that needs to be worn on the face. Bai Yi hesitated. After all, he now wears a mask of 1,000 faces and 1,000 words. I just don't know. What would happen if both of these items were worn at the same time? Is the latter the priority, or is the former unusable? In conclusion, as the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Bai Yi put it on his face without saying a word. The next moment, it's like 1,000 faces and 1,000 words directly attached to the face, as if a face skin was created out of thin air. This faceless and expressionless image was directly merged with the 1,000 faces and 1,000 words. The two props that looked like masks were instantly reduced to one. The next moment, Bai Yi felt his external aura recede. and both his imposing presence and targeted gazes vanished. Only, these things have simply disappeared, not been completely erased. Others might not notice, but Bai Yi himself could. This feeling, it's like a tiger that has been exposed to the elements, but is now quietly lying in ambush in the dense grass. They haven't disappeared, they just won't be noticed. Bai Yi's appearance, however, can still change at will, just like a magic trick. Feeling the hidden aura emanating from his body, Bai Yi knew, even if other high-level professionals came, they probably wouldn't be able to use their detection abilities to glean information from him. This thing, he should have used it a long time ago. If a hidden SSS-level class is discovered by someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't that be very troublesome? But Bai Yi was overthinking it. His rise to power was too short-lived. Even if others hear about these things, they probably haven't seen him in person. And even if other countries intend to target him, they haven't yet noticed Bai Yi, this rising star. I am afraid, by the time they discovered it, Bai Yi had already grown up successfully. After all, Bai Yi Guang currently possesses combat power comparable to a level 60 character. Moreover, his henchmen, each and every one of them, were incredibly fierce. Even if other countries want to come and carry out assassinations or target us. Excuse me. May he never return. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but recall the original intention of committee member Yi in inviting him to this instance. It is within this instance. After obtaining these 2 items, you can then head to the dungeons where the key might appear. According to the calculations of experienced professionals using the Chiman method, that's about it. We can roughly pinpoint the areas where the keys will appear to be within the 17 dungeons. And that's where Bai Yi is about to go. It is this 3 out of 17. Chapter 195 Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. 195. Boring. I want to see a river of blood. But Bai Yi is still reluctant to leave this instance. There is no other reason. The items dropped by those 2 unique monsters in this dungeon are incredibly tempting. A device that allows him to freely transform into the appearance of other people. And the other one. It can conceal all one's information, making it impossible for others to detect. I always feel that. It would be a real shame to leave like this. Unfortunately, even if Bai Yi creates 1,000 or 10,000 items, they only have a shelf life of about 7 days. After all, these 2 items are called time-limited items because they have the characteristic of dissolving and becoming ineffective each time I receive it. Once the 7 days are up, these 2 items will immediately disintegrate and disappear. So, if you want to be able to use it anytime, you have to swipe it every time you need to. The phrase, swipe whenever you need it, means to use it as needed. It's simply a matter of coming back to collect these 2 items each time their time expires, and then using them. Only, that applies to other professions. As the owner of a hidden profession, Bai Yi has a group of shadows under his command. Nowadays, in the short time it took to catch their breath, the shadows' minions had already hunted more than 20,000 faces and faceless creatures. And the shadows of these corpses. Bai Yi directly used his specialized skill, shadow extraction, on them, turning them into fearless and absolutely loyal shadow subordinates. These shadow minions, each one of them, taken individually, could easily defeat 3 equally matched monsters. Not to mention a group of more than 20. Bai Yi thought to himself, leave these shadow faces and faceless shadows here, and let them hunt faceless and 1,000 faces. If an item drops, simply have your main shadow swap 2 shadows to retrieve it. Although the shadows minions, they all have the disadvantage of not being able to regenerate their own health, which is a major drawback. If this seems like a normal situation, when a monster is injured and bleeds, its health will decrease, but it will also increase as the injury heals. But if a shadow's minions are injured, that portion of the shadow will completely disintegrate. Not all of Shadow's minions are immortal like their own shadow. Not all of Shadow's minions. They all have recovery skills similar to Shadow Water and Extreme Decay. But the Shadow minions are able to dwell in the shadows entirely thanks to Bai Yi's skill, Shadow Kingdom. That's all. Not only can you slowly recover health within it, but you can also continuously increase your strength. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, that's awesome. Thinking about this, Bai Yi then left all 20-odd shadow subordinates here. Even if they are injured or even killed, Bai Yi can still have the monsters they hunt extracted by the shadow, thus promoting the birth of new shadow minions. You could say that. Other professions involve fishing at sea. Not only is it hard work, but there's also a high probability of getting nothing at all. Bai Yi, on the other hand, raised a large number of fish, and these fish could continuously reproduce and even catch themselves. That's all. Bai Yi abandoned these newly recruited shadows and sent all his high combat power shadow subordinates into his natal shadow. Immediately, Bai Yi simply used shadow swap to leave the instance. LOL. Surely no one will wait for the instance to automatically exit, right? What era are we living in? Wouldn't it be better to just swap shadows and leave the instance? The neighboring country of Little Britain, the Kingdom of Astragalus. Although the country has a strange name, its residents are genuinely good people. Not long after, this country is very small, even smaller than some small provinces in China. But this country's copy is the location where a second key might appear. So, Bai Yi had no choice but to come. Just before, Bai Yi had dispatched one of his shadow subordinates to this location. Now, Bai Yi used a shadow swap to exchange positions with the shadow subordinate of Huangqi Ghost Kingdom and directly arrived in Huangqi Ghost Kingdom. This skill is almost like teleportation, although there are prerequisites. However, these prerequisites are quite easy to fulfill. Right before my eyes, a space-time rift appeared here, a thin layer, like a cheap mirror suspended in the air. When Bai Yi got close to her side, the professional system then issued a notification. Instance, Ragefire Plains. Level, 46 to 51. Danger level low. Enter. Weather. The monsters in this dungeon aren't very high level, so they don't pose a significant threat to Bai Yi. Most professionals. If you want to challenge a dungeon with a group of people, you will generally choose a dungeon with a low level of danger. If the monster's level is lower than yours, you'll have an advantage in the fight. With an advantage, you can kill more monsters. Although the experience gained from killing low-level monsters will be reduced to some extent. However, as long as you accumulate small amounts, it can be a safe and efficient way to upgrade. But, Bai Yi came here not to slowly grind levels. That would be too boring. He's going to do it. Yes, I want to see rivers of blood. Thinking it over, Bai Yi directly entered the instance, moving from the outside world into the small world inside the instance. As soon as I entered, it was just like entering a sauna. It was extremely hot. If Bai Yi hadn't been in good health, he probably would have been drenched in sweat. At that very moment, Bai Yi immediately summoned his natal shadow, along with a group of highly skilled shadow subordinates. This copy, it will eventually be completely wiped out. The appearance of these highly skilled shadow subordinates will lead to a plundering operation. Bai Yi didn't even need to stay here long before a group of shadow subordinates swept through the instance like locusts, even in such heat. But this still couldn't stop the shadow's minions' progress. In less than a few breaths, a notification sound came. Instance, Ragefire Plains. Level, 46 to 51. Danger level low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fire Beetle. 117,700 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fireblast Stone Monster. 129,100 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fire Beetle. 117,700 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fireblast Stone Monster. 129,100 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fire Cluster Leyline. Experience gained. Dropped items. 88 Scorching Rocks, 12 Blazing Armor Plates. In just a few moments, these notifications kept appearing, forcing Bai Yi to repeatedly flood the screen with them. These monsters, although each one doesn't provide much experience. But, there were just too many of them. Chapter 196. The three followers accidentally enter the Ragefire Plains. The three messengers, who had been following them, mistakenly entered the Ragefire Plains. Even though the experience points gained from each monster are very small, not even half of what you get from the monsters in the mysterious Fog City dungeon. But, he has a lot. All of Bai Yi's shadow subordinates were mobilized, and they instantly overwhelmed the dungeon in a crushing manner. Countless monsters were torn to shreds. Even though these monsters were physically stronger than ordinary people, they were instantly killed by the group of shadow minions. Fortunately, because of the consistently hot weather, this dungeon is rarely visited by professionals. After all, if it's just a sauna for a few minutes or 10 minutes, then it's quite comfortable. But, if you were trapped in such an extremely hot instance and couldn't get out, that wouldn't be comfortable. That's pure torture. So, compared to this instance, there are other instances in this small country that offer better value for money. Whether it's a lower level instance or an instance of the same level but with a more comfortable environment, there are still instances available. If someone absolutely has to come to this instance, those are basically masochists, who would want to be locked in a sauna for 8 hours for no reason. And, while imprisoned, they also have to constantly face attacks and harassment from monsters, and must remain in a state of tension at all times. So, in summary, the above points resulted in the absence of any professional players in this instance. If placed in other copies, it would be unreasonable if it didn't scare away 2 or 3 professionals. But in this instance, there really wasn't another professional player, making it a rare moment of peace and quiet. Soon, Bai had only been standing there for a few minutes when the professionals' notifications started flooding the screen again. Instance, Ragefire Plains. Level, 46 to 51. Danger level low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fire Beetle. 117,700 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fireblast Stone Monster. 129,100 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fire Beetle. 117,700 experience points gained. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fireblast Stone Monster. 129,100 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Fire Cluster Leyline. Experience gained. Drops. 198 Scorching Stones. 144 Blazing Armor Plates. 6 Flaming Ley Lines. These dropped items were of little use to Bai. After all, Bai isn't without weapons to use right now. The only thing he can do with these dropped items is exchange them for some money. Bai up to now, I've never really been short of money. I have the equipment and items I need. So, there's not much need to collect these materials. Taking it would only take up space in the backpack and wouldn't bring Bai any additional benefits. Whoosh, Bai fanned himself, but still felt wave after wave of heat. In this instance, even if a strong wind blows, it will be a hot wind and will not bring any coolness. At first, nothing was wrong, but it just gets hotter and hotter the longer you stay here. Never mind. There probably isn't a key here, so I'll head out first. Bai thought for a moment, then immediately swapped shadows and left the place. At that very moment, a message came from faraway China. If Bai's identity card is here, there will probably be a slight tremor. But, for now, Bai wasn't too concerned, since he was heading to the next instance. That message was a warning sent by committee member Yi Yufan. Something's not right. Yi Yufan. Those 3 envoys said they had urgent business to return to their country, but their destination was Little Britain. Yi Yufan, I suspect. Although this information was transmitted, however, Bai did not pay much attention to these things and did not receive any information about the black card. Because he carries his black identity card with him at all times in case he accidentally loses it. So, Bai simply put it into his storage backpack. Since there were no identical items, this single black identity card occupied 1 slot in the storage backpack. And now, just as committee member Yi said, the 3 envoys who visited China did not return home as a result. And the 3 of them, they gathered together and followed Bai to Little Britain. That's right. Their target is Bai. The 3 of them traveled from China to Little Britain in a medium-sized aircraft in almost 2 hours. Johnny, sporting smoky eye makeup and dreadlocks, stepped out of the cabin. Holding onto the aircraft, he immediately vomited. Oh buddy, your constitution is really too weak. You actually get motion sickness in aircraft? Ryan Remitz mocked from the side. The 3 of them were merely nodding acquaintances. Although they share a common goal, they are not particularly close. Get out of here. Who told you to drive that fast? The seagulls on the road have been smashed to pieces. Johnny cursed as he leaned on his aircraft. Garahad Station. With a frivolous nightly air, he began to smooth things over. Don't do that. Are you feeling better? Would you like some water? We all share a common goal, and today we gather here in joy. So let's follow that kid for now. After some persuasion from Garahad, the 2 men's attitudes became friendly again. Turn out to be. During that welcome banquet, the 3 of them were drawn to Ji Qiufeng. Because their attention had shifted, they turned their attention back to Bai. None of the committee members left. Why was this relatively junior member of Hanxiao the first to leave? It's just so bizarre no matter how you look at it. That concludes the discussion. The 3 of them followed immediately, wanting to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, their tracking methods weren't very effective, and coupled with the persuasion of the committee members to drink, they were 2 hours behind Bai's schedule. This caused them to lose track of Bai halfway through their journey. Fortunately though, Ryan Remitz also has some other skills. He can investigate the flight paths of other aircraft, and because he had seen Bai once before, he had the prerequisite to use the skill. Skill, Gourmet Hound. Ryan Remitz shouted, and then threw out a bright blue metallic sphere. The metal ball rolled on the ground. A burst of blue light appeared, transforming into a large, mechanical dog. Think of that smell, child, and find him." The mechanical dog sniffed. They were slowly led to the front of the dungeon, Rage Plains. "Is he in this instance?" Johnny asked impatiently. Ryan Remitz nodded. He then said, "If the scent hound is not mistaken, that's the last place the person was seen. This is it. All right, let's go." Garahad waved his hand and was the first to enter the instance. Chapter 197 3 Pieces of Teppanyaki. 197 3 Teppanyaki pieces. That's all. One person was the first to enter and then disappeared after a spatial fluctuation. Then, the other two glanced at each other, their eyes mostly conveying a tacit understanding, nothing more. As the other two also stepped inside, the space rippled once more. The next moment, these three envoys, who were just about to visit China not long ago, have now entered a relatively unknown small country. And now, the group had already entered the instance, successfully locking themselves inside this oppressive environment. Inside the instance, looking at the empty copy, only the warm temperature of the mantle was spreading out. The three of them were all somewhat bewildered upon seeing this. It would be a lie to say I wasn't stunned. What's going on? Wasn't it said that kid entered this instance? I don't see anyone. As they spoke, both of them turned their gaze to the gunsmith, Ryan Remitz. Why are you all staring at me like that? My skills won't go wrong. This is my own unique scent hunting dog. It's 200% accurate at finding people. The other two were also skeptical of Ryan Rainey's explanation. It's not that I don't trust him. This instance is completely desolate, as if there is nothing at all. Since that's the case, maybe that kid has some secret methods. Let's find this instance first. In short, we still need to search first, since the three of us are helpless here. Not everyone can freely leave a dungeon. Not everyone. They all have the ability to endure the heat. Several tens of minutes later, Galahad was covered in sweat, and with each step he took, large beads of sweat fell to the ground. Although their physical condition was already different from that of ordinary people, even if you jump from a building hundreds of meters high, you will be completely unharmed. But this dungeon is so hot. Strength and heat resistance are not linked. On the contrary, the more powerful a professional is, the more acutely they perceive their surroundings. In other words, the stronger you are, the hotter you feel. Just like the same chili pepper, the spiciness felt by the elderly and children is different. Children will definitely experience a significantly increased level of spiciness. Because a child's taste buds are newly formed, so they are exceptionally sensitive, and this characteristic makes them perceive more spiciness. That is precisely why, the more the three walked, the more they felt drenched in sweat, their entire bodies practically soaked through. Watching, there was practically nothing around them, which made the group even more panicked. What's going on? We've walked for so long and haven't seen a single monster. Strange. Johnny touched his face and then slapped a handful of water. The sweat from that slap almost spilled onto Ryan Reinitz's pants. Holy crap. What's going on? Aren't you a black guy? How come you're sweating so much? Ryan Rainey's lips twitched as he couldn't help but ask. Hey, what did this guy do to you? I'm not deliberately criticizing that area. I grew up by the sea. Understand? My God, it's unbearably hot. Johnny said, hands on his hips, panting heavily. But, even so, the air inhaled was still hot, with no coolness whatsoever. You need to know, there is a way to grill meat that doesn't require very high temperatures. As long as you put the still warm charcoal fire together with the meat that needs to be grilled, you can maintain a certain temperature. So in the end, this piece of meat will definitely be cooked through. And now, although Ryan Reynolds, Johnny Tapp, and Galahad are all very powerful, they would be unharmed even if burned by flames of several hundred degrees. But the heat was unbearable for the group. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. But it's hot, it's really hot. I can't take it. Johnny Spur almost collapsed to the ground. My mind is a bit foggy. Subsequently, B-level skill, summon straight elements. A simple skill was used to solve Johnny's urgent problem. Then I saw it. The next moment, countless creatures made of seawater appeared out of thin air and surrounded Johnny's special permission. Seagulls formed by blue seawater. There are also walruses and small one-legged whales. In the past, these summoned creatures were originally intended to assist Johnny in battle, but now, Johnny pulled out a scimitar and killed the summoned creatures instantly. Seawater was scattered all over the ground. Johnny suddenly pounced on it, experiencing a brief moment of coolness. Unfortunately, upon contact with the hot mantle, the seawater evaporated and turned into water vapor. The rest of the water seeped into the ground, absorbed much faster than ordinary soil. That's how it happened. although Johnny's special approval brought a brief moment of coolness. However, as water vapor rises, hiss, what's going on? Ryan Remitz and Garlahad covered themselves and ran away after a few steps. At normal temperature and pressure, water is around 100 degrees Celsius. But if it turns into water vapor, the temperature could rise sharply, and it's not impossible that it could even cause harm to ordinary people. But these injuries obviously wouldn't have any effect on the few people, instead bringing a more profound burning sensation. In an instant, the three of them ran off in unison, trying to escape the instance. However, this instance world is exceptionally large. No matter how you escape, you'll never reach the end. Unless there's a special way to escape, everyone has to stay here for at least 8 hours. And these 8 hours are not fixed. If the dungeon level is higher, it might take even longer. The underlying principles and rules have not yet been explained. It's like people know how mouth ulcers are caused, but they haven't created a cure. All medications that cause mouth ulcers only relieve the pain. That concludes the discussion. Everyone knows that there is a time limit for dungeon runs. However, the reasons for this prolonged stay and the reasons for its variation in length remain unknown. So, to this day, these three guys are still running around frantically inside the instance. Little did they know, the more they run, the hotter they get. For hours later, the three of them had become completely red. Even Johnny Tekken was a dark red. It's all hot. Damn it. How much longer do we have to wait? Johnny Spur was already too hot to do anything, but he still shouted angrily. Not long after, the three of them had given up struggling and found a spot on the ground that was a little less turbulent, so they lay down on it. They looked like 3 pieces of teppanyaki grill. Chapter 198, Ice Island. Frozen Prison. 198, Ice Island. Frozen Prison Grounds. Ice Island. The Shadow Naga King did not enter the Rage Plains, but instead followed Bai Yi's orders and went to the Ice Island from Little Britain. There is only a short distance between them. For the Shadow Naga King, the distance was just a fleeting moment away. But if it were without anyone watching, it would be a little more difficult. That's all. The Shadow Naga King still managed to reach the Ice Island with some difficulty. Bang! The ice layer broke open, and the Shadow Naga King emerged directly from beneath it. The Shadow Naga King revealed a ferocious smile, and then arrived at the front of a dungeon. In order to avoid running into a team of professionals in the distance, the Shadow Naga King has replanned the route. They took a longer route, and they traveled to this special instance at a much greater distance, but at a much faster speed. In the distance, that is the Iberian Strait, the last dungeon Bai Yi will be heading to. Nowadays, the shadow in the distance swapped shadows twice, sending the extra shadow minion over to enter the instance. Then, the Shadow Naga King set off once more, heading towards the distant Iberian Strait. And now, Bai Yi also used a shadow swap from another location to arrive here again. Ice Island. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, Bai Yi immediately stepped into the dungeon. There was no way around it. It was just too cold outside, and I didn't want to stay there for even a second longer. After all, to some extent, humans are more heat-resistant than cold-resistant. Temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius may cause sunburn or heat stroke, but even if something goes wrong, it can be treated. But if it's really too cold, that person would freeze to death. The lowest human body temperature limit is approximately 14.2 degrees Celsius, and the highest body temperature limit is 46.5 degrees Celsius. In nature, it rarely exceeds 46 degrees Celsius, but it is common for it to be below 14 degrees Celsius. But now, Ice Island, where the normal temperature is tens of degrees below zero, even a temperature of 1 degree above zero is considered a hot summer. That concludes the discussion. A prompt popped up immediately. The professional system then issued a notification. Instance, Frozen Prison. Level, 46 to 54. Danger level low. Enter. Weather. Upon seeing this prompt, Bai Yi entered the instance without hesitation. As soon as I entered, a chilling, bone-chilling cold surged through my body, a sensation even more intense than the raging flame plains of the previous Astragalus Ghost Kingdom. The sky was a deep, icy blue, and just looking at the snow-covered plains, which seemed so far away, made Bai Yi feel extremely cold, even though it was only a fleeting glimpse. Previously, the raging plains of Huangqi Ghost Kingdom. Bai Yi has dispatched all of his shadow subordinates, who have basically wiped out the entire area. Basically, we killed several hundred monsters. Although the dungeon is very large, there are only so many monsters for now. The experience gained amounted to over 30 million. This directly leveled Bai Yi up to level 59. He only needs to kill a few more monsters to smoothly reach level 60. This upgrade speed is truly terrifying. And now, in this situation, Bai will repeat the process in this instance. Silent. Frozen Prison is now open for raiding. The next moment, Bai Yi's natal shadow stepped forward and released the 100 Ghosts Conqueror. The 100 Demons suppression also proved quite useful. He directly used his exclusive skill, borrowing 100 ghosts, lending one of his abilities to Bai Yi. A flame appeared out of thin air, like a red robe draped over Bai Yi's body. It's cold. Add a red robe. Only, Bai Yi didn't really like this color. Red was too bright. He personally preferred dark gold and black. But, in this freezing, snowy place, he didn't care about any of that. With a wave of his hand, all of Shadow's subordinates set out again, immediately starting to farm this dungeon. In an instant, the notification from this instance came once again. Instance, Frozen Prison. Level, 46 to 54. Danger level low. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Icy Snow Rabbit. You have gained 91,100 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bigfoot Yeti. 101,100 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Icy Snow Rabbit. You have gained 91,100 experience points. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Bigfoot Yeti. 101,100 experience points awarded. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Ice Dance Flower Vine. Experience gained. I think so. The monsters in this dungeon should be enough to keep you busy for quite a while. Bai strolled around, seemingly admiring the scenery along the way. This massacre in the dungeon continued until the Shadow Naga King reached the Iberian Strait. Hesitated for a moment. Bai decided not to go over there yet, but to wait quietly for the monster killing to finish. Meanwhile, the Shadow's subordinates. They were already having a great time killing each other. Because, the moment those icy snow rabbits appeared, they were immediately killed by the Shadow's subordinates. This has led to the current situation. Those monsters were completely helpless against the Shadow's minions. Roar. A loud bang. Ultimately, the snow rabbits were unable to withstand the attack and were all killed by Shadow's men. It has to be said, these snow rabbits are really weak. Bai nodded in approval as he looked at the snow rabbits that had been completely wiped out by the Shadow's men. Although, the snow rabbit is so weak that it can be ignored. These snow rabbits are not to be underestimated even by ordinary professionals. After all, those frosty snow rabbits were equivalent to a group of level 50 monsters, and they were all killed just like that. Bai looked at the snow rabbit corpses, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. These guys are quite interesting. But this instance, it's really cold. Bai touched his nose, his eyes showing some displeasure, and unconsciously wrapped his fiery red robe tighter around himself. I wonder, will this dungeon have a boss and a key? Bai wondered to himself, glancing at the dungeon. Then, he headed towards the center of the instance. Roar. Immediately, a giant frost bear charged from afar, letting out a roar. Roar. At the same time, several more frost bears appeared. These giant frost bears are each over 5 meters tall, covered in scales as hard as iron, and look majestic and imposing. They actually managed to find a chance to break through from the Shadow's minions. And then they'll come all the way here? Upon seeing these frost giant bears, Bai showed no sign of panic. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited. These monsters are not high level, only around level 55. Dealing with these guys is no problem at all. Boom. Chapter 199 A Monsters on the Spot Advancement. 199 A Monsters on-site Advancement. Immediately, the natal shadow directly stepped forward to intercept and surround the enemy. However, Bai was quite interested and planned to fight himself. Otherwise his body would become stiff if he didn't make a move soon. He didn't want to become someone who only knew how to rely on his subordinates. In that case, what's the difference between him and those summoners who rely solely on summoned creatures and are themselves like cardboard cutouts? As Bai gave the order, his natal shadow deliberately left out one monster. Immediately, then a giant frost bear charged toward Bai. Die! Bai narrowed his eyes and slashed out with his sword in an instant. Whoosh! With a single sword strike, the blade sliced across the bear with deadly force. A tremendous force swept through. The sword cleaved the giant bear between its head and body, sending it flying. Roar! The giant bear, sent flying, let out a miserable cry and crashed to the ground some distance away. Bloodstains appeared on its upper and lower abdomen. The wounds were gruesome and covered in blood. Bai witnessed this scene. His eyes lit up immediately. White fur, cut in half. Why does it feel so familiar? Could it be? Is it an old friend I've never met before? Thinking of this, Bai shook his head. Looking at the great sword named Twilight in his hand, he thought, no wonder it was obtained from above by committee member Knight. Good. It works great. Huh. Seeing this scene, Bai couldn't help but laugh wildly, and with a leap, he slashed down with his sword again. Uft. The frost giant bear's head was sliced in two by Bai's sword. Congratulations on defeating the monster, Frost Giant Bear. 112,900 experience points awarded. Bai's eyes lit up when he heard the system notification that suddenly came to his mind. There were no surprises. The experience points from small monsters like the Frost Giant Bear are naturally very low. Even if you kill 10 or 100 of these frost bears, you'll only get a few million experience points. But Bai was too lazy to bother with these things anymore. Anyway, killing a monster only takes a few seconds. Continue. Time passed slowly. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Time flies. It's unknown whether any other monsters exist in this small world. In conclusion, Bai has already killed hundreds of monsters, but he still hadn't gotten anything, which made him a little impatient. There was no trace of the key. There's no sign of a boss. These monsters were far too weak. He had nothing to be attached to. Roar. A roar suddenly came from ahead, and then a huge beast appeared in front of them, 2 meters long, with ice blue fur and thick limbs. Monster, Domain Snow Elf, Elite Level. Level, 60. HP, 155W 8790 / 155W 8790. Base attack power, 14,000 plus. Equipment, none. Skills, S rank, 10,000 miles of frozen land. A rank, 1,000 miles of snowfall. B rank, freezing ray. B rank, berserk mode. S rank, near-death evolution. Level 60 elite. It seems this small world is quite extraordinary. We've encountered elites so easily. Bai's gaze narrowed slightly. This snow sprite is quite troublesome. And its attack and movement speeds are extremely fast, and its defense is incredibly strong. Bai estimated that if he faced the opponent alone, he could win, but it wouldn't be as simple as winning with 1 or 2 sword strikes. Roar. The snow elf had clearly also seen Bai. With a hiss, it opened its massive maw and spewed a huge cloud of ice mist at Bai. Roar. An icy fog descended, accompanied by a biting wind. Bai didn't hesitate. He slammed his foot on the ground and shot off into the distance, avoiding the attack of the icy mist. And just then, the group of shadow minions who were hunting nearby also arrived here. Half-Dragon and 100 Demons were the first to arrive. After accelerating, the Half-Dragon and the 100 Ghosts swarmed towards the Snow Elf. Although both the Half-Dragon and the 100 Demons Conqueror are of high rank. However, in terms of level, the Snow Elf is stronger. Seeing this scene, Hyaki Sei unleashed his power once more, one after another. The powers of the Hyaki were applied to Banryu and him, and the afterimages emanating from his body continued to appear one after another. Call. 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 Instantly, the surrounding space was enveloped by these countless phantoms. This is the power of the 100 demons conquering the barbarians. After upgrading, this half-dragon will also possess greater power. This power is extremely rare, comparable to the power boost a berserker player receives when using skills. Certainly, this increase is also subject to certain limitations. It can last for a period of time. However, the consumption can also be terrifying. At this moment, these two forces, they all swept towards the Snow Elf. The Snow Elf, under the combined attack of the half-dragon and the 100 demons, appeared somewhat disheveled. It kept dodging. But, under the overwhelming pressure from the half-dragon and the 100 demons, they ultimately could not withstand it. He was sent flying by a punch from the combined forces of half-dragon and 100 demons, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Roar! The Snow Elf was repelled and immediately let out an extremely angry roar. Immediately afterwards, his body began to expand rapidly. Soon, the snow sprite in that area swelled and grew several times larger, resembling a small snow mountain. Seeing this, Bai felt a chill run down his spine. This snow sprite was actually devouring the ice and snow beneath it. Was this some kind of skill it possessed? This energy was naturally absorbed into the snow fairy's belly. Roar! With a loud bang, the snow elf's body grew larger again, becoming even more enormous. And its eyes gleamed with an incomparably cold light. Wrong. This guy is advancing in rank. Bai's mind trembled. This snow elf is clearly about to advance to the next level. Once a professional reaches a certain level, They can specialize in another profession, such as a warrior advancing to a berserker, or a mage advancing to an elemental mage, summoner, and so on. And these monsters, once you reach a certain level, you can advance your title. Just like ordinary monsters advance to elites, and elites advance to boss. And this snow sprite is about to evolve into a boss. At that time, this snow elf is a genuine boss-level monster. If this snow elf were to advance to become a boss, its strength would definitely be much greater than it is now. No, we need to find a way to stop this escalation. Bai Yi's gaze darkened. But soon, things started to move in an unexpected direction. Chapter 200. 2 elite soldiers slain in succession, facing the snow elf head-on. 200 consecutive kills against 2 elites, facing the snow elf head-on. Roar. A whoa. A series of angry roars rang out. Bai Yi looked up. All I could see was, beside the snow elf, 2 enormous beasts suddenly appeared. These 2 giant beasts are both larger than the snow bear from before. They were all enormous, entirely black, and covered in thick scales. One was a giant bear, and the other was a black snow wolf. The giant ice bear exudes an aura of unparalleled ferocity, its claws sharp as if forged from steel. The ice giant bear is a level 55 elite. And that black demon wolf, it is a level 56 elite. Oh, we can't find them normally, but now so many have suddenly appeared. Bai Yi's expression changed. Roar. Roar. Upon seeing the black wolf, the snow elf let out a howl. Immediately afterwards, the snow sprite galloped toward Bai Yi at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Bai Yi waved his hand. Black Barton, standing beside him, immediately stepped forward and crushed the enemy with his massive size and terrifying speed. Black Barton's power is extraordinary. Even among this group of elites, they are considered top tier. Boom. Boom. The 2 giant beasts collided, creating a tremendous explosion that caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Bang. Another loud bang. Immediately afterwards, the black wolf was also knocked away by Black Barton. This time, the black wolf was more seriously injured. After all, it can be as thick-blooded as Black Barton. Its health wasn't very high, and after being hit by that Black Barton, it was already quite low. It also lost a significant amount of health, leaving it with only 4/5 of its original health. The black wolf was clearly somewhat wary of Black Barton and hurriedly fled after being injured. Black Barton, however, wouldn't let the wolf escape. He charged straight at the snow elf, chasing after it and grabbing at the black wolf with his massive appendages. This black wolf clearly knew how powerful Black Barton was, and immediately turned around, trying to escape the battlefield. Pity. It hadn't run more than a few steps when a red mark appeared on its body. Then, the black wolf's health instantly dropped to less than 40%. A whoa. A whoa. Upon seeing the black wolf, it was immediately terrified and howled repeatedly, clearly trying to escape. However, would Black Barton let it go so easily? Bang. Bang. With 2 muffled thuds, the black wolf's head and body were crushed by Black Barton. Blood flowed freely. Finally, it collapsed to the ground and remained motionless. After killing the black wolf, Black Barton turned around and looked at the snow elf. And at this moment, this snow sprite is still undergoing evolution. Its body had swelled into a large ball, covered with hard black fur, like a stone. A whoa. The snow elf raised its head and roared, then remained motionless. The giant snow bear beside them seemed to sense this. It popped out right next to the snow sprite. Then, they charged toward Black Barton. The ice giant bear is fast, but Black Barton is even faster. A single teleportation was all it took to dodge it. After rolling around on the ground, the giant snow bear stood up. Then, its gaze turned toward Black Barton, its eyes filled with intense hostility. Roar! The giant snow bear let out a low growl. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly leaped up and pounced on Black Barton. Just then, the black mountain beside them suddenly moved. It was none other than the shadow giant. He grabbed the giant snow bear that had been airborne with a single slap. A violent fall. The giant snow bear immediately crashed to the ground with a loud thud. It smashed a huge crater in the ground, splashing out a lot of dirt and gravel. Roar! Roar! Before the giant snow bear could regain its footing, it was thrown out. However, this giant snow bear was thrown into the air. The half-dragon seemed to appear out of thin air. It bit down on its neck, and then unleashed a burst of flames from its mouth. A whoa! A whoa! The giant snow bear immediately let out a pitiful howl. Under that blazing flame, the giant ice bear was also quickly engulfed in flames. Soon, he was reduced to a corpse, burned by the flames until even his bones were gone. It turned directly into ashes. Upon seeing this, the other snow elves were also startled. This giant ice bear had nearly 10 million health points, yet it perished under this raging flame. That's terrifying. At this moment, the snow elf roared again, letting out a furious howl. Immediately, it lashed out with its claws at Black Bolton at an incredibly fast speed, like a gust of wind. And its claws are incredibly tough, practically divine weapons. It has advanced to the boss level and is extremely arrogant. It was as if the Black Bolton before it was no match for it. But don't forget, before being transformed into a shadow minion, Black Bolton was also a boss-level monster. A cold, human-like smile appeared on Blackbar's face. Immediately following, a skill was unleashed with tremendous force. B-grade, Mutant Frenzy. Although it's only a B-rank skill, the boost it provides to Black Bolton is enormous. Although Black Barton is not considered huge in comparison, but the punch produced a loud bang. The snow elf's claws were blocked by Black Bolton. Moreover, it even blasted him back several steps. At this time, without hesitation, Black Barton charged straight toward the snow elf. At this moment, the snow elf was completely enraged. It did not continue to unleash its domain power, but instead stomped its foot on the ground. Instantly, the entire ground trembled. A terrifying surge of power instantly spread throughout the entire area. Meanwhile, the snow elf's body was also changing. Its tail was already quite long. At this moment, it became even longer, reaching several meters in length. And scales have also appeared on its body. Sharp fangs were visible at the corners of its mouth, and its entire body seemed to be clad in a suit of metal armor. This situation, it was just like a giant python shedding its skin. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura erupted from the snow elf. These auras were far more terrifying than the faint aura emanating from Black Barton. Buzz. Meanwhile, Black Barton also let out a powerful shout. He then charged toward the snow elf, his aura rising wildly.